cloudless sky was suddenly covered by a layer of blood-red clouds. Immediately afterward, a cold voice boomed in everyone's minds. You are about to be transported to an island world. Please prepare for survival. Upon hearing these words, humanity on Earth was gripped by panic. People began to scatter and flee in all directions. The next second, a blood-red gate appeared in the sky, followed by a torrent of red light pouring down. The entire Earth was instantly enveloped in a crimson light, and approximately 7 billion humans were simultaneously teleported. When Lin Feng awoke, his consciousness was still somewhat hazy. He found himself on a desolate island. He looked up and around. All he could see was desolation, with only a few dozen scattered trees standing forlornly on the barren land. Just as he got up to leave, a wolf's howl suddenly entered his ears. He whirled around, his pupils instantly shrinking. A pack of black wolves was charging at him, their sharp fangs gleaming coldly in the sunlight. A chill ran through Lin Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted desperately towards the beach. He tried his best, but still couldn't widen the gap between himself and the wolves. The difference in speed nearly drove him to despair. At this critical moment, a clear system notification sounded in his mind again. Fatal danger detected. Immediately bind the unique soul-binding item, Heart of the Ocean. A system notification appeared in his mind. The description of the Heart of the Ocean effect then appeared. Allows you to randomly form a contract with a legendary level sea creature, and it can evolve into a mythical level being. Faced with this sudden opportunity, Lin Feng did not hesitate and gritted his teeth to agree. Bound. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge bubble immediately rose on the calm sea in front of him. In just a few seconds, the bubble rapidly approached the shore. Then, a stunningly beautiful mermaid emerged from the sea and slowly appeared in front of the shore. She stretched out her arms, and the surging magic within her gathered between her 10 fingers, blue light condensing in her palms. The seawater surged wildly before her, the waves seemingly obeying her command as they began to take shape. Under Lin Feng's awe-inspiring gaze, a colossal wave over 30 meters high suddenly formed. The mermaid girl, Lena, flicked her finger, and the monstrous wave crashed down towards the resource island. The previously invisible barrier was forcibly torn apart, and a giant wave rose up like an angry dragon. With nothing to stop it, this wave swept across the entire island with overwhelming force. Before the black wolves on the island could react, they were swallowed up by the waves along with the trees and disappeared into the roaring water. Standing on the shore, Lin Feng stared blankly at everything before him, unable to come to his senses for a long time. He realized that he now had hope of survival in this perilous island world. He clenched his fists, secretly determined to uncover the secrets of this world. A series of notifications rang in Lin Feng's mind. You have killed the black hungry wolf and gained some energy. Your level has increased after absorbing energy. Current level 4. More than 10 messages popped up in succession. Vast and pure energy once again converged from all directions, seeping into Lin Feng's body through his pores and beginning to transform every inch of his body's cells. At this moment, Lin Feng felt as if he possessed inexhaustible power within his body. Especially when he advanced to level 4, the improvement brought by that energy brought about a qualitative leap in both his vision and physique. I could beat at least 10 of my former self now. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his heart filled with excitement. His physique, which he had already developed through long-term training, was now slightly straining against his beachwear. Although his body shape hasn't changed much, compared to his previous slender figure, he now appears more proportionate and muscular. At this moment, Lena said as if she were asking for credit, Brother Lin Feng, the wolves have all been defeated by magic. I left them on the island with the remaining magical power. After unleashing her skill, she skipped and hopped towards Lin Feng, her little hands behind her back, blinking her eyes with a look that said, Praise me. That's amazing. Lena's magic power has exceeded my expectations. Lin Feng stroked her long golden hair, praising her without reservation. When he approached the resource island, he had already seen the approximate attributes of those black wolves. The lowest level was level 10, and the highest was level 13. If he had chosen the profession of a human great swordsman from the beginning, he probably wouldn't have been able to deal with such a monster at all. Switch to follow mode. Lin Feng quickly controlled the core to confirm. and the island that was about to collide with the resource island immediately maintained a constant speed parallel to it. As for what would happen if they collided with other islands, Lin Feng didn't intend to risk it. As the ship approached the resource island, he saw the corpses of more than a dozen black wolves neatly piled up next to the treasure chest. After being engulfed by powerful magic, the bones and fur of these corpses were severely damaged. It would be more accurate to describe them as a lump rather than a single corpse. It can still be collected. Lin Feng noticed the buttons on the black wolf's corpse, and then checked them one by one. Obtained 180 black wolf meat paste. Obtained 5 torn black wolf hides. Obtained 2 black wolf tendons. Obtained 30 black wolf fangs. With a flash of white light, the corpse was decomposed into materials and stored in Lin Feng's backpack. Upon opening the package, information about the materials appeared. Black wolf meat paste. Type: ingredient effect, increases satiety. Torn black wolf pelt type. Material effect, can be used to craft ordinary clothing using tailoring skills. Black wolf tendon type. Material effect, can be used to craft bowstrings, ropes, etc. Black wolf fong type. Material effect, can be used to craft arrowheads, ornaments, etc. The island system is so thoughtful, it actually processed it into minced meat. Lin Feng took out a piece of minced meat cake, and a surge of joy immediately welled up in his heart. He had thought his food haul was completely ruined, but things took an unexpected turn for the better. The more than 100 portions of food could sell for over a gold coin at market price. Brother Lin Feng. Lina looked longingly at the meat pie in his hand and asked, "Can I eat this?" "Haha, you little glutton. Of course you can eat it." Lin Feng smiled. As soon as Lina heard that it was edible, she immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Lin Feng released his grip, turned to look at the center of the island, and said with a smile, "However, there's still one thing I haven't dealt with yet. Wait for me here." He strode to the treasure chest, emitting a soft green glow. The moment it appeared, a notification message popped up: green treasure chest effect. Opening this chest will randomly grant 3 items of the same quality, as well as a small amount of gold. Hopefully I'll have better luck. Lin Feng calmed his thoughts and slowly reached for the treasure chest lid. The lid was much lighter than Lin Feng had expected, or rather, his strength had improved, and he opened the treasure chest effortlessly. A vibrant green light emanated from the island system, and notifications sounded in succession. "Congratulations! You have obtained 2 gold coins. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 magic apprentice job change scroll. Congratulations! You have obtained a Tier 1 beginner magic book, energy missile. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 excellent machete." The treasure chest opened for less than 3 seconds before its emerald green body transformed into starlight and vanished completely. All the items obtained were placed in Lin Feng's inventory. Let's go back first. Lin Feng took Lina's soft, boneless hand, and with a light leap, returned from the resource island to the starting island. While traveling at a constant speed and in the same direction, the island would no longer be under the core's control. "Lina, go and collect some wood from the surrounding area, and dry it promptly for later use," Lin Feng instructed earnestly. That giant wolf not only instantly killed the black wolf, but also destroyed a large amount of timber resources on the island. Now the remaining timber is too damaged to be traded or broken down, and can barely be used for starting a fire. After Lina left, Lin Feng moved the island to a safer area of the sea, then opened his backpack to check his loot. Magic Apprentice Job Change Book. Type: Job Book Effect. After use, you can change your job to Magic Apprentice and unlock magic points. Energy Missiles. Rank: Tier 1. Beginner Type. Class Skill Effect. Launches 1 to 10 missiles at the target, consuming 10 to 100 mana points. Restriction: only usable by Magic Apprentices. Fine Quality Machete Type. Weapon Level. Green Top Tier Job Change Book. Lin Feng stared at the book made of sheepskin, lost in thought. This was different from his initial expectations. Initially, he wanted to choose a warrior type class. In contrast, mages rely heavily on skills. Once they lose their magic or are caught in close combat, their chances of survival are slim. Warriors, on the other hand, possess strong physiques, offering greater assurance in terms of survivability. However, after witnessing Lina unleash rolling waves with his own eyes, he hesitated. Being cool is a lifelong pursuit. Why can't mages learn melee skills? There's no rule on the island that forbids having 2 professions. Lin Feng muttered to himself, his eyes lighting up. Thinking of this, he decisively used the job change scroll. Bang! The parchment pages shattered, turning into gentle energy that drifted into Lin Feng's brow. In an instant, a large amount of gray magical knowledge flooded his mind, as if he had been immersed in cultivation for several years and quickly mastered the most basic abilities of a magician, sensing magic, meditation, and manipulating magic power. Thanks to the power of the job change scroll, achievements that previously required extensive accumulation were now accomplished in an instant. Congratulations! You have successfully changed your job to a mage. Your mana bar is now active. Lin Feng opened his eyes and reopened his personal panel. The interface had subtly changed. Lin Feng race, human level, for class. Magic apprentice, beginner, magic points, 40 backpack. Damaged Black Wolf, hide x5. Black Wolf, tendon x2. Black Wolf, Fong x30. Tide Frogman, hide x4. Fine machete, energy missile. Why is it only at the beginner level? He thoughtfully opened the detailed job description. Soon, he understood the level division of each job system. Level is like a container. In the warrior class, the higher the level, the stronger the physical attributes, while in the magic class, as the level increases, the more mana it can hold, while also slightly improving physical attributes. But a container without content is meaningless. A profession is a crucial amplification for unleashing the full potential of a given level. The level of one's profession also reflects the specific strength of a unit. No wonder the improvement was so obvious when I advanced to level 4 just now. Lin Feng finally realized, at his current level, he could theoretically advance to intermediate apprentice. He only needed to repeatedly cast spells and meditate to reach a certain level of proficiency, and then he could easily advance. I happen to have a skill book. Let's see how powerful it is. He took the pale, purple magic book out of his backpack and immediately selected to use it. A familiar feeling, similar to a job change book, swept over him again. The magical structure and elemental arrangement of the energy missile quickly became clear in his mind. Lin Feng stood up, extended his right hand, and mobilized the magical elements within his body. About 4 seconds later, an invisible gaseous energy seemed to have been pulled a trigger, suddenly blasting towards the beach in front of him. Bang! A sandpit the size of a fist exploded instantly on the beach. I can still release more. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Taking advantage of the fact that the magical elements in his right palm had not yet dissipated, he quickly condensed the remaining magic power in his body into 3 missiles and blasted them out. The incoming missile energy slammed haphazardly into the sand ahead, blasting 3 new craters around the existing sand pit. Wow, this magic even has recoil. Lin Feng's face lit up with delight. Although the first attempt at casting magic was a bit clumsy, at least it was a success. However, the magic power within the body has been completely depleted. To recover, the only way for now is through meditation. This machete can be used as a self-defense weapon in the early stages. With this weapon, it should be able to deal with creatures below level 18. A longsword gleaming with silver light appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It was a single-edged blade with a thick back, measuring 1.1 meters long and 0.1 meters wide. It felt quite heavy, probably weighing over 10 kilograms. Lin Feng swung it a few times to get used to its weight before putting it back in his backpack. The other materials in his backpack hadn't been processed yet. He was about to open the exchange and list the Black Wolf meat paste when a problem suddenly occurred to him. There aren't even the most basic buildings on the island right now. I slept against a coconut tree last night. I don't really care about myself, Lin Feng thought, his gaze shifting to Lena, who was swimming around in the sea collecting rotten wood. He finally made up his mind. He needed to improve his quality of life. At the very least, he needed to build a small wooden cabin and make some sheets and blankets for resting. Moreover, sleeping directly on the ground for extended periods can not only lead to a decline in physical fitness, but may also result in the infection of diseases. Lin Feng opened the chat channel, considered for a moment, and sent his first message of the day. Black Wolf meat mince in exchange for wood and stone. Architectural blueprints would be best. I'd also like a tailor to make bed sheets and quilts, and a forger to make bows and arrows. The island system's social features include a crafting option. Other island owners with life skills can charge a processing fee to directly turn materials into finished products. In a sense, this also provided a survival space for island owners who lack combat power. What was originally just a normal trading request message from Lin Feng However, the other island owners instantly erupted in chaos after seeing the content. Chapter 7 Resource Exchange Gains. The Furious Island Owner. Lin Feng had barely sent out the trade request when the chat channel exploded. Someone asked in surprise, "Even the big shots are starting to think about improving their lives? I'm still worrying about food." Some people excitedly shouted that Lin Feng, the island owner, was too handsome and asked if they could add each other as friends. Some were even so eager that they offered to trade wood for meat, 10 pieces of wood for 2 pieces of meat, because they were starving. Some soldiers said they hadn't eaten for a day and a night, and their eyes had turned terrifying as they looked at him, begging Lin Feng for some minced meat. On the other hand, a player mentioned that he saw more than a dozen green-named black wolves on the resource island, the weakest of which was level 10, and speculated that Lin Feng might be the big shot who killed that pack of wolves. People started discussing it. Some said that even a level 15 unit might not be able to withstand such a powerful monster. Others doubted that Lin Feng had simply killed a lone wolf and couldn't possibly have faced the entire wolf pack head-on. Someone else mentioned that yesterday they saw an island owner's unit was a level 20 juvenile dragon, which might not even be able to gain an advantage against a high-level wolf pack. Immediately afterwards, some strange comments emerged. Someone shouted, "Brother Lin Feng, give me 30 pieces of wolf meat, and I'll protect you from now on. My surname is Li." But the next second, netizens mocked him, saying that even if his surname is Ma, it's useless. Don't try to get close to him. Messages flooded in like a tidal wave, instantly overwhelming Lin Feng's private chat, with friend requests coming one after another. They were all requests for resources and protection. Not a single useful piece of information could be found. Lin Feng wasn't that kind of compassionate person. If someone starved to death, it was none of his business. Did they think they could take his things for free? No way. So he decisively blocked friend requests and set up keyword filters, filtering out 90% of the useless information. At this point, he finally saw a few relatively reliable private messages. One player said he had just obtained the tailor profession and could make daily necessities for others without charging a handling fee, only asking for 2 portions of minced meat. Some people offered to trade 9 units of wood for 1 unit of meat, adding that they happened to have 27 units of wood. Others even claimed to have a low-quality hut blueprint for building a level 2 dwelling and were willing to trade it for 10 units of meat. Even more outrageous, a female player proposed a collaboration, saying she could acquire a large amount of food and wanted to control market resources together. She also offered to be Lin Feng's girlfriend and share resources. Lin Feng scanned the messages and immediately contacted the tailor player, exchanging 2 pieces of minced meat for 2 quilts. The crafting process was simple. Both parties exchanged materials and payment in a private chat, and after confirming everything was correct, it was completed in a few minutes. After the transaction, Lin Feng received 2 wolf wool quilts covered in patches and a straw mat made of frogman skin. The other player was extremely grateful, sending numerous thank you messages and introducing himself as Chun Rue, saying that he would definitely give him a discount if he needed anything made in the future. Lin Feng didn't respond much, nor did he rush to add him as a friend. He simply decided to observe for a while. He then traded 3 pieces of meat for 27 units of wood, and finally used 10 more pieces of meat to successfully obtain the cabin blueprint. The consumption of these 15 portions of minced meat yielded a very practical return. After all, building a house with blueprints is a standard procedure with a reliable structure. Even a shoddy shack is much more reliable than haphazardly constructing one based on intuition. If they just built a haphazard structure with a pile of timber, it wouldn't last 2 days. It would collapse at the slightest storm. Thinking this, Lin Feng felt the deal was still worthwhile. But when he saw the last private message, sharing resources as a girlfriend, his face immediately turned cold. The message was from a female player named Liu. Judging from her profile picture, she was considered a beauty of at least 8 points on Earth, even resembling some female celebrities. She proposed a collaboration to control market resources. Lin Feng sneered. The market size of the entire island world is even larger than some pay-to-win online games in reality. Was she taking Lin Feng for a fool? Or did she have ulterior motives? Lin Feng replied with a single word, "Get lost." Immediately afterward, she blocked him with a single click, without hesitation. Not just her, Lin Feng was wary of all strangers who wanted to add him as a friend. In this dangerous island world, trusting the wrong person could lead to being scammed at best and losing your life at worst. Lin Feng closed the chat interface and began constructing the cabin. He built the cabin between the island's core and the Arrow Tower, forming a triangular structure. System notification. Consuming 25 wood, low-quality cabin under construction. Estimated completion time, 3 minutes. Soon after, the outline of a small house, 3 meters high and 5 meters long and wide, appeared. The house had a door, 2 windows, and 2 simple wooden beds. Although rudimentary, it was quite decent for their current living conditions. After the house was completed, Lin Feng arranged the beds and temporarily left to ponder. Through these transactions, he discovered that while many island owners were willing to act as tailors, none had emerged as blacksmiths capable of crafting weapons and equipment. He speculated that blacksmithing might have other requirements, which would explain the extreme scarcity of equipment in the early stages. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then listed the remaining 90 portions of black wolf meat paste on the exchange, priced at 90 copper coins each, keeping only 20 portions for backup. Just then, Lena leaped over from a distance, carrying a large bundle of firewood. Her playful fishtail skipped across the water's surface a few times, before finally transforming into legs and carrying her back to shore. She put down the firewood, ran to Lin Feng's side, and asked with sparkling eyes, "Can we eat meat now?" Meanwhile, on the other end, Liu was already pale with anger, her fingers trembling. The message in the chat interface pierced her heart like a dagger. Lin Feng, get lost. System notification. Sorry, the island owner has blacklisted you. The message cannot be sent. She gritted her teeth in anger. I was only willing to cooperate because you have the ability and you actually insulted me. People who are pursuing me are lining up to add me as a friend, and you don't even know how to appreciate it. Thinking about how she had humbled herself to befriend him, only to end up humiliating herself, Liu was so angry she was practically fuming. Then, she turned to look at the 2 swordsmen still trying to clear the vines. Still haven't broken through, she asked coldly. One of the swordsmen cautiously replied, Island Lord, if you could lend a hand, the efficiency would be much higher. Hearing this, Liu found an outlet for her anger, and her tone became sarcastic. Am I the Island Lord, or are you the Island Lord? Get back to work. She had good luck early on, getting a level 10 human swordsman at the start, which allowed her to easily collect a lot of resources in the first few days. The next day, she spent 1 gold coin to recruit a new unit and discovered a resource island with abundant fruit trees. However, the fruit trees were blocked by a large patch of thorny vines, which had to be cleared before she could enter and collect the fruit. So she came up with a crazy idea to control the food market. She originally thought this day would be the start of a great harvest, but unexpectedly, Lin Feng's single word, get out, caught her off guard. The swordsman who had been scolded lowered his head and replied, yes, then ran towards the vine-covered area. But no one noticed the barely perceptible look of disappointment that flashed in his eyes. Chapter 8 Realm Advancement, Exploring the Deep Sea. Sold 1 black wolf meat paste, 90 copper coins earned, 9 copper coins fee deducted. Sold 5 black wolf meat paste for silver coins earned, 50 copper coins earned, 45 copper coins fee deducted. In just a few seconds, the meat paste that Lin Feng had listed was completely sold out, showing how scarce it was in the market. After withdrawing his trading profits, his account balance had increased to 1 gold, 75 silver, and 45 copper. Starting the next day, many island owners discovered resource islands and began putting their gathered resources into the exchange, instantly making the market active. Prices of timber and stone have declined significantly, but food prices have remained high due to soaring demand. As higher-level troops consume more food, it has become a true hard currency. Even with increased market supply, the price of minced meat remained stable at 90 copper coins, and the supply shortage persisted. Lin Feng sat on the beach, reviewing building requirements while muttering to himself. Building a level 10 arrow tower costs 1 gold coin. That's not cheap. Not far away, a stone pot was bubbling away on a pile of firewood, its aroma filling the air. He had put in a lot of effort to make this meat soup, first obtaining the stone from the exchange, and then carving it with a machete for most of the day. Looking at Lena's sparkling eyes by the pot, he felt all the fatigue from the morning vanish. Lin Feng secretly calculated the island's development progress. Upgrading the core to level 10 requires 5 gold coins. I need to make good use of the existing resources. He stood up, walked to the arrow tower and the core of the island, and began operating the interface. A system notification popped up, Spend 10 silver to upgrade the arrow tower to level 1. Time taken 30 minutes. You can continue upgrading. The longest time will be used. Lin Feng continuously invested silver coins, upgrading the arrow tower to level 5 in one go, with the upgrade expected to take 60 minutes. At the same time, he also upgraded the island core to level 3, increasing its durability to 3,000. However, after all this, he had used up 80 silver coins in his pocket. Lin Feng glanced at the remaining coconuts, his brow furrowing slightly. The water resource problem hasn't been solved yet. These coconuts are only enough for today. Although seawater could be purified by distillation, it was both time-consuming and inefficient. He preferred to find a stable source of fresh water. We can explore the shallow neutral zone this afternoon. Maybe we can find a blueprint chest. Lin Feng placed his hand on the core of the map to check it. After confirming that there were no dangerous areas nearby, he returned to the grill. Lena, who had been waiting by the pot, couldn't wait to ladle out a bowl of meat soup. She puffed out her cheeks and blew on the soup to cool it down, then closed her eyes and gulped it down, a happy expression immediately spreading across her face. "Brother Lin Feng, this soup smells so good. You should try some too." She smiled and filled another bowl, handing it to Lin Feng as if eager to share this delicious treat with him. Lin Feng noticed the drool stains on the rim of the bowl and felt a little helpless. However, not wanting to spoil her mood, he took the bowl, moved to a corner, and sipped his drink. He had to admit, the meat of this level 15 black wolf was indeed much more delicious than that of the frogman. Even using only seawater as seasoning, you can still cook a pot of meat soup that leave a lasting impression. Lin Feng smiled gently, watching Lena drink bowl after bowl, his gaze softening considerably. He secretly thought that if he had enough funds in the future, he could get some seasonings from other island owners to enrich Lena's menu. After lunch, Lin Feng went to the beach and began practicing magic. The only way to restore magic power was through meditation, which required 3 hours. This recovery speed doesn't change with level. It always proceeds as a percentage. However, in areas with high magical elemental concentration, or by using magic crystals, the recovery can be accelerated. Meditation not only restores mana, but also increases magical proficiency. In just one afternoon, Lin Feng successfully advanced from a novice magic apprentice to an intermediate level. Although his mana remained the same and the power of his skills was identical, his control over magic improved significantly. Now, when he casts 4 energy missiles, he no longer has to control the recoil to aim off course. Suddenly, he noticed a solitary island in the sea ahead. The island was motionless, looking like a bare rocky mound. Judging from their sailing route, they would soon pass by it. Lin Feng opened the island's core and confirmed that the sea area was a level 30 neutral zone. Although the level was high, Lena's abilities meant she could handle it without much trouble. As they approached, Lin Feng maneuvered the island to a slow stop. "Lena, get ready to dive." "I've been ready all along." Lena playfully twirled around and pointed a finger at Lin Feng. A colorful bubble flew into Lin Feng's nose. "Gain underwater breathing buff, allowing you to stay active in the sea for 12 hours. Lin Feng touched the tip of his nose, feeling nothing, but the status bar time continued to decrease, indicating that the skill had taken effect. Splash! Lena transformed in her mermaid form and jumped into the water, her tail gently rippling the surface. She turned and waved, urging, "Brother Lin Feng, come quick." Lin Feng smiled, took off his beach clothes and placed them on the shore, then jumped into the sea wearing only black swimming trunks. After leveling up, his body lines became sculpted like a work of art, exuding power. As soon as he entered the water, Lin Feng discovered the wonders of underwater breathing. His nose, mouth, eyes, and ears were enveloped in a thin layer of bubbles, making breathing incredibly smooth. The bubbles automatically filter the seawater, leaving only oxygen for breathing, while other components are expelled as tiny bubbles. "Brother Lin Feng, you're too slow." Lena nimbly swung her tail ahead, grabbed his hand, and swam towards the bottom of the island. Lin Feng held her small hand, his gaze sweeping over the underwater world around them. The marine scenery here was quite unique, with schools of fish swimming among them, completely unafraid of them. As long as they weren't touched, the fish would even gracefully swim around them. Lin Feng had tried to catch a few fish to take with him, but whenever he got close, the fish would scatter and flee, only to regroup at a distance. As he approached the seabed near the isolated island, he he discovered a kilometer-long band of colorful corals covered with rock layers, teeming with various marine life. The isolated island on the water is just a corner of this massive underwater mountain range. No wonder this is a level 30 neutral sea area. The resources here are too abundant. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. However, at that moment, Lina suddenly darted forward like an arrow. Lin Feng looked up, and his pupils contracted sharply. A giant shark over 10 meters long was charging towards them, its momentum overwhelming. Chapter 9. Slaying a Sea Beast, a Rich Harvest. Lin Feng saw a huge shark slowly swimming towards him in his underwater vision. It was named Predatory Demon Shark. Its level was marked as 20, a high-level sea beast, and it even had a skill slot, though the skill content wasn't yet displayed. Just its green name indicated that, like the black wolf he'd seen before, it was a special creature that transcended the level of ordinary life forms. Lin Feng's expression hardened. He immediately realized that this creature's threat was not to be underestimated. Worse still, it was only in its adolescence. If there were adult sharks in this area, that would be truly troublesome. Thankfully, Lina was there. Lina moved with lightning speed, swimming swiftly to the shark and gently tapping its nose with her finger. The previously hostile shark instantly quieted down, no longer displaying an aggressive posture towards Lin Feng. "Brother Lin Feng, should I just flatten it?" Lina asked casually. Lin Feng paused, surprised that Lina showed absolutely no fear of such a large sea beast. He had thought she would feel pity for marine life, but her eyes seemed to only hold the excitement of battle. "All right, let's beat it up." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Having received permission, Lina immediately spread her 5 fingers, conjuring a sharp water spike. Before the shark could react, she shot it directly at its head. A stream of water shot out like a torpedo, piercing the shark's skull in a straight line, killing it instantly. The seawater was stained red with blood, and nearby fish scattered and fled. A system notification sounded. "You have killed a predatory shark, gaining experience. Your current level has increased to 5. In an instant, pure energy surged into Lin Feng's body, raising his maximum mana to 50 points. The skill Energy Missile also unlocked a new launch limit. Lin Feng was slightly excited. If there were a few more sharks like this here, he might be able to level up to a higher level in one go. However, Lina's magic power wasn't unlimited. High-level water spike magic like the one she just used consumed a large amount of her magic points each time it was cast. As he considered whether to decompose the shark carcass, a system prompt popped up. Collect and decompose. Lin Feng decisively selected yes. A flash of light, and the great shark's carcass decomposed into 4 types of materials in the sea. A complete skin, a crystal core, 231 sharp teeth, and a full 210 pieces of meat. This surprised Lin Feng. It was preserved remarkably well. He took out the small crystal core, shimmering with a pale blue light, from his backpack and began studying its information. Magic Shark Crystal Core. Type: Energy Matter Magic Power. 180 Description. Can be used as a consumable to restore magic power and can also be used as equipment or building material. Lin Feng casually named it Blue Bottle. After all, this thing was the blue potion of the magical world, and it could also be used for forging and construction, so its future value was definitely not low. So he handed the crystal core to Lina so that she could restore her magic power. Lina smiled and accepted the gift, her eyes gleaming with obvious joy. It wasn't just the energy replenishment, but also the fact that it was a gift personally given to her by Lin Feng. Afterwards, the two continued exploring the coral reef area. In the waters beneath this isolated island, they encountered 2 more predatory sharks, one level 25 and the other level 19, which Lina easily dealt with once again. The system notified Lin Feng that his level had increased again. Your level has increased to 7. After 3 battles, Lina was somewhat tired, but her gains were exceptionally rich. The 3 sharks brought Lin Feng a total of 690 pieces of raw meat, 710 fangs, 3 complete hides, and 3 crystal cores. The amount produced by each shark varied slightly, but the main materials were almost identical. Lin Feng was no longer the novice who had just arrived on the island. He opened his backpack and looked around, thinking, this leather should be able to make some decent armor. Leather armor made from level 25 sea beast materials will definitely have high defensive capabilities. He was just about to call out to Lina, who was still wandering around the coral area, when he heard her exclaim in surprise, "Brother Lin Feng, come and see." Lin Feng quickly swam over and saw a cluster of round, glistening eggs hidden among the coral reefs. There were about 80 eggs in two colors, pale white and orange-yellow, and about the size of eggs. The system immediately displayed the following information. Sea shrimp egg level 0, growth cap 30, hatching capable, shield crab egg level 0, growth cap 30, hatching capable. Lin Feng was stunned. These were eggs of intelligent life. Not ordinary fish eggs, but beings that could potentially hatch into soldiers. Lena chuckled and explained that she could sense all special items within her range, which was why she had discovered these rare eggs. So, it's the passive effect of ocean affinity, Lin Feng nodded. He collected all the shrimp and crab eggs, intending to take them back to the island for further research. If they could hatch into new troop types, it would bypass the island's core restrictions, essentially granting him a private fighting force ahead of time. Let's go back to the island and try grilling shark meat. Lena's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing the word grilled meat. She swam over happily, tightly grasping Lin Feng's hand, their fingers intertwined. Something feels strange. A faint blush rose on Lena's cheeks. The warm touch from his palm made her heart race. But at the same time, the image of roasted shark flashed through her mind, and a smile involuntarily curved her lips. The next second, like a little fish, she leaped towards the surface with Lin Feng, heading straight back towards the island. Chapter 10. This is too much torture. After returning to the island, Lin Feng gently released Lena's hand. He himself didn't feel much, but seeing her cheeks burning and her eyes darting away, he felt a little uneasy. Cough. Although Lena looked like a little mermaid, her appearance and age were far too dangerous. She couldn't be touched. He immediately changed the subject. I'll go start a fire. Lena also lowered her head and ran towards the woodpile, her jogging as if she were running away from something. Returning from their underwater exploration, it was nearly evening. The setting sun bathed the entire island in an orange-yellow hue, making it appear tranquil and warm. Lin Feng stood still and glanced at her, a smile unconsciously playing on his lips. I didn't expect this little one to be shy. The island was no longer navigable. The number of daily stops was limited. He decided to stay put and wait until tomorrow. Don't be fooled by the seemingly calm sea. Dangerous areas can shift constantly with the activity of marine life. Acting rashly could lead to serious trouble if he made a mistake. Now that he had more resources, Lin Feng started thinking about how to use them efficiently. The shark meat was definitely going to be sold. And as for the skin, if it couldn't be used to make equipment, he could have a tailor make some defensive clothing. And the teeth, a total of 740 from the black wolf and shark combined, were practically a mountain. Lin Feng stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up. Making a bow, even if it's less powerful, is better than having no ranged weapon at all. No one to forge it. Then he'll make one himself. He immediately sent a message in the chat channel. Predatory shark meat for high-quality wood, buying inland sea blueprints and magic skill books. Among them, the inland sea blueprint was a rare resource he had seen in the channel, which could be used to create an artificial sea area on the island. This would facilitate the raising of fish and the hatching of troops. The eggs of those shrimp soldiers and crab generals would need it to grow. The channel quickly erupted in discussion again. Some exclaimed, "Wasn't this guy selling wolf meat paste this morning? Now he's even killing sharks?" Others shouted, "Does this guy need a leg accessory? I'm willing to go for it." Some even guessed he might have switched to a mage class. After all, how could a regular unit chase after a shark? The discussion intensified, with some even posting pictures of a magical python to attract attention and gain some recognition. However, Lin Feng wasn't distracted. He watched the spectacle while analyzing the intelligence. The island lord capable of slaying the giant python must have started with incredibly powerful troops, possibly even on par with the legendary dragons. With billions of people on Earth, there were bound to be some ridiculously strong individuals among them. He silently encouraged himself. Don't look at others, just keep farming. Then he picked out a few useful messages from the private chat. One player messaged him, "I just harvested level 20 red paulownia wood from the resource island. Only 5 pieces. Each piece can be exchanged for 2 pieces of shark meat." Another person said, "I have the inland sea blueprint. I don't need gold coins or food. I'll exchange it for one of your complete shark skins." The third offer was for a magic book, 1 copy of the ignition spell. "I'd like to trade it for some meat." "What's your offer?" Lin Feng thought for a moment and decisively traded 10 pieces of meat for the red tongue wood. Level 20 wood, no matter what. would make a bow much sturdier than ordinary wood. Although the ignition spell had no attack power and its function was limited, it was convenient for starting a fire, so he accepted it for 15 pieces of meat. Anyway, the skills can be covered, and you can just replace them later. As for the guy who collected the shark skin, his name is Tang Long. He looks quiet and reserved, wears black-rimmed glasses, and is only in his early 20s. But Lin Feng felt that there was something fishy about him. Emphasizing the complete shark skin, wasn't he trying to judge how easily he fought by the condition of the material? The intact skin meant that he dealt with the shark with almost no injury. Lin Feng snorted coldly, already having a plan in mind. He replied, "I don't have any whole skins, and the damaged ones have already been used up." Sure enough, after a moment of silence, the other party replied, 30 portions of meat in exchange for the blueprint. Lin Feng immediately bargained, 20. The other party wanted to argue back, but he didn't say another word until Tang Long silently agreed. The deal was done. "Brother Lin Feng, the grill is ready." Lena ran back excitedly, her little face full of anticipation. Her eyes lit up at the mention of grilled shark. Lin Feng nodded. "Let's go, let's grill." He put all the shark meat on the shelves, priced at 90 copper coins as before. Although private transactions save on transaction fees, they're cumbersome, and with so many goods, they simply can't sell them all. Sizzle. The fish sizzled and rolled on the flames, fat dripping down, making an enticing sound. Lin Feng grilled fish for Lena while taking out his newly acquired skill book. The book had a pale red cover and was called Ignition Technique. It wasn't very powerful, but it was practical. He read the magic sequence in the book and immediately understood how to cast it. "It's like a lighter." Lin Feng shook his head speechlessly as he tried to light a fire with his new skill. This skill was really only as good as a match, but it was convenient for starting a fire, and he didn't mind. On the other side, Tang Long sat in the center of his island, staring at the piece of shark meat in his hand, a certain light gleaming in his eyes. The firelight reflected a blood-red hue on his black-rimmed glasses. The island, about 50 meters square, was occupied by 7 giant wolves, their fur bristling and bodies entirely blood-red, vying for the shark meat. Not far from them lay an empty, starting island, its surroundings stained with blood and shattered organs, clearly indicating that a brutal battle had just taken place. Tang Long's gaze was calm, yet brimming with confidence. The lack of a complete hide indicates only average strength. Even the giant dragon was only suppressed to level 20. My bloodthirsty sea wolf is definitely stronger. In the 7-day trial, with the beast tide approaching, I, Tang Long, will surely be the ultimate winner. As he spoke, he tossed out another piece of meat, and the 7 giant wolves immediately pounced on it, tearing and howling in terror. Chapter 11. Handcrafted bow and arrow. Dangerous sea area appears. Lin Feng checks the transaction records. Shark meat is still selling well. Sold 1 piece of shark meat. Income 90 copper. Deduct 9 copper for handling fee. Sold 8 pieces of shark meat. Income 7 silver and 20 copper. Deduct 72 copper. In no time, all 622 pieces of shark meat on the market were sold out, leaving only 30 pieces for personal use. The exchange settlement was also complete. Received 5 gold, 3 silver, and 82 copper. Deducted transaction fees of 55 silver and 98 copper. His total funds now amounted to a little over 5 gold and 4 silver. He was finally a bit more financially secure. As the chat channel became increasingly lively, Lin Feng gained a more intuitive understanding of the overall power structure of this world. Based on current intelligence, the vast majority of island lords' initial troop levels will not exceed 20. Even rare races, like chimeras, dragons, and elemental giants, are only in their juvenile form, possessing at most 2 or 3 skills. However, these troops can continuously grow through combat, with the energy gained from defeating monsters acting like experience points. But Lena was completely different. She started at level 40, a whole lot higher than the other island lords. Lin Feng guessed that this difference in starting point might be preparation for the 7-day assessment that followed. He estimated that most island lords could survive these 7 days if they were even slightly diligent. But the beast tide 30 days later would be the real test. 2 arrow towers are enough. As long as they can hold off low-level monsters for Lena, the rest can be left to her. High-level arrow towers are too expensive to build. It's better to prioritize the core. Lin Feng pondered, turning his gaze to the island's core. The water resources were only enough for tonight. If they couldn't find fresh water tomorrow, they'd have to buy it from the market. After dinner, he specifically checked the construction progress of the Arrow Tower. The upgraded tower was noticeably sturdier, and the magic circle on top was much brighter. Lin Feng then spent 1 gold and 5 silver to build a second level 10 Arrow Tower, while also upgrading the old tower to level 10. It was expected to be completed the following morning. Next, he turned to the island's core blue crystal. Besides making the shield thicker, what other benefits does the core upgrade have? He wondered as he clicked the upgrade button. 3 gold coins were spent, and the level reached level 8, with the shield value jumping from 300 to 800. At this level of defense, even a top-tier green weapon would need to strike it more than a dozen times to break through. He could already withstand a wave of attacks from level 20 enemies. Every 10 levels should be a turning point. Reaching level 10 will probably unlock even more things. Lin Feng had 90 silver left in his pocket, and he didn't care at all. He knew that upgrading the core wasn't just about defense. It was also about whether he could summon a second powerful unit. For his island farming development strategy, the stronger the core, the more stable he would be. At this moment, the system popped up a prompt. Use Inland Sea Map. Once used, it cannot be undone and will permanently change the terrain. Confirm. Lin Feng clicked the button without hesitation. The next second, the ground next to the shoddy hut began to sink. Seawater continuously gushed from underground, soon forming a 5 by 5 by 5 meter inland sea pool. The system explained that the inland sea would continuously circulate and refresh its water quality to prevent water pollution. Lin Feng gazed at the clear seawater and murmured, "As long as the rules allow, I'll use this place to hatch shrimp soldiers and crab generals. If not, then I'll just have to cook them." Just then, Lena ran over, her eyes lighting up. "Wow, there's a new sea on the island." "Yes, you can play in the water there now, too." Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Lena, you've been fighting a lot of monsters lately. Why hasn't your level increased yet?" Lena scratched her head, thought for a moment, and then replied, "I sense some energy flowing to you. I only get any rewards when I encounter particularly high-level monsters. Once the energy accumulates to a certain level, I'll be able to break through to the Archmage level." She explained earnestly, her eyes full of trust. She added, "Brother Lin Feng is amazing." Lin Feng was a little embarrassed by the praise. He listened while whittling red paulownia wood, preparing to make a short bow. Sure enough, the level difference was too great. All the monsters Lena had killed so far had benefited him. Fortunately, his leveling speed was astonishingly fast. As Lena whittled the wood, she leaned against him, humming softly. Her silvery voice was especially melodious in the night breeze. Lin Feng was quite skilled. Using only 2 pieces of paulownia wood, he crafted a sturdy short bow. With wolf sinew for the bowstring, the bow was immediately recognized as equipment by the system. Handmade red paulownia wood bow type, weapon grade. Green excellent, he drew the bow to test it, and the wooden bow instantly curved to a full moon. The moment he released it, a dull hum resounded. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile, and he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. If he used monster teeth as arrowheads, he could even kill enemies of levels 16 to 18 with a single arrow. Its power was no less than that of a level 10 arrow tower. "All right, it's getting late, time to sleep." He stroked Lena's blonde hair and said with a smile, "You did a great job today. I'll treat you to a big meal tomorrow." "Really, yay?" Lena jumped up happily, her little face full of anticipation. As the cabin door closed, night slowly fell. The sea breeze was gentle, the moonlight bathed the entire island, and fish occasionally leaped out of the water, like a scene from fairy tale. But behind this beauty, the dangers of the deep ocean never cease. Dawn breaks. Lin Feng, having just finished meditating, opens his eyes, feeling even more refreshed than when he was asleep. This is a major advantage of magicians. Meditation, instead of sleep, can enhance control over magical power. He puts on his coat and steps out of the wooden hut, preparing to manipulate the island to continue its journey. He suddenly paused, his expression instantly turning serious. He placed his hand on the core, and a new red area appeared on the interface. Not far directly in front of the island lay a dangerous sea area. Chapter 12, Killing Elites, Generous Rewards. Early in the morning, Lin Feng had just finished meditating when a warning pop-up appeared in his field of vision. Danger zone. Level 20 to 30, extremely high probability of being attacked by sea creatures. The red area on the sea surface was as glaring as blood. The previously neutral waters had suddenly transformed into a danger zone for some unknown reason. Clearly, something had happened. Lin Feng frowned, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. Could it be that taking down those 3 small sharks last night caused this trouble? Although uncertain, he was already somewhat certain of this hypothesis. However, he hadn't seen anyone else mention a similar phenomenon in the chat channel yet. However, Lin Feng didn't panic. After all, with Lina, a peak archmage, around, the monster wouldn't pose much of a threat unless its level broke through 31. At this moment, Lina seemed to sense something and suddenly spoke up. "Brother, it seems that the elder of those bad guys from yesterday has appeared. It hurt many of our friends in the sea. Can we go and teach it a lesson?" These words confirmed Lin Feng's conjecture. It seems that the characteristics of a sea area do indeed change, depending on the creatures that inhabit it. The small shark last night didn't attack, but this guy who came today was different. Lin Feng nodded, preparing to investigate the situation first. So he maneuvered the island, slowly approaching the edge of the red zone. Sure enough, the moment the island touched the danger zone's boundary, the calm sea instantly became turbulent. A massive black shadow emerged from the depths, its sharp black fins slicing through the waves, hurtling straight towards Lin Feng's location. "Lina, watch out," Lin Feng quickly warned. "I know, brother." Lina had already raised the water spikes in her hand. This time, the water spikes she released were even more powerful than those in the sea, the powerful spinning sound almost piercing the air. Lin Feng was completely convinced that if this thing were thrown at a tank, it could pierce right through it. A splash resounded. A giant predatory shark, a full 15 meters long, leaped out of the water. Predatory demon shark, elite, level, 30 tier. Peak. This was the first time Lin Feng had encountered a monster with the suffix elite. Although the specific meaning was unclear, the ferocity of its gaping maw was enough to show that it was no ordinary creature. Seeing the monster pounce on Lin Feng, Lina was enraged. Don't even think about hurting my brother." Burning with fury, she hurled her water spikes with such speed that the air itself seemed to explode. The predatory shark, clearly unprepared for a peak-level mage on the island, immediately released a blue shield in fear. Unfortunately, it was only a 3rd-tier spell. Lina's water spikes were no ordinary move. They shattered the shield and struck the shark's head. With a muffled plop, a spray of blood and brain fluid splattered everywhere, and the ferocious elite predatory shark instantly lost consciousness, crashing heavily onto the island and creating a splash of seawater. System notifications followed immediately. "You have slain a predatory shark, elite, gaining a large amount of energy. Your hero Lina has gained a small amount of energy. Your level has increased, current level, 10. Lina's level has increased, current level, 41. Lina finally broke through the level 40 bottleneck, and her aura was noticeably stronger. "Brother, I feel so much stronger, and my magic is much more abundant." Lina happily circled around Lin Feng, as if showing off her achievements. Lin Feng chuckled and ruffled her hair, then opened her panel to check. Lina race, Mermaid level, 41 class, Archmage peak, mana, 13-12 skills, underwater breathing, ocean affinity, water spikes, rolling waves notes. Permanent contract with Lin Feng, never to betray. No level cap. Having just leveled up, her magic power surged by over 300, and she could even unleash rolling waves continuously. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she's about to reach the Archmage level, and learning 5th-tier magic is just around the corner. Lin Feng naturally encouraged her with full confidence. "Go for it. Lina, you can definitely do it." He then confirmed the shark's dismantling process. The colossal creature, over 10 meters long, was quickly broken down into materials by the white light. Complete demon shark skin X1, demon shark fangs X281, demon shark meat X320, demon shark crystal core X1. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He had initially thought that elite monsters would drop special items, but it turned out they just dropped more common materials. After a moment's thought, he guessed that the biggest difference between these elite monsters might lie in the number and strength of their skills. The more skills and the stronger the affixes, the higher the combat power would naturally be. Thinking of this, he suddenly heard Lina exclaim, "Brother, look, a treasure chest has appeared in the sea." Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice. The previously red danger zone had disappeared. On the sea surface, a treasure chest emitting a pale green light floated quietly, as if it had just emerged from the deep sea. He immediately checked the treasure chest information. Green treasure chest level, 11 to 20 effect. After opening, you can obtain 3 green quality items and a small amount of gold coins. Note, a small probability reward after clearing dangerous sea areas. The higher the level of the creature, the higher the drop rate. Chapter 13, The Surprising Reward from the Treasure Chest. Warrior Job Change Book. Upon seeing the green treasure chest floating on the sea, Lin Feng immediately forgot his previous annoyance. He then realized that the extra rewards from elite monsters appeared in the form of treasure chests. The treasure chest wasn't far away, but the island was still moving forward, and he didn't know if he would miss it if it got too far away. Without further hesitation, he jumped into the water and swam across. "Lina, come with me," he called out. "Okay," Lina replied excitedly. The two quickly swam to the treasure chest, and Lin Feng swiftly opened it, stuffing all the items inside into his backpack. With Lina's help, the journey back to the island was much easier. Although this is only a green quality box, Lin Feng remembered that he had also gotten a lot of good stuff from green boxes last time. Compared to the low returns of mining and logging, this loot box is extremely cost-effective. Almost all the valuable items were obtained by the island lords from treasure chests. Lin Feng opened his backpack to check his haul. Inside were 2 books, a blueprint, and 2 gold coins. He took them out and examined the information one by one. The first book is the Swordsman Job Change Book. After using it, you can change your job to Swordsman and unlock the Battle Aura system. The second book is called Arrow Making, which allows him to directly make arrows using wood, feathers, metal, etc., without needing a blacksmith shop. Finally, there's the blueprint for a filter that can turn seawater into drinkable fresh water. The materials needed include wood, fine sand, charcoal, coarse sand, and glass. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. All 3 items were very practical. The Swordsman Job Change Book means he can embark on the warrior path, combining magic to become a dual wielder of magic and martial arts. The arrow-making technique perfectly complemented the thousands of magical beast fangs in his hands, eliminating the need to manually craft arrows anymore. The filter solved his most pressing problem, the water source. Lina is a marine creature, so seawater has no effect on her, but Lin Feng must replenish his freshwater supply regularly. It seems that the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts in the novel makes perfect sense here. With that in mind, he chose to use the job change certificate without hesitation. The pages of the book quickly burned, turning into energy that enveloped Lin Feng's entire body. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge about battle chi flooded into his mind. Battle aura and magic are essentially the same. They're just different ways of manipulating the energy within the body. Magic is guided by mental energy, and spells are cast by accumulating energy in the Dantian energy center. Battle aura, on the other hand, involves injecting energy into the body to enhance the destructive power of muscles and movements. As the level increases, battle aura can even materialize into attacks. He opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. If a warrior can get close to a mage, he can basically kill him with one hit. However, once distance is created, the mage's ever-changing spells can easily suppress them. He opened a panel. Lin Feng. Race, human. Level, 10. Occupation, intermédiate magique apprentice, novice swordsman. Magic points, 100. Battle chi value, 100. Skills, ignition, energy missile. Backpack, 1021 monster fangs, 340 demon shark meat, 2 level 18 crystal cores, 1 level 28 crystal core, fine machete, red paulownia, wood bow. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The advantage of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts lies in its ability to be both close and long range, possessing both control and burst damage. Of course, this also means that the time and effort required for cultivation will double. Then let's meditate and practice magic at night, and train our fighting spirit during the day. Let's just give it our all. Without hesitation, he picked up the machete and adapted to the flow of fighting spirit within his body. After practicing for a while, he opened the exchange and began searching for the materials needed for the filter. After spending 5 silver coins, I finally collected most of the items, except for the glass. Isn't glass a processed product? Lin Feng frowned. He realized that arrow-making techniques, which allowed him to bypass blacksmith shops and manufacture arrows, were quite unique. However, Without corresponding buildings, such as blacksmith shops and glass furnaces, many advanced items simply cannot be made. With that in mind, he simply posted his first message of the day in the chat channel, buying 5 portions of glass and seasoning ingredients. Also, long-term high-price purchase of magic skill books, warrior skill books, and crystal cores. Crystal cores can accelerate energy absorption, which is a shortcut for him to quickly improve his professional level. Lin Feng knew that Lina alone was far from enough to truly control the entire island world. The key to suppressing the enemy lies in the island lord's own combat strength improvement. The channel quickly erupted in chaos. Wow, the big boss has started collecting seasonings and crystal cores. Dual cultivation of magic and martial arts? Is this still the game we play? Island owners with glass, hurry up. I'm also short of glass. I can't make any household items. I've eaten so many apples in the last 3 days that I'm almost sick of them, and I can afford all the seasonings. Wah! Even the big shots are starting to improve their meals, while we're still eating grassroots. Keep leveling up. I saw 2 more of my friends' avatars turn gray today. It's so sad. Lin Feng ignored the island lords venting their emotions. After all, shouting was useless. If you want to survive, taking action is the only way. After filtering out irrelevant information, he finally found a suitable contact person, Chun Rue. It was the young island owner who had previously traded food with him. Do you have any glass? Lin Feng asked in a message. Chun Rue responded quickly. Yes, I'll send you 5. Lin Feng was taken aback, then asked warily, why are you giving it to me? This isn't difficult to make. The materials are right on the beach. It's just that smelting takes time, Chun Rue explained. If it weren't for the 2 meals you gave me that day, I probably wouldn't have made it to the resource island, let alone open the gray treasure chest. As he spoke, Chun Rue initiated a transaction request, and 5 pieces of glass appeared in the transaction window. Furthermore, they proactively locked the transaction. Terrific! Lin Feng nodded in approval. Whether the other party was expressing gratitude or trying to gain favor, this gesture at least made him feel good. He didn't want to take the benefits for nothing, so he offered a level 18 shark skin as a return gift. I processed it with a machete and put it in the trade window. Transaction successful. Lost 1 broken shark skin, gained 5 glass. Chapter 14. My brother is so mean. Upgrading to level 10 core. The tattered shark skin that Lin Feng casually gave away actually left the other island lord, Chun Rue, completely dumbfounded. This is a rare level 18 leather material. Using it to make ordinary clothes can double the defense. Chun Rue's original intention was simply to send a few pieces of glass as a token of gratitude, but he never expected such a generous response. Right now, nobody in the market dares to put this leather up for sale. Once glass becomes commonplace, leather will become a scarce resource. He immediately messaged Lin Feng privately, saying that he really dared not accept the leather, but was willing to help make clothes for free. To his surprise, Lin Feng sent him a new outsourcing interface the next moment, which completely stunned him. The interface prominently displays 3 predator shark leathers, 2 at level 20 and 1 at a full level 30. Upon seeing this, Chun Rue couldn't help but gasp. He was wiped out by a level 15 sea monster. So what does level 30 even mean? It's unimaginable. Looking at the tattered shark skin in his hand, Chun Rue suddenly understood. He suddenly realized, this is a test from the big boss. If I had really been greedy for this skin just now, I probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to do the subsequent subcontracting. Lin Feng then sent a new message, asking him to make a woman's orange red top with level 30 leather, and to make a short-sleeve shirt and shorts with the remaining 2 pieces. Upon hearing this, Chun Rue immediately got excited, closed the chat interface, and frantically searched for dyeing materials on the exchange. This is for the boss's female subordinate, so we have to be extremely careful. Not long after, Lin Feng displayed the finished shirt in front of Lina. This is an orange-red short-sleeve shirt made of elite shark skin, cool and close-fitting. The delicate texture of shark skin makes the clothing both practical and beautiful, and it remains a fashionable style even in modern times. Lina screamed with delight upon seeing it and spun around excitedly. The clothes were not only beautiful, but they also matched the colors of her scales perfectly, which delighted her. Lin Feng also revealed a satisfied smile. Previously, Lina only had scales covering her vital parts. If another island lord saw this, he might get jealous. Now this outfit not only enhances defense, but also adds a touch of dignity and protection. All right, let's eat. I've prepared some new dishes today. Lin Feng used his ignition technique, and the dry wood instantly ignited. He took out the prepared chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, cumin, and other seasonings, and carefully placed them aside. These spices cost him a full 10 silver coins, and most of them were special non-toxic plants that he bought from the exchange. With these, you can enjoy the flavor of barbecue from now on, instead of having to chew on tree bark every day. Lena curiously picked up a chili pepper, glanced at Lin Feng, and seeing him smiling without saying a word, she confidently took a bite. The next second, her face turned bright red, and a burning sensation rushed her head. "Yeah, it's so spicy," she screamed, plunging her head into the seawater and frantically rinsing her mouth. Lin Feng laughed until his stomach hurt, while Lena poked her head out angrily and accused him of being a bad brother. But the aroma of grilled fish wafted over the next second. Lena instantly forgot her dissatisfaction, her eyes lighting up as she pounced on him. "Brother Lin Feng, I want to eat. So, am I still bad or not?" "Not bad at all. My brother is the best." The island drifted slowly, and the sound of two people laughing could be heard from the shore. As the sun rises and sets, the fifth day has quietly arrived. Lin Feng was shirtless at the moment, drawing his bow and shooting an arrow. Arrows made from shark fangs hit the bullseye with a single shot, easily piercing through 3 layers of wooden planks. Such power is comparable to that of some small caliber pistols. He infused his battle aura into the arrows and discovered that even bows and arrows could have their power enhanced by the battle aura of a warrior. As expected, the battle aura system for physical professions is universal. He stood tall and straight, sweat glistening on his muscular frame. On this sun-drenched island, even a saintly maiden passing by would likely fall secretly in love with it. However, I haven't encountered any resource islands in the last 2 days, and I haven't even encountered any high-level sea areas. The pace of material stockpiling has begun to slow. Nevertheless, his strength has increased significantly. Both his magic and warrior levels have reached their current peak. Even without skills, he can take on level 10 monsters single-handedly, using only his energy. I should have saved some shark meat last time. Now we're almost out of food. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, put away his bow and arrows, and headed towards the core area of the island. A notification appeared above the core. Upgrading, 60 seconds remaining. This upgrade cost 19 gold coins, and combined with what he previously obtained from chests and the exchange, his total assets now amount to 5 gold and 16 silver. Once the island's core reaches level 10, a qualitative change should occur. As time reached 0, the island suddenly began to tremble, and the blue crystal emitted a shimmering light. Lena, who was playing in the sand, was startled and looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the island began to expand outwards. The 50 by 50 meter square island began to steadily increase in size. 55 meters, 60 meters, 70 meters. The tremors only stopped when the island's area had doubled. At the same time, a loud system notification sounded in the minds of all Blue Star Island lords. Congratulations to island owner Lin Feng for being the first to upgrade his island core to level 10. His reputation in the island world has increased. Chapter 15, The Secret of the Final Round, Discovering the Pirate Ship. The sound that echoed throughout the island system looped a full 5 times. All the island lords stopped what they were doing at the same time, their faces filled with shock. The chat channel, which was constantly flooded with messages, seemed to have jammed, creating a brief lull. A good while passed. The chat messages exploded more than ever before. How did he collect so many gold coins to upgrade his core in just 5 days? That's a whopping 55 gold coins. I've been working myself to the bone for days and only managed to collect 3 gold coins. And my unit's initial level is still 15. I don't even have enough to recruit the next unit. Wow, this guy's amazing. Not only does he have the strength to kill high-level magical beasts, but he also has extra funds to upgrade his core level. Incredible. Brother Feng is so handsome. Can I be your girlfriend? I can send you any kind of photo you want. Instead of raising money to recruit advanced troops, he wastes gold coins on upgrading the core. His future development will definitely be hindered. He probably thinks that he will get a special reward for upgrading the core to level 10 first. Ha ha, increasing reputation is hilarious. Nearly 6 gold coins, just from selling 680 servings of food. I estimate that he used all his earnings to upgrade his core, plus buying seasonings, blueprints, and other miscellaneous things, so even if he opened the treasure chest, he wouldn't have more than 1 gold coin left. His initial troop level is definitely not low, possibly even level 20, the maximum level. Recruiting 1 costs 40 gold coins, and there are no rewards for early promotion. Other island lords will quickly catch up. TCH, even if Lin Feng doesn't get any rewards, his core defense has improved, so he won't need to leave anyone to guard the island when exploring resources. Even if he falls behind in the later stages, it will be very limited. I haven't seen him post anything these past 2 days. He probably just had bad luck and didn't encounter any resource islands. Luck is also a kind of strength, you know. The 7-day assessment is almost here, and after throwing in several gold coins, nothing has come of it. I guess the best reward is still out of reach. In the chat channel, some people were amazed and praised it, while others criticized and predicted its failure, and some rational people analyzed the situation. Regardless, Lin Feng's rocket-like upgrade speed was still quite astonishing. A certain marginal sea area. A middle-aged man with a strong, bear-like physique, dressed in high-quality leather clothing, lowered his hand from the core. Lin Feng, thank you. It saved me from taking a detour. The middle-aged man saw his level 24 baby dragon flying back from the resource island with its prey in its mouth, and a broad smile appeared on his lips. After leveling up 4 times, the young dragon, which used to be the size of a puppy, has grown considerably. Although they have more food to eat, the enhanced abilities allow them to hunt higher-level magical beasts and sea monsters, and the wolf packs that we once dared not approach. Overall returns are steadily increasing. He will definitely receive the best reward after the 7-day assessment. It's all for naught. Liu placed one hand on the core, keeping a close eye on the situation in the sea ahead. With her other hand, she held a fruit that looked like an apple and elegantly opened her mouth to take a bite. Others might be okay after what happened to them, but Lin Feng is the only one who is not. This made her feel like it was Chinese New Year, and she was in a great mood. We can finish harvesting the fruit today, and we can sell it for about 16 gold coins. We can recruit another batch of swordsmen. Being carried along by the resource island at a constant speed without being able to change direction, she hasn't dared to rest her eyes for days. They were terrified of having a barbecue in highly dangerous waters. Seeing the 3 swordsmen carrying the fruit back one after another, a chill suddenly appeared on Li Yu's smiling face. Although the initial troop level is not high, I don't believe that we can't overwhelm you with our numerical advantage. A level 10 core certainly has more than one use. A refined-looking man wearing black-rimmed glasses squatted on the ground. With his thin right hand gripping a bloody bone, he slowly and methodically used a knife to remove chunks of flesh. I doubt he'll reveal the effects or whether we should upgrade. There are only 2 days left. He threw the piece of meat he was holding away. The 10 wolves, who had been eyeing the meat for a long time, bared their teeth and pounced on it all at once. The taste is different from what I imagined. Tang Long cut off a piece of meat, roasted it, put it in his mouth to taste it, and then spat it out with considerable disgust. It was as if the lives of the dozen or so indigenous people around me, dressed in primitive clothing and with severed limbs, were less disgusting than a piece of roasted meat. Does the promotion have no effect? Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he scanned the chat channel. The upgraded core information is displayed in great detail. If everyone else thinks the same way, that would be perfect for him. Island core, level 10. Durability, 10,000. Subordinate, Mermaid Lena. Island buildings, 2 level 10 arrow towers. Island control, pause driving 2 times daily. Direction adjustment 6 times daily. Island skill. Any native creatures captured by the flag will enjoy the same effects as troops. Also increases island travel speed for 12 hours, with a 24-hour cooldown. Upgrade cost, 10 gold coins. Belongs to Lin Feng. Temporary effect. After the 7-day assessment begins, you can challenge the final round. Victory will grant you the best assessment reward. Note, the best reward is limited to 10 people, and the first person to complete the assessment will receive a special and unique reward. After advancing to level 10, the number of times you can pause and adjust your session each day doubles. Not only has it improved security, with increased island mobility, there are more directions to explore and more resource islands to pursue. Previously, if you ran out of direction adjustment attempts, you could only watch helplessly as a resource island appeared right in front of you. It's completely different after the upgrade. There's a lot more room for maneuver. The two newly added island skills are also very useful. Putting aside Lin Feng's essential need for core-level features, the island itself is worth the price. And Lin Feng glanced down to the bottom. The island system is really a ripoff. If it weren't for the heart of the ocean, he might have increased the size of his troops and built arrow towers to forcibly boost his early game strength. I'm afraid I'll never get the best reward in the 7-day assessment again. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals haven't hatched yet. Otherwise, we could use them to test the flag's effectiveness. After getting away from the core, Lin Feng was staring intently at the shrimp and crab eggs in the inner sea. Suddenly, Lina ran quickly from the sea, her delicate face filled with anger. Brother Lin Feng, there's a bad guy who hurt a lot of little fish. Bad guy? Lin Feng looked up and comforted him. Let's go beat it up. Where is it? Let's go down together. He thought it was a ferocious sea beast with extremely aggressive characteristics. Unexpectedly, Lena's next words made him frown. Not a bad guy from a sea. Lena shook her head and pointed ahead, saying, It's a ship. A huge ship. Look around. A pirate ship with blood-red sails is hurtling toward the island at breakneck speed. Chapter 16. Annihilate the pirates. Level soars. A pirate sailor, looking agitated, sprinkled white powder from a wooden bucket onto the sea. After the powder dissolved in seawater, many marine creatures visibly developed white bellies. After carefully examining the types of fish that had been poisoned, the sailors discovered that there were quite a few specific species and quickly relayed the information to the captain. Boss, there are quite a few silverfish, but the sea crocodiles aren't here. Where did that crocodile go? We've been searching for over 10 days and haven't found a trace of it. What bad luck. The one-eyed pirate captain braced his hands on the bow railing and said coldly, Humph, that sea crocodile is a level 40 boss. You really think we're here to hunt it down? We're just searching. Searching, you fucking understand. Huh, a level 40 boss. The sailor turned pale with fright. He thought it was just a simple search mission, but he never imagined that it would involve the risk of death. If they encounter the target sea crocodile, this whole ship of people won't be enough to save them. There's an island ahead. The first mate handed the binoculars to the one-eyed pirate and whispered in his ear, I just spotted a mermaid. A mermaid? The one-eyed pirate was startled upon hearing this. Then his face lit up with ecstatic joy. That is an extremely rare species in the ocean. If we could capture it and auction it off in the bay, the proceeds would be enough to buy a merchant ship. Full speed ahead. Once the target was identified through the telescope, the pirate captain immediately ordered the others to take action. Once the mermaid enters the ocean, she escapes. It'll be difficult to find it again. As expected, we encountered intelligent life. Lin Feng noticed that the pirate ship showed no intention of slowing down or changing direction. They immediately realized that the other party had targeted them. Lena, unleash the rolling wave skill and try to sink that ship in one go. Okay, I understand. Lena nodded, a rare hint of murderous intent flashing in her ruby-like eyes. The little mermaid is very angry, and the consequences will be severe if fishing is done normally. She generally doesn't experience emotional fluctuations, maintaining a natural balance in a dog-eat-dog world. But the pirates were poisoning the sea, and not only poisoned marine life, but also polluted the seawater. Unforgivable. Lin Feng twirled the fine machete in his right hand. The pirate ship was getting closer and closer into view. The pirates on the ship, eyeing Lena with lustful intent, were now clearly visible. Pirate scout ship. Level 20. Durability 20,000. Faction Bloodhand Pirates. A level 20 ship with 20,000 durability may not be destroyed in one hit by a rolling giant wave. Lin Feng's gaze was solemn. When the pirate ship was less than 800 meters away from them, he immediately said, Lena, now's the time. There were probably 100 or 200 people on the ship. If the raging waves cannot take down the pirate ship in one go, a close-quarters battle is very likely to follow. Lena nodded emphatically and extended her 10 fingers to mobilize the magic power within her body. The magical elements circulated rapidly, forming a specific structure that, together with the surrounding seawater, created a giant, rotating wave. A mage. Damn it. That mermaid is a great mage who has mastered a 4th-tier spell. The one-eyed pirate was shocked, clearly not expecting that the mermaid would also possess such strength. Quickly, prepare the lifeboats. Damn it, hurry up. Jump into the sea, land on the island, capture the mermaid, and kill the human man on the spot. The first mate, who was standing nearby, was also quite frightened and quickly instructed the sailors to prepare for an emergency. We're way too close to the target. At full speed, there's simply no time to turn around now. The crowd on the deck was like ants on a hot pan, constantly throwing small wooden boats into the sea. Rumble. Giant wave restrictions lifted. With Lina pressing down, it slammed violently towards the pirate ship, with tremendous force and incredible speed. Not long after, the giant wave slammed onto the deck like a hammer, and the fragile wooden pirate ship simply could not withstand such an impact. First, the side panels broke, and then the keel connecting the hull also quickly collapsed. The pirates who hadn't yet managed to escape on deck were swept away by the giant wave. The terrifying tearing force could even crush a black wolf. These pirates had no chance of escaping. The one-eyed pirate and his first mate escaped the disaster in a small wooden boat. They saw the ship being cut in half by a giant wave, its bow and stern losing balance and slowly sinking. The one-eyed pirate turned and glared angrily at the small island, ordering, "They must be captured. I must make up for my losses with that little wench. She's a mage. This 4th-tier spell has consumed a lot of her mana. She can't cast a second one. Capture her, and you'll get 50 gold coins. A handsome reward will surely attract reckless fools." Upon hearing that there were gold coins, the nearly 100 sailors who had fled into the sea were filled with greed. Boating and swimming, they swam frantically toward Lin Feng's island. Call out. Sharp arrows shot out from the sky. It easily pierced a sailor's forehead, causing him to sleep forever in the sea. Don't let a second massive wave hit. They're too spread out now. Lin Feng knocked the arrow onto the red Polonia wood bow, aimed, drew it to its full length, and then released it. Basically, 3 to 4 arrows are enough to kill a pirate sailor. That captain is the highest level, just defeat him. Leave the rest to me and the arrow towers, Lin Feng instructed in a deep voice. These pirates were of low rank on average. Ordinary sailors are only level 4 to 5, and even the most skilled captains are only level 25. Their level of strength is unknown, but it probably isn't very high. The only problem is that these guys are too well equipped. Once you get into melee combat, Lin Feng couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't encounter any danger. "Okay, brother, don't run around. I'll deal with that bad leader." Lina turned her gaze to the one-eyed pirate who was observing from behind in a small boat. He quickly conjured a sharp water spike in his hand and threw it out. Water spikes slashed through the sky. Before the one-eyed pirate's first mate could react, he heard the sound of bones cracking. I turned my head to look. The captain, who possessed the strength of a mid-stage swordsman, was instantly killed. Even his protective fighting spirit couldn't stop the water spikes in the slightest, and the hideous blood hole in his chest took his life. A 4th-tier archmage who has mastered 2 4th-tier spells. The first mate felt his soul tremble with fear. They used all their strength to escape in the exact opposite direction from the island, able to skillfully use 2 skills of the same level. This is no harmless mermaid. It's a terrifying being comparable to a boss-level sea monster. You have killed the Bloodhand pirate sailor and gained some energy. You have defeated the Bloodhand pirate captain and gained some energy. Your level has increased after absorbing energy. Current level 12. Lin Feng easily cut down a sailor who had come ashore with his fine machete, then turned his attention to the sea. Clearly, he overestimated these undisciplined pirate crews. The moment the one-eyed captain was killed, only the sailors near the island were present. Everyone else just wished they had more legs, because they could run away faster than anyone else. Lin Feng ignored the fleeing pirates. After his rapidly flowing blood calmed down, he covered his mouth, pale-faced, and supported himself against the arrow tower with one hand. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Lina rushed over upon seeing this, thinking he had been injured in the battle. Her voice trembled as she said, "I'm so sorry, brother. I didn't protect you well." "Brother," Lina was wrong. Seeing Lin Feng's distressed expression, the little mermaid's tears welled up. "Fine." Lin Feng suppressed his discomfort and patted her head, comforting her. "I'm not hurt. I'm just a little unaccustomed to it." During the battle, adrenaline surged, whether using a bow and arrow or beheading pirates at close range. I didn't feel much emotion. After the battle ended, Lin Feng, who had killed someone for the first time, felt nauseous. His right hand, which was gripping the machete, was trembling slightly. This is the normal human reaction. The stimulation lasted for several minutes. Lin Feng straightened up and took a deep breath. That's about it, he said gently to Lena, who was crying like a little kitten. Let's go. Let's hurry up and retrieve our spoils from the sea. Chapter 17, The Pirate Ship's Rich Loot. Liwa Dumfunda. Seabed. With Lena's help, Lin Feng quickly located the two broken sections of the sunken ship. That's a bit of a shame. I saw a lot of food and drinks floating in the sea. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and immediately entered the sunken ship to search for storage compartments. Ships typically carry at least 20 to 60 days worth of food supplies when they go to sea. Since it's a pirate ship, there will also be plenty of other supplies, such as equipment and drinks. The surging waves were too powerful, destroying most of the resources. Soon, after wandering through several dilapidated rooms, he found the chaotic warehouse. There's still plenty of food left. It can still be used after being soaked in water for a short time. Pick up 6,000 soaked dry rations. Pick up 200 rum. Pick up 100 pieces of basic equipment. Pick up 50 pieces of high-quality equipment. Pick up 1 Tier 3 Intermediate Naval Combat Sword Skill. Pick up 8 gold coins. Pick up 1 piece of damage equipment. Pick up the broken. The island backpack has a total of 20 slots, and grains don't take up much space. Each piece of equipment or other item takes up 1 space. We can only move them back slowly. Lin Feng repeatedly dived into the sea to transfer supplies back. In the process, he also stripped all the equipment off the pirate corpses. Even after breaking through level 12, my physical abilities have made a qualitative leap. It took them nearly 3 hours of back-and-forth work to collect all the useful resources from the pirate ship. Phew, I am exhausted. The scimitar was tossed into the mountain of spoils, making a crisp, jingling sound. Lin Feng wiped the stray hairs and water from his face, his eyes filled with joy. Brother Lin Feng, these bad guys have so much stuff. Can they sell it for a lot of money? Lena poked at the waterlogged rations with her finger, her red eyes filled with curiosity. She knew that Lin Feng had a special ability to make transactions in mysterious places. The seasonings I usually add to my meals are all bought there. Lena was genuinely happy that defeating the bad guys would also bring Lin Feng wealth. Yes, it can sell for a lot of money. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. This achievement far exceeded his expectations. Soaked dry food certainly can't compare to normal food in terms of taste, but for the island owner, as long as it doesn't upset their stomachs, they'll willingly pay for it. Simple equipment is all below level 10, while excellent equipment is on average level 16 or 17. Adding the 100 pieces of equipment we got from looting the corpses, that's a huge haul of at least several dozen gold coins. As he spoke, he took a damp blue book out of his backpack. This is a treasure that was found on that one-eyed pirate. Naval swordsmanship. Rank, intermediate level 3. Type, basic swordsmanship. Effect, learn 36 sword techniques applicable to combat. Note, sword masters and below cannot unleash their full power. That's exactly what's missing. Lin Feng did not hesitate and immediately learned the skill book. In an instant, his body seemed to have undergone 1,000 trials, developing muscle memory for 36 techniques, including sweeping, swinging, jumping, and cable jumps. Basic techniques, such as sword skills and knife techniques. It is one of the essential skills for warriors. With these basic attack moves, warriors can maintain maximum combat power at all times. This sword technique contains many ship-based combat skills that Lin Feng cannot use, but he can utilize some of them. His strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, the one-eyed pirate's personal weapon was not found. Lin Feng patted the fine machete in his hand. Once you've mastered swordsmanship, it's perfectly fine to use a knife instead of a sword. It's just that it can't achieve its maximum effect. Take a short break. He began to think about what to do with the equipment. Based on current market prices, any equipment is even scarcer than food, especially defensive equipment. Even if the island lords wore defensive gear, it was just ordinary clothing made by tailors. The defensive effectiveness is questionable. The 7-day assessment is about to begin, and the market demand for equipment is even greater. Hold an auction and let them bid among themselves. We'll deal with the food later. It should be fine to keep it in our backpacks for a while. Lin Feng pondered for a while. Once a large number of equipment items are available, the impact on the food trade will be enormous. Unless someone is extremely short of food, They will try their best to acquire some equipment for self-defense. Before the auction ends, all other transactions will be forcibly stopped. If you take waterlogged dry food out of your backpack and put it on the exchange, it will continue to ferment, and it will be very troublesome if the food spoils. Then, he organized his equipment levels and opened the chat channel to send a pre-launch message. 250 pieces of level 5 to 20 equipment will be auctioned in 3 minutes. Limited quantity, while supplies last. After clicking send, the chat channel erupted in chaos once again. Hurry up! They saw the swordsman carrying the last basket of fruit back to the island. Liu quickly steered the island to a halt, breaking away from the resource island's constant speed. After monitoring the sea for several consecutive days, she also felt somewhat overwhelmed. The storage time is just right. With the assessment approaching, preserving the stamina of our troops will be the top priority for all island lords. If the estimate is correct, food prices could reach a new high. Looking at the fruits piled up all over the island, Liu's face was filled with intense excitement. A full 4,000 units of fruit. Even though it's half the price of meat, this is enough to make up for all the gains from not exploring these past few days. Island Master, the first batch of fruit will spoil in half a day, so we need to deal with it quickly. A swordsman bowed and offered a reminder. He and the other 2 swordsmen behind him would occasionally steal glances at the mountain of red berries. After several busy days, I only ate 3 servings of fruit each day. For a top-tier swordsman, this amount of energy is far from enough to keep up with the consumption. The subtext was, Grandma's fruit is going to rot. Why don't we eat more of it? Yes, I know. Liu waved her hand, her mind filled with images of collecting profits after selling fruit, completely ignoring her subordinates' hints. We have to put them all on the shelves, otherwise a small portion of them will all go bad. Upon opening the exchange, Liu quickly listed all the fruits for 50 copper coins each. Then she stared intently at the exchange's email address, excitedly sitting cross-legged on the floor, motionless. 10 minutes have passed. Not a single fruit was sold. Liu disagreed, noting that some low-priced fruits had taken over the market. Once all the cheap fruit is sold out, it'll be her turn. 20 minutes have passed. The exchange remained silent. She finally realized something was wrong. 30 minutes passed. The empty mailbox told her it was true. How was that possible? Have food prices plummeted? A look of tension appeared in Liu's eyes. Once listed on an exchange, it cannot be withdrawn for 24 hours. If food prices are inflated, it means she will lose at least half of her earnings over the past few days. Then, she quickly searched for fruit prices on the exchange. Upon seeing, above Liu's fruit, there were also many other fruit supplies worth more than 40 copper coins. Even at the usual price of 45 copper, the trading frequency is extremely limited. That shouldn't be the case. What happened? Liu was anxious and quickly opened the chat channel to ask about the situation. Who knew? She was completely dumbfounded when she saw the content of the chat channel. Chapter 18. Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals Hatching. Surprise rewards from the auction. Damn, you guys are going too far. You're even raising the price of a damaged level 5 defensive item by 10 silver coins. If you can't pay, get lost. Brother Feng, keep putting it on the shelves. If I could buy a level 10 piece of equipment, that should be enough to handle the 7-day assessment. I've already prepared the money. Did the boss wipe out a pirate group? I see that all the equipment currently for sale is what pirates wear. A pirate who can wear level 20 excellent equipment must be at least level 20, right? These pirates are not like other magical beasts or sea monsters. They're all intelligent races and not easy to deal with. You need to be at least level 30 and meet the required class level to have a chance of defeating such a pirate team. A true master indeed. Right now, I can only search for supplies in low-level sea areas, hoping to buy a piece of shattered defense gear. Level 15 excellent equipment. No more fluff. I'm going to bid. Trading market. One by one, pieces of equipment appeared in an orderly fashion, ranging from level 5 gray common to level 20 green excellent. It has everything, truly an eye-opener for the island lords of Blue Star. The market demand for equipment was not much different from what Lin Feng had imagined. Gray equipment below level 10 can only be sold for 10 to 20 silver coins. Damaged equipment is still priced the same. After deducting exchange fees, the 200 items brought him an astonishing profit of 24 gold coins. What surprised Lin Feng the most was the last 50 pieces of green equipment, ranging from level 15 to 20. The average price per item reached 2 gold coins. After a 12-hour auction, he had a total of 125.26 gold coins in his hands, including the money he already had. The resources obtained from killing pirates are incredibly generous. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed intently as he walked towards the core of the island and opened the information interface. Do you want to spend 10 gold coins to upgrade the island core to level 11? Yes. Upgrade successful. Island core durability increased to 20,000. The blue core flashed slightly, instantly leveling up to level 11. The next upgrade indeed increases the price by 10 gold coins. After a quick mental calculation, Lin Feng reopened the trading market. To upgrade the core to level 20, you'll need at least 550 gold. Even if you sell all your food and drinks, you still won't have enough money. It's better to convert your assets into strength. After browsing the exchanges, I didn't find anything special worth buying. Lin Feng listed the soaked dry rations and 180 servings of rum from his backpack on the exchange. Another acquisition announcement has been released. Those who accept special blueprints, skill books, or crystal cores will be permanently blacklisted. After clicking send, every few seconds, numerous private messages popped up. Fortunately, he still held some prestige among the island owners, and a single word from him could block many useless and spam messages. After all, once blocked, the blocked person will be unable to receive any items or messages from the other party. If you want to sell anything to Lin Feng in the future, or if Lin Feng has new equipment to auction off, being permanently blacklisted means you have nowhere to cry. Hey boss, I have a catalytic converter blueprint here. Do you think it might be useful? Embryo catalysis scroll. Type, consumable item. Effect, accelerates the catalytic process of life embryos within a 3x3x3 area by 1 year, increasing the rate of species reproduction. Note, the higher the genetic level of a species, the weaker the catalytic effect. After reading the information, Lin Feng's brows relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. How much? The other party replied, 2 gold coins. This is already a very favorable price, sir. Everyone knows the value of the scroll. After receiving the message, Lin Feng considered it for a moment and replied again, 1 gold coin. The scroll may become quite valuable in the future, but it's not very useful at this stage. With this catalytic scroll, he can quickly hatch all the crab soldiers and crab generals. I don't expect them to be very strong. Normally, I could just do manual labor. But Lin Feng certainly wouldn't show too much demand, otherwise the other party might very well raise the price on the spot. Hey, I really don't want to sell this scroll, but I have no choice. I'll give it to you for 1 gold coin. You're a big shot. The other party sent the transaction request. After verifying that the scroll was correct, Lin Feng inserted a gold coin to confirm the transaction. The catalytic reel is very easy to use. Simply align the scroll with a marked point and open it. Upon arriving at the inland sea, Lena was squatting on the ground with a worried expression. Lin Feng asked in confusion, "What's wrong? When will these little shrimps hatch, brother Lin Feng?" Lena pointed to the eggs in the inland sea and said helplessly, "Many of them lacked vitality and died prematurely." Lin Feng smiled and placed the scroll in his hand towards the sky above the inner sea. "They will all hatch soon." He finished speaking. The pale white scroll is opened. As if it were on fire, the scroll transformed into specks of light that enveloped the shrimp and crab eggs in the inner sea. The latter, after being exposed to the light, acted as if it had taken medicine. There are nearly 40 more that are growing wildly. Upon closer inspection, it's not that the eggshell has gotten bigger, but rather that the growth of the organism inside has stretched the eggshell. During the catalytic process, the shrimp and crabs inside the eggs began to move. It has already started trying to hatch. But even at the final stage of catalysis, 20 eggs still couldn't survive and died after losing vital energy. Until a series of crisp sounds rang out. Lin Feng finally heard a crisp notification sound. You have successfully hatched 10 baby shrimp. You have successfully hatched 10 shield crab babies. Due to the flag effect, the above species are automatically included in the island units and will gain energy to accelerate their growth after defeating enemies. Click, click. One by one, arthropods the size of basketballs crawled out of the inland sea. As if they were born knowing that Lin Feng was the boss here, they obediently stayed by Lin Feng's side after leaving the inner sea. They never leave each other's side, protecting each other closely. Seeing this scene, one could easily worry that Lin Feng would slip and trample them to death. Born with a special skill, that's quite impressive. Lin Feng carefully examined the shrimp people and the shield crab people. Both are level 0, which really makes them look like the shrimp soldiers and crab generals in TV dramas. It stands upright with hands and feet. It is a humanoid creature. The Shrimp Man comes with a Tier 1 basic skill, Double Claw Strike, which can evolve into a higher quality skill as it levels up. The highest level is 2nd grade, Beginner. The Shield Crab's abilities are a bit outrageous. The passive skill, Hardened Shell, makes each shed shell incredibly hard, allowing it to be used as a sturdy shield. This is probably where the name Shield Crab comes from. They are all intelligent life forms, but their level is too low. The 7-day assessment starts tomorrow. Let's go upgrade them first. Lin Feng activated the island acceleration feature and used the island's core to check the surrounding sea level. The entire island seemed to have been given a booster, riding the waves with incredible speed and coolness. However, in some remote place, another female island owner is on the verge of a breakdown. Chapter 19 Island Hint. 7-day assessment begins. Damn Lin Feng. He deliberately timed the auction for equipment right when I was selling fruit. But there are no more low-priced food items in front of me, so why are my dishes selling? Liyu's eyes turned red with anger, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. More than 10 hours later, many fruits on the exchange had rotted and could no longer be listed. Although I could still manage to eat some if I take it back. But there's so much fruit, even 10 pigs couldn't finish it all. Damn it, where exactly did things go wrong? She racked her brains, pacing anxiously, but after trying for a long time without figuring it out, she could only ask for help in the chat channel. Liu, why are my fruits not selling even though they're priced the lowest? Is everyone eating meat now? Haha, I finally understand. Lin Feng listed 6,000 portions of dry rations for a crazy low price of 40 copper coins. So why are people still listing so much fruit before auctioning equipment? It turns out they've been blacklisted by Lin Feng. Wow, this girl is pretty good looking. The big boss just blocked her like that? That's awesome. Hilarious. 4,000 portions of fruit didn't sell, and now over 1,000 have been automatically removed from the shelves. They're probably all rotten. Why does this woman sell an apple for 50 copper coins? Are you selling tea across the entire planet Earth? Is some grandpa on an island world about to collapse and in need of financial assistance? After reading the chat channel information, Liu finally came to her senses. Her pretty face trembled with anger as she gritted her teeth and said, "It's Lin Feng again. You wait. One day I'll get my revenge on you." Just then, suddenly a private message popped up. "Tang Long, we can talk." A blue-winged sea serpent, its tongue flicking, swam ashore on the island, its target the azure crystal pillar on the island. But after sliding only a few steps, 2 magic arrow towers shot out 2 white arrows, tearing open a hideous gash in its spine and abdomen. Then a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, each over a meter tall, brandished their weapons and charged towards it. With a swift stroke, the knife fell. With a swift stroke, the knife fell. The blue-winged sea serpent was chopped into mincemeat by them. Even the data collection and analysis can be simplified. You have slain the azure-winged sea serpent, and your follower has gained some energy. I didn't waste the daytime, as I've already leveled up to level 7. Lin Feng opened the panel information of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, revealing a satisfied smile. After reaching level 12, killing creatures below level 10 no longer provides him with much energy. However, leveling up the shrimp soldiers and crab generals is still very fast. Brother, are they really not pigs? Lena stared wide-eyed, questioning the shrimp soldiers and crab generals who were devouring the blue-winged sea serpent. From the moment they hatch, the latter eat and eat. They ate all the sea monsters they killed. Some of the meats looked delicious, but she didn't even try a single bite. After leveling up, there will be a period of binge eating. Based on his own experience in leveling up, Lin Feng explained with a smile, once the level stabilizes, the appetite will decrease significantly. Let them eat first. Okay, I forgive them. Lena closed her eyes and forced herself to take a deep breath. The developing, already quite large chest and abdomen rose and fell. Lin Feng found it hard to imagine what kind of stunning beauty she would become when she got older. Master, the monster has been repelled. A relatively strong shrimp man had an ordinary knife tucked into his joint. He came to Lin Feng's side and reported the situation in broken language. Okay, that's all for today. You and Da Zhuang can arrange for people to take turns patrolling. Lin Feng nodded. Good master. Upon hearing this, The shrimp man immediately returned to his group. This shrimp man was promoted to be the squad leader. Lin Feng named him the gang, and he was responsible for leading the other 9 shrimp men. The other big guy is the captain of the shield crab squad. After leveling up, with the help of the island system, there are no language barriers between the two sides. It's just that the rate of development hasn't kept up with the rate at which the body adapts. As intelligent species, once their level stabilizes, they will be able to perform many complex tasks for Lin Feng. Time flies. The moon, formed from some unknown celestial body, once again cast its silvery light upon every corner of the island. After finishing his training, Lin Feng put the fine machete back into his backpack and stared blankly at the shimmering silver sea. I've been in this world for almost 7 days. The experiences of the past few days have been far more exciting than anything I've had on Earth in the last 10 years. If at the very beginning, there were still thoughts of leaving. Now, he longed to explore this fantastical and mysterious world. A world of swords and magic. A world where all races coexist. Isn't this much more comfortable than the era dominated by capital? Brother Lin Feng. The familiar sound of the shell colliding gradually came. Lina, holding 5 large skewers of spicy, cumin-flavored roasted meat, ran towards Lin Feng with a beaming smile. Look how delicious my cooking is. I feel great. Lin Feng smiled and said, it smells pretty good. I'll try it. He took the grilled meat and blew on it to cool it down. He cautiously bit off a small piece and chewed it slowly. This. It tastes weird. Too much salt was added, and the meat was overcooked. However, seeing Lina's expectant look, Lin Feng forced himself to finish all the grilled meat in his hand. It's delicious. It might taste even better if you put less salt in it. Lina's eyes crinkled into crescents as she received the praise. Great. Lina will work hard from now on. Lin Feng stroked Lina's long golden hair, took a deep breath, and said, rest now. Tomorrow might be a little difficult. Let's do our best. Okay, brother. Night falls. Almost all the island owners stayed up all night, constantly sending messages in the chat and private messaging channels. Confide your anxieties to other strangers or friends. Island owners like Lin Feng, who live a life of luxury, surrounded by beautiful women, and never have to worry about food or drink, are few and far between. Most people are lucky if they can have enough strength to protect themselves within a few days. No one knows how many island lords died before the 7A assessment. Even if I told them, no one would dare to listen. They were terrified that they would be the next one to die suddenly. The chat channel became agitated, and time slowly passed in this atmosphere. The next day, a golden dawn rose from the sea. Perhaps each island owner sees the dawn at a different time. But there was a voice from the soul, heard at the same time. The 7-day assessment begins. Assessment content. Resisting 3 rounds of attacks from ordinary sea monsters will be considered a successful completion of the assessment. No reward will be given. After 3 rounds, you can choose to start the 4th, 5th, or final round. You can withdraw from the self-selected rounds at any time without affecting your performance evaluation. The more rounds you complete, the richer the rewards. Assessment. Start. The crisp sound contained not a trace of emotion. Like a machine, almost simultaneously, billions of ocean areas in the island world began to undergo strange changes. Chapter 20, the final round, with a surge in levels. A slightly salty breeze brushed against my cheek. The dashing Lin Feng slung a red copper bow across his shoulder and held a finely crafted blade in his hand. After leveling up, he was tempered by battle chi. The gray sharkskin jacket was stretched taut, revealing well-defined muscle lines. Lina, dressed in an orange-red scale dress, was also ready early on. The two, along with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, surrounded the core of the island. With 2 level 10 magic arrow towers, this assessment did not bring Lin Feng any pressure whatsoever. Brother Lin Feng, something suddenly popped up. Lina frowned slightly, looking puzzled, and said, but it seems very weak. Weak? Being weak is the right thing to do. Soon, bubbles began to rise from the turbulent sea surface. 5 tidal frogmen, babbling incoherently, charged toward the islanders. Level 5 creature. Lin Feng smiled slightly. He had guessed before that the assessment would not be difficult. It will at least get approved by 70 or more island owners. Seeing these familiar faces only confirmed my suspicions. De Gang and De Zhuang are yours to handle, Lin Feng instructed. Good master. 20 shrimp soldiers and crab generals rushed forward. With their absolute dominance in level, equipment, and skills, the five-tide frogman seemed like a joke. He had barely shown his face when the former pinned him to the ground and beat him mercilessly. In less than 10 seconds, the tide frogman was dead. The first round of defense was successful. The second round is about to begin. Continue the attack. Lin Feng lost interest when he saw that the new wave of enemies was only level 8. While killing monsters, I opened the chat channel. The assessment was really easy. I didn't expect that with such thorough preparation, none of my questions would be used. The middle-aged man saw that the two baby dragons had easily pushed away the third round. Without any hesitation, the fourth round of testing was launched. The first round consists of several level 5 common creatures, while the second round includes 10 creatures plus 1 level 8 creature. The third round consists of 20 level 5 animals, 5 level 8 animals, and 1 level 10 animal. This level of intensity is only for those who aren't extremely unlucky. By simply finding 2 resource islands and clearing out some low-level sea areas, you can have enough resources to upgrade your arrow tower to level 10. There's absolutely no problem with handling mandatory assessments. Level 15 Magical Beast. Still too weak. The blue crabs that peek out from the ocean, despite their enormous size, exude a powerful and ferocious aura. The middle-aged man still didn't look at him directly. The best reward. If there's only one spot, then it's mine. Little Black, Second Black. Let's finish this quickly. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the 5th round of assessment. You have won the first prize. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 green treasure chest, 1 green top-tier armor, and your level has increased by 2. A soft white light enveloped the area. Tang Long's thin body has become much stronger after 2 enhancements. 14 ferocious red wolves were feasting on a monster carcass on the shore, easily biting the hard bones into pieces. It's over. Isn't there a final round? What about the best reward? The box radiating light and the brand new light armor in front of him failed to satisfy Tang Long. Does that mean the first prize is the best? He frowned and opened the chat channel to search for information. Thank goodness my 2 units are at level 10, otherwise I really wouldn't have made it through the third round. The third round was really insanely difficult. It completely wiped out all my gnolls. If I hadn't bought a level 10 weapon from boss Lin Feng, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, the 4th round is an automatic selection, and with my strength, I definitely won't be able to stop the next round. I tried the 4th round of monsters, and their level was too high. Luckily, I quit in time, otherwise I would have suffered serious losses. Those who have the strength to start the 4th and 5th rounds are probably only a few big shots with high-level troops, right? The rewards must be very generous. I'm so envious. I managed to pass the 4th round by luck. The reward was just SOSO, only a gray treasure chest. The rewards for the 5th and final rounds will at least be green, and there might be other items as well. Several of my friends' icons are grayed out, so I'm afraid I haven't passed the 7-day test. Although the 7-day assessment is simple, I estimate that this round of cleanup will eliminate at least 20 to 30 island owners. Hey look, the rankings are up. Wow, there are a whopping 500,000 people for the second prize, and 3,000 for the first prize. Why is the best reward 0 people? Are the pros still working on the strategy? Right now, whether it's a middle-aged man with dragon units, a worried Tang Long, or any other island lord with superior units. At the same time, the pupils contracted rapidly. A leaderboard that suddenly appeared in front of them shocked everyone. 7-day assessment reward tiers. 1. Best reward 0. 2. First prize 3210. 3. Second prize 5422219. Why was the 5th round abruptly terminated? Tang Long got up and searched for clues on the surrounding islands, hoping to find a way to start the final round. Whether it's attacking the core of the island. He tried both blood sacrifice and other methods. Apart from the crunching sounds of wolves devouring flesh, there was no other sound on the island. At this very moment, the island alert sounded again. Should we proceed with the final round? Lin Feng knocked the arrow and confirmed his choice. The first 5 rounds posed no threat, thanks to the shrimp soldiers, crab generals, arrow towers, and his ranged attacks. Even a level 20C monster would perish on the spot. The final round should be against level 25 creatures. Lina prepared to cast water spikes. With his eyes fixed intently on the boiling sea ahead, Lin Feng gave an order and drew his bow to its full extent. Okay, leave it to me. Lena spread her slender fingers, and a rapidly spinning azure water spike appeared. At the same time, the final wave of monsters has surfaced on the sea. Bloodscale Murloc Elite. Level 25. Rank Intermediate 3rd tier. Skill Unknown, Unknown, Unknown. Bloodscale Fishman. Level 20. Rank Peak of Tier 2. Skill Unknown. 1 level 25, 3 level 20s, and 10 level 15s. It's not that difficult. Lin Feng kept his hand steady, aimed at a low-level Murloc, and released his fingers. The arrow pierced the sky and struck its target squarely. Then, for more arrows came flying in quick succession, and the level 15 Bloodscale Murloc was riddled with holes before it could even take a few steps. The gang, along with the shield crabman, raised their carapaces and held them up in front of them. The remaining shrimp men, aided by arrow towers, tentatively attacked the low-level Murlocs. The 4 highest-level monsters seemed to sense the power of Lena's magical skills. They hid in the back, hesitant to make a move. But rapidly spinning water jets don't listen to reason. The sharp sound was like a piercing arrow. The level 25 Murloc didn't even have time to react before being easily pierced through and falling to the ground on the beach. Water spikes. Lena didn't stop. The small figure unleashed astonishing magic, hurling 3 more skills at the other Murlocs. Without exception, they were all instantly killed. You have killed a Bloodscale Murloc Elite and gained some energy. You have killed the Bloodscale Murloc and gained some energy. Your level has increased after absorbing energy. Current level 14. Your subordinate has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 12. A torrent of pure energy surged into the body as if it were free. Seeing that the other low-level Murlocs were completely suppressed by the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Lin Feng put down the red Polonia, would bow in his hand. This is far too easy. Other capable island lords could easily handle this level as well. He was puzzled, but quickly realized what was going on. The most crucial factor is the island's core level. If a huge sum of money is spent upgrading the core, then the island lord will find it difficult to improve in other areas of strength. 5 gold coins went down the drain. Only a fully equipped troop type like Lin Feng's, which starts at level 40, can guarantee strong combat power. Don't even mention the final round if other island lords don't recruit troops. It's uncertain whether they can pass the first 3 rounds of mandatory assessments. Soon, the last ordinary Bloodscale Murloc was slashed to the ground. Lin Feng heard the clear and pleasant notification sound from the island. Chapter 21. The 7-day assessment and the generous rewards. The first island owner has cleared the final round and received the best reward of 100. Island owners, please seize this opportunity. There are only 9 spots left. The second place island owner cleared the final round and received the best reward of 90. Island owners, please seize the opportunity. There are only 8 spots left. Time's up. The 7-day assessment is over. The final Beast Tide assessment trial will begin in 23 days. Please cherish the time you have now. The island's sign, clearly audible and visible, was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. A heated discussion broke out in the chat channel. Holy crap! Only 2 people from islands worth billions passed the final trial? Is it really that amazing? Oh my god, what does the island's message mean? Cherish the present moment. I have a feeling a ton of people are going to die in the Beast Tide assessment. The 7-day assessment was probably just to let the island lord adapt to the environment of another world. Even so, at least 1 billion people died. As for the Beast Tide assessment, imagine the beast tide yourself. I want to go back, wah! If I stay any longer, I might get eaten by a terrifying monster. I didn't have the option to continue to the final round after the 5th round. How do they unlock that? I heard the 5th round is the blue treasure chest, which is full of good stuff for levels 20 to 30. I'm so envious of the best reward. I admit I'm jealous. Why is my unit just a slime? I have high hopes for that handsome guy who just used slime to pass the 7-day test. These 2 big shots are amazing, but their names aren't showing up, so I don't know who they are. His strength already surpasses most island lords, and with the best reward bonus, the snowball effect is so strong that no one can catch up. The deluge of information is difficult to capture. After obtaining crucial intelligence, Tang Long's eyes flashed with a cold light. There must be a hidden condition. His reward has been issued, and the 7-day assessment has been completely completed. The best prize has been forever out of his reach. There were only 2 people. Could be that. Suddenly, Tang Long had a flash of inspiration and turned to look at the blue crystal pillar in the center of the island. He spat out 2 words coldly through clenched teeth. Lin Feng, congratulations. You've won the 100 best reward. Rewards are being distributed. Obtained 1 purple treasure chest. Obtained black inkstone sword X1. Level up 3. Get 10 gold coins. Obtain the unique reward of 100. The crown of a new king. Several beams of light suddenly appeared out of thin air and came into Lin Feng's field of vision. Purple box. A broad smile appeared on his lips. The gold coin rewards alone made up for the cost of upgrading the core. Taking other factors into account, as the chat channel says, the snowball will only get bigger and bigger. Open the treasure chest. A color drawing, a pair of small seashells that look very different, and a black scroll. And 100 gold coins. Wow, brother Lin Feng, haven't we gotten lots of great treasures? Lina held a crystal core to restore her remaining magic power, and her face lit up with surprise when she saw Lin Feng's colorful props. Yes, there are indeed many. Lin Feng's smile remained unchanged. The rewards for the assessment were incredibly generous. His level jumped directly to level 19. With a little time to consolidate your skills, you can advance your mage level to advanced apprentice and your warrior level to advanced great swordsman. The ability to protect oneself has undergone a qualitative change. Meanwhile, the rewards from other equipment and items are also full of surprises. Black inkstone sword. Type, weapon. Grade, purple top quality. Skills enhancement section. Type, consumable item. Effect, adds a permanent skill slot to the user. Echoing conch mother. Type, sound transmission device. Effect, the mother and daughter conch shells can make sounds without obstruction within a 5-kilometer radius. Anti-magic scroll. Type, consumable item. Effect, when used on the target, it prevents them from using magic or aura for 1 minute. It has no effect on creatures level 45 and above. Only those with a fine sword can be called swordsmen. Lin Feng picked up the cool, black hilt of the sword and examined it closely. The black inkstone sword lives up to its name. Forged from mysterious black stone, its gleaming blades radiating a sharp, chilling aura. The sword is 1.4 meters long and 0.15 meters wide. It weighs about 30 kilograms. If Lin Feng hadn't reached level 19, it would have taken some effort to wield this sharp blade freely. A top-tier purple item, highly lethal against targets below level 40. Even though I'm only a peak swordsman now, I can still pose a threat to enemies at the swordmaster level. With the black inkstone sword in hand, Lin Feng's fine machete, which had accompanied him for several days, was now retired. Besides, the skill enhancement section is also extremely important. Currently, all creatures in the island world are born with only 4 slots. Mastering an additional skill can create a chemical reaction that can overturn the course of a closely contested battle. Lina, this is for you. Lin Feng handed the color drawings to the little mermaid. Oh, really? Thank you, brother. Lina's pretty face lit up with surprise. She happily accepted the blueprints and used them under Lin Feng's guidance. The drawing transformed into soft, colorful light that flowed into Lina's mind between her eyebrows. When I opened her information again, the skill slot limit had changed to 5 slots. Hee, I feel like I'm going to master another magic trick. I must help brother Lin Feng defeat all the bad guys in the future. Lina raised her little fist, her tone very firm. Lin Feng nodded in agreement and said, Lina can definitely do it. I'll help you find a new skill book. I haven't tested whether the skill can be cast if the elemental structure is arranged as before after it has been overwritten. If that doesn't work, the skill enhancement slot will become a very important strategic item in the future. Once it appears on the market, we must buy it no matter the cost. The remaining 2 things are easy to understand. The Echo Conch is essentially a walkie-talkie with a range of 5 kilometers. It is small and convenient, and the method of use is extremely simple. It can be handed over to subordinates to carry out tasks, and remote reporting of information is particularly convenient. The anti-magic scroll is also a strategic item. When the battle is intense, using this can turn the tide of victory. But these are not the most important things. Lin Feng took out the last pure gold crown from his backpack and examined it closely. The crown has no additional gemstone embellishments, but its exquisite craftsmanship and simple yet grand design are undeniable. What he cared about most was the pattern carved on the crown. At the triangular intersection in front, a blurry human figure stands atop a long sword. atop the carcass of an enormous sea monster. Centered on this, the blank areas surrounding the crown are engraved with countless islands, sea creatures, and ships. The three work together, rushing one after another towards the blurry figure. The symbolic meaning seems simple, yet it is difficult to understand. Could it be that possessing this crown will attract attacks from various forces? Lin Feng felt depressed. If that's really the case, we should just throw it into the furnace and start over. Open the crown information. A semi-transparent light screen immediately came into view. Chapter 22, The Astonishing Effect of the New King's Crown. New Crown. Bound by Lin Feng. Type, Special Equipment. Effect. 1. Reach the top of the Beast Tide assessment score and get double the rewards. 2. The island's jurisdiction is immune to mental pollution. 3. After the island owner dies, she can be resurrected once in the core. The equipment will disappear after the effect is triggered. Note, this item cannot be traded, discarded, or destroyed. The three effects were displayed in sequence, clearly visible to Lin Feng. I don't know how much time passed. The excitement in Lin Feng's eyes gradually faded. Call. We have one more chance to make a mistake. After reviewing the crown's attributes, he let out a heavy sigh. A dangerous island world teeming with danger and surrounded by treacherous villains. This extremely precious chance of resurrection acted like a stabilizing force, calming Lin Feng's last concerns. It's unclear whether items or equipment with resurrection effects will appear in the future. But, even if such a thing exists, it would be an extremely rare and extraordinary treasure. No one would put it up for sale. No one knows when they will encounter a crisis and die on the spot. Beast-Tide assessment points reach top. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. If he wasn't confident before, this 7-day assessment will make him more certain. The strength of the other island lords has been revealed one after another. I am now absolutely at the pinnacle of island owners worth billions, a T0 level existence. I still have a tiny bit of confidence in passing the Beast-Tide assessment. Mental pollution? Does that refer to the negative effects of magical control? I don't understand, but as long as it's a positive aura boost, that's fine. Place the crown into the island backpack. Lin Feng made up his mind, even if backpack space became scarce in the future. This crown will never be seen by the outside world again. Gulu. A rumbling sound came from my stomach. A wave of hunger swept through every cell of Lin Feng's body. The side effects of rapidly leveling up are here. Haha, Brother Lin Feng is hungry. Lina, oblivious to everything, pointed at Lin Feng and giggled. Meanwhile, they skillfully pulled out a few pieces of firewood from the pile next to the core and set up a barbecue grill on the beach. Lin Feng looked helpless, then turned his head and found that De Gang, De Zhuang, and the other small fry were also looking at him pitifully. Their average level was around 13. Presumably, his situation is not much different from his own. He's waiting for orders on an empty stomach. It seems these test organisms won't fetch any money. Eat whatever you like, and open 2 jugs of rum while you're at it. The words fell. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals erupted in enthusiastic cheers and, following Lina's example, began to move firewood to start a fire and roast the meat. After trying grilled meat these past 2 days, they have developed a dislike for the traditional way of eating raw meat. After decomposition, frog meat and fish meat were piled up in layers on the wooden board. Lin Feng sat beside Lina, quietly observing his subordinates carrying raw meat back and forth. As dawn broke, the orange-yellow campfire flickered. After a few glasses of rum, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals began to perform their individual talents. The entire island was filled with a joyful atmosphere, until the sun hangs high in the sky. A strong smell of blood made everyone perk up. What is that? Make sure you can see the view ahead clearly. Lina suddenly covered her mouth, her face turning pale. Pirate! Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly, and he quickly pulled her into his arms to block her view. To the left of the island, the azure ocean has been stained blood red. The wrecked shipwrecks and the mangled flesh pecked at by seabirds all testify to the horrific battle that had just taken place here. Judging from the markings on the wooden fragments, clearly, an entire pirate crew was wiped out here. At least 10 pirate ships. What exactly happened to them? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Even with his current strength, he would probably have a hard time dealing with 10 pirate ships. Just how powerful must the forces be to wipe out this pirate gang? Master, someone is still alive. A shield crab stared intently at the sea and suddenly spoke. Should I bring him up? Lin Feng turned his head and glanced at it. When I glanced at the birthmark on the other person's forehead, I realized its identity. Go on, the gang, be careful. Good. The gang slung the shield over his shoulder, jumped into the sea, and nimbly swam toward the crimson waters ahead. Not long after, he then returned with a seriously wounded pirate sailor. Please, please don't kill me. The sailor clutched his protruding intestines and looked terrified when he saw the shrimp soldiers and crab generals around him. What happened? Lin Feng stepped out of the crowd and asked in a deep voice. Humans, aren't they the crocodile leader? A glimmer of hope appeared in the sailor's eyes, and he said weakly, Please treat me quickly, and I'll tell you what to do. A long, black sword was placed directly against his neck. Speak, or die, Lin Feng said calmly. Before the sharp black inkstone sword could even exert any force, it had already slashed a wound on the sailor's neck. I'll talk. Feeling the pain, the sailor panicked and hurriedly said, We in the second-in-command came to capture the crocodile leader in this area, but we didn't expect it to have broken through to the 5th level. Yesterday was a day of fierce fighting. At this point, he glanced at the blood-red sea beside him and swallowed hard. The shadow cast by that enormous creature is still vivid in my mind. A 5th-order creature is terrifying. We fought to the death and only managed to severely injure it. We were all eaten by it and its minions. The sailor glanced furtively at the shrimp soldiers and crab generals again. The heavily wounded leader, sea monster? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a bold idea forming in his mind. 5th-tier sea beasts are between level 40 and 50. If one has just broken through and then suffered a severe injury, it might be a good candidate. Where did it go? Lin Feng raised the tip of his sword and pressed it against the sailor's throat. There! The sailor was terrified and dared not lie, pointing to the right front of the island and saying, Sea crocodiles are amphibious creatures. There must be an island nearby where they live. Good. Lin Feng nodded and slightly raised the black demon stone sword. Before the sailors could even rejoice, they heard a tearing sound. The sharp blade pierced his heart with ease. Throw it in to feed the fish. Lin Feng gave the gang an instruction. Pirates are no good. Killing them and gaining experience is far better than letting them perish. Should we go? It seems that the sea beast has its own forces. Acting rashly might backfire. The potential benefits of 5th-tier sea beast tempted Lin Feng. Even disregarding energy values, the equipment materials alone could make a fortune. If the other party has a fixed base, there might be unexpected gains. If I'm not mistaken, that sea crocodile must be an intelligent life form. I need to think about it carefully. Lin Feng first changed the direction of the island's navigation. They shifted 60 degrees to the right in the direction the pirates pointed, which meant they had found the island where the crocodile was located. There's also ample time to adjust countermeasures. Chapter 23, Acquiring Skills, Tower Demons Speculation. Selling one fine machete earns you 2 gold coins, with a 20 silver coin fee deducted. After withdrawing all his earnings, Lin Feng glanced at the island backpack. Adding the 100 gold from the purple treasure chest and the 21 gold from the soak-dry rations, he now has a total of only 246.6 gold coins. We are still quite a distance from the 550 gold required for the core of the island. Purple treasure chests are hard to get. It would be great if I could get a blacksmith's blueprint. Close the backpack. Lin Feng walked to the core and placed his hand on it. The view began to change, and the distribution of the surrounding sea area became clearly visible. Safe zones. Level 0, 100. Neutral zone. Level 0 to 10. Neutral zones. Levels 1 to 5. Danger zone. Level 10 to 15. The gang, the zhuang, get ready for battle. After giving instructions to the shrimp soldiers and crab generals training in circles along the coast, Lin Feng used a directional adjustment to directly enter the Red Sea area. Good items are rarely found in low-level sea areas below level 10, and the number of sea monsters is also very small. This has already been tested and proven when helping the shrimp soldiers and crab generals level up. The dangerous sea area ahead is right in the target path. Even in areas with a level of 10 or higher, they can still gain a considerable amount of energy. Yes, sir. De Gang and De Zhuang already have experience. He and his men waited on the beach in the direction of their flight. Soon, the island had just entered the red zone when a group of furry seals jumped out of the sea. Snort! The gang held the carapace in his hand, standing in front of the other shield crab people. The sea lion's sharp claws could only leave white marks on the carapace. The other shrimp men then launched an attack. In addition to their pair of strong and powerful pincers, they also have arthropod arms growing from below the pincers, which are tightly gripping weapons. A two-pronged approach. The pliers launched a double attack, while the weapon targeted the lower body. The sea lion, whose intelligence is questionable, could not withstand such torture, and the fight ended less than half a minute into the game. 10 seals perished in the northwest, howling and dying. You have killed the seal and gained some energy. Your subordinate, Dazhuang, has gained some energy. Your subordinate, Dazhuang, has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 14. Lin Feng stepped forward and dissected the seal, obtaining a total of 200 portions of raw meat and a small number of teeth. There are only 3 crystal cores. However, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. He didn't mind and put all the teeth and raw meat on the exchange. After several days, and then a 7-day trial, they were able to continue their rigorous training. Many islanders have secured their livelihoods, and food prices have plummeted. Initially, it could sell for 90 copper coins, but now, even at its peak, it only sells for 40 copper coins. Lin Feng estimated food prices should stabilize at 20 to 30 copper coins in the future. Fruits and vegetables will be even cheaper. However, once the islanders' lives improve, the prices of those foods with better texture and taste will rise significantly. Just like those delicacies on Earth that cost thousands or tens of thousands of yuan per kilogram. There is definitely market demand. Perhaps we can plan for breeding in advance. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and felt that this method was quite reliable. Suddenly, a private message appeared on my social media page. Upon clicking, one finds a message from a female island owner named Cheng Qingqing. Boss, would you like to buy these 2 skill books? Water Arrow Technique and Protective Aura. Second tier skill? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately opened the skill screenshot details. Water Arrow. Rank, second order intermediate. Type, professional skills. Effect, condenses water elemental arrows to deal damage to the target, consuming 20 mana. Restriction, requires an affinity for water magic. Protective fighting spirit. Rank, second tier advanced. Type, professional skills. Effect, creates a barrier around the body using battle chi, consuming 70 battle chi points. It's worth buying. Lin Feng thought to himself, resting his chin on his hand. Lina currently only possesses 4th tier magic and has not yet reached the level of a grandmaster. When using skills, it's fine if the opponent is of a higher level, but it's not so bad if you encounter an enemy whose level is neither higher nor lower. The magic power is in an awkward position. It's basically like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. During the final 7-day assessment, Lina ran out of water after casting 4 water spike spells. Even with a large number of crystal cores to restore magic power, it will still take a considerable amount of time. Lina learned Water Arrow, and she can replace it with a higher level skill later. Protective Fighting Spirit is also a very good defensive skill. Lin Feng asked how much. After a moment of silence, the other party replied, 2 books for 25 gold coins. Is that acceptable, sir? 25 gold coins. Lin Feng thought he was seeing things. Skill books on the market are extremely scarce, with a very low drop rate. Moreover, once a skill is listed on the exchange, it's even more difficult to obtain. He couldn't even smell it before it was gone in a second. Moreover, they're all tier 1 skills. Second order. The island owner who possesses this skill would never sell it. Lin Feng estimated that these 2 skill books would normally cost at least 30 gold coins to acquire. 25 gold coins is such a bargain. But how did she know she had the money to buy the skill book? The island's notification clearly states that the island's core has been upgraded. In addition, the 7-day assessment has just ended. Normally, all island owners are penniless. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly, and he already had a guess in his mind. Okay, let's trade directly. Use 25 gold coins to get the skill book. The protective aura was directly applied to the ignition technique, and now the trading post has a large quantity of finished flints. This useless skill is no longer needed for starting a fire. My defense is only at the peak of the 1st tier. Once I break through to the great swordsman level, I'll be able to unleash its full power. Lin Feng used his battle chi to condense a pale white shield around his body. At his current level, he can unleash it twice in a row. Their ability to survive has also improved considerably. Also, after the ignition spell disappeared, Lin Feng tried to recall the magic sequence he had previously remembered to see if he could use it again. Bang! The arrangement of magical elements has become disordered. Apart from a muffled thud, it remained completely still. It was a success, but not a complete success. That's interesting. Lin Feng dispersed all his energy and strode quickly toward the island shore. Lina, who was studying how to break free from the shackles of the mage on the beach, suddenly found herself in front of a blue skill book. It seems that Lin Feng is the other best reward. A female island owner was playing with the gold coin she had just acquired, leaning back on a stool in deep thought. Upon closer inspection, the island owner is quite pretty, tall, and has a curvaceous figure. The 70 by 70 island is filled with magic arrow towers. There isn't a single type of soldier. She was the only living creature on the entire island. If the level could be displayed, the number 21 would be enough to shock others. Did he also dismantle military buildings to obtain a large amount of funds to build tower formations and upgrade them? But why do you keep collecting dual skill books? I will never fall behind you again after failing the only reward, the Beast Tide Assessment. Chapter 24C Clan Invasion, Abundant Experience Gains. On the island, the sounds of weapons clashing were incessant. Lina cupped her face in her hands, looking on with adoration as she and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals formed a circle to watch the two people fighting in the center. Clang! The wooden sword of the shrimp man, Dazhuang, was knocked to the ground. Another wooden sword struck his chest with lightning speed. In an instant, the surrounding audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Brother Lin Feng is so amazing. Master's strength has increased again. That's amazing. I want to become as strong as my master. Captain Dazhuang, let's have another round. After a few days of adaptation, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals could communicate without any problems. The hard, segmented arms thumped and slapped, as if afraid they might accidentally break them. Master, I've lost. Dazhuang's eyes were filled with admiration. The man in front of him, wearing a gray shark print short-sleeved shirt, was someone he could only fight to a standstill with yesterday. Only one morning had passed. He could defeat him in 10 moves. I have to admit, he's amazing. It's just a skill advantage. Lin Feng flicked the wooden sword on the ground toward Zhuang and promised his subordinates. Your levels are limited due to your race, but as long as you make contributions, I will still grant you the skills or equipment you want. The words fell. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals were even more excited. They couldn't wait to start a major battle, to help the island lord achieve great things and bravely fight the enemy. Disband. Lin Feng waved his hand and opened his attribute panel. Lin Feng. Race, human. Level, 19. Class, Peak Apprentice, Novice Greatsword Master. Mana, 190. Battle Chi Value, 190. Skills, Battle Aura Protection Tier 2 Advanced. Energy Missile Tier 1 Beginner. Naval Swordsmanship Tier 3 Intermediate. Arrow Making Technique 4-4. Backpack, Crown of a New King, Black Magic Stone Sword, Handcrafted Red Polonia Wood Bow, Fong Arrows X600, Echoing Conch Shell Mother, Anti-Magic Scroll. Wealth, 200 gold coins, 60 silver coins. Compare the realms of magic. Warriors level up so much faster. Ultimately, learning led to a breakthrough even before mastering the realm of magic. It was precisely because he had reached the level of a great swordsman that he was able to easily defeat Dazhuang, who had no skills, by virtue of his physical advantages and sword techniques. To break through to the advanced apprentice level, one must vaporize the magical energy within their body. That feeling from last night must be right. Lin Feng now understands why Lina has been stuck at the Archmage level for so long. The properties and arrangements of magical elements are mysterious and complex. Even with the island's assistance, he couldn't imagine how long it would take for the natives to break through to a higher professional level. Brother Lin Feng. Lina got up from the ground. After gently patting the sand off her buttocks with her hands, she walked towards Lin Feng with a smile. I figured out a way for a mage to break through to the next level. The only way is to let the arranged magical elements collide one by one from beginning to end to unleash a level 5 magic skill. Thank you, Lina. I'll need it in the future. Lin Feng skillfully stroked the golden hair, his eyes full of tenderness. With Lina helping him explore, he will save a lot of time when he breaks through to the level of a magister. Yes, I'm so happy to be able to help my brother Lina. Lina closed her eyes and nuzzled her head against Lin Feng's warm palm, She especially loved this feeling. Whenever the two of them are together, the atmosphere becomes incredibly warm and cozy. But the rapidly approaching waves in front of the island were clearly not being very cooperative. An unknown creature is approaching. Lin Feng patted Lina on the shoulder and turned his gaze to the sea ahead. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals had obviously also noticed the anomaly and quickly assembled under the command of the gang and Zhuang. This situation is extremely strange. When operating the core of the island, Lin Feng observed the surrounding sea area and deliberately avoided low-level neutral sea areas and dangerous sea areas. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be attacked by sea creatures. However, judging from the speed and momentum of the other party, it was clear that they were up to no good. Soon, submarine creatures that were attacking the islands from underwater surfaced. Kill them all and find the medicinal herbs. A shield crabman raised his hand axe, and a large number of strange sea creatures appeared around him. Each sea creature was wearing standard equipment, and they charged towards the island with eager expressions. Based on the size of the group, there are at least 300 marine creatures. Level 5 to 10 or so. That's such a low level. Lin Feng gestured to Lina beside him. Faced with such a large-scale enemy invasion, using the rolling waves directly is more efficient. Clear. Lina understood immediately and began to mobilize the immense magic within her. Is this your twin brother? Suddenly, De Zhuang's voice reached Lin Feng's ears. The shrimp man captain, who had just killed a member of the sea tribe, pointed at the shield crab man who was giving orders and exclaimed in shock, "Why does the gang look exactly like you?" The gang, looking bewildered, raised his head and followed De Zhuang's finger. It would have been better if he hadn't looked, because what he saw almost made the gang jump up. What a coincidence! The gang's limbs trembled with excitement. The opposing shield crab had a birthmark on its forehead that was almost identical to his own. To distinguish their kind, sea creatures typically look for distinctive physical features on the other's body. If they have the same birthmark, they can basically be called twin brothers. Lin Feng suddenly had an idea and quickly said, "Take care of the other sea creatures first, and try to capture that shield crabman alive." "Yes, master." The shrimp soldiers and crab generals all obeyed. Splash! The massive waves surged up once again. The astonishing energy emanating from the magical elements momentarily stunned the sea creature forces. The shield crab, who had been gesticulating wildly and directing the battle, was dumbfounded. He never imagined that this dilapidated island, less than 1 square mile in size, would harbor such a terrifying being capable of casting fourth-order magic. Boom! A giant wave crashed down. Marine creatures in the sea have no way to avoid it. Given the close proximity of the two sides, they were swept into the giant wave and torn to pieces before they could escape its range. Call out! Lin Feng used his bow and arrow to kill the sea creatures that had landed on the island from distance. With shrimp soldiers and crab generals leading the way, dozens of marine creatures on the island were quickly wiped out, lying haphazardly on the beach. Seeing his brother trying to escape when things went wrong, the gang was about to give chase when Lin Feng spoke up. "Da Zhuang, go after them. Da Gong, stay on the island." "Okay, master." The gang also realized what was happening. "If I were to take action later, even my allies might not know who to help. You have killed a swift man and gained some energy. Your level has increased after absorbing energy. Current level 20. Your subordinate has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 16. The notification sounds kept ringing out, and Lin Feng felt as if he were in an ocean of energy, absorbing it to his heart's content. This group of sea creatures has very poor combat capabilities. In just one exchange, Lina wiped out most of them. The remaining group, having finally made it to the island, all perished with the help of the arrow towers. The army of hundreds was reduced to just 1 shield crabman in the blink of an eye. "I am a sea creature under Lord Kaza's command. If you kill me, Lord Kaza will not let you get away with it." After looking around and realizing he was surrounded and unable to escape, the shield crabman immediately launched into a verbal attack. "Kaza!" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm suddenly a little interested." Chapter 25, Sea Crocodile Boss's Nest. "What do you want to do?" The shield crab sea creatures, bound hand and foot, were terrified. With a knife held to their necks, they dared not break free of the ropes, no matter how strong they were. Lin Feng sat on the wooden chair and asked teasingly, "Tell me who Gata is." According to the last words of the pirate sailors, there was a severely wounded crocodile leader nearby. As they drew closer to the stronghold, They unexpectedly encountered a large group of sea creatures searching for medicinal herbs. He had a feeling that Gaddafi was the name of the crocodile leader. Umph, I will not betray Lord Kaza. The shield crab turned its head away, stubbornly refusing to admit it. Before Lin Feng could even make a move, De Zhuang, standing beside him, wasn't about to let him get away with it. It swung its hard pincers and smashed them hard into the face of the shield crab, causing the latter to let out a miserable howl of pain. Bang! Bang! Shell fragments flew everywhere, and De Zhuang got more and more excited as he beat them. The gang, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but twitch his lips. He suspected that De Zhuang had wanted to beat him up for a long time, and today he just happened to meet an enemy who looked exactly like him, so he wanted to satisfy his twisted desire. I'll talk. Feeling like he was about to be beaten to death, the shield crab man hurriedly said, Lord Kaza is the ruler of this sea area. He is a level 41 sea crocodile. I am one of Lord Kaza's confidants. If you kill me, Lord Kaza will definitely not let it go. Lin Feng slightly raised his hand, and De Zhuang immediately withdrew the pliers and stepped back to make way. Is it badly injured? Lin Feng crossed his arms and looked down at the shield crab man. Tell me the details. If you dare to lie, I will cut off your limbs piece by piece and make you eat them yourself. The calm, unchanging tone of his voice sent a chill down the spine of the shield crab. The gazes of his surrounding sea creature companions turned cold as they scrutinized him. No, I won't. I'll tell you. The shield crab man's face contorted with a human-like lament as he said, Lord Kaza engaged in a large-scale battle with a pirate fleet yesterday. Although he broke through to the 5th rank during the battle, he was still pierced through the abdomen by the pirate captain, and his injuries are extremely severe. We must find high-grade medicinal herbs to heal him. During the battle with the pirates, all of Lord Kaza's personal guards were killed. I was only recently promoted myself. Lin Feng paid close attention to the subtle movements of Shield Crabman, but did not notice anything unusual. So, the sea crocodile situation must be true. The abdominal injuries significantly impact strength, but if pushed too far, it can still unleash a brief burst of 5th-tier power. Before Lina breaks through to the level of a magus, she might not gain any advantage in a head-on confrontation. The gang, have a chat with him, pay attention to details like his name and personality. Lin Feng quietly gave instructions to the captain of a shield crabman. The latter was a little confused at first, but then suddenly remembered that he and the other looked alike and immediately understood. Understood, master. Leave it to me. The gang put away his weapon, picked up some cooked meat and rum, and went forward to try and get information out of them. In just a few words, the two crabs were chatting familiarly about everyday things. If you didn't know better, you'd really think they were long-lost brothers, enjoying a happy reunion over drinks. Other shrimp soldiers and crab generals also dredged hundreds of sea creatures ashore and piled them up on the beach. Lin Feng stepped forward and collected them one by one. After the white light enveloped them, all the corpses were decomposed. The rewards of annihilating such a large-scale sea creature army are far greater than those of a resource island. If we can take down the stronghold of the sea crocodile Kaza, it will be another amazing profit. Nearly 300 different types of sea creatures were broken down into a total of 9,000 portions of food, 3,000 low-level materials, and 200 sets of equipment. Seeing the mountain of materials before him, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Even if I can't accumulate 550 gold coins by then, I'm sure I'll be close. We can keep the low-level materials for now. Once someone gets the blacksmith's blueprints, the material market will definitely skyrocket. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng immediately opened the trading channel, selling 200 sets of finished equipment ranging from level 5 to 19, averaging 53 silver per set and including 45 servings of raw meat. Limited quantity, while supplies last. See screenshots of equipment and ingredients. Message sent. After reading and understanding the content, the island owner was completely dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Bundling food with equipment and selling it, forcing people to sell meat for 50 copper coins, is just too awesome. Another 200 sets of equipment. Did Lin Feng wipe out an entire sea tribe army? Why am I still grinding in ordinary sea areas below level 10? 9,000 portions of meat, based on those sea creature ingredients, would require at least 250 to 320 sea creatures. Even if they were all around level 10, Most island lords definitely couldn't defeat them. This guy is too awesome. It's too expensive. Even if the set costs 30 silver coins, who would buy it? Wouldn't it be better to just recruit more troops? Boss, could you give me a discount or throw in a few more portions of meat? Smart people have already started privately chatting with big shots to make deals, while idiots are still haggling in the chat channel. You shameless people, you were saying in the chat channel that you thought it was too expensive and wouldn't buy it. But it hasn't been long, and the big shots have already sold out. I want to write a novel for the big shot. Lin Feng, my leisurely days as a weapons dealer in another world. Another few dozen gold coins in my account. I'm so jealous. Can't you do math? That's 106 gold coins. There are no transaction fees if we don't go through the exchange. That's enough for me to recruit hundreds of troops. After carefully confirming that each transaction order was correct, Lin Feng clicked the lock button. These island lords of Blue Star have a lot of crooked ideas. There are often final steps where the amount of currency is reduced by 1 digit. If you don't carefully check, you might end up losing a fortune. All the harvest has been processed. Lin Feng put over 100 gold coins into his island backpack with satisfaction. A total of 327 gold coins have been accumulated, bringing us much closer to summoning the next contracted creature. Master, that's about enough. The gang walked over mysteriously, his face full of confidence, and said, he doesn't know anyone under Kaza. He only got promoted by escorting Kaza back to his lair. He will definitely not be exposed. Lin Feng glanced at the shield crab captives who were leisurely drinking and eating meat, and nodded, saying, these are useless. Just kill them and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. The purpose of getting to gang to reveal information was very simple. Since this shield crab man has just taken over Big Gang, who looks just like him, is an excellent candidate for infiltration. The echoing mother and daughter snails can be used to prepare for battle against the crocodile leader in advance. What are you doing, brother? Didn't you say you could let me join the island lord's ranks? Upon seeing the ferocious-looking shrimp soldiers and crab generals, the shield crabman prisoner's right limb, which was gripping the roasted meat, instantly froze. You can betray Gaddafi, and you can betray the island lord at any time. What use are you? De Zhuang sneered, used a double attack to shatter the shield crabman's head, and kicked it into the ocean. Next, the island was calm, and the sea was still for half a day. Just as dusk was falling and night was descending, a motionless black appeared on the horizon. Is this the place? Lin Feng sheathed the black demon stone sword and narrowed his eyes to examine it carefully. There are 2 islands, one large and one small, standing on the sea. The larger one is about 2.5 square kilometers, and the smaller one is only 1 square kilometer. They're very close to each other, and judging from the direction they're facing, they're very likely the fixed nest of the crocodile Kaza. Chapter 26, A Night of Embrace. Night falls. The island has ceased navigation only 3 kilometers from the 2 immobile islands. The gang took an echoing conch shell and dived into the sea under cover of night to gather first-hand information for Lin Feng. The remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals used wood to build small wooden houses around the seaside. With the waves constantly irrigating the houses, these intelligent sea creatures, living on land, do not feel uncomfortable. In a shabby little house, Lin Feng slowly exhaled a breath of pale blue mist. The magical elements in the body's dantian all vaporized at the same time. After 9 days, he finally reached the advanced apprentice level. So much news. After filtering through most of the content, Lin Feng selected a few useful ones. The sea crocodile will definitely be very wary after being seriously injured. To get the gang to get close to it in a reasonable way, we need some valuable herbs. Otherwise, if the mission is carried out rashly, the gang may very well die a heroic death. This is not what he wanted to see. One message in the private chat caught his attention. It turned out to be an old acquaintance. Chen Rue, brother, do you think this level of herb will work? Hemostatic flower, level 38, accelerates wound healing after consumption. Level 38 herbs are theoretically very effective against the sea crocodile leader. Apart from Chinrui, the other island owners all distributed level 5 to 20 medicinal herbs, which were basically ineffective against 5th-tier creatures. Where did this kid get this herb? He's got some good luck. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and replied, it works. How much? Chun Rue replied instantly, big brother, just give me whatever you think is best. It doesn't matter. I was just passing by the resource island and picked some on the way anyway. Goodness. Lin Feng himself hadn't encountered a resource island for several days. He even wondered if he was just incredibly unlucky. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and then said, I'll give you 50 gold coins. A level 38 herb that can stop bleeding and heal injuries can, in a sense, be considered a second life. Especially when the island owner's initial level is very low, the effects of high-level herbs are particularly noticeable. The price of 50 gold coins is far less than the value of the herbs themselves. But, aside from Lin Feng, there are very few island owners who can currently afford to produce so many gold coins. Lin Feng didn't push the price down too much because Chen Rue was a relatively honest kid. Brother, this is too much. I've had these herbs listed for 30 gold coins for 2 days, and no one has bought them. I'll take them from you for 25 gold coins. Chen Rue was taken aback by Lin Feng's generosity, but he wasn't blinded by greed. The fact that the latter offered 50 gold coins shows he thinks highly of him. If I earn these extra 20-odd gold coins, can I find a powerful backer? Obviously not. Okowo. Lin Feng didn't say much and completed the transaction after paying 25 gold coins. The item has arrived. The appearance of the hemostatic flower is very similar to that of a rose, with a pure red color that is delicate and beautiful. Its branches are not as thick as those of a rose, nor do they have thorns. Its aroma is invigorating and contains a strong sense of life. We should be able to hear from the gang tomorrow. Lin Feng put the hemostatic flower into his backpack and was about to sit down cross-legged to meditate. Suddenly, a familiar, crisp sound reached my ears. Lena's seashell bracelet. Brother Lin Feng, I was able to trigger half of the elemental collision today. I'll be promoted to Archmage in a few days. Lena pushed open the door, took off her orange-red t-shirt and hung it on the wall, then plopped down next to Lin Feng to share her joy. Her adorable red eyes blinked excitedly. The poor-quality wooden cabin was already small, and the two of them were crammed into one bed. Lin Feng easily caught the faint fragrance emanating from Lena, which smelled even better than the hemostatic flower. You must be exhausted from breaking through your cultivation level these past few days. Lin Feng stroked Lena's hair and said gently, when your brother becomes stronger, Lena won't have to bear the pressure alone. As the strongest fighter on the island, Lena has always used protecting the island and Lin Feng as her driving force to become stronger. Practicing magic day and night without stopping will put a great strain on one's mind. Hee, I'm so happy to be able to protect my brother Lena. Lena's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and she suddenly threw herself into Lin Feng's arms, saying coquettishly, being able to protect my brother's side forever, Lena will never feel tired. The other person's petite and delicate body pressed down on him. Even through the red-scaled breastplate, Lin Feng could feel the incredibly resilient forehead. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and his blood began to surge. He reached out and put his arm around Lena's soft shoulder. However, upon seeing Lena's innocent and flawless profile, he immediately blushed. That's too much torture. The little girl simply wanted a hug, so why did I react? It's getting late. Let me tell you a bedtime story. Lin Feng stroked his fine golden hair and recounted his experiences on Earth from an outsider's perspective, describing the strange and wonderful sights and places he visited. Time slowly passed. Having not slept for days, the two fell asleep in each other's arms without realizing it. Inside the house, only the orderly footsteps of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals on patrol and the rushing sound of waves crashing on the beach remained. Until the next day. Master, the gang is back. A hurried sound came from outside the house, and Lin Feng opened his eyes. Just as he was about to get up, he found Lena clinging to him like an octopus. Hey! Lena was startled awake by Lin Feng's movements. Her dazed face clearly showed she hadn't yet recovered from her sweet dream. Brother, what's wrong? You should rest for a while longer. Lin Feng patted her head and said, I'll go outside and take a look. The situation is not urgent. In case of an emergency, such as an enemy invasion, he had instructed Da Zhuang that he could simply push the door open and enter. Put on your sharkskin clothing. Upon opening the door and stepping outside, one sees Captain Big Gang, the shield crab, soaking wet. Lin Feng asked, Did you find anything? Since there was no news from the conch shell last night, the gang's decision to come back directly must mean he's discovered something. Master, there's no crocodile leader on that island, but there are several severely wounded dwarves. The gang quickly replied. Several sea creatures have trapped them in a cave. If no one comes to their rescue, it's only a matter of time before they die. I was unsure what to do, so I came back to report to you." After speaking, he paused and said uncertainly, "The crocodile leader might be on the large island next door." When I came back, I noticed that there were patrolling sea creatures around that large island. Dwarf. Upon hearing the intelligence, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. According to the fantasy stories from Earth, dwarves are skilled craftsmen who are adept at forging equipment. Could they build a blacksmith shop? In this way, he can make a huge fortune by monopolizing the market where equipment is extremely scarce. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated and ordered, "Prepare for battle and rescue those dwarves." He finished speaking. Lin Feng immediately manipulated the island's core, making a circle and heading towards the small island. If you look closely, you'll see that his current position is exactly in a straight line with the two immovable islands. The creatures on a large island would have difficulty discovering its existence unless they got close. Chapter 27, Poisonous Herb Cave, leaving no one alive. Damn it, why are those things in the sea keeping an eye on us? The fallen gold islands have been very turbulent lately, with many merchant ships being seized. If we don't send the intelligence back to our clan, our equipment for the next 6 months might be swallowed up by the kingdom's navy. A bearded dwarf, clad in fine plate armor, took a couple of sips of wine and became very agitated. Upon closer inspection, even though it was completely protected by plate armor, there were still quite a few puncture wounds in the gaps. Beside him, 4 other dwarves sat on the rocks, looking worried. Everyone sustained injuries to some degree, with some even losing both legs. Our ships have all been sunk by the sea creatures. Even if we manage to break through the encirclement, we won't be able to get back anytime soon. Gaijin, you're the smartest. Think of something quickly. Another dwarf placed his quiver on his lap, counted the arrows, and continued. Iron Barbarian's injuries can't be delayed any longer. I only have 50 arrows left. If the sea creatures launch another attack, I'm afraid I can only hold out for one last round. The bearded dwarf named Gaijin sighed. There's nothing we can do. This remote sea area is deserted. Few kingdom warships pass by, but there are plenty of pirates. In our current state, Dumo, do you think we can capture a pirate ship? There's a highly poisonous herb inside this cave. Even if you don't go deep inside, staying on the outside for too long will affect you with the toxins. Upon hearing this, a look of despair appeared in the eyes of the 5 dwarves. It's one thing if they die in battle, but if the tribe doesn't receive intelligence, they should transport the equipment they've been building over the past 6 months to the fallen gold islands. 6 months of labor have gone down the drain. If there are not enough funds to buy supplies, many of the tribesmen will likely starve to death when the cold winter comes in the second half of the year. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the cave. Listen carefully to the sound. The creaking and groaning noises are clearly coming from sea creatures. Do you really think we're no good? Gaijin grabbed the massive sword that was as big as a door panel next to him and stood in a row with the other 2 warriors, protecting his archer and amputee companions behind him. It really is them. I'll make the first move. Upon seeing the merman warriors appear ahead, Dumo's arrow, already drawn to its fullest extent, flew out like a shooting star. Even though the cave was dark, the arrow still pierced the fisherman's eye socket with perfect accuracy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows kept being shot out. The fishermen hit by the attack either died or were seriously injured, lying on the ground, clutching their wounds and groaning in pain. But the surging mermen seemed endless. One after another, they rushed forward and reached the 3 warrior dwarves of Gaijin in the blink of an eye. See trash. Try your grandpa's big one. Gaijin swung his great sword, which was as tall as him, and his fighting spirit surged forth. A sweeping attack cleaved 3 murlocs in 2. This gave all the subsequent sea creatures a meal. The other dwarves were also quite strong, cutting down the first enemies who charged at them. However, the sea creatures seemed determined to kill them. After a brief pause, they launched another frenzied attack. The number of people involved in this raid was over 300. Each one is at least level 10. Even after Gaijin reached the level of a high-level swordsman and killed 30 or 40 sea creatures, his already weak body could no longer withstand the strain. Young clan leader, step back. Don't worry about me. The dwarf with the broken leg, pale-faced, frantically patted the rock beneath him, saying, the entrance to the passage behind is smaller. Back up. But no matter how desperately he roared, the four dwarves remained unmoved. The sounds of swords piercing flesh rose and fell in waves. The injured mermaid who fell to the ground was trampled to death by her kin who arrived from behind. As time went on, the oppressive cave was filled with a strong stench of blood. Damn rotten fish. The fasteners connecting the steel plates to Goggin's body broke, and a heavy plate armor, weighing dozens of kilograms, finally collapsed to the ground. After losing defensive equipment, in less than 10 seconds, Goggin's strong and powerful body was torn open with several wounds. It's over. There's no way we can get the message back. Dummo had already run out of arrows and was holding a scimitar to help Gajin and the others hold the line. The dense swarms of sea creatures outside the cave utterly destroyed their last glimmer of hope. By the god of the sea, can we have an earthquake? I'll worship you every day when I get back. Gajin's hands, gripping the great sword tightly, began to tremble. The intense, continuous combat had exhausted all the fighting spirit within his body. He has been able to persevere until now thanks to his physical abilities, which are at level 25. His companions were in even worse shape. Their deaths were inevitable unless a miracle occurred. Will last-minute cramming work, Gekken? As he lay dying, Imo joked, if you drink less of the temple's tribute wine, he might actually help us. Ha. If I can go back, I promise I won't drink it again. How did you even find out about this? Gajin used his last strength to kill a murloc, then leaned weakly on his great sword and left. The conversation between the two seemed to ease the shadow of impending death for everyone. The surging mermen ahead could no longer instill fear in them, just as the five were preparing to face their deaths. Suddenly, a fierce fight broke out outside the cave. Kill them all, leave no one alive. The gang, you guys hold up your shields and stand in front. The others attack through the gaps in the shields. Yes, master. The formation of the sea creatures rushing into the cave came to an abrupt halt. The dwarves, including Gajin, could clearly see blue magical light flashing continuously outside the cave. One after another, sharp water arrows were fired, each one easily taking down a murloc warrior. There is also the suppression of arrows containing battle chi energy. With the assistance of ranged attacks, the shrimp people and shield crab people advanced into the depths of the cave at an extremely fast speed. Aren't they all sea creatures? Why are they fighting among themselves? Goggin failed to grasp the situation. Upon realizing what was happening behind them, the mermaid who had rushed in front of them stared at them with a serious expression and slowly retreated towards the cave entrance. Has the sea god appeared to us? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Quick, break out of here. Finally, the four dwarves, whose limbs were intact, came to their senses. Like a drowning person grasping at a straw, his weakened body was suddenly filled with strength again, as if he were experiencing a final burst of energy. Kill! Gajin gritted his teeth and dragged his greatsword as he chased after the merman. With sheer willpower, he and others carved out a bloody path. The sea creatures were attacked from both sides, and their formation began to fall into disarray, accelerating their defeat. In less than 10 minutes, the entire Murloc army, which numbered in the hundreds, has been reduced to very few. It's alive. It's alive. Goggin and Dummo exchanged a glance, somewhat unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Human beings, be careful. After the last merman was killed, the cave returned to calm, except for the lingering smell of blood. Gajin used all his strength to support the greatsword, shielding his companions behind him. He watched warily as the young human emerged from the crowd ahead. Hello, my name is Lin Feng. A gentle smile appeared on the handsome face of the human youth as he extended his right hand toward Gajin. Chapter 28. Tricks Against the Dwarves, Rich Post-Battle Gains. Thank you for saving me, sir. My name is Gajin Iron Hammer. Without you, we're afraid we won't see the dawn tomorrow. The massive sword, as wide as a door panel, was driven into the soil. Gajin stretched out his trembling, exhausted right hand and clasped it with the others. Lin Feng tried his best to show a friendly expression and said softly, I was passing by when my subordinates reported that there was a situation here. I didn't expect that I would do a good deed by accident. It's all nonsense. Once they got close to the island, he led Lena and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to land on the island early. They had been watching from the sidelines for at least half an hour. The goal is simple. 1. If the sea creatures receive stronger support later, they can safely evacuate. 2. Only by extending a helping hand in the most dangerous and desperate times can we leave a lasting impression. Combining these 2 points, Lin Feng and his men waited for quite a while. He made a heroic appearance at the last moment, with Lena stepping in to help. They easily defeated these low-level sea creatures. Seeing the awe and excitement in the dwarves' eyes, Lin Feng was very satisfied with his plan. How are your injuries? Do you need medication? Lin Feng looked at the weak dwarf with the broken leg and gained a deep understanding of this race that was only 1.3 meters tall. Their highest-ranking member, Gajin, was only level 25, while the average level of the other dwarves was only level 20. The fact that just 5 people could hold the cave entrance for so long shows their incredible willpower. And, judging from their attire, the exquisite and well-fitting craftsmanship made them look like works of art. Not only does it possess the inherent strength of the material, but the seamless splicing also proves that these dwarves have access to high-quality equipment. There's an 80 to 90% chance they built it themselves. Thank you for your concern. We are very grateful that you have offered your help. We dare not use up your medicine any further, as we still have some usable supplies on us. Goggin pressed his right fist against his chest and bowed slightly in greeting. Together with their companions, they took out the healing medicine from the package and applied ointment to each other's wounds. Yes, it's good that you're all right. I have other things to do. We'll meet again sometime. Lin Feng used a feigned retreat tactic, employing a powerful technique on the dwarves. There were no ships docked nearby. The dwarves had lost their means of transportation at sea. If he wants to leave, they will definitely try to persuade him to stay. At that time, he will have absolute say. Really? Seeing Lin Feng and the others leave towards the exit without hesitation, Gujin panicked and stumbled after them, saying, "Sir, we haven't repaid your kindness yet. You're making us feel so embarrassed." "It's nothing, just a small favor." Lin Feng didn't turn around, waved his hand, and continued walking forward. "Your mightiness." Finally, Goggin couldn't hold back any longer and pleaded, "We've lost our ship, but we have very important news to send back to our people. Could you give us a ride?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally turned around, revealing a troubled expression. "We will reward you handsomely to repay your life-saving grace and the kindness of transporting us." Goggin pleaded again in a low voice. Lin Feng sighed and said seriously, "Since you don't have a boat, it's probably not safe for you to stay here. All right, I'll take you back." He gave me his approval. The other dwarves immediately cheered, embracing each other and weeping. "Thank you, Your Excellency." A few tears welled up in Gujin's eyes. He wiped them away and then suddenly realized something. He said, "Sir, there's a highly poisonous plant in this cave. I wonder if you'd be interested? If you need it, I can help you collect it." Collecting poisonous plants is a dangerous job, but in order to express his sincerity, Goggin was still willing to take the risk. "Poisonous herbs?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. A bold plan immediately formed in my mind. The only thing needed now is that this poisonous herb is of a high enough grade. "Okay, Dazhuang, send someone to assist him." "Yes." Dazhuang nodded. He chose a cautious shrimp man from the group and followed Gajin into the depths of the cave. Lin Feng would never do something so dangerous himself. The only margin for error is being squandered on a poisonous plant. That would be absolutely infuriating. Soon, with the help of the shrimp people, Gajin came out carrying a wooden box. "Your Excellency, the toxicity leaked from this poisonous plant has been completely dispelled. Take a look." Handing the wooden box to the shrimp man beside him, Gajin sat on a rock with the help of his companions to recover his strength. "Open." Lin Feng gave the order, and the shrimp man holding the box opened the lid without hesitation. Several minutes passed, and nothing happened. After confirming that the plant was safe, Lin Feng approached to observe its appearance. To Lin Feng's surprise, this plant did not have the colorful leaves and stems I had imagined. Instead, it appears pure white, like a lotus flower in the mud, without a trace of impurity. Some people would believe it if it were a miraculous medicine that could make one ascend to immortality. Soul-severing grass. Type plant. Level 45. Effect: corrodes the soul, causing death or severe injury. Note: this herb is highly poisonous. It will corrode the soul within 10 minutes of ingestion and requires soul purification magic to dispel the corrosion. Evaluation: it is colorless and odorless after dissolving in water, making it an essential medicine for murder and robbery. Level 45, just the right level. Lin Feng smiled. He was racking his brains, trying to figure out the safest way to take down the crocodile's lair. I never expected this soul-severing grass to appear at such a timely moment. Take them back to the island first. They've been out for a while now, and the crystal needs to be protected. Lin Feng gave instructions to the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. An island? After hearing this, Goggin and the others thought they had misheard. Could this young human live on that big island next door? But, according to the reconnaissance, isn't there a powerful sea monster entrenched on that island? You'll find out soon enough. Lin Feng smiled slightly. As for how to explain the island's movement, he had a plan long ago. Just say it's a magical item or object-driven device. Magic itself is very mysterious, so it makes sense that it can control the navigation of islands, right? After everyone left, only Lina silently stayed by his side. Lin Feng slowly walked out from the depths of the cave. Along the way, they didn't spare any of the fishermen corpses that could be decomposed. Once we return to the island, we'll have the shrimp soldiers and crab generals make another trip to retrieve the equipment. He then began to take stock of the gains from the operation. He packaged and sold basic supplies like fish and meat, along with miscellaneous equipment, using the same old methods. A total of 48 gold coins were sold. The main problem is that many supplies were severely damaged in the trampling, and their quantity and quality are significantly worse than before. Lin Feng was already very satisfied with the amount he had sold. In addition to that, there is the level. He broke through to level 21, while the average level of the remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals reached level 17. The higher the level, the less energy can be absorbed from lower-level creatures. Lina remains at level 41, unchanged. The gang, proceed according to my plan and stay in touch. Give the poisonous herbs and hemostatic flowers to the shield crab captain. After seeing the former dive back into the deep sea and swim towards the large island, Lin Feng finally turned his attention to the dazed dwarf. Chapter 29, The Malorian Sea. Obtain a map and compass. This is amazing. I clearly remember this island not existing before. When did it appear? Goggin walked around the island several times, touching it from the left and stepping on it from the right. Only after confirming that he wasn't hallucinating did he look at Lin Feng with an extremely shocked expression. I just heard the latter mention it. This is his ship. They swam over like magic. Lin Feng gave a perfunctory reply, not intending to discuss the topic in depth. The most urgent task is to strike while the crocodile leader is still recovering from his injuries and kill him while he is still weak. Oh, right, the magician. Gaijin and the others were filled with awe, remembering the flying water arrows outside the cave just now. It was the powerful magician behind them that attracted the attention of all the fishmen. This is what caused them to waste a lot of time waiting for rescue. Her aura is unfathomable. She is at least a grand mage level being. Gaijin noticed the little girl next to Lin Feng. His subconscious attempt to probe with his senses, only to be met with complete silence, sent a chill down his spine. Even within the kingdom of fallen gold islands, a grand mage is an extremely rare existence. I never expected to meet one today. I have something very important to do today to ensure the plan goes smoothly. Lin Feng approached the dwarves and said in a deep voice, I need you to follow me. You don't need to participate in the process. Just stay at the back of the group. Although Goggin was somewhat puzzled, he nodded and said, Your Excellency, rest assured, we will not interfere. If needed, we can assist you. Well, we'll see when the time comes. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the dwarf with the broken leg, saying, Make him a stretcher first, and I'll build you 2 houses tonight. The purpose of having the dwarves accompany the crocodile hunting team was simple. When the island was unguarded, these dwarves, whom they had only recently met, were allowed to remain. If the core of the island is damaged, then we're doomed. By the way, where's your tribe located? Lin Feng asked again. Upon hearing this, Goggin carefully took out a crumpled sheepskin map from his pocket. He unfolded it and handed it to Lin Feng. The symbols on the map are very complex. However, judging from the basic structure, more than 90% of the ocean is depicted with dotted lines. On the ocean, there are 2 striking archipelagos located to the north and south respectively. The other locations are marked with scattered, isolated islands and places where powerful sea monsters have been seen. Your mightiness. Seeing that Lin Feng was observing so intently, Gujin guessed that he had just arrived in the sea area. He then explained, The place we are in now is called the Mallory Sea, and the 2 most powerful kingdoms are the Fallen Islands in the north and the Sissy Islands in the south. They possess an extremely powerful naval and air force, and control the waters around Mallory C60. Every country has tens of millions of people, a complete social system, and a superior lifestyle. As for outsiders like us, we are basically scattered across the small islands in the Mallory Sea. Then he introduced some other situations. Goggin paused for a moment and said, "We are currently in the northwestern part of the Mallory Sea, a relatively remote area, and our tribe's island is here." The dwarf lightly tapped two spots. On the map, it's only a few centimeters away. But, in practical terms, Lin Feng estimated it would be at least several thousand kilometers. At the speed of travel on the island, it would take at least a week. "Okay, I understand." Lin Feng asked, "Can I make a copy of this map?" Having a map to refer to in the vast ocean is of self-evident help. Judging from the area ratio of the Loki Islands and the Sissy Islands on the map, the island lords of Blue Star Island will definitely appear in other sea areas as well. According to Goggin, the boundary of the Mallory Sea is surrounded by a continuous ring of reefs. No one had bothered to find out what was going on outside, but Goggin was convinced that there must be other intelligent races out there. "Oh, of course, no problem." Goggin laughed and said, "You can keep this map for now. I'll give you a new one when we get back to the tribe." Then he took out a silver disc and respectfully handed it to Lin Feng. "This is a navigation tool I purchased from an alchemist in the Fallen Gold Islands. It may be of some help to you." Lin Feng accepted the disc without hesitation. Then, an information light screen appeared in my field of vision. Nautical compass. Type props. Level 20. Effect. Positioning direction. Note. This product may be affected by magic, magnetic fields, or other factors. It was really helpful, thank you. Lin Feng was very satisfied. Having a compass and a map gave him a clear view. In the future, when sailing on the ocean, we won't drift aimlessly. At this moment, the echoing snail carried to Gang's voice. "Master, I have reached the shore and am proceeding according to plan." Upon receiving the news, Lin Feng turned to look at Gajin and the others and smiled. "We're getting ready to set sail. Commander Omar, why did you come back alone? Is there anything I can help you with?" A merman patrol guard put away his weapon, his eyes full of flattery. The shield crabman emerging from a sea ahead is a trusted confidant of Lord Kaza. Lord Kaza has advanced to the 5th rank. If we can establish a relationship with him, we will definitely rise to great heights in the future. "Help me to see Lord Kaza. I'm a little injured, so please be quick." The gang had a limp. The outer shell of the segmental limbs reveals tender, white flesh. Didn't you lead a large squad out? How did you get injured?" A barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in the fishman's eyes, and he hurriedly stepped forward to support the gang. They then rushed him toward the place where Kaza was recuperating. Not long after, the two then arrived at a murky lake. The lake is very large and does not appear to be naturally formed. The blood floating on the surface had congealed into scabs, and countless steaming bubbles rose to the surface. A strong, fishy stench permeated the surroundings. "Lord Kaza, I have found a high-level herb." The gang suppressed his nervousness and, with a fawning expression, limped to the lakeside. I carefully took out the box containing the hemostatic and clotting flowers and opened the lid. Soon, stimulated by the rich life essence, the lake water began to boil. A light blue crocodile, over 20 meters long, surfaced in the water. The large, vertical pupils, like lanterns, examined the hemostatic flowers in the box. After confirming that the herbs were fine, it said, "Well done, Omar. Where did this come from?" The gang hurriedly took credit. "Lord Kaza, this is what I captured from a doctor after leading a team of sea warriors to rob a merchant ship. I knew at a glance that this flower could heal your injuries, so I risked my life to fight my way through the caravan's guards and escape. The only regret is that all the warriors I took with me died." The gang's acting skills are quite evident in his recounting of the treasure hunt from the perspective of the long-deceased Omar. Even without rehearsal, it was still impossible to detect any flaws. Certainly, this is also largely due to the fact that Gaddafi didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Omar really did bring back high-level herbs, and they looked exactly the same as before. The scars and birthmarks on my head aren't fake. Naturally, it will not arouse suspicion. Death is death. But bringing this flower back made it all worthwhile. I've never seen this plant in the Mallory Sea. You did a good job. Kaza's voice sounded tired. Do you know how to use it? Upon hearing this, the gang's spirits lifted. Here's the important part. Certainly. Chapter 30, The Severely Wounded Kaza, the Golden Leader. Is he going to attack that fourth-tier sea beast leader? When Good Jean saw Lin Feng moor the island in a secluded corner of the large island, his heart skipped a beat. The dwarves, who spend most of their time at sea searching for mineral veins, have heard a little about the situation in this area. It's even marked as an extremely dangerous place on maps. No, Gajin, Dummo said gravely. When our ship was attacked, that sea beast was already at the 5th level. It just suffered extremely serious injuries. Gajin took a deep breath. So Lord Lin Feng intends to take advantage of its injury to destroy it in one fell swoop. I must say, this is indeed a good opportunity. The island has reached the shore. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals successively landed on the island and lay in wait to observe the situation. It's possible that some of the sea creatures were mobilized during the attack on the dwarves, resulting in a reduction of the island's patrol units by more than half. Brother Lin Feng, leave it to me later. Please be careful. Lina took Lin Feng's hand and swam to the shore, giving him earnest instructions. Lin Feng nodded. The gang is already brewing the medicinal herbs. We'll wait for his follow-up instructions. Then he instructed the group. Once the operation begins, De Zhuang and the other shrimp warriors will guard the core of the island, while the rest of the shield crab people will follow me with the dwarves. Yes, the crowd responded in deep voices. Then they hid where they were. The occasional patrolling sea creatures were easily killed by sneaky arrows before they even noticed anyone. Time passed slowly until noon. Just when Lin Feng thought something had happened to the gang, he finally received a telepathic message from him. Master, it drank it. It's done. You need to get out of here immediately. After informing the gang, Lin Feng immediately brandished the gleaming black inkstone sword in his hand. Charge with me. De Zhuang, keep an eye on the core. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Lina took the lead and ran ahead. Behind him followed closely a shield crab and 4 dwarves. The one with the broken leg was being watched over by De Zhuang and the other shrimp people. The commotion caused by the crowd quickly attracted a large number of sea creatures. Enemy! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All sorts of fishmen and sea creatures gathered towards them. The rustling sound of the bushes was incessant. Call out! Lin Feng instantly killed the sea creature, blocking his path with a single arrow, before he could even fully savor the surge of experience energy. The other sea creatures swarmed forward, attempting to surround them. Water rocket! Lina raised her slender fingers. Arrows, like blue ghosts, easily carried away more than 10 sea creatures with a whooshing sound. With his other hand, he held the energy crystal core to replenish the magic points consumed when releasing the water arrow. At her current level, a water arrow only requires 10 points of magic. You can easily unleash skills more than 100 times. If the release speed is controlled, the magic power can be kept full at all times with the replenishment of the crystal core. Quickly go in and cover the gang. That sea crocodile should have spotted us. Lin Feng pulled the black inkstone sword out of the fisherman's body and urged the people around him to hurry up. Brother, he's here already. Lina pointed ahead with her little finger, a smile playing on her lips. Behind the marine creatures, a shield crab wielding a carapace rampaged through them like a truck, occasionally swinging its weapon to take down 2 bewildered merman warriors. Master, that crocodile has been poisoned. The location is just ahead. The gang's tone was excited and thrilled. Completing such a difficult task could bring him a lot of glory. Even though the poisoning was fraught with danger, he did not flinch in the slightest. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then shouted, Let's charge in with one breath. The closer one gets to the lake where the crocodiles are, the more fiercely the marine life on the island resists. But the highest level among them is only level 17 or 18, and most of them don't even have a realm rank. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, they couldn't stop Lin Feng's troops from advancing. Only half an hour had passed. A lake filled with a fishy, foul odor came into view. Where's the crocodile? Lin Feng stared intently at the stinking ditch, his heart tightening instantly. The gang had carefully described the surrounding situation in the echoing conch, and the scene before him was clearly not what he expected. Elder brother. Lina suddenly blocked his way, pointing to the woods by the lake and saying, Over there. At the same time, a hoarse voice came from the other side of the lake. Damn human insects. Is this the only despicable and vile method you know? Cough, cough, cough. You think a mere archmage can kill me? Upon closer inspection, a middle-aged man clad in black scale armor leaned weakly against a large tree. The man's face was covered with a rough, hard layer of keratin, and his complexion was pale and bloodless. There was also a hideous and terrifying laceration on his abdomen. Even so, his reddish-brown vertical pupils still exuded a dangerous aura. Black Sea Crocodile Leader. Race, Sea Beast. Level, 41. Rank, 5th tier beginner. Skills, unknown, 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 unknown. It's turned into a human. After looking at the man's golden data panel, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He never imagined that the sea crocodile Kaza could have this form. Killing you all should allow that mermaid to restore a significant amount of my soul energy. Gaddafi did not seem to feel that he was in a weak position. After staggering to his feet, his trembling hands began to gather magical power. The foul-smelling lake in front of us suddenly boiled. A terrifying surge of magical energy began to arrange and combine at an extremely rapid pace. Oh no, 4th tier magic. To be able to control magic despite such severe injuries, are 5th tier sea creatures really that terrifying? Gaijin's expression changed. The fact that the opponent can still cast 4th tier magic means that even if they are not at their peak, they still have the power to kill them. Elder brother. Lina shielded Lin Feng tightly behind her and began to use her inner magic to construct the single target skill, water spikes. You can also use 4th tier high-level magic, but it's all meaningless. Kaza sensed the elemental intensity around her and snorted coldly. Too slow. Both sides used spells of the same rank. However, after Kaza advances to the 5th rank, the release of low-rank skills is greatly enhanced. If all goes well, they should be able to annihilate everyone else before Lina unleashes her water spikes. Brother Lin Feng, you guys run first. Lina also sensed something was wrong. The opponent's magical elemental factors were colliding at an alarming speed. The black-scaled man's speed and power in unleashing his skills far surpassed hers. Thinking about her disadvantage in mana consumption during the continued battle, a look of panic appeared on Lina's delicate face. If Lin Feng were to be injured in this battle, she will never forgive herself. Trying to run, do you think you can escape? Gaddafi gave a cruel smile. The standoff between the two sides seemed to last a long time, but in reality, it only lasted a moment. Hundreds of black water droplets the size of basketballs appeared on the restless lake surface. Each one contains powerful magical energy. Once all of them are fired, apart from Lina, no one else had even the slightest chance of survival. Protect Master. Without hesitation, the gang and the other shield crabs raised their shells and surrounded Lin Feng, hoping to use his own body to block the first wave of the most intense damage. But if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will usually happen. I didn't want to waste it. Lin Feng sighed, gently pushed the gang away, and took out a black scroll from his backpack. Chapter 31, After the Level Surge, a crisis looms. Lin Feng took out the anti-magic scroll and used it on Kaza without hesitation. Buzz. The scroll is burning fiercely. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, the words on the scroll flew out like tadpoles. It instantly covered every corner of Kaza's body. The rune's power took effect immediately, before the latter could even react. He was horrified to discover that the magic within him was no longer under his control. No matter what method I use, the black runes are like a persistent flame that I can't shake off. What have you done? What kind of magic is this? Without the supply of magic, the 100 water spheres that Kaza had just condensed did not even bubble up, and once again turned into magical energy and dissipated into the air. Only a small amount of foul-smelling sewage fell back into the lake. No. Kaza's pupils contracted sharply, and his repeated attempts to use different skills were to no avail. However, Lina's water spike technique is complete. How could I be killed by a bunch of insects? Kaza was no longer as composed as before. His pale face suddenly began to contort. Immediately afterwards, his limbs began to swell, and his black scales continued to expand. Roar dash! The roar that shattered rocks and shook the surrounding forest made it rustle. A 20-meter-long black sea crocodile stared intently at Lin Feng and his companions opposite it, its brown vertical pupils bloodshot. The corrosive pain from the depths of the soul is especially severe after becoming the physical body. The magic was blocked, and it could no longer maintain the transformation spell to resist the poison's corrosive effects. However, a faint glint of light emanated from between its menacing teeth. It seems they're using some kind of special item. You bastard, take this! Lina raised her right hand. Sharp water spikes ripped through the air, hurtling toward the crocodile's head at incredible speed. You forced me to do this. The sea crocodile suddenly opened its mouth. Suddenly, a white crystal core was spat out from the gaping maw and collided with the water spike in front of it. Click! Unable to withstand the immense energy of the water spikes, the crystal core shattered in less than half a second, breaking into hundreds of fragments that flew in all directions. Ha ha! None of you will get out of here alive. The water spikes still raged, and after a flicker of fear in Kaz's eyes, he roared madly. Die with me. All of you. Then, with a sound, a deep wound, exposing the bone, appeared on the hard outer skin of Kazana's skull. Immediately afterwards, 2 more water spikes came flying in. Even with Kaz's formidable defense, being hit in the same spot at the same time was not enough to withstand such damage. His abdomen, soul, and head were all severely injured simultaneously. Even the strongest physique can lose its life force in an instant. You have defeated the Black Sea Crocodile leader and gained a large amount of energy. Your hero, Lina, gained a huge amount of energy. The Sea Crocodile clan's hatred for you has increased dramatically. Your level has increased after absorbing energy. Current level 25. Your hero, Lina, has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 42. Your subordinates. Island notification. Congratulations to island owner Lin Feng for being the first to kill a boss-level creature, greatly increasing your reputation in the island world. The pure energy surged like a tidal wave, rushing wildly into every part of my body, whether it's the maximum magic power or the increase in constitution. All of these far surpass any of Lin Feng's previous level advancements. Killing Kaza allowed him to gain a 4-level winning streak. Lina has leveled up. The experience and energy gained alone are enough to make this adventure worthwhile. But Lin Feng had no time to carefully observe the changes in his body. The hairs all over his body stood on end. The moment the white bead shattered, an extremely sturdy barrier formed around it. Inside the barrier, an extremely powerful magical fluctuation is brewing. The suffocating feeling is something that even 4th-tier magic cannot compare to. Brother, the power of a mid-level 5th rank. Lina explained with a solemn expression. How do I get out? Lin Feng fiercely slashed at the barrier with his black inkstone sword. But apart from making a piercing thud, he couldn't cause any damage at all. Damn it, even in death, they're still causing trouble. He swung the stone sword at the barrier again and again, each time with greater force. Even his palms were shaken open with several cuts. Blood dripped from the hilt of the sword onto the damp soil, incredibly vivid. 5th-tier magic. Once released, it will be unavoidable for everyone. With the new king's crown, Lin Feng could be resurrected once at the core of the island. But Lina couldn't escape, recalling all the past moments with the little mermaid, even though it was only a few days. Lina's innocent and naive appearance, constantly grumbling about wanting to eat barbecue, was deeply etched into Lin Feng's mind. If he had known that killing the sea crocodile would cost Lina, he would never have set foot on this island. Lina, I'm sorry. Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly. His smooth sailing after entering the island world led to a certain degree of arrogance and self-confidence. Thinking that with the crocodile severely injured, the effects of its poison, and a magic-suppressing scroll as 3 safeguards, they could easily kill a boss-level sea beast. Gaddafi's fierce counterattack was something he hadn't anticipated. Even, the plan to poison the gang was also full of flaws, and if he was not careful, the loyal to gang would die during the mission. Elder brother. Lina's previously pale face suddenly became agitated as she exclaimed, the barrier's strength is only at the early stage of the 5th tier. Level 5, beginner level. Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. They have no way to break through this level of strength. However, Lina's next words gave him a glimmer of hope. If I could advance to Archmage, I could unleash a surging wave that could tear open a gap in the water. Speaking of which, Lina quickly activated the magic within her body. However, her slightly trembling body proved that she wasn't entirely confident either. Breakthroughs in battle are not that simple. Lord Lin Feng, let's withstand the first wave of magical attacks. Gaijin, with 3 dwarves at the front, released his protective battle aura. We hope you can take Time Man back to your tribe and deliver this message. We beg you. Gujin and the others did not resent Lin Feng for leading them into a deadly situation. If they hadn't been rescued from the cave earlier, they would have died long ago under the siege of the sea creatures. Good. Lin Feng held his black inkstone sword horizontally, subtly blocking Lena's path. Although the human wall has negligible effect under 5th tier magic. If Lena can buy even half a second of time, she has a better chance of survival. Then, everyone fell silent, not putting any pressure on Lena to adjust the magical structure. All that remained was the high-level magic that was constantly brewing in mid-air. We have to get my brother out of here. Lena, you can do it. I want to eat lots of delicious food with my brother in the future. I haven't tried any of the hot pot, Sichuan cuisine, or cakes my brother mentioned yet. I can't die here. Lena's jewel-like red eyes were brimming with tears. She was unaware that Lin Feng possessed the ability to resurrect once. If one knew, even in such a crisis, she faces it with a smile and composure. That magical energy is gathering very slowly, but I only have one chance. I only have enough mana to cast Rolling Tide once. Lena clearly sensed the dense array of elements within the 4th tier top-level magic. Simply collide the elements one by one, like inertial steel balls. This will increase the power of the magic by 1 level, and also increase the casting speed and reduce the magic consumption. Once you master this skill, you can become an archmage. Bang! Lena slowly closed her red eyes and gently pushed the first magical element towards the elemental array. Chapter 32. Collecting the corpse of a Tier 5 sea crocodile. A surprising windfall. Rumble. The magical energy in the wounds of the barrier began to surge violently. It seemed ready to explode at any moment, solidified into a frantic, pulsating form. Each time it flashes, Lin Feng's heart tightened a little more, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. All the dwarves and shield crabs around them dared not breathe, holding their breath and standing close to Lena and Lin Feng. A few more seconds passed, just as the restless energy in the sky was about to explode. Suddenly, I heard the sound of rushing water. Rolling, huge waves. Lena suddenly opened her eyes. Azure magical energy filled his entire eyes. A tremendous magical power surged forth from her body. Without any assistance from the surrounding seawater, she instantly created a rotating tsunami as high as 50 meters using only her own magic power. Compared to before, this tsunami was spinning at more than twice the speed. Lena raced against time, pressing her hands down the instant the giant wave formed. The giant wolf, now freed from its restraints, slammed down with tremendous force onto the barrier in front of it. The deafening sound made everyone cover their ears. The ground beneath my feet trembled and shook violently, which was quite frightening. Will it work? Lin Feng suddenly turned his head and stared intently at the location of the barrier where the giant waves were pouring down. If we can't break through the barrier, everyone will perish here. Click! A spiderweb-like crack appeared in the barrier. Then, the force of the churning waves continued to pound against the ground. The spiderweb could not withstand this enormous energy, which spread outwards in all directions. Bang! A hole exploded in the center of the spiderweb. Like dominoes collapsing, the barrier could no longer remain stable. The energy of countless barriers dissipated as elements, forming a huge void. Withdraw! Lin Feng seized the opportunity, shouted, and then scooped up the magic-depleted Lena, running rapidly toward the cave entrance. The rest of the group followed closely behind. Less than a second later, just as everyone left the barrier, that enormous, restless energy suddenly erupted. There was no elemental arrangement. It was simply magical energy compressed to its limit and then exploded. Giant trees snapped, lake water evaporated, and the earth shook violently. The terrifying power swept through every corner of the barrier, lasting for a full half-minute before finally subsiding. Damn, I feel like I've seen similar scenes in movies before. Lin Feng embraced the exhausted Lena, feeling a surge of relief at surviving such a close call. The lakes and forests behind were no longer what they used to be. They were left in a mess by the energy impact. It was just 1 second off. Lena may stay here forever. Back to the island. Lin Feng prepared to leave with everyone, without collecting the sea crocodile's carcass. In his view, a shockwave of this magnitude would be enough to kill a sea crocodile 100 times over. Finding even a single hair would probably take a lot of effort. However, his professional instincts compelled him to glance at the spot where Gaddafi had died. Huh, how come he wasn't hurt? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at the sight of the intact crocodile corpse. After confirming that the energy had completely dissipated, he went to the side of Kaza's corpse. Should we collect the data? That actually works. Lin Feng confirmed, and the familiar white light enveloped Kaza's remains, transforming into several streams that flew into the island's backpack. Obtained 1 damaged black sea crocodile skin. Obtained 300 black sea crocodile meat. I obtained the black sea crocodile Fong X5. Damaged black crocodile leather. Type material. Level 41 gold. Effects can be used to craft equipment, clothing, etc. Evaluation. The abdominal injury alone doesn't diminish the astonishing value of this material. Just kidding. Black sea crocodile meat. Type food ingredient. Level 41 gold. Effects. Increases physical energy after consumption. Effects decrease with repeated use. Black sea crocodile sharp teeth. Type material. Level 41 gold. Effect. Can be used to craft weapons, accessories, etc. After inspecting the loot, Lin Feng closed his backpack and fell into deep thought. This is slightly different from the previous decomposition. Kaza's physical body definitely contained more than 300 pieces of flesh, but they were all broken down and concentrated into refined flesh that could enhance experience energy. Its value certainly far exceeds that of ordinary food used to fill one's stomach. His teeth were also the 5 sharpest on Gaddafi's body, each measuring 20 centimeters long. I'm going to the Gajan tribe anyway. Maybe I can borrow their power to forge a few small daggers. Create 2 more pieces of close-fitting inner armor. But the most crucial thing is, no crystal nuclei were obtained from this decomposition. It's understandable that other lower-level sea creatures, lacking professional realms, cannot decompose crystal cores. It's obviously abnormal for a 5th-tier sea beast leader to not have a crystal core. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought of the white crystal that Kaza had spat out before he died. Based on this analysis, the white crystal is most likely the energy core inside Kaza's body. That's exactly why. The fact that the crystal core did not tear apart Kaza's remains after the explosion is also plausible. From now on, when facing high-level sea beasts, we must always be wary of their self-destructing crystal cores. We absolutely cannot allow this kind of danger to happen a second time. Looking down at little Lena, who was fast asleep, her delicate face was no longer as rosy as before, pale and weak. His lips had lost all color. This caused Lin Feng a dull ache in his heart. If any mishap had occurred along the way, the outcome would have been entirely different. Back to the island. At the same time, the island notification that had just rang left all the Blue Star Island owners bewildered once again. Just wondering, does the concept of a boss still exist in this world? I saw a monster with the elite affix the day before yesterday, and I had a guess then. Now, Lin Feng's announcement confirms my guess. Sea creatures gain affixes based on skill strength. According to the last combat experiment, possessing even 1 skill of the same tier is enough to be called an elite, making them far stronger than ordinary units. The boss's strength. Damn it, don't even mention it. I ran into a resource island today with 2 level 18 elite troops on it. I figured 10 level 15 troops would be enough to overwhelm them, but not only did I almost lose all my troops, I didn't even manage to kill one of them. That's outrageous. How powerful must that sea creature with the leader title be? What level did Lin Feng kill? A boss-level sea creature must have at least full skills, and possibly 5 more skills in its skill slots. Even a level 20 boss would be impossible to defeat without troops of equal quality. I'm afraid only those big shots with dragons or griffins would have a chance, but I still don't know what kind of troops Lin Feng has. I'm quite curious. Expand skill slots? Can skill slots be expanded? Bro, share more information if you have any. What's the point of this reputation boost? I saved a few drowning people yesterday, and my reputation only increased a little bit. It's so useless. I didn't want to say this, but I'll tell you anyway. Reputation has 2 effects. 1. It reduces the probability of being attacked when entering the islands of various intelligent races and allows you to trade with them and recruit warriors. The second point is a bit mysterious, triggering some hidden conditions. I can't explain the specifics. Thank you for sharing, expert. Thanks, big brother, add me. On the other side, Chung Ching looked at the giant beast riddled with bullets with skewers, completely bewildered. Chapter 33 Freebies, don't miss out. It was only half a minute slower. Chung Chingching took a deep breath, trying her best to calm her agitated emotions. After dismantling troop buildings to obtain a large amount of gold, she began her tower magic career. They rampage through various dangerous sea areas, taking advantage of the arrow tower's ability to not eat or drink and not tire. They accumulated a considerable amount of wealth in the early stages. Furthermore, her experience doesn't need to be shared with other units, and her level is far ahead of the top tier. Although the cultivation level is not high, the physical attributes brought by the level are already quite remarkable. Today we finally found a level 30 boss sea monster. With the defensive capabilities of his purple-grade equipment and the help of arrow towers, he managed to slowly whittle down the sea monster to death. Unexpected, being outmaneuvered at a crucial moment resulted in a significant loss of reputation points. Who can I complain to? The level 30 boss is stronger than the island lord can handle at this stage. Even if I get the best reward, it will be extremely difficult. The boss that Lin Feng killed couldn't have been higher than level 30. I will definitely surpass you. Chung Chingching dissected the sea monster's corpse, leaving 10 portions of raw meat, and listed all the other items on the exchange. With enough funds, she can upgrade all the arrow towers to level 25, and her monster killing speed will take a qualitative leap. She caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of her eye as the exchange was about to close. At the very top of all the ingredients is an extremely expensive meat. The price is as high as 50 silver coins per piece. Is this guy crazy? Priced at 100 times the market price. Isn't he afraid the meat will spoil? Chung Chingching muttered to herself. But when she saw the golden lettering, her eyes widened in amazement. A creature of level 40 or higher. Black sea crocodile meat can provide experience energy. After reading the properties of the meat, Chung Chingching felt terrible. Who has the ability to kill sea monsters of level 40 or higher right now? Furthermore, the material has a special color, indicating that it is definitely a terrifying monster with a powerful rank. 5th rank. She struggled a lot to kill a peak 3rd-tier creature. So who could possibly kill a 5th-tier creature? Lin Feng. For some reason, Chung Chingching's mind flashed back to that handsome photo. No, impossible. It must be that some island lord just happened to come across the sea monster's corpse. Even if the initial unit is a top-tier creature, it would be fast to reach level 30 in the next few days. Even with the best rewards, it would be impossible to kill a 5th-tier sea beast. With this guess in mind, Chung Chingching thought it made more and more sense. I bought a piece of crocodile meat to eat, but found the effects to be so I forgot about this incident. In the chat channel, the golden ingredient that was put on the shelves also sparked heated discussions. Just as Chung Chingching had predicted, everyone concluded that some lucky guy had gotten a bargain. No one would imagine that someone could kill a 5th-tier sea beast right now. It's not that no one has ever connected Lin Feng with the first kill of the boss and the golden ingredients. The conclusion was so absurd that everyone treated it as a fun topic for after-dinner conversation and didn't take it seriously. The bustling island sails forward against the waves. More than 20 people from various ethnic groups gathered together to enjoy a sumptuous feast. A makeshift round table was filled with all sorts of seafood ingredients. Barbecue, steamed food, sashimi, and most outrageously, there's even a hot pot. A beautiful blonde girl stood on a stool, using her fair hands to continuously pick food from the hot pot. Its tiny mouth seemed like a bottomless pit, swallowing large mouthfuls of delicious food. This left the handsome young man beside him speechless. Even though you've upgraded, Lina, isn't your appetite a bit excessive? Lin Feng slowly cut a piece of roasted meat with a knife, jokingly asking, "Aren't you afraid of gaining weight?" "I'm not afraid. As long as I can eat all this delicious food, I'm not afraid of gaining weight." Even though Lina was already sticking out her tongue from the spiciness, she still couldn't resist the sumptuous and delicious food in front of her. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. 24 hours had passed since the slaying of the sea crocodile Kaza, and Lina woke up in the morning after regaining her magic. Seeing that Lin Feng was safe and sound, Lina hugged him and cried for a long time. Finally, he pitifully said that he was hungry and wanted to eat something delicious. As the hero who made the greatest contribution to killing Gaddafi, how could Lin Feng treat her unfairly? He spent 10 gold coins to acquire a large quantity of rare and delicious ingredients in the chat channel. It also took an hour to make a hot pot table, satisfying Lina's strong craving for spicy hot pot. Eating a serving of Tier 5 refined meat provides about the same amount of energy as a Tier 20 creature, but it loses its effect completely after 3 servings. Using the flesh and blood of higher-level creatures to advance in rank is unreliable. Lean meat is more like a luxury ingredient. The taste is indeed quite good. Lin Feng put down his fork and opened his information interface. Lin Feng. Race, human. Level, 25. Occupation, intermediate advanced apprentice, intermediate great swordsman. Mana points, 280. Battle chi value, 280. Skills, battle aura protection tier 2 advanced. Energy missile tier 1 beginner. Naval swordsmanship tier 3 intermediate. Arrow making technique 4-4. Backpack, crown of the new king, black magic stone sword, handcrafted red Polonia wood bow, echoing conch shell, black crocodile full leather, black crocodile fangs. Wealth, 515 gold coins, 52 silver coins. Reputation value, somewhat famous. Kaza's stronghold wiped out more than 400 sea creatures. Disassemble 1320 portions of ordinary raw meat and obtain several pieces of equipment ranging from level 5 to 15. I kept 60 portions of lean meat and sold the rest on the exchange, earning 163 gold coins. We're just one step away from needing 550 gold to upgrade the core. After the first kill of a leader, your reputation should have reached a certain threshold, unlocking specific information. We don't yet know what kind of chemical reaction some fame will produce. We'll only find out when the time is right. Close the interface. Lin Feng turned his gaze to a wooden warehouse in the center of the island, which contained more than 5,000 samples of sea creature body parts. They've been out for a while, and some flying insects have already become interested in them. Even if the materials can be preserved for a long time after decomposition, they will still deteriorate over time. Lin Feng frowned, looked up at Gujin across the table, and asked, "Can you help me forge these sea creature materials into equipment?" "Your Excellency Lin Feng, of course, no problem." Gajin, who was quite drunk and had a flushed face, said, "However, crafting equipment requires more than just materials. Ores are also essential. Our clan has run out of ores this year. If you can get your hands on these, our clan can craft this batch of equipment for you free of charge." "Free?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He originally thought he would be lucky to get a discount, but the bearded dwarf went straight for the best. "There are a lot of these materials. If we were to actually acquire them, we'd need at least 1,000 pieces of equipment." "Huh, Mr. Lin Feng, please don't think this is a joke." Archer Dumo laughed loudly. "Gajin is the young chieftain of our tribe, and his word is law. Then, I'll have to trouble you." Lin Feng raised his glass, a hint of joy in his eyes. The ultimate goal of saving these dwarves has now been achieved. Chapter 34, Island Transformation and Villa Construction. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Lin Feng remembered the crocodile leather in his backpack. "That's gold material. I wonder if these dwarves can forge the equipment they want. Do all equipment require ore? Do you think this crocodile hide could make 2 pieces of leather armor?" Under the dwarf's questioning gaze, he placed the damaged crocodile skin on the open ground beside him. The gruesome wound on Gaddafi's head was clearly visible, making the nearly 20-meter-long black crocodile skin look quite intimidating. "This is 5th-tier material." Gagin froze, his hand gripping the wooden cup, his round eyes filled with shock. After a long while, he put down his cup and excitedly walked over to the crocodile skin. Like caressing a lover, I felt the hard stratum corneum of the leather surface from head to toe. Unbelievable to actually obtain this leather after such an impact. "Lord Lin Feng, you truly have remarkable skills. I admire you. I admire you." Gagin became more and more excited as he spoke. Although they were a dwarven clan skilled in forging, their genetic makeup was not strong. Even the strongest clan leader is only level 35, barely reaching the mid-stage of the great swordsman realm. Forging equipment requires not only skill, but also the skill of the forger, which greatly affects the quality of the equipment. The best equipment they've ever created is only Tier 4 purple quality. I've only ever seen the Tier 5 material, Gagin, at the Fallen Gold Islands auction. This is the first time in decades that I've had to touch it so personally. Your Excellency, Lin Feng. With his right fist pressed against his chest, Gujin pleaded, "If you don't have any other forging channels for this material, please have my father craft it for you. Although we've only ever made 4th-tier top-grade equipment, I believe my father's armor-making skills can make up for our shortcomings and create 5th-tier equipment for you." if the race can manufacture Tier 5 equipment. This will be the greatest honor in the history of their clan. After speaking, Gaijin stared intently at Lin Feng, awaiting his reply. Aren't you absolutely sure? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Besides Gaijin, he really couldn't find a replacement. Anyway, Lina has already reached the level of a mage, so even if this forging fails and she can't get a 5th-tier gold equipment, the quality of a 4th-tier purple item is likely not much worse, and it would undoubtedly be the best to improve one's current strength. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Lin Feng's words made Gaijin jump up excitedly. Thank you, Lord Lin Feng. Rest assured, we will do our best to add more enhancement materials to the leather armor and upgrade it to a Tier 5 equipment. The joy on Gaijin's face was hard to contain, and he made the promise again. Lin Feng nodded and put the crocodile skin back into his island backpack. Since the island world has things like spatial rings, he wasn't worried that Gaijin and the others would notice anything unusual. The banquet has ended. Everyone returned to their posts and diligently carried out their patrol duties. Lin Feng opened the exchange, looking for useful blueprints or skill books. Lina has been sleeping with him for the past 2 days, as the space in the cheap wooden cabin is clearly insufficient. In addition, the population of dwarves, shrimp soldiers, and crab generals increased. The housing problem must be solved. The subsequent equipment manufacturing also requires a large amount of ore, and it is obviously unrealistic to find islands to mine on one's own. There are plenty of retail investors waiting to be fleeced on exchanges. Soon, he found a blueprint for a row of stone houses. The building can accommodate 15 people and is 80% made of stone. It is located by the sea and has good stability and moisture resistance. It doesn't take up much space. It can even be built right next to the beach or in the sea. It can make full use of the island's edge area. But, after searching for a long time, he only found one. All the other drawings are terrible. Lin Feng sighed, opened the chat channel, and sent a screenshot of the blueprint. I need one set of blueprints for a row of stone houses, and also blueprints for a kitchen and a villa. The message was sent, and within seconds, the channel exploded again. Crying, the boss's Versailles routine has started again. Wah, I suddenly feel so useless. Even as an island lord in another world, I don't even deserve a house. Oh vilo? Does such a thing really exist? Boss, do you need any underlings? Can I quit being the island owner and work as your errand boy? The boss is no longer satisfied with simple barbecue. Only a kitchen can satisfy his appetite. Brother Feng is still collecting rare ingredients today. I really want to be Brother Feng's boyfriend. Sob sob. Isn't the unit of the row of stone houses a giant creature? Which small creature has strong combat power in the early stages? Among the island owners, Lin Feng is a household name. Leaving aside his astonishing quotes in the chat channels, his 2-world announcements alone were enough to make all the island owners remember him. Everyone knows his rule. Anyone who maliciously harasses someone will be blocked. So there are far fewer private messages than before. But, despite this, thousands upon thousands of private messages still flooded in. Lin Feng blocked all spam content and then filtered it. They selected their preferred blueprints. Magic Pattern Kitchen. Type, Architectural Drawings. Level 30. Effect, it can save the recipes for ingredients that have been prepared and will automatically cook the food if the same ingredients are added later. Construction costs, 400 white stone, 300 glass, 100 iron ingots. Seaview Villa. Type, Architectural Drawings. Level 30. Effects, significantly improves happiness index and speeds up energy recovery. Construction costs, 300 golden silk wood, 600 emerald marble, 500 glass, 150 iron ingots. Besides the effect, Lin Feng also liked the design of these 2 drawings. It cost a full 80 gold coins. Lin Feng then gathered all the materials and facilities for the 4 types of buildings. At this stage, you probably can't find anyone else who dares to spend money like this except him. After demolishing the original substandard huts and obtaining some materials, Lin Feng placed the row of stone houses on the symmetrical banks of the island. The row of stone houses has a total of 15 single rooms, each of which is about 18 square meters. It's a bit small, but it's definitely enough for the shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and dwarves. The Seaview villas are still built on the island's inner sea, right in the center. After the materials turned into light and disappeared, a 2-story villa in a simple European style appeared. The villa is predominantly light blue, with exquisite gold wooden strips decorating the corners of the walls, creating a simple yet grand atmosphere. The first floor occupies nearly 900 square meters, almost the size of 1 to 5 on an island. It features a complete lounge, 5 bedrooms, a living room, an entertainment room, a bathroom, and other rooms. The second floor is relatively smaller, with an area of 600 square meters. It forms a trapezoidal shape with the first floor. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that the master bedroom on the second floor not only had a wide floor-to-ceiling window, but also had an area of 400 square meters. Basically, most of the second floor is the master bedroom. If conditions permit, it can easily accommodate more than 10 people. Cough, cough, I'm getting off topic. There's only one regrettable thing. Architectural blueprints are like a house that has been fully furnished, but there are no soft furnishings or facilities inside. Lin Feng spent a lot of money, but only arranged basic facilities such as beds. Other soft furnishings can only be added gradually in the future. The kitchen appears rather simple and unadorned. It is entirely white, occupies an area of just over 100 square meters, and is built to the right of the seaside villa. Kitchenware can be opened from treasure chests, and many island owners don't even need such high-end items. Lin Feng completely replaced his dining utensils. After settling into his accommodation, he reopened the stock exchange. The quality of ore for low-level equipment doesn't need to be too high. Ordinary iron ore will suffice. But isn't the price of this iron ore a bit outrageous? It was only 1 silver coin, and it was gone as soon as it was listed. It takes 10 parts ore to smelt 1 iron ingot, just as Lin Feng was wondering. Suddenly, Lena's clear, bell-like voice rang out. "Brother Lin Feng, there's a moving island behind us." Chapter 35 Robbed on the Resource Island. In the distance, a lush, verdant island comes into view, chasing after us from behind. The island is not large, probably only about 1 square kilometer, and you can faintly hear the hoarse howls of some magical beasts. Resource Island. Special item. Item chest. After so long, I'm so glad to finally see you. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. In 5 or 6 days, let alone exploring resource islands to find supplies. He couldn't even smell it. I once suspected that the resource island mechanism might have lost its effectiveness after the 7-day assessment. It's heading in roughly the same direction as Dwarf Island. Prepare to land on the island. After Lin Feng gave his instructions, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals assembled and prepared to depart at the back of the island. Without needing to change the island's orientation, the resource island was delivered to my doorstep in just over 10 minutes. Activate follow mode to travel in the same direction at a constant speed as the ladder. The gang, you guard the core area. The rest of you, come with me. Holding the black inkstone sword in his backpack, Lin Feng took the lead and stepped into the resource island. Because the vegetation is too dense, it is difficult to observe information about the monsters deep within the island. After the Kaza incident, Lin Feng became much more composed during his explorations and no longer recklessly charged around just because of Lena's level. We moved forward slowly, step by step. The deeper you go, the clearer the stench becomes. It felt like entering a zoo that hadn't been cleaned for years. The smell was pungent. This tastes awful. What kind of monster is this? Goggin placed his palm on the hilt of the sword behind his back. His nose was red, and he seemed to have an allergic reaction. "You stinky, stinky, unclean thing." Lena covered her nose and held her breath, looking quite adorable. Is this some kind of naturally built-in defensive barrier? Lin Feng covered his nose with his wrist and glanced back at the crowd. He pondered whether or not to delve deeper. Go further in, and who knows how addictive the smells will be. Rustle. Suddenly, a strange noise came from a clump of vegetation ahead. Without hesitation, Lin Feng raised the black demon stone sword in his hand and unleashed a fierce downward slash. The sword's edge easily sliced through the plants in its path. An unlucky squirrel ran right into the blade and was cleaved in two. At the same time, the hoarse howls from deep within the jungle grew more intense. Seemingly smelling blood, about a dozen dark figures quietly approached Lin Feng. Not a high level. Sensing the aura emanating from the dark figure, Lin Feng slightly relaxed his guard. They're all low-level creatures. Let's finish this quickly. Soon, the shadowy figures gradually came into view. They were a group of skunks, each larger than a lion. Demonized black weasel. Level, 18. Class, second level primary. Skill, unknown. Rename monster. The levels range from 15 to 18, with the strongest only reaching the beginner level of the second tier. It's unclear where they got the confidence to approach the group that landed on the island. They received instructions from Lin Feng. The shrimp-eating men brandished their pincers and swarmed forward. Each time Lin Feng killed a sea creature, he would replace the shrimp soldiers and crab generals with the best equipment. Despite not being at a disadvantage in terms of rank, the shrimp men killed several large black rats in a single charge. The remaining people, seeing that things were not going well, tried to escape. But Lena's water arrows showed no mercy, shooting out with a whoosh. Accurately hit their vital points. In less than a minute, the skunk provided some energy to the group before sacrificing itself. Search the surrounding area. Lin Feng put his weapon back in his backpack and looked thoughtful as he searched for the item chest. Warcraft has a very keen sense of smell. Once it detects an unfamiliar unit entering its territory, it will at least observe the situation. Why are these skunks charging at us like that? While thinking about it, not long after, the dwarf Domo called out, "Lord Lin Feng, there's a box here." Everyone gathered around the sound. Domo's muscles bulged, and he used his short, thick arms to support a giant rock. Beneath the rock was a white treasure chest, radiating a brilliant light. Boom! Lin Feng helped the dwarf overturn the boulder with a single kick. He then crouched down to examine the contents of the treasure chest. Type: Special. Quality white. Effect: Upon activation, you will immediately receive a special item. This was the first time Lin Feng had ever seen an item with a white prefix. Everything else is gray, green, and blue in that order, but there is no white. The reason for this relationship is here. Let's see what good stuff we can find. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. Special treasure chests are far more useful to him than green or blue ones. The latter yields items that can only be sold, while the former may yield items that the user can use. He reached out, about to lift the lid, but then stopped. Elder brother. Lina seemed to want to say something, but Lin Feng stopped her with a look. The shrimp people and the dwarfs stared at him with suspicion. I don't understand what the two of them are doing. Only Lina, who is also a mage, secretly accumulated magical energy. That's all. Lin Feng placed his palm on the treasure chest without moving, clearly waiting for something. His once clear and bright eyes gradually became deep and cold over time, and the little kindness he had left faded away even more. After a short while, the fighting spirit within Lin Feng's body began to circulate rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a protective barrier was formed on the outside, and the body's functions were pushed to the limit. Have all your troops put down their weapons and crouch down. A young woman dressed in light leather armor crouched on a tree branch, holding a small pistol in her hand. The muzzle of the gun was aimed directly at Lin Feng's head. The woman had short black hair and was covered from head to toe in tree sap to mask the smell. He seemed to have received special training. His grip on the gun was very steady. I'll count to 3, and if you don't do as I say, I'll shoot you in the head. The woman raised her pistol and fired a shot at a tree trunk beside her. Bang! The loud explosion of gunpowder echoed throughout the entire island. In a short time, the shrimp men and dwarfs involuntarily tensed up. They couldn't detect any trace of the attack launched by that black metal. If the woman had aimed at any one of them instead of the tree trunk, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Owner, Lord Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng being re-aimed at by that mysterious black thing, Dezhuang and Gujin's hearts jumped into their throats. A yin person? Lin Feng did not get up and asked calmly. This is the last time I'll remind you. The woman's index finger rested on the trigger, her voice icy. Have your men lay down their weapons and tie their hands and feet one by one. Take 30 units of supplies from your island. Then I might consider letting you go back. It seems they are from the Yin Kingdom. Pity. Lin Feng was completely unharmed and gently tilted his head to lock onto the woman on the tree branch. Although the island system can automatically translate various languages, this woman with a gun had a very pure accent. The green sap covered her skin, but it couldn't hide the woman's exquisite features. She is a very beautiful woman. 3, 2, 1. As she counted down to the last few seconds, the woman's heart pounded harder and harder. The profile of the male island owner below reminded her of a vivid portrait photo deep in her mind. Chapter 36. Lin Feng. No need. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Lin Feng shifted his body the instant she pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed his shoulder and disappeared into the soil, sending sand flying everywhere. Cripple her. Upon hearing the command, Lena's angry red eyes emitted a blue magical power. In an instant, the water jet made a whooshing sound as it shot straight at the woman with the gun. Master! Upon seeing the blue afterimage flying towards them, the woman on the tree branch's pupils contracted sharply. There was no time to dodge, and a sharp pain shot through my right wrist. Snap! The right hand, gripping the pistol tightly, fell from the tree, followed by drops of scarlet blood. Lin Feng. The pain of a broken wrist penetrates to the bone marrow, and the brain releases a large amount of endorphins to reduce stimulation. This prevented the woman from uttering any cries of pain. But when she saw the man's appearance below, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and a cold sweat broke out all over her body. I didn't expect that this thing could be brought in. It's beyond my expectations. Lin Feng casually tore the severed hand off the pistol. After finding the magazine switch and discovering that there were only 3 bullets left, he lost interest. The dwarves, including Gaijin, nimbly climbed up the tree branches and pulled the woman down. De Zhuang, who was below, kicked her in the thigh and yelled, "Kneel down." Click! Lin Feng returned the magazine to its place and raised the pistol, pressing it against the woman's forehead. "What's your name? And your island?" Resource islands spawn randomly. During the voyage, he kept a close eye on the surrounding sea area and never discovered any other moving islands. Obviously, this woman has been on this resource island for several days. Luo Jinhua. My core has been destroyed, and I have lost all island functionality. The woman's lips turned pale. She knew her plan had failed and dared not hide anything. After losing the ability to investigate, they could no longer directly check the level and strength of Lin Feng's team. She could also deduce some things from the scene just now. Able to easily dodge bullets and remain calm even when targeted by guns. This level was beyond her comprehension. Lin Feng asked, "What state was this island in when it spawned behind me?" Luo Jinhua replied, "Normal rafting just involves randomly teleporting to different locations. Cough, cough, I should say teleporting." After obtaining the information he wanted, Lin Feng asked a few more questions. Immediately afterwards, under Luo Jinhua's almost desperate gaze, he slowly placed his finger on the trigger. "Lin Feng, I used to be a mercenary. I know a lot of fighting, firearms, and survival skills." In order to save his life, Luo Jinhua hurriedly showed his value. "Letting me join your island is far more valuable than you killing me." Then, she frantically wiped the sap off her face with her other intact left hand. The more you wipe it, the more blurred it becomes, but you can still roughly make out the outline of the face. I imagine it would look about 80 to 90% good after washing. It really is beautiful. I can be your person. You can do whatever you want. Don't kill me. The crisp vibrato lingered in my ears. Lin Feng's gaze remained unchanged. However, he gently tapped his index finger. Bang! The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Luo Jinhua's voice abruptly stopped, and his lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. Blood gushed from the scarlet hole on his forehead, and his unseeing eyes still held a deep sense of confusion. It seems incomprehensible what Lin Feng did. Unnecessary. Lin Feng said something to the corpse and returned to the white treasure chest. After they finished dealing with the skunks, Luo Jinhua voluntarily came out and frankly shared his experience and information. He might be able to leave behind some supplies, increasing Luo Jinhua's chances of survival on the isolated island. Now that they've drawn their weapons, there's no room for maneuver. As for joining the island, when people from the same hometown meet, they don't necessarily have to be moved to tears. There's a very high chance they'll stab you in the back. Creak. The treasure chest lid was opened. A white scroll lay quietly inside. Sea area teleportation scroll. Type, special item. Effect, teleports the island to any sea area coordinates. Note, the teleportation requires a 48-hour preparation time, during which all island features will be unavailable. It cannot be used again for 1 year after its initial use. Teleportation scroll. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly put the scroll into the island backpack. Just as he guessed, the world is much bigger than we imagine. After so many days, he finally met his first Blue Star Island Lord, who was teleported over from the resource island after the core was destroyed. There are probably no more than 4 figures, or even fewer, of island owners in the entire Mallory Sea. Sea Area Teleportation Scroll. This gave those island owners who wanted to form an alliance an opportunity to exploit. He guessed in his mind that it wouldn't be long. I'm afraid a lot of island owner alliances will emerge. Let's go, we don't need those skunks. As Lin Feng called to everyone to leave the resource island, he noticed that Gujin was stroking Luo Jinhua's body repeatedly with an unusually excited expression. Does this guy have such a heavy taste? Lord Lin Feng. Gajin raised his finger excitedly and exclaimed, "This is the sap of a 5th-tier fusion tree. There must be fusion trees on this island. Find this tree and collect all its sap. It will greatly increase the success rate when crafting your armor, and it will also enhance your fusion attribute." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. All right, this island isn't big. Let's split up and search. Tier 5 materials for free. Why not take them if they're free? Aside from Lin Feng and Lina acting as a pair, the others spread out in a circle to search for traces of the fusion tree. Most of the plants on the island are of the same species. 5-tiered trees are quite easy to distinguish. Soon, De Zhuang found his target, and his shouts, which echoed across the island, brought everyone together again. Fusion tree. Type plant. Level 43. Crown height 4 meters. Logging and harvesting. Sap and wood from the molten wood tree. The text in the information interface is golden yellow. This proves that this unassuming, black-covered, crooked tree is not simply of a high grade. Lin Feng took out his black inkstone sword and was about to chop at the tree roots. However, Gujin quickly stepped forward to stop him, saying, "Lord Lin Feng, we must collect the tree sap first. This is the most valuable part of the fusion tree." Hee, it's all right, just watch. Lin Feng smiled. He continued to swing the black inkstone sword at the fusion tree. Wood chips flew everywhere, and even with 4th-tier purple top-grade equipment, it was still quite difficult to chop down 5th-tier golden trees. It took Lin Feng a full minute to cut the crooked tree off at the root. Then, under Gauguin's shocked gaze, he directly chose to collect and decompose. One convenient thing about the magical world is that even the most absurd things can be explained with magic. I obtained 3x melting tree sap. You have obtained 5 pieces of fusion wood. Chapter 37 Blacksmith Shop Blueprints. The time difference in equipment profits. Liu sat leisurely on the stool, humming a little tune as she browsed the exchange. She's been in a really good mood lately. Ever since that island owner named Tang Long approached her and invited her to join an alliance called Wolf Pack, her development speed has greatly increased. Tang Long is a big shot, a true master. He was able to kill a level 30C monster a few days ago, so his strength is definitely top tier among the island lords of Blue Star. Secondly, there are several island lords in the alliance who are quite powerful. Although they cannot be compared with Tang Long, they are at least in the 1st tier. With these big shots sharing information, many island owners in the alliance have made a lot of money by taking advantage of the information gap. The last time I sold fruit, I lost so much money I bled like my period. Through her efforts over the past few days, Liu has managed to recruit 20 human swordsmen. The bad news is that there is a limit to the number of troops that can be recruited. Units with an initial level of 16 to 20 can only be recruited up to 15 times. Players at levels 11 to 15 can recruit 50. Players at levels 5 to 10 can recruit 200, and players below level 5 can recruit 800. With this intelligence, the Alliance realized that it was no longer possible to rely on sheer numbers to build up military strength. So they turned their attention elsewhere: equipment and arrow towers. Fortunately, a week ago, Tang Long discovered a high-level resource island with a clear indication that it contained blacksmith blueprints. When the news reached the Alliance, everyone went crazy. This is the only known blacksmith shop on the market. If it were to start operating, it would generate profits faster than robbery. It's like picking up money while carrying a sack. Naturally, everyone began to hoard ore and purchase furnace blueprints in advance to smelt iron ore. We're just waiting for Tang Long to conquer the resource island so we can start producing equipment right away. Boss Tang Long sent a message. Liu's spirits lifted, and she quickly closed the exchange and opened the group chat interface. Tang Long, blacksmith shop blueprints. Finally got the blueprints. Liu's face lit up with joy, but she quickly realized something was amiss. Why is the atmosphere in the group so quiet? Her heart skipped a beat, and then she opened the blacksmith's blueprint. Blanche. The next few days were uneventful. We attacked neutral and dangerous waters along the way, but didn't encounter any resource islands or sea creature forces. As dawn broke, golden sunlight streamed through the French windows, gently illuminating Lin Feng's chiseled face. Second floor of the Seaview Villa. Lin Feng rested his hands on the stone railing of the French windows, gazing at the golden ocean in front of him with an utterly calm expression. On the nearly 10-meter-long bed, Lena, having taken off her orange-red short-sleeve shirt, lay sprawled out in a big shape and slept soundly. Losing vigilance against crises will lead to a decline in alertness. These seemingly wonderful days are the most dangerous. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at the row of houses on both sides of the island. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals faithfully fulfilled their duties, patrolling 24 hours a day without interruption. After resting, the dwarves, except for Iron Barbarian who had a broken leg, had almost fully recovered from their injuries. "Get up." Lin Feng walked to the bedside and gently pinched Lena's small and cute nose. "Hey, brother." Lena opened her blurry eyes and sat on the soft bed, clearly still in a daze. Since the villa was renovated, she never slept alone. She insisted on sleeping with Lin Feng every night. Even though the latter knew that she was innocent and pure-hearted, he couldn't withstand such torment and couldn't sleep at night. "I get up very early every day before dawn. We'll be at the Gajan tribe's island in one day, so let's make some preparations for safety's sake." Lin Feng gave a few instructions, then went downstairs and left for the outdoors. The fresh morning air enters the lungs through the trachea, and the surrounding magical elements are at their most active time of the day. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng began training and honing his battle aura and magic. At this point, both of his professions had reached their peak, and he was just one step away from becoming a swordsman or a mage. According to Gagan, reaching this level would make one a respected and powerful figure in the Mallory Sea. Call. Several hours later, Lin Feng took off his clothes and immersed himself in the inner sea. Open the exchange interface and routinely explore the ore market. It takes 100 iron ore and short-lived iron ingots to make a Tier 2 armor, and refined iron is required for Tier 3. Ore prices fluctuate significantly. A few days ago, the peak price was 2 silver coins per serving, and it even soared to 3 silver coins at one point. It then gradually decreased again, returning to around 1 silver coin. Lin Feng had his doubts. There must be someone colluding behind this to manipulate the ore market. After all, minerals are not like food. Their production is very limited, and they are materials with great potential. People with ample funds will definitely hoard large quantities. Currently, a Tier 2 green item costs between 1 and 1.5 gold. Each item only yields a profit of 20 or 30 silver coins. Lin Feng frowned. After spending 80 gold to buy blueprints and materials, I accumulated wealth again to 450 gold after a few days. He invested all his money in equipment, but only earned a little over 100 gold coins. This amount of profit was clearly not enough to satisfy his appetite. As of now, there are 16 days left until the beast tide assessment. Based on the dwarven race's short-term efficiency, they can produce a maximum of 3,000 pieces of Tier 2 to 3 equipment in half a month. Once the beast tide assessment is over, the survival pressure will drop sharply. Many island owners will invest their wealth, which helps them enhance their strength, into various industries to accelerate the accumulation of wealth in the future. The blacksmith shop was a highly sought-after business that had long been coveted by many. If Lin Feng misses this money-making opportunity, he will lose at least 80% of his future profits. Is there any way to lower the price of ore? If we can trick the other island owners into melting the ore into iron ingots, we can save a lot of time. As Lin Feng pondered deeply, suddenly, a private message came through. Upon opening it, I found it was from Chun Rue. "Boss, guess what I saw? Blacksmith shop blueprints." Lin Feng's pupils contracted. The blacksmith's blueprints have already been revealed, so does that mean other island owners have already started collecting materials and building it? However, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the blacksmith shop blueprints. Blacksmith shop blueprints. Type: architectural drawings. Level 30. Effect: allows 3 island units to learn basic forging skills and provides corresponding blueprints and facilities. Construction costs: 1,000 iron ingots, 500 refined iron ingots, 200 tiles. Restriction: requires island core, level 30. At this time, Lin Feng finally understood why no one could manufacture the equipment. A blacksmith shop can only be built with a level 30 core. Is anyone currently at level 20? The sheer amount of 550 gold required to reach level 20 is enough to deter even the most powerful island owners. Reaching level 30 will take quite a while, even after the beast tide ends. After reviewing the blueprints, Lin Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Chapter 38 News Explosion. Sweeping through the bottom price market. You will receive a large reward for disseminating the information about the blueprints. Upon seeing Lin Feng's message, Chen Rue jumped up from his stool as if his backside was on fire. This guy is planning something big. Chen Rue is an honest man, but he's not stupid. What will happen if the island owner finds out about the blueprints? Prices in the mineral sector have plummeted. You need a level 30 core to build a blacksmith shop, which will take forever. Chen Rue quickly listed the warehouses or inventory on the exchange at a price slightly lower than the market price. He then replied, "Brother, it's just sending a message. No big deal. I'm already very happy to be able to help you." After saying that, Chen Rue opened the chat channel and directly pasted a screenshot of the drawing. As always, whenever data appears in the channel, most island owners will swipe up to browse the history and take a look. This blue quality blueprint is no exception. You need to be level 30 to forge iron. I've only stockpiled 10 gold coins worth of iron ore. This is outrageous. Getting a level 30 core is too late. It's impossible to equip it with top-tier gear before the beast tide assessment. The price of ore is going to plummet. Wah, I spent 3 days mining on a resource island, and now you're saying the ore isn't worth anything? There's still more than half of the veins untouched. Hey bro, message me later. I haven't sold out all the ore I listed yet. I'm doomed. Hurry up and sell it. Otherwise it will become worthless later. Anyone willing to buy? I'm selling 5,000 units of ore for 90 copper each. No exchange involved. No exchange involved. I'll sell it for 85 copper coins each. Honest and fair. No exchanges involved. DM me if interested. 8.5 silver is used to make finished iron ingots, saving on labor and fuel costs. Private transaction. 75% copper from raw ore. Damn it, can you guys stop being so greedy? Everyone stop lowering prices and stabilize the market. Prices have almost halved in just a few minutes. 7 silver for an iron ingot. DM me if interested. This is the lowest price. No discounts. The messages were rolling out like an explosion. Just by looking at the messages sent by the island owners, you can imagine how embarrassed they are in real life. The price of iron ore has plummeted at an alarming rate. During this period, no one listed or on the exchange. They've already lost a fortune. If the exchange schemes off another layer of profit, it'll be excruciating for these island owners. On the other side, Liu stared intently at the exchange, her eyes bloodshot. The island leader in the alliance wanted to quietly find a buyer in the market to dump his iron ore. In this way, even if there are losses, they will only be limited to time and transaction fees. Unexpectedly, the sudden channel information completely disrupted all their plans. Especially Liu. She had poured all her money into the mining industry, and now low-priced ores were constantly appearing on the exchange. The prices also dropped from over 1 silver coin to 50 copper. Gradually, a layer of mist enveloped the view. Wah! If I ever do business again, I'll be a dog. The enormous loss devastated Liu in Bungbu, and she covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. Shang Hui. Tang Long sat on the rock, straightened the glasses with his fingertips, and said with a somber expression, "I wasted a lot of your time." Awoke. A nearly 5-meter-long, bloodthirsty sea wolf snatched up a weak, blond old man, tossed his head back, and threw him in front of Tang Long. Contact your friends in this area of the sea. Just say there are high-level resource islands available for team exploration. Tang Long flipped the old man's head over with his toe and smiled. If you dare to divulge even half a word, I can't guarantee where they'll start biting. I have no friends. Fear showed in the old man's eyes, and his weak voice trembled slightly. Oh, Tang Long sighed. He strode quickly toward the old man's island, the sound of blood wolves gnawing on bones behind him unusually jarring. We've already recruited enough bloodthirsty sea wolves and can't build any more units, so we can't maintain our initial advantage. Hopefully they'll give us some face this time. Should the island's core be destroyed? Destroying an enemy unit has a chance to yield blueprints for its buildings, and you are guaranteed to obtain all resources from the island inventory. Bang! The azure crystal pillar shattered, turning into fragments that scattered in all directions. After falling to the ground, it seemed to seep into the soil and disappear like a liquid. The empty ground made Tang Long's face turn ugly. This is the third one, and still no unit blueprints have been revealed. What a waste of several days. 3 silver coins for 1 iron ingot. This is so curly. Lin Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of the countless iron ingots on display inside the exchange. A message. This directly caused the price of metal materials to drop by more than half, and all those who had hoarded them were selling off their stock. I'm terrified that if I sell everything, I'll lose even more. Until the price of iron ore plummeted to 20 copper and the price of iron ingots fell to 3 silver. Prices of other metals have also decreased to varying degrees, but not by much. Iron ingots, which have the widest production channels, are now the mainstay of the market. Let's calculate. Lin Feng glanced at the backpack. With over 400 gold coins, you could buy most of the 3 silver iron ingots. That should be enough to collect approximately 14,800 iron ingots. Based on the principle of crafting one piece of equipment with 10 materials, collecting some more sea creature materials would allow for the crafting of 1,480 sets of high-level green equipment. At the average price, these items can be sold for 2,000 gold coins. The 500 plus gold needed to upgrade the core is nothing. I have to buy it. Lin Feng made a decisive move and quickly began to buy iron ingots priced below 3 silver. It will probably take some time before the core level is upgraded, and even a dwarf can craft over 1,000 pieces of equipment in a week with enough power. Based on this calculation, there are still a few days left before the beast tide, during which time you can upgrade your core and spend gold coins to increase your strength. The market is huge. He can't possibly eat the whole cake by himself. Being able to be the first to eat the sweetest part is enough to arouse the jealousy of the other island owners. Purchase 10 iron ingots, costing 30 silver coins. Purchase 50 iron ingots, costing 151 silver coins. Purchase 8 iron ingots, costing 23 silver coins. 91. Purchase 50 iron ingots, costing 153 silver coins. You do not have enough gold coins to purchase this item. I don't know how much time passed. Just as Lin Feng's right hand was about to cramp, he finally spent his last coin. At this time, his mailbox was overflowing with packages. Thousands of pages of reminders, all of them just piles of iron ingots. Where should we put all of these? Suddenly, Lin Feng realized that he had to retrieve the email within half a day. Otherwise, it would be forcibly placed in his backpack. As for backpacks that are too full to fit, no one has tried it. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to try it either. Lord Lin Feng, our island is just ahead. Fortunately, the message that Goggin brought relieved him. Chapter 39 Crisis on Dwarf Island. A tiny dot, no bigger than a sesame seed, appeared on the sea surface at some unknown time. Even though they were dozens of kilometers apart, the dwarves like Gajin and Dumo still recognized it. We're home. We're home. Oh. 4 dwarves circled around the broken-legged Iron Man. The latter sat in a wooden wheelchair, and his previously dim eyes regained some vitality. Lin Feng had promised to send them back to their tribe, but when he actually arrived at their doorstep, he couldn't help but feel excited. Your Excellency, thank you very much. Gajin's face flushed red, and his voice trembled as he said, if it weren't for your rescue, we would have died in the cave. You will gain the eternal friendship of the Iron Hammer clan. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's nothing, and besides, I need your help anyway, so don't be too polite. I don't know what eternal friendship can represent. He cares more about the benefits he is about to gain. Only benefits are the most real thing. We escorted the dwarves back from a great distance and spent almost a week exploring without turning around, wasting a lot of valuable sea areas during that time. You should be prepared to contact your clansmen, otherwise misunderstandings could arise. Lin Feng said earnestly. Your Excellency, rest assured, this fellow has a very good voice. He will definitely be able to send the information across the sea in advance. Goggin patted Dumo's shoulder forcefully, his smile never fading. Yes, that would be best. Lin Feng nodded, then turned his attention to the island. Since there were still more than 10,000 iron ingots in the mailbox, he used the island skill directly to speed things up. The island, moving steadily forward, seemed to have a turbo engine installed, instantly doubling its speed. The howling sea breeze brushed past my ears, and as time passed, the outline of the island became clearer and clearer. It is a medium-sized island with an area of about 30 square kilometers. Unlike uninhabited natural islands, except for the edges where there is still a lot of vegetation and forest, the central area of this island has been transformed into a small island town. The size of the town is still unclear, but judging from its outline, it can accommodate at least 6,000 or 7,000 people. Several ports were built on the outskirts of the island to allow access to the sea. More than a dozen ships of various sizes were docked inside the port, waiting to be loaded with cargo. This batch of equipment from the tribe hasn't even set sail yet, but we've finally made it in time. Goggin shielded his eyes from the sunlight and breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the ships clearly. 6 months of hard work. If the navy of the fallen Gold Islands were to embezzle it, the entire clan would suffer a severe blow. Lin Feng was also observing. But when he saw some buildings near the port collapsing one after another, and magical traces appeared, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Gaijin, does your clan have a habit of using magic for demolition?" Demolition? Goggin was stunned for a moment, not reacting immediately. Oh, it's about demolishing houses. Demolishing a house with magic? That's incredibly extravagant. Mages command exorbitant appearance fees. Goggin shook his head and smiled, about to continue. Suddenly, his expression changed. He quickly squinted and looked around the clan island, discovering the gradually collapsing buildings next to the port. From the perspective of magical traces. Oh no, the Naga have invaded. Upon hearing those 3 words, the expressions of the other dwarves changed drastically. Lord Lin Feng, please, could you hurry? These Nagas are going to plunder our equipment and food. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly this year. Gaijin said anxiously, with Dumo and me gone, my father alone cannot withstand those high-ranking Nagas. That's already the fastest. Lin Feng's expression also turned serious. If the dwarven clan goes wrong, forget about making money. The more than 10,000 iron ingots in his mailbox were enough to leave him with nothing but his underwear. Lena, prepare to cast a spell at maximum range. Yes, I understand, brother. Why did those stinking sea creatures invade so early this year? A dwarf who bore a striking resemblance to Gaijin swung his great hammer, sending more than a dozen Naga warriors flying. He was wearing a set of 4th-tier purple heavy armor and single-handedly held off 1 to 3 Nagas. However, there were too many Nagas. They smashed those in front of them to death, and more kept surging up from behind. Even with the strength and level of a Grand Hammermaster, without the support of teammates, one would be exhausted to death here. Chief Korin. A group of Naga entered the town, and I sent men to intercept them. Another dwarf, wielding a bow and arrow, knocked 3 arrows and fired them, easily striking the 3 Nagas' hard skulls. Winter is still 2 months away. I suspect that these Naga are driven by something, which is why they launched their attack ahead of schedule. The numbers this time are far greater than before. Goggin and Dumo haven't returned yet. Should we abandon the ground? The bow-wielding dwarf walked up behind Colin, his face filled with worry. Abandon the ground? Do you know what that means? Colin shattered the sternum of the Naga before him with his hammer, then turned and roared. The clan's centuries of accumulation will be destroyed in an instant. And with the coming winter, without enough food, the old, children, and women will starve to death. Call out. The dwarf with the bow kept knocking the string, and said with a forced smile, this Naga offensive is too strong. Even if Dumo and Gaijin were here, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. If all the warriors die, Chieftain, do you think the old, weak, women and children can hold on? Use half the people to exchange for the other half. Colin, his beard trembling with rage, roared, I won't abandon anyone. Let me see just how powerful these sea bugs really are. Tell those passengers that if they want to live, they should lend a hand. Otherwise, they might end up losing their lives instead of getting the equipment. These words were spoken. The bow-wielding dwarf's expression changed. Asking guests who come to the Ironhammer clan to forge equipment to help defend against the Naga will undoubtedly have a serious impact on the Ironhammer clan's reputation. Even if they manage to stop this Naga invasion, their clan will have to rely entirely on overseas trade to sell equipment in the future. What are you standing there for? Move, you idiot. Is the life of your people more important, or that damned money? Colin spat out a mouthful of blood and roared with wide eyes. Understand now. The bow-wielding dwarf gritted his teeth, about to return to town to inform the diverse group of guests. Suddenly, a familiar whistle rang out from the coast. This is Dumontak. The bow-wielding dwarf could never forget the voice of his own son. Oh no, those guys are back from sea. Upon realizing this, the bow-wielding dwarf's expression changed drastically. He quickly jumped to a high point to look around and put his finger to his mouth, blowing out a sharp, coded signal. The general idea is evacuate and await further orders. However, He had just blown the whistle when another coded signal came back from the sea. I'm coming to save you. Do Mo and the others are back? Colin heard the signal and immediately said, tell them to get lost and not come back. They're here. The bow-wielding dwarf quickly spotted the rapidly approaching black dot and angrily cursed. You brat, disobeying orders. When we get back, I'll break his legs. But as the black dot drew closer, Colin and the bow-wielding dwarf's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. They exclaimed in unison, what the hell is that? Chapter 40, Saving the Day. Turning the tide. What's coming towards us isn't a ship, but a rapidly moving island. Colin swore he had never seen anything so outrageous in his life. How could an island move so fast? Are Gagin and the others on that island? The number of Naga invaders this time is over 2,000. They're coming from the rear, and once they're surrounded, they're doomed. Swinging his heavy iron hammer, he repelled several more Nagas. After nearly half an hour of intense and continuous fighting, even with a level of over 30, Colin still felt a bit tired. Should we send someone in to cover their return? The bow-wielding dwarf asked in a deep voice. Cover. Colin gazed at the dense swarms of blue Naga below the slope and took a deep breath, saying, how many people will die if we charge in? Look at them. Colin pointed to the battlefield on the island's beach, where hundreds of dwarves stood in a line, barely managing to hold off the Naga's attack with their superior equipment. But, due to the overwhelming disparity in numbers, the dwarves were all injured to varying degrees, and their weapon-wielding frequency decreased. Even if they succeed in getting them to charge into the dangerous Naga rear, they will at least lose most of their men. I will not sacrifice the lives of the majority of my people for the sake of a few, even if he is my son. Colin pushed his internal fighting spirit to its limit. The iron hammer, forged from black metal, was enveloped by a pale white, substantial aura of battle chi. Go and get those guests to help. I'll try to bring them back. Having said that, Colin ignored the bow-wielding dwarf's next words and unleashed his full power. Like a war god descending, his small figure charged straight into the Naga crowd. The sound of bones breaking echoed repeatedly, like mowing grass in Dynasty Warriors. Countless Nagas were blasted far away by the hammer, then crashed heavily onto their own kind. Get lost, brat. If I die and still can't save you, I won't even have the face to face your mother. Colin transforms into a human tank. They fought their way through the Naga tide. Just as he was getting closer and closer to the shore, he suddenly heard Gagin's urgent shouts. My God, father, what are you doing here? You idiot, get down. Get down now. A 5th tier spell is about to be played. Lie down. 5th tier magic? Colin could only vaguely hear it, because in addition to the hoarse roars of the Naga, there was also a tsunami sound that almost pierced the eardrums. 5th tier magic. Finally, Colin heard Gagin's words clearly. After swatting away the Naga blocking his view with a single blow, he instinctively raised his head. What the hell is this thing? Colin stared wide-eyed at the sight before him, frozen in place for a few seconds. Giant wave. A giant wave over 50 meters high. Judging from those rapidly spinning waves containing terrifying energy, their power far surpasses that of a 4th tier top-grade skill. Oh bastard. 5th tier magic. Colin finally realized what was happening, quickly placed the hammer on his head, bent down, and ran rapidly towards the shore ahead. Why not run backwards? He figured his short legs wouldn't be able to run away from the waves. Rather than bracing for the most powerful head and middle sections, it's better to ride the wave near the bottom. Who knows, maybe his son can still save him. Colin's actions saved his life. The massive, rolling waves, accompanied by thunderous roars, relentlessly pounded the beach battlefield. Rumble. The rapidly spinning magical waves turned into a crushing machine, and any Naga that came into contact with the waves were pulverized and dismembered. None were spared. Apart from the Naga, who were closest to the dwarves, a vacuum zone formed in the middle of the battlefield. Just now, he easily killed 500 Naga. A significant portion of the casualties were also caused by indirect attacks. All the dwarves, including Dumo's father who hadn't yet returned to town, had their large, square faces filled with shock. This was the first time in their lives they had ever witnessed such powerful magic. It's true, a knife stabbed his buttocks. What an eye-opener. Magician. Colin stood on the beach, soaking wet, as ordinary waves, manipulated by magic, pounded against his body. Just now, as the bottom of the giant wave was about to crash into him, The violent energy in the area of the wave he was in contact with vanished. The clan leader, who had lived for nearly 100 years, certainly wouldn't believe that the magic had failed. They turned their attention directly to the rapidly approaching island. His son, Gaijin, stood at the edge of the island, excitedly wielding his great sword and roaring, "We're back! Lord Lin Feng is willing to help us fight the Naga." Lord Lin Feng. Upon hearing this name, Colin was immediately filled with awe. Magisters capable of casting fifth-order magic are few and far between in the Mallory Sea. I never imagined that my son would befriend someone like this. Now is the perfect time to launch a counterattack. Colin roused himself and turned to his tribesmen going uphill, shouting, "Counterattack! Launch a counterattack!" In previous battles, they had killed hundreds of Naga. Just now, the mysterious Lin Feng used fifth-tier magic to kill more than 500 people and injure several hundred others. The remaining Naga are no longer a threat. Suddenly, a clear voice rang in his ears. "Leave the rest to us." A young man dressed in sharkskin clothing emerged from the sea, leading a blonde girl by the hand. Sense it carefully. This handsome young human is quite powerful, possessing the strength of a peak great swordsman. The black stone sword he gripped tightly in his hand was a top-tier fourth-grade weapon. It is in no way inferior to their clan's prized possession, the Black Thunderhammer. Sea creatures? When Colin's gaze fell on the girl's lower body, his pupils contracted sharply. That tail covered in orange-red scales looks exactly like that of a marine creature. Lina is a mermaid. The girl made a funny face and transformed her lower body back into fair, jade-like legs. "Clean up these intruders." Lin Feng twirled his sword and charged forward quickly with Lina in tow. At the same time, a team of 20 people, consisting of shield crab people and shrimp people, also emerged from the sea, drew their weapons, and followed closely behind Lin Feng. Energy missile. Bang bang. Lin Feng had just used magic to stun the spear-throwing Naga in front of him. They immediately noticed a bone blade coming from the left. A sneak attack. I advise you to take care of yourself. Lin Feng snorted coldly and easily severed the bone blade with a downward slash of his black demon stone sword. Then, with a swift sweep of his wrist, the sharp blade sliced the two Nagas in two. The Naga's hard scales are no different from tofu. Lina, standing to the side, kept firing water arrows, one at a time, making it seem like a game. The Naga's sea creatures, caught in the middle, began to panic. They huddled together back to back, trying to fend off Lin Feng and his group who suddenly appeared from behind. But, with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals leading Gaijin, Dumo, Colin, and others into the battlefield, the outcome of the battle was already decided. Chapter 41, 5th Tier Gold Material Forging Request. Unlocks island skills. You have killed a Naga elite and gained a small amount of energy. You have slain the Naga and gained some energy. Your hero Lina gained some power. Your subordinates have gained a great deal of energy. Your level has increased after absorbing energy. Current level 27. Your hero Lina has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 43. Your subordinate has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 20, average. The moment the giant wave crashed down, Lin Feng's island notifications went crazy, flooding the screen nonstop. He was worried that the island system might crash and freeze. What would happen then? The obsidian sword pierced the body of the last Naga, and pale blue blood dripped down the blade onto the beach. Look closely. The once pale yellow sand has turned into moist blue sand. The fishy and bloody smells mixed with the seawater created an indescribable odor. Lin Feng gently kicked away the Naga on the sword's edge with his toes. He took out a rough rag and wiped the blood off the black sword. It would be great if there were more of these strange groups that gather together. The bodies lying haphazardly on the shore filled Lin Feng with a sense of melancholy. I was also lucky. A sea creature of this size, unless they were to invade the dwarf islands and charge in droves against the Iron Hammer dwarf's defenses. Lina seized the opportunity and used area of effect magic to cripple nearly half of his power, making him quite a tough opponent. If Lin Feng were to encounter this Naga alone, he would definitely run as far away as possible. Lina's magic power is not infinite, and her own units are few. Even if she can eliminate this group of Naga, she will have to pay a price. Lin Feng helped the dwarves defend against the Naga, also because he noticed that the island had many powerful dwarves. Cooperation between the two sides coupled with favorable timing and location, led to this one-sided battle. Lina, please restore some of your magic power. Lin Feng took out several high-grade crystal cores that he always carried with him from his pocket. They're all around level 20, and each one can restore over 300 mana. Even with Lina's nearly 1400 mana, it can still be quite effective. Yes, thank you, Brother Lin Feng. Lina took the crystal core, then touched her flat, fair stomach without an ounce of fat, and said pitifully, Lina seems hungry. After defeating the Naga, she leveled up again. The side effects of the physical advancement have already taken effect. How about we go back to the island and get something to eat? Lin Feng glanced at the island in the distance where the ship had stopped sailing. The gang, de Zhuang, and the other shrimp soldiers and crab generals had already gone back to guard the core. The island's kitchen is stocked with plenty of food, enough to meet their needs after their promotion. But my brother must have more important things to do. I can still hold back. Lina patted her tummy, tilted her head back, and smiled sweetly. No one could have predicted it. This cute and pretty blonde girl could easily wipe out hundreds or even thousands of powerful Naga just now. Then wait a moment. Lin Feng gently stroked her hair and looked at the dwarves approaching from the front, saying softly, "It will be ready soon." "You're Mr. Lin Feng." Colin Hammer carefully examined the human youth before him. During the battle just now, he clearly saw that the former was not only a top-level swordsman with powerful sword skills, but also a spellcaster who could release magic skills. Dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Such a genius has never appeared in the entire Mallerly. Any intelligent life form that has mastered the cultivation method of fighting spirit must never be able to expand its demonic energy sea. It's practically common sense. Mr. Lin Feng before us has clearly shattered this notion. Thank you so much for your help, and thank you to the beautiful mermaid lady beside you. Colin placed his right hand on his chest and said sincerely, I heard from Gaijin that Mr. Lin Feng came to the Iron Hammer clan to have a batch of second to third tier equipment made. Whether it was escorting the little ones back with a message, or helping us defeat the Nagasea creatures in times of crisis. These two acts of kindness are enough for the Iron Hammer clan dwarves to devote the entire clan's strength to helping you. Colin said in a deep voice, Mr. Lin Feng, we will forge this batch of equipment for you free of charge, and to show the respect of the Iron Hammer dwarves, we will add enchantment materials to this batch of equipment. All of this is free. You are Iron Hammer's forever friend. The other dwarves who had fought also laid down their weapons, pressed their right fists to their chests, and said in unison, You are Iron Hammer's eternal friend. At the same time, a notification about an island popped up in Lin Feng's ear. Congratulations! You have gained the friendship of the Iron Hammer dwarf of the Mallory Sea. You have unlocked the island skill, Iron Hammer Teleport Array. Thank you, and I hope our friendship lasts forever. Lin Feng nodded slightly and placed his right fist in front of his chest as a sign of respect. Immediately afterwards, he opened the island's email account. More than 10,000 iron ingots were poured onto the beach, and the dwarves nearby stared in disbelief. A spatial ring. Colin's eyes widened. The mountain of iron ingots in front of him seemed insignificant. Most importantly, a space ring that can hold 14,000 items is not cheap. Items in similar spaces on the Fallen Gold Islands would cost at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins. However, what happens next? Lin Feng's words made him so excited he almost jumped up. By the way, I don't know if Gaijin has told you, but I have 2 sets of Tier 5 materials that I need to make into 2 well-fitting leather armors. A 20-meter long black sea crocodile skin was taken out of the backpack on the island. Even when placed on the ground, it still exudes a strong sense of intimidation. Next to it was a bottle containing the sap of the fusion tree. Both materials were gold tier level 5. Snap! Colin slapped Gaijin on the forehead and scolded. You brat, you didn't even tell me something this important. Did Mr. Lin Feng really have to remind you personally? Gaijin covered the large bump on his head, knowing he was in the wrong, and kept his head down, not daring to utter a sound. Mr. Lin Feng, you can rest assured that you've entrusted this to me. Colin fixed his gaze on the crocodile skin and said firmly, My armor-making skills have made new breakthroughs in the past few days. If it were earlier, I probably wouldn't have been so confident, but now I'm 99% sure I can make a Tier 5 piece of equipment. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and said, All right, then I'll leave it to you. Tier 4 or Tier 5 are both fine, but if possible, the higher the quality, the better. The following steps are quite simple. Using several small boats, they hauled up all the smelly materials from the island. And to the dwarves' astonishment, they dismembered all the Naga corpses. In the end, we managed to gather enough materials for over 1,000 pieces of equipment. Colin promised to use the entire clan's resources to forge the equipment, and the completion time would definitely be much faster than the week that Goggin had mentioned. Lin Feng now has ample time to upgrade his core. The second legendary marine creature. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Chapter 42, Auction Preview. The channel is shocked. After declining the dwarf's enthusiastic invitation, Lin Feng and Lina returned to the island together. Nowadays, the islands lack advanced combat capabilities to protect them. If the core of the island is destroyed, losing the island's function would be disastrous. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals use the kitchen replicator to quickly produce a variety of fragrant and delicious foods. After preparing a separate meal for the living room on the first floor of the seaside villa, the gang led his comrades to enjoy the food by the sea. Inside the living room, with her mouth full of food, Lina mumbled, "Giggle, eat it like crazy. Eat, slow down." Lin Feng was speechless. He really didn't know if it was because her level was too high or because Lina was born with a foodie nature. When it comes to cooking, Lina is anything but a lady. She'll never use a fork or chopsticks if she can cook with her hands. While eating, Lin Feng activated the newly unlocked island skill. Iron Hammer Teleportation Array. Type, Island Skills. Effect, teleports you to Iron Hammer Port in the Mallory Sea. Preparation time, 24 hours. Cooldown time, 30 days. Note, you cannot move the island while teleporting. After unlocking the favorability of a certain ethnic group, you can also gain this skill. In that case, I can continue exploring the surrounding waters while I'm building the equipment, so it won't waste any time. Lin Feng picked up the roasted meat from the plate with a fork and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. After leveling up to level 27, his physical abilities were greatly enhanced. However, this level of intensity is not enough to meet the upcoming Beast Tide test. He has many advantages compared to other island owners. 1. Possesses absolutely formidable individual combat power, Lina. 2. The huge amount of funds accumulated in the early snowballing process. 3. Equipment quality. These advantages do not guarantee a high success rate in securing the top score, triggering the double reward of the new King's Crown. And if the second legendary creature's initial level is still 40. Compared to Lina, who has reached the 5th tier Archmage level, her strength is clearly a level below. If another magic-based class were to appear, even with earth-shattering magic, it wouldn't be able to stop the endless stream of sea monsters. Other island lords also encountered limitations in recruiting troops. However, those island lords who possess superior troop types have probably already raised their troop levels to level 30 or higher. In terms of the number of top-tier units, there is no absolute advantage. Equip the shrimp soldiers and crab generals with top-tier gear and skills, and level them up to tier 3. It won't cost many gold coins. Colin promised to enchant the equipment, so the benefits could be half or even double the budget. Lin Feng propped his cheek up with his hand and looked back at the pile of raw naga meat at the villa entrance. 2,000 naga, excluding those that cannot be decomposed. A total of nearly 44,000 servings of meat were harvested. Dwarves don't eat this stuff, but the other island lords don't mind. At the current market price, you can still get over 100 gold coins after selling them all. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng opened the chat channel. 1,400 pieces of green quality enchanted equipment will be auctioned off in a week. Crafted by dwarves, quality guaranteed. Also selling 40,000 pieces of naga raw meat. Private message if you need a large quantity. Even now, green equipment remains in high demand and short supply in the market. Many of these are second-hand items pulled from corpses, and they are quite expensive. Equipment crafted by dwarves and with additional enchantments requires a period of preparation beforehand. As the Beast Tide approaches, the island lords have fewer and fewer gold coins in order to increase their immediate combat strength. It would be awkward if, when the product is made, others don't have the money to buy it. Is the boss not going to act anymore? He's directly revealing his unit type. Even if there are dwarf units, the blacksmith shop needs to be at least level 30 core, right? Idiot, do you think only military units have dwarves? I just passed by a mountain dwarf island yesterday, and they can craft equipment too. I was thinking of making some money by cooperating with them, but they just gave me a piece of shit. Over 1,000 enchanted pieces of equipment must cost at least 10,000 iron ingots, right? And that doesn't even include the materials of the same tier. Holy crap, you couldn't carry that down without 600 or 700 pounds of iron. 600 gold coins? My God, what does that even mean? I've only accumulated 280 gold coins so far. Anyone with hundreds of coins is a big shot, and Brother Lin Feng is a true legend. Most of us in the group have only managed to get a few dozen coins. It's so tough. You need to get this straight. This is cash flow. It's not assets. How many times has boss Lin Feng acquired things? I estimate that his total assets are definitely over 1,000. More than 1,000 pieces of equipment. If each piece has a price difference of 30 silver coins, that's a profit of more than 300 gold coins. I'm so jealous. What are enchanted equipment? Do they have any special attributes? Didn't you guys notice that last sentence? I'm totally dumbfounded. 40,000 portions of naga meat. How many nagas would that take to slaughter? I remember a friend shared this before. The naga are at least level 10, and the core forces are level 20. With so much meat, you need to dismantle at least 1,000 naga. 1,000? Holy crap. Even if it were 1,000 second-tier nagas, they could tear a level 30 dragon apart. I need to raise the money. Add one to the pool of money. See you at the auction in a week. Hey, stop arguing. If everyone spends all their money, won't he end up having to sell at a lower price anyway? What you said makes a lot of sense. I suggest you use the money first. Clever people have already sensed something strange. Why did Lin Feng start a 7A pre-sale auction as soon as the blacksmith shop blueprints were leaked? Moreover, he sold over 1,000 sets of equipment at once. With such a small scale, in a market of billions of island owners on Blue Star, K-Sure can only make a small ripple. But high-quality equipment can protect the island owner's personal safety, which is of utmost importance. The beast tide is coming. Every extra bit of self-defense capability increases the chance of survival. This type of joint, it's hard not to make some connections. I'm so lucky. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. 8 enormous black dragons circled around him, loyally guarding every corner of the island. To be able to establish a friendly relationship with a dwarf tribe, and just in time for a market downturn, it is highly likely that he released the first-hand information himself. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man looked at the powerful black dragon in the sky, whose roar sounded like muffled thunder, and murmured, "But your good fortune will end with the beast tide. Number 1 on the leaderboard. Absolutely no compromise." Then, he clicked on Lin Feng's profile picture and sent a message. "Friend, give me 20,000 portions of meat. Make the price cheaper." After sending the message, the middle-aged man looked at the black dragon in the sky again with a resentful expression. These guys are strong. It's just that my appetite is a little too good. Raising just 8 animals almost drained him of his resources. Browsing stock exchanges and chat channels every day to buy cheap raw meat has become a habit. Chapter 43, The Hidden Function of the Heart of the Ocean. Freebies are so tempting. Tang Long stared intently at the chat channel in his field of vision. The message Lin Feng had just posted was still in the record. His eyes were calm, making it difficult to discern his inner emotions. But in the chat group he created, messages kept popping up, and all the members were discussing it intensely. It must have been Lin Feng who had the island lord leak the information about the blacksmith shop. What a coincidence that he started mass-producing equipment as soon as the price of ore dropped. We've stockpiled so much metal, and now we haven't even recouped half of our investment. The beast tide is coming soon, and we're unable to improve our strength. What are we going to do? Our prices are stabilizing now, so sell them while you can. Losing half is better than losing everything. It's just giving back our recent profits. If it weren't for the blacksmith's ridiculous setup, we would be rich by now. Get rich? How much equipment can 3 blacksmiths make in half a month? Stockpiling metal was a mistake from the very beginning. Liu, everyone, stop arguing. Don't forget the original purpose of our wolf pack, to fight against other island lords with high-level troops. Lin Feng's actions this time have caused us heavy losses, and we certainly can't let this go easily. Let's wait for Brother Long's next instructions. The discussion in the group finally subsided for a while. The root cause of the loss actually lies in the blacksmith shop blueprints that Tang Long discovered. If it weren't for this blueprint, they would never have inexplicably started hoarding iron ore. After much anticipation, Tang Long finally received the blueprints, but no one expected this to happen. After all, other building blueprints don't have core level restrictions. However, when Tang Long was mentioned They dared not complain about him in the group chat, so they could only shift their blame to another culprit, Lin Feng. Let off some steam. Special treasure chest. Tang Long went up to the resource island, where all the monsters have been cleared out by the bloodthirsty sea wolves. The bloodthirsty sea wolf, now at level 30, has undergone earth-shattering changes. Each one was almost half the size of an elephant, and the alpha wolf had even reached the peak of the 3rd tier, just one step away from entering the 4th tier. The wolves were incredibly ferocious, baring their teeth. Even if a dragon were to accidentally fall into their trap, it would be torn to shreds. Not long after, Tang Long found the white box. The contents are revealed when the lid is lifted. See teleportation scroll. Tang Long rubbed the edge of the white scroll with his thumb and glanced at the members in the chat group. Their troops are too weak. It's not worth it. He put the scroll into his island backpack, and another idea came to mind. After the Beast Tide assessment ends, if you fail to achieve the highest score, you could try to find other island owners with high scores. Kill him, and all the rewards will still belong to him. Gurgle Dash. Bubbles rose from the sea surface as Lin Feng and Lina returned to shore hand in hand. After waiting for a long time, De Zhuang respectfully handed the towel to Lin Feng. Practicing swordsmanship underwater is still somewhat effective. I'll be able to break through to the swordmaster level soon. Lin Feng dried himself off and opened his attribute panel. Lin Feng. Race, human. Level, 27. Class, novice mage, peak greatsword warrior. Mana, 360. Battle chi value, 360. Skills, battle aura protection tier 2 advanced. Energy missile tier 1 beginner. Naval swordsmanship tier 3 intermediate. Arrow making technique 4-4. Backpack, new king's crown, black magic stone sword, 5x melting wood, echoing conch shell. Wealth, 138 gold coins, 62 silver coins. Reputation value, somewhat famous. 2 days have passed since we left Iron Hammer's Dwarf Island. In the past few days, with Lina's help, he quickly broke through to the 3rd tier mage. In terms of speed of cultivation advancement, if Lin Feng considers himself second among the island lords, no one would dare to claim to be first. The warrior class has reached a critical juncture. The next step, by materializing battle aura, will allow them to advance to the 3rd tier swordsman level. The skills are a bit of a headache. Arrow making and energy missiles are already obsolete, but there are no tier 2 skills available on the market. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The drop rate of skill books decreases as the game progresses. Tier 1 skills are plentiful on the market, but Tier 2 skills are extremely rare. Even if Lin Feng occasionally finds a few, they are not what he needs right now. Not to mention Tier 3 skills, naval sword skills are already the highest level skills he has ever seen. Let's equip the shrimp soldiers and crab generals with some low-level skills first. After closing the information interface, Lin Feng searched the exchange for a while. I've been in the island world for half a month now, and Tier 1 skills are everywhere and very cheap. Prices range from 50 silver coins to 1 gold coin, with supply exceeding demand. Finally, 60 skill books suitable for the small fry soldiers and crab generals were selected from the trade and distributed to them in turn. Lin Feng rewarded the gang, who had infiltrated Gaddafi's lair to drug him, by purchasing a newly released 2nd-tier defensive skill, Shield Block. After receiving the skills, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were overjoyed and couldn't wait to sit on the ground and learn the skills in their hands. In just a few hours, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals will have 4 full skill slots. Although its skill level is not high, in terms of combat power, it can hold its own against ordinary elite creatures. Once the dwarf equipment is completed and everyone is equipped with a Tier 2 top-tier weapon, they can easily overwhelm even elite monsters of the same tier. The 62 gold coin increase is quite noticeable. Lin Feng tossed the towel onto a bench by the beach and turned to look at Lina with a puzzled expression. After emerging from the sea, the little mermaid kept her head down and arms crossed, as if deep in thought. "What's wrong, Lina?" Lin Feng asked with concern. "Brother, when I cast underwater breathing just now, I suddenly felt a faint sensation in my soul, as if it were demonstrating a new magical arrangement." Lina frowned slightly, her delicate face almost contorted in pain as she tried to respond to the magical sensation she had just experienced. "If I can grasp it accurately, I might be able to raise my underwater breathing magic level by 1 level. So, Lin Feng was taken aback when an idea popped into his head. To prove his guess, He opened his palm and summoned the rhombus-shaped gem from his sea of consciousness through his thoughts. The heart of the ocean still feels cool to the touch, and its hundreds of cuts refract dazzling light. Even the world's best jewelers would be full of praise for its structure. And now, Lin Feng approached Lina and asked again. Unconsciously, the heart of the ocean emitted a wave of power. Ripples originate from the soul, invisible and formless. When this force swept over Lina like a gentle spring breeze, her jewel-like red eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, that's exactly the feeling. A fierce storm of inspiration swept through Lina's mind, leaving her no time to explain to Lin Feng. It transformed directly into its true fish form, sitting cross-legged on the ground, contemplating its inner peace. Does the heart of the ocean have hidden functions? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. If you can get high-level magic for free, wouldn't that be better than buying it with money? Chapter 44, The Ironhammer Clan. Dwarves mobilized the entire clan. The heart of the ocean rippled continuously, and its outer surface shimmered because of this force. Lin Feng gripped the gem tightly, knowing that Lina was at a critical juncture and he didn't know how long it would take. So, just like Lina, he sat cross-legged on the ground and silently guarded her. Fortunately, it got dark. The radiant light of the heart of the ocean subsided and dissipated, and Lina, who had kept her eyes closed, opened them. It's over, Lin Feng asked tentatively. Yeah. Lina nodded excitedly, like a chick pecking at rice, and said, Brother, if nothing unexpected happens, I can upgrade the other 3 skills to the 5th tier. The other 3 skills. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly opened Lina's attribute panel. Lina. Race, Mermaid. Level, 43. Class, Novice Archmage. Mana points, 1376. Skill, Underwater Breathing Tier 5. Basic allows any unit to breathe normally underwater and greatly increases movement speed. Mana cost, 160. Ocean Affinity Tier 4 Intermediate. Racial Passive. Can remove aggro from neutral faction marine creatures below level 40 and sense special items within a certain range. No cost. Water Spikes, level 4. Advanced deals damage to a single target. Mana cost, 140. Rolling Waves Tier 4 Supreme. Deals damage to targets within range. Mana cost, 280. Water Arrow Tier 2 Intermediate. Deals damage to a single target. Mana cost, 20. Note, you have a permanent contract with Lin Feng and will never betray him. There is no limit to your level progression. Aside from the Water Arrow skill learned later, all 4 initial innate skills can be upgraded using the Heart of the Ocean. In just one day, Lina had already raised the rank of her underwater breathing skill to level 5. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. While underwater breathing is a support skill with limited impact, other skills become remarkably powerful once they reach level 5. But he quickly realized a problem. When a mage casts a 4th tier spell, the mana cost decreases and the skill can be upgraded by 1 tier. Ocean Affinity is a passive skill, and upgrading it is entirely beneficial. Water Spikes is the only powerful single-target burst damage skill, and it's essential to upgrade it. But Rolling Giant Waves. Lin Feng gently rubbed Lina's head and instructed, don't upgrade Rolling Waves yet. Start upgrading Water Spikes and Ocean Affinity in turn tomorrow. Okay, I understand. Lina raised her head, as if she had discovered a singularity, and said, Lina can now unleash Rolling Waves with the power of a 5th tier spell. But as I level up, my mana can't keep up with the consumption. Is that right, brother? Yes, that's roughly the idea. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with a smile. While it's important for a mage to master powerful spells, what's even more crucial is having strong endurance. But after this incident, Lin Feng had a guess in his mind. Those powerful kingdoms must have such a luxurious configuration as a legion of mages. Once a group of mages unleashes a high-level spell in unison, even if they lack the strength to follow up, the damage from such a single attack is almost devastating. If you have enough mages under your command, then you don't need to worry about sustainability. All concerns stem from insufficient firepower. Lin Feng and Lina returned to the villa's living room and enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, chatting and laughing. After washing up at night, Lin Feng lay in bed and began to think about his next training plan. Before the Beast Height assessment, raise your cultivation level to the peak of the 3rd tier. With their equipment and Lina's level advantage, they have a chance to snatch the top spot in the standings. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng slowly entered a meditative state. In the quiet and spacious master bedroom, only the steady, even breathing of the two people could be heard. Iron Hammer Island. Nearly 7,000 dwarves were put into emergency mobilization, with men, women, and children all joining the forging team. The elderly and women carried lighter foundation materials, while strong male dwarves wielded heavy metal hammers. The crisp, clanging sound echoed throughout the island. Looking down from above, you can clearly see the intense sparks flashing in every corner. More than 1,000 guests from various races on the island, each with considerable strength, gathered in the tea house to discuss the meaning behind the dwarves' grand spectacle. Some believe the dwarves accepted the Empire's order, while others think equipment prices in the Mallory Sea have increased. No one could have guessed that the Iron Hammer clan mobilized their entire clan just to help a human swordsman, and even waived the exorbitant processing fees. The town center, a fully equipped blacksmith shop, was operating at extremely high temperatures, with the intense heat of the flames turning the air orange-yellow. More than a dozen shirtless dwarves, sweating profusely, were working hard to pull the blower. When they were exhausted, another group of dwarves took their place. The temperature inside the furnace gradually reached an astonishing level. The outer skin must be pounded at high temperature to facilitate later cutting into the required shape, and it can significantly improve toughness and outer layer hardness. You need to watch this step carefully, as you may only have one chance to demonstrate this in your lifetime. Colin's upper body muscles bulged like dragons as he placed a portion of black crocodile skin on a red-hot iron plate. The crocodile skin sizzled as it touched the iron plate. At the same time, Colin raised a black giant hammer with one hand, dipped it in a few drops of molten tree sap, and smashed the hammer down on the crocodile skin on the iron plate. Bang! The hammer blows, imbued with fighting spirit, caused the entire blacksmith shop to tremble. The pressure was just right, without damaging the crocodile skin in the slightest, and it even pressed the 3 layers of the crocodile skin tighter. The fighting spirit firmly locked in the sap of the fusion tree, allowing it to seep into the tiny cracks in the crocodile skin. This repeated, intense hammering made the blacksmith shop teeter on the brink of collapse. The sound of the hammer striking could be clearly heard even from hundreds of meters away. Goggin assisted from the side, watching intently as his father operated the equipment. Time flew by, and 3 days and 3 nights had passed. A thin crocodile skin was finally taken shape, and Colin examined every corner of the leather with satisfaction. After being softened by high temperature and compacted by steady hammering, the crocodile skin was not damaged in the slightest. The sap of the crocodile skin was completely soaked in, giving the black leather a faint, light blue hue. The first step is the most difficult. If you are not careful, the whole piece of leather will be ruined and the grade will drop by 1 level. Colin laughed and said, "Fortunately, nothing went wrong. Next, we'll cut out 2 suitable leather armors based on Mr. Lin Feng and Ms. Lena's body sizes. We might be able to make wristbands and gloves from the leftover pieces. Hee, the final result will definitely satisfy Lord Lin Feng." Gaijin was also very excited. Their clan had long since mastered the subsequent procedures. With his father's skill, it's safe to say that the 2 sets of Tier 5 leather armor are already complete. All that's needed afterward is to use magical materials to activate the inherent properties of the sap within the leather. "You brat." Colin slapped Gaijin on the forehead and urged, "You'll have to forge those 5-tier fangs into weapons." Making small weapons like daggers from teeth doesn't require much technical skill. Given Gaijin's level of expertise, he is fully qualified to take on the role. "Haha, thank you, father." Gaijin hugged Colin tightly, his large beard twitching and looking somewhat comical as he smiled. Time passed once more. 3 days later, a 6-pointed star array appeared on the sea outside the Iron Hammer Dwarf Island. After a few breaths, the island we had left for several days was back. Chapter 45, 5th Tier, Gold-Plated Black Crocodile Fusion Armor. Dwarves follow. It should be finished by now. Lin Feng, carrying the black ink stone sword on his back, stood on the beach with a heroic air, his black eyes filled with intense confidence. After a week of intense training and close combat with high-level sea beasts, he finally achieved his goal of upgrading his dual professions to the 3rd tier. Novice Mage, Intermediate Swordsman. Although his level only increased by 1, his strength now far surpassed that a week ago. My brother said that after we sell this batch of equipment, We'll have one more friend, right? I can't wait. Lena remained lively and innocent, her beautiful big eyes full of curiosity. Of course, but I don't know what race it is that was summoned. Lin Feng smiled and said, but they will definitely be very important partners to us in the future. He was now much more confident about facing the upcoming beast tide test. This confidence did not come from his own increased strength, nor from the new creature he was about to contract. Instead, it's Lena's enhanced initial skill, Tier 5 Ocean Affinity. No, it should be renamed now. Taming the Ocean might be a more accurate description. Ocean Affinity Tier 5 Intermediate, Racial Passive. Removes aggro from neutral marine creatures below level 50 and can command them to act on its behalf. Can sense special items within a certain range. No cost. Lin Feng was stunned when Lena upgraded this skill. It can control neutral marine life below level 50. What other skill in the island world can compare to it? That's absolutely divine skill. After several days of experimentation, it was discovered that the ability to control the sea beasts was limited. For example, only 1 5th-tier sea beast could be controlled at a time, 10 4th-tier sea beasts could be controlled, 103rd-tier sea beasts could be controlled, and so on. Even so, its powerful boost should not be underestimated. This addresses the current serious shortage of core personnel in Lin Feng's workforce. Dagon Dazhuang, keep an eye on the island. Lin Feng greeted the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, then took Lena's soft, boneless hand and jumped into the ocean. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals have now reached an average level of 24, and their cultivation level has reached the 3rd tier. They can easily handle ordinary minions. With Lena's incredible swimming speed, the two arrived at Ironhammer Dwarf Island in less than 10 seconds. As soon as they surfaced, they saw Colin, Goggin, and others standing outside a black tent, eagerly waiting for them. Mr. Lin Feng, Miss Lena, Lord Lin Feng. When the dwarves saw Lin Feng, they ran up to him warmly and asked him what was wrong. When Colin, who was in charge, discovered that Lin Feng's strength had actually reached the intermediate swordsman level, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, by the sea god, you are the human whose strength has increased the fastest I have ever seen. No. Even among the dozens of intelligent races in Mallory, no one has such a speed. It's understandable to advance from a great swordsman to a novice swordsman in just a few days, but skip 2 levels and jump straight to intermediate." This truly broadened Colin's horizons, and he couldn't help but admire Lin Feng's talent and genius. Hee, you flatter me. I just had some lucky encounters. Lin Feng smiled and continued, "Is everything finished?" "Of course." Colin laughed heartily, bowed slightly, and pointed his right arm towards the black shed, saying, "Please follow me." As everyone approached, Lin Feng realized that the black tent was actually just a huge piece of cloth. Colin and Gojin each grabbed a corner of the fabric and then forcefully pulled it open. Call! Instantly, an amazing light shone from beneath the black cloth. Under the sunlight, the various pieces of equipment piled up neatly are arranged, reflecting colorful light. Each piece of equipment looks different, with all sorts of strange shapes and colors. The main reason is that the added materials are scattered parts of various sea creatures, making it difficult to form a unified style. But precisely because of this, these more than 1,000 different pieces of equipment have a stronger visual impact. Upon closer inspection, each piece of equipment is meticulously crafted with its parts fitting together perfectly, and the proportions are just right. The equipment's surface also had a faint, shimmering light, which should be the enchantment attribute Colin mentioned. What Lin Feng was most looking forward to was the small table directly in front of him. 5 small, white daggers, sharp as jade, and 2 complete sets of full-body leather armor were displayed on it. The leather armor comes in different sizes. One piece is slightly smaller and entirely orange-red, its color somewhat similar to the scales on little Lena's body. The other piece is slightly larger and is entirely black, more like the natural color of black crocodile leather. The 2 leather armors have a smooth and high-quality feel. Each piece of leather is stitched very neatly, as if it were made naturally, without any trace of manufacturing. Apart from the top and leather pants, each set of leather armor was made with the same techniques for wrist guards, shoulder guards, and leather caps. A set. They are all made of Tier 5 materials. Just looking at it, I know that handing the materials over to you was the absolutely right decision, Colin. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with joy as he stepped forward and picked up the black leather armor set. Black crocodile fusion armor. Type, leather armor set. Level, gold beginner Tier 5. Characteristics. 1. When worn, it shields the wearer's own magical aura, making them undetectable to those below rank 5. 2. It can store magical energy and battle aura, which can be drawn upon at any time during battle, greatly increasing the recovery speed of magic and battle aura. The same effect is achieved with the other orange-red item. Their defensive strength has reached level 5. Among the 4th tier skills, apart from blunt weapons and shock attacks that can cause internal damage, they can basically ignore more than 80% of damage. Even with 5th tier damage, the leather armor could absorb most of it, greatly improving Lin Feng and Lina's ability to protect themselves. The other 5 daggers are also at the 5th tier beginner level, but they lack enchantment properties. However, in terms of power alone, it is already far stronger than the black ink stone sword in Lin Feng's hand. The other tier 2 equipment for sale are all between green high grade and excellent, and not all of them come with various special effects, such as increasing equipment durability and improving smoothness. After seeing the equipment, Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed when he realized that it was all free. Colin. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "How much is the processing fee for this batch of equipment? You've worked hard for a week to build it, which must have taken up a lot of manpower. After I finish processing them, I'll pay you the money due. If you feel it's too much trouble, we can give you a discount." Unexpectedly, the dwarf chieftain struggled with his words after hearing this. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "Lord Lin Feng, the Iron Hammer clan will never go back on their promise. However, I do have another request." "It's all right, go ahead and speak." Lin Feng nodded, signaling the other person to continue. Colin turned to his son, Gajin, and gritted his teeth, saying, "I want Gajin and Dumo to follow you. I wonder if you could take them in? Besides their considerable strength, their forging skills are also quite good. Perhaps they can be of help to you." Gagin. Lin Feng was taken aback. To be honest, he hadn't expected this condition. Gagin, standing to the side, seemed to have known all along, looking at him with hopeful eyes, unlike Colin, who made the decision on the spur of the moment. At the same time, an island notification appeared. "Check that your reputation has reached slightly famous and your Iron Hammer's favorability has met the requirements to gain recruitment privileges. The Iron Hammer Dwarfs, Gajin Iron Hammer and Dumo Steel Arrow, request to join your faction. Do you agree? Once accepted, they will enjoy the same benefits as island units." Chapter 46, A Frenzied Auction. The Grand Finale, Tier 5 Gold Equipment. The dwarf stared intently at Lin Feng, as if awaiting a judgment from fate. Ever since Lin Feng led his island subordinates to resolve the Naga crisis, Colin knew that this mysterious young man was no ordinary person and would surely one day make a name for himself in the Mallory Sea. The opponent clearly lacks enough followers right now, and this is the perfect opportunity. This could very well allow the Iron Hammer Dwarves to reach a historical pinnacle. Gagin Dumo. Lin Feng kept his eyes straight ahead, considering whether or not to accept them. Unlike the shrimp soldiers and crab generals they hatched themselves, the dwarfs in front of them were true natives. He didn't know what trouble it would cause if he rashly took them in. But, recalling the time he spent with Gajin and Dumo a few days ago, Lin Feng felt that these two were worth winning over, regardless of the character of the other dwarves. Furthermore, with 2 dwarves skilled in forging, there will be no need to travel thousands of miles to Iron Hammer Island to process high-level materials in the future. A month for a CD transfer is actually quite a long time. Good. Lin Feng nodded and said quietly, "But I must warn you, in a few days I will encounter an extremely dangerous disaster, and following me could very well cost you your life. Even so, do you still want to join? There are only 8 days left in the Beast Tide assessment, and he doesn't want to see anyone desert their post at that time." "Aha, Lord Lin Feng. The Iron Hammer Dwarves are the most valiant warriors." Gagin patted his chest firmly and said resolutely, "Please let me become your follower. I'm prepared for all the consequences." Mo, with a bow and arrows slung over his back, stepped forward and declared loudly, "Lord Lin Feng, please allow us to become your attendants. The arrows in my hand can clear any obstacle for you." Seeing that they were determined, Lin Feng solemnly said, "Then, from today onwards, you will all be under my command." The Iron Hammer Dwarfs, with their Gajin Iron Hammers and Dumo Steel Arrows, are here to join your island. Say goodbye to your family. It might take some time before you come back next time." Lin Feng smiled and said something to the 2 of them. Next, with the help of the dwarves, all 1,400 sets of high-level green equipment were transported to the island.
After bidding farewell to Colin and the other dwarves who came to see them off, the island sped off once again into the vast ocean. Both Gaijin and Dumo are at the 3rd tier, their strength is quite good, and their level cap is 40. Its skills are relatively complete, and it even comes with top-tier equipment. Good. Lin Feng closed the 2 people's panels and distributed the 5 alligator-tooth daggers. The 2 dwarfs each had 1, and Lin Feng himself had 1. With 2 left, he decided to save 1 for the grand finale during the auction and use the last one to see what kind of creature the second contract would be. The decision of whether or not to keep the 5th tier 5 dagger depends on the race. Lina is a mage. If the enemy at close range is too low level to use the dagger, it won't be of any use if the enemy is too high level. Moreover, Lin Feng would be by Lina's side at all times, so converting the dagger into money might be even more valuable. Black Crocodile Fusion Armor. 1 set for each of the 2. They fit very well, and although the colors are slightly different, the materials, silhouettes, and styles of the equipment are consistent. It gives off a couple's outfit vibe. It's about time to begin. Lin Feng opened the chat channel. The chat room was buzzing with excitement. Everyone was waiting for the auction Lin Feng had promised, ready to bid for a life-saving piece of equipment. Amidst much anticipation, a message was finally released. Lin Feng, the equipment auction is about to begin. The first piece of equipment will be listed in 30 seconds. Excellent scale armor with top-tier enchantment attribute 1. The chat channel instantly erupted. The overwhelming amount of information is dazzling. Without recording and replaying or blocking some information, it's impossible to see any content at all. Wow, no bluff, no bluff. Is this the first piece of equipment you're going to get? Wow, the sturdy trait doubles the durability? That's amazing. I want this piece of equipment, guys. Can you do me a favor? Hey, can you slow down the bidding? This is already over 2 gold. This is green equipment. Those who don't know the value are still typing away, while the smart ones have already made their move on the exchange. Damn it, for gold coins. Who bought it? That's outrageous. What a pity. I reckon this is the best piece of equipment. It was brought out by Lin Feng to create hype, so the subsequent equipment might be a bit inferior. Lin Feng. The second piece of equipment will be available in 30 seconds. Sea Lizard Leather Armor with the best enchantment trait 1. Due to chat limit, I won't send messages for subsequent equipment, as their levels are all about the same. Boss. The third piece of equipment is also top-tier enchanted. Is this really something that was temporarily crafted? I have a feeling it was stolen from the Imperial Treasury. The fourth one too. Damn, I can't even get one. I've only saved up a little over 3 gold coins in the past few days. I thought I was just overthinking it and could just grab one at will. Next, Lin Feng took out more and more equipment. Every single item is either top quality or high grade. There isn't a single one below mid-grade. They all have powerful enchantment effects, and some top-tier green equipment can even rival blue equipment. Staying close to a powerful figure was definitely a wise decision. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to snag a single item. Seeing the bustling auction scene, Rui hugged the plate armor in front of him tightly, his face filled with barely suppressed excitement. Green-grade top-tier equipment. Lin Feng gave him a piece of clothing as a token of his gratitude for posting the blacksmith shop information earlier. This is a life-saving item that can be sold for 4 or 5 gold coins. Billions of people are vying for just over 1,000 items. Those who manage to snag one are truly lucky. I must do more for the big boss in the future, and I can't let him down. Rui made up his mind. He then saw that the number of items auctioned had reached 1397 and was about to close the chat channel. Suddenly, a new piece of information appeared. When he saw those golden words, he couldn't believe his eyes. 5th rank. Tanglong's alliance is also vying for high-level equipment. They might not even look at ordinary green gear, but gear with enchantments is a completely different story. Making good use of its characteristics can sometimes be extremely effective. It was indeed man-made. Tanglong picked up a piece of light armor and carefully examined its ingenious construction. Suddenly, intense news broke out within the alliance. Liu, Brother Long, he has tier 5 equipment. Lin Feng is selling tier 5 equipment. This can't be real, right? Even Boss Long only has blue weapons, and Lin Feng has 5th tier gold equipment that he doesn't use himself, but instead puts on sale. How many gold coins does a beginner-level gold coin cost? We're not qualified to make a move. Our starting price is 500 gold coins. Let's see what Alliance Leader Tang has to say. Gold tier 5? Tang Long showed an expression of shock that was the first time in his life that he had ever seen his mother in a year. He quickly opened the chat channel, filtered the information, and found the golden sticker link. Black Crocodile Fong, gold level 1. Is he insane? Chapter 47, New Contract Partner. Fifth Order. The smile on Chung Chingching's delicate face froze, her eyes filled with disbelief. Even now, she raised the level cap of the magic arrow towers using blueprints, resulting in nearly 70 level 30 arrow towers, but they still couldn't deal with the 4th tier sea beasts. Even if a tier 5 gold tier equipment is open from a treasure chest, the monster guarding the chest must be at least level 30. Furthermore, it must be a tier 4 elite monster, or even a tier 5 monster of level 40 or higher. How did Lin Feng obtain tier 5 equipment? But if he has tier 5 equipment, why would he sell it? Wouldn't it be better for him to use it himself and get more points during the beast tide? Judging from the skills he acquired before, he must have warrior followers. Chung Chingching was filled with doubts. But seeing that the auction was about to begin, he didn't care about anything else and quickly put the items he didn't need in his backpack on the exchange at a low price to exchange for cash to participate in the auction. This auction was conducted privately. We must take it no matter what. Tier 5 weapons and defensive equipment have the same effect, greatly enhancing her survivability. Sir, this young man named Lin Feng is not to be underestimated. Do you think we should try to win him over? A man of about 30 years old stood ramrod straight, his resolute and piercing gaze tinged with curiosity. Beside him, an elderly man dressed in white, with white hair and a youthful face, chuckled softly. No need. The old methods don't work in this world anymore. Let's continue searching for other comrades. When we have the opportunity to meet them in the future, we'll see if they are like-minded. However, I think this 5th tier dagger is perfect for you. Go, Adao, and call a meeting. The powerful voice fell. As the man named Adao nodded and was about to salute, he was stopped by a look from the white-haired old man. I'm used to it. With a physique as strong as an ox. Adao scratched his head like a child who had made a mistake and then walked quickly to the other side. If anyone were here, they would witness an astonishing scene. More than a dozen islands of varying sizes clustered together, speeding towards one side of the ocean at a steady and uniform pace. Many oddly shaped military units are building thick defensive barriers around the edge of the islands. In the sky, 10 dark purple chimeras with 2 heads patrolled the island group. Any sea creature that emerged from the water could not escape the roaring lightning emanating from their mouths. The last piece of equipment, starting at 300 gold, will be auctioned privately, not through the exchange. DM me to name your price. Harassers will be blocked. Black Crocodile Fong, gold level. Someone slap me. I must be half asleep. Gold. This is the first time I've ever seen what gold equipment looks like. Are you already a pro and you don't even care about gold tier 5 equipment? Lin Shun, give me this dagger and I'll be yours. I don't care how many women you have or how many times you can pamper me. You'd be willing to give me this dagger in return. Wasn't that one of the 3 great beauties of Yen Kingdom? She sold herself for a pittance with just a dagger. What utter nonsense. Selling it cheap? Even the most beautiful woman in the universe wouldn't make a difference here. We all have one head and one shoulder. Does being pretty mean she can't poop? What's the value of a piece of gold equipment these days? What makes her so confident she can compare to gold equipment? Ridiculous. Wow. I can't even afford the starting bid of 300 gold coins. I never knew the gap between my world and the big shots was this big. After Lin Feng sent the message, the private chat interface exploded. In just a moment, millions of messages were bombarded in, and the number is increasing at an astonishing rate, breaking through 100 million in just a few seconds. The vast majority of them hope to exchange their bodies, loyalty, and promises, things that are intangible and unattainable, for the golden dagger. Online begging dog. After giving a cold snort, Lin Feng directly used his filtering technique to blacklist all 99,999 island owners. There are no plans to release them in the future. It doesn't matter if it affects my ability to sell items or receive intelligence in the future. But Lin Feng thought it was a miracle that these people survived the beast tide. Tonglong, Cheng King, Dubixion, Limo. In the end, only a dozen or so island owners with ample funds were added to the chat group. Among them, Tang Long, Chung Chingching, and Li Mo were people Lin Feng had met before, so they were somewhat familiar faces. Li Mo was the middle-aged man who had bought a large amount of naga meat from him a few days ago. Lin Feng suspected that it might be a high-ranking soldier with an enormous appetite, such as a golden giant or a five-color dragon, and its strength should not be underestimated. The remaining old man with white hair, named Du Beichuan, looked somewhat familiar to him, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. He wasn't familiar with the other island owners. They were all low-key island owners who quietly focused on development. However, those who have the funds to participate in the auction are definitely among the most powerful. Lin Feng didn't waste any time and announced directly, "All right, there's no one else here. Let's begin the auction." The words fell. After a brief silence, the island owners in the group began to offer their prices one after another. 400 gold coins. 450. 500. The price soared, reaching 800 gold coins in the blink of an eye. Once the price reaches this level, the number of bidders drops by more than half. The other island lords, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Cheng Qingqing, 830. Li Montag, 870. Du Bichuan, 920. Tang Long, 1,000. When the price reached 1,000 gold coins, the chat channel fell into a brief silence. Lin Feng frowned. According to Colin, a Tier 5 basic equipment could fetch a sky-high price of over 2,000 gold coins in the fallen Gold Islands. He overestimated the resources and influence of these island owners. This number has probably reached the limit of their wallets. Just when Lin Feng thought no one was bidding, another message popped up in the group. Du Bichuan, 1050. Tang Long, 1100. Du Bichuan, 1150. Tang Long, 1180. At this stage, only the two of them remained, bidding against each other. None of the other island owners could offer a higher price, so they stayed in the group chat, watching and waiting to see who would ultimately win the dagger. These two must have other island owners supporting them. I was pretty lucky. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, because the price had reached his expected level. Du Bichuan, 1,5 cents gold. Tang Long, on the other side, seemed unable to produce any more gold coins and left the chat group without saying a word. A full 3 minutes passed. No one in the chat group is offering a higher price anymore. Lin Feng, 1,500 gold once. Lin Feng, 1,500 gold twice. Lin Feng, 1,500 gold 3 times deal. No one interrupted or offered arbitrary prices. Everyone present was a top-tier figure. Harassing bidders will not only fail to stop the sale of equipment, but will also attract a lot of criticism, making it a thankless task. Final. The 5th-tier golden dagger was sold to Du Beichuan for 1,500 gold. "Thanks, young man." The other party sent a message after paying with gold coins. After carefully examining Du Beichuan's photo, Lin Feng suddenly remembered. Isn't this old man the top leader of the Azure Dragon War Zone in Yin Kingdom? I saw him in a news photo once, but I hadn't thought of him before. A formidable figure who led his legions in countless battles, winning every single one, and turning the Sakura Kingdom and the Kangaroo Kingdom into ruins. Lin Feng was immediately filled with respect for this decisive and efficient senior. He replied, "You're welcome." Lin Feng knew perfectly well why the other party was inexplicably grateful. The price of the dagger was far from its limit. The island owners simply don't have enough gold coins at this stage. Even though Du Beichuan acquired it for 1,500 gold, he still made a considerable profit. Close the chat interface. Lin Feng opened his island backpack and glanced at the final auction results. Even though he was mentally prepared, his heart was still racing from the shock of those exaggerated numbers. Wealth, 6,364 gold coins and 12 silver coins. That's enough to upgrade the core to level 2010 times. New contract partner. Chapter 48, further announcement. More than 6,000 gold coins. Apart from the 1,500 gold from the golden dagger, the rest was all profit from selling high-level green equipment. Lin Feng had previously estimated that he would be lucky to sell it for more than 2,000 gold coins. Unexpectedly, the Iron Hammer dwarves were exceptionally helpful, enchanting each piece of equipment with powerful attributes. This directly led to equipment prices doubling. The cost is only a few hundred gold coins. Goggin. Lin Feng was in a great mood and beckoned to the dwarves who were making training tools. "Lord Lin, what are your orders?" The bearded man, Gajin, stared at Lin Feng with wide, round eyes, puzzled as to why Lin Feng was so happy. "Could it be that I've been working too hard? I'm very satisfied with the batch of equipment you manufactured. This is a reward for you." Lin Feng took out 5 pieces of fusion wood from his backpack and said, Although this wood is not as high grade as tree sap, it can still be made into 4th grade bows and arrows. Take it and make 3 longbows. You and Dumo each take one, and I'll keep the rest. Gajin is a swordsman, but as a member of a family of blacksmiths, he is proficient in all 18 weapons. Rewarding him with a longbow would not only make him more loyal, but also allow him to make use of the fused wood, killing multiple birds with 1 stone. Thank you, Island Lord. Gajin said in a deep voice, his face flushed. I will certainly not let you down. Leave it to Dumo and me. Okay, go ahead. Lin Feng nodded, then went to the core of the island and reached out to activate the core interface. Should I spend 20 gold coins to upgrade the core? Should I spend 30 gold coins to upgrade the core? The core upgrade is complete and will be promoted to a level 20 core in 3 days. For 540 gold coins, the blue crystal pillar was enveloped in a faint glow, and its size gradually increased. The serpentine runes flowed subtly, seemingly forming some kind of mysterious magic circle. After the upgrade is complete, some special features should be added, so the 500+ gold coins won't be wasted. Lin Feng closed the interface. The time taken was a few days less than expected, which gave us ample time to improve our cultivation level. Brother, are our new friends coming? Lena peeked out from the side, blinking her big eyes curiously. Just wait 3 more days. Lin Feng smiled and said, now let's go find a 5th-tier sea beast. The effects of the upgraded ocean affinity must be utilized, as they will be of great help in the beast tide assessment 8 days later. Boom! The island began to accelerate its voyage. In the field of vision, the 3 ocean regions, red, yellow, and green, change in succession. With the island's current combat strength, it can basically roam freely in most sea areas. The highest level sea creature known in the Mallory Sea is only level 60. According to the map provided by the dwarves, the most dangerous sea area is in the Far East. Lin Feng is currently in the northwest, a very safe location. There aren't many sea monsters at levels 40 to 50. At least, there aren't many marked locations on the map. On the island, Lin Feng practiced magic and battled Chi day and night, tirelessly. After Gagan joined, he also had a new opponent to spar with. Over the course of a few days, while he didn't encounter any 5th-tier sea beasts, Lin Feng did manage to elevate his dual-class cultivation level to another level. Lena has also pushed the limits of marine creatures below the 4th rank. 10-tier 4 heads, 100-tier 3 heads, 1,000-tier 2 heads. First-order marine creatures have low intelligence and a natural fear of higher-order marine creatures. More than 1,000 sea creatures that followed the island's migration became a temporary naval force under Lin Feng's command. It's over. Lin Feng stared at the blue crystal that had undergone a dramatic change in appearance and murmured, the benefits of level 20 are extraordinary. The core volume has increased by 10. Furthermore, its surface is covered with tadpole-like white runes, giving it a more mysterious aura than before. At the same time, a system notification that resounded throughout the Blue Star Island Lord was transmitted to every corner of the world. Congratulations to island owner Lin Feng for being the first to upgrade his island core to level 20. His reputation in the island world has increased significantly. Information about the islands is played on a loop. It was repeated 10 times before it finally stopped. The other island owners had already guessed this outcome after the last auction. I'm not surprised at all that Lin Feng's core has been upgraded. Lin Feng still has several thousand gold coins in his pocket. Upgrading the core with more than 500 gold coins is just a piece of cake for him. I'm crying. My core is only level 9, and I haven't even activated the banner effect yet. I wonder what special skills a level 20 core has. I'd love to see. With his beast tide points, the big boss has directly become a seeded island owner to win first place thanks to these economic advantages. Hey, Dream On, let me ask you, how can he upgrade his strength with just over 6,000 gold coins? Even a level 20 troop has a quantity limit. The highest level for arrow towers is 25. The island's area is only so big, and he only recently acquired the gold coins. There's no time to fill up the arrow towers before the beast tide. That makes some sense, which is really frustrating. Having money, but nowhere to spend it. Are you going to send it as a crystal coffin? It's not impossible, it just depends on what additional effects a level 20 core might have. Lin Feng didn't even glance at the other people's comments in the chat channel. Even if he knew, he would scoff at it. Others simply don't understand the logic behind his efforts to improve his strength. Auctioning off equipment was merely a convenient way to upgrade his core. Even a few days earlier, without buying those iron ingots, he would have had enough funds to upgrade his core to level 20 and contract a new legendary creature. He risked delaying for a few days in order to maximize his profits. When Lin Feng summoned the heart of the ocean from his sea of consciousness, he also glanced at the data after the core upgrade. Island core, level 20. Durability, 20,000. Subordinates, Mermaid Lena, Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals X20, Iron Hammer Dwarf X2. Island control, pause driving 3 times daily, direction adjustment 12 times daily. Island skills, flag, speed boost, emergency shelter. When the core is subjected to a destructive attack, its internal runes will activate, granting immunity to all damage for 5 hours. Cooldown, 30 days. Troop resources I. Recruitment limit for each troop type building doubled. Upgrade cost, 1,000 gold coins. Belongs to Lin Feng. 2 new island skills have been added, each of which greatly enhances the island. Especially during the emergency shelter, Lin Feng's joy was undisguised. With this, he no longer needs to worry about his base being suddenly raided when he goes out to explore. This greatly enhances the security of the island. The Troop Soar skill is considered a god-tier skill for other island owners, as it directly doubles the number of troops. If the island lords who possess top-tier troops knew that a level 20 core could increase the upper limit of troop size, they would probably be kicking themselves. The blueprints for military unit buildings have never appeared on the market before. The acquisition conditions seem to be somewhat harsh. Lin Feng walked towards the seaside, lost in thought. If he can obtain a troop blueprint after the Beast Tide assessment, it will be a significant boost for him. Now, let's find out what race the new contracted creature is. Hold the heart of the ocean above your head. A wisp of pure magical energy was gently infused, causing the blue rhombus-shaped gem to burst forth with astonishing light. Chapter 49 Ocean Heart Effect Upgrade. The heart of the ocean is like a small sun, radiating a wave of light from the inside out. The ripples spread in all directions at an extremely rapid speed. Even though Lin Feng's level had reached 28, he still couldn't capture the process of passing through the light curtain. It was as if the ocean had been illuminated in an instant, the boundless sea shining brilliantly. Buzz. Lin Feng's hand trembled slightly, indicating that he had likely detected the traces of a special legendary creature. Then, the ripples of light emitted by the gemstone began to coalesce, forming once again a bright spotlight. In the distant sea, the beam of light rapidly approached Lin Feng. As time passed, he heard the sound of violently crashing waves. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted as he stared intently at the small hill that was getting closer and closer to the horizon. The green hill looked as if a propeller had been added to its back, and surging waves were flashed out of the sea, with the rolling waves making a deep, muffled sound. Without a doubt, this is definitely a behemoth. Whole head high dash. As it drew nearer, Lin Feng finally caught a glimpse of part of the mysterious creature's appearance. The green hill is a shell over 100 meters long, with a greenish-blue color all over and a bumpy surface covered with seaweed. Behind it is a long, serpentine tail that resembles an iron whip, slapping the waves at an extremely fast speed and generating a powerful thrust. Zhuangshuan. Lin Feng's eyes widened. The oncoming waves soaked his leather armor, and he finally saw the true appearance of the behemoth. The majestic, dragon-like head occasionally emerged from the water, its pale golden vertical pupils revealing a hint of human-like excitement and joy. Add to that the thick tortoise shell and the cold, green snake coiled around its body. What is this if not Xuanwu, one of the 4 mythical beasts in Chinese mythology? Rumble. Just as the massive Xuanwu was about to crash into the island, it slammed on the brakes. Behind us, the waves crashed and pounded against every corner of the island. Even if the island undergoes a core upgrade and its area doubles again, compared to this behemoth, it was like a toy. What is this? Quickly, protect Master. The shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and dwarves had never seen such a scene before. They all grabbed their weapons and surrounded Lin Feng as if facing a formidable enemy. Whole head high dash. A sound that nearly shattered eardrums came from the gaping maw. The strong winds stirred up sand on the island, blurring everyone's vision. Splash. Xuanwu arrived at the edge of the island, looking very happy. His body, which had been submerged in the water, completely surfaced. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Xuanwu's towering body over 30 meters tall, blocked all view in front of them. The latter, using some unknown method, moved with limbs as light as feathers, treading on the gently rippling sea. Zhang looked up at Lin Feng, his pale, golden vertical pupils filled with curiosity. Whole head high dash. Whole head high dash. Xuanwu let out a triumphant roar. Lin Feng, standing in front of it, quickly raised his hand to shield his face and channeled his fighting spirit into his legs, trying his best to resist the fierce wind brought by the former. Stop yelling. Stop yelling. Lin Feng caught a glimpse of his dilapidated villa out of the corner of his eye and shouted. Shout again and the house will collapse. Do you speak a common language? Wu. Xuanwu immediately stopped roaring and buried its head in front of Lin Feng with a wronged expression. I saw a head that was bigger than my own villa. Lina, standing nearby, exclaimed with delight. Brother, is this our new partner? He looks so impressive. As she spoke, she actually stepped forward and stroked Xuanwu's huge, solid chin. Yes, this is our new partner. Lin Feng was also thrilled. He never expected that the second contract would bring such a big surprise. Race, Xianming Turtle. Level, 45. Realm, Intermediate 5th rank. Mana, 1440. Skill, Water-loving Tier 5, Basic Racial Passive, greatly increases all speed attributes when in water. No cost. Watery Fortitude Tier 5 Intermediate, Racial Passive, when in water, reduces damage taken from targets below Tier 5 Intermediate by 99%. No cost. Venomous Breath Tier 5 Advanced, deals poison damage to targets within range. Mana cost, 560. Tortoise and Snake Dance Tier 5, top tier, deals damage to targets within range. Mana cost, 1120. Note, you have a permanent contract with Lin Feng and will never betray him. There is no limit to your level progression. Evaluation. Evolved by the power of the heart of the ocean, it transformed from a sea turtle into a Xianming turtle, possessing immense growth potential. 5th tier. Lin Feng was immediately shocked after reading the data on Xuanwu. Isn't the initial level of the creatures in Ocean Heart contracts level 40? He subconsciously looked at the gem in his hand and was surprised to find that the effect of the Heart of the Ocean had been enhanced at some point. Heart of the Ocean, the only one. Type, Special Soul Artifact. Effect, randomly form a contract with a marine creature. Raise its initial level to 45. There is no level cap. It starts with a full set of skills of the same tier. A common creature is upgraded to a legendary creature. Consumption, none. Contract slots, 2 to 2. One additional slot is added at core level 30. Is it because the island's core level has been upgraded that the contract effect has increased? A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. This is better, as it saves the trouble of having to level up the contracted creatures again later. Nice to meet you. My name is Lin Feng. Together with Lina, he placed his palm on Xuanwu's cool, wet jaw. With the addition of Xuanwu, Lin Feng was looking forward to the upcoming beast tide assessment. He had barely finished speaking when, in vain, the enormous black tortoise in front of them began to tremble. A soft blue light emanated from all parts of his body, enveloping his entire body. Immediately afterwards, under the stunned gaze of everyone, Xuanwu's body began to shrink rapidly, becoming smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, it became only a little over a meter tall. As the blue light dissipated, a beautiful young woman with shoulder-length blue hair and delicate features appeared. The girl was dressed in a light green dress. She was tall and slender with a curvaceous figure and long, fair legs that looked like a baby's skin. A cute little green snake, in a chibi style, was wrapped around her arm, its head tilted back, looking around. The most eye-catching thing is the turtle shell covered with seaweed. Like a small school bag, it hung on her back, making her look from a distance like a high school girl entering school. It has taken human form. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He never expected that Xuanwu would take on such a beautiful girl after transforming. At this time, he gently placed his palm on the girl's smooth face, while Lina, being shorter, had her hand rest on her waist. She remained in the same position as when she was stroking Xuanwu's chin. Good. The young girl slowly raised her slender, jade-like fingers, gently taking Lin Feng's hand in hers, and said, Lin Feng and Lina both looked expectant. Since they can take human form, there will be no barrier between them in future communication. So the two of them waited for the girl to continue. I. The girl's pale golden eyes began to show a hint of nervousness, and her fair cheeks flushed. I don't know how much time passed before the rest of the content came through. Call her Man. Nice to meet you. Your master. Chapter 50. My master wants to mating with me? The girl's delicate red lips parted slightly, and her soft, sweet voice sent a jolt through Lin Feng, making his heart itch. Man is nothing like Lena. The latter is also beautiful and charming, a true beauty. But, because of his age, Lin Feng never harbored any improper thoughts and genuinely treated Lena as a little sister. Even if it's a punishment, it shouldn't be until Lena grows up before she dies. A world apart, she not only has an angelic face, but also a devilish figure. That last week, Master almost made Lin Feng lose control. Master, I sense that you want to mate with me. With a serious and earnest expression in her deep, golden eyes, she said, I can do it. Wait a minute. Lin Feng released his grip on Man's cheek and said righteously, You must be mistaken. Joke. Even if you really have this idea, you certainly can't let your subordinates expose it directly. Otherwise, will we save face? Brother, what is mating? Can I do it too? Lena is like a curious child, with a strong curiosity about new words. Can't. Lin Feng's lips twitched violently. He gently stroked Lena's smooth blonde hair and said earnestly, You'll understand what it means later. Oh. Lena nodded as if she understood, clearly still pondering why Man could do it, but she couldn't. Welcome to our family, Man. Suppressing his agitated emotions, Lin Feng began to introduce the island to Xuanwu. This is the mermaid Lena. She should be younger than you, and she is a powerful mage. These are. Man looked bewildered, seemingly indifferent to everyone except Lena and Lin Feng. After introducing the island's members, Lin Feng emphasized, You don't have to call me master. You can call me Island Lord or something else. Mimi. Man truly lives up to her name. Once transformed, both the speed of speech and the movements visibly slowed down. Okay, it's settled then. Lin Feng was also having a headache. Although he could communicate with Man, the process was really maddening. Next, he led Man on a leisurely tour of the island and set up a bedroom on the first floor of the villa so that Man would have a place to stay on the island when he was in human form. As for the slow pace of the operation, Lin Feng wasn't too worried. Aside from his uncontrollable speaking speed, Man's snail-paced walking speed is more like a habit. In case of an emergency, she can still leave the island and transform into her Xuanwu form as quickly as possible. Under a clear blue sky, flames hung high in the air. After having lunch in the villa's living room, Lin Feng and the two women under his contract arrived at the beach where the ship had stopped sailing. Is Man ready? Lin Feng turned to look at the girl carrying a turtle shell backpack. I. He said slowly and deliberately. That's it. Let's begin. Lin Feng nodded. Just before that, he had a very bold idea. Since Man swims so fast in the sea, what if we could drag the island forward? Wouldn't that mean the sailing speed is more than twice as fast as normal sailing? Don't just think about it. Take action. After a quick lunch, he couldn't wait to drag Man to the experiment. Once it becomes feasible, before the next beast tide arrives, the strength of the units on the island will undergo a leap in qualitative change. But her smooth, jade-like feet sank into the tide, and a faint blue light instantly enveloped her graceful body. In just a moment, Lin Feng didn't even see the specific changes clearly before it gradually transformed into the massive Xuanwu body. The cute little snake then transformed back into a ruthless giant python. Whole head high dash. The dragon head let out a long roar to the sky. The loud noise caused the surrounding seawater to boil. At the same time, the giant blue python slithered across her body, its strong and powerful form transforming into a bridge connecting Xuanwu and the island. Wrap the edge of the island. According to Man, she had no memory of what happened before she was contracted. After being summoned by the heart of the ocean, they came to understand the various abilities they possessed. The giant blue python was also part of her body, like a clone. Normally, it's used to attack enemies. She doesn't know if it can drag the island forward. Hold on tight. Lin Feng gave everyone a heads up. Rumble. It slowly began to move, controlling the surrounding seawater to reduce the island's resistance. Soon, violent shaking began to occur in every corner of the island. Under Lin Feng's expectant gaze, the island slowly moved forward. Then, as the speed gradually increased, the dragged island seemed to be propelled by liquid nitrogen, reaching a speed far exceeding that of using skills to accelerate. The current speed is at least 10 times faster than before. The wind howled in Lin Feng's ears, and he could hardly contain his excitement. In less than 10 minutes, he personally witnessed dozens of sea areas of varying levels passing by. There was even a resource island that disappeared from sight. The experimental results greatly satisfied him. Man, how are you feeling? Lin Feng asked hurriedly. Whole head high dash. It slowly raised its head, let out a long cry, and continued to swim forward at an even faster speed. At this speed, the entire island seemed about to collapse. Several cracks have appeared in the village structure. Fortunately, the fact that Man slowed down in time was meant to convey that it was easy and that the speed could even be increased if the island quality was better. Lin Feng laughed loudly, saying that any damage to the island's buildings could be repaired by consuming resources. For someone with thousands of gold coins in his pocket, it's all just a drop in the ocean. Now, begin searching for a 5th-tier sea beast and leveling up everyone. I'm ready for the beast tide assessment. Looking at the new crown of kings in his backpack, Lin Feng was filled with confidence. With Man joining, taking first place in points is a sure thing. Sudden, Lin Feng's field of vision revealed a vast, richly colored, neutral sea area. Stop slowly. Whole head high dash. The island shook again due to the sudden breaking. Lin Feng's hand did not leave the core. He used his probe to survey the situation in that sea area. Neutral zone, levels 40 to 45. There's a chance of being attacked by sea creatures. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Finally, I found it. After seeing the sea area classification, Lin Feng smiled. All that's missing is a 5th-tier sea beast. If we can harness it, the island's power will undergo a qualitative change. Let's go, let's see what that thing underwater looks like. Lin Feng carried Lina on a man's broad back and whispered, "Don't scare it away." Upon receiving the command, Man let out a long cry, released the island, turned around, and swam straight towards the Yellow Sea. Chapter 51: The Long Road to Powerful Close Combat Strength. Gurgle Dash. The moment we entered the yellow zone, surging bubbles rose from the calm sea surface. Immediately afterwards, a huge red octopus emerged from the water, its dark eyes warily watching the approaching Xuanwu Man. Red octopus head. Race, sea beast. Level, 43. Rank, 5th-tier beginner. Skills, unknown. It's actually a sea monster with a leader prefix. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. I thought I'd be lucky to tame even a regular tier 5 creature, but I never expected there would be such a big prize. Man, Lina, can you handle it? Lin Feng asked softly. Even if you use the ocean affinity skill to tame it, Lina still needs to get close and touch the octopus. Before that, a major battle is inevitable. With Sister Man's help, there won't be any problems. Whole head high dash. Both women responded in turn. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng's foot inexplicably slipped, and he fell straight into the sea. Just as he thought he was about to take a bath in the seawater directly below seemed to freeze. My legs were firmly planted on the sea surface, with no sign of sinking. A long-standing innate ability to control water. Lin Feng suddenly realized something and looked up at the neutral sea area in front of him. After putting him down, Man carried Lina and rushed towards the giant octopus. Swoosh! Seeing that the visitor was hostile, the giant octopus immediately unleashed a powerful water-type skill. It blasted towards the enormous body. Several tentacles waved arrogantly, declaring this place as its territory. However, even though it is 50 or 60 meters long, despite the vastness of the landscape, he still appeared as small as a child. Sizzle. The giant octopus's attack struck Man, and a faint blue light appeared on the latter's body. The skill, which was at the 5th-tier beginner level, completely exhausted its energy without even causing a splash. Lulu Dash. The giant octopus's eyes showed fear, and it froze as if struck by lightning. The powerful defense displayed by Man frightened it. It was the first time it had ever seen a terrifying creature that could ignore 5th-tier skills. Whoosh! He unleashed several high-level skills in succession, completely depleting his mana. However, the pale blue barrier was strange and bizarre. They still managed to neutralize all the skills unleashed by the giant octopus. Sensing something was wrong, The octopus tried to dive into the sea to escape, but Man didn't give it a chance. The giant blue python coiled around the octopus opened its ferocious maw and, like an arrow, transformed into a blur as it bit at the octopus. Sharp fangs pierced into the octopus's tentacles, holding the octopus firmly and rendering it unable to move. Whole head high dash. Man accelerated again, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the octopus's forehead. Just as she was about to unleash the clone's deadly poison, Lina quickly cried out, "Hey, sister, don't kill it." As he spoke, Lina transformed into her true form and jumped into the sea. "I'm going to tame it. My brother says it will be a big help." A hint of curiosity appeared in its pale golden eyes, and it murmured softly. The giant octopus, its tentacles bitten, still tried to use its last bit of magic to unleash a spell and tear the mermaid who was getting close to it to shreds. Roar! A massive dragon had bit down on its vulnerable head, its enormous golden eyes radiating intense, killing intent. Lulu. The octopus was so scared it peed its pants, enduring the excruciating pain all over its body. He relaxed all his tentacles and watched the mermaid approach him with sorrowful eyes. "Big guy, after you help us defeat the bad guys, we'll let you go back." Lina extended her index finger and gently tapped it on the octopus's head. An invisible spiritual force instantly permeated every corner of the octopus's brain. Looking into Lina's eyes, there was no longer any wariness or fear. Instead, he revealed a fawning and ingratiating expression. This is a stark contrast to what happened before. "Brother, it's ready." Lina floated on the sea and waved her little hand at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He had seen the battle clearly just now. Man had completely overwhelmed a 5th-tier boss-level sea beast with overwhelming power. The opponent had no chance to resist at all. If the octopus were to unleash its skills slowly, it would likely be torn into octopus sashimi the instant the battle began. The frozen sea beneath my feet kept adjusting in the direction of my toes. Lin Feng walked as if on flat ground to the two women's side. Lulu. After seeing Lin Feng, the octopus wanted to show off its ferocity. "Idiot. This is your brother. You can't be mean to him. If you're mean to him again, I'll eat you up." Lina clenched her little pink fist and smacked the octopus's head hard, warning it. "Hold that high." Man moved the snake's mouth, which had been loosened, back to the octopus's eyes, and its sharp fangs began to seep out deadly venom. Although it didn't say anything threatening, every move it made was a threat to make the octopus behave. Lulu. The octopus finally realized who was in charge and immediately tried to curry favor with Lin Feng. A sycophant. Lin Feng chuckled softly. "Let's go. The last piece of the map is complete. Let's prepare for the beast tide disaster in a week." "Good brother." Whole head high dash. Time flies. The island, braving the rapids, crashes wildly across the sea. No matter how dangerous the waters or how dangerous the sea creatures, none can survive more than 10 seconds. The galactic battleship composed of Lina, Man, and Octopus is completely unable to withstand a single blow. You have absorbed a large amount of energy, and your level has increased. Disassembly successful. Obtained 1 complete skin of the sword-scale demon fish. You open the treasure chest and receive some gold coins and the skill book lightning bolt. You have obtained the skill book draw sword slash. Your hero. Your subordinates. The island reminders kept coming and going. Experience points, energy, and high-level materials poured into their pockets as if they were free. Until the 30th day, only after his strength greatly increased, did Lin Feng stop his monster-slaying journey. We cleared out 18 high-level sea areas and wiped out 3 brutal sea race forces. The gains are astonishing. I opened the panel information feeling refreshed. Lin Feng. Race, human. Level, 32. Classes, Peak Mage, Peak Swordsman. Mana, 640. Battle Chi Value, 640. Skills, Battle Aura Protection Tier 2 Advanced. Lightning Bolt Tier 3 Advanced. Naval Swordsmanship Tier 3 Intermediate. Draw Sword Slash Tier 3 Excellent 4/4. Backpack, Crown of the New King, Black Magic Stone Sword, Black Crocodile Fong, Echoing Conch Mother, Ocean Teleportation Scroll. Wealth, 6,347 gold coins, 91 silver coins. Reputation value, Rising Fame. The treasure chests he obtained from clearing dangerous sea areas allowed him to replace his two useless skills, energy missile and arrow making. His cultivation level has reached the peak of the 3rd tier, just one step away from entering the 4th tier, and his strength is soaring. Besides, the island units have also been greatly improved, with all the shrimp soldiers and crab generals reaching the maximum level of 30, and Gaijin and Dumo also reaching level 30. Lena's level increased to 44, and she was promoted to intermediate mage. Man, on the other hand, gained very little experience and energy because her level was too high, and she remained at level 45. But now, the island is also home to sea creatures tamed by Lena. There are 3 tier 5 players, Lena, Man, and Octopus. 10 4th tier sea beasts. 100 tier 3 sea beasts. 22 shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and dwarves. 1,000 tier 2 sea beasts. With this immense power, Lin Feng had no doubt about his chances of winning first place. If we're talking about having a good chance of success, being low-key will give you a 98% chance. Chapter 52, The Dragon's Fear, from the Black Tortoise. That's about enough. The automated repair robot has been a great help. Chung Qingqing brushed the bangs that were stuck to her forehead. After more than 10 days, her level had reached 35, and her realm had reached the peak of the Great Swordsman. Lacking experience in troop-based looting, she monopolized all the energy, resulting in her level being significantly higher than Lin Feng's. This is the advantage of a tower demon. Now, besides her discovering the benefits of setting up towers, many other island lords on Blue Star Island have also discovered this method. For many island owners whose troops are not strong, the tower demon has become a new profession. Only someone like Chung Qingqing, who possesses nearly 200 level 30 magic arrow towers, is truly unique. Its attack power is equivalent to a 3rd tier arrow tower. Even if it encounters a 4th tier sea beast, it will perish on the spot. The chances of winning first place in the upcoming Beast Tide assessment have increased significantly. Upon seeing the spider-like robots atop the magic tower, Chung Qingqing's face broke into a bright smile. Besides ability and vision, luck is also an indispensable factor. The robots that could repair buildings, which she found in treasure chests in dangerous waters, gave her tremendous confidence. Now, is everyone ready? Chung Qingqing opened the private chat interface, scrolled through the chat history, and found that sunny and handsome photo. He seems to have changed a lot since I last saw him a few days ago. The sharply defined, resolute portrait made Chung Qingqing's heart pound. It must be because the level has increased. The island's lord changes in real time, but this time, I will definitely not fall behind you, Lin Feng. They've reached the 4th tier. Fortunately, we made it in time for the final Beast Tide. Tang Long sat on a familiar rock by the shore, the lenses of his black-rimmed glasses missing sometime during the day. Only the frame of the glasses remained hanging on the bridge of his nose. After his level increased, his nearsightedness improved slightly, and his vision was no longer affected even without glasses. The reason I'm still wearing glasses is because I'm not used to it. Hiss dash. 15 enormous pythons roamed the coastline, each as thick as a bucket and over 30 meters long. The scarlet crickets patrol for the special scents hidden in the air, and any living creature that gets close to the island will not escape their hunt. A pack of blood-red sea wolves returned from the deep sea. One of the strongest alpha wolves was carrying a young sea creature alive in its mouth. He carefully placed the latter at Tang Long's feet, then obediently squatted down beside him, pricked up his ears, and became alert. Well done. Tang Long vigorously rubbed the blood wolf's head and threw the 3 skill books on the ground. After eliminating the friendly creatures, the latter successfully advanced to the 4th tier. He had painstakingly prepared several powerful skills long ago. Once fully equipped, this blood wolf would possess the strength to rival a low-level 4th tier leader. Luckily I didn't buy that dagger, otherwise I wouldn't have had the money to recruit enough heavy demon pythons. A hint of coldness flashed in Tang Long's eyes. Du Beichuan, Lin Feng, once the Beast Tide is over, see if you can plunder your troop buildings. As for the first place in the Beast Tide, I'll gladly accept it. Big Black, fly lower. Liam O, perched on a dragon's back, frowned. Below, on the sea surface, there was a small dot hurtling rapidly. However, the distance was too far, and it was difficult to see clearly from high in the air. Roar dash. The nearly 70-meter-long black dragon roared, quickly folded its broad and sturdy wings and swooped down at an extremely fast speed. A howling wind whistled past his ears, and Lin instinctively buried his head in the crevice of the dragon's back. As the distance gets closer and closer, Black Dragon was the first to see what was moving rapidly below. An island. An island being dragged along by a mysterious creature. Buzz. Suddenly, the mysterious behemoth in the water raised its head, its pale golden pupils locking onto the black dragon swooping down from the sky. That dragon head, which was clearly very different from that of Western dragons, inadvertently revealed a terrifying killing intent. Wah! The black dragon, like a frightened puppy, hurriedly spread its wings to resist the resistance of falling. What's wrong? Lin couldn't see what was happening below, but the reaction of the giant dragon he was riding sent a shiver down his spine. Wah! Dash! The black dragon used all its strength to flap its wings and retreat rapidly into the sky. The black dragon, which had once swept across various islands and stood proudly above all others, began to tremble. Fifth-order organisms. Lin barely managed to turn his head to look at the thing that had turned into a small black dot again, and a sense of lingering fear rose in his heart. He couldn't think of anything else that could instill such fear in a mid-stage fourth-tier black dragon, except for those above the fifth tier. Hurry back to the island. We must travel in the opposite direction from it. Damn it! I never expected to encounter such a terrifying creature while sailing north from the Sissy Islands. The beast tide assessment is coming soon. We must conserve our strength and seize first place. If we run into it at the island base, we'll have a barbecue. Within the group of 16 islands, an emergency meeting is being held on the central island. Have you remembered the strategy? Du Beichuan's voice was strong and clear, easily reaching every corner of the conference room. Entering the island and leveling up made him feel like he was young again. My back is straight, my legs are nimble, and my physical condition is getting better every day. I've got it. The other 15 island lords sat upright and spoke loudly in unison. Very good. Duke Beichuan turned to look at Adao. I guess the beast high points are also calculated based on that last term. Oh, the finishing blow? Points are awarded based on the finishing blow. As he spoke, he pointed at the fourth-tier chimeras patrolling outside and said, We've poured all our resources into you. If you don't come back in first place this time, we'll teach you a lesson. Mission accomplished. Adao immediately stood up and said sternly, If I still can't win first place with everyone's strong support, I will atone with my death. Sit down. Du Beichuan's tone was not loud, but it had an air of authority that didn't need to be angry. Even though Adao's level had already reached 37 and his realm had entered the fourth stage, he was still so frightened by one sentence that he sat back down. You committed suicide, leaving everyone here to die. Madness. Du Beichuan sighed. Many comrades have already sacrificed their lives. The chances of us being able to gather together in the same sea area are almost like finding a needle in a haystack. The island world is bigger than we imagined. As for the others in the group, we don't know how many will be left after the beast tide ends, or whether they can use the sea teleportation scroll to descend here. Live well, we are already an inseparable family in this world. After saying that, the sky outside suddenly turned gloomy. Du Beichuan said calmly, The time is almost up. Get ready to begin. Chapter 53, The Beast Tide Begins. Lin Feng trembled with excitement. Rumble. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered over the entire island world, and thunder rumbled incessantly. In less than a minute, torrential rain covered every corner of the world. Raindrops connected to form lines, relentlessly impacting any living thing they encountered. A tide frogman resting on the shore was dozing off when it was startled awake by the thunder. It quickly grabbed a broken wooden stick and prepared to hide. However, the rain from the sky was faster than him, instantly soaking his smooth body. Forehead. It seems that the rainwater has some kind of special magic. The frogman clutched his throat tightly, his eyes beginning to fill with bloodshot veins. In its field of vision, beams of red light shot into the sky, attracting its attention. It seems there is a secret treasure there that can change one's bloodline and elevate them to the level of a top-tier creature. Wah! Unable to resist the temptation, the frogman grabbed his weapon and leaped into the sea. I found the nearest red light and swam there quickly. The same scene unfolded in every corner of the island world. Any sea creature that got even a little bit wet would become like a powder keg exploding, turning into a violent beast. They scrambled to swim towards the places emitting red light. Even if it's hidden deep in the sea, it's no use. The rainwater turns into silver needles and easily penetrates the 10,000-meter deep sea. Let those sea monsters go crazy. In civilized countries, the same scene unfolded at various auction sites, seafood markets, and seaports. A frenzy of sea monsters swept across the entire world. The sea creatures, seemingly guided by some unseen force, rushed towards the source of the red light. The brighter the red light, the better the treasure, attracting countless powerful sea monsters. Even though the low-level sea beasts were crazy, they were also quite self-aware. They didn't compete with the high-level sea beasts for those places, but instead chose to attack the weakest points of red light. 2 minutes passed. The torrential rain, imbued with mysterious power, has stopped. But lightning still crackled in the gloomy sky, suggesting that the anomaly was far from over. The once azure sea is now completely covered by a dark mass of marine mammals. No one could count how many there were, and no one dared to appear in their sight. The dark sea beasts transformed into giant waves. Their roars, capable of shattering gold and splitting rocks, resounded through the sky. Even though the island lords of Blue Star were mentally prepared, they were still stunned by this terrifying sight. Vaaf, I'm doomed. The nearest sea monster is less than 2,000 meters away. How am I supposed to defend it? How am I supposed to defend it? I thought I was capable of withstanding this beast tide, but it seems I was too naive. Still trying to grab the points leaderboard? Aside from those island lords with top-tier troops, who knows if they'll even survive? I should have just abandoned the island and gone to the native world to live a life of ease and wait to die. There's no way to escape now. I just tried, and even if there were flying units, they would be shot down by those sea monster skills. We'd be doomed in the middle of this situation. This isn't just a few thousand, it's tens of thousands of sea monsters. How can we possibly hold them off? It's not fair. It's not fair. Why don't we have any powerful units? Mommy, I haven't found Mommy yet, wah. The chat channel is filled with negative energy. The swarming sea monsters completely shattered their last remaining hope. If hundreds of thousands of beasts were to surge forward, which island lord could withstand them? Even dragons, golden behemoths, and chimeras would be worn down and killed. Just when everyone was in despair, a turning point has arrived. Time's up. The beast tide assessment begins. The cycle barrier has been generated, the Dynamo Points leaderboard has been activated, and the total number of island owners surviving has been determined. At the same time, all the island owners saw the golden list embedded in the sky. The list stretched for hundreds of meters, its dazzling light bringing a glimmer of brightness to the dim sky. Beast Tide Assessment Points Ranking. First place, no Best Award yet. Second place, no Extraordinary Island Owner Award yet. Third place, no Outstanding Island Owner Award yet. Fourth place, no Outstanding Island Owner Award yet. Fifth place, no Outstanding Island Owner Award yet. Current total number of island owners, 1,825,104,711. The string of numbers was clearly golden, but in the eyes of the many island owners, it was a blood-red color. What is the total population of Earth? Although they have not yet encountered any humans under the age of 12 or over the age of 65. Even if only people of this age group from Earth travel to the island world, that would still amount to 3.5 to 4 billion people. Now, only 1.8 billion remain. This is still because the Beast Tide assessment has not yet been initiated. Moreover, that string of numbers is decreasing at an alarming rate. There's no need to think about how it will end. Sessions. There's a chance. They didn't all come at once. There's hope. Hee hee ha ha. I saw a third-tier sea monster around here. Do you think it can kill us if it attacks us alone? Wah! I can't even handle a level 3 ordinary sea beast anymore. I can't take it anymore. I don't want to be eaten by a sea beast. Hang in there. There's always a chance for things to turn around. Don't do anything rash, everyone. Many people with insufficient psychological resilience have ended their own lives. In less than a minute, the total number of people dropped by a full 5 million. Lin Feng closed the chat interface and turned his gaze to the area around the island. An invisible barrier separated the island from a kilometer away, while the savage sea monsters, driven mad by rage, roared wildly. Among them, a large number possessed high-level sea beasts. There are even some bosses who are at the 4th tier and at the maximum level. The number of second-order and third-order orders is countless. Their level is worlds apart from other island owners. Is it an adjustment made based on the island's overall strength? Lin Feng's body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the excitement brought on by the surge of adrenaline. Lina's tamed sea beasts were unaffected by the rain, and her overall combat strength remained intact. The stronger the sea monster, the more points it can obtain. The higher the probability of reaching the top spot. Lina, are you ready? Lin Feng looked at the attack countdown that had suddenly appeared in front of him and asked softly, "Brother, Lina is ready." The little mermaid donned her 5th-tier leather armor, now brimming with magical power, and a rare look of seriousness appeared on her adorable face. On the other side, the Xuanwu man, emerging from the ocean, also raised its head and let out a loud cry. Lin Feng then turned his attention to the shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and dwarf brothers. "Master, we can't wait any longer," the gang and the Zhuang said in unison. "Haha, Island Lord, I'd love to try and cut open their heads with this dagger." Neither Gagin nor Dumo showed the slightest fear. They had already made up their minds to die long ago. "Good," Lin Feng nodded. After putting the black leather hat on his head, he took out the black inkstone sword from his backpack. The sound of swords clashing and the island notification echoed simultaneously. The first wave of beasts has begun. Chapter 54. The intimidation brought by the 5th-tier creature caused the beast hide to shrink back. Roar dash. More than 1,000 sea beasts of various species let out a long roar and rushed towards Lin Feng, breaking through the barrier. The spray from the rolling waves blurred the view. Upon closer inspection, they were all Tier 2 sea beasts. "Don't cast any spells for now," Xiaoba slowly cleaned them up. Lin Feng stood motionless on the shore. The tamed sea beasts tightly surround the island, leaving no blind spots. Unless you break through their defenses, you can't even think about attacking the island's core. The first wave of attacks should focus on expending some stamina and mana. When the tamed creatures attack later, they can take the opportunity to recover and maximize their effectiveness. Hold head high. Man slowly emerged from the water, his pale, golden vertical pupils radiating overwhelming killing intent. Any creature that attempts to attack the island or harm Lin Feng will be added to her kill list. Immediately afterwards, her nearly 200-meter-long python clone moved. Sharp, menacing fangs ripped through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages as they shot towards the sea beast attacking from the front. Sizzle. Click. The sound of flesh and bones tearing apart echoed throughout. Before the giant red octopus that had just raised its tentacles could react, nearly 100 second-tier sea beasts in front of it were instantly killed. Gurgle. The giant octopus's heart pounded. Although it cannot speak, it is a sea creature with extremely high intelligence. If this battle proves to be of no use, it has no doubt that Lina, who has been coveting it for so long, will devour its tentacles. Whoosh! Several tentacles followed closely behind. Like a sharp spear, it easily pierced through the bodies of dozens of sea monsters. The two 5th-tier behemoths attacked together, and in less than half a minute, nearly half of the sea beasts were killed on the spot. You have defeated a Tier 2 common sea monster and earned 20 points. You have defeated a Tier 2 elite sea beast and earned 40 points. You have defeated a Tier 2 common sea monster and earned 20 points. You have killed a deep sea blood shark elite and gained some energy. You have killed the demon gunfish and gained a small amount of energy. The island notifications started flooding the screen, and Lin Feng's personal score skyrocketed. With a score of 12,500, he instantly topped the leaderboard. The island owners ranked second and below kept changing positions, but their points growth rate was significantly slower than Lin Feng's. Each time, I can only increase my score by 10 to 20 points, and there's still a gap of several thousand points between me and first place. What the hell did Lin Feng do? He's already at 10,000 points. I only gained 10 points for killing a Tier 1 sea beast. Did the boss drop an atomic bomb? The boss's units must far surpass those of dragons, and he may even have more than one high-level unit building. Many island owners who were still following the rankings felt a chill run down their spines when they saw Lin Feng instantly climb to the top. Even if there are elite Tier 1 monsters among them, each worth 15 points, it would still take one-shotting an entire wave of sea monsters. What happened? Sheng Qingqing's face was full of astonishment. The surging sea monsters were transformed into energy and points and sank to the bottom of the sea under the attack of the Arrow Tower. But when she saw the 5-digit score at the top of the leaderboard, she felt like her eyes were playing tricks on her. This is outrageous. It wasn't just her. The other island owners, who possessed high-level troops, were dumbfounded. They blocked 10,000 points at the start. How are they supposed to chase after them? Even top-tier units would need more than 10 minutes to deal with the first wave of sea monsters. What exactly happened to Lin Feng in those 30 seconds? At this moment, everyone was filled with curiosity about Lin Feng's troop type and the island's strength. The other island owners were overestimated. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, first place is a sure thing. Lin Feng felt the pure energy surging from the outside world and gently closed his eyes. Second-tier creatures provide limited experience energy, but the sheer quantity makes up for it. The beast-tide assessment was a disaster for the other island lords. But for him, it was more like a training room to gain experience. After the assessment, he, Lina, and Man will definitely see a significant improvement in their levels. However, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is bound to happen. Just as Man and Xiaoba made their move and annihilated the half-grown sea beast with an almost overwhelming force. The intense killing intent that Man released was like a bucket of cold water poured on the sea beasts outside the barrier. Even a consciousness already eroded by the rain could not withstand the fear of death. Wah! The sea mammals began to stir. Their bloodshot eyes returned to normal, and they began to retreat with low moans. The second-tier sea beasts in the latter half slammed on the brakes when they saw their companions being instantly killed, their eyes filled with endless fear. Fifth rank. The powerful deterrent effect of the fifth-order creatures made them timid. It immediately turned around and fled towards the outside of the barrier, wishing it had an extra tail to increase its swimming speed. Wah! Countless sea creatures lingered around the area, reluctant to leave. The mournful cries from their mouths seemed to express a strong protest, as if some force was preventing them from escaping from here. Where was the ferocity that had been so earlier, so determined to destroy the island at any cost? Hey bro, come quick. Lin Feng was completely numb, standing there blankly watching the changes before and after the sea monster tide. No matter how much he planned, he never expected this to happen. Are you guys sore losers? How will my points increase if I don't attack? Whole head high dash. The long, green snake clones swam back and forth within the barrier, seemingly complaining that this thing was blocking their way. Even sea monsters can't escape. The total points remain unchanged and will not decrease. Lin Feng's mind began to race, searching for a feasible way to lure these sea monsters into attacking. However, whether it's deliberately feigning weakness, revealing flaws, or throwing out blood and flesh, we tried everything. These sea monsters were determined to hide behind the barrier. And after discovering that Man and the octopus could not break through the barrier to attack them, they even started to cheer and jump for joy. It's as if it's saying, hee, you can't hit me if I don't come in. Hee. Blanche. Lin Feng wasn't about to let them get away with it. He went straight to the core and started controlling the island, intending to charge at the beast tide. Warning. The island cannot be controlled in the current state. Abnormal beast tide hormone levels detected. Under adjustment. The system's voice echoed in my mind. At the same time, the first wave of sea monsters that had escaped the barrier stopped fleeing. His eyes, which had returned to normal, were once again ignited with madness. Their inner souls struggled to resist, but how could they possibly contend with the island's system? Slowly, one after another, the sea beasts re-entered the barrier and entered the attack range of Lin Feng's forces. Seeing this, Lin Feng's tense emotions finally relaxed. If he is too strong and therefore unable to obtain the reward, he will definitely give the island system an 18th generation family tree in a polite manner. Man Xiaoba, come back. Lin Feng let out a breath and turned to let Lina control the other second and third tier tamed creatures to chase after the enemy. The beast tide is too scattered, so it would be inefficient to have the main force intervene at this point. The first wave of sea monsters is still fighting against the mad will, but it's only a matter of time before they are annihilated. Even if a second wave begins during this period, he doesn't need to worry about being unable to withstand the attack. Open the points ranking. After a few minutes of delay, Lin Feng's ranking had already started to drop. Beast Tide Assessment Points Ranking. First place, Tang Long, 24,150 points. Second place, Chung Ching, 23,810 points. Third place, Li Mo, 23,510 points. Fourth place, Adao, 22,020 points. Fifth place, Wang Yang, 21,890 points. 78th place, Lin Feng, 15,510 points. Current total number of island owners, 1,805,147,180. The leaderboard only displays the top 10 island owners. Their points have stopped changing, which means the first wave of sea monsters has been completely cleared out. And I've only killed half of them, but my total score is much higher than theirs. Very stable. Lin Feng glanced at the remaining number of people again and sighed inwardly. Before the first wave of beast tide had even ended, 20 million island owners had already perished in the beast's bellies. Who knows how many more waves there will be? In the end, probably less than 10% of the people will survive. The first wave of sea monsters has not yet been completely eliminated. The island alert sounded again. The second wave of beasts has begun. Chapter 55 Point Surge, Third Wave. Wow! More than 1,000 more sea beasts lost the protection of the barrier and were forcibly injected with mad hormones by the will of the island. Killing the first wave of sea monsters still earns points. We're in luck. Lin Feng inserted the black inkstone sword into the sand and opened the chat channel. This wave also consists of second-tier sea beasts, but with some additional creatures bearing the leader prefix. The creatures that Lina tames can easily handle the situation. However, to his surprise, even though he hadn't done anything, the chat channel was buzzing with a heated discussion about Lin Feng. TCH, I thought Lin Feng was some kind of genius. Turns out he's a 3-second wonder. Aside from that one surge in points, we haven't seen him in the top 10 since. I suspect that Lin Feng doesn't actually have a powerful army under his command. He just happened to acquire some kind of powerful weapon, such as a magic array. This would also explain why he has never needed food and has so many gold coins to upgrade his core. The second wave is also Tier 1 sea beasts. As long as our troops are above Tier 2, we should be able to defend the island. But what about those high-level sea beasts outside the barrier? It's still those big shots with high-level units. It's said that Tanglong has 2 unit buildings now, both of which are top-tier units. They're comparable to dragons. I'm afraid Lin Feng, whom you guys keep praising, won't be able to withstand this beast tide. I also suspect that Lin Feng built an offensive magic circle, but this beast tide is coming from all directions. As long as the magic circle is destroyed, he's doomed. There's a high chance that Lin Feng will be among the top 2 winners in the 7-day assessment. According to other island lords, you need to upgrade your island to level 10 before the 7-day assessment to unlock the final round. However, most island lords' strength drops significantly after upgrading their islands, and they can only barely withstand the first 3 rounds. If Lin Feng has a secret weapon, he'll definitely be among the top winners. Damn it, we raised so much money for him at the auction, and he didn't even tell us how to create the magic circle. We're all Earthlings, we should stick together. We should share all secrets. There are significantly fewer chat comments than before. Clearly, those who still have the energy to type are the island owners with the most outstanding abilities. The weaker players were now too preoccupied with the second wave of beasts to pay attention to the channel content. Seeing that Lin Feng's ranking had dropped to outside the top 10, the jealous person immediately launched into a verbal attack, mocking and ridiculing him. Faced with this content in the chat channel, Lin Feng calmly closed the interface, his mind completely unaffected. There is no other reason. From the moment he entered the island world, the only 2 server-wide announcements were closely related to him. With his auctions of enchanted equipment and Tier 5 equipment, all these achievements have placed him at the top of the world. The saying, "a tall tree catches the wind," perfectly illustrates this point. People who are jealous of their own achievements will jump out like clowns as soon as they get the chance. Instead of focusing our energy on these petty people, we should pay more attention to the harvest from the beast tide in front of us. If you kill a sea monster and don't collect the carcass immediately, the body will be devoured by other sea monsters or sink to the bottom of the sea. These resources cannot be wasted. Lin Feng pulled the black inkstone sword out of the sand, and a gleaming 5th-tier dagger hung at his waist, ready to be drawn for close combat when needed. Man, Lina, enter the battlefield. Okay, brother. Whole head high dash. Man laid the green snake's clones on the beach to form a landing bridge. Once Lina and Lin Feng were firmly on his back, they gently swam towards the fierce battlefield ahead. You have defeated the Sea Lizardman leader and gained a small amount of energy. Your level has increased after absorbing energy. Current level 33. You have defeated the Tier 2 boss sea monster and earned 80 points. You have defeated a Tier 2 elite sea beast and earned 40 points. The tamed sea creatures relentlessly pursued and attacked. The surging waves were mixed with scarlet blood, and the roar of the raging beast never stopped. The battle beneath the ocean is even more intense. Sea monsters, darting about like torpedoes, clashed with each other. Those with magical abilities unleashed their spells, while those who ran out of magic resorted to hand-to-hand combat. What's amazing is that even if the enemy sea monsters are boss-level beings, their combat power drops sharply under the long-term powerful deterrence. It was suppressed by ordinary and elite-level sea monsters of the same level and could not stand out. Lin Feng dissected all the visible corpses on the sea surface. Due to limited backpack space, all materials except for the raw meat that could be stacked were discarded. As more and more marine mammals succumb to the maddening hormones, his points also surged again, propelling him back into the top 10. Just looking at it like this is so boring. I kind of want to fight. When Lin Feng saw a crazed sea monster charging towards him, a hint of anticipation actually appeared on his face. Snap! With his right hand gripping the black inkstone sword, he placed the blade to his left hip, and a surge of pure battle energy gathered towards the sword's edge. The sword's edge began to tremble slightly, even emitting a series of clear sword cries. A powerful force is poised to be unleashed. Call out dash. A deep red tentacle, clearly unaware of the situation, preemptively struck and instantly killed the second-tier boss sea beast. As if seeking credit, the octopus presented the sea monster's carcass to Lin Feng. Those dark, shiny eyes darted around, revealing a human-like fawning and ingratiating look. This male human is the boss. He'll be very happy to be able to solve this problem that's been plaguing him all the time. That's what it was thinking. Little did they know, having dissipated his fighting spirit, Lin Feng had made up his mind that once the beast tide ended, he would definitely make a tentacle sashimi and a tentacle barbecue. That meaningful gaze made the octopus shudder. The first few rounds were manageable, but once the third and fourth tier leaders in the beast tide made their move, the creatures that Lina had tamed were no match for them. At that time, we need to make defensive preparations around the island. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The beast tide they faced had a huge pool of points, but its strength was also the most outrageous. Other island lords at most face some third-tier sea beasts. At most, one more tier 4. Outside his barrier, there were more than 50 fourth-tier sea beasts. Brother, there's a really big and powerful fish among those bad guys. You have to hide behind Sister Man-Man later. Lina's face suddenly turned extremely serious, and she reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's leather wrist guards. 5th tier, Lin Feng asked, puzzled. No, it should be 4th tier, but it feels even more powerful than the Crimson. Lina explained earnestly. The big red one is an octopus. The intermediate-level Archmage's mental perception was extremely powerful, and Lin Feng had no reason to doubt it. That means it's an entity with affixes that surpass the level of a leader. At the same time, the island system seemed to have finally realized that there was something wrong with the dosage of medicine it had given, and it issued another warning. An abnormal level of hormones was detected in the animal hormonal system. The level has now been adjusted to 10,000. The third wave of beasts has begun. Chapter 56 reclaiming the top spot. Half of the island lords die. Amidst the rumbling thunder in the sky, a dark cloud had appeared above Lin Feng Island without anyone noticing. A deafening roar of thunder echoed through the heavens. The incandescent lightning seemed to tear the sky in two, illuminating the entire surrounding sea. The sea beasts outside the barrier stopped their agitation and surfaced in astonishment, looking up at the sky. Dark clouds. The torrential rain, now flowing in lines, began to fall again. Compared to before, this time the raindrops were more torrential and more concentrated. The liquid containing strange substances fell on the sea monsters, eerily seeping into every cell of their bodies. In an instant, the sea monster, which had been terrified, completely lost its last shred of reason. Bloodshot eyes gazed at the island where Lin Feng was, and a force within their souls tempted and spurred them to destroy all matter on that island. Roar! The sea monster let out a desperate roar. The third wave of sea monsters, as if breaking free from a cage that had imprisoned them for thousands of years, rushed towards Lin Feng in a frenzy. 1,000 Tier 2 elites, 100 Tier 3 elites, and 1 Tier 4 elite. The pressure from the remaining second wave isn't too great. Block them. Lin Feng roughly estimated the strength of the third wave and instructed Lina to command the tamed creatures to advance and weaken it first. Lina slowly closed her eyes and used her mental power to convey commands to more than 1,000 tamed sea beasts. The latter did not hesitate much upon receiving the instruction. They launched an attack from every angle around the island. Soon, the two groups of sea monsters collided and engaged in a fierce battle in the water. Waves of all sizes stretched endlessly. Every moment, countless sea creatures die. You have defeated a Tier 3 elite sea beast and earned 180 points. You have defeated a Tier 2 elite sea beast and earned 40 points. You have defeated a Tier 3 elite sea beast and earned 180 points. The sea monsters were no longer timid, and Lin Feng's points finally began to grow explosively. It started at 30,000, then grew to 40,000, 50,000, and 70,000. They stormed straight into the top 5 of the leaderboard. We'll make our move once this wave is over. Lin Feng had no time to look at the rankings at the moment and whispered instructions to the two women. Whole head high dash. The head, which had been lying prone on the water's surface, lifted slightly. The tamed sea beast suffered heavy casualties in the battle, even though the 4th tier sea beast had 9 more units than its opponent. However, there is a significant difference in skill strength. The next wave of enemies will only be stronger, and the only ones on the island who can withstand these sea monsters are her, Lina, and the octopus. Brother, should I cast a spell now? Lina couldn't help but feel anxious when she saw that her side sea monsters had suffered heavy casualties. Need not. Lin Feng shook his head and explained softly. If you unleash the rolling wave now, you'll only drag the remaining tamed sea beasts into it. Let's go back to the island and focus our defense around the core. Without a large number of tamed creatures stationed there, we can no longer roam the seas aimlessly. If a sea monster sneaks around and triggers emergency shelter, you'll lose another trump card. I estimate I can level up 1 to 2 times after this cleanup. Cool. The pure energy flowing in from all directions entered the body. Every cell in Lin Feng's body was cheering, greedily absorbing the energy, constantly strengthening his physical abilities. There are still a large number of high-level sea beasts outside the barrier. He estimates that he can level up to at least level 39 to 40 after clearing them all out. Even higher, the battle between the two waves of sea monsters on the sea surface gradually intensified. Both sides were getting desperate. No matter how severe the injury, they would still bite off a piece of the other person's flesh. Extremely brutal. After a full half hour, the marine creatures that Lina had tamed gained a huge advantage in terms of rank, taking advantage of their superior numbers as 4th-rank creatures. They wiped out the entire 3rd wave of sea monsters. We successfully repelled the 3rd wave of beasts and gained 15 hours of rest. The last notification flashed, and Lin Feng's points reached 120,000. They have once again climbed to the top of the standings, leaving the second-place team far behind. Beast-tied assessment points ranking. First place, Lin Feng, 120,180 points. Second place, Adao, 103,810 points. Third place, Tang Long, 82,310 points. Fourth place, Cheng Qingqing, 79,220 points. Fifth place, Li Imo, 78,190 points. Current total number of island owners, 904,187,121. There's still time for rest and recuperation. Lin Feng stroked his chin, somewhat surprised by this humane rule. Judging from his current strength, he could withstand another wave of attacks without any pressure. The first 3 waves are probably already a very serious challenge for the other island owners. He then recalled that the previous beast tides had all been dealt with by the sea beasts tamed by Lina. That's equivalent to using a tier 5 skill once. But when Lin Feng glanced at the number of surviving island lords, even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but shudder. 1.8 billion. In less than an hour, only half was left. Behind these simple numbers lies a brutal reality of the elimination of the weak. Right now, for the first time in history, the chat channel fell silent. The others did not have it as easy dealing with the beast tide as Lin Feng. They were still struggling to hold off the third wave of beast tide. The constantly changing numbers represent that island owners are constantly being lost at sea. Another half hour passed. Finally, someone sent a message in the channel. I feel like I won't be able to hold out for the next wave. I lost more than half my troops, and the rest are all wounded. Why can't we escape this island? It's all about the same. Almost all my friends are dead, and I'm the only one left. I barely managed to hold off the third wave by having my units self-destruct their crystal cores. I'm so tired that I can't even lift my arms. It's unfair. We all traveled to this world together. So why are unit types different? Why can't we develop and become stronger through our own abilities? Those guys with high-level units must be secretly laughing behind my back right now, right? Damn it. Why? Out of billions of people, only 800 million remain. How many ways are left? Does the island system really not leave any way out? Damn it. Thanks, bro, for letting me know about the concept of self-destructing crystal cores. Although I don't know if we can survive the next wave, it seems that having all the units self-destruct is the only way out. Warcraft units have this kind of advantage. Mine are humanoid units. Aren't they doomed? I advise island owners who haven't established a deep relationship with their units not to have this idea. As far as I know, quite a few people have already let their units self-destruct, only to be devoured by the units themselves. The third wave is over, and the scores should have changed a lot. Lin Feng is in first place, and a Dao is in second. Why is Lin Feng back in first place? Chapter 57: The Shock of the Blue Star Island Lords. The points leaderboard after the third round left everyone stunned. In the midst of defending against the sea monsters, no one had time to check the constantly changing points leaderboard. Now, looking at it this way, Lin Feng, who was previously ranked outside the top 10, has actually secured the number 1 spot on the leaderboard. What the heck is 120,000 points? They killed all 3 sea monsters, but they only had less than 30,000 points. Where did the extra 90,000 points come from? Did I remember wrong? Has the big boss's score never dropped? Why is there such a big difference in scores? Tang Long only has 80,000, and he hasn't made a move for half a day. I guess he's already killed the third wave of sea monsters. Why is this? Yo, I remember your ID. You were making sarcastic remarks about the big shot a while ago, and now you're shamelessly calling him a big shot? Lin Feng has a lot of points because his island has strong overall strength. That's why he's attracted more high-level sea beasts, you idiot. Is this for real? No matter how high-level the troop type is, can it be stronger than Tang Long's 2 top-tier qualities? And that guy named Dao, I don't even remember him. How come he also has a 100,000 point cap? That guy named Dao's points are still going up, almost 110,000. That's awesome. Let me tell you something. I've been teaming up with another island lord for many days now. After the beast tide starts, any sea beast will count towards the points, no matter who it targets. I suspect that Lin Feng and Dao also have other island lords they've teamed up with. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such an exaggerated points pool. So that's how it is. I understand now. That's why Lin Feng's points increased so quickly in the first wave. It's because of the beast tide effect of many island lords. They could harvest a lot of points by using large-scale destruction skills. The reason he was dropped out of the top 10 later was because the other island lords crippled the sea beasts, and he finished them off in the end, right? That's how it should be. I never expected to be able to take such a shortcut. How shameless. Sacrificing the interests of the majority just to grab the top spot in points. Didn't he get all the experience points for himself? The others are stupid too. Aren't they afraid of being sold out and still helping the seller count the money? If Lin Feng has any bad intentions in the next few groups, let them be cannon fodder. TSK. Come on, nobody's really stupid. You should have known your place when teaming up with a big shot. Teaming up with a big shot at least increases your chances of survival. It's better than those billion-dollar island lords who died in the beast tide, right? That makes some sense, but I don't know which sea area Lin Feng is in, and I don't have time to find a new big shot right now. I'm going to try to destroy the core and see if I can escape the beast tide. Remember to let us know when you're done trying it. Thanks, bro. Yeah. Can you still chat after it's destroyed? At the same time, in some unknown sea area, a Dao, wielding the black crocodile fong, fiercely stabbed it into the head of a third-tier sea beast. The 5th-tier dagger is exceptionally powerful. Killing second or third-tier sea beasts is easier than cutting tofu. After a spurt of blood mixed with brain matter, the last sea monster in the vicinity was also eliminated. He glanced at the leaderboard and, full of doubt, went to find Du Beichuan. Boss, Dao said with a frown. Lin Feng is acting strangely, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Du Beichuan chuckled lightly, his hands behind his back. If others can't see through it, can't you either? How so? Dao shook his head. Even with their 16 comrades fighting side by side and feeding him most of their points, they only managed to reach a mere 110,000 points. There's a full 10,000 points between them and the leaderboard's 120,000. This requires hundreds or even thousands of sea beasts to accumulate points. Where did Lin Feng get so many sea beasts? You also think Lin Feng teamed up with someone? Du Beichuan countered with a question. Isn't that so? Dao was stunned. Otherwise, how could he possibly have over 100,000 points? Du Beichuan's expression turned serious as he said, Why can 16 of us form a team? Besides luck bringing us to the same area, there's another crucial point. We were once comrades who would entrust our lives to each other. This is very important. Du Beichuan pointed to the surrounding islands and continued. If it were someone else, would you feel secure defending against the beast tide if they had more than 10 islands around them? Even if their level was several realms weaker than yours? Dao thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, No, the human heart is far darker than the beast tide. So, Du Beichuan looked at him meaningfully. Lin Feng, Dao's pupils contracted sharply. If one person could attract a beast horde and seize 120,000 points, how much power would it take to attract so many high-level magical beasts? If the opponent has been using second-tier sea beasts from the very first wave, then it seems quite possible. If we can't get first place, let's try for second place. Lin Feng is an island lord on a completely different level from us. Du Beichuan has a good mindset and is fully confident that he can withstand the upcoming beast tide. In the end, we may lose some units and buildings, or even a few islands. But from a broader perspective, all of this is worthwhile. I'm gonna stop the next wave. If a sea monster comes ashore and lands on the island, you're all doomed. Anyone who dares to take another step closer to me will suffer the same fate as him. Liu held a desert eagle in her hand, her terrified expression contrasting sharply with her sharp words. At her feet lay a human swordsman lying in a pool of blood. The bloody hole in his forehead proved that he did not die from a sea monster attack, but was shot to death by Liu. As an ordinary soldier, without innate protective aura, one is simply unable to withstand the power of firearms. Don't go. Another swordsman, who had reached the maximum level of 25, stopped his companion and said through gritted teeth, We'll settle the score with Beck after we defeat the beast tide. Good. Suppressing his anger, his companion picked up his weapon again and returned to the shore. That damned island lord. She's harsh on them enough. But she also drags them down at the crucial moment of the beast tide. Baker had simply overlooked a sea monster that put her in danger, and the white thing responded with a fierce attack. If it weren't for the surrounding beast tide, they would have rebelled long ago and torn her to pieces. Lin Feng. It's Lin Feng again. Liu closed the chat channel and the leaderboard interface. He covered his ears with his hands, squatted on the ground, and shouted at the top of his lungs. The name Lin Feng was like a sharp silver needle, constantly stabbing in my mind. Every time Lin Feng accomplished something sensational, she couldn't help but recall that cold and ruthless get-out. Rather than hatred, it's more accurate to say she refused to confront her own regret. If I had been more polite and humble back then, would I have been able to befriend the famous island owner of this island world? No. Brother Long will definitely kill him. The wolf pack was originally formed to fight against such a powerful enemy. Lin Feng is doomed. Liu stood up and carefully checked the remaining bullets in the magazine. Her thin face gradually darkened. Chapter 58. Lin Feng faces the fourth wave of beast tide. Level surge. Not everyone got more than an hour to rest, while some island lords were still defending against the third wave of attacks. The relentless warning from the island resounded once again. The fourth wave of beasts has begun. Lin Feng focused his gaze and saw that more than 1,000 sea beasts had launched an attack at the barrier. 1,000 Tier 3 monsters, 100 Tier 3 elite monsters, 10 Tier 3 boss monsters, 1 Tier 4 elite monster, and 1 Tier 4 boss monster. Every sea beast is at the maximum level of its rank. This is the fourth wave of beast tide he will face. If this were applied to any other island lord, whether it were Tang Long, Chung Qingqing, Liemo, or a Dao, it would be a different story. Facing an attack of this level head-on would mean certain death. To survive, one must use all their trump cards, and pay a huge price to resist. This time, the few tamed creatures they had were no match for them, and Lin Feng could only rely on the island's existing manpower to kill them. Lina, unleash rolling waves in the area where sea monsters are concentrated. De Gang, De Zhuang, Gajin, you three spread out and guard the area around the island to block sea beasts below the 3rd rank. Take your time dealing with those 2 4th-tier enemies. Octopus, you're in charge of bringing back the complete carcass of the sea monster. Elite-level characters possess 1 skill of the same rank, while boss-level characters possess 2. With Man-Man's strength, he can easily handle it. Everyone received instructions and immediately set off to carry out their tasks. Rolling giant waves, Lina spread her arms, and the surrounding raging waves coalesced into a tsunami tens of meters high. Upon reaching the 5th tier, the Little Mermaid unleashed her 4th-tier skills at an incredibly fast pace. Almost in the blink of an eye, rapidly spinning waves crashed forward. Rumble. The deafening roar of the tsunami drowned out the screams of the sea monsters. Like a meat grinder, it crushed the frenzied sea monsters that passed by and touched it into mincemeat. A single tier, 5 skill instantly killed 500 tier, 3 sea beasts. Lin Feng's points have surged again. The gap between the 2nd-place finisher, a Dao, and the 2nd-place finisher has widened to 60,000 points. You have gained some energy and leveled up. Your current level is 36. If I can break through to level 41 in one go, then I can gradually consolidate my realm to become a 5th-order sword master. Since the start of the Beast Tide, the irrigation of pure energy has never stopped. As his physical strength continued to increase, Lin Feng found it difficult to control the power of his leap. Whole head high dash. On the sea, looking around slowly, his pale, golden vertical pupils locked onto the 2 4th-tier beasts at the rear of the Beast Tide. After letting out a long cry, it charged towards them with unstoppable force. The towering Xiaoshan-like body surged forward through the waves, its green snake clones coiling around it as it attacked any passing 3rd-tier sea beasts. One bite at a time, one bite at a time. Even with potent venom, injections are unnecessary. Their terrifying bite force is enough to tear them in 2. Driven by the mad hormones, the 2 4th-tier sea beasts advanced instead of retreating, charging forward like the reckless youths. Sizzle. The 4th-tier sea beast leader unleashed a high-level skill, sending a beam of moonlight condensed from water elements flying towards Man-Man. However, how could Man-Man, who couldn't even handle the octopus's 5th-tier skill, be afraid of this 4th-tier skill? The head of the green snake clone transformed into an arc shape, and with a whoosh sound, it appeared. The next second, his hundreds of meters-long body was launched out. The oncoming blue moonlight was easily shattered, and when it reappeared, it had already entangled the 4th-tier leader. Wah! The intense feeling of suffocation caused the 4th-order sea beast immense pain. Just a moment. The green snake rendered it unable to breathe. Immediately afterwards, its gaping maw, dripping with venom, bit down on its neck, its fangs easily piercing through the tough skin. They injected a highly toxic green substance into its body. Whole head high dash. Man-Man let out a disdainful roar and controlled his clone to administer the same poison to another 4th-tier sea beast. Less than 3 seconds after the venom was injected, the 2 powerful 4th-tier sea beasts howled and thrashed in the ocean, splashing up a lot of water. Fortunately, the venom of the clones was terrifying, and they didn't suffer for too long. A few more seconds passed. The strongest of the 4th wave of sea monsters lost its life force. You have defeated a Tier 4 sea beast leader and gained a large amount of energy. You have defeated a Tier 4 elite sea beast and gained a large amount of energy. Your hero Lina gained some power. Your hero journey continues, gaining some energy. Your level has increased after absorbing energy. Current level 37. Your hero Lina has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 45. Your hero has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 46. The energy of experience surges forth once more. Lin Feng's right arm, wielding the black inkstone sword, suddenly gained immense power. The 3rd-tier sea beast that had just landed on the island hadn't even had time to react before its head was ruthlessly severed by the sword. If it's just Lina, it will take some effort to deal with these sea monsters. Lin Feng wiped the water droplets from his forehead, and a smile appeared on his lips. Man-Man still has 2 skills that haven't been shown yet. If there's a chance later, he'd like to see what kind of power man's initial skills have. If I'm not mistaken, the skills that contracted creatures come with can be improved as their cultivation level increases. Familiarizing yourself with the hero's combat style will greatly benefit your future tactical planning. Gurgle Dash. The octopus quickly dragged back the corpses of the two fourth-tier sea beasts, along with dozens of intact third-tier sea beasts. Her pitiful eyes seemed to be begging Lin Feng for forgiveness. Behave well, and I won't eat your tentacles anymore. Lin Feng grabbed the plump, bouncy, thick tentacle and warned, if you steal my kills again, you won't have another chance. Just now, this octopus killed several more sea monsters that were approaching Lin Feng. Although its original intention was correct, to protect the former, it was not wrong. But, in this dog-eat-dog world, without rich practical experience, one will only become a brute with nothing but brute strength. It's really necessary to find some suitable opponents to spar with. Furthermore, he was protected by the 5th-tier black crocodile fusion armor, so 3rd-tier sea beasts couldn't harm a single hair on his head. Gurgle Dash. The octopus exhaled a string of bubbles and then submerged its massive body back into the seawater. It's a pity. Taming a sea beast for too long will cause irreversible damage to the soul. Otherwise, this octopus will be a very powerful helper. Lin Feng shook his head, and then, seeing that there were only a few sea beasts left in the surrounding area, he opened the points leaderboard. Beast-tied assessment points ranking. First place, Lin Feng, 180 points. Second place, Adao, 203,810 points. Third place, Tang Long, 132,310 points. Fourth place, Cheng Qingxing, 129,220 points. Fifth place, Li Mo, 128,470 points. Current total number of island owners, 88,541,473. With the fourth wave of sea monsters about to be eliminated, Lin Feng's score was completely secured. With a gap of nearly 100,000 points, Adao, who is in second place, can never catch up. But, upon seeing the number of remaining island lords who had survived, Lin Feng's calm eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 59 Special Rules for the Beast Tide Assessment. A Flame of Hope. The 4 waves of beast tides have not yet ended, and the total number of island owners is already less than a fraction of what it was before the assessment. A full 1.8 billion. Now, there are only 80 million left. These are not just simple numbers. They represent countless human lives. The Beast Tide test showed all the people of Earth the cruel law of elimination of the weak. Based on the timeline, we'll wait until the 4th wave ends. This number needs to be reduced by at least half. Lin Feng murmured to himself as he watched the dwindling number of sea creatures on the surface of the ocean. After this baptism of blood, the surviving island lords of Blue Star are the elite of the elite. But if the 4th wave is successfully defended, what if there's a 5th wave? Lin Feng had no doubt that even among this group of elite island lords, 99.99% would perish in a bloodbath. Hold that high. Man looked up to the sky and roared, then used the green snake to kill the last sea beast. The island notification sound rang out again. The 4th wave of beasts was successfully resisted, granting 3 hours of rest. It's still going on. The sea beasts outside the barrier, their eyes bloodshot, grew increasingly agitated. Lin Feng took a deep breath and instructed the island's inhabitants, restore your magic and battle aura. There will be another beast tide in 3 hours. Brother, that big guy has appeared. Lina gripped Lin Feng's leather armor, stood on tiptoe, and pointed to a corner of the outer barrier. An unusual seriousness appeared on the delicate doll-like face. Lin Feng looked in the direction indicated. Amidst the horde of beasts, a small, dark red hill slowly emerged from the water. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that it was a demonic whale nearly 300 meters long. The whale's enormous red eyes were fixed on the island, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Holy crap, this thing is 4th tier. Lin Feng's brow twitched. Physique does not represent strength. But powerful sea monsters must be large in size. You can tell from the 3 creatures: the black sea crocodile, the octopus, and the mandarin duck. Even if that whale was only at the 4th level, it was far more troublesome than any sea beast Lin Feng had ever seen. Lina suddenly smiled, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she looked at Lin Feng and said, "But my sister Man and I will definitely help you defeat it." Whole head high dash. It let out a low growl, and the enormous dragon head lay prostrate beside the two, its eyes filled with intense confidence. With you guys here, no bad guys can stop us. Lin Feng stroked the little mermaid's head with one hand and scratched Man-Man's jaw with the other. Time slowly passed, and 3 hours was enough for a magician to restore his magic power from 0 to full. Period. The chat channel fell silent for a long time, with only a few scattered messages occasionally popping up, filled with complaints and endless despair. 2.5 hours later, the number of remaining island owners was consistent with Lin Feng's guess. Only 40 million people remain. I've already used up all my troops and gold to kill just one tier 3 leader. I practically whittled it down with my initial level 10 troops, but the beast tide isn't over yet. There's an even more terrifying sea beast outside, probably a tier 4 one. I thought I could survive the beast tide assessment, but I never expected. Looks like we're all in the same boat. The 4th round of bosses are all tier 3 bosses, and I'm not much better off. Sigh. Look at the leaderboard. Lin Feng's points have reached 300,000. That's terrifying. Is the difference in strength really that big? I suspect that the first wave of beast tide was of level 2, so the points difference doesn't seem to be that much. Second tier in the first wave? If it were me, I'd resist one wave and then be sent down in the second. The sea beasts outside the barrier are leaving, but there are still more than 1,000 in a frenzied state. If we can withstand this wave, it should be over. Besides the top tier big shots, who in the 5th wave can kill a 4th tier sea beast. The shadow of death loomed over everyone. Even before the barrier was activated, they could already picture themselves being annihilated by 4th tier sea beasts. The chat channel was flooded with messages. Some people say they actually like gay men, but only want to reveal their long-buried secret when they are about to die. Some people say they've never been in a relationship and are preparing for an extraordinary interaction with the lizard soldiers. Some people say they used to be a seasoned simp. Some people, even though they had already exceeded the daily chat limit, most people still use their remaining gold coins to increase the number of chats, to vent the suppressed fear and despair in one's heart. Just as the rest period was about to end, the Blue Star Island Lord looked at the barrier with a blank expression. Suddenly, a distinctive island notification sounded, accompanied by a semi-transparent window. The number of people eliminated after the assessment has met the standards, so special rules will be activated. All island owners have the following 3 options. 1. Continue to complete the final beast tide assessment and compete for rich rewards. 2. Abandon the assessment, abandon the island, abandon the trading system, retain all resources, and randomly teleport to any sea area. 3. Abandon all levels, resources, and system functions, obtain a complete and legal identity, and be randomly assigned to a civilized society in the island world. Give up the assessment. Was it hallucination caused by being near death? How could the will of an island system that indirectly killed billions of people be so kind? The island lords of Blue Star slapped themselves hard across the face, bit their tongues, and repeatedly wiped their titanium dog eyes. Finally, when they were certain that they could leave the assessment, they all excitedly roared to the sky. In an instant, the chat channel erupted in a barrage of comments once again. Ha ha, I made it through. I am alive. I am alive. Ha ha ha, guys, we're saved. I had a knife to my throat. And then things took a turn for the better. Hey bro, how are you doing interacting with the lizard unit? Ha ha ha, I've got your name in mind. Oh, I was just kidding when I said I was so scared I peed my pants. Please don't take it seriously. Let's go, let's go. In the end, only a very small number of big shots will be left. Being an island owner isn't fun at all. You're always living in fear. Sisters of the island world, your big brother is coming. Hey bro upstairs, promise us you won't be a bootlicker this time. Okay. Ha, that's hilarious. Seeing the chat channel filled with laughter again, Lin Feng smiled with relief. If all the humans on Earth were to die during the beast tide assessment, in the days to come, wandering and lonely, I'm afraid there will be much less fun. He stretched out his finger and clicked the first option without hesitation. Do you confirm your selection? The warning message looped 3 times before a new island notification appeared. Once you've made your selection, you are a worthy island owner. The 5th wave of beasts will begin in 10 minutes. Chapter 60. Unleashing a full-force attack to instantly annihilate the beast tide and activate the Overlord challenge. In the points rankings, the number of island owners is declining at an alarming rate. 1 second you see 40 million people, The next you see less than 10 million. The island owners carefully considered the three options and checked their choices repeatedly to ensure they were correct. As time went on, in the end, less than 100,000 island owners remained. At this moment, the Blue Star Island Master, who had already made his choice, sent out good news in the chat channel. Reporting to the brothers, the man has been discharged from the cell and is feeling well. I don't know where we are, but there are mountains and water, so he won't die for now. After leaving the warehouse, I've arrived in some godforsaken, desolate mountain. Let me summarize for everyone. The island backpack is gone, the trading system is gone, and the island blueprints are unusable. Other than that, nothing else has changed. I can still check the leaderboard. Luckily I was smart enough to make the choice after fully replenishing my troop types. 50 tier 2 troops to be a mountain king isn't bad. Why didn't I think of that? I still have 200 gold coins left in my pocket. Don't worry, buddy. I just saw a city. The natives of this world seem to be quite underdeveloped. If you have some capital, you could try starting a business. Phew, that felt great. Leaving the sea has been a spiritual uplift, much more relaxing than a month of island life. Me too. But we don't have any islands anymore, so we can't call ourselves island owners. Let's all think of a nickname together. Player? No, without the island core, they can't even level up by fighting monsters. Ranger? A wanderer? Screw that. If you ask me, even though there are no more islands, this world is still themed around the sea. How about calling it Sea Hunters? Hunting sea monsters and building a fleet, isn't that exciting? Actually, we can become mercenaries. Everyone has the skills and experience in different units. In the future, we can do commissions for the natives or for the island lords. That's great. Let's call it Blue Star Mercenaries. We can even form a guild in the future. That's awesome. I grant your permission. They shall be called the Blue Star Mercenaries. Blue Star Mercenary +1. Thus, tens of millions of elites from Earth, possessing considerable strength, raised a new banner. Mercenaries. Of the three options, the second one was chosen by the most people, almost 95% of them. Preserving most of their possessions and ushering in a new era is what these powerful mercenaries on Earth yearn for. After many days of trials, everyone has a fighting spirit in their hearts. Abandoning everything, living in seclusion in the civilized society of an island. Except for a few people who were completely terrified by the beast tide, everyone would avoid the third option. At the same time, on the edge of a certain sea area, several gunshots that pierced through metal and split rocks echoed across the ocean. Thump! While the 5 swordsmen were still cleaning their wounds, Liu fired several shots from the side. Before they could react, they fell to the ground. The level upgrade greatly improved Liu's dynamic vision and speed. Wielding the powerful Desert Eagle, she fired exactly 5 bullets and killed all the swordsmen who had followed her the earliest. The blood, mixed with white semen, stained the entire island red. You really think I don't know what you're thinking? I have one last bit of gold. Let's recruit 50 level 10 swordsmen as mercenaries. After cleaning up the body, Liu's face was cold. Having been tempered by this beast tide disaster, her fragile emotions from a month ago have become incredibly cold. Even the soldiers who rescued her from the inferno multiple times were killed without hesitation. There wasn't a single emotional fluctuation. Brother Long, I'm leaving first. Everyone else, please report your positions after you've evacuated. After sending the message in the group, just before the countdown ended, Liuka left the island with a newly recruited ordinary swordsman. The teleportation hexagram array is shining. Rumble. The 5,000 square meter island collapsed rapidly and sank below the sea level in the blink of an eye. After losing its target, the restless sea monsters regained their red eyes and looked around in bewilderment. Then, they each quickly fled in the direction they had come from. The 5th wave of beasts has begun. Upon hearing the island's notification, Lin Feng slowly rose, supporting himself with his obsidian sword. As far as the eye could see, more than 1,000 high-level sea beasts were rushing in from all directions. 1,000 Tier 3 elites, 100 Tier 4 commons, and 10 Tier 4 bosses. There is also a 4th tier whale of unknown strength. Man, use your skill. Lin Feng gave the instructions. Whole head high dash. After a long response, the green snake clone suddenly stood up, its body several hundred meters long. Nobuko trembled, and her head tilted back. A solidified green magic circle radiated outwards from the sharp fangs. Immediately afterwards, a low, Hoarse hiss was heard from the green snake. A cloud of green mist spewed from her mouth, enveloping all 400-plus sea beasts. In the green mist, the terrifying toxicity corroded the seawater, making it behave like sulfuric acid, causing the undulating sea surface to boil violently. Compared to them, the sea creatures shrouded in poison are even more pitiful. The toxins can not only corrode the skin, but also penetrate seawater into their bodies. In less than 2 seconds, the surging tide of marine mammals began to churn painfully. Among them were dozens of fourth-tier sea beasts. Faced with the green serpent's venom, their fate was no different from that of other level 3 sea beasts. They instantly lost their ability to fight. The poison sea monster floated on the surface of the sea, twitched twice, and then turned belly up. You have killed a Tier 3 elite sea beast and gained some energy. You have killed a Tier 4 sea beast and gained a large amount of energy. You have defeated a Tier 4 sea beast leader and gained a large amount of energy. Your level has increased after absorbing energy. Current level 39. Your hero Lina has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 46. Your hero has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 47. This time, the pure energy is more intense than ever before. A rich essence circulates throughout every corner of the body. It feels like being in a hot spring, warm and comfortable. The points are no longer in doubt. I'm starting to wonder what the first place prize will be. Lin Feng looked around. The remaining sea creatures, once within the octopus's and man's attack range, were destined to be instantly killed. Not to mention, Lina was also using her water spike technique to kill off the boss-level sea monster. The main force, operating at full firepower, is suppressing the beast tide and preventing it from approaching the coast. Just 10 minutes later, apart from that mysterious fourth-tier whale, the fifth wave of sea beast has been almost completely wiped out. Why is there still no movement? Just as Lin Feng was wondering, he suddenly heard the island notification sound in his ear. First to defeat the fifth wave of beasts and possess the new crown of kings. The challenge to supremacy begins. Chapter 61, the island announcement that shocked the entire server. Beast Tide assessment points ranking. First place, Lin Feng, 705,410 points. Second place, Adao 500, 930 points. Third place, Tang Long, 351,080 points. Fourth place, Liam O, 275,720 points. Fifth place, Chung Qingqing, 231,010 points. Current total number of island owners, 64,210. Bang! The reef was shattered by the immense force. Debris splashed onto the crimson sea, creating blood-red waves. 3 skeletons lay exposed, and a bloodthirsty sea wolf, badly wounded, lay on the beach licking its wounds. Its exhausted body could no longer move. The 2 heavy-duty demonic pythons were in no better shape, their 100-meter-long bodies riddled with hideous blood holes. He buried his head in his body and curled up into a ball. No one dared to approach the island lord, who was venting his anger. Why does he have 700,000 points? Tang Long's face was so gloomy, it looked like it could drip water. Regardless of what Lin Feng did, he had always been able to calmly analyze the situation and gather intelligence. Because the initial level 20 troops gave him ample confidence, they ruthlessly harvest any living creatures they can see, including the island's lord and natives, using them all to enhance their strength. All for the sake of getting first place in the Beast Tide assessment at the end of the month and obtaining the best rewards. Even at the last moment, they acquired an initial level 18 heavy demon python, further enhancing the island's overall strength. He was full of confidence, believing himself to be the island lord whose strength was absolutely at the top. But the fifth wave of beasts has ended. All the sea creatures that could be seen were killed. In order to kill 2 fourth-tier sea beasts, most of his 15 high-level blood wolves fought to the death. Even so, he didn't even get second place in the end. That's a difference of nearly 150,000 points. The difference between him and Lin Feng is a terrifying 350,000 points. Despite his strong mental resilience, Tang Long was utterly enraged by this disparity. Brother Long, Lin Feng must have obtained a high number of points through special means. Now that things have come to this, the only thing we can do is find a location and team up to hunt him down. Liu sent a message in the group, and others also offered words of comfort. Boss, The third place reward is also pretty good. We've already become mercenaries and can provide you with support from behind scenes. Several members in the group successfully withstood the fifth wave. The ranking of the Beast Tide was just a coincidence. We still have a chance to seize his wealth. The only difficulty is that teleportation scrolls are hard to obtain. The number of island lords has decreased sharply. We need to find a way to equip each person with one. Otherwise, it would be awkward if we found Lin Feng's location but couldn't gather the scrolls. Tang Long took a deep breath. Knowing that venting his anger at thin air wouldn't help, he needed to quickly use the spoils from the Beast Tide to restore his strength. I have reached level 30, and the remaining units have all reached the 4th tier. They already have the capability to sweep through most of the sea areas. Plus the wolf pack organization that was formed unintentionally. Lin Feng, I must obtain your troop buildings no matter what. After calming down, Tang Long began to clean up the mess on the sea. The corpses of high-level sea beasts are the most valuable rewards besides ranking prizes. However, just then, a notification sound resounded throughout all the Blue Star Island lords and mercenaries. After reading the notification, Tang Long's pupils shrank to pinpoints. What kind of monsters are these people? How come I can't even make the top 3? Li Mo was stunned when he saw the final rankings. Black Dragon. It was the type of unit he had always been proud of since entering the island world, whether it's close-quarters combat or ranged breath attacks. With a level cap of 80, it far surpasses other lower-level creatures. Not to mention its innate advantage in flight. The Black Dragon has no flaws in any aspect. This flawless and enviable unit only received an excellent award. Li Mo felt like God was playing a joke on him. Lin Feng and Adao could only achieve this score by teaming up to rack up points. Li Mo frowned slightly as he glanced at Tang Long, who was in 3rd place. With a point difference of 80,000, this young island lord is likely the strongest among all island lords. It is highly likely that the 2nd unit building has been unlocked. The Beast Tide is all dead. Why isn't it over yet? Li Mo closed the leaderboard, a puzzled expression on his face. Are there still island lords fighting? However, the information that appeared on the island next left him completely dumbfounded. At the same time, it wasn't just him and Tang Long. This includes Chung Qingqing, who gathers resources, and Du Beichuan, who organizes meetings. All the Blue Star people with the island system showed an expression of disbelief. Island owner Lin Feng has triggered the Overlord Challenge. The 4th tier Overlord level Sea Beast, Release Bone Whale, summons 10,000 second to 4th tier Sea Beast to engage in an equal battle against the challenger. If Lin Feng wins the challenge, the new king's trial will begin. WEF? A supreme level boss? 10,000 sea beasts of varying ranks, ranging from 2nd to 4th level. Is this considered an equal battle? It was clearly Lin Feng who triggered the challenge. But tens of millions of Earthlings felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave and couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. It was as if there was a towering, enormous figure in front of me, looking down at me with its head bowed. The overwhelming sense of oppression made them hold their breath. Those who had just thought Lin Feng was cheating to get points now shut up completely. No one doubted Lin Feng's strength anymore, and no one naively believed that Lin Feng had cleverly won 1st place by teaming up to rack up points. The island systems has been officially confirmed. Only a challenge of this caliber could allow Lin Feng to contend with it. Overlord level? What level is that? Nobody has ever seen it. But you can tell from the name that it's very powerful. 10,000 sea monsters are enough to make one's scalp crawl. They fought off more than 5,000 1st to 3rd tier sea monsters in 5 waves, which wiped out billions of people. 10,000 tiers 2 à 4. What a terrifying beast horde attack that must be. I'm totally blown away. This is a true master. Just seeing the message made me imagine that terrifying scene. If I had to face it alone, I'd probably die of fright on the spot. So the first 5 waves of Beast Tides were just appetizers for Boss Lin Feng to casually enjoy, and the real main course is only just being served? What does the trial of the new king mean? What are Dao and Tang Long compared to Lin Feng? They're just little brothers. They're not even on the same level. Starting today, I'm establishing the Lin Shen support cheerleading team. Girls who want to join, sign up quickly. Only those with a score of 8 or higher can participate. Equal competition means that if Lin Feng, the big shot, underperforms, he might also die. I really want to see the live footage of the challenge. It must be so exciting and intense. Has the challenge begun yet? Wow, the leaderboard is changing. It's starting. Keep it up, bro. Go for it, master. Compared to his emotional fellow humans on Earth, Lin Feng's expression at this moment was quite interesting. I'll insist him. I'll slay you, you immortal. You tricked me. Chapter 62, A Cry of 10,000 Beasts, a challenge to the Overlord. What would it be like to see 10,000 sea monsters attacking in formation? Lin Feng had thought about this question before, but after witnessing this scene with his own eyes, he realized how insignificant the images he had imagined were. What comes into view ahead? As the sea creatures swam around the island, the rolling waves created an extremely terrifying ocean vortex. As the speed of the vortex increases, the island's altitude gradually decreases. In the waves nearly tens of meters high, countless strange sea creatures emerge from the water. The deafening roar was like thunder, its sound splitting rocks and piercing the clouds. The hundreds of meters long bone-eating whale revealed its complete body, floating steadily on the sea surface, unaffected by the whirlpool. His bloodshot eyes stared directly at the precarious island in the whirlpool. With just one roar, tens of thousands of sea beasts will launch a fierce attack. 6,000 Tier 2, 3,700 Tier 3, and 300 Tier 4. This damn island actually hid the traces of these sea monsters, and even Lina didn't sense them. This is really going to be the death of me. Lin Feng's face finally turned serious. The island was likely evaluated based on various factors, including hero level, subordinate level, and equipment level. The mana consumed by casting the skill has been fully restored by the island supplies. If he and his units perform consistently, they're capable of holding their own against the current beast tide. To achieve victory, the beast tide must either reveal a weakness or one's own side must perform exceptionally well. Elder brother. Lina's delicate doll-like face tensed up instantly, and she immediately jumped off Man-Man's back to Lin Feng's side. She was a little scared. After all, there were too many of these sea monsters. If not handled properly, it could put Lin Feng, whose strength is not yet sufficient, in a dangerous situation. Whole head high dash. Man-Man, along with her clone, tightly protected Lin Feng. His pale golden eyes radiated intense, killing intent, warning the lurking sea beasts. Don't rush. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng immediately spoke up. You absolutely must not panic in this situation. If you do, your chances of winning will be greatly reduced. The gang, Yu Dezhuang, and Gujin hold the core area at all costs. He quickly issued combat orders. As the island's only pillar of support, he must step forward to stabilize morale at this critical moment. Lina, once the high-level sea beasts get close, take control of everything you can. Maintain the maximum number of Tier 4 sea beasts. Man-Man and Xiaoba. Assist Lina in controlling the 4th Tier sea beast. You two decide whether to use magic based on the situation. They're here, Lin Feng said seriously. I understand, brother. Roar. Seeing that he was calm and composed, Lina and Man-Man felt much more at ease. With their worries gone, the two women turned their attention to the swarming beasts around them. Rumble. The swirling eddy waves crashed down. After the bone-eating whale roared, tens of thousands of bizarre sea creatures swung their tails and charged toward the island. Lin Feng reached across his waist with his left hand and took out a 5th-tier dagger. His body has smooth, cheetah-like muscle lines that store up powerful strength. A battle to the death. This is the second time I've entered this world, isn't it? The adrenaline surged from his abdomen and spread throughout his body, causing him to tremble slightly involuntarily. At this moment, it would be a lie to say I'm not nervous. However, as the beast tide drew ever closer, Lin Feng felt not only tension, but also a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. Kill! Lin Feng roared. He slashed forward fiercely with his right hand, wielding the black inkstone sword. Before a 3rd-tier sea beast could react, it was cleaved in two by the sword blade. The advantage of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts lies in the fact that while being powerful in close combat, one also possesses extremely strong mental perception. As long as your rank is higher than his enemies, you can't escape his eyes no matter where you are. At the same time, more 2nd and 3rd tier, snarling sea beasts began to appear around the island. Unable to move on land, aquatic creatures transform into arrows, leaping out of the ocean to launch their attacks before falling back into another body of water. Many more amphibians, meanwhile, launched their attack by moving their limbs and brandishing their sharp teeth and claws. They were all fierce and fearless, unafraid of death. If it weren't for the fact that the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, along with the two dwarves, possessed equipment and skills far superior to the sea beasts, and also had a cultivation level no weaker than theirs, I fear that a single charge would result in the deaths or injuries of most of them. Whole head high dash. Man used the green snake clone to entangle several fourth-tier sea beasts and deliver them to Lina. After the latter tamed it using ocean affinity, it then intercepted and killed other higher-level creatures. Large, pale golden eyes constantly observed Lin Feng's movements, ensuring that the latter was not targeted by fourth-tier creatures. "It's ready." Lina pointed her finger at the sea beasts brought by the octopus, and once again controlled 10 powerful fourth-tier sea beasts. "There's so many this time, they can't help Brother Lin Feng stop the bad guys below the third rank. We must first work with Sister Man to beat up that fourth-tier guy, otherwise if the battle continues, my brother might get hurt." Like Man, the Little Mermaid was always concerned about Lin Feng's safety. Fortunately, the island is not large, but 20 shrimp soldiers and crab generals, along with dwarves, work together to tame sea beasts and temporarily resist enemy attacks. The energy expenditure is a bit high. Lin Feng kicked the sea beast off the sword blade, exhaled a breath of stale air, and then turned his gaze to the distant sea. The bone-eating whale seemed to be waiting for something and hesitated to launch an attack. Furthermore, it was accompanied by more than 10 fourth-tier leader-level sea beasts, who were watching from the periphery of the battlefield. Is it trying to drain our energy? Lin Feng made his own guess. At level 47, the maximum mana is around 1500. It is replenished by using crystal cores during battle, and you will run out of mana after casting Poison Breath a maximum of 3 times. The turtle snake dance, which I haven't seen before, can only be activated once. Even if you can ignore damage below level 5 mid-tier, the stamina consumption will be too great if the battle is prolonged. The same goes for Lina and the octopus. However, Lina didn't use any high-level skills at this time. She simply used Ocean Affinity to continuously transform the enemy sea monsters. A stalemate would clearly be very advantageous for me. It depends on whether the whales have a way to deal with it. Lin Feng didn't even turn his head as he dodged another leaping sea beast that attacked from behind. Raise your left wrist and slash with the dagger. The sea monsters that swept overhead were easily ripped open in the belly and fell into the water, howling in agony. At that moment, suddenly, the bone-eating whale has moved. But, unexpectedly, it did not head straight for the island. Instead, it led the fourth-tier sea beast beside it to circle to the side, and upon closer observation, one could see that it was actually far out of the attack range of Man, Lina, and the octopus. The ultimate target was none other than Lin Feng, who was slightly weaker on the island. Puff Dash. A large amount of magical elements spewed out from the head of the bone-eating whale, transforming into hundreds of water arrows that launched a carpet-bombing attack on the area where Lin Feng was located. Damn it! Fueled by rage, Man coiled her green snake clone into a ball, transforming it into a shield above the island to block the fourth-tier magic. He's quite clever. Lin Feng took a deep breath and ordered, Man, don't worry about me. Go and kill that whale first. Chapter 63 Old Go Whale, Prepare to Die. Whole head high dash. Man knew that if they let the bone-eating whale launch sneak attacks from afar, their situation would only get worse. The low hum signaled to the octopus to protect the island. Its 4 limbs, which had been resting on the sea surface, fell back into the water, and it charged towards the bone-eating whale like an arrow released from a bow. Its speed of breaking through the waves far exceeds that of the latter. Just as the bone-eating whale was about to unleash its second skill, Man had already arrived in front of it. His dash, a green snake, hundreds of meters long, was the first to burst forth. Its sharp, venomous fangs grew enormous, ignoring any attacks that came its way, and locked onto the massive fourth-tier overlord. Puff! The bone-eating whale seemed prepared for the commotion caused by Man and did not lose its composure despite her extremely fast speed. Then, water sprayed out of its head again. The enormous other thing actually disappeared right before everyone's eyes. The sunken sea surface quickly filled in and leveled out, and Man-Man's seemingly inevitable attack using his clones failed to reach its target. Over there, Lena's jewel-like eyes gazed at an empty stretch of sea, and she gestured with her hand to guide Man-Man. With his powerful mental strength, he effortlessly captured the outline of the bone-eating whale as it made its escape. The latter circled around the edge of the barrier, attempting to escape the vast attack range once again. Instructions received. This time, Man-Man held back and directly used her clone to unleash a deadly poisonous breath on the unseen fourth-tier overlord. The magic briefly accumulated, and the green mist once again covered a large area of the sea. More than 200 sea creatures were affected and were killed one after another after being exposed to the poisonous fog. Puff! However, the bone-eating whale suddenly appeared outside the area covered by the poisonous fog, opening its blood-red maw to devour a passing third-tier sea beast. The mana that was depleted from casting the spell is rapidly replenished at an astonishing speed. Immediately afterwards, its red eyes began to release a wave of power, and the surrounding sea beasts that touched the wave seemed to be on drugs. Each of them swelled with blood and energy. Their bodies doubled in size, and their cultivation level also rose by a small class. It just vanished all at once. Lena glared angrily at the bone-eating whale, clearly surprised by what had just happened. I repeatedly reported the whale's location to Man-Man. The latter always manages to dodge attacks in vastly different ways. Once things get really heated, it's not good news for the people on the island. Is this what a dominant level is like? Lin Feng frowned. As of now, the bone-eating whale has used 5 skills. Judging from the performance, the lowest level is at least the intermediate level of the 4th tier. The most deadly thing is that all its skills are coordinated with each other, including not only survival skills, area of effect skills, but also healing skills and buff skills. Even after Man-Man locked onto Lena and unleashed a deadly poisonous breath, it was evaded by a mysterious teleportation skill. To deal with the bone-eating whale, we must first eliminate the remaining few thousand low-level sea beasts. Otherwise, these are all its teleportation mana potions. Lin Feng quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. While dealing with the remaining survivors who managed to land on the island, they also pondered a way to break the deadlock. Brother, that big fish is so cunning. They only know how to run away, and they don't dare to fight head-on. Lena pouted and muttered, "Coward, so afraid of dying." After saying that, she used her mental perception to locate the bone-eating whale's trail for Man-Man. Little did they know, her last sentence made Lin Feng's eyes light up. Damn it, 1 tier 5 can't stop you, 2 won't do. I'm not wearing this gold outfit as a decoration. Lena has also stored enough magic power in her fusion armor to hold off the low-level beast tide. If all else fails, there's still one more chance to revive. Let's give it our all. Old Go Whale, prepare to die. Lin Feng steeled his resolve and shouted to the octopus, "Octopus, go and kill that whale with Man-Man. We can ignore the rest of the 4th-tier sea beasts." Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Whole head high dash. Man-Man was the first to turn its massive dragon head around, its golden eyes revealing anxiety as it roared incessantly in protest against the order. Lena shook her head vigorously, like a rattledrum. No, brother, it will be dangerous for you if Xiaohong goes. The reason the island is still safe is primarily because the octopus is continuously supplying Lena with high-level sea beasts. Use the enemy's forces to wear them down. Once the octopus leaves, it would be tantamount to suicide for Lena, a mage, to try to approach a high-level sea beast with her bare hands. Once the sea monsters are all tamed, the island situation will deteriorate rapidly and it will fall into crisis. Go quickly, Lin Feng said sternly. If this drags on, the situation will be very unfavorable for us. As long as we kill that whale quickly, we will definitely win this beast tide. After saying that, he turned to look at Lena, whose face was full of worry, and said softly, "Listen to me. Your magic power is enough to last until Man-Man and Octopus complete their mission. The resurrection ability of the new crown is his greatest asset. However, this ability is too outrageous, and it's not convenient to explain to everyone." This was the first time Lena had seen him with such a stern expression, knowing that if he dragged it out any longer, Lin Feng would really get angry. "Go quickly, Little Red, and help Sister Man-Man defeat that big fish. Leave this to me. I will definitely protect my brother." Lena clenched her little fist and said seriously, An octopus that surfaced above the sea blew out a string of bubbles, used its tentacles to give Lina one last boost of sea beast energy, and then sped off to support Xuanwu Man. Lina unleashed the rolling wave to carpet cover all the surrounding sea areas. Lin Feng ordered. After the fifth-tier octopus left, the pressure increased dramatically. Thousands of third- and fourth-tier sea beasts surged forth. Without hesitation, Lina activated the magic within her body. In an instant, a roaring giant wave formed on the sea in front of Lin Feng, tearing the hundreds of sea beasts that were attacking from the front to shreds. Not counting the stored energy from the fusion leather armor, with her current mana, she can cast it 5 times in a row. The powerful, swirling tsunami easily engulfed the island, which was only 100 meters long. Rumble. Giant waves crashed down one after another towards the outer perimeter. The sea beasts that came at them seemed to be rushing to their deaths, and once they were swept into the fifth-order waves, they had no chance of survival. A blood-red vacuum was formed within a radius of 1 kilometer. You have killed a Tier 4 Sea Beast Elite and gained a small amount of energy. You have defeated a Tier 3 Sea Beast Leader and gained some energy. You have killed a Tier 3 Elite Sea Beast and gained some energy. Your level has increased after absorbing energy. Current level 40. The island notifications echoed in my ears, never ceasing since the start of the battle. Even though the energy gain rate decreased as Lina's level increased, the damage Lina caused still propelled him directly to the peak level of 40. The surrounding beast tide has been cleared of less than half of it. If he succeeds, Lin Feng estimates that he can advance to level 42 to 43. If we can hold out until Man arrives, we'll win. A smile finally appeared on Lin Feng's face. The battlefield in the distance. With the octopus attacking from both sides, the bone-eating whale began to panic and was unable to use other skills during the gaps in its stealth. They could only rely on a strange stealth skill to evade the attacks of the 2 fifth-tier behemoths. The massive, 300-meter-long body already bore several deep, gruesome wounds. Whole head high dash. Man sees an opportunity when the bone-eating whale made a mistake in devouring something and was short of mana, and suddenly tilted its head back and spat out a huge burst of magical energy. Turtle and Snake Dance. Chapter 64, Slaying the Overlord. Merging with Lightning Draw, Sword Slash. The green snake clones began to spin rapidly around the main body. Under the influence of magic, the seawater rose and swirled around the green snake clone, forming a tornado storm hundreds of meters high. Furthermore, the massive head spewed out a large amount of magical elements, merging them into the storm, and the enormous body also began to rotate. In an instant, every drop of seawater within the tornado transformed into sharp, pointed energy spikes, bursting out in all directions. The spikes are dense, like a rain of pear blossoms. Any sea creature struck by the sharp spikes of the seawater will either die or be seriously injured. Even fourth-tier sea beasts, faced with such a wide-ranging skill, could only cower and hide beneath the ocean. It was as if this would allow them to evade the attack of this top-tier fifth-order magic. However, the seawater spikes were merely an appetizer alongside the tornado storm. A storm of slow-moving blue light was seen moving toward the bone-eating whale at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it goes, no one can stop it. The octopus could only survive by fleeing the scene in a panic before it could unleash its skills. The storm's power was evident. The bone-eating whale's fierce eyes finally revealed fear, and it let out a low moan as if begging for mercy. But how could we possibly give it that chance? In less than a second, a devastating tornado descended upon the bone-eating whale. It possesses enough power to tear apart any fifth-tier creature, which would have no ability to resist. Even the tornado hadn't touched it yet. The magical cutting power exacerbated its already battered body, tearing off large chunks of flesh. The hundreds of meters-long body instantly became a bloody mess. Hissing, the bone-eating whale was in so much pain that it could barely make a sound. It could only watch helplessly as the tornado devoured its body, turning it into hundreds of millions of fragmented limbs, and it completely lost its life. You have defeated a Tier 4 Sea Beast Overlord and gained a small amount of energy. You have defeated a Tier 4 Sea Beast Leader and gained a small amount of energy. Your hero Lina has gained a small amount of energy. Your hero journey is long, and you've gained only meager energy. Your level has increased after absorbing energy. Current level 42. Your hero Lina has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 47. Your hero has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 48. The tortoise snake dance not only instantly killed the bone-eating whale, but also indirectly killed more than 2,000 other marine animals. The overwhelming pure energy once again engulfed Lin Feng, Lina, and Man, causing their levels to soar once more. In less than a minute, Lin Feng leveled up directly from level 39 to level 42. As for the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as well as Gajin and Dumo, their levels had already reached the upper limit of their bloodlines, and they could no longer break through the shackles through normal channels. At the same time, before Lin Feng could fully experience the physical transformation brought about by crossing level 41, the island system's notification sound rang in the ears of all Blue Star Island lords and mercenaries. Island notification. Congratulations to island owner Lin Feng for being the first to kill an overlord-level creature, greatly increasing your reputation in the island world. Whoosh. In an instant, the chat channel has once again been thrown into turmoil. Lin Feng, you actually killed the overlord boss. That's awesome. To be able to kill a dominant creature, even under an attack from 10,000 sea beasts, means that other ordinary sea beasts can no longer pose a threat to this big boss. Isn't the challenge to become the overlord a sure thing? Isn't this supposed to be an equal challenge? Less than half an hour has passed. Isn't this a bit outrageous? How many skills of the same tier does a Dominator-level creature have? Holy crap, does this guy have a Tier 5 unit? Be more confident and remove the difficult part. I am speechless. If I were facing 10,000 sea monsters, I would be scared to death on the spot. It was just good luck. He must have suffered significant losses after clearing out this wave of beasts. Even if there really were Tier 5 units, they might have only managed to withstand the beast tide by self-destructing their units. A dog is barking. We're the members of Lin Shun's cheerleading squad. Come out and get to work. You idiot. You dare discuss Lin Shun's losses? Are you a reincarnation of a lemon spirit? Are you sour? Are you jealous because Lin Shun is going to receive a generous reward? Look in the mirror and see your face. Do you even deserve it? Are you worthy? Are you worthy? However, compared to the cheerful atmosphere of the chat channel, Lin Feng is now facing an even greater test. The empty space created by Lina's rolling wave has been filled again by the remaining 2,000 or so sea monsters. However, it will take at least 30 seconds for Man and Octopus to arrive. The magic stored in the fusion leather armor cannot instantly restore Lina's depleted energy. To hold out until reinforcements arrive, the only option is to defend the island with the remaining units. Protect Master. The gang led the shield crab people to form a human wall around Lin Feng, using their shells to defend against the frenzied sea monsters. On the other side, De Zhuang, Gajin, and the others also wielded their weapons to kill the beast that had entered the island and slowly moved closer to Lin Feng. The sea monsters, hundreds of times larger than their own, immediately pushed the defensive pressure on everyone to its limit. Even the core of the island has entered a state of emergency shelter due to numerous attacks. Only a few seconds passed. The small island has been completely overrun by sea monsters. The defensive line that the group had huddled together was quickly breached and collapsed, leaving them fighting their own battles. Owner. A shield crab warrior suddenly turned his head and saw a fourth-tier headbutt fish leap out of the sea and rush straight towards Lin Feng. Without the slightest hesitation, he leaped forward and used his body to block the headbutt fish. The sturdy shell exploded instantly. The headbutt fish's impact force was not diminished at all, and it slammed into the shield crabman's body. How could a level 30, Tier 3 shield crab withstand such an attack? Seeing the headfish rush towards the surface after being intercepted, it gave Lin Feng a bright smile and slowly closed its eyes. Hold on. Seeing the shield crab people and shrimp people bravely sacrifice themselves one after another, Lin Feng's anger also rose. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals were hatched and raised by my own hands. After spending so many days with him, I've developed some feelings for him. Despite facing various dangers, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals survived with their tenacious will. However, even after the greatest threat from this beast tide had disappeared, they still suffered such severe losses. Although I was mentally prepared, it was still hard to accept when it actually happened. Lin Feng's right hand, which was tightly gripping the black inkstone sword, began to tremble. Upon seeing the headbutt fish leap out of the water again, a fierce killing intent erupted in his sharp eyes. The speed at which magic and battle chi circulated within his body soared to an unprecedented limit. It's like breaking free of some kind of shackles. Lin Feng unleashed a power far exceeding that of a third-tier swordsman or mage. Lightning bolt. Draw sword slash. D. With a roar, a beam of white lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere and slammed into the headbutt fish that was attacking headfirst. And right behind it was a black sword shadow with a chilling glint. Sizzle. By chance, the sword shadow touched a certain point of the lightning at the same time, and the lightning that was originally emitted actually covered the obsidian sword. Two completely different elements have undergone a bizarre fusion. It was clearly only a third-tier skill, yet it suddenly unleashed the power of a fourth-tier skill. Congratulations! You have created your own fusion skill, Lightning Draw Slash. Chapter 65. Reaching the top with 1,000,000 points, completing the assessment. Double rewards. Lightning flashes and swordplay intertwined with battle, aura, and magic. These two substances, though different in nature, are both formed from energy and are extremely unstable. Before the sword could even strike the headbutt fish, the two energies couldn't withstand the chaotic fluctuations and exploded violently. Boom! The electric snakes encircling the sword's edge bloomed like fireworks. Thousands of leaping lightning bolts spread outwards from Lin Feng as the center. Even if the power drops drastically after the explosion, the headfish, bearing the brunt of the attack, could not escape its doom. Hundreds of electric snakes paralyzed it, leaving it completely disoriented. With his top-grade purple weapon and the strength of a great swordsman, Lin Feng cleaved its hardest head in two with a single sword strike, creating a hideous crack. Kill the headfish. Lin Feng had no time to review the strange events that had just occurred. After breaking through to the great swordsman level, he transformed into a killing god thanks to the high defensive power of the fusion breath leather armor. With a swift stroke, the knife fell. With a swift stroke, the knife fell. Without even blinking, all that could be heard was the continuous echoing of information from the islands, with pure energy constantly nourishing the land. After absorbing enough magic, Lina unleashed another rolling wave to clear away the large number of sea monsters in front of her. She turned around quietly and immediately noticed Lin Feng's change. Brother is so amazing. They've already advanced to Grand Swordsman and Grand Mage so quickly. Seeing Lin Feng's clean, efficient, and deadly swordplay, the little mermaid's heart began to pound again for some reason. Hey, you bad guy. You're trying to ambush me. Lina reacted swiftly, extracting the last remaining magic from the fusion leather armor and unleashing a water spike that pierced through the 3 4th-tier sea beasts. Lin Feng glanced back and said softly, "Phew, thank you, Lina." He sensed the sea monster with his mental perception and originally intended to withstand it with his black crocodile hide armor. But Lina actually made him suffer less from the shock. Whole head high dash. Before 30 seconds had passed, the surging waves, like steel tanks, crashed through the dense tidal wave of marine life. The green snake clone separated from its main body, its steel-like tail lashing the sea surface, each time taking away a large number of sea beasts of various ranks. Octopuses followed closely behind and joined the battle. Without its leader, the beast tide could not be contained and collapsed in just 10 minutes. The beast tide was completely wiped out by Lin Feng's forces. Your level has increased after absorbing energy. Current level 43. Risk and reward go hand in hand. The experience and energy gained from this beast tide assessment alone will save us months of hunting. The black inkstone sword slammed heavily into the sand. Lin Feng, drenched in sweat, opened his arms, and the roars of the sea beast that filled his ears finally disappeared. The crimson blood scattered across the ocean, along with severed limbs and broken bodies, testified to the presence of the herd. After the last sea monster died, every human on Earth heard the server-wide notification that the island system was playing on a loop in their minds. Island Master Lin Feng has won the Overlord Challenge and has successfully started the trial of the new king. The Beast Tide assessment has ended. Scores are being tallied. Congratulations to island owner Lin Feng for winning the generous first-place prize with 1,809,390 points. Rewards: Orange Treasure Chest X1, Top Tier Unit Building X1, Orange Equipment X1. Special First Place Reward. Heart of the Island X1. Congratulations to island owner A. Dow for winning the Extraordinary Island Owner Award with 500,930 points. Rewards: 1 golden treasure chest, 1 upper-tier, mid-tier true building, and 1 golden equipment. Congratulations to island owner Tang Long for winning the Outstanding Island Owner Award with 351,080 points. Rewards: 1 gold equipment, 1 upper-tier building. Congratulations to the island owners who ranked 4th to 10th for winning the Excellence Award. Rewards: 1 purple treasure chest and 1 mid-tier top-tier unit building. Congratulations to the island owners who have received the reward. Your reputation in the island world has increased significantly. A wonderful world awaits your exploration. The trial of the new king is about to begin. The island information was played on repeat 10 times. Several dazzling light curtains fell from the sky, and in an instant, several substances emitting a faint glow appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. One is a treasure chest with an extremely ingenious structure, surrounded by orange ripples all over. A drawing depicting a strange blue creature. A mysterious ring with exquisite craftsmanship. And finally, the last rhombus-shaped gemstone that emits colorful light. Orange Tier 6. Lin Feng's breathing became rapid, and the joy in his eyes was hard to contain. He had already witnessed the power of fifth-order matter during this beast tide. Whether it's the black crocodile fusion leather armor or the formidable strength of the 2 contracted women, they fully demonstrate the power of high-level forces. The 6th-tier items he acquired this time, whether they are props or equipment skills, will bring about a qualitative change in Lin Feng's current strength. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Feng hadn't even received the first-place prize yet. The objects in front of me suddenly blurred, as if they were double-imaged. An identical phantom appeared inside each of them. The new crown effect is activated, and the top prize is doubled. I almost forgot about this. I'm rich now. Lin Feng's joy grew even stronger. Before him, the 4 items that had just been placed had suddenly doubled in value. 2 orange treasure chests, 2 blueprints, 2 rings, and 2 gems. Wow, brother, is this what we got after defeating the bad guys? Lena noticed the anomaly, and after sensing the item's level, her eyes filled with surprise. He raised his finger and lightly tapped the treasure chest, continuing, "The aura these things exude is incredibly powerful, far surpassing that of 5th-tier items." Meh, meh, meh. After transforming into human form, Man approached and, with great effort, said, "I think so too." It's basically confirmed. Man is not only adorable for her slow speaking speed, he even has a slight stutter. It's hard to connect her with the previous images of her raging at sea. At this time, Man was very close to Lin Feng. A faint fragrance wafted from her swan-like white neck. Look down. Lin Feng could easily catch a glimpse of the magnificent sight behind the dress. Cough, cough. Thinking that the treasure chest hadn't been opened yet, Lin Feng rubbed his warm nose and said seriously, "These are all amazing treasures from after the beast tide. Let's see what they are." He was about to pick up the thing in front of him. Suddenly, the familiar notification sound from the island rang out again from the depths of the sky. The trial of the new king begins. All Blue Star Island owners and Blue Star warriors can automatically choose whether to sign up for the challenge. The location of the island owner, Lin Feng, has been locked. His current coordinates are in the Mallory Sea, 5,147-1254. His location will be updated every 7 days at midnight. Challengers attack and lock onto a target, earning generous rewards based on the damage and destruction inflicted. Defeating the target multiplies the reward by 1,000. Rewards include, but are not limited to, source energy, high-level equipment, troop buildings, and immortality. Challengers will receive 1 chance to be randomly teleported to the Mallory Sea. If fewer than 30 challengers survive, the challenge fails. Survivors will be stripped of 50 levels, resources, and lifespan. Registration time is 60 minutes. Please make your choice carefully. After the information appears, humanity on Earth is in uproar once again. Chapter 66, The New King's Challenge. Wow, Lin Feng has become a boss, and all the challengers who participated in the siege can get rewards. Can immortality be achieved by killing a powerful figure? Kill one? Can you handle 10,000 sea monsters? If not, you wouldn't even be enough to fill a gap in the teeth of a big shot if you signed up to challenge one. Is the big shot in the Mallory Sea? Signing up is definitely out of the question, but I have a sea teleportation scroll, and I'd like to go and see him in person. I want to go to where the big shot is, but signing up and slacking off will deduct from my lifespan, so I can't use this teleportation to find the big shot. Actually, it's not impossible. The boss just withstood an attack from a tyrant-level sea monster, so his current strength is definitely not what it used to be. If we hurry up and form a team, we might actually be able to complete the challenge. I think so too. No matter how strong Lin Feng is, he's not invincible. The biggest difference between us and the sea monsters is that we use our brains. With the combined strength of all sides and enough challengers, we can definitely take down the boss. I admit that no one can beat the master in a one-on-one fight, but challenging the master this time is dangerous. Who dares? Several minutes have passed, and not a single person has signed up. You guys are good at bragging, but sign up already. At that very moment, a channel message suddenly popped up. Lin Feng, take the risk with your life, sign up. Everyone fell silent upon seeing this message. This statement is practically a declaration to everyone. Once you join the challenger camp, they've all been added to his kill list. No matter who is in front of him, he will not show mercy. But a profit of 10 can drive people crazy. A profit of 50 can make people disregard everything else. A profit of 100% is enough to justify taking risks. A profit of 300 can trample on all human laws. When the potential profit is hundreds or thousands of times greater, it's enough to make people lose their minds and forget all the risks. Faced with the allure of the island. Secretly, numerous island owners and mercenaries share information in various chat channels, luring interested applicants. Lin Feng, even the heavens aren't on your side. It's the inevitable trend. If the heavens want you to die, you have no choice but to die. A cold smile appeared on Li Yu's face. When she saw Lin Feng activate the Overlord challenge, her mental defenses almost collapsed. The stronger Lin Feng became, the more nourished he received. These negative emotions would manifest many times over, affecting her consciousness. When the new king's trial first appeared, apart from the newly recruited swordsmen around her, no one knew how happy and radiant she was smiling. The Challengers Alliance is about to be established in the Mallory Sea. Here I come. Please, please don't hurt my mother. Wah, please. Don't do this, please. A disheveled little boy knelt on the ground, his head repeatedly slamming against the rocks, blood splattering everywhere. She pleaded with teary eyes, looking to be only 3 or 4 years old. Beside him lay a middle-aged woman whose chest had been pierced by magic. Judging from her physical features, she had long since lost her life. Roar dash. The only response the child received was a sharp, bloody fawn covered in bits of flesh. Mallory Sea. Seeing the wounds begin to heal after the red wolf swallowed fresh blood, Tang Long's emotionless eyes gradually brightened. The tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Lin Feng, you never thought this day would come, did you? Thousands of challengers who survive the elimination of the weak. What can you use to stop such an army? Tang Long opened the registration option, confirmed his selection, and sent a screenshot of the registration to the group. As one of the top 3 island lords in the Beast Tide assessment, after the information about the new king's trial popped up, countless people sought his opinion through private messages. There are plenty of people who are full of ambition. The only problem is the lack of a leader willing to take the lead. Now that Tang Long has volunteered, the island owners and mercenaries in the chat group have responded to the call and joined the ranks of challengers. The number of applicants is also increasing at a slow pace. As time was about to expire, the number of challengers finally reached its limit. 5,310 people. Mallory Sea? Limacaus pupils contracta. Isn't this where he is now? Lin Feng is actually in the same sea area as him. Map coordinates. The Montauk found it. Without joining the challengers, it's impossible to activate the radar to locate Lin Feng's position. He has no idea where 5,147-1254 is. Would you like to join? This is a tough decision. Seeing the invitation message sent to him by the island owner named Tang Long, Li Mo was somewhat conflicted. After all, the losses would be immeasurable if the challenge failed. It could even cost you your life. More than 10 island lords command troops whose strength is comparable to that of dragons. This Beast Tide also rewarded new superior unit types, so the overall quality improvement of the alliance will definitely far exceed that of Lin Feng. If they really launch a concentrated attack, the success rate is quite high. Let's see who can snatch Lin Feng's head. Charge. Another remote sea area. The once towering arrow towers on the island are now completely barren. Wearing high-grade armor, Cheng Qingqing lay blankly on the island, overwhelmed by the choices that appear before her. The beast tide destroyed all the arrow towers she had built over the past month and left her severely injured. If it weren't for the equipment she received as the best reward in the 7-day assessment, it would be questionable whether she would even be alive right now. Challenger. The final number was so large. Lin Feng is probably in grave danger. She sighed and gave up her right to register. While it's true that surpassing Lin Feng was always her goal, Cheng Qingqing never considered killing him. It's just a bit of a pity that we'll lose a goal to strive for in the future. The Mallory Sea looks fascinating. We could use a scroll to teleport there and take a look. Set off. Duke Beichuan relayed the order, and the 9 ravaged islands marched side by side. After sorting through his haul, Adao complained, "These people are so annoying. I really want to block them." A dark horse that emerged unexpectedly, securing second place in the assessment. Of course, I received countless private messages from fellow Earthlings. He was getting increasingly annoyed by the inquiries he received from various people, including those trying to curry favor, make friends, or inquire about the Challenger program. "Ah, big star. Things will be fine once things calm down." Duke Beichuan laughed and said, "There aren't many island owners and mercenaries now. Blocking them all will have some impact on intelligence gathering." Adao nodded and suddenly asked, "Boss, do you think Lin Feng can complete the trial?" "Have no idea." Du Beichuan stared straight ahead at the vast ocean and said, "But after this reward, his strength has definitely increased." Challenger, even if you win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. None of this is relevant to us. Let's help our comrades who have lost the core of the island find ways to improve their strength first. Registration deadline. Lin Feng, without changing his expression, took the new crown of kings from his backpack, silently observing the countless islands, sea creatures, and ships encircling the crown. Now, he finally understood the meaning of the patterns around the crown. The trial of the new king. Terrible island. Put the golden crown back into the backpack. Lin Feng squatted down and rubbed his hands together. What's meant to come will come. Let's organize the rewards first. Chapter 67, The Amazing Gains from the Beast Tide Assessment. Orange Treasure Chest. Level, 51 to 60. Effect. Upon activation, you will randomly receive 3 items of the same quality, as well as a small amount of gold. After opening both treasure chests at the same time, Lin Feng saw the reward notification again. Gain 2 skill expansion slots. Gain 2 life essences. Obtain 2 phase transporters. Get 10,000 gold coins. Goodness. As expected of a directly copied box, the contents inside are exactly the same. Lin Feng muttered a curse to himself, then picked up the item to check its attributes. I had already obtained the skill enhancement slot before. It's a good product. However, he can't use it for now. Once he acquires the corresponding skills, he can use them himself or give them to Man and Lena. Essence of Life. Type, consumable item. Quality, orange. Effect, biological applications. It can bring the dead back to life and restore flesh and bones, and can correct congenital limb defects. Plant use, stimulates vitality and restores life. Instantaneous return to critical hit. I carefully examined the 2 small, transparent bottles in my hand. Each contained a single, crystal-clear green droplet. Just holding it in your hand, Lin Feng could feel his stamina rapidly recovering. This is actually a good thing for saving your life. He carefully preserved the glass bottle and then picked up the 2 silver disc props again. Phase transmitter. Type, special item. Quality, orange. Effect, opens a one-way portal to a memory point. Current memory point, 0 to 1. Cooldown time, 15 days. Portal. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of joy immediately appearing on his face. This thing has immense strategic significance. It can not only be used to save lives, but also as a quick transfer vehicle. If you encounter a place rich in resources but difficult to exploit, or if you wish to conduct trade with a civilized nation, phase transmitters can play a very important role. Although it's only one way, Lin Feng has 2 of them. One location remains fixed as an island, while the other can be flexibly selected based on the situation. Although the 6th-tier equipment and skills were not unlocked, Lin Feng was very satisfied with the gains from the orange treasure chest 10,000 gold coins, that's incredible. Adding the remaining amount from the previous auction, I still have 15,824 gold coins. Lin Feng calculated in his mind. At a rate of 1,000 gold coins per level, a level 30 core will require 550,000 gold coins. The rest should be coming soon. Lena's octopus and several sea monsters are collecting all the corpses in the vicinity. Based on half of the total number of beast hides after decomposition, the raw meat alone could probably sell for over 2,000 gold coins. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng picked up the troop building blueprints and the mysterious ring next to him. Elf Dragon's Nest. Type: military building blueprints. Effect: recruit a fairy dragon. Recruitment cost: 40 gold coins per dragon. Initial level: 20. Maximum level: 90. Comes with 3 racial skills. Construction costs: 1,000 gold, 1,000 tier 2 crystal cores, 10,000 tier 2 stone, 5,000 gems. Space ring. Type: storage item. Volume: 1 billion cubic meters. Effect: freezes the substance's state after storing non-living objects. Fairy dragon. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the reward to be a dragon-type creature building. The level cap is a full 90. It is said that the island lords with high-level troops, whether dragons or golden behemoths, are only at level 80 at most. The fairy dragon has a significantly higher rank and possesses immense potential. And the presence of the fairy dragon makes up for the lack of Air Force maps on the island. Even if each nest can only recruit 15 spirit dragons, 2 blueprints can recruit a full 30. Once the level is increased, it will become a powerful team. Building materials are easy to obtain. You can get a lot of them by decomposing the sea monster corpses. As for luxury items like gems, they're worthless on the exchange. As Lin Feng glanced at the 2 dark wood-colored rings in his hand, his smile deepened. The small size of backpack compartments on islands has been a constant source of complaints from island owners. Now, he finally got the legendary space ring. 1 billion cubic meters, which translates to a huge space 1,000 meters long, wide, and high. 2 of these rings would be enough for him to use forever. It also has a binding effect. After Lin Feng activated the ring with a wisp of magic, he discovered that no one else could open the spatial ring except for those who granted him the permission. The ring will only become ownerless if the ring dies or if the magical mark is actively removed. The difference between Man-Man's true form and her human form is too great, so the other spatial ring can only be used by Lena. I thought about it. Lin Feng turned to Lena and smiled. This spatial ring is your reward. After explaining the ring's effects to the little mermaid, the latter's big eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Ah, does that mean I can put lots and lots of food in there in the future?" Forehead. Several black lines appeared on Lin Feng's forehead. This girl's first reaction upon obtaining such a treasure was to eat it. He felt that giving the ring to Lena might be a very outrageous decision. Hee, just kidding. Lena made a face, a blush suddenly appearing on her face, and carefully put the ring on her index finger. He thought to himself, this is the first formal gift my brother has ever given me, so I must keep it safe. Man, seeing the adorable, slightly dazed look on the girl's face as she carried the little turtle shell, Lin Feng comforted her. You made a great contribution to this beast tide and deserve a reward, but we don't have anything suitable right now. We'll owe you one for now and make it up to you later. Awoke. With a hint of nervousness in her long, golden vertical pupils, she said hesitantly, I will follow Master's arrangements. Man didn't care about what kind of reward she received or not. She was content as long as she could stay by Lin Feng's side. How can you be so cute? Lin Feng laughed and said, You'll still get the reward. Don't worry. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the last 2 colored gemstones. As a special reward for first place, he was incredibly curious. Heart of the island. Type, special consumable item. Quality, color. Effect, grants the fusion skill upon use on an island. Multiple uses increase the skill's effect. Fusion of special island skills. After locking onto a resource island, you can use skills to fuse it into the initial island. Targets larger than twice the size of the initial island cannot be fused. This, after seeing the skill's effects, Lin Feng's pupils dilated, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 68 Island Heart Upgrade Effects. Unexpected gains from decomposition. Integrating resource islands? Upon seeing this effect, Lin Feng immediately pictured Xuanwu slowly dragging a massive island along in his mind. The upgrade speed of the island's core is too slow. Even if the area doubles with each upgrade, a level 30 core is only 20,000 square meters. We still need to build 2 more elven dragon nests. This little space is no longer enough. Lin Feng held the colorful rhombus-shaped gemstone and came to the core crystal. If the island's area can be expanded, the variety of activities available will also increase. In a military sphere, training grounds, military-specific buildings, military camps, and inland seaports can be constructed. The population that can be accommodated increases accordingly. By then, it won't just be a few dozen or 100 people. If Lin Feng had the opportunity, he could build a military base with a scale of hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. Moreover, a series of living and entertainment facilities can be built, greatly improving the quality of life for oneself and the island units. Once the island reaches a certain size, tourism projects can even be developed. In a sense, after using the heart of the island, this place under my feet can already be considered a piece of territory. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps you can prepare a catchy name for the island in advance. Should we use Heart of the Island? Confirm your selection. With a bang, the colored gemstone in Lin Feng's hand shattered into hundreds of millions of starlight, completely encased the blue crystal pillar. The magical runes that were originally sealed in the core began to move like snakes again. A moment later, the originally light black runes turned colorful. It flickers like breathing. Upon reopening the core information interface, Lin Feng discovered that the island had gained a new fusion skill. There's a cooling-off period of 3 months before it can be fused once. Lin Feng thought for a moment. This time frame isn't unreasonable. If the island's area doubles each time it expands, it can be transformed into a large area in just 1 year. If we sell the remaining heart of the island, we can definitely raise enough gold to upgrade the core to level 30. But some things cannot be measured in gold coins. Without hesitation, Lin Feng picked up another heart of the island and used it again. The same scene appeared again. The only change was that the breathing runes on the crystal were a little brighter. The fusion skill has also undergone numerical changes. Fusion of special island skills. After locking onto a resource island, you can use skills to fuse it into the initial island. Targets larger than 4 times the size of the initial island cannot be fused. Cooldown period, 30 days. Not bad. Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth. With the cooldown time reduced by more than half, he began to worry whether the slow growth rate could keep up with the expansion rate of the island. Lena called out from the shore, "Brother, all the defeated bad guys are all dressed up. The octopus is quite fast." Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and quickly walked towards Lena. Except for that big fish that was sucked away by the tornado, all the sea creatures we can find are inside. Lena placed her small hand on the back of Lin Feng's hand, activating the spatial ring's access for him. It's about what I calculated. After using magic to sense the mountain of corpses inside, Lin Feng continued, "We'll cook some high-quality flesh and blood later. Everyone has gone through intense battles and needs to replenish their strength." "Yes," Lena replied. The beast tide came later. Lin Feng also suffered losses, except for the row houses he built by the sea, which were completely destroyed and beyond repair. The Seaview Villa was also 75% damaged. It was so badly broken that it was completely unrecognizable. But problems that can be solved with money are not problems. The most important thing is that nearly half of the small fry and crab generals have been killed. 6 shield crabmen and 4 shrimp men were killed. The gang and the Zhuang are both still alive, but both are seriously injured. It will take until the next molt to fully heal. There is never a war without death. We can only do our best to preserve our strength, to improve our strength and prevent more of our subordinates from dying in future battles." Lin Feng sighed. Lena retrieved several enormous corpses from her spatial ring and dissected them one by one. The first wave of challenges to the Overlord yielded approximately 4,000 beast corpses. The final decomposition is complete. Lin Feng obtained 400,000 servings of fresh raw meat, as well as 1,500 second-tier crystal cores, 1,000 third-tier crystal cores, 200 fourth-tier crystal cores, and 300,000 servings of various component materials. To his surprise, a potion recipe blueprint was extracted from the body of a 4th-tier sea beast. It must have been swallowed by a sea monster unintentionally and hadn't had time to digest it yet. cold-resistant medicine. Type, recipe. Quality, Tier 2. Effect, permanently increases second-order cold resistance. Required, 1 Tier 1 fire condensation grass, 10 Tier 1 clear maple leaves, alchemy chamber. We don't know where it can be used right now. Lin Feng simply tossed it into his spatial ring to gather dust. After saving some of the better quality raw meat, he listed the remaining raw meat on the exchange for 25 copper. Having just survived the beast tide, many island lords and mercenaries have no shortage of meat. The prices of food, crystal cores, and raw materials have all plummeted. In addition, most of the surviving humans on Earth are capable, so it's practically impossible for them to starve to death. The only reason food prices are still available is because some people don't want to waste time hunting low-level sea monsters. Materials for building the fairy dragon can also be prepared in advance. Let's see if we can find a resource island tomorrow and develop a separate area for military buildings. I spent dozens of gold coins to buy a large amount of materials from the market. 2 townhouses were rebuilt, and the seaside villa was renovated. After working for 4 or 5 hours, the battle statistics were finally completed. As dusk fell, Lin Feng's island once again sailed eastward. The lobby on the first floor of the villa. Lin Feng sat wearily on the cold leather sofa. The blood-soaked leather armor has already been taken away by the thoughtful Lina to be cleaned. His bare body revealed clearly defined muscles that were more muscular than ever before. Having reached level 43, he is already qualified to become a 5th-tier sword master and a 5th-tier magic master. At this level, the energy provided by creatures below the 4th tier is hardly enough to meet the demand, unless there is another battle on the scale of a beast tide. If we want to level up in the future, we'll need to find a more stable method. Lin Feng stared at the ceiling. It's obvious, even to a fool, that the number of creatures of the 4th rank and above will only decrease. Slaying monsters and leveling up is just a shortcut that the island system provides to transmigrators for rapid advancement. However, the shortcuts are limited, especially at the 4th and 5th levels. We will soon be re-entering the main road where we race alongside the indigenous people. Alright, I remember there's also a fusion technique. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of this question. He quickly opened his own properties interface. Lin Feng. Race, human. Level, 43. Classes, Junior Archmage, Junior Greatsword Master. Mana points, 1376. Battle Chi value, 1376. Skills, Battle Aura Protection Tier 2 Advanced, Lightning Bolt Tier 3 Advanced, Naval Swordsmanship Tier 3 Intermediate, Draw Sword / Tier 3 Excellent 4/4. Fusion Skill, Lightning Draw / Tier 4 Intermediate. Backpack, Crown of the New King, Phase Teleport X2, Essence of Life X2, Ocean Teleport Scroll, Skill Amplification Slots X2. From now on, only put important items in your backpack. Store miscellaneous items in your spatial ring. Wealth, 16,011 gold coins, 98 silver coins. Reputation value, making a name for oneself. Fusion technique. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and then opened the detailed data of the lightning draw /. Chapter 69, Testing Magic and Martial Arts Skills. Lightning Draw Sword. Type, Magic Weapon Fusion Skill. Level, Tier 4 Intermediate. Effect, deals area of effect damage to targets in front. Proficiency, 5 effect success rate. Cost, 80 mana points, 80 battle chi points. Lin Feng repeatedly checked the skill information and couldn't help but gasp, realizing he was making a small contribution to global warming. The skill level and energy consumption are completely disproportionate. Normally speaking, at the time, Lin Feng was filled with extreme anger and killed the headbutt fish, but his cultivation level had not yet reached the 4th rank. It's impossible to unleash a 4th tier skill. Even if you force it to be released, draining all your magic and fighting spirit will be of no use. All Tier 4 intermediate skills consume a fixed amount of energy, 160 points. With his 1376 points of dual-class energy, he can only cast 8 times in reality. But the current magic weapon fusion skill appears to have no change in the total energy consumption. Lin Feng was able to cast twice as many skills. Fusion technique. Fusion technique. Lin Feng suddenly stood up from the sofa and paced back and forth in the hall, deep in thought. He wanted to find that subtle change from the previous battle. Since 3rd tier skills can be fused, then theoretically 4th tier and 5th tier skills can also be fused. Once you've mastered the knack of fusion skills, that future, fighting opponents of a higher level, is definitely not a pipe dream. Why not just put it into practice? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he took a few steps out of the villa's lobby and onto the inner sea. With a flick of his right hand, a black stone sword appeared out of his spatial ring. It appeared out of thin air, just like a magic trick. This is also why Lin Feng likes the warrior class, especially those who use swords. Let's not talk about whether it's strong or not. Whether you're handsome or not is a lifelong matter. Lightning bolt, draw sword slash. Lin Feng was about to disassemble the two skills and recast them separately, and then merge them back together. However, a voice in my head was telling me that doing this would definitely fail. Crack! With a deafening roar, the black sword swept forward, the arrow piercing through the lightning. The expected lightning rings did not appear. The lightning strike, which damaged the structure, ended up destroying the only remaining coconut tree on the island. After the skills were integrated, they have become an instinctive reaction in my consciousness. I forcibly disassembled it just now, which prevented me from seizing the perfect opportunity. It consumed 140 points of battle chi and 70 points of magic points. Lin Feng thought for a moment. He tried to swing his sword again, relying on his body's instincts. This time, the lightning and the sword were intertwined once again, the energy surging and ready to explode at any moment. Bang! The blacking stone sword had not yet been fully swung. After a muffled thud, the surrounding electric snakes exploded and disappeared. Proficiency increased by 5. Lin Feng still didn't understand. This scene only showed that he had perfectly mastered the use of lightning draw slash. The muscle memory in the body is just an unintentional action that is recorded by the island system. Master! Man appeared at the villa entrance without anyone noticing and said slowly, "The location is wrong." Fifth-order dynamic vision is quite terrifying. Lin Feng ignored her doubts about her judgment, but the key point was not whether the location was correct or not. Rather, why must the sword strike be aimed at that specific spot of the lightning? Why not anywhere else? Elder brother. Lena rested her elbow on the second-floor window, propped her chin on her hand, and blinked, saying, "Thinking about it from an energy arrangement perspective, I can't capture the elemental structure of battle aura energy, but the lightning spell was pulled by a strange energy for a moment just now." Upon noticing the fluctuations in the skill outside, the two women immediately went to find Lin Feng. I silently watched the whole process from the sidelines. Energy sorting. After listening to Lena's advice, Lin Feng closed his eyes. The muscle memory in the consciousness begins to mobilize the magical fighting energy within the body. This time, he focused his attention, as if using a microscope to see through the thick fog and capture those tiny elemental factors in the energy. Battle aura and magic are essentially the same. Compared to lower-tier skills, fourth-tier skills can produce morphological changes due to elemental factors. The black sword was swung out, followed closely by a lightning spell. Two forces of vastly different colors and with completely different energy sequences collided. Lin Feng pushed his perception and attention to the limit. They stared intently at the point where the two forces met. With a sizzling sound, Lin Feng sensed that the neatly arranged array of lightning magic was cleanly cleaved in two by the black blade of battle aura. At the same time, magical energy, like a piece of origami under pressure, completely enveloped the black inkstone sword. Click! A powerful sword drawing slash swept out. The blade blurred into afterimages, leaving a trail of crackling electricity in the air, producing a crisp and startling sound. It's a success. Lin Feng put away the black inkstone sword. He vaguely grasped a technique for fusing skills. The two forces need to be stably combined. It doesn't necessarily have to be like the lightning draw sword slash, where magic is divided to wrap around battle aura. It can also be the other way around, with battle aura wrapping around magic, where the two can be combined and overlapped. The stability of the energy sequence is of paramount importance. Having understood this principle, Lin Feng used the same method to perform the lightning draw slash twice more. Without exception, it was successful both times. After 3 consecutive successful attempts, the lightning draw slash skill proficiency has reached 100. But what excited Lin Feng the most was not the ease with which he could unleash 4th-tier skills. Instead, lightning draw slash doesn't take up a skill slot. Even if he now overwrites the 2 tier 3 skills, lightning bolt and draw sword, lightning draw sword will still be effective. My understanding has deepened. Can the skills you learn be preserved permanently? Lin Feng was lost in thought. If a method of fusion skills could be taught to everyone on the island. Wrong. Lina and Man only know magic. Thinking of this problem, he quickly bought a warrior class change scroll from the exchange. The price for professional players is very cheap now. They're practically dirt cheap now. Brother, no. Battle Aura will cover the magic energy sea. Lina returned the book to Lin Feng, shaking her head helplessly. I can't do it either. Man picked up the book and tested it, but her face was full of regret. If they could master two professions like Lin Feng and combine magic and battle aura, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng put the books into his spatial ring, thinking to himself, is this a privilege of the island lord? Or am I exceptionally gifted, possessing the legendary bearing of an emperor? After pondering without success, he turned to comfort the two women and said, it's all right. It's not necessarily the case that magic and battle aura can be fused. You could try fusing two magics of the same level later. Or try fusing two different types of magic. Good luck. Yes, the two women nodded in response. Next, Lin Feng plans to focus on finding a resource island so he can build the elf dragon nest. Chapter 70, Merging the Islands. The bright moon hangs high in the sky. Lin Feng didn't sleep a wink all night. The sheets are made from high-grade magical beast fur, making them soft and comfortable. Paired with an exquisite marble bed that is nearly 10 meters wide, it can easily accommodate 3 people without any problem. Turn your head to look to the left. Lina completely transformed into an octopus, clinging to his arm as she fell into a deep sleep. The black crocodile fusion leather armor hung on a wooden clothes rack to the side, while the breastplate and skirt armor made of mermaid scales were a bit rough to the touch. Lina licked her lips every now and then, and glistening saliva slid down the corners of her mouth. Lin Feng didn't even need to guess further to know that this girl was definitely eating delicious food in her dream. He didn't dare to move. I was afraid of waking my sleeping little darling. Why? Looking to the right, Lin Feng suddenly felt a headache coming on. The curvaceous man saw Lina go into the master bedroom and sleep on the big bed. I don't want to stay in the separate bedroom downstairs anymore. They tiptoed onto the bed sheets, one on each side of Lina. She hugged Lin Feng's arm tightly and fell asleep peacefully. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Lin Feng glanced at the cyan suit and tortoiseshell backpack on the clothes rack. Lie on your pillow and stare straight at the ceiling. The warm touch of my right arm. It made his blood boil with restlessness. It is impossible to enter a meditative state and improve the mage's level of power. And so, until the first golden rays of dawn shone through the large French windows. After staying up all night, Lin Feng carefully pulled his arms out of the two women's arms. Period. He couldn't help but glance at the 2 small red fruits placed next to the bedside table and pondered for a long time. We need to find resource islands. The elf dragon's nest must be built today. After taking a deep breath, I also felt that these 2 fruits were not suitable for breakfast. Lin Feng suppressed the rapidly surging heat within his body and quickly left the seaside villa. Gurgle dash. An octopus poked its head out from the seashore, cautiously peering around. After the beast tide ended, Lina released it so as not to harm its soul. After regaining freedom, the octopus did not flee immediately, but instead followed the island, lingering around it. Why have you become such a tag-along? Lin Feng noticed the sea beast wrapped around its tentacles and couldn't help but joke. Gurgle. The octopus placed the still-living sea creature on the island, exhaled a ring of bubbles, and then dived back into the sea. It seems like they came to deliver breakfast. A 5th-tier sea beast personally delivers the goods. Who else gets that kind of treatment right now? Lin Feng smiled. After killing and dismantling the sea monster, he went to the core and activated the island's acceleration skill. 10 shrimp soldiers and crab generals, along with dwarf brothers, patrolled the coast, dealing with some low-level sea beasts that foolishly landed on the island. After the skill is activated, after adjusting the angle slightly to the northeast, the island's speed increased dramatically. Owner, an island has appeared behind us. Suddenly, the voice of De Zhuang, the shrimp man, came over. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. To date, no island owner has personally witnessed the appearance of the resource island. It's as if it appeared out of thin air. Okay, I understand. After stopping on the island, Lin Feng turned around and saw an island with an area of about 10,000 square meters speeding towards him. Apart from some jagged rocks, the island was completely empty. Resource Island. Special items, none. Evaluation, barren land. A very apt assessment. The area didn't reach the maximum fusion value, but it's acceptable. Lin Feng controlled the island to intercept the resource island on its only route. For other island owners, this kind of island has absolutely no value except for its stone resources. He has just acquired the island fusion skill and needs an island of suitable size to build troop structures. Are we going to fight the bad guys? Lena put on her gear and looked eager to try it out. No, let's make our home bigger. Lin Feng smiled gently as he saw the Xuanwu girl walking slowly behind her. Wow, it just expanded once, and now it can grow bigger again. Lena was somewhat surprised. The first 2 island upgrades took a long time. I didn't expect the interval to be so short this time. Okay, watch carefully. Upon approaching the resource island, Lin Feng immediately switched to driving in the same direction at a constant speed. A green arrow appears in the field of view when you tap the fusion skill. The arrow is marked above the resource island next to it. Should the island be merged? Yes. Lin Feng clicked confirm. The giant arrow suddenly crashed into the resource island. Immediately afterwards, the 2 islands, which were originally on par with each other, seemed to be drawn together by a magnet. They were forced together by an immense force. Rumble. The 2 islands shook violently, as if giant beasts had rolled over. A white boundary line appears around the initial island of Lin Feng. After the islands came into contact, the boundary broke at the junction, grew rapidly, and surrounded the barren outline of the resource island. However, the white boundary line was reconnected behind the resource island. The entire fusion process is now complete. The tremors on the island then ceased, and Lin Feng walked to the junction of the 2 islands and looked down. The 2 different colors of soil appear to be perfectly blended together, with no trace of splicing. They have become completely integrated. Lin Feng manipulated the core to try to move. The island, which had doubled in size, only slowed down a bit, but did not affect its flexibility. The larger the area, the slower the island moves. However, I have Man-Man's help, so as long as our level doesn't fall behind, this is not a problem. After confirming that nothing has been missed, Lin Feng directed the shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and dwarves to clear away the jagged rocks in the new area of the island. It took 2 hours. The newly integrated area became a bare wasteland, waiting for its owner to add bricks and tiles. The Elf Dragon's nest covers quite a large area. The 2 buildings will basically take up the entire new area. Lin Feng used the blueprints to place the troop buildings. The waiting time is 10 hours, and you can recruit new troops this afternoon. Imagine having a dragon team all of a sudden. A look of anticipation immediately appeared in his eyes. The distance is so far, we need to find a map of the sea area first. Tang Long checked the relative positions of Lin Feng and himself using the radar lock-on, and immediately frowned. Challengers are randomly teleported in. Their locations are scattered throughout the Mallory Sea. It will take a lot of time to assemble the Allied forces. Liamo, this is a map of the Mallory Sea. Lin Feng's last coordinates were west of the Fallen Islands. Everyone can go to the Fallen Islands to meet up first. Thank you, boss. This sea area only has 2 civilized nations, unlike the sea area I was in before. The Sparrow Clan, the Fallen Gold Islands, and the Sasai Islands are quite large, and the surrounding areas are mostly small tribes. Hee, we can plunder properly, and who knows, we might even capture a bunch of beautiful natives to play with. Guys, come quick. I'm so close to Lin Feng's coordinates. I am panicking. Don't panic. Just wait for us to regroup. If we get caught, we'll put on a show. I don't believe he'll kill everyone he sees. Everyone be careful. There are some powerful civilized nations in this sea area. I just saw a powerful fleet. It was terrifying. Having spent a month in this sea area, Li Imo naturally possessed such knowledge and immediately shared the information in the group. If the distance is too far, you can use a teleportation scroll to teleport there immediately. Save time. After sending the message, Tang Long took out the white scroll. After locking onto a section of sea below the Fallen Gold Islands, the scroll was torn open. The 6-pointed star teleportation magic circle will cover the island, and the teleportation will be completed in 48 hours. Chapter 71, Recruiting the Fairy Dragon. Winter Message. Buzz. The soft light covering the fairy dragon's lair dissipated. Two stone mountains inlaid with dazzling gemstones came into Lin Feng's view. The stone mountain is smooth all over, about 30 meters high, and covers an area of 4,000 square meters. The faintly flowing magical runes added to its mysterious aura. There's a vortex-light gate in the middle of the mountain, which is probably used to teleport elf dragon soldiers. 40 gold coins. Let's recruit one and check its attributes. Lin Feng opened the building interface. After clicking recruit, an equivalent amount of gold coins was automatically deducted from my inventory. The mountain in front of us began to tremble slightly, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Less than 3 seconds later, chirp dash. A clear chirping sound came from inside the portal. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eyes of Lin Feng, Lina, and Man, a creature resembling a butterfly poked its head out from the vortex of light. Its exposed half-body is covered with colorful spots and patterns, with its pair of thin, four-winged appendages fluttering gently. At first glance, it really doesn't look like a dragon. It looks more like a colorful lizard with butterfly wings. Chirp dash. The little guy lay on the rocky hill, looking around. After finding Lin Feng in the crowd, he immediately showed a look of joy. With its light wings flapping, it swooped down straight towards Lin Feng. Its body is only the size of a kitten, but its speed far exceeds that of most second-tier creatures. After flying to Lin Feng's side, it chirped merrily and flew around the three of them, seemingly in a very happy mood. Wow, so cute. Lina was charmed by it and wanted to reach out and touch its head. The latter seemed to understand that the powerful mermaid in front of him was his partner and did not flinch. Instead, it rested in Lina's hand and closed its eyes in enjoyment. Let Lina gently scratch the back of its head. Brother, let's name it, Lina said excitedly. Lin Feng nodded and said, Okay, you're the first to touch it, so you can name it. Soon, he then realized how outrageous his decision had been. Its patterns are so beautiful. Lina poked the dragon's thin wings with her fingertips and said earnestly, Let's call it Little Flower. Forehead. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly, and he nodded after giving a meaningful look. If I'm not mistaken, this elven dragon is male. Little Flower. Case is good. Little Flower. Race, fairy dragon. Sex, male. Level, 20. Occupation, peak advanced apprentice. Magic points, 200. Skill, magic sharing, fixed race passive contracts with any unit, allowing the user to share their magic power with the contractor. No cost. Magic reflection, tier 2 racial skill. When a nearby unit casts a skill of tier 2 or lower, 15 damage is reflected back to the attacker. Only one magic reflection can occur to the same unit at a time. Costs 10 mana per second. Dragonheart Meditation Tier 2 Racial Passive. Restores 200 mana points per hour. Note, top-tier dragon race. When advancing in profession or realm, skills can be randomly learned and upgraded from inheritance. Can higher-ranking creatures also increase their skill levels? Lin Feng was stunned. Although the upgrade effects of the Ocean Heart are more uncertain than those of the Fairy Dragon's advanced skills, at least there is a complete upgrade path. For other island owners who have superior troop types, can their initial troop types also have their skill levels upgraded? He frowned slightly and clicked on the note details. I breathed a sigh of relief after reading the content. Only top-tier units have the ability to randomly upgrade their skill levels. Units of all 8 ranks, from upper middle rank to lower middle rank, from middle rank 3 to lower rank 3, can only be created by learning skill books or by crafting them themselves. The Fairy Dragon is more like a support unit. Lin Feng began to study other skills, and the more he looked at them, the more intense the joy in his eyes became. Magic sharing, when combined with a powerful mage, can achieve a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Think about it. Rolina carries with her an elf dragon that can instantly restore mana. The burst of magical damage is enough to terrify any 5th-tier creature. Most importantly, with double the magic power, you might be able to cast even stronger magical skills across different ranks. The Dragon Language Meditation of the Fairy Dragon is an amazing mana-restoring skill. It only takes 1 hour to fully restore magic points, which is 3 times faster than Lin Feng and Lina. With the help of high-level crystal cores and fairy dragons in future battles, Lina can completely transform into a magic machine gun. Just thinking about that scene is thrilling. Magic reflection can restrict all enemy mage units. Lin Feng looked at another skill and thought, on the battlefield, as long as the elf dragons take turns casting it, No mage will dare to cast spells easily. Magic backlash is more dangerous than a warrior getting close. The higher the level of a mage, the weaker their physical attributes are compared to warriors of the same level. Even 15 damage is enough to give them a run for their money. Close the fairy dragon interface. Lin Feng arrived at the 2 dragon nests and spent 1160 gold coins to raise all the spirit dragons to their maximum capacity in one go. One after another, small dragons, quite different from the little flower in appearance, flew out of the light gate. The babyish chirping echoed over the island. The way they circled and flew really looked like colorful butterflies magnified hundreds of times. The elven dragon seems to be a bit small compared to other dragons, and it is not good at close combat. Lin Feng stroked his chin. After the size increases, it won't be impossible to ride. But to fully utilize the unique racial characteristics of the elven dragon, it is necessary to assemble a legion of mages. Where do they get so many magicians? Lord Island Master, big-bearded Gaijin hopped over excitedly. Is this your newly tamed dragon? It looks like a legendary elf dragon. The dwarves, who had only seen dragons in the encyclopedia, were so excited they almost jumped for joy. Even their great Iron Hammer clan pioneer ancestor had never experienced such a miraculous event. Rounding up, he has already surpassed his ancestors. Yes, it's a spirit dragon, our new partner. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. Hey. Gaijin rubbed his nose and said, It said that after an elf dragon contracts with a powerful mage, its combat power can increase dramatically. I remember there's an island in the northeast where sea sprites are skilled in magic. They've spent their lives searching for dragon sprites. Now that winter is approaching, they should all have returned to the island. Island Master, you could try to persuade them to join us. Ocean Spirit? Is winter coming? The 2 unfamiliar terms startled Lin Feng. The former was easy to understand, but what did the latter mean? I couldn't help but ask, what does winter is coming mean? You didn't know? Goggins' eyes widened as well. He originally thought the island owner had made preparations in advance, which was why he was running around everywhere before the arrival of winter. Surprisingly, he knew absolutely nothing about it. Thinking about this, Goggins' expression immediately turned serious, and he explained, Sir, you'll have to listen carefully from here on out. Chapter 72, The Deep Sea and the Long, Tense Stability. There are 2 major churches in the Mallory Sea, the Church of the Sea God in the Fallen Islands and the Church of the Frost in the Sissy Islands. Gaijin's expression was serious as he said in a low voice, Every year in the last 3 months, the Frost Church seems to be able to issue a divine decree, plunging the entire Mallory Sea into a cold, frozen period. The ocean itself freezes into ice, and creatures with strength below the 2nd tier simply cannot survive in the outside world. Even 3rd-tier creatures can only stay in the outside world for a short time and cannot stay there indefinitely. He looked so secretive, as if he was afraid of being overheard. Lin Feng chuckled and said, Does this world really have gods? Is it possible that this is just a normal seasonal change? If such an environmental change is true, he suspects it's simply that the distance between the planet and the star has increased as the planet revolves around it. As Chinese people with Chinese blood flowing through our veins. He doesn't believe in ghosts and gods. Even if they exist, they would only be powerful creatures. Chill. Gaijin's expression suddenly changed, and he comically shrank back, whispering, My lord, it really exists. And they can hear us. The normal seasonal changes you mentioned are not uncommon, but one year, when the Church of the Sea God suppressed the Church of Frost, winter did not descend at the end of that year. Furthermore, once winter arrives, any creature that believes in the Church of Frost will be able to move freely in the outside world. Therefore, the intelligent civilizations around the fallen Gold Islands would stockpile a large amount of resources at the end of each year and hide underground to survive the winter. Even so, many people would still die. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally showed some curiosity. It seemed that there really was some powerful creature influencing the Mallory Sea. Aren't there any followers of the Frost Church around the fallen Gold Islands? He wondered. Gaijin shrugged and said, In the territory of the fallen Gold Islands, those who believe in the Frost Church are heretics and will be hanged. However, within the kingdom of the fallen Gold Islands, the Sea God Church protects them from the cold, so they are not greatly affected. We are the ones who suffer the most. Etc. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked, What level of cold energy did you just say it was? Gaijin, still in a daze, said about second tier. Second order. Lin Feng was startled and began rummaging through the spatial ring on his finger. After a while, he finally pulled out a recipe blueprint from a hidden corner. Cold-resistant medicine. I've got the gold to upgrade my core to level 30. The blueprint in his hand, stained with the stomach fluid of a sea monster, now seemed to him like a mountain of gold. Once the cold-resistant potion is mass-produced, it will be sold to the intelligent races surrounding the Fallen Isles. There are so many gold coins that you couldn't collect them all even if you carried sack. Gaijin, do you know how to make potions? Lin Feng looked down at the dwarf, whose eyes were filled with a sharp light, which made the latter feel a chill run down his spine. Sir, we are skilled in forging, but we don't know how to make this kind of thing. Gaijin scratched his head, then his eyes lit up and he continued. The Ocean Spirits Association. Every year, when they come to the island to forge equipment, they sell their life and magic potions. Ocean Spirit. Lin Feng put away the scroll, thinking that it was necessary to make a trip to both the Mage Legion and the Cold Resistance Potion. Do you know which way to go now? Taking out the sea map and squatting on the ground, Lin Feng asked again. Let me see. Gaijin crouched down, surveyed the surroundings, and looked at the nautical compass. He said firmly, we'll head 10 degrees northeast. At our current speed, it'll only take 3 days. 3 days. The time wasn't too long. There was still about a month and a half between then and the winter date the dwarves had mentioned. If you let me dragged along, it will only take a few hours to get there. Let's go to Elf Island. Lin Feng was about to call out to Man-Man. Suddenly, little mermaid Lena ran over at lightning speed, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. Brother, I've discovered some amazing treasures underwater. Let's stop at the island and go take a look. Good baby. Lin Feng knew that her ocean affinity passive had reacted again. They quickly brought the island to a stop. Is it right here? He pointed to the surrounding sea. Lena nodded with a smile and said, Yes. Let's go. Let's call Man-Man along, Lin Feng said. If you happen to be passing by and want something for free, why not take it? The two arrived at the beach hand in hand, where Man-Man, carrying a small turtle shell, was staring blankly at the scene of the spirit dragon leveling up. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals lured dangerous marine creatures along the way ashore and easily dealt with them by wielding their weapons. They have reached level 30, the maximum level. It will not deprive the fairy dragon of its energy gains. Looks like leveling up separately will be faster. Lin Feng crossed his arms and pondered, then realized a problem. With the island's population increasing, the pace of upgrading in clusters is too slow. If we can divide into several small teams, we can spread out from the island as the center. Once you're a certain distance away, you can harvest experience energy on your own. Both the harvest and the level are far more efficient than they are now. Let's salvage what's underwater first. Lin Feng collected his thoughts and said softly, Man-Man, let's go downstairs and take a look first. Good master. Man-Man nodded gracefully, and as her toes touched the tide, her body's speed returned to normal. Let's go. Lena cast an underwater breathing spell on Lin Feng. The three of them then joined hands and dived into the deep sea. Glug, glug. There's so much seaweed down here. Lin Feng exclaimed, small bubbles popping from his 7 orifices as he drew his black inkstone sword and slashed at the swaying black plants in front of him. Sizzle. The sword's edge cleared a path, and the severed water plants floated towards Lin Feng, some even clinging to his body. Lena, where are you? Remove most of the aquatic plant from your head. Lin Feng turned his head and asked. It should be down below. Like an arrow, Lena nimbly dodged the seaweed by swaying her tail and sank even deeper into the seabed. Not long after, Lena's voice came up from below through the seawater. Brother, Sister Man-Man, there's a treasure chest down there. Treasure chest. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to follow, he was suddenly pulled back by Man-Man. Master, what's wrong? He looked back and saw Man-Man extending her finger, slowly approaching him. That delicate and beautiful face was getting closer and closer to him. Hiss. Is she trying to deepen her relationship with him while Lena is away? You really know your stuff. Man-Man's breathtakingly beautiful face was less than 10 centimeters away. Recalling the various scenes from last night, Lin Feng felt a surge of restlessness and put the black inkstone sword into his spatial ring. He reached out his hands and gently cupped Man-Man's pretty little face without any hesitation. In response, he leaned his head in. Glug, glug. The tiny bubbles surged violently. Man-Man's eyes are very big. Lacking relevant experience, she had no idea what Lin Feng was doing by pressing his face against hers. A few minutes later, Lin Feng's expression was incredibly interesting as he looked at the broken waterweed in Man-Man's hand. Mimi, with a blush on her face, Man-Man added in a soft voice the words she hadn't finished saying earlier. I'll get this for you. However, speaking is already very difficult for her. Her alluring red lips, noticeably larger than usual, made her voice tremble slightly. Understood. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said righteously, what happened today must not be spread. This is a secret between the two of us. Okay? Man-Man nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite, and said, okay. Chapter 73, My Master Secret. The three of them surfaced from a seabed. Lin Feng led Man-Man and Lina back to the shore, and only after using his fighting spirit to evaporate the water stains on their bodies did he let go of their hands. The treasure chest contained a wonderful surprise. However, he was distracted at the moment. Lina, standing to the side, looked at him and Man-Man with suspicion. From the moment they opened the treasure chest, their behavior became clearly abnormal. Lina noticed that Man-Man's lips were slightly red and swollen, and suspected that they'd been secretly eating something delicious behind her back. Sister Man-Man, what just happened? Whether it was a woman's innate intuition or not, Lina came to Man-Man's side and asked with great curiosity. This? As soon as Man-Man opened her mouth, Lin Feng's ears perked up instantly. This is me, and just as Man-Man was about to reveal it was a secret with her master, a rapid cough came from behind her. Cough, cough. Lin Feng feigned surprise and exclaimed, it's actually the blueprints for an alchemy lab. Heaven is on my side. The sound drew the attention of the two women. He continued, with this blueprint, as long as we can persuade the sea spirits, we'll have tons of Monglin. Before the two women could react, we need to hurry, Man-Man, and continue moving in our current direction to help the island accelerate. Oh, okay. Man-Man seemed to realize she had said the wrong thing, so she quickly entered the ocean, transformed into her true form, and dragged the island forward. My brother's a bad guy. Lina, hands on her hips, said angrily, you and Sister Man-Man secretly ate good food without telling Lina. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't eat much. Didn't you go to the seabed earlier? Man-Man was hungry, so I fed her first. Your portion hasn't been touched yet. He quickly bought some fresh cooking ingredients from the exchange, took them out of his mailbox, and placed them in front of Lina. I knew it. My brother is the best. Lina happily circled around Lin Feng, picking up the food with a blissful expression, her eyes narrowing into adorable crescent moons. Of course. Lin Feng stroked her blonde hair. Kids are so easy to fool. The island entered a towed navigation mode at a very high speed. It feels like driving a convertible Ferrari at high speed on the highway. After defeating Farina, Lin Feng suddenly received a private message. Chen Rue, boss, I've used a teleportation scroll to get to the Mallory Sea. It should be completed in another day and a half. Lin Feng replied, are still alive? Sheng Hui. To be honest, Lin Feng was very happy to see a familiar face after the beast tide ended. After chatting for a few minutes, Sheng Hui shukla desolate. Hey, I don't want to be a mercenary on the island anymore. I've infiltrated the Challenger's inner circle. All we know for now is that they're gathering in the southern part of the Fallen Gold Islands. More detailed information hasn't been released yet. I suspect they also have a high-level leadership group. Gold Rush Islands. Lin Feng opened the map and took a look. The Sea Elf clan's territory is more than a month's journey from the Fallen Gold Islands. Even at a slow pace, it would take several days to get there. If it were according to his usual temperament, he might have just stepped forward directly. But, despite experiencing so much, Lin Feng still managed to suppress his inner impulse. Currently, Man-Man and Lina are the final performers. Those challengers were nothing but clowns, not worth mentioning. However, the island's emergency shelter skills are currently in a state of disuse, and there is a serious shortage of core personnel. Even if we win, we'll probably have to pay a price for that. In this battle, he not only wants to win, but he wants to win spectacularly. Completely crush the petty schemes of those Blue Star Island lords and mercenaries. Lin Feng replied to the message. Your actions are very dangerous. You better get out of this mess and find a civilized society to develop quietly. Soon. Chun Rue replied instantly. Brother Feng initially asked me to do the work for him, which saved my life. This is nothing. This guy. Lin Feng smiled. Regardless of whether he was trying to curry favor with him, his courage was truly rare. So he replied, "Okay, then be careful. Let's add each other as friends." The other party is currently a casual mercenary, so direct online trading is not possible. Even if Lin Feng wanted to give him some support or reward, he could only pay him after the trial ended. "Thank you so much, Brother Feng." Chun Rue, who was standing on the other side, saw the message and his face flushed with excitement. This must be the first friend that this big shot has ever added, right? It said that countless people are desperate to get a friend slot from this big shot, but they've all been turned away or even blocked. My actions have finally been recognized. I saw the handsome guy's avatar lit up on my friends list. Chun Rue was determined to help Lin Feng complete this trial no matter what. While purchasing the materials needed for the alchemy lab, Lin Feng also searched for information on condensing firegrass and clear maple leaves. A vast trading market. After screening, only a few scattered herbs remained on it. Currently, medicinal herbs are not being cultivated, so no one is deliberately collecting them. We need to find some other methods. After clearing out the reasonably priced herbal materials from the exchange, Lin Feng placed the alchemy lab to the left of the kitchen. The alchemy room occupies a small area, a little over 100 square meters. The exterior is a single-story, light gray building in a medieval style. Once completed, the room was filled with various experimental equipment that Lin Feng couldn't understand. Let's see if we can successfully subdue the sea spirit. Lin Feng arrived at the coast. Adding Chun Rue as a friend does not mean you completely trust him. The final battle will depend on the difference in strength between the two sides. Once the Elf Dragon Mage Core is established, its core combat power will experience a qualitative leap, swimming rapidly for a long time. Several hours later, a tiny black dot, no bigger than a sesame seed, appeared on the horizon. Lord Island. It's that island over there. Goggin and Dummo brought over 2 stools, stood on them to peer out. "Okay, man, be careful to slow down." Lin Feng nodded and beckoned to Xuan Wu, who was moving swiftly ahead. "Whole head high dash." Not long after, the black dot gradually magnified in the field of vision, a place surrounded by reefs. The island, barren of vegetation, withered trees, and devoid of life, came into view. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. Seeing this lifeless scene, he asked seriously, "Gaijin, are you sure this is the island of the sea spirits?" Forehead. Gaijin and Dummo were also dumbfounded, exclaiming in shock, "This doesn't make sense. When we came here last year, it was full of life, and the big tree of the ocean elves was still there. How come everything is gone?" The two looked around at the island. Once he was sure he hadn't gone the wrong way, his round eyes wrinkled. Just then, suddenly, a violent splash appeared on the sea ahead. Bang! A figure in azure blue rose from the sea and landed on the water with remarkable ease. The Yonga clan's important territory is ahead. Outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering. Chapter 74, The Shocking Ocean Spirit. A female elf, clad in azure robes, held a staff in one hand and a book in the other, watching the approaching Xuanwu Man with a tense expression. It was easy to tell from those slightly trembling, delicate ears. Her inner fear far outweighed the serious and sharp lines. Why is there no reaction at all after I channeled my 3rd-tier spiritual power into its body? It must be a 4th-tier sea beast. A 4th-tier sea beast dragging a mysterious island. Only the clan leader can personally suppress it. Knowing that an extremely solemn ceremony was underway within her tribe, the female elf suppressed her fear and warned again, "If you go 100 meters ahead, our tribe will consider you enemies. Turn back immediately." Man slowly lifted the majestic and ferocious dragon head from the bottom of the water to the surface, its pale golden vertical pupils full of curiosity, and reached over to examine the elf closely. "What are you going to do?" The elf's pupils contracted sharply as the mountain-high head drew ever closer. The heavy breathing sounded like a raging wind in my ears. You can even clearly smell the seawater flowing from the sea monster's head, until those pale golden eyes filled the entire field of vision. With a thud, the staff and magic book fell into the ocean. The female elf covered her mouth tightly, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She was on the verge of a mental breakdown. That sea monster clearly didn't do anything. But The invisible pressure alone sent a chill down her spine. Man, you scared someone. Lin Feng followed the green snake clone that connected the island to Man's back and tried to comfort him in a gentle voice. I'm sorry, my partner meant no harm. He was just curious about the elves. Buzz. The female elf hurriedly used her magic to retrieve the wand and book from the water, wiping away her tears as she said in a trembling voice, please leave here. My clan leader is also a fourth-tier mage. If war breaks out, neither side will benefit. Lin Feng's purpose on this trip was to subdue the ocean spirits. If he were to leave like this, many plans would be impossible to implement, and he certainly wouldn't want to give up so easily. Then, he said softly, I heard from a friend that Ocean Elf Island wasn't like this before. Can you tell me what happened? Maybe I can help you. We're all right. The elf shook his head vigorously and said firmly, your departure is the greatest help you can give us. Damn, he's completely stubborn. Should we just tie him up and lock him in a dark room for some training? Lin Feng suddenly felt a headache coming on. If we can't even get onto the island, there's no point in talking. At this moment, the dwarf brothers, Gajin and Dumo, swam quickly across from the island. Well, they wouldn't dare to do what Lin Feng did and step directly on Man, as that would be extremely disrespectful to Lady Man. Hey, and a long time no see. Gajin stepped onto the rocks beneath the waves, wiped the seawater off his beard, and immediately waved to the elves. Dumo, who was next to him, was the same. The two brothers seemed to know the elf. They even called him by name. Who are you? The elf was stunned. After frowning and carefully examining the two dwarves, he suddenly exclaimed, Gorgon Hammer and Dumayer Steel Arrow, what are you doing here? And Duo, this is Island Master Lin Feng. Gajin nimbly leaped from the reef to the elf's side and introduced him. He is our Iron Hammer clan's benefactor and eternal friend. Dumo and I now serve him. This Lord Xuanwu is called Man, and he is one of Island Lord Lin Feng's companions. Don't worry, Lord Lin Feng means no harm. He simply wishes to pay a visit to Chief Ruth. Dumo also confirmed this. Man, Ando was slightly taken aback and turned to look at the enormous creature that had just startled her. Splash! A thick, green python, hundreds of meters long, created huge waves as it expertly coiled around the black tortoise sea beast, looking at that cold and terrifying red tongue. And the terrifying snake head that raised its head and looked down at her almost made Ando sit down in fright. Such a gentle name. How? What a terrifying sea monster. I'm so sorry. Immediately afterwards, under Ando's rapidly shrinking gaze, Xuanwu was slowly enveloped in azure light, transforming into a beautiful and charming young girl. The giant snake, which had been exuding a chilling aura, has now transformed into an adorable chibi-style pet, coiled around the girl's arm. Level 55. Endo felt weak all over and almost fainted. Only sea beasts of the 5th rank or above can transform into human form. Unexpectedly, Gajin and Dumo brought such a terrifying existence. Hey, Gajin caught the elf who was about to fall and explained, we mean no harm. As you saw, if Lord Lin Feng wanted to, he could flatten the island in no time. Tell me, what happened to you? Why did the island become like this? It seemed that they finally realized that Lin Feng and the others posed no threat. Endo said in an almost mournful voice, our clan's tree of life has withered. Starting last month, in order to prolong its life, Chief Ruth used a magic circle to gather all the plant essence of the entire island into its body. But even after the entire island was drained, it still couldn't stop the withering process. Once the tree of life dies and turns into seeds, our race will lose the aura of the tree of life. And within 6 months, our entire race will perish and return to the sea. Chief Ruth has urgently summoned a plant-based archmage from the Fallen Isles overnight, offering a generous reward. They are currently performing a magical ritual to save the tree of life, which is why I am stopping you. Choking back tears, and Duo recounted the events in detail. Unable to hold back any longer, she covered her face and began to sob softly. After hearing about the elves' plight, Lin Feng really wanted to burst out laughing, but thinking that it would be impolite, he forced himself to keep his anger inside. The timing was just perfect. In their attempt to subdue the sea spirits, they happened to witness their tree of life withering. The life essence he gained during the beast height assessment can finally be put to use. I have a way to restore the life force of your tree of life, Lin Feng said seriously. Although I'm not sure if it's 100% effective, it's at least more likely than becoming a plant-type archmage. Upon hearing this, Ando finally raised her head, tears of joy streaming down her face, and said, "Really? Can you really help us revive the Tree of Life?" "Of course. My brother would never lie." Lena also transformed into her true form and swam quickly over, her orange-red tail parting the waves as she steadily floated on the sea surface. When the elf Ander saw her signature tail, her last line of defense completely collapsed. To be able to establish a partnership with the purest and kindest mermaid in the ocean, this human named Lin Feng in front of me might actually be trustworthy. So Ando apologized for her earlier behavior and said respectfully, "Then please follow me." Chapter 75, The Withering Tree of Life. Is there really no other way? A female elf, dressed in a pale blue priestess robe, suddenly lost all her strength and slowly slumped to the ground, leaning against a withered tree. The elf was beautiful and had a voluptuous figure. Compared to other young elves, she possessed a more alluring charm. But her eyes were lifeless, and the pea sprout-like plant in front of her swayed in the wind as if it could be blown down at any moment. No one could have predicted it. Just a few months ago, this green sapling was a towering tree nearly 100 meters tall. The Tree of Life. As the name suggests, this applies to ocean spirits. This is the source of their life. Their clan depends entirely on the Tree of Life for both reproduction and survival. Now, the source of life has suffered a mysterious injury, and vitality is regressing at an extremely rapid pace. It won't be long before it does. It will then become a very primitive seed. The entire elven race will suffer annihilation. I cannot find a root cause of its condition. A middle-aged woman in a green robe sighed, "Senior Ruth, your last hope is to find the next Tree of Life." The elf in front of her was more than twice her age. It could have lived for hundreds of years, but now it is facing its imminent demise because of a plant. It sounds really regrettable. In the entire kingdom, no one is more proficient in botany than me. Even the court mages are unable to alleviate the condition of the Tree of Things. The green-robed female mage shook her head and said, "You still have 6 months. I will also use my connections to help you find the Tree of Life." Upon hearing this, Chieftain Ruth smiled bitterly and said, "The Tree of Life is not so easy to find. Once it is discovered by other races, it will be cut down and made into magical materials while it is still a seedling. In order to protect this Tree of Life, we have already repelled countless evil alien races. There's nothing we can do. This condition is beyond saving." The green-robed female mage sighed again. A moment later, just as she was about to cast the spell and try again, suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside. Chief! Ando ran to open the vine-woven fences one by one, her eyes filled with anxiety. Seeing her like this, Ruth immediately stood up and took a small staff hanging diagonally from her waist. Ender is a guardian spirit responsible for watching over the outer perimeter of the island. Something extraordinary must have happened to make her leave her post and return to her tribe. What happened? When Ruth saw her coming up to her, panting, she quickly asked. "Someone." Ando pointed outside before she could finish speaking. Ruth and the green-robed female mage's pupils shrank sharply, and they both turned their gazes to the outside world, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Ahead, a handsome young man dressed in gray leather armor strolled leisurely towards them. Behind him followed 2 extremely beautiful young girls who were looking around and peering out. Even by elf standards, the 3 of them looked impeccable, almost perfect. But what terrified Ruth the most was that the handsome young man had the strength of a 4th-level cultivator. The 2 women behind him couldn't even sense his cultivation level. When they probed with their spiritual power, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no reaction whatsoever. Who are they? Even though Ruth knew she was no match for them, she showed a willingness to fight back at any cost. No. Seeing that things were not going well, Ando hurriedly tried to dissuade them, saying, "Lord Lin Feng is here to save us. They're good people." "Who saved us?" Ruth frowned, wondering why the guardian spirit would so easily trust a stranger. But the bold voice that came from the other side's group then dispelled her hostility. "Hey, Chieftain Ruth, long time no see." Gajin, a short man, peeked out from behind Lin Feng and the others, waving his short, stubby hands to greet the elves. "It's you, Gagit." Ruth breathed a sigh of relief, but remained somewhat wary of Lin Feng and his companions. Lord Lin Feng says he can revive the Tree of Life. Ando finally caught her breath and quickly told Ruth Lin Feng why she had come. Revive the Tree of Life. Upon hearing this, the green-robed mage was the first to scoff. It seems the Iron Hammer Dwarves' friends aren't necessarily reliable. Do they really think they can revive the Tree of Life with sheer power? Obviously, the middle-aged female mage felt that if even she couldn't handle something on the entire Fallen Gold Island, then absolutely no one else could. As one of the few researchers specializing in fourth-order plant systems, she is very confident in this area. Why? Ruth also sighed. She had never even heard of the 3 people in front of her. Given the current state of the Tree of Life, they can still have 6 months to recover. If anything goes wrong, the Tree of Life will wither completely. Their entire race will perish and return to the sea within a month. This is an unbearable price to pay. Respected expert, my clan appreciates your kindness, but given the current situation, I dare not allow you to attempt this lightly. When Ruth saw the young man approaching, she gave a slight bow and politely declined. Is that so? The young man who arrived was none other than Lin Feng. He instructed Man to control his clones to protect the island, and then he led his strongest forces to the island. Hearing their conversation, Lin Feng chuckled softly and repeated, although I'm not 100% sure, the chances of reviving the Tree of Life are definitely higher than those of this 4th-tier Grand Mage. Chief Ruth, are you really unwilling to give it a try? Upon hearing this, the green-robed mage felt a surge of anger, but upon seeing the 2 unfathomable young women behind the youth, he dared not show it. The voice escaped through clenched teeth. May I ask how you intend to heal this rare tree species that is on the verge of withering? Meg is all ears. Who knew? Lin Feng ignored her completely, calmly gazing at the alluring elf chieftain before him. Your mightiness. Ruth was somewhat tempted by his calm and composed demeanor. Anyway, the elves only have 6 months, and the Tree of Life has an even shorter lifespan. Finding a new tree species or a cure is virtually impossible. We might as well try anything, even if it seems hopeless. How confident are you? Ruth asked, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Meg, standing nearby, said urgently, Senior Ruth, you must not trust strangers. 98%. Lin Feng glanced at the sapling and said something indifferently. I underestimated it by 0.2%. It's to avoid being too high-profile. Sir, this is no joke. Ruth's expression turned somewhat grim, clearly filled with skepticism about the absurdly high odds. As they were talking, the sound of rustling came from the surrounding desolate forest. More than 40 female elves of varying ages, dressed in robes, had already surrounded the area. Judging from the magical energy fluctuations they emit, their lowest level is that of advanced apprentice. Among them are quite a few 3rd-tier mages. Now that their race is in its most dangerous situation, even if the opponent is powerful and wants to humiliate the sea elf race. Even if it's like moths to a flame, they're not afraid to fight the other side. I'm not joking. Lin Feng opened his palms, in full view of everyone. A bottle containing powerful life energy suddenly appeared out of thin air and quietly rested in the palm of your hand. He laughed again and said, Is there a problem? Chapter 76, Subduing the Ocean Spirit. Lin Feng saw the information about that sapling. That is a 5th-tier plant cannot be healed even with 6th-tier orange life essence. That's a bit outrageous. This is... Ruth's pupils dilated, as if she were a drowning person grasping at a straw, and she hurriedly said, Please, Your Excellency, heal the Tree of Life. She didn't know what that green liquid, brimming with a powerful life force, was. But that drop of liquid is more than enough to heal the Tree of Life. Meg, who was about to speak, was also grabbed by the neck and forced to swallow her words. As a plant-based magic scholar, Meg was well aware of the value of that bottle of liquid. Its life energy far exceeds that of the Tree of Life itself. Lin Feng, put the life essence back in his backpack, smiled, and said nothing. They want to take delivery before even agreeing on a price? Absolutely not. Feels sorry. Ruth realized her lapse in composure, and, after regaining her composure, said in a deep voice, What are your requirements, Your Excellency? As long as it is within our clan's capabilities, we can accept them. She said this not because she was afraid of death. Instead, there are many young elves in the tribe, some of whom have never even left the island. She couldn't bear to see her perish like that. Are you willing to accept any request? Lin Feng reiterated this point. Yes, as long as it's within my capabilities. Ruth's gaze was resolute. Lin Feng smiled and said, All right, my purpose in coming here is very simple. I want to form a legion of mages and an alchemy team. Can you accept that? Recruit them. The word immediately popped into Ruth and Meg's minds. No, Senior Ruth, once we belong to him, who knows what he might do? Meg quickly stopped her, since various exotic women often appeared at auctions in the Mallory Sea, and sea elves, a race that perfectly matched human aesthetics, were especially expensive. Lin Feng wished he could draw his sword on the spot and chop this old woman down with one stroke. He's good for nothing, but he's number one at stirring up trouble. Your mightiness. Hearing this condition was clearly unexpected for Ruth, who hesitated and said, Our sea elf race has no experience living in human society, which will cause many inconveniences. Could you please change the conditions? She spoke from the bottom of her heart, saying that if sea creatures were to enter human society, it would cause a huge sensation. If they were to be favored by the kingdom's ministers, even this powerful young man might not be able to protect them. And ocean spirits need to live within the area covered by the Tree of Life for a long time. If they leave for too long, the life-extending power of their bloodline will rapidly decline. Enough to make an elf die of old age in minutes. No. Lin Feng shook his head and said, The conditions can't be changed, but joining my island means you won't be allowed to come into contact with other human civilizations. Can you accept that? Island. Ruth's eyes lit up, and she asked solemnly, How many people live on your island? Are you willing to accept the Sea Elf tribe? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng already knew that the subjugation plan was halfway complete. There aren't many people, only about 40 including myself, and there might be some races among them that will surprise you. Seeing that the two were gradually reaching an agreement, Meg became increasingly anxious. They were terrified that Lucy would lead her people into the hands of evil people. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly, a sudden, threatening, killing intent enveloped her. Look up. Behind the young man, named Lin Feng, a seemingly delicate and obedient girl was like a prehistoric beast, her pale golden vertical pupils staring intently at him. It was as if Meg dared to utter another word, the girl would tear it to shreds before she could even open her mouth. Hiss! Meg trembled all over and tightly closed her lips. The terrifying killing intent receded like a tide. Very well, if what you say is true, we are willing to submit to you. He placed his right hand on the magnificent object and bowed respectfully. Yes, you'll be glad you made that decision. Lin Feng smiled and handed the essence of life to Ruth, then suddenly remembered something and continued. The Tree of Life can be transplanted, right? Of course. Ruth gripped the small bottle tightly, her hands trembling with excitement. He took a few steps to the sapling of the Tree of Life and carefully dripped a drop of green liquid onto it. But the crystal-clear water droplets, like raindrops, hit the roots of the sapling. Almost simultaneously, a powerful and vigorous life force erupted. As if responding to a call, all the sea creatures knelt on the ground, clasped their hands together, and prayed earnestly. Splash! The sapling of the Tree of Life greedily absorbed the energy from that drop of liquid. The body, which was originally teetering on the brink of collapse, was instantly halted from decay. It began to grow at an extremely rapid pace. 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters. As the Tree of Life grew taller and taller, the sea spirit's dim eyes regained their liveliness. It's a success. Ruth stared blankly at the sapling that was more than 2 meters tall in front of her, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. All the sea creatures rose to their feet and wept tears of joy around the sapling of life. After a long while, Ruth and the elves finally came to their senses and respectfully bowed to Lin Feng and the others. Thank you for your help. Our clan is willing to join your island forces. Check that your reputation has reached renowned and well-known, granting you the authority to recruit intelligent races. Yonga's Ocean Sprite X50 requests to join your faction. Do you agree? Once accepted, they will enjoy the same benefits as island units. Warning: if you fail to fulfill your promises, Yonga may flee. Clicking confirm brought up a new notification. Congratulations! You have captured the Eternal Song Sea Spirit from the Mallory Sea. You have unlocked the island skill Eternal Song Clan's old teleportation array. After the island information was displayed, a bright smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. The Fairy Dragon Mage Guild and the Cold Resistance Potion Manufacturing Team have perfectly achieved their two objectives. The Eternal Song elves made up for the island's lack of core strength. Once the elven dragons level up, their powerful dragon mage legions will be enough to give those challengers a real beating. Once the cold-resistant medicine is in mass production, with his abundant funds, he will soon be able to contract his third legendary sea creature. He had the situation firmly in his grasp. All right, pack your things and get ready to land on the island. Take this spatial ring and pack it up for your luggage. Lin Feng helped Ruth to her feet and said loudly, I will not break my promise to you. You can trust that this is a wise decision. The Tree of Life can now be prepared for transplantation. Ruth was stunned. Should she immediately go ashore? They have lived for hundreds of years. How could she not know that there was an island next to her tribe? And this spatial ring with a volume of hundreds of millions of cubic meters. If you just hand it over to me like that, aren't you afraid I'll run away? Ruth was disheveled in the wind. For a moment, she felt she could see through the handsome, young human man in front of her more and more. Chapter 77, The Fairy Dragon, a bewildered Ruth. Yonga Clan's old teleportation array. Type, island skills. Effect, teleports you to Mallory Young's old port. Preparation time, 24 hours. Cooldown time, 30 days. Note, you cannot move the island while teleporting. If the current Yonga Clan island is occupied by an intelligent race, this skill will automatically disappear. Not bad, an unexpected bonus. Lin Feng glanced at the desolate and withered trees and groves around him. Who knows who will be so foolish as to establish a civilization on this island in the future. For at least a few years, this teleportation array is always usable. Before long, Ruth and 49 sea elves, carrying large and small bags, gathered in front of Lin Feng. They carefully dug the Tree of Life out of the soil by its roots and stored it in their spatial rings. Let's go. Lin Feng smiled. He turned around and left in the direction they came from, along with Man and Lena. Ruth and the other sea creatures dared not linger. They followed them as they left this place where they had lived for thousands of years. We walked through barren forests and dead trees. As the cool sea breeze caressed her face, Ruth's eyes widened as she gazed at the sea. Ahead, a rectangular island of 20,000 square meters stands steadily on the waves. When did it appear? This is amazing. I didn't see it when I went out to collect coral stones today, and now a whole island has appeared in just a few hours. Is this the island that Lord Lin Feng spoke of? The place where we will live from now on? The sea creatures were stunned by what they saw and began to whisper excitedly to each other. Rose, the strongest among them, discovered the island's extraordinary nature. The two jewel-encrusted, silvery mountains that rise on the island are filled with mysterious and obscure runic energy. This is clearly not an ordinary metal mountain. It must possess some powerful function. What horrified her even more was, between the two mountain ranges, a terrifying blue python coiled, its strength beyond her even with her 4th-level spiritual power. The opponents are at least at the 5th rank or higher. Who exactly is Lord Lin Feng? So many powerful beings are willing to follow him. Ruth considered the overall strength of her tribe. It's not even 1/10 as good as Lin Feng. In terms of elven appearance, she was completely outshone by the two girls. Now it seems, the fact that the Yonga clan elves followed Lin Feng was more like a blessing bestowed upon their clan, allowing them to be favored by such a great being. Hiss dash. The green snake clone slowly raised its head. The cold, menacing head terrified the sea creatures, leaving them pale and unable to stand. Man, Lin Feng gestured in a low voice. He then stepped into the ocean. A dazzling azure light erupted, and the massive Xuanwu body let out a loud roar before diving into the sea, leaving only part of its thick back exposed. At the same time, the green snake clone swam down from the elven dragon's nest into the sea, wrapped itself around the main body, and disappeared from everyone's sight. This is Man's main body and her clone. Don't be afraid. Man won't hurt her companions. Lin Feng explained with a smile. She's very gentle. Gentle? Are you sure this powerful sea creature can be associated with gentleness? Just the sight of Kong is enough to make me wet with fear. The sea creatures were breathing heavily, and took a long time to recover. Girls, with Lord Lin Feng's protection, our clan will surely multiply and grow even larger. Let's welcome our new home together. Ruth's pale blue eyes shone brightly. After calming her people's emotions with her spiritual power, she took the lead and stepped onto the sea, following Lin Feng straight towards the island. Inspired by her, the elves seemed to have regained their courage. Their previous fear had vanished, replaced by a longing for a new life. The stronger Lin Feng appears. The more this proves, the more sincere our intention was in winning over their tribe. Otherwise, once that powerful behemoth named Man invades the elf island, they won't even have the right to resist. It's more accurate to call it a blessing than a subjugation. Hold on tight. Seeing everyone return to the island, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Ready to set off." Whole head high dash. It slowly emitted a deep, muffled groan. The green snake's tail once again locked onto the protruding area beneath the island, and it sped away across the waves to the east at an extremely fast speed. A moving island. Meg, standing on the shore, swallowed hard. The scenes that had just unfolded had already terrified her. She had originally planned to quietly persuade Ruth at the last minute. But, seeing the entire process of Man transforming into her true form, she dared not utter a single word, no matter how much she wanted to say. The intimidating power of Xuanwu's appearance. She's far more terrifying than the originally innocent and pretty blue-haired girl. Wrong. I'm still alive. Meg's face, marked by the passage of time, changed drastically. Looking back, he realized that he had rashly contradicted Lin Feng without considering the consequences. If it were any other strong person with a bad temper, she's probably died countless times by now. It's a miracle that I'm still standing here, watching the island recede into the distance. Hurry back. They might have forgotten about me. Elf dragon. Ruth covered her mouth tightly, staring in disbelief at the butterfly-like creatures. The Yonga clan has spent countless hours searching for a spirit dragon to serve as their clan's divine beast. For hundreds of years, let alone contracts. I haven't even seen a shadow of it. But now, there were a full 30 juvenile elf dragons in front of her. As Ruth gazed intently at their docile and lively antics, their fan-like butterfly wings making her feel as if she were living in a dream. Are these really the mounts we can contract with in the future? Ruth was stunned. If they could have contracted a spirit dragon in the past, their tribe would have treated it like an ancestor. Now, Lin Feng told them, these legendary dragon spirits are all their mounts. The remaining 20 uncontracted elves are tasked with developing cold-resistant potions for the alchemists. Is it really true that you can join Island and get it without paying any money? Chapter 78 News from Chunrue, Raven Island. 30 more dragon spirits will join the team later, and the sea spirits that concoct potions will all have their own contracted partners. In the villa's lobby, Lin Feng took a sip of water. The level 20 core can double the recruitment limit of troop buildings, but the newly built elf dragon nest needs to wait for the runes to spread before it can recruit again. But 30 heads are enough for the beginning. He then took another drawing out of his ring and placed it on the coffee table. Cold-resistant medicine. Such a magical thing exists. Inside the villa's lobby, Ruth sat stiffly, staring blankly at the blueprints in front of her, utterly shocked. A potion that can resist cold air below level 2 and permanently enhance cold resistance. In the Fallen Kingdom, its value is simply unparalleled. Every year when winter comes, our clan goes into shelters to escape the cold. Ando, standing to the side, had red eyes and choked up as she said, "But if we stay away from the ocean for a long time, it will cause irreversible hidden diseases to our bodies." For hundreds of years, it is because of the divine oracle sent down by the Frost Church that too many of our people who are not strong enough have returned to the sea. If we had encountered this formula earlier, our population would certainly be far greater than it is now. The two elves reminisced about the past. Tears welled up in her eyes. "It's all right from now on." Lin Feng comforted them, saying, "Once this potion is mass-produced, not only you, but other intelligent races can avoid the winter disaster. However, the supply of these two materials is a major problem. I just learned this from the elf. The fire condensation flower has now entered its hibernation season, and even if it is discovered and harvested, it will affect the refining effect. Maple leaves can be picked year-round, but these trees are quite rare, making it almost impossible to process them in large quantities from wild trees. Well, The only way to get these two materials now is to go to the Gold Fall Islands. Ruth nodded helplessly and said with concern, but the kingdom of Fallen Gold is currently in turmoil. If you're not a citizen of Fallen Gold, you will definitely be subjected to a long period of interrogation once you enter the kingdom, and you may even encounter some unequal treatment. Think again about whether other intelligent clans have medicinal herbs or other materials. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Going to the kingdom of Fallen Gold rashly would definitely not work. Gaijin said that the kingdom of Fallen Gold has a powerful army of nearly 500,000. There was even a royal magician troupe among them. There are 10 super warships capable of holding tens of thousands of people. Each ship was equipped with various fourth-order magic arrays, with the support of a formidable navy and air force. Even if Lin Feng possesses exceptional high-level capabilities, before the elven dragons grow up, they are no match for them. It is said that the Royal Mage Corps of the kingdom has 6 or 7 fifth-tier archmages and 1 sixth-tier archmage who has lived for nearly 300 years. Considering the average lifespan of 70 years for normal humans in the Mallory Sea, he's a real old monster. This force, Lin Feng dared not approach them lightly. If you're not careful, the advantages you have worked so hard to build up in the early stages will be lost. That's right. Ander's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said excitedly, I remember that Duke Raberni has a fleet that deals in herbs. They went to the Chaotic Sea in the west earlier this year to search for the ice and fire coral. According to the current time, they are probably on their way back. Ruth's face lit up with joy. That's a great idea. Duke Raberni has some connections with us. If we ask him to help us purchase the materials, we can solve the problem. Duke Raberni? Lin Feng clearly didn't recognize him. After the two women explained, he then realized that earlier, when Raberni led the ship to explore the mysterious sea, they encountered an extremely severe magical storm at sea. That terrifying storm tore apart all the guards who followed him, as well as several powerful greatsword masters. In a moment of crisis, she was saved by a sea spirit. The two sides naturally developed a deep friendship and engaged in a certain amount of herbal medicine trade every year. We have no choice but to give it a try. Lin Feng looked at the location Ruth had pointed out on the map. The number of gold coins is crucial for securing the third contract partner. We are currently 40,000 gold coins short. There's not much left to take from the Blue Star Island owner. If you want to make money, the only way right now is through cold resistance potions. By the way, Ruth, you should divide the Elven Dragon Mage group into pairs and have them hunt and level up in a fan shape towards the front of the island. Lin Feng instructed, you must raise the Spirit Dragon's strength to the peak of the 3rd tier within a week. You can ride Dragon-type creatures once they reach level 3. Now, he couldn't wait to see the formation of a group of Elven Dragon Mages. All members only need to be at level 3. That's enough to deal with the Challengers League. Yes, Island Master. After Ruth and Ander took their leave, Lin Feng opened his private chat, and Chen Rue sent him another message. Chen Rue, Brother Feng, I'm about to start teleporting. Is there anything I should be aware of in the Mallory Sea? Lin Feng thought for a moment. The reply read, stay away from the kingdom of Fallen Gold and prepare supplies to combat the cold. Chen Rue, okay, thanks, Brother Feng. Hee, I found a way to infiltrate the Challenger Corps. I saw this message. A bold idea suddenly popped into Lin Feng's mind. Now that the Challengers Alliance has amassed a large group, it would be beneficial to use the phase teleporter to set up a memory point on one of the islands. Wouldn't that mean I could launch a surprise attack on the Challenger at any time? Before they could prepare, he immediately transformed into the 6th man and fired a shot from behind. With Man and Lena's 5th-tier strength, plus the soon-to-be-formed Elven Dragon Mage group, this method is incredibly reliable. But how can we establish memorable moments within the Challenger community? Lin Feng pondered. Chen Rue is currently a mercenary and cannot trade directly online. It's a bit tricky. There is an island of several hundred square kilometers in the southern part of the Fallen Islands. This island, named Sea Raven, is located on the periphery of the Fallen Gold Kingdom's influence, without official jurisdiction, and belongs to a gray area. This place is home to hundreds of thousands of dangerous individuals with notorious records. Because of its geographical location, which is situated at the crossroads of several air routes, the island has become relatively prosperous. They were once men who lived on the edge, but as they grew older, they became driven by greed for wealth, power, and women. They settled on the island without hesitation, giving up their criminal past and starting a legitimate business. Beneath the island's bustling and prosperous exterior, many shady dealings still lurk. Only a group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived on this island. The main fighting force will be fully assembled in half a month, so Lin Feng shouldn't be fleeing to the southern Sasai Islands. The ships needed by the mercenaries have also entered the delivery phase. Everything is ready except for the final push. Tang Long stood in front of the mirror, putting on his clothes, his cold gaze as sharp as a knife. Close the chat interface. He turned to look at the 3 prostitutes he had paid to be on the bed. 30 silver coins. Thanks. After a rather attractive woman got up, she rummaged through her belongings and quoted prices with practiced ease. Although he is not old, he can boost a lot of energy. Tang Long said something inexplicable and then handed over a gold coin. The woman's face lit up with ecstasy. She had just taken the gold coins when suddenly a ferocious-looking, drooling red giant wolf pounced on them. Less than 2 seconds, the entire room was covered in bloodstains. Hiss! A middle-aged man pushed open the door and, upon seeing the giant wolf devouring flesh and blood, couldn't help but exclaim, "Good heavens! 30 silver coins, you get it for free, too." Tang Long picked up the blood-stained gold coin, glanced at him indifferently, and said, "To increase your strength, aren't you also using the Black Dragon to plunder nearby caravans?" Li Mo smiled when his thoughts were exposed. "We're all in the same boat. We're all in the same boat. Why hasn't Wang Yang arrived yet?" Tang Long suddenly frowned. The island lord who possessed the golden behemoth should have arrived at the same time as them. Was it delayed? Quickly check the group chat. Li Mo's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, Chapter 79 Eleanor, even if I die. Your Highness, you really shouldn't have left the kingdom. The rebels are no longer hiding their dirty tricks. Once they find out that you are leading your army out to sea, they will definitely launch a frenzied attack without regard for anything else. A mage wearing a black robe with gold trim and a black pointed hat looked worried. He looks very old. Wrinkles like those on an old tree bark covered his face, making him look as if he might pass away at any moment. Only those pale blue eyes still held a bright, sharp glint. With his father just gone, Pai Jin couldn't contain his emotions and took control of almost 80% of the Navy and 70% of the Air Force of the other nobles. If we don't take action soon, even the kingdom's directly subordinate army will be rendered powerless by him. Eleanor Sear stood on the deck, her eyes gazing at the sea as if they wanted to set the ocean ablaze. The cold voice rang out again. 3 years ago, we should have seized the opportunity presented by his defeat in the expedition and taken away his command of the Azure Sky Griffin Legion. Father was wrong. Her left hand rested on the hilt of the gilded sword at her waist, which was engraved with the emblem of the sea god and had a luxurious feel. The tips of my tightly clenched fingers were a little white. Bruce, could our teacher have already been murdered? Upon hearing Eleanor's question, Bruce sighed and said, Grandmaster Cecilia's location has been exposed, and the 30,000 Griffin Knights returned to the kingdom a week ago, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He didn't continue. However, the tone of the message was already very clear. 30,000 domesticated griffins, each with the strength of a peak third-tier griffin, launched an attack. Combined with other griffin riders whose levels are in no way inferior. Even a 5th-tier sword master. There is absolutely no chance of survival. Your Highness, we could actually consider Paijin's request. He just needs a respectable title. And Paijin's third son is of good character and ability, and he is also very loyal to His Highness. Blue hadn't spoken yet. Enough, Eleanor sneered. Even if the Theo family has no male descendants, I, Eleanor Theo, will never hand over the kingdom to a rebellious noble. A marriage alliance? Even if all the men in the world were dead, I, Eleanor, would never fall for any man. The last time, if it weren't for the fact that Senior Brew has dedicated his life to the royal family, I would have cut off your head just for those words. A chilling battle aura suddenly erupted. The elderly monk who was closest to the mage suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He almost forgot. Before me, this silver-haired, stunningly beautiful royal jewel possesses such ruthless methods. Former King Theo has suddenly passed away. On the night of the Grand Duke Pagan's rebellion, he almost seized control of all the military forces. If it weren't for Eleanor, a half-step grandmaster, wielding her sword alone, she would have slaughtered all the rebellious nobles and their entire families within the capital. This intimidated the other nobles who had not yet taken action. It's likely that the kingdom of Fallen Gold has already changed hands. I actually brought this up in front of her. I'm sorry, Your Highness. It's just that I'm old and slow-witted, and I've lost my senses. Brew bowed and apologized. At the same time, a sigh escaped my lips. If the old king had had one son who survived, things wouldn't have come to this. There's still a chance. Eleanor suppressed her fighting spirit and recalled the 6th-level archmage who suppressed the nobles in the palace. He stated firmly, "We still have 100,000 Imperial Guards defending the capital and 100,000 Blue Sea Fangs under our control. As long as we kill Pai Jin, the other controlled nobles will become neutral, and we can regain control of their private navies and air forces. Besides Grandma Yura, I'm the only one left who can kill Paigon. But that's all for now." A flicker of pain flashed in Eleanor's sharp silver eyes. Grandma Yura, who is 300 years old, is already at the end of her life and has one foot in the coffin, yet she still faithfully protects the royal family. Theo's family owes her too much. By the god of the sea, hopefully, we can get through this ordeal smoothly and allow Grandma Yura to enjoy her later years in peace. Your Highness, there's movement ahead. Suddenly, just as Eleanor was praying, a soldier rushed over from the bow of the ship to report. There's an island. A teleportation array has appeared in the sea ahead. Island? Eleanor frowned slightly. With light steps, they quickly reached the bow of the ship and looked out. Looking around, it really is a small island of only about 10,000 square meters. What kind of magical beasts are those? Such enormous size, and there are even several 4th-tier beasts. Blue focused intently. On the suddenly appearing island, there were more than a dozen ferocious-looking creatures with demonic horns on their heads and covered in golden fur. There are 4 giant beasts, each with strength ranging from the early to mid-level of the 4th tier. The others. His strength is also at the 3rd tier. The island was clearly too small for these giants, so they huddled together to avoid falling into the sea. What puzzled Brew the most was that the island clearly didn't emit any magical fluctuations. However, it sped toward their warship at an extremely fast speed. Avoid collision. Turn the rudder. A general in a captain's uniform directs the crew. To avoid attracting attention, they traveled on a medium-sized warship. Without the protection of a magic circle, it would be impossible to withstand such an impact. Soon, the two sides were very close. A human male, standing on the edge of the island, grinned lewdly. "What a beautiful silver-haired woman. Big Bear, bring her to me. Haven't touched a woman in a month. Be careful not to kill her." Roar. A mid-level 4th-tier golden behemoth roared to the sky. Once it stands upright, it is over 30 meters tall. The thick hind limbs exuded a strong fighting spirit. Transform into a petal and speed across the ocean. The rumbling sound left no doubt that if this thing rammed into a ship, it would definitely leave a huge hole in the warship. Kill him. Eleanor's silver eyes were calm as a lake, without the slightest ripple. After giving the instructions, he immediately walked into the cabin. Just a few 4th-order creatures. If you can't even handle this kind of thing, you're not worthy of being a royal princess's personal bodyguard. He has insulted His Highness. He cannot be allowed to die so easily. The captain, who was in the lead, drew the silver-white long sword from behind him. In an instant, a powerful burst of fighting spirit erupted. Scum! The sword swept across, its battle aura permeating every corner of the sharp blade. The captain jumped onto the sea, watching the golden behemoth getting closer and closer, his eyes showing no fear whatsoever. Sizzle. His figure vanished abruptly, leaving a trail of blood on the silver-white blade. When it reappears, it had already pierced through the massive body of behemoth and stood directly on the ocean. Thump. Loss of fighting spirit support. The lifeless body of the golden behemoth sank into the sea. Peak of the 4th tier. Wang Yang was dumbfounded. We were delayed in the original sea area for a while. I just teleported here, thinking I could plunder a ship and capture a beautiful woman along the way. After all, it's just a lone warship of the class 30. Who knew there was a peak 4th-tier existence? At the same time, more than 10 4th-tier swordsmen stood on the water using their battle chi. There's also a 5th-tier mage on the warship who is brewing a terrifying magical skill. Help me! Help me! Wang Yang placed his last hope on the Challengers Alliance. After sending the 3 screenshots, Look up. The top-tier swordsman who slew the golden behemoth has already arrived at the island. Chapter 80. Lina knows so many things. You have defeated a Tier 3 sea beast and gained a small amount of energy from the elf dragon and ocean elf units. You have defeated a Tier 2 sea monster and gained some energy from the elf dragon and ocean elf units. Your hero Lina has gained a small amount of energy. Your hero journey is long, and you've gained only meager energy. Your unit, the fairy dragon, has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 30. Your subordinate Ando has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 37. The island travels automatically on the ocean. The constant stream of island-related notifications didn't stop for 7 days. Lina controls over 1,000 sea beasts of various ranks, scattered across the ocean in search of sea creature lairs. Provide monster farming and leveling spots for the Elf Dragon Legion. The butterfly spirit dragon, which was once only the size of a kitten, has undergone tremendous changes. Hey Dash! A clear and melodious chirping came from afar. The little flower fluttered its butterfly wings, which were a full 10 meters long, and carried Ruth back from overseas. Its entire body was covered in green scales, which still had some water stains. With its flat teeth, it carried a sea beast in its mouth and carefully placed it on the beach. Only after Ruth left its back did it fly alone towards the elven dragon's nest. It's 20 meters long. Good. After training, Lin Feng sat on a stool, letting a marine sprite wipe the sweat from his body. The tree of life, planted on the shore of the inner sea, always exudes a rich and pure aura. They live nearby for a long time. It can also help prolong life. Alan Lord. Ruth bowed and reported. After 7 days of hunting, almost all the elven dragons have advanced to the peak of the 3rd tier. Thanks to your majestic aura, the strength of the elven mages of the Eversong clan has also undergone tremendous changes. They now have 2 high-level archmages and 28 peak mages. The Dragon Elf Mage Corps has already acquired combat capabilities. Lin Feng took the purple grape handed to him, ate one, and then nodded, saying the speed is fast. Try to get the entire mage team to break through to the 4th rank. If there are 30 archmages to support us, we don't need to pay attention to the Challenger Alliance. There are Tier 5 heroes in the lineup. The vast sea area was like his backyard. Go wherever you want. He cleared away all the dangerous waters nearby, turning them into safe waters. It's unknown whether the nearby intelligent races will build a memorial statue for him. Ruth, are you sure we're on the right flight path? After 7 days, you should be able to see a single ship, right? But the sea is so calm, there's not a sound at all. Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Duke Raburni should be on his way back. Ruth saw his well-defined, cheetah-like muscles. For no apparent reason, my heart began to pound. A blush rose on her mature and charming face. This route is the safest route that Duke Raburni later discovered. If nothing unexpected happens, we will meet his fleet soon. Ruth gathered her thoughts, lowered her gaze, and shifted her eyes away from Lin Feng's muscular body. Good. Hopefully, I haven't wasted any time. Lin Feng stood up and put the black inkstone sword into his spatial ring. The reward from 7 days of monster hunting are quite substantial. Nearly 8,000 of various sea creatures were hunted, and 3,600 were sold after being butchered. All the equipment and resources obtained from the treasure chests were sold. A total of 8,000 gold coins have been earned. Up to now, Lin Feng already has 28,000 gold coins in his bag. Half of the funds needed to upgrade the core have been allocated. Due to a lack of materials for cold-resistant medicines, we cannot place all our hopes on selling them. Otherwise, the level 30 core upgrade plan will be put on hold for a long time again. Master, are we practicing again today? They strolled leisurely and slowly from afar. His speech seems to have improved a lot compared to before. Yes, practice. Lin Feng smiled. Don't overthink it. This is proper practice. The fastest way to break through the limitations of your skill level, besides daily training, is through practical experience. After he reached level 43, the energy gain became minimal. Within a week, through repeated sparring and actual combat with Man-Man, he raised his dual class level to intermediate level Grand Swordsman and Grand Mage. Man-Man's innate damage reduction skill allows Lin Feng to unleash his full power without reservation. Okay, I'll get ready. As they slowly approached Lin Feng, that alluring aroma swept over them once more. It reminds me of the underwater treasure chest adventure I had a few days ago. This aroused his passion. It was as if a little angel and a little devil were standing on either side of my shoulders. The little devil tempted him. Man has no guard up against you. She'll do whatever she wants with you. Are you even a man? The little angel immediately retorted. Man is simple-minded and shouldn't take advantage of others in their distress. The little devil continued to tempt her, but she knows how to mate. Do you think she doesn't know how to, What kind of saint are you? Are you and Lin Feng even men? No way. No way. Aren't you interested in women? TSK. Are you guys really that happy? Are you happy living? Is someone who is completely dominated by reason still a normal person? No wonder he's a demon. With just a few words, a strong sense of seduction permeated the air. The little angel fell silent after hearing this. What was said? Cough, cough. Lin Feng covered the tip of his nose, his inner struggle seemingly having reached a conclusion. However, Man had already taken off the tortoise-shell backpack from her back and was holding it tightly in her hand like a shield. Just as he was about to speak, a keen sense of smell detects the scent of hormones permeating the air. Master, do you want to mate with me? Before Lin Feng could reply, she spoke. Man's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she gently put down the tortoise-shell backpack, as if a sacred ceremony was about to take place. His expression was solemn, approaching Lin Feng cautiously. Then, stand on tiptoe. She moved her stunningly beautiful face closer to Lin Feng once more. She remembered that the last time they were underwater, Lin Feng's hormone levels were most noticeable in this state. A slightly cool sensation washes over you. Lin Feng's pupils dilated suddenly, and he was about to pick up Man and head towards the villa when an untimely voice rang out. Good, I caught you. Brother Lin Feng and Sister Man are indeed eating something delicious. Lena stood with her hands on her hips. She looked at the two people being intimate with a pitiful expression. Cough, cough. Lin Feng quickly separated from Man and licked his lips. He said seriously, Yes, do you want to eat it? I'll prepare it for you right away. As he spoke, he immediately opened the exchange, skilled at sorting items. But Lena pouted angrily and refused outright. No, what you ate just now must have been delicious. I want to try it. That's all. She transformed into an orange shadow. She leaped toward Lin Feng at an extremely fast speed, extending her fair hands in midair. He tightly embraced the former's neck. Slurp. Lin Feng is numb. It's really numb. Before I had even finished browsing the exchange, I felt an extremely strong suction force pulling me away. A sight to behold. Golden hair fell around their faces. Lena was quite certain that Lin Feng had hidden something in his mouth, and she carefully probed it. As time went by, Lin Feng felt as if he had lost his tongue. Looking down at the satisfied little mermaid Lena, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This girl, there's such a talent. That's too much torture. Chapter 81, The 3-Year Agreement? Gone. On a massive ship with the Bloodhands flag swaying slowly. Isn't this just too unlucky? A fair-skinned, disheveled young man was tied to the edge of the deck. Beside him were more than 10 knights and swordsmen of considerable strength, clad in expensive metal plate armor. But the latter are losing their equipment. The vicious and ferocious pirates in front of them even used pliers to pry off the nobleman's gold tooth. The heart-wrenching screams of pain echoed across the ocean. Chun-Rui didn't dare to look directly at the poor nobleman who was curled up on the ground struggling. The other soldiers who accompanied the latter were furious. Your Grace, are you all right? Damn it. Your leader said he wouldn't harm Duke Roberni. If you want a ransom, hurry up and treat the Duke's wounds. I'll chop you all into pieces and feed you to the fish. Upon hearing this, the naked, burly man who had pulled out a tooth drew his curved knife and held it to the neck of a young soldier. Oh, you're going to cut me up and feed me to the fish. Then why don't I chop you into mincemeat right now and feed you to the esteemed Duke Roberni? Chun-Rui was already quite frightened. I almost peed my pants when I heard that. What kind of teammates are these? Traveling with them not only cost us our entire military unit, but now we don't even know where we're going to be sent. Well, now you've really messed things up to the point of wanting to kill the ticket. You. The young warrior's face paled, but despite his fear, he stubbornly declared, So what if you ate a few more years than me and became a grand swordsman? If I live 3 more years, I'll definitely be able to defeat you. Chun-Rui's face lit up with joy. is the next line, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate a young man's potential. Taking advantage of the situation, a 3-year agreement was established. Grandpa, please come out quickly. Sizzle dash. Blood splattered everywhere. The naked, burly man severed the young soldier's head and tossed it to a nearby sailor, ordering, "Make a cup." Then, he kicked the still, trembling, headless corpse with his toe. "Chop it into a paste, and that'll be their dinner." There were about 30 people captured. Upon seeing this scene, everyone kept their mouths shut. Even Duke Roberni, who had just lost his gold tooth and was wailing in agony, endured the excruciating pain without uttering a sound. "Boss, we can't find that black sea crocodile." The naked, burly man bowed deeply upon seeing the thin young man walking out of the cabin. "Keep searching. Taming it before it recovers from its injuries will be of great use to us." The thin young man wore a fine leather armor, and the imposing aura he exuded made everyone afraid to look him in the eye. "What should we do with these people?" the naked giant asked. "Sending them to the fallen gold islands would delay our journey considerably." Chun Rui's already pale face was now even more terrified. "It seems the other party wasn't specifically targeting noble ships. Is there any way out for us?" "No. Send me to the kingdom of fallen gold, and I will reward you handsomely." Duke Roberni is over 90 years old, and his health has begun to decline. Even a master swordsman would find it difficult to endure such damage, and his whole body trembled. "The kingdom of fallen gold is almost gone." The skinny young man grinned and said sarcastically, "What's the value of an honorary duke who's just a businessman? Kill them all." The words fell. The naked, burly man picked up a curved sword and began carrying out the executions in sequence. "It's no fun if I don't let you have dinner." The sound of heads rolling around could be heard. Chun Rui was almost in despair. He never expected that he would lose his life as soon as he was teleported here. "We haven't even helped the big boss complete the trial yet." Suddenly remembering this, he used his mind to open the island's social channel, found Lin Feng on the friends list, and sent a message. "Brother Feng, my situation has changed, and I am temporarily unable to carry out the mission." Sent. Chun Rui stared at the approaching naked giant with a deathly pale face and heard Duke Roberni's weak voice in his ear. "Young man, I'm sorry to have dragged you into this unexpected disaster. If you manage to escape danger, I'll introduce you to my granddaughter." "Did I escape danger by sheer luck? Can you live a good life?" Chun Rui turned around abruptly and saw the nobleman with his mouth full of blood, yet he remained completely calm. You could even see a hint of anticipation on his face. "Do we have reinforcements?" Chun Rui asked excitedly. "Have." Roberni nodded firmly. Chun Rui was delighted and asked again, "Where?" To everyone's surprise, Duke Roberni shook his head. "Have no idea. I'll trap your monkey." Chun Rui really wanted to throw this old man into the sea. He didn't know that the old man was so confident. Who gave him the courage? Ms. Leong? Hey. Roberni chuckled mysteriously. "I've spent 60 years exploring the ocean and have encountered no fewer than 200 perilous situations." Chun Rui asked, "Is this the case for everyone?" Roberni nodded and said quietly, "I don't know why, but someone always manages to rescue me. Like now." Chun Rui was startled and turned his head sharply. "Hey dash." Dozens of mysterious creatures with colorful wings appeared in the sky. They moved swiftly and gracefully. It looks like a giant butterfly floating in the sky. Upon closer inspection, each creature had a beautiful elven woman on its back. Fairy dragon. The thin young man's pupils constricted slightly. How did 30 of these legendary, top-tier creatures suddenly appear? Prepare the beast-hunting crossbow. The naked giant kicked away a freshly severed head and immediately ordered the sailors to get to work. His flustered expression was a stark contrast to what he had just looked like. Thousands of pirates of varying ranks opened gaps in the ship's hull from within the cabins. Immediately afterwards, one after another, crossbows over 10 meters long appeared, fitted with thick steel arrows. The crossbow bolts gleamed darkly. The sharp arrowheads were coated with deadly poison. If you get hit by it, even a third-tier creature would be killed on the spot. Dragons. The name alone is enough to instill fear in humanity. All the sailors simultaneously aimed their ballistae at the sky, waiting for the naked giant to give the order. No. Unexpectedly, after a brief moment of shock at the appearance of the fairy dragon, The thin young man raised his hand to stop the sailor who was about to activate the beast-hunting crossbow. They're all tier 3 spear dragons. Ha ha! The thin young man raised the corners of his mouth in an exaggerated arc. Once we capture these elven dragons, who needs the Black Sea crocodile? After taming it, he could then form an extremely terrifying army of dragon mages. An invincible force capable of sweeping across the entire Mallory Sea. Just as he was about to order the capture, a clear, questioning voice suddenly rang in his ears. Have you seen a merchant ship? The one that Reburnie is in. Reburnie. For some reason, the thin young man was moved by the silvery voice. A strong sense of hatred began to well up inside me. Kill her. Kill all the elven dragons. Chapter 82, Sweeping Away the Bloodhand Pirates. A human figure stands slowly on the water. The sound was very soft, yet it reached the ears of everyone inside the pirate ship clearly. Her emerald green eyes looked up into the distance. The island youth's rapidly changing expression was quite clear. Do you know? Man asked again. Who are you? Calming the inexplicable hatred rising in his heart, the thin young man took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually turned greedy. The girl below is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. All we need to do is capture her and train her properly within the fleet. There's no need to go to the bay to find women anymore. I'm asking you a question. As Man sensed the strange aura emanating from the young man, his pale, golden eyes instantly sharpened. Only the master is worthy of having that thought about her. This human, damn it, he has some ability. The skinny young man drew a gleaming dagger from his leg armor and said in a sinister tone, Did you tame these elven dragons? Judging from your strength, you're about as strong as me. Obediently submit to become my wife, and you can avoid some physical pain. In the sky, the dragonflies seemed to have received a command, hovering at the edge of the range of the crossbows. If the other party launches an attack, they have plenty of time to react. Everyone was waiting for the girl below to react. Mimi, a murderous intent began to gleam in Man's eyes. The cute little snake wrapped around her arm slid down her body and into the seawater. You can't even speak clearly, so why don't you come aboard and talk to me slowly? The skinny young man's fighting spirit surged rapidly. The steadily rising aura directly reached the Grandmaster realm. No wonder he was so fearless. In the entire Mallory Sea, apart from a small group of people, almost no one could rival him. Duke Reburnie is here. Help us. Slowly, I looked up. Cries for help could be heard. You go to hell. The words had barely left his mouth. Before the thin young man could make a move, the girl in blue below suddenly rose into the sky. Splash. The sound of the sea churning was deafening. A powerful surge of energy hit him, freezing his arm movements. A scarlet snake tongue throbbed slowly. The girl who was just on the water is now standing on the head of a giant green python. I looked at him at eye level. The green python was enormous. Its dark, coiled body was terrifying as it peered through the seawater. Gradually, the magical energy and blood energy within Man and the green snake began to boil. 2 advanced tier 5 tiers. The young man took a few steps back, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. He had just sensed that the girl was only at the early stage of the 5th rank, but he never expected. The young girl in front of us is actually one of the top ranks among the 5th rank. The azure python beneath their feet was also a 5th tier sea beast of the same level. If only I had known. He would never dare to make empty threats and put himself in an extremely dangerous situation. His dash. The green snake moved. The long, slender head transformed into an arched shape, like an arrow, and flew towards the thin young man, leaving afterimages. The latter was only at the Grandmaster level and couldn't react or dodge in time. He could only concentrate his fighting spirit outside his body and try his best to resist. Bang! A tremendous force struck him. The thin young man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a cannonball, covering a distance of over 100 meters before crashing deep into the captain's cabin. The violent shaking caused the ship to rock violently. With a creaking sound, many parts and panels began to fall off. This scene, everyone was stunned. Boss, isn't it 5th rank? The naked giant felt a chill run down his spine and, in a panic, commanded, Flanking man, aim at that giant snake. Fire. But the clone was faster than him. Its iron whip-like tail burst forth from a sea. Like a giant hammer, It smashed the naked pirates into a pulp, then swept past the side of the ship, shattering the giant crossbows it encountered along the way, until it is completely cut from the middle to the bow. The other sailors on board finally realized that their leader had been beaten and the first mate was dead. There are currently 2 Tier 5 terror beings damaging the ship. Run! I don't know who started it. The pirates, already a disorganized bunch, leaped into the water and fled in all directions in terror. They don't care whether they can swim to land or not. Jumping into the sea offers a chance to survive. Staying on the ship would surely mean certain death. Target those pirates, cast spells freely. Ruth gave the order as soon as she saw the time was right. Clearly, the pirates below had forgotten that there were 30 elven dragons in the air. Water, arrow technique. Wave bombardment. A water dungeon. Second and third tier spells were thrown out like they were free. The sea elves had just exhausted their magic, and the magical sea within the dragon spirits they sat on, linked by the contract, began to circulate, instantly restoring all their magic. With nearly double the mana and crystal core support, centered on the pirate ship, the entire sea surface erupted violently, like a New Year's celebration, with surging waves. One wave after another, without any sign of stopping. They're all mages, and they're all high-level mages. I was wrong. I'll never do anything bad again. Please don't kill me. The pirates who jumped into the ocean were quickly wiped out. Man immediately stepped down from the top of the clone's head and immediately saw more than a dozen humans bound and restrained on the side of the deck. You guys, who is Roberni? Man asked. The bottom of a pirate ship. The frail young man felt as if his body was about to fall apart, but he endured the excruciating pain and carved out a huge gap leading to the ocean. Seawater gushed in. He disregarded what the pirate ship might face, held his breath, and rushed into the ocean through the breach at top speed. You wretched little wench, once my injuries heal, I'll definitely find a chance to teach you a lesson you won't forget. As a 5th-tier expert skilled in assassination, direct combat is not his forte. It is already remarkable that he survived the full force of the green serpent's attack. Glug! Tiny bubbles emerged from the young man's nasal cavity, and he swam a distance in the sea. He was about to surface and leave as quickly as possible. Suddenly, an orange figure appeared ahead. You're lucky that Sister Man didn't flatten you. But my brother said he can't let you get away. Lena swung her light tail, and a wildly spinning water spike had already formed in her palm. Etc. The intense fluctuations in magical power startled the young man. The beautiful mermaid girl in front of me is actually a 5th-order mage. Clearly, she's in cahoots with that blue-haired woman from earlier. Not to mention his current serious injury. Even at its peak, once struck by that terrifying magic, death is certain. Cough, cough. The young man's rapid breathing caused him to inhale seawater, which he expelled using his fighting spirit. Ignoring his own frustration, he soothed her. Little sister, I'm a good person. Please listen. Can you cancel the magic? Snort. Lena frowned and said, My sister Man and I only listen to my brother. You bad guy, take this. Sizzle. Water spikes are thrown. It left a trail of violent bubbles in the ocean as it flew toward the thin young man. Zulfust. The latter's severely injured body was hindered in the seawater. As the 5th-tier magic drew ever closer in his pupils, the thin young man felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Who are the so-called brothers of these 2 girls? How could they subdue 2 or 3 5th-tier creatures? Pity. The wildly spinning water spikes easily pierced his chest, and the tearing magical energy exploded into a bloody flower in the seawater. There will never be another chance to see the brother behind the 2 girls. Chapter 83, the correct way to use a phase transmitter. You have defeated the Tier 5 pirate leader, and Hero Lena has gained immense power. Your Hero Lena has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 49. The island's notification echoed in my ears. Lin Feng, who was waiting for the outcome of the battle on the island, slowly got up. Lena gained 1.5 levels by absorbing the experience from a level 5 pirate. I'll be able to reach level 50 soon and break through to the 6th tier of shackles. Lin Feng pressed down on the core. Maneuver the island toward the sinking ship. Man and Lena's strength had long since reached the advanced level of the 5th rank. With the 2 working simultaneously from above and below, the pirate leader's attempt to escape was simply wishful thinking. Gajin, take Dagong, Dazhuang, and the other sea creatures and get ready to salvage the spoils. Lin Feng gave the instructions. A pirate ship like that must contain a lot of valuable items. We can't waste it. Yes, your majesty. Gaga nodded. Together with Dumo, they removed their heavy outer plate armor and changed into diving suits. Together with the others, they jumped into the sea to search for the bodies of ordinary pirates who had previously perished at sea. Even stripping someone naked can yield a lot of resources. Not long after, hey Dash, the dragon spirits circled the half-sunken ship, searching for any missing pirates. After about 10 or 20 minutes of casting spells, nearly 4,000 pirates were all killed. The numerous clones circled the bottom of the sunken ship to ensure that the entire ship does not sink to the bottom of the sea in a short period of time. The island is close to the ship. The enormous blue head rested on the shore, allowing Lin Feng to climb onto the giant ship. At this time, Duke Raberni and 13 other humans were rescued. Everyone was surrounding the Duke, taking out the medicine hidden in his underwear to treat his wounds. Respected Island Master Lin, thank you for saving me from danger. I am Jai Kaboni, the honorary Duke of the Kingdom of Fallen Gold. You can call me Jocko. If needed, I can pay you a generous reward after I return to the kingdom. Raberni pounded his back, straightened up, and then bowed slightly in greeting. He can recite lines so fluently and naturally that he doesn't know how many times he's said them. Duke Raberni, Ruth has already made it clear to you why I'm here, hasn't she? Lin Feng glanced at the elf chieftain standing beside the crowd. The old man in front of him gave off a shrewd, seasoned vibe. I really don't know if working with him is a good thing. Certainly. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, Raberni smiled and said, Fire-condensing grass, maple leaf, Island Master Lin, rest assured, when I return, I will definitely transport a ship full of supplies to you. Now that things have come to this point, the meaning is clear. The reward is this ship full of medicinal herbs. Lin Feng didn't know how big the ship was, but he figured the old nobleman wouldn't dare to play any tricks. So he nodded and continued. Okay, next I will send you to the vicinity of the Fallen Gold Kingdom. You can send the supplies directly to the Eversong Clan Island. If the inventory is sufficient, I can pay 20,000 to 30,000 gold coins to purchase an additional batch of herbs. The more the better. Forehead. These two materials are rarely used in the market. There probably isn't that much in stock, but I'll try to collect as much as possible. Raberni craned his neck to look at the island they had just rushed over and said cautiously, also, although I don't know what you're using these herbs for, but if you bring this magical island closer to the kingdom, it might cause a lot of trouble. I just received news that several nobles in the Kingdom of Fallen Gold have rebelled, and a significant portion of their navy is intercepting various merchant ships. You're moving island. Isn't that a bit too high profile? I have my own way, let's go. Seeing all the sea creatures go into the sea to salvage supplies with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Lin Feng did not have a deep conversation with Duke Raberni. Just as they were about to leave the giant ship, a voice filled with surprise reached their ears. Oh, it really is Brother Feng. National essence? Lin Feng's lips twitched. It's hardly a good thing to encounter fellow human beings on Earth in this manner. The Elven Dragon, the Elven Mage, and the Endless Clones. All three trump cards have been revealed. Once the message is passed to the Challengers League. If the latter is targeted, there will be a lot of unnecessary losses. He hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to silence the witness as he raised his eyes. My dear brother, I never expected you to save me again. Chenrue was so moved he almost cried, and quickly tidied his appearance. Just now, the naked pirate cut off 2 more heads, and then it would be his turn to kick the bucket. At the critical moment, the Elven Mage Legion descended from the sky. A 5th-tier giant snake instantly killed the pirate captain. The images flashed through his mind like slides. All it takes to go from hell to heaven is an island and a name. Upon seeing Lin Feng's familiar face, Chenrue suddenly felt that all his experiences had been worthwhile. Shenghui. Lin Feng was stunned. That's outrageous. His mother opened the door for him. I'm amazed that such a low probability event could happen. Brother Feng, Chenrue, his face beaming with excitement, pointed to the colorful dragons circling and flying around him and exclaimed, Are these your troops? They're amazing. Ah, even more powerful than elemental dragons, these elf dragons. He was about to say something when he saw Lin Feng frown and immediately realized what was going on. He shrank back and said, sorry. With outsiders like Rebecca around, discussing this topic could easily lead to misunderstandings. So, young man, you know Island Master Lin? What a coincidence. Since we've had this encounter at sea, why don't the three of us take this opportunity? Roberni stepped forward, but before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng immediately interrupted him. I have something to do. Let's talk next time. Shenrue, come with me. Damn it. If he continued talking, they would die on the same day, month, and year. He doesn't want to shorten his lifespan. Brother Feng, that's awesome. 2 elven dragon nests, and a group of ocean elf mages. With that cyan 5th-tier giant snake and your beautiful sister-in-law by your side, who could possibly be your match? We arrived on the island. Once outsiders were gone, Shenrue suddenly became very talkative. The fair-skinned young man wore an expression of utter shock, as if he'd never seen anything like it before. What hook bar suffered serious damage? Is the island's strength, boss, showing signs of decline? There are dozens of peak-level, 3rd-tier creatures. There are quite a few 4th-tier ones, too. The most terrifying thing was the woman in green and the giant green python. They're all 5th-tier beings. 5th rank. Looking across all of humanity on Earth, who can confront this power directly? Shenrue trembled with excitement. He briefly recounted how he was teleported here, how he met Roberni, and how he was captured by the pirates. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched involuntarily when he heard the word sister-in-law. Good heavens, that's really bold of him. Does he really think he won't beat him up? But that's pretty much what they said. Whether or not she becomes his sister-in-law is just a matter of single step. The two sat in the villa's lobby and chatted for quite a while. Just as his subordinates had almost finished salvaging the spoils, Lin Feng took a sip of tea and placed 2 props on the table. Can I trust you? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Shenrue's face flushed, and he said, Brother Feng, just tell me the mission. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll go through fire and water for you. If I, Shenrue, utter a single word of dissent today, I'm a coward. Lin Feng is such a powerful figure. He really wanted to hug her. But I also understand that you have to give something in order to gain something. This even includes one's own life. However, he had made ample preparations long before the Beast Tide assessment ended. Now that we've finally gained Lin Feng's trust, we must seize the opportunity. Good. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa and pondered for a long time before saying, take these 2-phase transmission devices. After you see the effects, you should understand what I'm going to do. Just as I expected, with his current strength, combined with the island's movement speed, the Sprite Dragon's agility, and the combined power of Man-Man and Lena, he is more than capable of defeating the Challenger League. But if we don't scare them off once and for all, some fools will come looking for trouble again. Lin Feng's tiger tail is not something anyone can touch. Chapter 84: The So-Called Island Owner. Shenrue left the villa as dusk was falling. On the island, the supplies were piled up like a mountain, and Lena used her spatial ring to sort and take inventory. However, seeing her repeatedly taking things out and putting them back in, Lin Feng seriously doubted whether this inventory review could be completed before the end of the year. Fortunately, Ruth was there to help. About half an hour later, the chieftain of the Yonga clan, the elf chieftain, nervously approached Lin Feng with the report. Island Master. After bowing, Ruth continued, all items have been packed. May I now give you my report? Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. The Sea Elves are increasingly taking on the role of islanders. From a future development perspective, this is a very good thing. Okay, go ahead and say it. Ruth took a deep breath. This naval encounter could be considered the first battle their tribe fought for Lin Feng. Judging from the battle results, all the Pokemon were quite satisfied. But the haul from the salvage operation was less than satisfactory. Island Master, this time we have obtained 2,000 pieces of Tier 1 to 2 equipment, 200 pieces of Tier 2 equipment, 10 pieces of Tier 3 equipment, and 1 piece of Tier 5 equipment, 5,000 servings of edible food, and 400 barrels of alcoholic beverages. There are 2 more skill books. After saying this, Ruth gave a bitter smile and explained, the mage group failed to properly control the casting of skills during the battle, which destroyed many resources. Please punish us, Island Lord. The elf bowed deeply. Her heartfelt words left Lin Feng with no doubt about her sincerity. As I expected, Lin Feng helped the elf up and chuckled. Resources are just a side effect. Do you know what the most precious thing on the island is? Ruth shook her head. Please explain, Lord Island Master. You. Lin Feng tapped his index finger lightly. The surrounding area is filled with mage groups patrolling and hunting on horseback dragons, shrimp soldiers and crab generals cleaning up the island, and Gaijin and Dumo researching and crafting standardized equipment. He glanced at the group and continued. Losing one person in exchange for 10 or 100 times the amount of resources is a failure. You must remember this in the future. Post-war gains are merely incidental, dispensable, and not something to be forced. With you all following me, I'm the true master of Lin Feng Island. Do you understand? Ruth's beautiful eyes sparkled. Looking at the young humans in front of him, who were hundreds of years younger than him, a surge of warmth welled up in his heart. The island owner truly treated them as his own people, instead of tools that can be discarded at any time. The Yonga clan will surely rise to prominence by following Island Master Lin Feng. Understood, Island Master, thank you. Ruth bowed sincerely again, watching the elf depart into the distance. A slow smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. Over time, he became increasingly adept at understanding the psychology of his subordinates. Be a leader. Although some of her words sound outrageous, they are very touching. However, the experience gained was quite substantial. Lin Feng checked the islanders' information in the core one by one. The island's population has now increased to 95 people. Among them, Man, Lina, and Lin Feng account for 3. The 2 dwarves, Gaijin and Dumo, have reached level 40, the maximum level, and their cultivation level has reached the 4th tier. 10 shrimp soldiers and crab generals, all at level 3. The Eternal Song Elf clan consists of 50 people, including 3 4th-tier archmages, Ruth, Ander, and Vivi, the latter of whom has just been promoted to the 4th tier. The remaining 28 ocean spirits have broken through level 30. They're all contractors with the spirit dragons. After consolidating and accumulating experience, they can all break through to the 4th tier. The remaining alchemy reserve elves number 20. All 30 fairy dragons have advanced to tier 4. Both the magic reflection and dragon language meditation racial passives have been upgraded to tier 4. Lin Feng's level and Man's level remained unchanged. After reaching level 40, killing these ordinary units no longer yields much benefit. Whole head high dash. A muffled thunderous roar resounded throughout. Under the shocked gazes of Chun Rue, Duke Reburny, and others, Man transformed into her true form and used her clones to drag the island towards the fallen Gold Kingdom. Hey, Your Excellency. Braving the strong wind, Chun Rue turned his head and whispered, Do you still stand by what you said before? If only I could find a noble family in the island world and become their son-in-law. Saying you don't have to work 10 years less is an understatement. He directly reached the pinnacle of life that other mercenaries could only dream of. Good. Of course it counts. Duke Reburny sighed with emotion as he recalled his granddaughter's 150-inch shoes. This young man is a pretty good guy. I'm just afraid I won't be able to handle my granddaughter. Thank you, Duke Rabney. Chun Rue's eyes gleamed. Reburny glanced at her and said indifferently, Still calling her Duke? By the way, once you accept my granddaughter, be prepared to lose your head if you want to back out. Grandfather. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely fulfill my duties as a husband. Chun Rue was excited. They were completely unaware of the severity of the consequences. You're very good. I have high hopes for you. Reburny showed appreciation and gently patted his shoulder with his palm. The enormous creatures in the ocean move incredibly fast. In just one day, we had already reached the edge of the fallen islands. I can only take you this far. You'll have to make your own way back. Lin Feng, dressed in black crocodile leather armor, found the 2. Island Master Lin Feng. Rabney was bewildered and pointed to the endless ocean ahead, asking, Is there a small wooden boat or something? Great swordsmen can walk on water using their battle chi, but this consumes their battle chi very quickly, even on the edge of the fallen islands. Even with his strength, he couldn't cross the sea and return to the kingdom of fallen gold. Not to mention that the other members of their group were not even at the 3rd rank. Lina. Lin Feng signaled to the little mermaid to use her skill. All right, now you can breathe underwater and increase your swimming speed. Lina released more than a dozen small bubbles that entered everyone's nasal cavities and then clapped her hands. It is impossible to bring the islands close to the falling gold islands, in case we encounter the kingdom's navy. Another mess of trouble. Lina's underwater breathing skills solved this problem very well. Magicians are indeed versatile. I've never seen anyone use underwater breathing on others before. I'm Lord Lin Feng. Please rest assured. 3 days later, I will transport the herbs to Yonga Island. May the sea god always protect you. Roberni bowed slightly, bid farewell to Lin Feng, and then submerged into the sea with his accompanying guards. Chun Rue, carrying 2 phase teleporters, bid farewell to Lin Feng and was about to follow the Duke into the sea. The latter called out to him, Shang Hui, what's wrong, Brother Feng? Chun Rue turned his head and asked in confusion. Be careful, Lin Feng solemnly instructed. Hey. Upon hearing this, Chun Rue immediately scratched his head and laughed, saying, Don't worry, Brother Feng. With the equipment and props you provided this time, we'll definitely be able to complete the mission. Besides, I've already prepared the knockoff screenshots. As he spoke, he took out a flat piece of leather from his bag. Upon closer inspection, it turns out that an island interface has been tattooed on it. It was clearly a radar map unique to the challengers, along with their participation information. This leather piece clearly took Shinrue a lot of effort to make. The realism is only 85%. Using screenshots to fool other challengers is still somewhat risky. Watched by Lin Feng, Chun-Rue followed Lei Boni and the others, disappearing into the sea. Immediately afterwards, he took out 2 skill books that he hadn't studied before from his spatial ring. Chapter 85 New Skills, Potion Sales Channels. The most valuable reward from clearing out the pirates, besides the golden dagger from the 5th tier leader, was the 2 skill books in front of him were what Lin Feng was most interested in. Magical Perception. Rank, 5th Elementary. Type, General Skill. Effect, grants non-magic units mental sensing. Ineffective against units below Tier 6. No cost. Thunder Sword Technique. Rank, Tier 5 Top Quality. Type, Professional Skills. Effect, learn 18 moves of the Thunder Sword technique applicable to ground combat. Man, these 2 are your reward. Lin Feng took out a skill enhancement card from his backpack and handed it, along with magic perception, to the lovely girl beside him. Many magical beasts and sea creatures can cast magical spells. However, this is an innate ability unique to them, and it is fundamentally different from the magical energy sea cultivated by mages. Without using their own magical skills, they can only exert the strength corresponding to their level by relying on the powerful blood and chi inherent in their physique. Previously, when I was slowly killing the bone-eating whale, I suffered from the lack of magical perception. They possess overwhelming strength, but are ultimately powerless. However, they were unable to pinpoint the other party's location, which wasted a lot of time. Now, this skill book has come at just the right time. Thank you, Master. Man blushed slightly as she took the scroll and skill book from Lin Feng. It was used immediately under the latter's watchful eye. Man. Race, Xianming Turtle. Level, 48. Realm, Advanced 5th rank. Mana points, 1536. Skill, Water-Loving Tier 5, Beginner. Water-Based Stabilization Tier 5, Intermediate. Poisonous Breath Tier 5, Advanced. Tortoise Snake Dance Tier 5, Supreme. Magic Perception Tier 5, Beginner. Note, you have a permanent contract with Lin Feng and will never betray him. There is no limit to your level progression. Evaluation. Evolved by the power of the heart of the ocean, it transformed from a sea turtle into a Xianming turtle, possessing immense growth potential. The energy that has been accumulating over time is almost at level 49. Like Lena, she is at the advanced 5th rank and will soon reach her peak. Lin Feng then used the remaining Thunder Sword technique to replace the previous 3rd tier Naval Sword technique. After carefully studying the 18 techniques that appeared in the skill book, I realized that each one was swift and deadly. The key is to act quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. Compared to 3rd tier swordsmanship, 5th tier swordsmanship simplifies complexity. There are significantly fewer unnecessary movements in swordsmanship. Although he can only unleash the power of a 4th tier top grade sword now, once he enters the Grandmaster realm, Lin Feng's horizontal slashes infused with battle chi will pose a great threat to his enemies. We need to find a place to process the increased level. Just wait on Eternal Song Elf Island. Lin Feng withdrew the gold coins collected by the pirates from the exchange. The total is only 2,000 gold coins. The majority of the sales are for high-level equipment. Including his previous inventory, he now has 30,000 gold coins. The distribution channels for cold weather medications remain a significant problem. If we could find a middleman and have him handle the finished products, we could save a lot of time. Lin Feng stroked his chin. The distribution of intelligent beings of various ethnicities is extremely widespread north of Mallory. Even at a slow swimming pace, if you went door to door to sell them, the opportunity would be lost. This resource is not a necessity for the human kingdoms of the Goldfall Islands. Even with Duke Roberni acting as a distributor, the profits from the potions were insufficient to cover the transportation and manpower resources he had invested. The same applies to other nobles. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Aside from the Challenger League, there are certainly many island owners and mercenaries in the Mallory Sea. These people are scattered in various corners, covering most of the sea area. Wouldn't it be perfect to have them act as lower-level agents? The people of Earth have been exploited by various capitalists for so long. Even if I've never eaten pork, I've seen pigs run. In terms of marketing and sales, it also has unique advantages. Then, he opened the chat channel and sent a world message. Lin Feng, island owners and mercenaries in the Mallory Sea, please contact me. There are big business opportunities available for cooperation, guaranteed to be profitable. He didn't care even if the Challenger Alliance joined the ranks of agents. Pay first, then deliver the goods. It would be great if all the challengers joined as agents. All the money they earn will be given back in the final battle. After the message is sent, the world channel immediately exploded. The big boss said it's a big business, at least several tens of thousands in scale, right? Why wasn't I in the Mallory Sea? I feel like I missed out on a fortune, and most importantly, I missed the chance to meet the big shot. What kind of business is this? Even if it's worth several tens of thousands, with so many island owners dividing it up, each person will only earn a few dozen gold coins. What's the point? Is it possible that this business involves tens of thousands of dollars? Thanks for the invitation. I'm currently in Mona's Sea. I chatted with the expert for a bit and am about to teleport. We're rich. This is a huge business. Have you all contacted the big boss? Can you give us a sneak peek? A bunch of idiots. He must have been weakened after the Overlord challenge and can't withstand the Challenger Alliance's attack. So he's looking for a bunch of scapegoats to be his cannon fodder. You know what? It's actually possible. Everyone be careful, and it's best to avoid going if you can avoid it. Scammers, don't fall for it. We'll be blinded by those worthless coins. Some of them are probably his paid trolls, waiting for the Challengers Alliance to send good news. The conversation was very lively in the channel. Lin Feng received 99+ private messages in an instant. This time was different from the past. He patiently selected some island owners in other sea areas and explained the value of the cold-resistant medicine to them. To obtain agency qualifications, one must use the teleportation array to disperse to various locations north of the Mallory Sea. These island owners who invested in the sea teleportation scroll are the key to his sale of the cold-resistant potion. As for the others, he created a group chat and brought together all those who were interested. Not much detailed information was given, only that the transaction should take place anywhere north of the Mallory Sea. The target is the intelligent races of the non-Falcon Islands. In a few days, they will naturally figure out how to make money. As for those who don't believe him and those who criticize him, there are also a large number of them. Lin Feng didn't bother to explain. There were already hundreds of island owners and mercenaries who were definitely interested in cooperating. The number is still increasing. Mercenaries who cannot be traded online can cooperate with other island owners for marketing. Once the materials for Duke Roberni arrive, that's enough to make you rich. Cold-resistant medicine. I never imagined he could make something like this. Could it be a scam? Chung Chingching's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She had been teleported to the Mallory Sea for several days. I learned this from some wise tribes. Next month will bring an annual cold winter. A large number of intelligent life forms in the north will face this cruel disaster, and the weak and the elderly will find it difficult to escape their fate. This potion can resist second-tier cold. In a sense, it's practically a miracle drug. Anyway, there's no need to pay anything. I happen to have some working capital available, so I might as well give it a try. Chung Chingching made up her mind. After checking his location on a hand-drawn map, he immediately maneuvered the island toward a large, intelligent civilization. A day later, he instructed his servants to gather 2 cargo ships to load the goods. Now that everything is arranged, Duke Roberni, holding the hand of 17 or 18-year-old girl, grinned, revealing his newly implanted gold teeth. Young man, this is my beloved granddaughter, Rose Rabney. Chapter 86, Rose Reburni. Chun Rue's Awakening. Hello, Mr. Chun Rue. I heard from my grandfather that you have a good impression of me and that you two have a life-or-death friendship. I think we could try dating for a while. Rose blushed and lowered her head, fidgeting with the corner of her dress that was barely visible. Her magnetic voice sounds more like that of a mature woman. Chun Rue swallowed hard. Could the round figure in front of him, who was only shoulder-high, really be Reburni's granddaughter? To be honest, after Reburni agreed to let him become his live-in son-in-law, he had already thought that Reburni's granddaughter was probably getting impatient with his appearance. Otherwise, even an honorary duke, as long as the granddaughter isn't too bad-looking, there should be plenty of nobles eager to pursue her. But even tanks have a certain size and proportion. What's going on with your 150 centimeters frame? As Rose spoke, bits of vegetable leaves remained on her teeth, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Seeing his brother's awkward and hesitant manner, Chun Rue suddenly felt that his brother would never be able to get up again. Ow! Reburni smiled and said calmly, "Young man, are you too excited?" Yes. A chill filled the room, and Chun Rue, almost in tears, forced a smile and said, "Rose is so cute. She's my type." Rose suddenly covered her mouth with her short, stubby, fair fingers and choked out, "Grandpa was right about me. Unlike those other nobles who used words like as beautiful as a fairy to flatter me. I also think that being cute is my only advantage." I didn't expect Mr. Chun Rue to recognize it at first glance and give his evaluation. "Grandfather." She lowered her hands, licked her lips, and pleaded, "I think Mr. Chun Rue and I fell in love at first sight. There's no need to date or test him. I'll marry him tomorrow." Okay. Reburni's eyes showed a hint of doting. After his wife passed away a few years ago, his two sons also died in the expedition. Now, only Rose and her grandson, who is not yet 3 years old, remain at home. Because he often goes on adventures, he feels guilty and will fulfill any request his granddaughter makes. The thought of finally luring back a young man with decent looks and background filled Reburni with joy. Should we wait? Suddenly, after Chun Rue said those words, he felt that the magnificent living room was filled with murderous intent. He quickly explained, "It's like this, I haven't finished the task Brother Feng gave me yet. I'll marry Rose later, okay? Grandpa, you don't want to put Brother Feng in a difficult position, do you? Things have come to this. He had no choice but to use Lin Feng as a shield otherwise. Whether we can survive tonight is still a question." Seeing Rose's wolfish, drooling eyes, Chun Rue couldn't help but feel his legs go weak. I almost forgot. Reburni said solemnly, "Lin Feng Island Lord's mission must be the highest priority. Go. I believe in you. You're a good lad." Although the kingdom has many fifth-tier powerhouses, but the fifth-rank soldiers under Lin Feng's command serve only him personally. 3 fifth-tier members. That's a force to be reckoned with. Speaking of Lin Feng, Reburni had to be extra careful. This is a pass to the kingdom of Fallen Gold, stamped with the crest of the Reburni family. You can go anywhere in the Fallen Gold Islands. He took out a token-like object from his pocket and handed it to Chun Rue. "Thank you, Grandpa Lei." Chun Rue accepted the token and said with feigned seriousness, "The mission is about to be carried out. Let Rose wait for my triumphant return at home." After saying that, after waving goodbye to the two, he didn't wait for Rose to rush up and hug him. With his second-tier strength, Chun Rue quickly escaped this nightmarish place. The kingdom of Fallen Gold consists of 7 enormous islands. Each of the 7 islands is connected by a giant bridge that is 100 meters high. The common mode of transportation uses tamed horse-like magical beasts. Those with a bit more financial resources are the magical energy vehicles powered by crystal cores. Magic vehicles are similar to cars. It was made by the Goblin race, who are skilled in technological research and development. At this time, Chun Rue drove a magic-powered vehicle provided by the Reburni family through the bustling streets. The place where Reburni is located is an island called Baga City, which is the westernmost part of the island. To reach Raven Island, where the Challengers Alliance is located, one must travel south by private boat. "Hello, I have arrived at the Golden Isles. Shall we go directly to Raven Island to meet up?" Chun Rue found an administrator mercenary named Liu in the group and sent a message asking him questions. A few minutes later, the other party replied, "Have you joined the Challenger camp?" Chun Rue quickly found an open area to stop the magic-powered vehicle. I carefully took out the leather brocade, confirmed it was correct, found the right angle, took a screenshot, and sent it over. I am a challenger mercenary. Lin Feng plotted against me, hoping to join forces with the main force to kill him. Check the message content. Send. At this moment, Chen Rui's heart began to beat slightly faster. Aside from the screenshots, his only flaw was that he had previously partnered with Lin Feng in the mineral market. But so much time has passed, I'm not sure if anyone remembers him. So he deliberately said that Lin Feng had schemed against him. This was also to lay the groundwork, so that if their identities were discovered, they would still have room to defend themselves. Okay, I'll add you to the group. Liu glanced at the screenshot and didn't think much of it. Once you join the challenger camp, even if your own father comes, you'll fight Lin Feng to the death. Even without participating in the war, we will still lose 50 everything. This is no joke. Liu invited Chen Rui to join the chat group. After a notification, Chen Rui finally entered a core group of 3,000 people. The chat group was buzzing with activity. Have you guys been to the Good Life Tavern? My goodness, the girls there are absolutely amazing. You could kidnap one and take her back to your island to keep as a pet. Just be careful and you'll be fine. TSK, I bought a beast-eared girl at the slave market. It's pretty cool. Once we kill Lin Feng this time, everyone will definitely make a good profit. And we can enjoy the rest of our lives in peace. We'll be local tyrants. Awesome. That's amazing. I'm still in the kingdom of Sasai, waiting for the next cargo ship to hitch a ride. By the way, is there any progress on the business collaboration that Lin Feng mentioned? I don't know. They added me as a friend and then ignored me, saying they'd let me know. The cold-resistant medicine is said to be able to resist second-level cold energy, so it's not exactly a secret. Given the nature of this sea area, won't he make a fortune again? Damn it, they're about to die, and they still won't give us a break. Don't worry, almost all kinds of herbs are dormant this season. Even if he wants to make potions, he won't have the resources to harvest them. He can just lure those island lords and mercenaries over without letting them make any money. TSK. Haha. This is actually helping us gain allies. Close the chat interface. After taking a deep breath, Chen Rui started the vehicle and headed north towards the fallen gold islands without any distractions. Brother Feng said that even without opening the portal, he was absolutely confident that he could crush the challengers. But if this pledge of loyalty is successfully completed, from now on, I'll be Brother Feng's confidant. Let's give it our all. Chapter 87 Lin Feng. Take it easy. Clang, clang, clang. A sharp, screeching sound echoed over the island. Beside the inland sea, Lin Feng leaned back and pulled in his stomach, then pushed off the ground with his right foot to stabilize his center of gravity. He pulled his arm back, and the black inkstone sword left a sharp afterimage as it stabbed fiercely forward. Another ear-piercing crash. The sword tip pierced the small blue tortoise shell, but didn't leave even a mark. Lin Feng didn't care and withdrew his sword after missing his target. Lightning draw sword slash. The rapidly circulating battle chi and magic within his body instantly condensed. A crackling of electricity accompanied the sweeping motion of the black sword. Crackling dash. The blue figure holding the small tortoise shell resembled a majestic mountain. After easily blocking this terrifying killing move, he actually turned around and launched a fierce counterattack against Lin Feng. Here we go again. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. The opponent was moving so fast that even with his dynamic vision, he could only catch a faint trace. However, this time his muscles seemed to be pushing some kind of limit. The boiling blood scalded his skin red. The next second, he had never been able to react to this attack before, but this time he suddenly blocked the black inkstone sword that was being swung at his chest. Boom! A fist as white as snow slammed into the stone sword. Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by a meteorite. His blood surged, and he uncontrollably coughed up a trace of blood. His body flew backward like a cannonball. It flew directly into the ocean, splashing up huge waves before crashing into the seabed. Even a top-tier purple-grade, fourth-order Black Feng couldn't withstand such a punch. The stone sword developed spiderweb-like cracks that spread rapidly, and it almost instantly shattered into pieces that fell to the ground. Master! Man's pupils contracted sharply, and she rushed towards the shore at an extremely fast speed. In order to enhance Lin Feng's realm fusion, she also used this power in her usual training. That attack just now, it happens many times every day, but Man could deflect the force of the punch instantly before it reached Lin Feng. According to the normal script, She should have launched a counterattack and placed her small fist on Lin Feng's chest. Then, while Lina was away, the two tried to see if they could make love. Who knew? Today, Lin Feng actually used his strength as a grand swordsman to judge the trajectory of the long attack and made corresponding defenses. Man had no time to unload the force. That's what just happened. I'm so sorry, Master. After pulling the weak and powerless Lin Feng out of the sea, Man's eyes were red from crying. She actually hurt her master. This experience is worse than killing yourself. Fine. A great success. Lin Feng felt like his body was about to fall apart. However, when he saw his attribute panel, he still showed an uncontrollable excitement. Lin Feng. Race, human. Level, 43. Class, intermediate archmage, advanced greatsword master. Mana points, 1376. Battle chi value, 1376. Skills, battle aura protection tier 2 advanced. Lightning technique tier 3 advanced. Thundersword technique tier 5 excellent. Draw sword slash tier 3 excellent 4/4. Fusion skill, lightning slash tier 4 intermediate. Backpack, crown of the new king, essence of life, ocean teleport scroll, skill enhancement slot X1. Wealth, 30,800 gold coins, 1 silver coin. Reputation value, making a name for oneself. The warrior's level has directly advanced to the advanced level. That punch wasn't for nothing. Man was wrong. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Feeling helpless, Man hugged Lin Feng tightly. After feeling his burning body temperature, she instinctively wanted to hold him tighter to cool him down. However, when Lin Feng saw the magnificent object pressed directly onto his face, his already healing wounds suddenly churned with blood and chi. Dash. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Man hugged him even tighter. Man can't breathe. Oh, I'm so sorry. Man quickly let go, burying her head and not daring to look Lin Feng in the eye. It's not your fault. If you had held back, I wouldn't have been able to improve. Lin Feng wiped away the tear stains from the corners of his eyes with his thumb, took out a bottle of healing potion from his spatial ring, and drank it. Ocean spirits have joined the group. We can't make cold-resistant potions now, but we have a lot of potions for healing injuries. The liquid flowed down his throat into his lower abdomen. The shockwave injury he sustained is gradually healing. That's all for today. Roberni's cargo ship should be arriving soon. Yes, Master, I'm sorry. Man was still very remorseful, her small hands rubbing nervously, making it hard to believe that she actually possessed 5th-level strength. And it's a Xuanwu behemoth with a violent temper when fights. Elder brother. In the distance, Lina's delicate face, brimming with joy, emerged from the ocean as she waved her arms and exclaimed, 2 big ships are coming. They must have been delivered by the toothless old man. The old man with the missing tooth is Roberni. Okay, get ready to receive the goods. Hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at the black fragments scattered all over the inner beach and showed regret. Since the opening of the 7-day assessment treasure chest, the black ink stone sword accompanied him in dozens of battles, both large and small. Unexpectedly, it was scrapped during today's sparring session. Goodbye, buddy. Goodbye then. Next one will be even better. Brother Lin Feng, why are you bleeding? Lina's gaze sharpened as she noticed the bloodstains on Lin Feng's leather armor. She then flicked her little tail and transformed into a sharp arrow, charging towards him. Ding, ding, ding. The seashell bracelet on her wrist collided at an unprecedented speed. As Lina drew closer to Lin Feng, and after confirming that the scarlet substance was indeed Lin Feng's blood, her jewel-like red eyes instantly filled with tears. Wah, brother, how did you get hurt? Where's the bad guy? I'll beat up his brother for you. Does it hurt? Lina, shall I blow on it for you? Lina cried like a kitten, repeatedly checking Lin Feng's injuries. Mimi, Man felt even more guilty and was about to confess. Lin Feng coughed twice and explained, I had an accident when I was fusing my skills, but I'm fine now. Thank you, Lina. He felt a warmth in his heart when he saw how much the 2 women cared for him. He made a silent vow in his heart. I must never put myself in danger again, otherwise. If I really make a mistake, it's hard to imagine what extreme actions they might take. Let's go and prepare to receive the merchant ship. Although Lin Feng's body has not fully recovered under medication, he can move around without any problems. After a couple of days of rest, he'll be a vigorous and energetic man again. Are you Island Master Lin Feng? I'm sorry, due to internal turmoil within the kingdom, Duke Roberni is currently unable to leave the Fallen Isles. On behalf of His Highness the Duke, I extend my greetings to you." A dignified and imposing captain of guards, clad in light armor, disembarked from the ship and boarded the Eternal Song Elf Island, bowing respectfully to Lin Feng. "It's all right." Lin Feng nodded, a burning flame seemingly burning in his eyes, and ordered, "Lena, receive the goods. The cold-resistant medicine will be ready for production soon." Third contract partner. What could it be? Whether due to a momentary lapse in perception or not, Lin Feng vaguely heard the rhombus-shaped sapphire in his sea of consciousness seem to emit a loud roar. "It's so cold. Fierce." There was also a hint of arrogance. Chapter 88, Terrifying Profits. The Blue Ocean Fawn. "This is the maximum price we can offer." Ruth and Gojin sat on the sofa with their buttocks halfway up, their bodies ramrod straight, and half an hour passed without them daring to drink a single drop of the beverages on the coffee table. The man sitting with his legs crossed and arms folded in deep thought made them afraid to look him in the eye. "All right, let's postpone the mage group leveling for the next few days and focus on making cold-resistant potions." Lin Feng pondered for a moment and continued. "Gojin, you and Dumo, along with the Zhuang and the others, prepare for the equipment forging work. Prioritize customizing the full body armor of the elf dragon, all crafted to 4th-tier standards. Strive to complete 2 tasks within a week." "Yes." Goggin and Ruth stood up and bowed. After the two left, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Among the herbs donated by Roberni, there were a full 500,000 plants of fire condensation grass and 5 million portions of clear maple leaves. According to Ruth's value, these materials can be sold for 50,000 gold coins. Converted to purchasing power, that's roughly equivalent to 5 small goals on Earth. The old Duke was quite sincere. The remaining material was purchased by Lin Feng alone. 200,000 plants of fire condensation grass and 2.1 million portions of clear maple leaves. The total cost was 20,000 gold coins. There were even small amounts that weren't charged, clearly indicating that these herbs represented all the quantity Roberni could gather in a short time. Based on the yield rate, the amount of 600,000 bottles of cold-resistant medicine that these herbs can produce is beyond our expectations. However, the price really tests one's humanity. Lin Feng lay on the sofa. Based on what Ruth said, this second-tier potion is worth 50 to 60 silver coins on the market. Generally speaking, the material cost for potions of the same tier is around 30 silver. On the contrary, the cost and profit of cold weather protection are terrifyingly high. But for the intelligent life around the Fallen Islands, the cold-resistant medicine is also a life-saving remedy. Based on this price, it can be increased tenfold. Extremely low price. Any higher, and it would no longer be worthwhile for intelligent races to purchase in large quantities. I can't afford it. That's why people say that price tests human nature. Driven by profit, prices were driven to the absolute limit that these races could bear, squeezing every last drop of profit. Feeling sorry for them, I controlled the price appropriately to prevent them from suffering even more. Hee. Lin Feng drank the juice in the wooden cup in one gulp, selling 5 gold coins to the Lord of Blue Star Island. As for how much the original civilization is willing to give, that depends on their willingness. The sickle swings, and the price skyrockets. A fantasy world. This is not child's play on Earth. A single misstep could lead to an abyss. I am not fully strong yet. He is not Jesus. Forget about the savior thing. 600,000 doses of medicine and hardware were sold to the owner of Blue Star Island. He can earn millions of gold coins. How much the former can earn depends on his marketing skills. Upgrade the core. That's enough. Furthermore, more equipment and pharmaceutical industries will be developed in the future, and gold coins can even reach the level 40 core. We're not enough dwarves. We need to find time to recruit more blacksmiths from Ironhammer Isle. The equipment will be updated and iterated very quickly in the future, and Gaijin and Dumo will be too busy to keep up. Collect your thoughts. Lin Feng controlled the island to sail southwest. Once the potions are sold out, the island core will be upgraded to level 30, the third partner will be in contract, and the cooldown time for emergency shelter will be almost up. By then, that would be the end for the Challengers League. Aha, is Princess Eleanor looking for Duke Pygon? That's a pity. Duke Pygon has heard that Archmage Yura has reached the end of his life and entered his coffin. He can't wait to return to the palace to gather the royal guard. A middle-aged man stood at the bow of the ship and sneered. Judging by the timeline, the royal family could now be renamed Elton. I wonder what your highness thinks about that. Around him, a full 10 warships surrounded the small 30-class vessel. On each warship, nearly 10,000 sailors wielded silver crossbows engraved with magic circles, their arrows coated with poisonous anti-magic powder gleaming coldly. Only 3 armies in the entire Fallen Gold Islands are qualified to arm themselves with this restricted-level weapon that can pose a threat to Grand Swordsmen. The one in front of me. It is none other than the Blue Feng, the most powerful direct naval force of the Fallen Gold Kingdom. Your Highness, we must find a way to escape now. If you perish here, the Theo family is truly finished. Grand Magister Yura was tested by the instrument last time, and it showed that he still had a few years left before his death. He was probably trying to provoke you. Don't act impulsively. Bru looked anxious. The Blue Ocean Feng fleet, armed to the teeth, is comprised of every Tier 3 being. They are all absolute elites selected from thousands upon thousands of people in the Fallen Gold Islands. To escape from their encirclement, one would need to possess 6-tier strength. Otherwise, the survival rate is almost 0. Maurice. Eleanor's voice seeped through clenched teeth as she coldly said, "You're not even as good as a stray dog on the street." 15 years ago, the middle-aged man ahead and his entire family were attacked by a 5th-tier sea beast. It was her eldest brother who stepped forward to kill the sea monster and rescue their family. King Theo saw his extraordinary talent and wanted to cultivate him, so he promoted him from Baron to hereditary Earl. The royal family was very satisfied with Morris's performance. He distinguished himself in the war against the Kingdom of Sasai. 5 years ago, the kingdom's directly subordinate navy, Blue Ocean Feng, saw its former legion commander step down upon the expiration of his term. The old king entrusted him with military power with peace of mind. Even the fiercest and most vicious dogs will fight desperately to protect their owners once they receive food from them. The royal family that shaped Morris's life ultimately faced his ruthless betrayal. This trip, very few people knew about the action plan, and the middle-aged nobleman in front of us was one of them. Unexpected, Blue Feng, who had stood firmly in the royal camp just 2 days ago, had actually already sided with Duke Pygon. It wasn't until he left the palace that his true identity was finally revealed. Eileen released her right finger, placed her left hand on the hilt of the sword, and gently wiped the pale gold sea god emblem. Her pretty face, filled with coldness, seemed to be turning into frost. To receive such praise from your highness. May I take it as a compliment? Morris glanced at Eleanor's almost perfectly proportioned figure and her pure and innocent face, his eyes filled with a pale blue wickedness that almost devoured him. Royal Jewel. Any male creature in the Fallen Isles who claims he has never fantasized about her appearance at night is definitely not a normal person. However, the thought that this woman was the target of Pagan's orders to capture her alive came to mind. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Women are just playthings. If I can make her bear a royal heir for the Elton family, then I will be the founding father of the Elton family. Pygon has promised me a hereditary dukedom and one of the 7 Fallen Islands as my territory. It's just about capturing Eleanor. When I thought of this, Morris's eyes suddenly narrowed sharply, a faint, almost imperceptible blue light flickering within them. Your Highness, there is a deserted island in the northeast that is rarely visited by humans. We'll buy you some time. The captain, at the peak of the 4th tier, drew his long sword and, along with his other guards, closely embraced Eleanor. We've reached this point. There was no room for maneuver for either side. The other side was hesitant to make a move. They were only wary of Princess Eleanor, who possessed the power of a half-step grandmaster. Snort. Try with your life. Eleanor drew her gilded longsword with her left hand, using a backhand motion. Immediately afterwards, she reached out with her right hand into the air. A burst of fierce battle aura erupted, and simultaneously, a sword shadow, solidified from incandescent battle aura, appeared. The sharp, knife-like aura of battle energy spread out like a shockwave. Kill! The words fell. Eleanor transformed into a pale silver afterimage and charged toward Maurice. Chapter 89, The execution will be imminent. You can cast a fusion technique without using lightning or a sword draw. Why can't we increase the intensity of elemental collisions, improve the power of basic energy, and thus enhance the grade of fusion techniques? Lin Feng was deep in thought. The quantity of cold-resistant medicine is a full 600,000. Although it can be mass-produced, Given the population size of the sea elves, the maximum number of bottles that can be refined per day is only a few hundred. Therefore, Ruth plans to build a cold-resistant potion production line outside the alchemy room. It is estimated to take 7 days. Once completed, 600,000 doses of medicine can be produced in just 10 days. While other island units were busy, Lin Feng had plenty of time. In order to improve their own strength, they shifted their focus to skills. High-level skills are extremely difficult to acquire in the current exchange, let alone 4th-tier skills. Even the 3rd-tier ones were extremely rare, and once they were put on the shelves, Lin Feng couldn't even smell them anymore. If skill level is restricted, even if one breaks through to the 5th-tier swordmaster level, facing a powerful enemy of the same level, even the slightest disadvantage can lead to utter ruin. Archmage and Archmage, great swordsman and swordmaster. Essentially, it relies on the collision of elemental energy to generate additional explosive impact, thereby enhancing the power of the skill. At my current level as a high-level swordsman, I am not yet able to directly manipulate elemental energy. Lin Feng took out a 3rd-tier long sword from the ring. Final. We still need to raise our strength to the peak of the 4th rank first. Only then can we verify whether the conjecture is correct. Man. After finishing his meditation, Lin Feng stood up and called out softly, "Master, I'm here." The beautiful woman in green, who had been kneeling to the side, stood up timidly and skillfully took out her tortoise-shell-shaped satchel from behind her. Their skill is so adept it's heartbreaking. Let's begin. Lin Feng glanced at the little mermaid sitting cross-legged and meditating by the inner sea, took a deep breath, and then released all his fighting spirit without reservation. Immediately afterwards, the two figures, moving with lightning speed, constantly intertwined and collided. The crisp, incessant sounds of clashing weapons echoed over the island. As long as your cultivation level hasn't reached the level cap, as long as it's not breaking through the shackles and constraints of a major realm, the strength of any organization can grow rapidly in a very short period of time, until you hit a rank bottleneck or the level cap. Day 1. Lin Feng destroyed 40 Tier 3 weapons, thus stabilizing his advanced Grand Swordsman realm. The next day, during meditation, his Chi Si vibrated, further enhancing his control over magical elements, and his mage realm reached that of a high-level archmage. Day 3. Day 4. The tides rise and fall. The sun and moon rise and fall. The fierce confrontation has never stopped. Final. 6 days later, with the production line set up, Ruth stood respectfully in front of Lin Feng, awaiting the order to begin the potion-making task. The voluptuous elven chieftain merely glanced at it. He immediately lowered his head, unable to look directly at her. Every time she saw those strong, powerful, and naturally sculpted muscles, her heart would race, making this elf, who had been single for hundreds of years, feel her heart beat faster. In just 6 days, the handsome island lord in front of us has actually reached the peak of the 4th rank, even if it's because their physical abilities haven't reached their limit yet. This speed, Ruth, is unlike anything ever seen in the entire Mallory Sea. Island Master, the production line is ready to go at any time, awaiting your instructions, Ruth said respectfully, taking out a crystal item from her robe pocket. These are the items obtained by the fairy dragon after it patrolled and cleared a dangerous sea area today and opened a treasure chest. Please take a look. Lin Feng took the crystal and nodded, saying, "Start refining the cold-resistant potion as soon as possible." After saying that, he opened the crystal data information, and a semi-transparent light screen appeared immediately afterward. Lifespan detection stone. Type, special item. Effect, determines the target's current normal lifespan. Lifespan detection. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised that such a thing existed in the island world. Can this detect lifespan? As Ruth was about to leave, she suddenly froze and exclaimed in surprise, "I only remember that the church had instruments to measure lifespan. I never thought we would actually get one. Only churches have it." Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then used the crystal effect on Ruth. Ocean Spirit. Current age, 367 years old. Life expectancy, 133 years. I should have more than 100 years left to live. If I don't break through in my cultivation level, this should be the only time I've left in my life. Ruth smiled slightly, unintentionally revealing a captivating charm. Don't worry, you will definitely live to be more than 500 years old, and so will everyone else. Lin Feng said earnestly. Ruth nodded, Yes, I believe in the island lord. The ocean elf race will prosper under your leadership. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eye of the elven chieftain, Lin Feng used the lifespan detector on himself. Uman's current age, 18 years old. Remaining lifespan, 230 years. Even after my cultivation level increases, I will only have a total lifespan of over 240 years. When it comes to longevity, you elves are still the best to look to. Lin Feng shook his head and said jokingly. To everyone's surprise, Ruth was stunned when she heard this. You have a lifespan of over 240 years with your 4th-tier strength? Isn't the maximum lifespan for a 4th-tier human only 200 years? Is there something wrong with this stone? Lin Feng looked doubtful upon hearing this, and then pulled the others over one by one to conduct the experiment. The lifespan of the marine elves meets the standards recorded in the Mallory Sea, and is basically more than twice that of humans. The dwarves are not much different from humans. Both Gaijin and Dumo have a total lifespan of 200 years. The longest-lived creatures are the fairy dragon, the mermaid, and the black tortoise. The lifespan of a Tier 3 fairy dragon is a full 1,500 years. The mage Lina is 4,500 years old. The most outrageous one is Xuanwu Man, whose total lifespan at the 5th rank is a whopping 45,000 years. Lin Feng was incredibly envious of the 4-digit number. Humans are indeed at a natural disadvantage in this regard. Even the shrimp soldiers and crab generals have a lifespan of 150 years at the 3rd rank. That's strange. Our lifespans, like those of the dwarves, meet the recorded standards, so why do you and the others have lifespans longer than recorded? Ruth was astonished. Perhaps I'm just naturally long-lived. Lin Feng put away the lifespan detection crystal. He speculated that it might be because he came from another world, and his bloodline and genes were fundamentally different from those of the native inhabitants of the island world. Characters like Man, Lina, and the fairy dragon were all recruited through special means. The same principle should apply to bloodline genes. But the biggest takeaway from this lifespan test was that he learned Lina and Man's true ages, calculated based on human age. Xuanwu Man is only 20 years old this year, slightly older than Lin Feng. You can't tell from their appearance at all. And the mermaid Lina, 17 years old. Ahem, to be precise, the punishment will be coming very soon. Once the alchemy production line started operating, medicinal herbs were continuously fed into the vessels. In just one day, tens of thousands of bottles of cold-resistant medicine were successfully refined. Lin Feng had already purchased the glass bottles for the container from the exchange. Open the chat group. The first batch of medicines has been produced. Payment is made in advance, and the medicines are sold according to the agreement. Chapter 90. The potion is now on sale. Making a fortune. Is this really a medicine that can ward off the cold? A fox-like orc with his face smeared with colorful paint carefully picked up the glass bottle in front of him. His voice was choked with emotion, and his shoulders were trembling, which was enough to prove how excited he was. This year, the ethnic group's food reserves are insufficient. Winter is just 2 weeks away. Once moved to an underground shelter, marine life cannot be caught. Countless more members of the tribe will perish tragically in the cold winter. This mysterious human woman before me actually possesses a potion that can withstand the divine domain of the Church of Ice. If word got out, it would shock everyone. Of course, you can take the experimental drug, but each bottle costs 6 gold coins, so be prepared. Chung Ching had a long, slender sword at her waist and wore light purple armor. Even if it's the strength of a peak 3rd-tier swordsman, she dared not cause any trouble on this vast island of orcs. A slight mishap, they would be attacked by groups of orcs, and even with an equipment advantage, they could not guarantee their safety. 6 gold coins. This, upon hearing the price, the fox-orc chieftain in front of him took a deep breath. The price was truly beyond his expectations. It's already more than 10 times stronger than a regular Tier 2 potion. Even though their group is quite large, the pressure of purchasing medicine in bulk is still very high. But 6 gold coins for the life of one of our people. After a long silence, the orc sighed, on the condition that it actually works. After saying that, the orc uncapped the potion in his hand, confirmed that there was no poison, and then tilted his head back and gulped it down. Almost instantly, his entire body began to radiate a scorching heat. The surrounding temperature started to rise, like entering a sauna. 2 or 3 minutes later, The scorching heat wave engulfed the orc's limbs and bones. It strengthened all his cells so that his body could remain in a state of hypothermia. This scorching heat will spread from the body, counteracting the cold air below the second tier. It worked. The orc's face lit up with excitement. How much can you offer? I'm selling them for other people too. Chung Ching-Ching's beautiful eyes flickered as she carefully said, the exact quantity depends on the maker, but the faster you act, the more potions you can buy. All right, the orc shouted immediately. Open the vault and bring out all the gold coins. Immediately afterward, he signed the agreement, paid for the first batch of medicine, and then spoke. I need 3,000 bottles. Upon hearing this number, even Chung Ching-Ching couldn't help but be tempted. If she could get resources from Lin Feng, she could earn 3,000 gold coins from this deal. What she needs to do, he was merely acting as a middleman, helping Lin Feng sell these potions. Lin Feng, once this batch of potions is sold, your strength will undergo another earth-shattering change, right? Chung Ching-Ching looked up at the clear blue sky. It was as if he saw an unapproachable figure looking down at him. I don't know when. She has completely lost the right to pursue Lin Feng. Now, it's just the latter's words. The island lord, who won the outstanding award in the Beast Tide assessment, was forced to become an agent instead. I really want to see what kind of person you are. Chung Ching-Ching clicked on the handsome and dashing profile picture in the private chat, sighed, and sent a message. Boss, I've sent you the first batch of transaction screenshots. I'll give you 5,000 gold coins. Can you buy 1,000 bottles of potions at once? 5,000 gold coins are all the liquid assets she can use. This decision was made not only to seize an unknown quantity of cold-resistant medicine. One more thing. Chung Ching-Ching still wanted to leave a deep impression on Lin Feng. This proves that Chung Ching-Ching, capable of providing such funds, is no ordinary female island owner. Good. As the number of alchemical potions increased, the island lords and mercenaries who established synthetic alliances with Lin Feng made a fortune. Brother Lin Feng, I've earned 400 gold coins in just 3 days. Ha ha ha. Your marketing is still terrible. I sold 2,000 bottles, and after distributing the rewards to the other mercenary brothers, I still made a profit of 1,000. 1,500 gold coins, just smiling and saying nothing. Let's see you guys show off. By the way, thanks to Boss Lin Feng for choosing it. The Mallory Sea is truly a great place. I have to say, the boss's scythe is really ruthless. He choked me with 5 gold, and I was practically on fire before I finally negotiated down to 5 gold and 50 silver per bottle, but I still made a killing. You guys actually made money? Making hundreds or thousands of gold coins all the time. Has the value of the currency depreciated? I regret it. I should have used the teleportation array to go to the Mallory Sea to make money. With 1,000 gold coins in the island world, I could live a carefree life in civilized society for the rest of my days. Wow, you guys all made so much, so Lin Feng must have made several tens of thousands this time, right? How many? The cold resistance potion is tier 2, and the material cost is no more than 1 gold coin. I estimate that the big shot sold at least several 100,000 bottles this time. Even if we calculate it at a low rate, it should be at least 2 million gold coins. Me? 2 million gold coins? Recruiting a top-tier unit with max initial level only costs 40 gold coins. That's enough to crush a whole bunch of people. The big shots are really something else. They've even managed to fleece the local people. My Lin Shun is not only handsome and rich, but also very capable. I wish I could be his maid. Hey upstairs, you cheerleader. Are you even a proper maid? At the same time, the various tribes of the fallen Gold Islands move their last supplies underground. Aside from those creatures with decent strength, or those fortunate enough to have taken cold-resistant potions, they can still move around on the ground. The northern half of the Mallory Sea is shrouded in the silence that comes every year. A chilly wind swept in from the south. The sea they passed through froze under the influence of the cold current. A fish below, unaware of the danger, crashed into the ice and was frozen into an ice sculpture by a magical force of frost before it could even react. The chill almost instantly covered half the sea area. In the distant Sisai Islands, a group of spellcasters dressed in light blue robes knelt devoutly on the ground. The person in the lead was an elderly man with white hair. The old man's robes, unlike those of others, had an ice crystal emblem, symbolizing the god of frost, painted on the collar. He wore a blue crown and held a staff inlaid with a 6th order crystal core. His eyes were incredibly deep, as if they could easily see through people's hearts, laying the groundwork for hundreds of years. We've been waiting for this moment. For the god of frost. The old man slowly rose, leaning on his staff, and the dust clinging to his knees automatically shook off under the power of magic. Your Holiness the Pope. A young girl dressed in solemn ceremonial robes stepped forward, bowed, and continued, I am always ready. The dress was very loose, but it still couldn't hide the girl's graceful figure. Her skin was like solidified cream, and her black hair was like silk. Her azure, jewel-like eyes were absolutely stunning. By sacrificing the souls of heretics, the frost god will grant you immense power. The old man reached out and gently touched the girl's forehead. The latter's holy and beautiful face turned serious, and she closed her eyes. The old man continued reciting, Holy woman who has served my God all her life, feel the blessings of God. For the god of frost. Opening her eyes, a barely perceptible hint of excitement flashed in the girl's otherwise calm and beautiful eyes. This divine decree will provide nourishment for her to break through to the 7th-tier saint level, as those filthy, cold souls of the northern alien races will become her source of strength. Step into the saintly realm. The conflict between the sea god and the frost god in the Mallory Sea will become a thing of the past. Don't worry, I've made 2 preparations. The old man withdrew his fingertips. If the operation goes smoothly, you won't even need to expose yourself. The Church of the Sea God will be completely destroyed by the kingdom of fallen gold. Continue investigating the thunderstorm that caused the abnormality of the sea beasts last month. The plan cannot afford any mishaps. Yes, Your Holiness. Angelia awaits your instructions. Chapter 91, The King's Weapon, Bloodthirsty Sword. The island owner, Lin Feng, is currently located in the Mallory Sea at coordinates 7,107-121. His location will be updated at midnight in 7 days. The weekly island visit reminders are still as punctual as ever. On the island where the firelight flickers, the ice is as if draped in a layer of crystal-clear white gauze. Not from the perspective of its harmfulness. It's a very beautiful scene. At this moment, Lin Feng was pondering how to adjust the navigation position. After the island fusion cooldown period ended, I still haven't been able to find a resource island that I like. There's no other reason than this. The area is too small to satisfy his appetite. The second integration will require expanding the island further. Click, click, dash. The island broke through the thin ice, and the sailing speed did not decrease at all. Call. The breath Lin Feng exhaled entered the air, condensed into frost, and slowly fell down. It seems that the oracle descended by the Frost Church is more destructive due to its magical effects. The air contains a large amount of frost elements that can damage biological cells. Staying at levels below level 3 for too long will cause irreversible damage to the body. Even at the 4th level, it requires continuous energy consumption to resist. Fortunately, cold-resistant potions are very effective against this frost element, and they were available for sale some time ago. Here in a whopping 2.89 million gold coins. A few days ago, 55,000 gold was spent to upgrade the core level. In 2 more days, Lin Feng will become the first island owner to upgrade his core to level 30. I was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 5th tier, Sword Master, and Archmage. If we could have a truly exhilarating real battle, there would be a great chance of breaking through our limitations. At this time, the island emergency shelter cooldown period is now in effect. The Elf Dragon Nest features the level 20 core resource trait, and the 30 newly recruited Elf Dragons have reached the initial stage of Tier 3, waiting for the arrival of the 3rd contracted creature. He could launch a direct attack on the Challengers League. Suddenly, a private message popped up. Click. Chun Rue, Brother Feng. They've started their operation and are encircling your location. If they don't move, they can complete the encirclement in 10 days. When should I open the gate and come back? 10 days. Lin Feng thought for a moment. The harsh winter has little impact on island owners, as the islands can easily break through the ice and travel at high speeds. But the other mercenaries who participated, without such convenient tools, they could only rely on specially designed icebreakers to navigate at a snail's pace. This greatly slowed down the movement speed of the other island owners. Be careful and follow my instructions, Lin Feng replied. Sheng Hui replied instantly. Okay, bro. After closing the interface, Lin Feng returned to the master bedroom to meditate and rest. Both professions require leveling up, and you also need to think about how to enhance the power of your fusion skills. This time, that's what we need most. 2 days later, as dawn broke, De Zhuang, the shield crabman, sounded a warning horn. Beep beep dash. In an instant, the sea sprites living around the sprite dragon's lair immediately found their contracted partners, flipped them onto their backs, and took off in one swift motion. A formation of 50 elven dragon mages, each averaging level 4, formed the attack array. Resource Island. After straightening his clothes, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile when he saw the huge island breaking through the ice ahead. Resource Island. Special item, Phantom Mask. Just when I was feeling sleepy, this was a perfect opportunity. All these days of waiting have definitely paid off. If you find an island in advance to merge with, this resource island is twice the size of your own island. I had no choice but to let it go, even with tears in my eyes. At the very center of the island is a small grove of trees, surrounded by jagged rocks, and the island itself is oval in shape. At present, nothing of particular value has been found. Brother, there are only some tier 3 great vicious dogs on that island. Little flowers, and the others can handle it easily. Lena's mental strength has gradually reached the peak of mage. As long as she reaches level 50, it probably won't take more than 10 minutes to advance from a high-ranking archmage. Lin Feng took out the mother and child conch shell from his ring and instructed Ruth, clear out all the magical beasts. Eo dash. The dragon spirits all let out melodious cries. Carrying the elven mages on its back, it launched an indiscriminate bombardment of the resource island below. Not long after, dozens of enormous canine-like magical beasts on the island were running around like headless flies, realizing that the attack was coming from the sky. All they could do was howl helplessly on the ground. Less than 10 minutes. The entire island was completely wiped out by the Elven Dragon Mage group. Should we merge the target island? Select Confirm. 2 islands side by side were forcibly collided together by a tremendous force. Rumble. The island's ground shook violently. A white boundary line then appears, and the boundary line breaks at the junction and grows rapidly. It surrounded the outline of the island, which was more than twice its own size. Soon, the white boundary line was reconnected. Fusion complete. The new island is located north of the initial island. Overall, it is significantly taller than the latter, obstructing much of the view. Lin Feng looked at his seaside villa, then at the 2 elven lairs to the south. Finally, his gaze returned to the newly merged island, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips. My ocean view villa is almost turning into an inland bungalow. Brother, our home has grown so much. Lena mounted one of her contracted spirit dragons and looked down at the newly transformed island below, her voice clearly filled with excitement. 2 months ago, when she met Lin Feng, the island was truly a tiny place. You can easily circle the island in just a few steps. Now, their island has become so huge. Big. Lin Feng smiled and surveyed his territory from the villa's balcony. It's only 25,000 square meters. Once the core island upgrade is complete, a new expansion will be completed, adding another 10,000 square meters, making it a small island of over 30,000 square meters. We still need to keep working hard. The new island is a decent size. It just so happens that the island is missing a training facility. After it is leveled and rebuilt, it will be just right. As your level increases, he was becoming increasingly hesitant to train on the starting island and during the long training sessions. The gap in strength between the two is narrowing, and they occasionally damage things around them. For ordinary items and buildings, that's fine. If we deploy the core for emergency shelter, what if something goes wrong? I don't even know who to cry to. Island Master. This is a mask we obtained from the forest. Ruth rode a spirit dragon, hovering on the balcony of the second-floor villa. After bowing with her right hand to her chest, she respectfully handed a semi-transparent, mysterious mask to Lin Feng. Phantom Mask. Type, Special Equipment. Effect, the template obscures the wearer's face. Template, 0 to 3. Note, upon first use, 10 appearance templates will be randomly generated. Choose 3 to save permanently. There are props like this? Lin Feng was amused. This is simply an essential tool for murder, robbery, home life, and travel. But he doesn't have time to study the detailed function of the Phantom Mask right now. because a notification sound from the island was accompanied by a violent tremor that resounded throughout the island. Congratulations to island owner Lin Feng for being the first to upgrade his island core to level 30. His reputation in the island world has increased. Congratulations to Island Master Lin Feng for standing at the pinnacle of all beings and reaching level 30 in the new King's Trial. As a special reward, you are honored with the King's Weapon, Bloodthirsty Sword, Orange. The island's current layout. Chapter 92, New Contract Partner, Long Bing. The server-wide island notification is like a concert venue, shining the spotlight on the main character. Right now, everyone stopped what they were doing, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. I knew the big boss would upgrade his core when he started selling cold-resistant potions. It's too fast. I'm still saving up the gold to upgrade my core to level 20. I don't know when I'll be able to unlock the troop source skills. I wonder what kind of unit the boss is. A level 20 core already doubles the size limit. What skills will a level 30 core have? The bonuses must be even stronger than level 20. The big boss got a reward this time. An orange weapon. Wow. The King's Weapon, Bloodthirsty Sword. Just the name sounds awesome. That's more than just awesome. It's incredibly cool. It's off the charts. My tier 3 weapon is no match for that. The challengers should be about to have their final battle with the big boss. I don't think the big boss is necessarily going to lose. So far, no one knows what kind of troops the big boss has, and the challengers will definitely have some disagreements over the kill reward for Lin Feng. The challengers aren't entirely united. That's true, but there are just too many challengers. Each island lord has so many troops under their command, plus the beast hide rewards and the level 20 core troop boost. The number of high-level creatures is enough to cause a qualitative change. And the mercenaries are also quite strong. To be honest, I want to help boss Lin Feng fend off the challengers, but I have no way to teleport to the Mallory Sea. Add 1. It's so frustrating not to be able to join Lin Feng's camp. I've been wanting to latch onto his coattails for ages. If I can help him fend off these challengers, wouldn't I be a hero who's giving him a helping hand in his time of need? Southwest of the Fallen Islands. Groups of islands broke through the ice in one direction. The team, consisting of nearly 1,000 islands, resembles a small continent. Various types of military units were poised to attack, and terrifying roars echoed throughout the battlefield. Behind the island group, more than 100 icebreakers followed closely behind. 3,000 mercenaries from Earth, sharpening their swords, sat silently on the deck and in the cabins for a long time. The island announcement just rang out again. Even though she was very confident, she couldn't help but tremble when she saw Lin Feng become stronger again. They're different from the island owner. The battle begins. They all had to be at the forefront, along with their respective units. Together with other challenger powerhouses, they launched a siege against Lin Feng. The level of danger is undeniably high. Black Dragon, Golden Dragon, Bloodthirsty Sea Wolf, Heavy Demon Serpent, Ocean Giant, Undead Lich, Dread Corpse King, Lava Statue, Three-Eyed Giant. Tang Long sat in his room on the island, his notebook filled with records of over 100 types of superior troops. Among the existing island lords, only those who dared to participate in the campaign against Lin Feng. Apart from a few who were just trying to take advantage of the situation and get some rewards, the vast majority of them were actually quite capable. They all have at least mid-level or higher troop types. The highest level troop type is only the mid-tier 4th rank. The Beast Hide has caused many island lords to suffer heavy losses, and their high-end combat power is definitely no match for Lin Feng. With a cold gaze fixed on the island owner marked in the chat group, Tang Long pondered his next battle plan. After research by many island owners, Lin Feng most likely possesses a tier 5 unit. Otherwise, even if you have 2 to 3 additional high-tier unit buildings before the Overlord challenge, with only a 4th tier weapon, it is simply impossible to withstand the charge of 10,000 sea beasts. Now, the Challenger army alone has 1,400 tier 4 units, and the remaining newly recruited units have also reached the peak of tier 3. In addition, there are other mid-tier troop types of the same high level. The Challenger Coalition has a total strength of over 40,000. This power is unmatched by the mindless sea monsters in the Overlord Challenge, as long as the command is appropriate. Even if Lin Feng possessed a tier 5 soldier, he would still die on the spot. How do you steal kills? The native army is too powerful, enough to easily wipe out an island lord of Wang Yang's caliber. The battle should ideally take place outside the territory of the Fallen Gold Kingdom. Otherwise, in the chaos, it would be impossible to obtain the thousand-fold reward. Tang Long tapped the table lightly with his fingertips. As the channel speculated, although they had a powerful rallying force. But the rewards of the new king's trial mean that the battle will be fraught with difficulties. As they got closer to the coordinates Lin Feng had previously revealed, a strange atmosphere began to emerge within the Challenger Alliance. Bloodthirsty sword. Bound by Lin Feng. Type, King's weapon. Quality, top grade, orange. Characteristic, 1. Growth. Evolution quality increases with the level of the bound user. 2. Blood drain. After a weapon inflicts damage on a living being, it replenishes the user's stamina and energy. The higher the target's cultivation level, the better the effect. 3. Memory. After a weapon is damaged, it can be restored to its original state after a certain period of time by collecting the fragments. Special skill, blood sacrifice selection, can make a judgment on any target, review the target's good and evil deeds throughout their life, and after the judgment is completed, choose whether to perform a blood sacrifice. Progress assessment, 0 to 1000. A semi-transparent light screen was clearly visible on the Scarlet Longsword. Lin Feng held the bloodthirsty sword in both hands and looked down at it. Unlike other weapons, the bloodthirsty sword comes with a scabbard made of high-grade red metal. The scabbard was covered with strange patterns, and upon closer inspection, the patterns on it were exactly the same as those on the crown of the new king. The hilt is made of brown wood, and when you place your hand on it, you can feel the refreshing coolness emanating from the mysterious wood. The sword is drawn. The crisp sound of the sword's cry was like the roar of a dragon. The sword is approximately 1.2 meters long and 0.12 meters wide. It has a double-edged blade, and the spine of the sword is thicker than that of traditional ancient swords. It is not very tough, but it is more powerful. The dark red sword blade gleamed with a black light, its chilling gleam sending shivers down the spines of anyone who looked directly at it. It's just a long sword. If Lin Feng's level hadn't exceeded 40, he might not have been able to even swing it. The king's weapon. The more Lin Feng looked at the long sword, the more he loved it. The bloodthirsty sword is not only of excellent quality, but most importantly, it possesses 3 powerful characteristics. The long sword can grow along with his level, and that alone is enough to make it a divine weapon. Its blood-draining properties truly live up to its name, the bloodthirsty sword. Recovering physical and mental strength during battle is like a perpetual motion machine. They fight harder and harder. The third memory characteristic establishes that the bloodthirsty sword will inevitably be the weapon Lin Feng always wears. Destroy and restore. Quality can be improved. The two together are a perfect match. Lin Feng stroked the sword's blade, guard, hilt, and pommel as if caressing the most beautiful woman in the world. Which man wouldn't want to own such a powerful and stylish weapon? I am in another world. The stronger you are, the less flustered you will be. The bloodthirsty sword gave him immense confidence. I don't know how much time passed. Lin Feng reluctantly sheathed his sword and checked the last special skill. Blood sacrifice. Selecting. It should take 1,000 blood sacrifices to unlock the hidden function of the bloodthirsty sword. Blood sacrifice. Upon hearing this word, Lin Feng's sharp eyes flashed with a cold light. Then let's use the challenger's blood to offer sacrifices to the sharp sword. But there's still one problem. The growth potential of warriors is significantly stronger than that of mages. So how should a mage allocate skill points next? I need help urgently. This is a chapter divider. Please don't hit me. Place the bloodthirsty sword into your backpack. Lin Feng certainly hadn't forgotten that there was another, even more important matter. Level 30 core. A new contract summons. He retrieved the heart of the ocean from his soul consciousness, gently pinched it, and glanced at the effects of the core upgrade on his way to the seaside. Island core. Level 30. Durability, 80,000. Subordinates. Mermaid Lena, Xianming Turtle Man, 60 fairy dragons, 50 ocean elves, 10 shrimp soldiers and crab generals, 2 iron-hammer dwarves. Island control. Pause driving 4 times daily. Direction adjustment 24 times daily. Island skills. Any native creatures tamed by the flag will enjoy the same effects as other troops. Increases island movement speed for 12 hours, 24-hour cooldown. When the emergency shelter core is attacked, its internal runes will activate, granting immunity to all damage for 5 hours, 30-day cooldown. doubles the recruitment limit for each troop type building, greatly increases the concentration of magic and aura energy within the island. Upgrade cost, 100,000 gold coins. Belongs to Lin Feng. The result was exactly as Lin Feng had predicted. Upgrading the core to level 40 again will require approximately 5.5 million gold coins. After his last use, he still had over 2.8 million in profits from the potion. We've already met half of the upgrade requirements, plus the current strength and scale of the island and the industries that can be developed. 2 million is just around the corner. The level 30 core, in addition to changes in durability, adds a new source-gathering effect to its skills. I closed my eyes and sensed it for a moment. Lin Feng discovered that the energy concentration on the island had increased by a full 3 times compared to before. In this environment, the energy recovery speed will be greatly improved, allowing islanders to significantly increase their promotion efficiency during training. Also, once your troop level reaches Tier 2, you can recruit another 30 fairy dragons. Heart of the Ocean, the only one. Type, Special Soul Artifact. Effect, randomly form a contract with a marine creature. Raise its initial level to 50. There is no level cap. It starts with a full set of skills of the same tier. A common creature is upgraded to a legendary creature. Consumption, none. Contract slots, 2 to 3. One additional slot is added at core level 40. Call. The tides crash against us relentlessly. Lin Feng took a deep breath and raised the blue gem above his head. Hundreds of regular facets reflect the light of dawn, creating a dazzling array of colors. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Just now, he seemed to have seen a glimpse of icy blue in the heart of the ocean. But in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. It was as if they had never existed. Hallucination. He was puzzled, but then remembered he had important business to attend to. Immediately channel your inner magic into the heart of the ocean in your hand. Buzz. The gemstone began to tremble. The tangible ripples swept outwards swiftly and decisively. In the blink of an eye, it covered thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers. The ocean in Lin Feng's view was brightly lit, as if the whole world had turned on its fluorescent lights. Immediately afterwards, the lights converged again, transforming into a spotlight that shone on the sea in the distance. Suddenly, the clear blue sky darkened without warning, thick clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. The frigid environment during the cold winter was already terrible. In the sky, torrential rain as big as soybeans connected in lines. Like a bullet striking the sea, the thin ice shattered, and a spiderweb-like pattern began to spread outwards. Immediately afterwards, the spotlight rose at an extremely fast speed, creating a giant wave that rushed towards Lin Feng. The distance is getting closer and closer. A blinding flash of lightning, crackling and popping. The sea elves, dragon elves, dwarves, shrimp soldiers, and crab generals on the island all entered battle mode, as if facing a formidable enemy. His tense body stared at the terrifying giant wave that was getting closer and closer ahead. The thunder, which nearly shattered our eardrums, never stopped. The torrential rain has entered its most intense phase. As raindrops fell around the giant wave, they were affected by the intense energy and turned into ice crystals that fell down. Roar dash. Suddenly, a terrifying roar pierced through the layers of seawater and spread across the ocean sky. The thunderous sound terrified all the sea creatures, causing them to cower in circles in the ocean to alleviate their fear. Something big is coming. Man and Lena walked up to Lin Feng at the same time. Having witnessed the scene of the long summoning, Lena's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "Brother, is this another new partner of ours?" "A new partner?" Man paused for a moment, staring at the fierce waves that were so close at hand, recalling the moment she had just met her master. Could it be that the enormous creature beneath the ocean is also a marine animal that follows its master? Yes, that's right. Lin Feng's eyes showed excitement. He had seen this scene twice before, but there are absolutely no other things that can cause the sky to change color. The thunder roared incessantly in my ears, and the torrential rain transformed into ice crystals. This made him realize that the marine creature he was contracting with was also an existence beyond imagination. Roar dash. With another roar, the massive wave approached. Within the giant waves, a strange creature with a slender body and covered in icy blue scales could be vaguely seen. After seeing the outline of that enormous beast, her pale golden eyes suddenly contracted sharply, and as an instinctive reaction, she leaped onto the sea surface and transformed into her true form. Whole head high dash. After its level was upgraded, the 200-meter-long and 40-meter-high figure of Man roared towards the giant wave. The green snake coiled around its body also arched its head, its piercing eyes filled with coldness. Roar! Huge waves surged, and powerful spray crashed against the island. Immediately afterwards, a blue shadow more than 500 meters long broke through the waves, its wings covered with ice crystal-like scales flashing, and it shot straight into the sky while bringing up a violent gale. A giant shadow emerged from the sea, as if guided by the rumbling thunder and torrential rain in the sky. They stopped at the same time, in perfect unison. Who? Lin Feng braved the strong wind and looked around. Is that a dragon? Upon seeing the appearance of the giant blue shadow, Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. Its head resembles a camel's, its antlers a deer's, its body a snake's, its scales a carp's, its claws an eagle's, and its paws a tiger's. All these characteristics correspond one by one. Isn't this the dragon, one of the 4 mythical beasts in Chinese mythology? Only, it is still somewhat different from the Chinese divine dragon. The figure hovering and swimming in the sky had scales that were ice crystal blue in color, and a pair of thick, powerful dragon scale wings in the middle of its body. When it spreads its wings, its body can easily cover the entire island. In every move, each one could stir up a flurry of ice crystals and snowflakes around them, and the invisible, terrifying pressure they exerted made it difficult for the islanders, including the dragon spirits and sea elves, to breathe. The blue dragon raised its head, its huge eyes glancing sideways, and slowly confronted the black tortoise below, which had transformed into its true form. Even though Lin Feng had not yet communicated with him. Judging from the scene before us, the new partner in the contract is probably very arrogant. Only when the blue dragon's gaze swept over Lin Feng did it retract the dragon's might that it was emitting. Roar! After a low hum, the blue dragon glided nimbly down from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a blue light enveloped it. As they approached the island, the giant shadow, shrouded in light, began to slowly shrink. But the crisp sound of footsteps fell on the beach and the tide. The light shattered with a bang, and a girl in a light blue dress appeared in everyone's sight. Dragon Ice. The girl stood with her hands behind her back. Her voice, just like her name, was as cold as an iceberg. Looking around, everyone he met had a cold, indifferent expression. Dragon Ice. Lin Feng sized up the girl in front of him. Her delicate oval face was fair and rosy, with bright teeth and clear eyes. She possessed an ethereal beauty. Her long, black hair swept over her shoulders and fell straight down her back. The sea breeze is blowing. A pair of small dragon horns stood upright on its head, and its long black hair swayed slowly. The long dress, seemingly made of scales, clung to her graceful figure. From top to bottom, it is full of classical Chinese beauty, but that aura that keeps strangers away is really a bit of a headache. Welcome to our family. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. The data panel in front of him was indeed worthy of the grand entrance he had just made. I couldn't find a suitable one, but Bingbing's temperament is roughly like this. Chapter 93, The Iceberg Girl's Powerful Panel. Long Bing. Race, Deep Sea Ice Dragon. Level, 50. Realm, Peak of the 5th Order. Mana, 1600. Skill, Ice Armor Tier 5. Basic conjures a layer of ice armor for the target, capable of withstanding 1 instance of damage from the same tier and reducing some damage from tiers below 5, 160. Frost Nova Tier 5 Intermediate. Freezes targets within range, dealing minor damage for 60 seconds. Mana cost, 320. Thunderous Frost Wind Tier 5 Advanced. Reduces the movement and attack speed of all creatures within a 5 kilometers radius of the caster for 10 minutes. Mana cost, 560. True Dragon Scale Tier 5 Supreme. Racial Passive. Reduces damage from targets below Tier 5 by 50, no cost. True Dragon Breath Tier 5 Supreme. Racial Skill. Deals damage to targets within range and charges up 3 to 3 units of energy. 1 unit of energy can be restored every 8 hours. True Dragon Might Tier 5 Supreme. Race Passive. targets below the same level cannot unleash their full power, resulting in a reduction of one minor realm. The greater the power gap, the more pronounced the reduction effect. Note, you have a permanent contract with Lin Feng and will never betray him. There is no limit to your level progression. Evaluation. Evolved by the power of the heart of the ocean, it transforms from a deep-sea dragon into an ice god dragon, possessing immense growth potential. How strong are the attributes? Lin Feng declared that it absolutely had to be strong. Compared to Man and Lina, it's unclear whether it's due to the upgrade of the heart of the ocean or racial characteristics. It comes with 6 skill slots from the start. Due to the effect of Ocean Heart, the 5th tier skills are maxed out. With the Frost Armor, Lin Feng and Lina's survivability was greatly guaranteed, and with the 5th tier Black Crocodile Fusion Armor, 4th tier damage could be basically ignored. Frost Nova and Thunderous Frost Wind are both crowd control skills. 1 hard CC freeze, and 1 soft CC slowing down over a wide area. In summary, when engaging in combat with the enemy, the ebb and flow of power can bring a significant advantage. Does having 3 support skills mean Dragon Ice is weak? No. The last 3 racial skills grant Dragon Ice terrifying combat power. Dragon scales are sturdier than the vast water-based armor, but their damage reduction is 49% weaker. But its advantage lies in the high quality of its skills. It can reduce all tier 5 damage. Combined with her dragon breath and her close combat abilities as a dragon, any 5th tier creature would tremble before her. True Dragon's Might is the most terrifying racial passive ability of Dragon Ice. It can significantly weaken the enemy's strength without consuming energy. Unlike other dragons, True Dragon's Might can affect units of the same level. At the peak of the 5th rank, the cultivation level has declined to the late stage of the 5th rank. Just one level is like an insurmountable chasm. What can they use to fight Longbing? Furthermore, the power of the True Dragon is always active and covers a wide range of targets. In summary, Longbing can be described as a perfectly well-rounded warrior. Dragon's Breath doesn't consume mana. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and quickly understood. Compared to other skills, Dragon Breath can be considered a substance that is inherent in the dragon's body. To give an example, it's like human spit. The substance secreted by the body is enough for Longbing to unleash a terrifying Dragon Breath AoE attack within 8 hours. Then, he also took the opportunity to observe Longbing's data using the Lifespan Detection Stone. Deep Sea Ice Dragon. Current age, 200 years old. Human age, 20 years old. Remaining lifespan, 25,000 years. Looks like he's destined for a very long life. Lin Feng glanced at Man, who had transformed back into human form, and sighed inwardly. It's unknown what the maximum human lifespan will be after the level is increased. But the immortality promised by the island system can't be a lie, right? Thinking about it now, spending countless millennia with the girls under my contract would surely be an enviable life. Hello, Sister Longbing. My name is Lina. The little mermaid stood on tiptoe next to Lin Feng, waving her little hands with all her might. She had witnessed the entire display of power that the dragon girl had just displayed. His small eyes were full of admiration. My name is Man. When Man, who was walking over from the side, realized that the other person was her partner, she also suppressed her hostility. Lina stood on either side of Lin Feng. A stammering self-introduction. Then, the 3 of them looked at Longbing, who was wearing a long dress, with great joy, waiting for the latter to speak. However, 30 seconds passed. Nothing happened. A minute passed. The air was still. Just as Lin Feng was about to continue the conversation, Longbing finally raised her chin slightly and spoke. Call me if you need anything. After saying that, her skirt fluttered and she vanished in a blur. Using his spiritual senses, Lin Feng discovered that Longbing had already arrived at the western New Island and begun refining energy for cultivation. Sister Longbing is so cold. Lina stared blankly at the spot where Longbing had disappeared and made a fairly objective assessment. Man wholeheartedly agreed and nodded, saying, She's so amazing, I might not be able to beat her. Previously in a stalemate. The two did not have a real conflict, but Longbing left a very deep impression on Man. Brother, does Iceberg's sister think we're too weak? Lina tilted her head back and looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. Goodness. 1 second she's Sister Longbing, the next she's Sister Bingshan. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly, and he said uncertainly, I don't know either. It might just be her personality. But for us, she's still a trustworthy partner. Let's take it slow. Maybe Iceberg Sister is just shy. He, Lena, make some delicious food and take it to her. The little mermaid smiled. After greeting Lin Feng, she jogged towards the kitchen alone. She did not distance herself from Long Bing because of his attitude. Instead, she sought ways to build a relationship with him. For her, all partners who form a contract with their brother are a loving family. Master, do we need to practice again today? Man turned her head and asked in confusion. Okay, continue. Lin Feng nodded. The third contracted creature has been summoned, and the level of the elemental dragon mage core has also been increased. Chunrui is also close to arriving inside the Challenger's area. Once the phase teleporter had memorized the coordinates, Chunrui opened a portal from inside the Challenger to descend onto the island, and then opened another portal leading to the back of the Challenger. The trial of the new king has officially begun. If Chunrui could raise his cultivation level to the Grandmaster realm before completing his plan, that would naturally be the best outcome. After recruiting 30 more baby dragons through the elf dragon nest and explaining the upgrade plan to Ruth, he and Man went to the new western island to prepare for daily combat training. However, just then, something unexpected happened. Roar Dash. A giant, azure shadow suddenly appeared in the sky above the western new island. It's the deep-sea ice dragon, Dragon Ice, which we just contracted. She then transformed into her true form. Its icy wings flashed as it flew toward the northern part of the island. In an instant, the dragon's might spread. Long Bing's figure was like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had leaped nearly 1,000 meters. Regarding speed, it's just as good as when it was at sea. Island owner? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, and after seeing the moving island in front of him, he immediately revealed a cold smile. His location had already been exposed by the system. Even if you're not the Challenger Island owner, you can find out where you are by discussing it on the World Channel. At this critical juncture, what is the nature of the location being close to one's own regional coordinates? There's no need to guess anymore. Screenshots left from the Dragon Breath instant kill in Chapter 94. Shit, Lin Feng can really run fast. His coordinates changed 4 times in a row, each time hundreds of kilometers apart, and his location is very unpredictable. A young male mercenary stood at the bow of the ship, spat a thick wad of phlegm at the constantly cracking ice ahead, and continued. It seems that he suffered quite a few losses in the Overlord Challenge. Judging from his appearance, with well-defined facial features, fair skin, and light gray eyes, he was clearly a European or American. What if we run into him while we're searching like this? The big shots in the Alliance are still on their way back and can't provide support in time. Another mercenary said with a worried look. The icebreaker they were on was rented from the locals, unlike the mercenaries gathered on Raven Island, whose ships were built with funding from the island's lords. Both its speed and durability are far inferior to the former. There were only about 20 people on the boat. Including the surviving units after the beast tide, there were only a little over 500 of them. If this ship were to encounter Lin Feng, even if the latter's strength were diminished, killing them would be a piece of cake. Won't. The European and American mercenaries shook their heads and said, Lin Feng's coordinates were just updated, and he's still far from his location. It's impossible for him to move towards our island and control it. As long as we keep the news going, we'll be safe once our big brother arrives from the rear. Gathering intelligence at the front now can earn us a lot of resources in the Alliance, so we can't miss this opportunity. Quick, check the group chat. Suddenly, another mercenary shouted in panic. Everyone's attention was drawn to him, and they all opened the chat group to see what had happened. Hiss! Upon seeing the message from the island lord, the mercenaries on the ship couldn't help but gasp in unison. Another island lord with superior units has called for support from the Challenger Alliance. This is the second time this has happened. At the very beginning, Wang Yang, who possessed the Golden Behemoth, the king of the land, had his troops killed by the navy of the fallen Gold Islands Kingdom, lost his island, and perished at sea. Meanwhile, the island lord named Jianyu in the group is also a powerful being with a mid-tier superior unit, the Spider Elf. At this very moment, they also issued a distress call for help. Is that a divine dragon? The white mercenary's pupils contracted sharply as he recalled ancient records of Earth. In the screenshot, within the 10,000 square meter island, 30 powerful spider-like elves raised their forelimbs, their heads held high as if facing a formidable enemy, staring straight at the sky. But, for some reason, The lower limbs of these powerful superior spider elves were limp and powerless, as if they were kneeling on the ground. Facing the colossal, icy blue creature in the sky, his eyes were filled with fear. That hundreds of meters long silhouette looked down upon the island as if it were an ant. The chilling aura emanating from the screenshot almost instilled fear in the white youth. Then what? The white mercenary continued to look at the next screenshot. Suddenly, the icy blue dragon spewed out a burst of icy dragon breath, freezing mid-air. The Jiangyo's troops remained motionless, maintaining their previous posture. That concludes the screenshot process. No further messages came from the group. Gurgle. The blue star mercenary next to him swallowed hard, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his soul trembling with fear. Da's now faded profile picture in the group says it all. He's dead. Along with their troop units, they were instantly wiped out by that blue dragon, which resembled a mythical beast from China. 30-something mid-tier unit. Is there no room for resistance at all? Upon realizing that the location would be reached by the person in question, everyone in the group simultaneously came up with a guess. Is it possible that the creature that resembles a dragon is a unit under Lin Feng's command? It was the one who was teleported the furthest away and didn't have time to rejoin the main force. He was the first to head towards Lin Feng's coordinates. His position at that time seemed to be not far from the coordinates that Lin Feng refreshed, even though everyone was mentally prepared. The two photos to send out before his death still sent chills down their spines. Without a doubt, it is capable of instantly killing dozens of Tier 4 superior units. It must be a fifth-order creature. Without making any preparations for negotiation, the opponent launched an attack using Dragon Breath. 9 out of 10. That frost blue dragon was indeed a mysterious top-tier unit under Lin Feng's command. The group suddenly fell silent. With such a fifth tier being present, it makes sense that Lin Feng was able to overcome the fourth-tier Overlord-level challenge. Monsters and sea monsters not only possess powerful magical abilities. Most of them also possessed melee combat skills comparable to warriors, and faced with such an existence, their confidence in attacking Lin Feng immediately diminished significantly. After all, this enormous creature, suspended high in the sky, exudes a far greater sense of awe and intimidation than any other species. Even though I was mentally prepared, I was still filled with fear. It was unclear how much time had passed before new news finally arrived. Liamo, don't be discouraged, everyone. The number of dragon breaths is limited every day, even for Tier 5. We have an absolute advantage in troop numbers. During the battle, our high-tier troops will wear down that blue dragon, while the others will carry out a decapitation strike on Lin Feng. The arrow is on the bowstring. Even if we retreat now, the island system will strip us of 50 of everything. Besides, I don't believe that all of Lin Feng's units are Tier 5. The energy required is unimaginable. This might be his only top-tier creature. We still have a success rate of over 90. The lengthy message seemed to possess a magical power, instilling a strong belief in others once again. Yeah, he's already accepted the challenger's trial anyway. Kill him. If his troops are all dragons, and he manages to get the building blueprints, we'll be rich. Destroying his island buildings and damaging his troops also earns rewards. With so many of them, what's there to be afraid of? Rush. On the other side, Tang Long, guarded by several bloodthirsty sea wolves, was trembling slightly. Divine Dragon. His unit is actually a dragon. He trembled with excitement, his cold eyes repeatedly scrutinizing the majestic, arrogant blue giant in the photograph. It seemed as if he wanted to imprint every detail of the ice blue dragon's body into his mind. This unit type, we absolutely must obtain it. It is highly likely that it is an existence that has surpassed the highest level. At all costs, the plan must be scrapped and rewritten. The white mercenary took a deep breath, closed the chat window, and immediately shouted to the others, "Fuck, we can't go any further. Turn back, rejoin the main force, and search for Lin Feng. I'll keep chasing them for the reward. If the blue dragon discovers them, the latter won't even need to unleash its dragon breath. All those mercenaries must die. Return to base. Return to base." The others realized what was happening and awkwardly maneuvered the boat back the way it came. Clang. As one of the mercenaries ran, he bumped into a stack of wooden barrels. Before the white mercenary could get angry, the former hurriedly said, "There's a group of people getting closer and closer to us. They're all fourth tier." Chapter 95, The Royal Jewel. There's a ship. It's really strange that they dare to be active outside in the dead of winter. Search! An officer in the blue Feng uniform stepped onto the water, saw the old icebreaker ahead, drew his long sword, and gave the order. Whoosh! 3 4th-tier greatsword masters immediately shot out from behind. In the blink of an eye, we arrived beneath the icebreaker. Upon seeing the other party's attire, the white mercenary immediately recalled the information shared in the group chat earlier. These are all elite captains of the strongest navy in the fallen Gold Kingdom. Everyone has the strength of the 4th tier. Although they didn't know why the other party wasn't on the fleet, but instead came riding the waves, the white mercenary knew that if they offended the other party, they would definitely suffer the consequences. We're just fishermen out at sea to catch food. Is there anything you need, officers? The white mercenary forced a fawning smile and called out, "If you need to rest, we can make room for you." As he spoke, he quickly sent a message in the team group chat, signaling his teammates not to do anything reckless. If they anger these 4th-rank officers, their entire ship will be in serious trouble. Not to mention, behind the group of naval officers was a mysterious figure shrouded in a light blue robe. Judging from the occasional glimpses of his features, he was clearly different from the humans of the fallen Gold Islands. Thump, thump. There were 5 people in total, including the leading officer and the mysterious man. Using his aura to leap easily onto the deck, the leading officer asked coldly, "Where is Eleanor?" A clear voice echoed on the icebreaker. The mercenaries breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. As long as it wasn't someone specifically looking for trouble, the matter would be easy to resolve. Sir. As the captain of the challenger team, the white mercenary had no choice but to explain, "We don't know who this Eleonorio you're talking about is, and we've never met him. Never seen it before?" The leading officer's face was frosty as he scoffed. "It's only the beginning of winter. How can you humans, who have just entered the 2nd tier and whose identities are questionable, resist the chill?" A long sword was held directly to the white mercenary's neck, and he threatened, "Tell me, where is Eleanor? Feel the cold blade against your neck." The white mercenary nearly wet himself in fear, crying out, "Lord F.A., we really don't know who Eleanor is. We're only able to move around outside because we took cold-resistant potions. We're not lying to you." He probably wasn't lying. The mysterious man in the light blue robe spoke. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The white mercenary was overjoyed to see someone speaking up for him. However, before he could rejoice for long, the mysterious man said coldly, "I am very interested in the cold-resistant potion you mentioned. If you do not tell the truth, your soul will be devoured." Cold-resistant medicine. The white mercenary swallowed hard, not daring to delay, and quickly explained the effects of the potion and how it was obtained. A moment later, the mercenaries on the ship looked at them with hopeful eyes. They hoped that once the other side received the intelligence, they would leave the icebreaker immediately. Lin Feng, damn it, kill them quickly. I need to go back immediately. The mysterious man sounded anxious as he finished explaining himself and jumped off the boat first. They found a patch of intact ice and quickly left. "Oh my God, no, no, no." The white mercenary stared in stunned silence as the long sword hurtled towards him. Sizzle. Blood splattered. The long sword easily pierced through the heart and emerged from the body. This attack was as if it were a command. The other 4th-tier beings began slaughtering the mercenaries on the other icebreakers. After the weapons clashed, the mercenaries also attempted to resist. However, the absolute suppression of their realm meant that even though there were hundreds of them, they were still subject to it. It still couldn't change the fact that the entire team was wiped out. 10 minutes or so passed. The leading officer wiped the blood from his sword, glanced at the departing mysterious figure, and frowned, saying, "Where did Her Highness go? All her personal guards have been killed, and he himself is seriously wounded. Alas, Captain, we've searched almost all the other directions. We haven't received any feedback yet on the direction Commander Morris was following. If all goes well, Your Highness Eleanor." Another officer looked helpless. They serve the royal family, but obey the Legion commander. This is a tradition that the Blue Feng has maintained for hundreds of years, and it is also so that one day, when a tyrannical ruler is in power, the Blue Feng, the Royal Guard, and the Azure Sky Griffin Legion can assist other members of the royal family in overthrowing the tyranny. However, now that the old king has passed away, there is no heir to the throne. One of the 3 Legion commanders, Pai Jan Elton, pleaded with Eleanor to marry the third son of the Elton family in order to stabilize the kingdom's turmoil and preserve the royal bloodline, so that they could have a son and preserve the legitimate royal bloodline. Unreasonable and unreasonable. However, Princess Eleanor is a woman and has no right to inherit the throne. Although what the Duke of Pygon did was immoral, it was not without a sense of righteousness. They did not want to harm the princess, but military orders were absolute, and they had no choice but to do something against their will. The old king's death was very mysterious, and even the Pope of the Temple was helpless. There must be some inside story that we don't know about. The leading officer sighed bitterly. I just didn't expect that the Legion commander would join Pagan's camp. If His Highness is really pursued by him and is seriously injured, I'm afraid he won't be a match for Legion Commander Morris. There's another ship on which those mysterious people are located, assisting in the search. From now on, the fallen gold royal family really needs to change its name to Elton. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and said, "Let's go. Let's get back to the ship quickly, otherwise it will arouse suspicion." Yes. At the same time, another deserted island coastline built of yellow stones. Brew, whose magic was depleted, coughed up a mouthful of blood and was carried across the ice. "Your Highness, my old bones are no longer up to par. Let me get down and escape by myself." Brew's voice was weak. His black magic was nowhere to be seen, and his black robe with gold trim was covered with bloody holes filled with poison. Once hit by a specially made crossbow, great swordsmen and even sword masters will be affected, not to mention the fragile mages. A terrifying toxin was rapidly destroying his body. Her breathing was so weak, as if she were about to stop breathing at any moment. "You won't die." Eleanor's voice was tired, but her pale silver eyes remained sharp. However, his silver armor was riddled with arrow holes. This proves that her condition isn't much better right now. Even though many Blue Fong soldiers deliberately held back, breaking through their defenses still dealt a heavy blow to Eleanor. At this moment, the vast sea surrounding them was frozen solid by the winter, and the only place to land was the deserted island in front of them. There was nowhere else to rest. Cough, cough. Eleanor covered her lips, her delicate face losing even more color. "Wipe away the bloodstains between your fingers." She took a deep breath and continued running toward the deserted island ahead. "Call out." Suddenly, an arrow landed on the ice in front of his feet. "I've found you, Your Highness." More than a dozen elite officers followed behind Morris. After putting down the crossbow, he continued, "Come back with me. We can still preserve a trace of the Theo family bloodline." "Maurice." Eleanor's silver eyes flashed with a sharp, cold light. After carefully setting Blue down, she used her remaining fighting spirit to condense a white incandescent longsword and said coldly, "Perhaps Pygon can overthrow the Theo royal family, but I will never allow any offspring with tainted blood to live in this world and tarnish the honor of the Theo family." She was surrounded by officers whose forces remained intact. After realizing there was no hope of escape, something seemed to have broken inside Eleanor. The Gold Isles, where the last bloodline of the Theo royal family will rest in peace in this inconspicuous place. Kingdom. They will also fall into the hands of treacherous officials. "Maurice, I wonder if you will be able to sleep soundly through the long nights to come." Eleanor slowly drew her gilded sword from her waist with a backhand motion. Her pride as a royal jewel allowed her to stand ramrod straight, even in her weakened state. "Traitor." D. Eleanor, facing encirclement, did not retreat but launched a counterattack. It charged straight at the nearest Grand Swordsman officer. In an instant, the others also gripped their long swords and surrounded the enemy. 13 great swordsmen and a heavily wounded half-step grandmaster were locked in battle. With her twin swords wielded, Eleanor moved with the agility of a butterfly. The blade moves with agility and elegance, each strike aimed straight for vital points. The ice surface could not withstand the residual force of their battle and cracked one after another. Eleanor conserved her fighting spirit and followed the broken ice surface to change battlefields. They quickly beheaded 3 great swordsmen. Blood was spilled into the frigid ocean, turning a deep crimson red. But, given her current injuries, that's the limit. The sword blade formed from the battle aura in his right hand gradually faded until the battle aura energy shattered with a bang. A single Tier 6 weapon is simply not enough to withstand the combined attack of the crowd. "Got you." An officer's eyes gleamed, and the blade of his sword, which was originally aimed straight at Eleanor's head, shifted slightly and struck the latter's left arm instead. Their ultimate mission was not to kill Eleanor. Capture him alive. That's the hard requirement that Pygon gave. His left arm was hit hard. Eleanor no longer had the strength to hold the longsword. The gilded weapon, baptized by the Pope of the Temple, easily pierced the ice and plunged into the endless seabed. The surrounding space seemed to slow down. To die like this is truly unwilling. As a grand swordsman officer drew ever closer, a hint of sorrow filled Eileen's cold, silver eyes. With his last bit of strength, he pulled a golden dagger from his calf. They were captured alive and sent back to the palace at that time. What awaits her is an experience even more unbearable than death. She, Eleanor, even in death, I will never allow any man to tarnish my innocence. It will not tarnish the bloodline of the Theo family. Eleanor was about to plunge the dagger into her chest. Call out. Suddenly, an even faster arrow flew over. Acting first, it pierced through the silver light armor and plunged deep into Eleanor's heart. Commander! The officer was shocked and quickly turned to look at the attacker. Eleanor is dead. Then, the Duke of Pagan's desired outcome will be the worst possible outcome. They were about to catch Eleanor. Why? Killing a member of the royal family is a capital offense. But they were met with a barrage of sharp arrows. Immediately afterwards, a surge of powerful battle energy erupted. A fierce and powerful figure wielded a sword, and with a swift motion, the blade fell. In less than 5 minutes, all the unsuspecting officers were cleanly and swiftly killed. After a long time, a soft murmur echoed across the silent sea. Eleonorio broke through to the Grandmaster realm during the battle, killing 13 captains of the Blue Sea Fawn. Unable to capture them alive, he was forced to kill them on the spot. Maurice expressionlessly sheathed his blood-stained longsword. He turned around, wiped the spray from his face with his fingers, and slowly walked towards the warship. Chapter 96, First Encounter with Mental Pollution. Blue awoke from his coma, stood up shakily, and saw the bodies of Blue Fong officers floating on the sea all around him, and a chill ran through him. The battle is over. Has His Highness been captured and taken back to the palace? Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he spotted the silver figure on the ice ahead. The Blue Ocean Fong's specially made crossbow bolt hits the center of the body. If that poison were to penetrate the body, it would be fatal, let alone a Grandmaster. Even a Grandmaster would be severely injured if he didn't die. Your Highness, Your Highness. Blue's lips trembled as he knelt down beside Eleanor with a thud, tears streaming down his face, and said, I'm sorry, my old bones are really useless. I have failed the royal family. I have failed the Theo family. Just when he thought Eleanor had lost all signs of life and was preparing to use his last remaining strength to bury her on the deserted island nearby. Suddenly, Eleanor, lying on the ice, coughed faintly. Although it's very small, but Blue was convinced he was not hallucinating. Live. The old man quickly checked Eleanor's external injuries and immediately discovered the problem. The crossbow bolt appeared to have struck her heart squarely, but it was actually deflected at a certain angle, and the inner arrowhead did not pose a serious threat. And this crossbow bolt was not coated with any antidote, judging from the markings engraved on the crossbow bolts. Maurice. Blue's pupils contracted slightly, filled with deep doubt. He used all his strength to lift Eleanor up and stagger towards the deserted island. Only, given their current physical condition, even without the impact of injuries, they couldn't survive 2 days on the winter oracle sent down by the Frost Church alone. You have defeated the 4th-tier spider-like spirit, and the hero Dragon Eyes has gained some energy. You have defeated the Tier 3 spider elf, and the hero Dragon Eyes has gained a small amount of energy. You defeated the island lord de Jiangyu, and the island's core was automatically destroyed. You did not obtain any troop buildings. Lin Feng's eyes widened. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, including the time spent traveling. The islands that were just visible a moment ago were instantly vaporized by the icy dragon's breath. Units, buildings, island owner, core. Even the island itself. Not a single hair was left. An ice queen, ruthless and taciturn, terrifying indeed. Amazing. Lena's eyes sparkled as she watched. With her current strength as a mage, casting a 5th-tier top-grade rolling wave spell would have the same power. But casting spells takes time. They cannot be as decisive and swift as Long Bing. Phew! A cold wind arose, and after destroying the island, Long Bing returned to it at an astonishing speed. A flash of blue light appeared. The colossal creature in the sky transformed into a human once more, sitting cross-legged on the western new island to absorb the surrounding source energy and enhance its strength. The island has received a core enhancement. The energy concentration here far exceeds that of other places. Judging from Long Bing's posture, this isn't some kind of breath-condensing cultivation, but rather a monster fighting level-up stance. Lin Feng suddenly felt like writing an autobiography. It's not that I don't want to work hard, it's just that the hero is too diligent. Destroying the island's core can actually yield troop buildings? I saw the island notification log. Lin Feng couldn't help but rest his chin on his hand and thought. This was the first time he had heard this news. Nobody on the World Channel has ever mentioned it. Has no one killed the other island lords? Impossible. Even if someone destroys the core of another island lord, they won't expose it. Otherwise, once the other island lords learn the truth, the Earthlings who killed the island lords will definitely face strong resistance. So, does that mean I'll get a whole bunch of troop buildings after this Challenger trial ends? Thinking about this, Lin Feng was immediately filled with anticipation. He can integrate resource islands, so he never has to worry about not having enough space to accommodate his troops. On the contrary, the more troop-type buildings you have, the better. Master, a ship is coming. Man-Man's pupils narrowed, including Lena's and Long Bing's. All three of them fixed their gazes on the approaching ship behind the island. This time, for some reason, Long Bing did not take the initiative to attack. She simply got up again and went to Lin Feng's side, standing silently and quietly. Bing Bing. Lin Feng turned his head slightly and asked tentatively, "Why did you just destroy that island?" Bing Bing. Upon hearing this nickname, even the Ice Queen's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and she said coldly, "Malice is an enemy." He has this ability? Lin Feng suddenly realized that the ships approaching from ahead did not currently harbor any ill intentions towards them. Sister Bing Bing, we just chased away the bad guys. Lena will make you a grilled crystal fish later. It's delicious. While everyone waited, Lena, feeling bored, smiled and said to Long Bing, "Brother praised Lena's cooking skills." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's lips twitched immediately. "Goodness, I was just praising your skills because I didn't want to hurt your confidence, but you actually dare to show off." However, he didn't say anything, wanting to see how Long Bing would react. Long Bing looked down at the little mermaid with an expectant face, then turned her head away and snorted coldly. "I'm not hungry." "Then Lena will make it for you when Sister Bing Bing is hungry." Lena spun around, excitedly telling Lin Feng, as if she had won, "Brother, I successfully struck up a conversation with Sister Bing Bing." Lin Feng. Man. Lin Feng stroked the little mermaid's golden hair, and after a long pause, managed to say, "Well done." The three were talking. The oncoming ship was getting closer and closer. The ship's hull is clearly visible. It is a warship of class 40. It is the same size as the ships in the Blue Ocean Fong fleet, but the number of soldiers on board is significantly less. 1,000 third-tier soldiers, and some ordinary sailors. The remaining 10 are unclear, but they should be fourth-tier individuals of similar strength to me. Lin Feng used his mental power to sense the strength of the units present above. They stood on the shore without taking any special action. However, all combat units on the island were ready to go. As long as he gives the order, this warship would suffer a fatal blow. Enemy. Long Bing suddenly changed his mind. Did they develop ill intentions after getting close? After making his own deductions, Lin Feng instructed, "If a battle breaks out, don't make a move. I want to use this bloody battle to try and break through to the 5th rank." This? Man and Lena looked at each other, their eyes filled with deep worry. Cold. Long Bing was about to cast an ice armor on Lin Feng when the latter immediately interrupted her. Need not. Equipping a level 5 defensive skill renders the bloodbath meaningless. Lin Feng waved his hand. That being said, he believed he wouldn't be defeated by a 4th-order creature. Not to mention, even if the battle becomes critical, the three women are strong enough to rescue him. One should not stay in a comfortable environment for too long. The new king's trial is about to begin, and this mysterious warship of unknown origin will be his stepping stone to break through to the 5th rank. Good. Upon hearing this, Long Bing couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng again. A different emotion flickered in her beautiful eyes. Immediately afterwards, a mysterious warship approached the island, and a person shrouded in a light blue robe stood at the bow and asked, it's actually a lost soul who hasn't yet developed a devout faith. Honorable God of Frost, please guide these lost children. They will embrace you. We sing your praises. We pray for you. The hoarse voice sounded like a duck being choked. Lin Feng stood on the shore, wanting to see what tricks he was going to play. Since there were no magical fluctuations at the moment, he was happy to watch the show. Only, when a next island notification sounds, a murderous glint flashed in his calm eyes as he coldly said, "Praying to you? Stop pretending to be a charlatan. Damn it. Ruth, make your move." Island status notification. The new Crown of Kings effect has been activated. Heroes Lena, Man, Long Bing, and you are now immune to mental pollution. Chapter 97 Lin Feng, Let's Solo. EO Dash. The dragon spirits leaped into the air, soaring through the sky, carrying the ocean spirits whose power had increased dramatically as they circled the warship. It looked as if a circle had been drawn around the warship. The elven mage group maintained a certain distance from the enemy, ensuring that they could cast spells that hit their targets while having ample time to deal with the gleaming giant crossbows on the warship. Rumble. Intense magical energy began to fluctuate. Although the skills possessed by the ocean spirits are only of the second or third tier quality. However, given their strength as archmages, even with reduced costs, low-level skills can be used in groups with effects that are in no way inferior to high-level skills. The cold-resistant medicine has been manufactured. All the sea spirits now have contracted dragon spirits. A group of 53rd to 4th tier mages unleash their skills, creating a devastating barrage. It's terrifying. How could this be? It wasn't affected at all. The figure shrouded in a long robe at the bow of the ship spoke with a voice full of shock. This situation. The church has never encountered anything like this in its thousands of years of history. In theory, any creature without faith should be unable to resist the pull of faith, even though the people in front of him were all 5th-tier beings. What makes them capable of opposing the supreme frost god? Gurgle. The mysterious man in the long robe swallowed hard. Now, unable to use faith to guide these strangers, how can the 1,000 saints sent by the church and the 9 fanatics possibly resist those women? Activate the magic circle. Unleash a blizzard. The mysterious figure retreated rapidly, issuing a series of orders. Strange runes suddenly burst forth on the ship's hull, and the energy cores piled up at the center of the array were rapidly consumed. In the blink of an eye, a defensive barrier with a strength of level 5 was formed above the warship. Immediately afterwards, another 1,000 crew members, dressed in light blue robes, simultaneously took out a small magic wand from their sleeves. They chanted in hushed tones, as if the explosive magical skills above their heads didn't exist. It doesn't affect their ability to cast magic skills at all. Wait, what kind of creature is that? The mysterious man suddenly looked up at the colorful dragon spirits in the sky. When he saw one of them enveloped in white light, motionless in the sky, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Stop casting. Pity. It's too late. Intense frost energy swept across the sky. Clouds began to gather, forming clusters of ice crystals, and then began to rain down snowflakes as sharp as knives. Each snowflake possesses the destructive power of a Tier 2 top-tier weapon. If hit by these dense magical snowflakes, even a 3rd-tier creature would be blasted into a sieve. Even if a 4th-order creature doesn't die, it will still be severely damaged. But just as the snowflakes were beginning to form, in the sky, sparks crackled from the elven dragon enveloped in white light. The magical power accumulated in those ice crystal clouds that had not yet fully condensed immediately plummeted. Reduced magical energy. They all transformed into the best 6th man, fiercely bombarding the spellcaster. Puff dash. 1,000 saints were poisoned by the magic, even though the damage is only 15. But it comes from within, from the spirit, from the magical energy sea. A physically weak mage like him could hardly withstand such a backlash. They all coughed up blood, and the ice crystal cloud that had just condensed was instantly reduced by half. Fairy dragon. Why are there so many spirit dragons? The mysterious man was greatly surprised. This is a legendary creature that can reach the demigod realm. Even him. There has never been any trace of a fairy dragon living in the world. According to records, the fairy dragon is a true mage killer and the pet that all mages dream of. Not only can it grant immunity to most magical damage, it can also directly reflect damage back to the caster. Just like before, a single elven dragon instantly injured over 1,000 third-tier mages. Bishop, what do we do next? Behind the mysterious man, 9 muscular men dressed in light blue martial arts uniforms appeared, gazing solemnly at the island across the water. The young man who had just spoken was wielding a dark red long sword and was diving alone toward the warship. Capture the human male. We can only escape safely by taking him hostage. The mysterious man recalled the scene of Lin Feng giving the order, as if he had grasped at a straw. 9 fanatics received orders. My muscles and blood flowed like crazy. It unleashed an energy that did not belong to battle chi or magic, transforming into an arrow that shot downwards. Good timing. Lin Feng pushed his mental perception to its limit. The 9 burly men in front of them were all at the late stage of the 4th tier, equivalent to great swordsmen. He is currently at the peak of the 4th tier of dual professions. In a one-on-one situation, I could easily defeat anyone. The only disadvantage is that the opponent has a large number of people and a continuous attack. The bloodthirsty sword slashed out diagonally. Under his mental perception, the first fanatical burly man had already arrived beside him. They unleashed that mysterious energy to attack him. The angle is clever and unpredictable, but for Lin Feng, who has 2 professions, this is a state where his mental perception is fully released. It's like having your eyes roll back. 360 degrees coverage. The bloodthirsty sword was enveloped in powerful battle aura and slashed fiercely at the lower body of the burly man who had launched a sneak attack. The sword's red light trailed behind it in an almost imperceptible manner. Snort dash. Seeing that the situation was not good, the fanatic abandoned his attack and immediately used mysterious energy to form a barrier in his groin, barely managing to withstand the fierce counterattack. This sword strike, due to the nature of his attack method, Lin Feng was unable to unleash his full power. After shattering the barrier, the fanatic had already escaped the attack range. That's it. You guys are far too weak. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, showing no desire to fight. They retreated rapidly to the side. He was alone. Even with his superior mental strength, he would be vulnerable if surrounded. Even if you know the opponent's attack trajectory, you can't dodge them all. Ding, ding, ding. The 6th-tier weapon, the bloodthirsty sword, was swung repeatedly. The mysterious energy emanating from the fanatics seemed endless, continuously covering them. Used as weapons and armor, he fought to a standstill with Lin Feng's orange weapon. Aren't these BS 4th order? Where did all that energy come from to unleash defensive skills? Lin Feng was filled with doubts. Logically speaking, even a 5th-tier creature would be crippled or killed if it were slashed like that by someone wielding the bloodthirsty sword. How come these fanatics are completely unharmed? It's like practicing the indestructible Vajra technique. Although this is largely due to the fact that he hasn't used his skills yet. But these mysterious giants are definitely suspicious. But more than that, he wondered. The mysterious man's side was almost dumbfounded. 9 late-stage 4th-tier grand boxers, after several rounds, were unable to defeat this ordinary human despite the special energy supply provided by the bishop. Throughout history, nothing like this has ever happened before. May the god of frost protect you. Your devout faith will become a blazing weapon. The mysterious man's eyes, hidden beneath his cloak, burst forth with dazzling golden light, and in an instant, the enormous fists of the 9 fanatical believers beneath the ship erupted with azure flames. For the god of frost, the fanatics seemed to have been brainwashed, their faces contorted with madness, and they once again rushed toward Lin Feng at breakneck speed. Chapter 98. It smells so good, it's so soft, it's so tender. This force. His pale golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly. After the mysterious man imbued those fanatical believers with blue flames, the energy intensity emanating from their fists was almost on par with that of a top-tier 4th-order weapon. At this time, Lin Feng and his opponent clashed again. They were clearly at a significant disadvantage. Their attacks were ineffective, and they had to face increasingly fierce offensives from the fanatics. If you're not careful, you could get hit. They would be surrounded and attacked by all the fanatics. No, that won't do. Man saw that the situation was not good. He was about to send out his clone to kill those fanatics. Who knew? Longbing spoke up from the side. Don't go. You. Man got a little angry and suddenly turned her head to glare at the former. If her master makes a mistake in front of her, there will be no going back. The new partner in front of me. Not only was it very rude, but it was also incredibly calm and unconcerned in this situation. That's going a bit too far. Missed opportunities can leave a lingering resentment. Longbing did not continue to explain. The black eyes in human form were like ice, revealing no emotion. But when Man caught a glimpse of the magical energy swirling at her fingertips, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so sorry. It turns out that this icy companion had been secretly protecting its master all along. She has defensive skills and is always ready. There's no need to worry about the owner's safety. Sister Man, Sister Iceberg, look. Lena stood on tiptoe, pointed ahead, and exclaimed joyfully, Brother, you've steadied yourself. On the battlefield, the Elven Dragon Mage group was still attacking the Saint army on the warship. The naval barrier had long been broken. Those mage saints, if they had gathered together, could have easily destroyed a Blue Sea Fong warship. But, faced with the encirclement of the Elven Dragon Mage group, they were completely overwhelmed and had no chance to fight back. 90 elves took turns casting magic reflection. These spellcasters were as if a dagger was held to their throats. Just use your skills. It will result in a severe backlash. But if you don't use your skills and just passively take hits, you'll die even faster. So, despite feeling frustrated and annoyed, he could only endure the magic rebound and clash with the Elven Dragon Mage squad. Clearly, these saints were unaware of the characteristics of the Elven Dragon. The latter is incredibly agile in the sky, easily dodging the giant crossbow bolts fired by the sailors, as well as most magical skills. Compared to typical bulky dragon units, they are extremely agile. Even if they occasionally get hit by a skill, it benefits from damage reduction properties. They had almost wiped out the army of saints, yet they were still soaring through the sky with boundless energy. The battlefield below, facing the combined attack of 9 fanatical believers whose attacks were surging, Lin Feng's anger also flared up. I've never felt so frustrated before. Just because a tiger doesn't show its power doesn't mean they think they don't have any skills. Click! The bloodthirsty sword is sheathed. At the same time, a surge of magical and martial energy was fully accumulated. A crackling sound of electricity rang out, and the dark red blade drew a blue arc. It swept irresistibly towards the 2 fanatics who had just approached. Lightning-fast sword draw. It's merely a 4th-tier intermediate fusion technique. Its power is even less than the damage Lin Feng inflicted on the bloodthirsty sword by pouring his battle chi into it, and then using the thunderclap sword technique. But the advantage of this fusion technique is its speed. It's almost twice as fast as a normal attack. Magic! The 2 fanatical believers felt the energy fluctuations, and beads of sweat immediately appeared on their foreheads. No wonder the other side couldn't take it. He was actually an extremely rare practitioner of both magic and martial arts. Furthermore, they have mastered a fusion technique combined with the mage's mental perception. That makes sense. Dash. The bloodthirsty sword easily sliced through the flesh and blood that hadn't had time to be protected by the barrier. Driven by lightning, the chests of the 2 fanatics were slashed open with gruesome wounds. The flesh was turned inside out, charred both inside and out. The violent energy gave the fanatics no chance whatsoever. It pierced their vital heart and collapsed on the ice, losing its breath. 2 out of 9 people are gone. The remaining 7 are much easier to deal with. Lin Feng's sword draw slash didn't consume much energy, and he unleashed it 3 times in a row. After killing another person, the remaining 6 people were completely powerless to resist. Despite having an endless supply of energy, he was completely suppressed and beaten by Lin Feng alone. The bloodthirsty sword slashes, flicks, stabs, and sweeps. Every time the crimson blade swept across the flesh and blood of the fanatics, it would feed back a surge of vital energy to Lin Feng, ensuring that his spirit and physical strength were always abundant. The energy emanating from Lin Feng kept colliding. It grew stronger and stronger, and the boiling liquid solidified into a substance outside the body. It's as if it's trying to break free from some kind of shackles. For the god of frost, seeing that things were going badly, The mysterious figure on the bow of the ship waved his small staff again to give the fanatics a powerful buff. Deep down, I was already feeling some fear. The opponent still has 3 fifth-tier beings who haven't made a move yet. They were already overwhelmed and became tools for the humans before them to hone their skills. The Frost Faith. It will become our source of energy. Knowing he couldn't delay any longer, the mysterious bishop cast buff spells on the remaining 6 fanatics. A continuous flow of energy is pouring in. His exposed arm withered at a visible rate. In contrast, the fanatics with their golden bodies resembled gods descended from heaven. It was completely covered by a golden barrier. At this time, the sword strikes landed on them, barely breaking through their defensive barriers but failing to harm their true bodies. The barrier is broken. A new barrier has been erected once again. Having just gained the upper hand, Lin Feng found himself mired in trouble again, gradually becoming surrounded by 6 fanatical followers. Lin Feng spat out the icy seawater in his mouth and locked his mental energy firmly onto the fanatic. The bloodthirsty sword can replenish physical strength and energy, but it cannot restore energy. He had already used up more than half of his magic and fighting spirit. If the fighting continues, they will be defeated due to insufficient energy. This is a situation he doesn't want to see. Call for the god of frost. Suddenly, all the fanatics roared in unison. The once robust physical body begins to age rapidly, but the energy aura throughout the body grows stronger and stronger. Almost simultaneously, all 6 of them made their move. He unleashed his blue flame fist at Lin Feng from all angles, aiming straight for his vital points. The power of this attack. It's comparable to the most powerful tier 4 top-tier skill. It's just a hair's breadth away from reaching the power of the 5th tier. Master, elder brother, Man and Lena, who were watching from the sidelines, felt anxious upon seeing this scene. Everyone, including Long Bing, was preparing to cast an ice armor on Lin Feng. Sudden, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he roared, "I'll do it. I refuse to believe we can't take down these charlatans." Boom! Facing a life-or-death crisis, Lin Feng's fighting spirit and magical energy finally erupted violently. Energy that is difficult to see with the naked eye begins to collide violently in the air. It was like a domino effect, with dominoes falling. The energy elements collided one after another from beginning to end, and his energy intensity, which was originally only at the 4th level, directly climbed to the 5th level. Protective Battle Chi. Lightning Draw Slash. Lin Feng unleashed all his energy, casting a Battle Chi barrier on himself before suddenly drawing his bloodthirsty sword from its sheath. There was a loud clanging sound. A burst of lightning almost blinded people. The dark red sword blade swept across. The golden barrier that had been barely broken through before was now as easy as tofu, torn into energy source matter, and unstoppable. It also split the flesh and blood tissue behind it in 2. The fanatics had no time to react. He could only watch in terror as the thunderous sword swept toward his body. A chill ran through him, yet he could not stop the dark red blade from swinging. For muffled thuds were heard. Of the 6 fanatics who launched the attack from the surrounding area, only 2 remain. Comrade killed in action. The 2 fanatics had bloodshot eyes. Suppressing his fear, he maintained his attack stance and fiercely attacked Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's 5th order sword-drawing slash had exhausted all its energy, leaving him only able to watch helplessly as 4 fist shadows bombarded him. However, this scene, not only did Long Bing not make a move, but neither did Man or Lena. Lin Feng himself was not worried at all. There was even a hint of anticipation in her eyes, because, just now, the lightning spell triggered the draw slash. Incidentally, the protective battle aura around his body underwent a strange change. Let the fanatics' attacks rain down upon us. Before the 2 figures who had suddenly attacked could even feel happy, they found themselves seemingly crashing into a steel city wall. Not only did he fail to break through the opponent's defense, but his hard-earned fist shattered, and excruciating pain filled his entire mind. However, the pain did not last long. The aura barrier, crackling with electric arcs, unleashed a burst of violent energy that swept up their arms and completely engulfed them. The last 2 fanatics die. Congratulations on creating your own fusion skill, lightning body control. You have killed a Frost Church fanatic and gained a small amount of energy. You have killed a Frost Church fanatic and gained a small amount of energy. Your level has increased after absorbing energy. Current level 44. Congratulations on your breakthrough from Mage to Archmage. Congratulations on your warrior class breakthrough to Swordmaster. It's really not easy. Lin Feng was unable to fully experience the physical reactions of his recent breakthrough. His fighting spirit and magic were completely depleted, and a feeling of weakness swept over his entire body. In a daze, his eyes went dark, and he fell heavily onto the sea. While in a coma, he only felt that 3 women, each exuding an alluring fragrance, embraced him at the same time. Soft and fluffy, very comfortable. As he murmured, he didn't forget to give instructions in a weak voice. Put my sword away. Chapter 99 vanished without a trace. Please inform the big shot on the outermost northwest side with the red chimney. The distance between his islands is too short. Remember to gather all supplies, leaving only 3 days' worth of basic food, and make sure they're not destroyed during the battle. The boss's troops are starting to cast buffs. Hurry up and line up to max out today's buffs. You might run into Lin Feng at any time. The Challenger's Alliance army marched in great numbers. The 1,000 islands are arranged differently than usual, instead being separated by nearly 1,000 meters. It was speculated that Lin Feng might possess a wide-range attack unit. This formation prevents the island's core from being destroyed in one fell swoop. Although support is a bit slow, it is very stable. The icebreakers carrying the mercenaries were scattered among the islands, moving slowly. At this time, thousands of challengers, each with their own units, simultaneously converged on the center of the formation. They whispered among themselves, discussing the matter in detail. There are also combat command posts that constantly observe the formation and adjust the movement of islands and ships. Damn, if I don't run into Lin Feng soon, I'll be out of crystal cores. There's no other way. We're very close to the coordinates that just refreshed. Without constantly maintaining buffs, it's hard to guarantee our full strength. Even those top players with buff units aren't profiting from this. Let's just hang in there. A group of mercenaries emerged from the ship's cabin. They were accompanied by dozens of soldiers of different races, all of whom they had recruited when they abandoned the Beast Tide assessment. We're all in this together now. After a while, they gradually lowered their guard, and their relationship became much more harmonious. In a few words, the group followed the wooden planks connecting the boats and arrived at the central islands. Look, it's Boss Tang Long. Suddenly, someone cautiously pointed forward. Look in that direction. A young man wearing top-grade 4th-tier light armor and black-rimmed glasses led a woman from the other side toward the center of the island. 5 snarling, ferocious sea wolves guarded the area. The invisible aura of blood energy sent a chill down their spines, causing them to involuntarily take several steps back. The other military units traveling with them were so frightened that they lay on the ground, too afraid to utter a sound. We respectfully waited for the first person to go in. They finally let out a heavy sigh and began to discuss cautiously. That woman looks like Li Yu. I didn't expect her to have hooked up with Boss Tang Long. I heard that Boss Tang Long now has 3 superior troop types, and his strength is incredibly powerful. There's the bloodthirsty sea wolf, whose amphibious combat power is comparable to the golden behemoth, and the heavy extreme demon python, the overlord of the water. After the last assessment, he also obtained the superior low-tier troop, the Sphinx scorpion-tailed beast. His overall combat power is top-notch. His own strength has reached the 3rd tier, right? It seems like he's starting to break through the 4th tier bottleneck. I wonder what his profession is. Sure, it's best not to talk about it. What if the big boss finds out and gets upset? Speaking of which, the mercenaries all shut their mouths and hunched over as they continued toward the center of the island. Excuse me, please make way. Suddenly, a young man in a hurry ran out from the buff-adding plaza. Seemingly in a great hurry, he accidentally bumped into Li Yu's shoulder. Don't you have eyes? Li Yu frowned and scolded. Don't you even look who's next to me? What if we run into Brother Long? I'm so sorry. The fair-skinned young man's expression changed, and he hurriedly nodded and bowed, apologizing. My stomach isn't feeling well. Brother Long, sisterly, I'll be going now. Before Li Yu could continue speaking, the young man, as if he were really about to leap away, clutched his stomach and jogged toward an icebreaker. Seriously, I'm so unlucky to have run into these guys who just want to get rewards. A cold glint flashed in Li Yu's eyes as she said fiercely, If he dares to cower in the back during the battle, kill him first. What's his name? Tang Long glanced at the icebreaker marked with the number 118 and asked a casual question. Let me look. Liu looked up and glanced around for a moment, then quickly opened the chat group after confirming the icebreaker's number. Find the corresponding list of notes and scroll down to search. Soon, they found the information about the young man from earlier. His name is Chun Rue. He has joined the challenger camp. He said he was tricked by Lin Feng and wants revenge, Liu reported. Sheng Hui. Upon hearing this name, Tang Long's eyes narrowed, and he turned his gaze back to the icebreaker. So far, in the island world, there are only two people who have ever made him suffer. Sheng Hui, Lin Feng. The latter needs no explanation. The former had previously leaked information, causing him to waste a lot of gold coins. He remembers this very vividly. Upon hearing the name, he immediately realized who it was. I've been planning to see his team joining screenshot. Tang Long pushed up his glasses with his fingertips and said in a commanding tone. Okay. After swallowing hard, Liu carefully sent Shenrue's fake screenshot to Tang Long. She didn't know what had happened, but, based on the chat logs, it seems that the mercenary named Shenrue was recruited by her. Challenger. Tang Long opened the image and squinted to carefully examine the traces on the screen. At first glance, there doesn't seem to be any major problem. If I had to nitpick, the only issue would be that the lighting seems to be uneven. However, when he zoomed in on the image 3 times, I could even see a broken thread in the picture. Who recruited him? Tang Long closed the image and asked expressionlessly. His tone remained unchanged, but the bloodthirsty sea wolves around him, who were very familiar with him, bristled. I don't know. I'll investigate right away. Liu was covered in cold sweat, but she forced herself to lie. She felt that if she revealed what she had to say, she would probably become a snack for these sea wolves. Give me an answer in 10 minutes. As soon as Tang Long finished speaking, he flipped over and mounted a bloodthirsty sea wolf, patting the latter's head. Find that person from earlier. Dash. The 5 red wolves unleashed a powerful energy surge. Under the shocked gaze of the surrounding earthlings, he leaped toward the icebreaker ahead. A few minutes later, all the mercenaries on the ship were gathered on the deck, trembling with fear. Gone? Find it. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find it for me. A cold glint flashed in Tang Long's eyes. What was just a suspicion is now confirmed. That mercenary named Chun Rue definitely has some connection with Lin Feng. Lin Feng has most likely already formulated a complete plan. Unexpected. That person, who is only at the 2nd level of strength, actually vanished into thin air right under his nose. Chun Rue's face was pale. After closing the spatial gate of the phase teleporter, he turned to look at the handsome face he hadn't seen in a long time. Brother Feng, I almost didn't see you again. I have fulfilled my mission. Mission successfully completed. Chapter 100 Avernava. Your appearance surprised me. Lin Feng opened his eyes, interrupting his meditation to regain his composure. Previously, he had not tried it due to the cooldown time of the phase transmitter. The appearance of this kid out of nowhere, without any warning, was truly unexpected. Hey. Chun Rue scratched his head and grinned foolishly. He plopped down on the shore of the inner sea, his rapidly beating heart still pounding, and took out a cup from his pocket and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. After letting out a heavy sigh, he explained, Brother Feng, I was so scared when I couldn't reach you for 2 days. The phase teleporter's location has been completed. It's in the center of their group's island, and they can open a portal to get there at any time. After saying that, he quickly got up and returned the 2 phase transmitters from his bag to Lin Feng. It was just a few seconds off. The bloodthirsty sea wolf, possessing terrifying strength at the mid-stage of the 4th rank, followed the scent, broke through the cabin, and bit his buttocks. He recalled the scene of bumping into Liu and Tang Long earlier. I'm still a little scared now. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Lin Feng took the phase teleporter, pondered for a moment, and said, Now, I'll give you 2 development options. 1, stay with my island. Your safety will be greatly guaranteed, but you won't receive many resources. 2, establish a Blue Star mercenary guild to gather intelligence on the island world for me. This option will be dangerous, but I will provide you with the greatest possible resources, gold, skill books, equipment, and support, whatever you need. Under Chun Rue's ecstatic expression, Lin Feng chuckled softly. Give me your answer after the new king's trial is over. As he spoke, he took out a pure white mask from his storage ring. After putting it on, his originally handsome appearance was shrouded in a wisp of white smoke. When the smoke cleared, a resolute and rugged face was revealed. This phantom is not as good as Lin Feng's previous appearance, but by normal aesthetic standards, he could be considered a handsome young man, full of vigor. The 4-centimeter-long scar on his left cheek added a touch of ruthlessness to his face. Man, let's go first. Good master. Lin Feng confirmed that the equipment was correct and then activated the other and used phase teleporter. In an instant, a pale white portal appeared out of thin air. Through the portal, one can clearly see that the destination is a corner of a house. The surrounding area is a vast ocean. Upon closer inspection, one can also see many orderly, moving islands accompanying it. The destination is very hidden. Although many humans and alien troops occasionally pass through this area, there are also long periods of desert. Challenger. Lin Feng took one last look at his attribute panel, then took Man's soft, boneless hand and stepped into the portal. Lin Feng. Race, human. Level, 44. Classes, Novice Archmage, Novice Swordsman. Mana, 1408. Battle Chi Value, 1408. Skills, Battle Aura Protection Tier 2 Advanced. Lightning Technique Tier 3 Advanced. Thundersword Technique Tier 5 Excellent. Draw Sword/Tier 3 Excellent 4/4. Fusion Skill, Lightning Draw/Tier 5 Intermediate Cost. 160 Mana, 160 Battle Chi. Lightning Body Protection Technique Tier 5 Intermediate. Uses magic and battle chi to condense a barrier on the body that deals counterattack damage. Cost, 160 mana, 160 battle chi. Backpack, Crown of the New King, Bloodthirsty Sword, Essence of Life, Ocean Teleport Scroll, Skill Enhancement Slot X1. Wealth, 280,500 gold coins. Reputation Value, Renowned. Down with Lin Feng. Hurrah! A blonde, blue-eyed, an alluring female mercenary sat on the shore, carrying a bucket of rum. While shouting slogans of down with Lin Feng at passing mercenaries, he gulped down his drink. Around her, there were many other earthlings who had just received a buff and were idly gathering together to drink and indulge themselves. Avernova, are you and your brother ready? Another male mercenary from South Korea straightened his clothes, approached the woman, and said with a wicked smile, "We're about to have a fierce battle with Lin Feng. Whether we'll come back alive is still unknown. How about we enjoy the last few hours together?" Haha. Avernova glanced at him, gestured with her thumb and forefinger to indicate a size of about 2 or 3 centimeters, and continued drinking silently without replying. Damn it. The kimchi mercenary felt humiliated. It felt like a nerve in my brain had exploded. I was about to use a weapon to threaten him. Fortunately, his companion quickly pulled him back and advised, "Idiot, if you dare to touch her, her brother could kill you at any moment." Snort. The kimchi mercenary spat to the side, took a bottle of low-alcohol fruit wine from the liquor shelf, and found a seat nearby. Discuss with your teammates the details to pay attention to in the upcoming battle. Idiot. Avernova crossed her legs and leaned back in her chair, gazing at the enormous creatures that occasionally surfaced in the surrounding sea, and couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. Suddenly, a clear voice came from the side. "May I sit here?" I turned my head to look. Avernova saw a handsome young man from Yin country wearing light black leather armor. He arrived beside me with a pretty girl carrying a small turtle-shell backpack and pointed to the empty stool next to us, asking a question. She assumed the other person was also trying to strike up a conversation with her. But seeing the undisguised desire in the young man's eyes, she swallowed her words of refusal. Casual. After saying that, he took another sip of wine. A wave crashed over him, and the young man wiped the water off the scar on his left cheek before leisurely sitting down on a stool. As if by magic, he produced a glass of wine, gently swirling it in the glass while glancing at the girl from the fighting nation. "You seem to be very obsessed with defeating Lin Feng. Did he hurt you?" Upon hearing this, whether Avernova was simply too drunk or had found someone to confide in, she kicked a nearby barrel of liquor away. He gritted his teeth and said, "No, the reason I came here is because of my brother. He lied to me, saying that Lin Feng was a wicked bastard who did all sorts of evil deeds, and that I could join the Challenger Alliance to fight him and get amazing rewards. Only after I confirmed my registration did I realize that these people who joined the Challengers were all a bunch of scum and degenerates blinded by greed." recalling the Blue Star people who slaughtered and tortured the natives of the Mallory Sea, and the transmigrators who plundered caravans everywhere, killing, looting, and burning everything in their path. A deep look of disgust flashed in Avernawa's eyes. Then why don't you leave? The young man was clearly surprised by her words. Afraid of a loss of 50? Ha ha! Avernova suddenly burst into laughter. Where are you going? I was tricked into coming here by that good brother. He's already planning to offer me to Tang Long after the war. How can I leave? I wish you would die sooner. Oh, right. I don't think I've ever seen you before. Are you one of those scumbags? Oh, if that's the case, you can report what I said to them. Perhaps you'll get a good reward. I see. The young man suddenly realized. Chapter 101, I am Lin Feng. Now, why leave? Lin Feng is all alone. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? Another white female mercenary walked over. He had clearly overheard their conversation, and looking at the young man with disdain, he said, Our Beacon Country's island lord, John, has top-tier troops like necromancers and count vampires, while Yin Country's island lords, Tang Long and Liemo, have bloodthirsty sea wolves and black dragons. The woman cited more than a dozen examples in succession. He scoffed. Even without these high-level units, all the units combined could drown him with low-level magic. If you're scared, quickly hide and find a secluded place to shoot a few rounds. You can still have a good time. And what do you mean we're all scum and degenerates? And what kind of saintly white lotus are you? So what if you're willing to do anything to become stronger in this other world? Haven't you killed any sea monsters? Haven't you killed any magical beasts? Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the young man's lips. Haha, you're quite adept at twisting the facts. Beth, I heard you're having quite a bit of fun with your hyena wolf soldiers, and you've even secretly kept a few strong kobolds? A mocking glint flashed in Avernawa's eyes. Instead of getting angry, she teased, How does it taste? I may indeed be a saintly, pure-hearted person, incapable of wielding a butcher's knife against those intelligent, civilized races. But I just enjoy cursing them. It feels so good. Ha-ha. Scum and degenerates, hurrah. You. Beth's expression changed drastically, and just as she was about to retort, she was pulled back by another female companion beside her. Why bother with her? In a couple of days, she'll be Tang Long's personal possession. Don't talk to them. Snort. Beth knew that if she continued, her little quirk would become common knowledge. Frustrated, he and his companion turned and walked toward the table laden with fine wine. At this moment, the mercenary from the Korean country, who had just failed to strike up a conversation with Avernova, suddenly lit up and immediately got up to greet her. Hey ladies, want to try something a little more exciting? Beth and her companion were still angry. They picked up their glasses, turned around to pour themselves more drinks, and ignored him completely. What's with the smugness? A ruthless glint flashed in the eyes of the Korean mercenary. Wait until the challenge is over. I have to find 2 beautiful foreign women to vent my anger on. Sudden, he glanced unintentionally in Avernawa's direction, and his eyes immediately flashed with an astonishing green light. After a moment of excitement, he continued walking forward. However, this time, he was looking for a different target. It wasn't the flushed-faced Russian warriors who were drunk, but rather the stunningly beautiful young woman in a cyan dress behind scarred youth. He swore, I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. She's pure and charming, and her figure is impeccable. I've been here for so long. Surprisingly, no one had noticed that there was such a stunningly beautiful woman. Presumably, they've just arrived at the Challenger gathering place. Hey, miss, do you have... The mercenary from the Korean country stepped forward, straightened his clothes, and spoke with a smile. But he hadn't finished speaking. A sharp sword light flashed before my eyes. His voice abruptly stopped. Avernawa's drunken eyes turned to see the Korean mercenary, who was in a daze. Why aren't you saying anything? She glanced over and saw that a dark red longsword had appeared in the hand of the handsome, scarred young man. A trace of blood clung to the longsword. The drops of blood seemed to be swallowed by the blade, quickly disappearing from the sword's edge. Recalling the chilling light and shadow just now, Avernova's drunkenness suddenly subsided by half, as she turned her gaze back to the mercenaries from the Korean country. Only saw a trickle of blood began to seep from the latter's stiff neck. His trembling hand gently touched the wound, as if he wanted to wipe away the blood. However, when his fingers touched his neck, puffed. The fragile connections of nerves and bones collapsed like rickety building blocks. A torrent of heads fell to the ground. The wicked smile still lingered on his face, washed by the tide. At the torso, blood gushed out uncontrollably from the clean incision on the neck, splashing half a meter high. After losing its support, it fell to the ground with a thud. The scarlet blood was very striking. There's been a murder. Go and notify the administrator immediately. The mercenaries who heard the commotion all turned to look in this direction. When the headless corpse of the Korean mercenary was found lying on the ground, twitching slightly, the crowd panicked. They shouted and ran away in all directions. Bubes. The white female mercenary's companion was closest. He turned pale with fright when he saw the head being washed up by the waves at his feet. Dead. Beth abruptly turned her head, fixing her gaze on the young man holding the longsword. Then, I don't know what she saw. His pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints, and goosebumps erupted all over his body. A warm current spread down her thigh. The leather armor and shorts were completely soaked. Hurry up and go. Run. After saying this, Beth suddenly felt dizzy and lost consciousness, fainting from fright. Instantly killed a third-tier enemy. Orinova stared at the young man in disbelief, stammering, "Fighting is forbidden here. Tang Long will kill you." Yeah. The young man continued drinking his red wine, as if nothing had happened. The beautiful woman who had caused the trouble was nowhere to be found. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Avranova subconsciously checked the young man's data panel. Race, human. Level, 44. Rank, unknown. Skills, unknown. Glug. After reading this almost terrifying series of unknown information, Avranova's drunkenness vanished instantly. Level 44. He was a terrifying being at level 44 with 6 skills. The entire Challenger camp. I've never heard of such a person before. Who are you? Avranova asked, almost trembling. Who I am. The young man got up from a stool, sheathed the dark red longsword. Stepping onto the seawater, I tilted my head slightly. With long, strong fingers, he removed the mask. He calmly said, I am Lin Feng. The smoke dissipated. Avranova's heart pounded when she saw that face that almost everyone knew. It felt as if I had fallen into an ice cave. His powerless body slumped on the stool. Lin Feng. He is Lin Feng, whom the Challengers Alliance wants to deal with. He actually came to our door of his own accord. Almost at the same time, a suffocating surge of magical energy rose up. Within the thousands of islands of the Challengers' camp, an extremely terrifying tornado has formed. Chapter 102 Blood Sacrifice 1. Brother Long, I'm sorry. Liyu's lips were pale, and beads of sweat appeared on her fair face. The 3 bloodthirsty sea wolves were getting closer and closer. You could almost smell the foul stench emanating from their mouths. Letting you manage the Blue Star mercenaries, that's the good thing you've done. Tang Long's face was gloomy. It's unknown what intelligence Chen Rue took with him when he escaped, or what kind of chemical reaction it will have on the Challenger trial. But he wanted nothing more than to chop up the female mercenary from Earth in front of him and feed her to the dogs. Just as Tang Long was preparing to teach Liu a lesson, suddenly, a buzzing sound came from outside. A strong wind blew, and the island's buildings shook violently. The doors and windows were banging against the walls, on the verge of breaking. Typhoon. Liu, who was watching from the sidelines, frowned, took out a red human-shaped doll pendant from his backpack, and hung it around his neck. Something's wrong. We'll deal with her later. After opening the chat group, and noticing something was wrong, Liu quickly went outside. Good. Tang Long glared at Liu with his cold eyes, then took out an identical pendant, put it on, and followed Liu out. Before they could even leave, 2 Blue Star mercenaries rushed in. Brother Long, Brother Mo. Storm. Tornado storm. Someone has committed murder in the settlement. 2 messages arrived in quick succession. Tang Long's already dark complexion became even more gloomy. Anyone who dares to kill under his rules is asking for trouble. Walk. He exchanged a glance with Liu. He kicked the precarious wooden door to pieces. As he walked outside, 30 bloodthirsty sea wolves, 30 heavy demonic pythons, and 30 lion-bodied, scorpion-tailed beasts appeared from all directions. Protect him closely. High in the sky, 30 enormous black dragons and 30 golden griffins circled around, on guard. What is that? Liu and Tang Long immediately spotted the rapidly rising tornado to the north. I originally thought it was just a normal natural phenomenon. However, When the two saw the tornado shooting straight into the sky, their adrenaline surged dramatically. Skill. Amidst the storm, a wildly spinning blue shadow could even be seen. Without a doubt, this tornado wasn't formed naturally. It was clearly caused by the rotation of that mysterious creature. Whole head high dash. Whole head high dash. A deep, rumbling roar like muffled thunder rang out. Even if they're several kilometers apart, the roar of the behemoth still exerted a powerful pressure on all creatures within its range. Suddenly, the fierce and bloodthirsty sea wolves crouched on the ground, tails between their legs, staring in terror at the north side of the island. Tang Long's pupils immediately contracted. Turning around, I saw that the heavy python and the lion-bodied scorpion-tailed beast were in no better shape. The former was curled up in a ball, its tightly contracted body revealing only its head, which was flicking its tongue. The latter flapped its wings impatiently. Like a bloodthirsty sea wolf, it retreated backwards, its scorpion tail tucked between its legs. The black dragon and golden griffin that had been circling high in the sky also plummeted straight to the sea like kites with broken strings, not daring to surface. What makes a fourth-tier magical beast react like this? Could it be a fifth-order rank? The two of them felt a sudden jolt of fear. His stiff neck turned toward the place where the roar had come from. A black tortoise, hundreds of meters long, treads on the water as if it were flat ground. It raised its head, which resembled a dragon's head, and slowly opened its large mouth. Immediately afterwards, visible streams of magical energy spewed from its mouth, relentlessly pouring into the tornado that reached the sky. Skill. Oh no, it's a high-grade, fifth-tier skill. Dodge. Upon seeing the storm, which appeared to be illuminated by a blue light curtain of magic, Tang Long's pupils constricted sharply. In an instant, nearly millions of sharp water droplets were scattered from within the storm. The water droplets are moving very fast. In the air, only those connected lines of shadow can be seen. But the scene that unfolded next left not only Tang Long and Lin stunned, but also the island lord and mercenaries who were observing the anomaly from a distance using special tools. The water droplets looked like powerful armor-piercing bullets. It can easily penetrate second and third-tier units, and even if they are hidden underwater, they cannot escape the damage from the water droplets emitted by the storm. The most critical thing is the enormous creature finished unleashing its skill. It also entered the storm's interior and began to spin rapidly along with it. A tornado followed closely behind. It seemed poised to tear everything apart, sweeping wildly across the surrounding islands. Buzzing. Before the island's core even came into contact with the tornado, it was forced into emergency shelter by the powerful pulling force. But other materials on those islands were not so lucky. Buildings crumbled, and the islands sank. Without exception, every island swept away by a tornado is left with only the core of an emergency shelter suspended on the sea surface. Even the cores of some islands have begun to crumble, meaning that their owners have perished in this catastrophe. Sea creatures? Lin forced his black dragon and golden griffin to return. I don't know why. He felt that the giant tortoise looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Prepare. Tang Long opened the chat group, about to rally the Alliance's forces for a counterattack, when his gaze towards foam bow suddenly narrowed sharply. All I saw was a dazzling white light rise from a storm. Impossible. Lin took 2 steps back and suddenly turned to look at Tang Long. The two exclaimed in unison at the same time, "Troops!" That white light. They were all too familiar with the glow that only appeared when a unit or island unit was upgraded. At that moment, the giant tortoise killed countless units of rising white light. All of this proves it. It has its own island power. Half a minute later, the terrifying tornado finally subsided. After the mist that had been obscuring their view dissipated, everyone was finally able to see the clear outline of the enormous creature. A giant blue shell encircles the python. The head, resembling a dragon's head, coldly surveyed the surrounding ravaged sea. In less than a minute, it destroyed more than 100 islands and tens of thousands of creatures of various levels and races. On the undulating waves, the crimson blood shocked all the challengers. Xuanwu. It's Xuanwu, and it looks exactly like the Xuanwu, one of the 4 mythical beasts of China. In the chat group, someone finally came to their senses. It's a unit. I just saw it upgrade. Whose unit is this Xuanwu? How did it suddenly appear in the middle without any warning? Get out of the center area quickly. If it releases it again, there will be no hope of resistance. Tier 5. This must be a Tier 5 creature. A Xuanwu ice dragon. Are these all Lin Feng's troops? Lin Feng must have come here on his own initiative. He must have another Tier 5 ice dragon. In an instant, all the Challenger Leagues were thrown into a state of extreme panic. Faced with two such powerful creatures, no one would want to be at the forefront. That's practically tantamount to suicide. What to do? Seeing that his troops had returned to normal, Lin Feng was also somewhat unsure of what to do. A massive, earth-shattering tornado. It deeply shocked him, and he couldn't imagine what a terrible scene it would be if he resisted head-on. No, there's a chance. A glint of light flashed in Tang Long's eyes, and he quickly sent a message in the group to reassure the team. No matter what level a creature is, it will be limited by its mana. The skill just now was definitely not a normal 5th level spell. It definitely doesn't have the mana to cast a second one. Everyone spread out. Mid-level and higher-ranking units take turns casting spells to wear it down. I'll go first. Anyone who backs down at a time like this is betraying the Challengers League. After sending the message, Tang Long glanced discreetly at Lin Feng, who was frozen on the back of the black dragon, and then ordered the bloodthirsty sea wolf and the heavy demon python to dive into the deep sea. The lowest-ranking sphinx-tailed beast was positioned in the most conspicuous spot in the sky and charged towards the Xuanwu beast. Outlast him! Seeing the sphinx flying through the air, the group's already fragile morale surged again. They dispatched various troops to launch an attack on the Xuanwu. Gurgle dash! Suddenly, a strange, low-humming sound rang out again. On an island not far from Tang Long, a red tentacle, tens of meters long, stretched out directly from the void. Xiao Hong, take your men and catch all those bad guys. Don't let a single one escape. Gurgle dash. Chapter 103 Blood Sacrifice 2. What the hell is this thing? Lin Feng, who was just about to make a quick getaway, widened his eyes. The octopus in front of them, which had squeezed out of the air with all its might, was waving its tentacles arrogantly, when its last tentacle was completely pulled out of the void. In an instant, a dense swarm of various sea creatures leaped out from behind it, landing in the ocean like dumplings being dropped into a pot. There were more than 1,000 sea beasts, ranging from the 2nd to the 4th tier. Led by the octopus, they sank into the deep sea and spread out in all directions. Sister Man, I'll help you deal with all you bad guys. The giant octopus, whose strength was still unknown, had already attracted the attention of many challengers. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, more than 1,000 mysterious sea creatures leaped into the sea. Another petite, blonde mermaid girl, dressed in orange-red leather armor, emerged halfway out of the void and entered the seawater, standing with her hands on her hips and angrily surveying her surroundings. Mermaid girl. Tang Long gave several coded signals, instructing the bloodthirsty sea wolves and the heavy demon pythons hiding in the nearby waters to await further instructions. The strange scene that just happened. This made him instantly understand why the Xuanwu behemoth had suddenly appeared in the Challenger's territory. Someone must have set up a one-way portal from elsewhere to this place. You stinking bitch. Thinking of this, Tang Long turned back and glared fiercely at the dilapidated house. All of this has nothing to do with Chun Rui, who just vanished into thin air, and he would never believe it. That wretched woman ruined the whole plan. This is very likely a unit under Lin Feng's command. We must conserve our strength until he appears. Tang Long's eyes flashed with coldness as he opened the chat group and sent a message. Teams 1 to 50, continue attacking that giant tortoise. Teams 51 to 100, assemble in my location. Don't hold back any units that can cast spells. Let's start the final battle early. Soon, the more than 900 island owners who were still alive in the group responded. That Xuanwu is really out of mana. Quickly, seize the opportunity when it's low on mana and finish it off. Coming right away. That mermaid is suspicious too. She seems to be a beast tamer. We don't know what level those sea beasts were. Kill that mermaid quickly. My sea giants are on their way. Everyone protect yourselves. Otherwise, if our units go berserk, things will get even more complicated. These island owners aren't stupid either. Everyone has signed up for the Challenger camp, so if someone leaves the battlefield alone, they will definitely be attacked by the group. Now, while we still have the strength to retaliate, the most urgent task is to have our troops deal with the giant tortoise and the blonde beast tamer. In an instant, nearly 80,000 units of Tier 3 and 4 were divided into two groups and launched an attack from the north and south. On the undulating ocean, enormous giant heads would occasionally rise up, locking onto the blonde girl in leather armor. They were adorned with many other strangely shaped superior units. In the sky, there are also a large number of flying units that have begun preparing their first wave of skills. They're all idiots. Is huddling together to reduce Lena's magic consumption? After deliberately waiting for the enemies to get close, the blonde girl's red eyes gleamed with a blue light. She spread her 10 fingers, and the terrifying magical power surging from her body began to boil. The seawater was churning. As the magic surged into the air, it formed a rapidly spinning giant wave. The giant waves were 50 or 60 meters high. Each wave possesses an extremely strong tearing force. Rolling giant waves, Lena whispered a soft, sweet cry. The fair fingers pressed down towards the approaching army of soldiers. Rumble. The out-of-control tsunami rolled forward. The loud noise resounded clearly in everyone's ears. Level 55. A fifth-tier archmage, Tang Long and Liamo, who were closest to each other, suddenly narrowed their eyes. The suffocating magical fluctuations emanating from the tsunami clearly indicated the level of skill the mermaid had unleashed. How could this be? How can it be 5th rank again? Tang Long ripped off his black-rimmed glasses, stood up in disbelief, and stared intently at the swirling waves crashing down in front of him. Howl dash! Wah! When a terrifying giant wave struck the foremost deep-sea giants. The rapidly spinning waves easily tore their heads above water into minced meat, even if they wanted to escape by diving. However, the pressure on the ocean below increased dramatically due to the pull of the giant waves. There was simply no way to escape the attack range of the giant wave. Rumble. A surging wave crashed down. How could an enemy at only the 4th rank withstand such devastation? Once swept into the wave, it could only watch helplessly as the violent, rotating energy tore its body apart. A low, painful moan rose and fell in waves. One skill killed more than 5,000 high-level troops. Most units clung to the Titans to save energy while traveling, but this unexpectedly became the trigger for the entire army's annihilation. Scatter! Scatter! That mermaid is also at level 5. Holy crap! Why are there 2 level 5 beings here? This mysterious sea beast might not be as strong as Lin Feng's unit. Let's stop wasting time and get out of here. If I die again, I won't be able to withstand Lin Feng's real attack. After seeing the 2nd Tier 5 enemy appear, the confidence that everyone had just built up completely collapsed. Faced with an attack from a mysterious sea monster force, unable to even confirm whether it was a unit under Lin Feng's command, they simply couldn't resist. Where would an island lord get so many 5th-tier beings? We must get away from this area. Liamo rode the Black Dragon, leading the other troops directly back to the island. They are preparing to take control of the island and leave this place. His thoughts at this moment. It also kept echoing in other people's minds. Warning, you have entered the challenge trial state with the target. Please return to the area where you entered the battle coordinates, otherwise the challenge will be considered a failure. Upon hearing the island notification in his ear, Liamo's expression froze. Challenge goal. These are the suddenly appearing 5th Order units. It really is a terrifying unit under Lin Feng's command. Gurgle dash. A red octopus suddenly emerged from the sea, its tentacles, like barbecue skewers, easily piercing through numerous units before stuffing them into its mouth. Tentacles like iron whips. Whip away at those giants lurking in the ocean, whether it's a cyclops, a sea giant, or an elemental giant. In just a few moves, it was easily torn in two. Clean and efficient. The other units that had dodged the crashing waves were so frightened that they dared not advance an inch. It really is Lin Feng. It really is Lin Feng who took the initiative to attack. Once you're in battle, you can't leave. It's like a trapped beast fighting. That octopus is also Tier 5. Tier 5 too. Holy crap, there are already 3 Tier 5 creatures. Are we really going to wear them down by sheer numbers? How is that even possible? Are these all troops sent by Lin Feng? Am I dreaming? How am I supposed to fight them? Retreat. Retreat. Fighting head-on will kill people. The octopus's strength was like a mountain pressing down on the Challengers Alliance, leaving them unable to breathe. The reason they dared to sign up for the challenge was not only due to their extraordinary courage and greed. The most fundamental reason: everyone still believes that Lin Feng's strength will inevitably be severely affected after the Overlord challenge. Faced with thousands of challengers and over 100,000 troops of various ranks, they certainly had no strength left to resist. Even with a 10% mortality rate, they dare to take the gamble. But now that 3-tier 5 creatures have appeared, it's no longer a matter of 10. The mortality rate could easily soar to 45 to 50. EO dash. Suddenly, a melodious chirping sound came from the spot where the octopus had just appeared. Everyone turned their gaze in that direction. All I saw was, one after another, mysterious dragons with vibrant colors and sizes no less than black dragons flew out. Each dragon is accompanied by a beautiful elven mage wielding a staff. A surge of magical energy followed immediately. Carried by a giant dragon, they hovered in the sky, transforming into magical machine guns. They launched a frenzied attack on the flying units in the sky. There were also more than 30 giant dragons that did not carry mages, seemingly having received some kind of instruction. They dispersed around the Challenger army, transformed into dazzling, magical white spheres. Almost simultaneously, the moment the white ball appeared, all the Challenger League units that were casting spells suffered a magical backlash, damage that directly affects the inside of the body. Even the powerful units like monsters and sea monsters cried out in pain. Fairy Dragon. Mashko. Limo's face was blank. Having a dragon unit, he naturally knew about all dragon-type creatures. He recognized this legendary, mysterious dragon species at a glance. If the Challengers Alliance had a 40% chance of winning just now, then now, they only have less than 20% left. What the hell are you all standing there for? Go! Tang Long's forehead veins bulged as he sent a voice message in the group. Going to fight is death. Not going to fight is death. If we fight, we might have a chance of survival. If we don't fight, you're all doomed. Things have come to this. Even he dared not hide it anymore, and whistled to summon all the bloodthirsty sea wolves and heavy demonic pythons lurking around the area back. Those peak-level, 3rd-tier, lion-bodied, scorpion-tailed beasts are dead. That's all. What he needs most right now is to block this attack. But next, a dragon's roar that resounded through the sky echoed throughout the entire Challenger group. Thunder roared across the sky. A biting, cold storm swept in. Roar dash. The roar, which nearly shattered his eardrums, made Tang Long stiffen and numbly turn his head. Inside that unseen portal, one ice blue, majestic dragon, with an overwhelming aura of oppression, it slowly unfolded its wings. Chapter 104 Blood Sacrifice 3. The ice crystal dragon, without flapping its wings, still nimbly and freely danced its body and flew into the sky. The distance is getting higher and higher, until everyone could clearly see her figure. The dragon's dark eyes revealed a human-like contempt, followed by the Challenger's shocked gaze. A cold sound came from between the dragon's sharp fangs. Buzz. Unconsciously, a powerful aura descended from above, like a giant hammer, slamming down on all the Challenger Alliance members, those whose strength is below the 3rd rank. At the same time, they all knelt on the ground, unable to muster any strength. Tier 3 and above. Their strength levels were all suppressed by a minor realm. The moment the ice dragon appeared, half of the thousands of troops that were originally able to barely hold their own against the Elven Dragon Mage Legion fell directly into the icy, bone-chilling seawater. The remaining half, weakened, were easily crushed by the Elven Dragon Mage group. The average rank of these ocean elves is that of a 4th-tier archmage. Beneath her seemingly elegant and beautiful exterior, she is ruthless when it comes to taking action. Only use 2nd and 3rd-tier skills. They quickly wiped out all the flying units. At the same time, the Challengers, numbering in the tens of thousands, were besieged from the north. At this point, everyone was numb. Damn it, why can't I damage it? I've unleashed thousands of skills, and there's no effect at all. A brown-haired, brown-eyed white man's face had completely lost its color. Beside him, 60 of their proud superior units, the Undead Lich and the Vampire Count, bravely attacked the Xuanwu Behemoth despite the damage reflected by the Elf Dragon. Each unit has exhausted all its mana. He unleashed 2 high-level 4th-tier ultimate skills, both hitting the giant blue shadow without missing a single one. In the end, not even a mark was left. They could only watch helplessly as the almost insane behemoth slaughtered indiscriminately. A giant blue python, hundreds of meters long, can easily take away dozens or even hundreds of friendly units with a sweep of its tail. The movements were so fast that there was no time to react at all. That giant tortoise, comparable in size to a small mountain, was even faster. They rampaged through the attacking army, like they were playing Dynasty Warriors. A large number of soldiers were knocked into the air. Before they could even land, the giant tortoise, which had been surging back, sent their remains flying far away. Faced with this invulnerable and incredibly powerful behemoth, John and the other 400-plus island lords were truly at their wits' end. It's over. Let's run. His lifeless eyes stared back at the sky. 3 dazzling dragon breaths followed in succession, almost covering the half-island and mercenary ships behind them. The appearance of the ice dragon was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. They ruthlessly extinguished the Challengers League's last hope. Why will my legs obey me and I'm kneeling down? Are these really Tier 5 creatures? Any one of them could probably reach most of the Challenger League, right? I'm doomed. Vuff, I'm doomed. The surrounding icy winds will reduce the movement and attack speed of our troops. There's no escape. There's no escape. That mermaid has controlled the sea monsters to surround the area and is capturing any challengers trying to escape. There's that mad Xuanwu to the north. Nearly 20,000 creatures have already died at its hands. Is there no chance left? I have a chance. 4 Tier 5 fighters. 4 Tier 5 fighters. I haven't even seen a shadow of Lin Feng. How am I supposed to fight him? The ice crystal dragon opened its blood-red maw and spewed out its dragon breath. The frost-like gas raged wildly, ravaging the outermost islands and ships. The seemingly blue, icy gas actually possesses an extremely terrifying temperature. Any substance that comes into contact with dragon's breath. In less than a second, not a trace of its existence will remain. And the dragon's breath does not cease after it destroys islands and ships. It's like a carbuncle that's stuck to the bone. It burned fiercely on the ocean, isolating any units attempting to escape. The number of breaths has been used up. The ice crystal dragon quickly showed the challengers that, in addition to her ranged breath attacks, her sharp and ferocious limbs were even more terrifying. Wah. Bloodthirsty sea wolves, heavy demonic pythons, 3-eyed colossi, and fearful corpse kings. The dragon claw swept down. It only took a few minutes. All the high-tier units in the southern part of the Challenger Alliance have become history. Long Bing swayed gracefully in the air, his large eyes suddenly narrowing. His eyes glanced slightly downwards. A young man holding black-rimmed glasses was staring at her, with eyes full of jealousy. Remember, if you can capture humans without killing them, it's best to do so. He recalled the person's instructions in his mind. After exhaling a faint mist from its nostrils, Long Bing flicked its tail and left. 3 ferocious beasts of the 5th tier rampage. There's also a mermaid lurking in the water, controlling sea monsters to capture challengers. The battle continued for some time. More and more challengers are being tied to an island after having their tendons severed by sea monsters. This includes, but is not limited to, island owners such as Tang Long, Liu, and John. One island isn't enough. Man directly rammed more than 100 islands together under the astonished gaze of the challengers. The island where the former Challenger Islanders settled and built their businesses. It became their prison. Where's Lin Feng? Where's Lin Feng? He can be absent from the battlefield once the battle begins. Why are we punished for leaving? Island system. Why? I don't know who raised this question. This brought the weakened challengers back to their senses. Yes. Why isn't Lin Feng on the battlefield? If this rule exists, why can't challengers leave this place during the fight? It's as if they've found a way to vent their frustrations. The bound and captured challengers shouted in unison. You damn island system, get out here. Why? They used all sorts of harsh and offensive words to vent their fear. But, no matter how much you shout, the islands did not respond in the slightest. Only, when a white woman said something in a mournful tone, everyone was instantly stunned. Lin Feng, he's always been here. The cacophony of insults gradually subsided. Incredulously, they turned their gaze to the source of the voice. Beth and her companions. Wah, he's always been here. Beth's companion looked toward a nearby island with a near-collapsed gaze. There, a handsome young man wearing leather armor. He sat leisurely on a stool next to a Russian woman with a blank expression, drinking red wine, chatting and laughing. Lin Feng, Liemo, who had been hiding in the shadows, suddenly brightened up. It was as if they had seized the only opportunity in a desperate situation. Big Black, Second Black, let's kill him. Leave here immediately after claiming the reward. Chapter 105 Blood Sacrifice 4. You have killed a Tier 4 bloodthirsty sea wolf and gained a small amount of energy. You have defeated a Tier 4 sea giant and gained a small amount of energy. You have killed a Tier 4 iron-armed demon ape and gained a small amount of energy. Your hero Lena has gained a small amount of energy. Your hero journey is long, and you've gained only meager energy. Your hero, Dragon Ice, has gained a small amount of energy. Your level has increased after absorbing energy. Current level 48. Your hero Lena has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 50. Your hero has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 49. Your hero has leveled up after absorbing energy. Current level 50. You killed an island lord, and the core was automatically destroyed. Unfortunately, you did not obtain any troop buildings. You killed an island lord, the core was automatically destroyed, and you obtained one giant frostwolf totem, a mid-tier, top-level unit building. You killed an island lord, and the core was automatically destroyed. Unfortunately, you did not obtain any troop buildings. As soon as the battle began, the island notifications kept ringing in Lin Feng's ears. A vast, boundless energy surged forth from all directions, following the limbs and bones and through every pore of the body. It spreads to every cell in the body. Level up again and again. Even though he only gained some experience from the surrounding area, he still managed to raise his level to 48. Promoted 4 levels in a row. Man and Lena have also reached the 5th tier limit and are striving to break through to the 6th tier. However, judging from the energy that Long Bing obtains, breaking through level 51 will probably not be easy. Even if he fails to break through to the 6th tier in the end, Lin Feng's Challenger trial has already been a complete success. The ocean sprites and sprite dragons have also reached an average level of 40. After a period of consolidation and refinement, you can advance to the peak of the 4th tier. Perhaps after the battle, I can still reach level 41. The gains from the other island owners have not yet been obtained. But Lin Feng could easily imagine that it would be a very pleasant surprise. It seems your brother has been arrested. Do you need me to release him? Suppressing the hunger emanating from his body cells, Lin Feng took a sip of red wine and then looked at Avernova with a teasing expression. Avernova was still reeling from the awe-inspiring scene around her. After a long while, she realized that Lin Feng was asking her a question and said self-deprecatingly, "It doesn't matter whether you have that kind of brother or not. I won't interfere with your decision, nor do I have the right to do so." She's not some brainless, naive girl. Even if they have the intention to save someone, they won't be foolish enough to say it out loud. They'll just keep it buried in their hearts forever. And, deep down, she felt that it would be better if that kind of brother were dead. Lin Feng put down his cup and suddenly said, "Get out of the way." Avernala didn't react in time. However, when she saw the 2 black dragons hurtling towards her from above, she immediately understood what Lin Feng meant. They're all Tier 4. Tier 4 black dragons. Be careful. As Avernala ran toward the back of the island's core, she didn't forget to turn back and give a reminder. However, upon seeing Lin Feng's nonchalant expression, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be? His cultivation level has also broken through to the 5th rank, right? Ha ha ha. Showing off, huh? That Xuanwu, an ice dragon, won't make it in time. Lin Feng is doomed. Ha ha ha. Once Lin Feng dies, the challenge to become the new king will be complete. Once his troops are out of control, we can leave this place. Liemo is so cunning. What did he hide behind me? Damn it, he's going to steal our 1,000x reward. If I had known I wouldn't even get to see Lin Feng Island, I would never have participated in this trial. I've lost everything. Lin Feng is very strong. I'm truly impressed this time. But his arrogance was the source of his downfall. More and more Blue Star Island lords and mercenaries are being captured. Seeing the 2 4th-tier black dragons rushing straight towards Lin Feng from the sky, everyone immediately imagined what was about to happen. No one doubted that Lin Feng still had a chance to survive the attacks from Li Mo's 2 strongest dragons. even a 4th-tier Grand Swordsman. It's also impossible to face 2 high-level black dragons at the same time, unless he possesses extremely powerful skills. Li Montak. In the crowd, Tang Long gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at the middle-aged man on the back of the giant dragon. This guy was never planning to take a direct confrontation, a complete and utter sham of stamped seals. Now, after he kills Lin Feng, he wonders what kind of treatment his captives will receive. Tang Long looked down at the pendant on his chest that was constantly draining his life force. My heart sank instantly. We must find a way. However, just as Tang Long was pondering how to deal with Li Mo, suddenly, something unexpected happened. Sizzle dash. Blue lightning crackled as a sharp sword flashed past. When Tang Long looked up at the source of the sound, his pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. Hiss! All the captured blue star challengers around them froze in their tracks. The dark red longsword, crackling with leaping lightning, had been slowly sheathed by Lin Feng. The latter's entire action. They didn't move an inch. He only used one move to deal with 2 mid-stage 4th-tier black dragons. Along with Li Mo on the black dragon's back, they easily severed their heads. Thump! The nearly 100-meter-long body of the 4th-tier black dragon plunged into the ocean. The body was dismembered. It was being wrapped in the tentacles of that 5th-tier octopus, which was devouring it with relish. The worst thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. The thousands of challengers stood together, but at that moment, not a single word was uttered. They were all terrified. After a long time, instant kill. Someone who witnessed the entire event exclaimed in a frenzy, "Ha! Lin Feng instantly killed 2 4th-tier giant dragons." Seeing his almost insane state, no one laughed at him. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. What level of strength is needed to instantly kill a 4th-tier opponent? Look at the sky. Look at the sea. Xuanwu and that ice dragon could do it easily. But it's astonishing that Lin Feng, who is also an island owner, could do this. Let's not even talk about how demanding the promotion process is. Even with the assistance of a 5th-tier unit, the time and effort required to break through the peak of one's realm after accumulating enough energy is unimaginable. It's only been 2 months. The most powerful among them is only at the 3rd rank. However, at this moment, Lin Feng used the corpses of 2 black dragons to tell them. What terrifying strength does a 5th-tier sword master possess? Lin Feng, upon hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Liu felt as if tens of thousands of mouths were whispering in her ear. Roll, roll, roll. Why is it Lin Feng again? With her hands and feet bound, Liu couldn't cover her ears with her hands and could only curl up and scream. The Challengers Alliance is full of confidence. She was utterly helpless against that man. At that moment, she completely broke down. I don't know how much time passed. The heated discussion among the crowd abruptly ceased. Liu looked bewildered and looked up. There she saw was the man who lived on in her memory like a ghost. I don't know when. He drew the dark red long sword and came before the crowd. Chapter 106 Blood Sacrifice 5. Wow, this is so exciting. Brothers, I'm practically giving you a live stream with my own money. This is Brother Feng slaying the black dragon with a single sword strike, just now. Chen Rue sent the short video to the chat channel with trembling hands. They began explaining the content above. The roars of strange beasts and the booming of magic around them never ceased. This is an immersive and perfect experience. It was a scene he had never even dreamed of in his entire life. At this time, the chat channel is now the hottest topic of discussion since the beast tide began. Holy crap! Is this really one of Lin Feng's troops? The Xuanwu Ice Dragon Mermaid Elf Dragon Legion. Any one of them is ridiculously powerful. What you're saying is obvious. Didn't you see how cool the boss looked when he slew the black dragon? Clean and efficient, drawing and sheathing the sword in one smooth motion. So awesome. I want to watch it a few more times. Look, even with my 3rd-tier strength, I couldn't see through the big boss's movements when he killed the black dragon. You little brat, do you think your eyesight is as good as mine? You could play it over and over again 10,000 times and still not be able to see the move. Lin Shun is so cool. He can instantly kill a 4th-tier black dragon. He must have already reached the 5th tier. I really want to go to the Mallory Sea to develop my career, just in case I get to see Lin Shun. I'm about to get so excited. Brother Chun, don't disconnect the video. If you run out of money, we'll send you rockets during the live stream. It's just a gold coin, come on, guys. Let's send some free gifts to support Brother Chun. Excluding those guys from the Challengers League, the existing tens of millions of mercenaries and the Island Lord's fellow Blue Star compatriots are still relatively harmonious. Unless they were in serious condition, everyone sought out places to watch the live broadcast. There was a playboy who had barely stepped inside when he hurriedly pulled up his pants, disregarding the other person's feelings. There are desolate mountains and wilderness, and explorers who set up camp and rest. There's also the powerful Island Lord, Guyu, lying in his bedroom, adrift on an island. The final battle of the Challenger King's trial. It attracted everyone's attention. Wow, this can actually make money. Chen Rue was overjoyed to see that thousands of island owners immediately sent him private messages. He suddenly remembered that he was a mercenary and felt deflated. No way to trade directly. Get that monkey. He glanced at the few hundred gold coins he still had in his inventory. Chen Rue's subsequent messages were noticeably longer and contained more video content. Why was this battle broadcast live? He also had his own considerations. Lin Feng said he gave him two choices: stay on the island or develop the guild. Clearly, creating an additional force for Lin Feng in the island world offers advantages far beyond what joining the island itself could provide. He has become Lin Feng's only trusted confidant. If Chen Rue only has this much vision, then he's really too stupid. So, everything we're doing now is in preparation for the future establishment of the Mercenary Guild. He was determined to build a powerful intelligence network to repay Lin Feng for his complete trust. Look around. The battle between different military units is nearing its end. Under the influence of Long Bing's true dragon might, the Challenger Group's troops were completely disrupted and their combat power was drastically reduced. After nearly 70% of them were killed, the remaining units of around the third tier scattered completely. They wished they had an extra pair of legs and scrambled to escape to the outer perimeter. At that moment, someone spoke again in the chat channel. Hey Chen, what do we do with those challengers who are tied up in the video? I think Lin Feng has already gone over there. Are we going to try to recruit them? Hearing that, brother, Chen Rue felt incredibly comfortable. I haven't been the big brother for many years, but today it's finally my turn to act cool. Cough, cough. Chen Rue quickly gathered his thoughts. He understood. All of this was brought to him by Lin Feng. Without Lin Feng, he would probably have died in the beast hide by now, or rather, starved to death right at the start. To persuade them to surrender? Probably not. Chen Rue recalled the instructions Lin Feng had given to those beautiful women before the war began. I also felt a little uncertain. Therefore, after confirming that there were no enemies in the surrounding waters, they hurriedly ran towards the place made up of hundreds of islands. The surrender offer is right, so why doesn't Lin Feng kill us? As expected, we're all earthlings, why be so ruthless? Ha ha ha, maybe we really can survive. If he tries to persuade us to surrender, everyone better act convincingly. Let's get out of here first. We can't worry about the lost resources now. 50 it is then. If it means I can live, that's better than anything else. Oh my God, is he racist? No, he definitely is. You guys have to find a way to make him treat everyone equally. The challengers, who were tied to the ground and unable to move, felt a glimmer of hope after seeing the message on the World Chat channel. Lin Feng went to great lengths to capture them alive. It will definitely have its uses, whether it's for recruiting surrendered prisoners, forcing them to work, or for signing unequal agreements. As long as you can leave this place alive, fortunes can change in 30 years. Sooner or later, things will turn around. On the flat ground, there was a collection of about 2,000 island lords and mercenaries. She lowered her head and secretly peeked at the handsome young man who remained silent in front of her. More than 10 seconds passed. You've lost, Lin Feng said calmly. Mr. Linlin, you are a respected and powerful person. I have indeed been defeated by you. I hope you can spare my life. I can do any request you make. A young woman, seemingly from the great Ing kingdom, wriggled away from the crowd like a caterpillar, her ingratiating expression giving everyone goosebumps. The other challengers immediately glared angrily at the caterpillar. That was a very quick action. Before they could even react, the caterpillar had already taken action. Those who set an example of loyalty first will certainly receive much better treatment than those who follow. Boss, me too. I'm willing to do anything. Get out of here. I was the one who stepped forward first. The others followed suit, wriggling their bodies as they crawled toward Lin Feng. Who knew? A A giant blue python appeared out of nowhere. It flicked its scarlet tongue and stared intently at the challenger who wanted to approach Lin Feng. Upon seeing that head, which was almost as big as a small house, everyone shuddered and shrank back to their seats. Apart from the young, effeminate woman at the very beginning. It seems I didn't express myself clearly. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, scanning everyone present, and said coldly, "You all lost the bet." The merciless words echoed deep within the challenger's mind. This moment, they then realized what Lin Feng meant by losing. No, the woman, who had been crying out loud, was also suddenly awakened. At the beginning of the challenger registration, it seems that Lin Feng had warned everyone, "Want to participate? We're willing to risk our lives." Now, they've lost their gamble. That would cost you your life. Chapter 107 Blood Sacrifice 6. It seems that Master has won the battle. Sigh, it's a pity that our levels can't keep up, otherwise we could also participate in the front line of battle instead of staying here in the rear. Shrimp Man Dazhuang and Shield Crab Man Dagong patrol around the island. The two chatted idly, their eyes filled with deep regret. Even with a stronger army and heroes, Lin Feng still remembered them and provided them with the same living resources and care as other ocean spirits and dragon spirits. In terms of quality of life, it already surpasses 99.99% of its marine counterparts. But their inner desires were very pure, to help Lin Feng fight bloody battles and achieve great deeds. Therefore, due to insufficient strength, they stayed behind to guard the rear. Both of them were still very disappointed. Someone's there. Suddenly, the gang's gaze sharpened, and he immediately removed the shell from his back. The sea area near the north of the villa. A heavy, staggering figure slowly walked toward the island. "I'll go call Gagan and Dumo." After giving his instructions, Dezhuang immediately ran towards the western new island. The strongest people on the island right now are those two dwarves who are skilled in forging. Their master is leading his army out of the island to fight, and they must protect the island. Old man, the gang frowned as he saw the shadow becoming clearer and clearer, and his vigilance immediately reached its peak. An old man in a black robe walked cautiously across the ice, while a woman in silver armor lay dying on a wooden plank he was dragging behind him. The dark red, bloodthirsty sword emitted a crisp sword cry. The melodious and pleasant vibration sound sent shivers down the spines of all the challengers. If you lose the bet, you'll lose your life. The man in front of me, named Lin Feng, is serious. Should a blood sacrifice be initiated? As the island's light screen appeared, Lin Feng glanced at the trembling, sobbing woman on the ground and confirmed it immediately. In the process of judgment, a historical review. Buzz. Suddenly, as everyone around them fell into a daze, the caterpillar on the ground suddenly emitted a faint white light. A white light slowly rose. A 360-degree projector was formed above her head. At this moment, some eerie images are playing on the screen. The female protagonist is none other than the trembling caterpillar woman on the ground. She donated 10 pounds to her hometown, Blue Star. She rescued the puppy that had fallen into the water. The next few scenes were all quite ordinary. However, when the next scene appeared, everyone present was shocked. Most of the people, including the challengers, couldn't help but gasp. A neighbor's child discovered her and her best friend's affair and was about to expose them. She and her friend kidnapped and brutally murdered the child, then threw him into a fast-flowing river where a puppy was being rescued. After the police solved the case, they arrested her, imprisoned her, and sentenced her to 40 years in prison. The following scenes are also very dark. After traversing an island world from prison, the burly woman, who had spent several years incarcerated, began a life of numerous evil deeds. More and more images appeared. The dark red, bloodthirsty sword trembled slightly. The entire sword gradually turned pure black. The bloodthirsty sword seemed to have gained consciousness. He was even uncontrollably tempted to kill the woman in front of him. Is the assessment complete? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and pulled his sword-wielding hand back slightly. You see, I've never even been in a relationship. I'm still a virgin. Genuine women are hard to find these days. I'm still useful. Don't kill me. The big caterpillar had some unknown source of strength. He actually jumped up from the ground and begged desperately. Original. Lin Feng lowered the bloodthirsty sword vertically, just as the woman in front of him thought he was going to let her go. With a whoosh, a jet black longsword descends from bottom to top. Just like cutting tofu, he split the big, whimpering woman in two. Lin Feng glanced at the spilled internal organs on the ground and said calmly, "It's not like that anymore." This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Whether it's the challengers who are bound or other Earthlings watching the show through Chun Rui's video. Now I finally realize it. Why did Lin Feng tie these people up instead of killing them? Emotion. There are also special ceremonies. Damn, that woman deserved to die. You'd never guess from her appearance that she was a ruthless Black Widow. Good job, boss. Anyone who dares to take on the challenge is either a madman or someone blinded by greed. If the big boss continues to use that mysterious skill to review history, the others probably won't fare much better. Original? Not anymore. Boss Lin Feng looks so cool talking to the corpse. I want to learn from him in the future. Kill the enemy and then act cool on his corpse. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what the leaders of the challengers will be like. Gulu. The challengers, who had just been clinging to a sliver of hope, all swallowed hard. The corpse of the great woman was swallowed whole by two sea monsters, skin and bones, along with her muddy clothes. Lin Feng lightly swung his sword, turning his gaze to the nearest challenger. No, don't. The man was terrified. The bound limbs had no way to escape this hellish island. He could only watch helplessly as a two-legged sea monster bit his clothes and dragged him right in front of Lin Feng. I thought you were prepared. Now it seems you are not qualified gamblers. Lin Feng shook his head. He raised the bloodthirsty sword to continue reviewing the history of the man before him. A moment later, the sword's edge remained jet black. Kill. Heads rolled. The crimson blood was devoured by the bloodthirsty sword. Roar. The sea creatures controlled by Lena never expected that coming to help in the fight today would result in them enjoying so much delicious food. Not only are they high-level magical beasts, but also the delicate and tender human race. On the island, Lin Feng was like an executioner, his hands swift and decisive. The longsword is a blood sacrifice made with the blood of the challengers. He has killed nearly 100 people. They were all judged as black by the bloodthirsty sword. They show no mercy when it comes to killing. Even the Earthlings in the chat channel applauded. They're all scoundrels with a long history of bad deeds and who commit all sorts of evil. Until a woman in her early 20s was carried away by a sea monster. After enabling the judgment, the bloodthirsty sword finally revealed a different color. Red. The scene this woman just reviewed doesn't seem to have involved any bad things. She's just a bit too greedy, trying to take advantage of the other challengers attacking Boss Lin Feng to get some benefits. It's hard to say whether or not to kill her. If she has a tendency to submit, we could try to win her over. After all, she's quite good-looking and seems to be a student. A student girl is great. This girl is at least an 88 out of 100. She could be considered a campus beauty. The chat channel erupted in heated discussion after the woman appeared. Everyone was wondering how Lin Feng would deal with this woman whose background seemed relatively clean. Brother Lin, can I atone for my sins? A woman's tearful voice rang out. I really didn't mean to. I just ordered the wrong thing. Can. Lin Feng said it casually. The woman's face lit up with joy. Thinking he was saved, he immediately knelt on the ground to express his gratitude. Who knew? Lin Feng's next words left her speechless. Death is the best way to atone for sins. The blood-red blade pierced the woman's heart. The challenger registration option required a total of 10 confirmations. I really clicked the wrong thing. Lin Feng drew his blood-red longsword. After seeing the sword blade absorb the blood and return to its original state, it turned its gaze to the other nearest challenger, a woman who has fallen into a daze. He looked somewhat familiar, but I couldn't quite place him. Chapter 108 Blood Sacrifice 7. Did you used to do this kind of work before? I tremble when I kill a humanoid sea creature, but you don't even blink. What a pity, a schoolgirl. How cruel. That girl didn't do anything heinous, yet he just killed her like that. Is Lin Feng's heart really that cold? Let her go no way. Signing up for the challenger camp is practically a fight to the death with Lin Shun. If Lin Shun is the loser, do you think these bastards will show mercy? Where did this saintly white lotus come from? Lin Shun supporters, blow her up. God made a mistake. The registration option will be repeated 10 times. He made the wrong choice 10 times in a row. The boss left her with a whole corpse. It's already the greatest mercy that she wasn't eaten by sea monsters. Before registration, Lin Shun had already given an ultimatum. Anyone who wanted to join the challengers had to be prepared to die. Now that they've lost, are they afraid to face reality? I must never become the enemy of a big shot in the future. It's too scary. I don't even dare to watch what happens next. Look, isn't Brother Rue with the big boss? That shows that the big boss isn't really anti-human. It just depends on his character and personality. But didn't any of you notice the 3 beautiful women who just appeared next to the big boss? They're so gorgeous. Which video? Let me see. Damn, it really is. I heard that 5th tier beast can transform into human form. That one in the light blue scales with dragon horns on its head should be the ice dragon, right? And the one in the cyan dress with the little turtle shell backpack looks like the last cute little lowly of the black tortoise. Isn't that a mermaid? No wonder the big boss didn't react at all to the schoolgirls. These 3 girls completely crush all the female celebrities and internet celebrities. Why are the heroes under the skill of these pro players so powerful and beautiful? I'm so jealous. Suddenly, recruiting succubi doesn't seem so appealing anymore. Oh no, what am I going to do? I'm a normal girl, and they're almost turning me gay. The chat channel was buzzing with discussion. In particular, after a scene unintentionally captured the 3 women in human form, everyone was so excited that they wanted to jump into the chat interface. What a raba, what Mimi. Compared to them, it's like a firefly vying for the moon's brilliance. Some clever island owners have even secretly taken screenshots and saved them before the chat messages were cleared. Oh no, I made a mistake. Chen Rue suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. When I was filming the video, I didn't realize that my 3 sisters-in-law were in the frame, although it was just a fleeting glimpse. But I wonder if Lin Feng would care about revealing the existence of the 3 women. He looked up. Lin Feng is now performing a blood sacrifice judgment on the next challenger, Liga. Chen Rue glanced at the target, then quickly turned on the recording function to continue filming the others, enhancing Lin Feng's intimidation and reputation. Should a blood sacrifice be initiated? A light curtain appeared over the island. In the process of judgment, a historical review. Lin Feng held the sword and placed it on Li Yu's numb head. As white light rose, the projected image reappears. A poor, honest, and hardworking young man from a rural family fell in love with Li Yu online. Li Yu swindled him out of his father's medical expenses through investment schemes, then promptly deleted and blocked him, ultimately leading to the father's deterioration and death. Li Yu, a woman who became the other woman, stole her best friend's boyfriend, which worsened her depression, leading her to commit suicide by jumping off a building. The 6 consecutive images were all from Earth. Directly or indirectly, this led to the collapse and destruction of 6 families. See here, the island owner and mercenaries in the chat channel were utterly enraged. What kind of scum is this? Chop him up. Chop him into 8 pieces. You dog of a woman. He looks perfectly respectable, but I never expected him to be so wicked at heart. Birds of a feather flock together, as expected. Most of these challengers are trash. A torrent of insults followed. Even many of the challengers waiting to be executed around her gave Li Yu a rather disdainful look. Even if many of them are bad, their true nature is only revealed after entering the island world. Unexpected, this Challenger Alliance administrator turned out to be a major villain both before and after the time travel. Amidst sighs of regret, the scene continued to unfold. At this point, the scene switched to an island world. Several human swordsmen toiled tirelessly, clearing the orchard overgrown with thorns and vines for days on end, eating only meager rations each day. Covered in wounds, they opened the passage without rest. Li Yu then ordered them to gather more fruit. Later, problems arose at the auction, leaving half the fruit unsellable. Li Yu vented her anger on the swordsman, discarding all the unsellable fruit. One weakened swordsman starved to death. Dozens of swordsmen and sword masters formed a unit to resist the endless horde of beasts. At the end of the 3rd round, Li Yu shot and killed a sword master who had made a mistake while protecting her. In the 4th round, she fired 5 shots in quick succession, killing the human warrior who had exhausted all his strength to help her resist the beast horde. That concludes the discussion. The dark red Bloodslayer's sword turned pitch black once more. Chen Rue, who was filming the scene, was completely stunned. This woman is truly vicious. She repays kindness with enmity and betrays those who helped her. They really don't treat the recruited soldiers like human beings. He risked his life for her, only to be cruelly framed in return. Damn it, Chen Rue wished he could go up there and kill that woman himself. I remember now. You're the island owner who wanted to control the food market. I thought you had ulterior motives, but it turns out you really do. Lin Feng saw that Liu had completely broken down mentally, sitting blankly on the ground, unable to speak. They immediately lost interest. The sword flashed, a black afterimage slicing across the opponent's neck. The sea creatures, drooling with urgency, charged forward again at his command. This kind of person, they don't deserve to be treated as if they were dead. Progress assessment. 101-1000. We're still so far off. We need to speed things up. Lin Feng's gaze turned slightly cold. The speed at which challengers are being executed has increased considerably. As Avernova said, most of these challengers are scum and degenerates. They domesticate intelligent race women, plunder the resources of intelligent races during their prolonged winter, and raid fishing boats at sea. They've done all sorts of bad things. The chat channel was filled with cheers and encouragement. But a large portion of them are challengers who come for personal gain. Lin Feng's attitude towards them remained firm. If only the roles were switched. He had no doubt that these guys would do even more heinous things in order to seize his head. The two colors that determine the bloodthirsty sword. Lin Feng didn't know what it meant. There was no deliberate attempt to avoid red detection. A full 5 hours have passed. Each head hitting the ground felt like an earthquake, causing everyone's hearts to pound violently. The young man wearing black leather armor. Like a demon god, he wielded the sharp blade in his hand without a trace of pity or emotion. Until only one person remained in the blood sacrifice progress. Tang Long. The current outcome is somewhat unexpected, isn't it? Lin Feng used his toes to push aside the stones blocking his path. A dark red longsword was already hovering over the head of the young man, wearing black-rimmed glasses. Chapter 109 Blood Sacrifice. The victor is king, the loser is villain. You're just lucky, stop talking nonsense. Tang Long's eyes widened and he grinned wildly. I've had my fill of playing and having fun in this world. I just didn't expect you to have this kind of strength. If you're going to kill me, then hurry up and do it. Come on, kill me. It's a bit of a shame I couldn't capture that ice dragon. I didn't expect her to be such a stunningly beautiful and aloof woman. TSK. I'll be reminiscing about her every day in hell. It seemed like they were deliberately trying to provoke Lin Feng. As he spoke, he brazenly scanned the bodies of Long Bing and the other two women. Aren't you afraid to die? Lin Feng held the tip of his sword and aimed it at Tang Long's neck. The conversation between the two suddenly froze. A moment later, he continued, perhaps there are people who are truly unafraid, but you are definitely not one of them. After saying that, while Tang Long stared blankly, Lin Feng picked out the red doll pendant hanging around his neck. Flesh and blood doll. Type, special item. Effect, upon being fatally attacked, the wearer will be randomly teleported to a radius of 10 kilometers and a lifelike corpse will be created. Limitation, continuously drains the wearer's life force until it is removed or the wearer's life force reaches 0. And now, holding the pendant in his left hand, Lin Feng looked down at Tang Long with a mocking expression. In mental perception, the latter's violently pounding pulse contrasted sharply with his posture. In addition, there was a constant magical fluctuation in his chest. Lin Feng immediately noticed the unusual nature of the pendant. The doll's effect was somewhat unexpected, except that it limited its ability to be worn for extended periods. At this critical moment, it can still be quite effective. Then, Lin Feng recalled the Black Dragon Island Lord he had just killed. The sword strike was flawless, killing the middle-aged man along with the dragon. However, no notification was received that the island's core had been destroyed. Clearly, that middle-aged man most likely escaped in the same way. Tang Long's forehead was covered in beads of sweat the size of soybeans. He was no longer the arrogant man who had been so fearless and shouting wildly. In his dark eyes, the look of fear grew increasingly clear. I thought he was a real man, fearless. Turns out he had some kind of life-saving gadget. Now that his little trick has been exposed, I feel like I'm about to pee my pants from fear. Chun Rue showed disdain as he filmed the scene while observing the remaining number of gold coins. There are only 30 left. I'm about to give up. Fortunately, Lin Feng unleashed that mysterious skill once again with the blade in his hand. After the white light rose, Tang Long's judgment review begins. All the Earthlings watching the video were eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Challenger Alliance's leader. They watched the video content posted by Chun Rue without blinking. But the content of the video was unexpected. The leader of the Challenger Alliance works a regular 996 job on Earth, always on time and never late. No matter who they are facing, they always have a friendly and approachable demeanor. He is impeccable in his treatment of colleagues, family, and career, until humans from Earth cross the island world. A terrifying scene has appeared. Tang Long descended upon the island world, obtained a Crimson Blood Pool troop building, and recruited a bloodthirsty sea wolf. He then abandoned his previous scholarly demeanor and fell into a state of manic laughter. Next, scenes of clearing dangerous sea areas and resource islands flashed by, showing relatively normal scenes. Tang Long moved a rock from somewhere and placed it on the island's coast. He found 2 or 3 island owners by using the reefs, first using a friendly attitude to lower their guard. Once the island was close, the lurking, bloodthirsty sea wolves were ordered to kill all the creatures. They seized resources and destroyed the core in one fell swoop. After passing through the island of intelligent races and learning about their protective power, they once again went on a killing spree. The extremely limited experience and energy of the elderly, children, women, and infants are all nourishment for the bloodthirsty sea wolves. In order to establish loyalty with the wolf pack, they even shared the flesh and blood of the indigenous people with those ferocious blood wolves. Subsequent. No matter what creature it encounters, as long as it is alive, it cannot escape annihilation. After the beast tide ended, Tang Long, whose fighting strength was greatly reduced, used his friendly appearance to gain the sympathy of a woman and a boy, and found an island inhabited by native humans. The bloodthirsty sea wolf lurking on the seabed reappeared, effortlessly slaughtering the unarmed villagers and feasting on their corpses to heal its wounds. Teleported to the Mallory Sea, Tang Long slaughtered over 300 people on Raven Island, including not only prostitutes, lone adventurers, and even some mercenaries from the Challenger Alliance, as well as their troop types. The image of densely packed halos of light is still flashing. The bloody scenes are still vivid in my mind, shocking and appalling. No one dared to imagine it. These were all done by that previously well-mannered young man. Buzz. The bloodthirsty sword had long since turned pitch black, so black it seemed to absorb all light. After the image freezes, the chat channel erupted with unprecedented insults. Tang Long is a real bastard. He didn't dare to challenge the bottom line of the law on Blue Star, hiding his dark side perfectly, but he immediately showed his true colors upon entering the island world. He even kills children and the elderly. Damn it. Boss Lin Feng can't let him die so easily. Even if you're going to kill intelligent races, at least target the strong warriors. What kind of nonsense is it to kill defenseless, ordinary villagers? It's disgusting. Calling him scum and degenerate is too lenient. This kind of person deserves to be torn to pieces. It made my blood pressure rise. I feel so sorry for those innocent people who were harmed and ended up encountering such a devilish guy. What's with the show-off? Wearing frameless glasses, what an idiot. Boss, kill him. Doesn't he like to eat people? Let all the sea monsters that just devoured the dead challenger come out and force-feed him their excrement. After the image shattered, Tang Long looked as if he had just been pulled out of the water, his whole body soaked in sweat. His pale face trembled with fear. No one can look death in the eye. After the life-saving item was discovered, he was more afraid of dying than anyone else. Because he always felt that if he died, those beings he killed will surely take their revenge on him in hell. Seeing Lin Feng's raised sword, Tang Long cleared his dry throat, as if trying to say something, but the words were on the tip of my tongue. The sharp sword shadow was already stabbing fiercely towards his eye socket. A black blade came into view. Blood gushed out along with white fluid. Judgment complete. The bloodthirsty sword's spirit personality is now defined, both righteous and evil. Blood sacrifice, summoning of vengeful spirits. An island notification flashed by. Lin Feng hadn't had time to observe the new effects of the bloodthirsty sword. Suddenly, a dense array of pale blue light and shadow appeared all around. Upon closer inspection, one can see that these figures are all people who were just sacrificed. At this time, these people were clearly still conscious. They were initially filled with doubt about their condition, and then turned to ecstasy. Even after death, there's another form of survival. For them, that would be the best thing ever. But the overwhelming surge of blood-red shadows that followed made their happiness impossible. You bitch, I've finally found you. Baker, I see you again. Let's go. Let's get revenge. Give me back my mother's life. Damn devil, I'll kill you. You kill my child, I'm going to eat you. The blood-red shadow shrieked. They all found their enemies and rushed towards them in a frenzy. Tang Long, who had just entered a special state, hadn't even recovered when he found himself surrounded by thousands upon thousands of figures. They're all the souls of intelligent beings he once harmed. After the blood-stained sword ritual. Finally, these people can finally take revenge on their enemies in person. No, I was wrong. Don't want. Tang Long's phantom began to tremble. The excruciating pain from his soul kept him conscious and prevented him from falling into a coma. It was a living hell. The vengeful spirits opened their mouths and bit into various parts of his body. Chew slowly. Be careful not to waste a single bit. Like savoring the world's most delicious food. Island Master, what should we do with the rest of them? Ruth rode her elven dragon to Lin Feng's side and pointed at the other bound challengers. Lin Feng let out a heavy sigh as he watched the soul gradually dissipate in the sky. If they continue killing, he's probably going to go mad with rage. Kill them, clean up the battlefield, and collect the spoils. Yes, Ruth nodded in agreement and, together with the other sea elves, unleashed magical skills to completely submerge the island. Island notice. The Challenger faction has fewer than 30 members. Island Lord Lin Feng has completed the new king's trial. The remaining surviving challengers lose 50 levels, resources, lifespan, and unit type. A new king has ascended to the summit. Hereby, the reward is Chapter 1, 10 Fragments of Truth. You killed an island lord, and the core was automatically destroyed. Unfortunately, you did not obtain any troop buildings. You killed an island lord, the core was automatically destroyed, and you obtained one Flower Fairy's Nest, a mid-tier top-level troop building. You killed an island lord, and the core was automatically destroyed. Unfortunately, you did not obtain any troop buildings. You killed an island lord, the core was automatically destroyed, and you obtained one Rock Giant Pillar, a high-tier low-level troop building. You destroyed a core and obtained one Black Dragon's Lair, high-tier, mid-level unit building. From the moment he entered the battle, the island notifications in Lin Feng's ears never stopped, whether it's destroying the core or killing units. The messages came in a deluge, like they were having a fit of madness. He once again doubted whether the island systems might crash and freeze. After the battle, cleaning up the battlefield was actually the most troublesome task. Lin Feng personally helped with the work, and it was almost late at night before all the supplies were finally inventoried. I don't know if it's because he's unlucky or it's just a matter of chance that he got the unit building blueprints. 1,000 islands. Including the giant frost wolf totem from before, I only got 4 in total. But, although he didn't get a huge number of unit blueprints, it still met his expectations. After killing the island lord, the items in their island backpacks were revealed, along with remnants from the island and items stockpiled on the mercenary icebreaker. A total of 4,000 sets of equipment of various tiers were obtained. Potions, ferocious beast materials, strange and unusual props, blueprints, skill books. They were piled up like a mountain. They even found a rare spatial ring. But with a volume of 1 million cubic meters, it's nothing compared to Lin Feng's extravagant 1 billion cubic meters. The corpses of soldiers that were easy to salvage from the battlefield were dissected, and there was also an abundance of flesh and blood food. At this time, 90 dragon spirits and 50 sea elves were stationed intact around the island, building fires to prepare food for the aftermath of the battle. This battle, due to their ability to fly, they and the fairy dragons are involved in many attacks, directly or indirectly. Naturally, he also gained a lot of experience points from Man, Longbing, and Lina. The average level has broken a new limit, level 41. After accumulating experience and knowledge, one can elevate their cultivation level to the 5th rank. Lin Feng sat in front of the fire, looking at his spoils with a smile. Fortunately, with Man's help, otherwise there would have been no way to piece together 100 islands and pile up these post-war gains. Brother, can we eat this? Lina had somehow acquired a red tentacle, her jewel-like red eyes filled with anticipation. This? Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly as he considered his options. Is it possible that these are tentacles that Xiao Ba severed during the battle? The octopus followed the island. When Lina went out to sea to find a group of fighting sea monsters, this guy insisted on coming along. They had put in a lot of effort in this battle. Only, its own strength is limited, and it can only be considered an ordinary 5th-tier boss creature. Its skills are far superior to those of Man and Longbing. Faced with an attack from various high-level units, some injuries were inevitable. Obviously, this severed tentacle is one of them. Ah, little red tentacles? Lena opened her mouth, looked at the pitiful octopus head on the sea surface, and then looked down at the red tentacles. It seems so. Is it edible? Lin Feng, his face full of black lines, said, "Okay. Yay. Sister Bing Bing, Sister Man, let's try it together and see if it tastes good." The little mermaid ran happily to the two women's side. Lin Feng had his doubts. Lena must have been interested in the octopus's tentacles for a while now. Let's take a look at the special rewards first. After eating a couple of bites of cooked meat, Lin Feng took out a small, crystal-clear, square stone from his backpack. The stone is translucent and has regular edges and corners. It flickers with a faint colored light from time to time, making it very mysterious. "I've been busy cleaning up the battlefield." He glanced at the stone for a general overview and then went off to work. Fragments of truth. Type: special consumables. Effect: grants the user the passive skill of source perception. Note: incompatible with divine shards. Let's not even talk about what truth is, judging solely from the note that it is incompatible with divinity. This stone is an extraordinary and divine object. Source energy. That is, the fundamental substance of magic and fighting spirit. Lin Feng had no idea how much it would improve his performance. However, it seems that using fragments of truth is beneficial and harmless. I currently have 4 skill slots, so I need to add another one. Lin Feng thought for a moment. I used the last skill enhancement slot from my inventory. The prompt indicates that any source energy can be used to activate the fragment. But just to be on the safe side, he still infused the fragments of truth with magic and fighting spirit. After energy injection, the square stone began to tremble slightly. A few seconds later, with a bang, it turned into a cloud of white mist, covering every corner of Lin Feng's body. After the mysterious mist entered the body, it immediately disappeared into the genes of flesh and blood cells and entered the sea of consciousness. At the same time, after using the fragment, Lin Feng felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Mysterious golden specks of light floated around, densely packed like a dazzling starry sky. If I'm not mistaken, this is the source energy. He tried to meditate. In his spiritual perception, he discovered many golden points of light that seemed to be summoned, circling around him a few times before slowly turning into light blue. Once the golden cloak was completely removed, it entered his sea of magic energy, intertwining with the magic power within his body. The effect remains the same even after refining battle chi. It's just that the golden energy has turned white. It mixes with the fighting energy in the meridians once again. Open the attribute panel, and you'll see that a brand new skill has been added to the skill bar. Source quality perception. Rank: 5th rank, advanced, scales with level. Type: permanent passive. Effect 1. Enhances the perception and control of source energy. Effect 2. Seal of Truth current progress. 1 to 1000. Note: cannot be removed, cannot be overwritten, and permanently rejects divine energy. Control. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. At the moment he merged with the fragments of truth, he had a vague feeling. It seems I can easily convert between magical energy and battle aura energy. To verify his hypothesis, after deliberately releasing some battle aura, he began to mobilize magical energy. Within those tiny, almost invisible blue elemental cores, various colorful energies of different elements were compressed, including white battle chi. It seems I can suppress the magical properties again and release the battle aura properties. Lin Feng tried to use his mental power to touch the white energy deep within the core. Who knew that the moment they touched that energy, the elemental core shattered instantly? Why is that? Lin Feng frowned, trying to find a reason. Sudden, his internal energy sea of magic and the meridians that contain battle chi have encountered serious problems. In the internal vision, it was as if a hole had opened on the outside of the 5th Order Mage's vast sea of chi, and magical energy was rapidly escaping outwards. Magic power has decreased sharply. A sense of powerlessness swept over Lin Feng's consciousness, almost causing him to faint. Grass! Lin Feng bit his tongue hard, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He never expected this. It's amazing that a tiny magical element can have such an effect. However,
The trouble didn't end there. Several small holes were also broken in the meridians that were encasing the fighting spirit. The white energy, like a trapped beast, rushed out of the small hole. This made things even worse for Lin Feng, who was already extremely weak. Two forces surged wildly through the internal organs, although there was no pain. However, with a powerful physique at level 40+, losing all nourishing energy to sustain it would inevitably lead to exhaustion and unconsciousness. Just when Lin Feng thought he was going to sleep for a few more days, the plot twist happened. Two energies collided by chance, like a young couple who have been thirsty for more than 10 years and are finally reunited. They were entangled together like glue. The two spinning beads, one after the other, transformed into a dazzling gold. As more and more energy combines, it's like forming a bridge. Connect the gap in the magic sea and the loophole in the meridians. This formed a seemingly strange, yet perfectly harmonious energy channel. At the same time, pure golden energy from the outside world flooded into Lin Feng's chi sea and meridians like a tidal wave. It flows freely within the connected chi sea and meridians without requiring transformation. The immense energy made Lin Feng feel as if he had been injected with adrenaline, instantly rousing his drowsy consciousness. Island notification. Congratulations on activating the energy of truth, fusing the warrior and mage classes, and obtaining a new class, Truth Seeker. Chapter 111. What? The princess died on my island? Master, what just happened? Man tilted her head, her golden eyes filled with curiosity. It wasn't just her. Lina and Long Bing, who were grilling octopus tentacles, also looked over at Lin Feng. The incoming energy tide was incredibly powerful and unpredictable. It's hard to ignore this strange phenomenon. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he said mysteriously, "Something very good has happened." Lin Feng. Race, human. Level, 48. Occupation, level 5 beginner truth seeker. Truth energy, 3072. Skills, source perception tier 5 advanced. Battle aura protection tier 2 advanced. Lightning technique tier 3 advanced. Thunder sword technique tier 5 excellent. Draw sword slash tier 3 excellent 5 to 5. Fusion skills, lightning draw slash tier 5 intermediate. Lightning body control technique tier 5 intermediate. After the profession fusion, his blue bar mutated. Magic points and battle aura points were converted into truth energy, and the total appeared unchanged. But, from now on, Lin Feng can use the energy of truth to convert any skill he uses into the corresponding battle aura and various magical elements. This means that, apart from fusion techniques, none of his skills will be limited by a single energy bar or elemental mastery. Besides, the greatest role of source quality perception. With his eyes closed, Lin Feng recalled a magic spell he had learned long ago. The arrangement of elements is very simple. It only requires a dozen or so energy streams arranged in an orderly manner. It will be able to, bang, on Lin Feng's fingertips. A tiny flame, barely powerful enough to light a cigarette, appeared. Initiation technique. Lin Feng smiled. It's just a tier 1 skill, but the significance it represents is extraordinary. Huh, brother, isn't this the magic you forgot before? How come you're using it again? Lina stared wide-eyed, her cute little face filled with disbelief. Once a spell is covered up, it cannot be used. These are the basic rules governing how the world works. As a fellow mage, she was naturally astonished by the sight before her. Truth. Once I figure out, maybe Lina will be able to use a lot of magic in the future. Lin Feng cut off the magic supply, and the flames quickly went out. Lina immediately narrowed her eyes and giggled. Brother is the best. Lina will definitely become as amazing as Sister Man and Sister Bing Bing in the future. Of course. Lin Feng stepped forward and patted her head. Upon reopening my attribute interface, I discovered a new skill category. Control skill. Ignition technique tier 1 beginner. A world bound by rules. Lin Feng squinted, his origin perception allowing him to discover just the tip of the iceberg of the rules governing the island world. Every living being that enters the world is bound by a cage-like shackle. Initially, only 4 windows were opened. Skills are like purchasing a weapon from the outside world and fixing it to the window. You can freely change the style, material, and specifications of the weapon within the cage. The skill expansion section is like a construction worker. After use,
The workers will chisel a hole in the cage from the outside and install a new window, so you can add another weapon you like. Fusion technology. It's like one day you feel that a single weapon is too weak to kill the enemy outside the cage. You devoted yourself to learning the principles of weapon construction in the cage, and finally understood how two weapons of similar rank could be perfectly matched. Thus, by combining the readily available material energy sources, a weapon far more powerful than what a window could currently support was created. The rules governing the prison that created this weapon are incomprehensible to the administrators, so they don't care. Due to load capacity limitations, you can't fix it to the window. You can only move it up when needed to defend against external enemies. Large weapons are very heavy. If you're not skilled at using them, you might accidentally hit your foot. If it's serious, it could even go off accidentally and kill you. However, once you master how to use it, you can use the new weapon to deal with enemies without restraint. Furthermore, the materials can be upgraded to increase the weapon's power. However, due to the limitations of their structural principles, weapons become increasingly difficult to upgrade as they progress, making it far less convenient than purchasing new, advanced weapons and reassembling them. Control technique. That was extremely brutal. When you upgrade your weapons for the windows, the cage master will confiscate the old weapons and won't allow you to use them. If you try to use the weapon structure to create the same thing, he will interrupt you without hesitation. But one day, you gain administrator-like privileges, allowing you to freely use these materials to construct weapons. The administrator saw it and felt very aggrieved. Yet, you can't deny that the rules you set yourself are preventing you from doing so. And so it was. You can now manufacture all sorts of purchased weapons without restraint in the cage. This is merely the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the perception of source matter. Lin Feng carefully examined the arrangement of the various skill elements he had learned. If a new skill appeared, he would be able to fuse it more easily and quickly. When restoring energy, there is no need to convert golden source matter, which increases the blue bar restoration speed by at least 3 times. Once in a place with sufficient energy concentration, the speed is even faster. There is no need to separately strive for the dual class realm. By continuously improving one's proficiency with the golden source essence, one can raise the level of the truth seeker. All in all, the benefits that the fragments of truth brought him were astonishing. As for the seal of truth, he has no clue. You only get 1 fragment after completing the new king's trial, so you can imagine how difficult it is to collect 1,000 fragments. Master has become stronger again. Man-Man's pretty face flushed slightly. Lin Feng's unintentional display had brought her great joy. It was only through its master's miraculous power of creation that it evolved from an ordinary sea creature into the powerful Xianming turtle. The master who wasn't very powerful a few days ago. By this time, he had grown to this point through his own efforts. Snort. Longbing turned her head away after hearing this. Although she didn't want to admit it on the surface, her approval of Lin Feng deepened considerably. Huh, then you guys need to work harder. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Be careful, or I might catch up with you later." After a few casual words, after gathering his thoughts, he took out the dark red, bloodthirsty sword from his backpack. He hadn't forgotten the special notification after the blood sacrifice was completed. Bloodthirsty sword. Type, king's weapon. Quality, top grade, orange. Characteristic, 1. Growth. The quality evolves as the user's level increases. 2. Blood drain. After the weapon deals damage, it replenishes the user's stamina and energy. The higher the target's cultivation level, the better the effect. 3. Memory. After a weapon is damaged, it can be restored to its original state after a certain period of time by collecting the fragments. Spirit. Asleep. Rank. Peak rank 6. Personality. Both righteous and evil. That's outrageous. Lin Feng's lips twitched violently. Just how powerful is a peak 5th tier character? Just look at your contracted female companion and you'll know. After the blood sacrifice was completed, another 6th tier peak sword spirit appeared all at once. Where can you find any reason to believe such an absurd thing? Only. The sword spirit has likely fallen into a deep sleep due to the blood sacrifice, and it's unknown when it will awaken. During this period, the bloodthirsty sword can be used normally. We shouldn't have too much hope for the sword spirit until it awakens. Miracles in desperate situations are a plot device that only appears in melodramatic movies. Place the bloodthirsty sword into your backpack. Lin Feng began to sell off the war spoils he had gathered, packaging them all up and listing them on the exchange, combined with the looted gold coins. This wave is expected to sell over 1 million units. We've already raised half the funds needed to contract the next creature. Buzz. Suddenly, seemingly sensing Lin Feng's call, a blurry shadow seemed to pierce through the crystal within the ocean heart deep within its soul. They intimately intertwined and interacted in his sea of consciousness. Why does it feel so furry? Lin Feng trembled. There seems to be a bad feeling about this. Let's hurry back to the island and put up the troop buildings. Black Dragon, Flower Fairy, Rock Giant, Giant Frost Wolf. They're all very good troop types. After all were recruited, the island's core strength increased by more than tenfold. Besides troop building blueprints, there are also some skill books and special blueprints that I can use, which I will sort through slowly when I get back. The Tier 2 and 3 skill books were allocated to the Fairy Dragon Mage Corps. Ensure that the skills they master meet combat standards. After spending 2 hours putting the rest of the spoils on the shelves, we ate and drank our fill. Lin Feng issued the order. Let's go back. Ruth, arrange for a spirit dragon to send Chun Rui back to the fallen Gold Islands. Under the sky and on the sea, more than 100 troops of different races were rapidly marching towards the island. The islands are not far from the Challenger group. Soon, the group then returned to their own base. Only, when Lin Feng heard the news from the shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and dwarves, he was completely dismayed. What? The princess died on my island? Chapter 112 Blue Star Mercenary Group. With the arrival of winter, the skies above the northern Mallory Sea are bitterly cold. Chun Rui tightened the cotton-padded coat, supported by the outer layer of demon sheep leather, the cold wind brought by the high speed cutting like knives to his face. It was buried deep on the back of the elven dragon. His breathing quickened when he looked at the spatial ring on his finger. Finally, I've gained Brother Feng's approval. 100,000 gold coins, a spirit dragon, a set of Tier 4 top-quality armor, and a large number of high-level troops to support you later. He recalled Lin Feng's instructions before he left. Chun Rui's eyes grew increasingly determined. After taking a deep breath, he opened the chat channel. Brother Feng said that initially, they only needed to expand their intelligence network in the Mallory Sea and wait until other mercenaries and island owners had a deeper understanding of the island world. Only then did they contact trustworthy island lords and other sea areas to establish new mercenary branches. Now, I wonder how many Earthlings remain in the Mallory Sea. After the new king's trial ended, Lin Feng's deterrent power and reputation have reached their peak. If people knew that he was going to establish a mercenary guild, many would likely participate. Another crucial point is that since I'm currently a mercenary, I can't trade directly with Brother Feng. In the early stages, it's best to find an island lord to assist me. Chun Rui thought for a moment and then typed a message in the chat. Confirm delivery. The Blue Star Mercenary Group is established, located in the fallen Gold Islands of the Mallory Sea. We now invite all Blue Star compatriots to join us. Mercenaries and island owners are welcome. Requirements. 1. I need to be in the Mallory Sea. 2. Level 25 or higher. 3. An interview is required in Vegas City, Gold Rush Islands. Those who join can enjoy a monthly salary of 1 to 50 gold coins, as well as generous commissions and high bonuses, depending on their abilities. 12-hour workday. For days off per month, meals and accommodation provided. Interested parties, please contact me privately. The news that the smell was very strong was released immediately. After a moment of silence, all the people of Earth were instantly thrown into a huge uproar. It looked okay at first, but then it started to feel really off. This template looks so familiar. Holy crap, I worked 996 before transmigrating, and now I'm facing the same 996 exploitation. This is a message from Brother Rui. Didn't any of you notice? What does this mean? It's definitely a mercenary group established at the behest of Boss Lin Feng. We can join Boss Lin Feng's forces now. Earning 1 to 50 gold coins a month, plus commission and bonuses, feels much more worthwhile than my ocean adventures. According to the prices in this world, normal monthly expenses are only 20 or 30 silver coins. Even at the lowest wage, it's equivalent to most native wage earners. It's easy to earn over 10,000 a month. What are the job duties? How are bonuses and commissions calculated? Could you tell me, Rui? Superficial. You're only looking at the surface salary. That's all you'll get. The Mercenary Guild doesn't offer high wages. At our current level, killing some monsters would yield even higher rewards. The main thing is that joining a mercenary group means getting on Lin Feng's ship. That's very important. You need to broaden your horizons. Haha, I'm in the Mallory Sea. Brother Rue, I'm in. Count me in. I'll be on my way right away. Just wondering, Chun, can I join a mercenary group at level 14? I'm hardworking and reliable. I can accept a lower salary, and it's in Mallorca. Get lost, you upstairs. Level 14, after the beast tide, is over. You're just some trash left over from the Challenger Alliance. You really think the level limit is for filtering out strength? It's just to filter out fish like you who slipped through the net. After deducting 50 from everything, he probably won't live much longer. Luckily, I still have a teleportation scroll I haven't used yet. I can teleport directly to the Fallen Gold Islands. Working for Lin Feng, that's being a top dog. Lin Feng's island development is too powerful. It is now truly at the pinnacle of all beings, and no one can surpass him. Adao repeatedly watched the scene of him drawing his sword and instantly killing the Black Dragon. Even with his 4th-tier Grand Swordsman strength, he couldn't clearly capture Lin Feng's attack movements. Only a faint afterimage could be seen. If it were him, faced with that attack, their fate would probably be no better than that of the Black Dragon. Thinking back, my rank was actually boosted by the resources my comrades poured into me. Adao suddenly felt like he had wasted his life on a dog. If the troops are strong, it could be attributed to good luck. But his level had already reached 41. I've spent who knows how long, and I'm still stuck at the advanced Great Swordsman level. The peak period that followed was even more difficult to surpass. To reach the 5th-tier Grandmaster level, the flowers are probably all withered by now. Du Beichuan took a sip of tea, sat leisurely fishing on the shore, glanced at the depressed Adao, and laughed. You're a king among kings of soldiers. Can't you even handle this little setback? Lin Feng is not the enemy. Calm down. They're setting up mercenary groups now, boss. Do you think we should do the same? Adao suddenly became eager to try. By forming a mercenary group, there is a chance to get involved in major events. He has spent his whole life on the battlefield and longs for this kind of environment. Mercenary group? Du Beichuan stood up with a smile, then suddenly kicked Adao in the butt. Bang! The former's movement trajectory was clearly captured. Adao didn't dare to dodge. He not only had to take the hit head-on, but also had to pretend to be in great pain. The tiger's large eyes were utterly puzzled. Do you think we're very rich? What do you think the indigenous people's reaction will be if our current strength is revealed? Du Beichuan slowly lifted his heel to straighten his trouser leg. After a while, he then said quietly, mercenary groups aren't necessarily for fighting and killing magical beasts. With Lin Feng's current strength, establishing a combat mercenary group would be a waste of his time. He's building his own intelligence agency. This young man's adaptability is almost frightening. After a long while, let's put him aside for now and look at what's going on with those reefs at the edge of the sea. Is there no suitable island owner to join? Chun Rue lay on the back of the elf dragon, looking at the dense private chat messages with a headache. The number of mercenaries in the Mallory Sea now far exceeds his expectations, totaling more than 1,000. Furthermore, there are many mercenaries who are willing to be teleported over, only lacking the scrolls. A few island owners were willing to join. However, it also lacks teleportation scrolls. There are conservatively estimated to be over 50,000 island owners. If you have the opportunity to cooperate with Brother Feng, why not seize it? Chun Rue was puzzled, but he quickly realized what was happening. Most of the island lords who survived the 5th wave of the beast tide were powerful. They even possess mid-tier or higher-level units. After all, there are always many capable people who are low-key in their conduct and dealings with others. These people, relying solely on their own strength, have obtained far more resources from the ocean than most people can imagine. The lure of dozens of gold coins represents a substantial income for mercenaries. For the island owner, it was far from abundant. Furthermore, they do not yet know the specific job duties. If they join rashly and then quit later, they will offend Lin Feng. Many people are still in a wait-and-see mode. You can't exactly say that Brother Feng is going to build an intelligence agency, can you? What's the difference between that and a secret agent who wears a label on their face? Chun Rue was having a headache. Suddenly, a new message arrived. Chung Ching, I'm on my way to the Golden Islands, hoping to talk to you in person. Chapter 113, The Princess Must Be Very Rich. The inner seaside next to a 2-story sea view villa. The 3-meter-tall sapling of the Tree of Life exudes a rich life force, nourishing all things around it. At this time, Lin Feng was standing with his arms crossed, frowning in deep thought. Before my eyes, a silver-haired woman, barely breathing and seemingly about to die, lay beside the tree of life. An old man in a black robe was lying next to her. Both of them fell into a coma. If it weren't for the nourishment of the tree of life's energy, they probably would have died during the new king's trial. Gaijin, are you sure this is the princess of the fallen gold kingdom? Lin Feng looked at the bearded dwarf to his right with suspicion. Let's be reasonable. When a princess travels, she would surely have a large number of guards and various experts protecting her in secret. How did it become so close to death? Of all times, it just so happens. They even ran to their own island. If they really kick the bucket, they'll be covered in mud, and even if they don't die, they'll still be in trouble. That's right. Gaijin spoke firmly and said in a deep voice, when the Theo royal family forged the gilded sea god sword for her, my father also participated in the making of the scabbard. I traveled with my father and saw this Princess Eleanor Theo in the palace. Her silver hair is a typical feature of the Theo family. There is no mistake. When the old man in the black robe used his last bit of strength to drag Eleanor onto the island, he thought he was seeing things. After repeated observations, it was finally confirmed that her physical features indicated she was Princess Eleanor of the Kingdom of Fallen Gold. The old man in the black robe landed on the island, but the toxins in his body erupted, and coupled with his physical exhaustion, he fell into a coma. After discovering that the two still had faint breaths, Gujin and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals moved them to the side of the Tree of Life, waiting for Lin Feng to return and make a decision. It seems that things are not peaceful inside the Kingdom of Fallen Gold. Lin Feng recalled the information he had received earlier. The Navy had seized merchant ships, and Duke Bernie had been restricted from traveling. In addition, Princess Eleanor was seriously injured. The Kingdom of Fallen Gold seems to be brewing a violent storm. Gaijin, let me ask you a question. Lin Feng turned his head and looked down at the dwarf seriously. The Princess of the Fallen Gold Kingdom must be very rich, right? Forehead. Gaijin was taken aback, scratched his head, and said, it should be at least such a large kingdom. After receiving a positive reply, Lin Feng hesitated for a long time before taking out the last bottle of life essence from his island backpack. He was absolutely certain he could save her. The question is, will saving this princess bring a substantial reward? Keeping 6-tier life essence by his side would give him an extra trump card. It's difficult to make a decision between the two, but the silver-armored woman before them was covered in poison, and the crossbow bolt, made of extraordinary material, was embedded deep in his heart. If left untreated, even with the Tree of Life, it won't survive past tomorrow daytime at the latest. Data shows this woman is level 51, higher than all 3 women. This princess wouldn't repay kindness with enmity, would she? However, judging from her meridians, she hasn't broken through to the 6th level yet, so they might not be able to handle her for long. Lin Feng muttered to himself, squatting down to examine that exhausted, bloodless, beautiful face. Eleanor is quite beautiful. If she were to recover, she would likely be able to rival the 3 contracted women. He carefully placed his hand on the crossbow bolt, using his mental energy to sense Eleanor's internal injuries along the bolt. The arrow grazed the edge of his heart. You're so lucky. After confirming the angle was correct, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly pulled out the arrow. Crimson blood flowed out. Eleanor's body visibly trembled. Lin Feng wasted no time and opened the bottle cap. He gently pried open the cool, white chin and poured in the emerald green, crystalline essence of life. Doghead felt there was something odd about that sentence. Even after processing all the post-war spoils, we're still short 1.7 million gold coins for upgrading the core. Upgrading to level 50 will require an even larger amount of gold. If this princess is on the right track, it will save a lot of time. Lin Feng had his own plans. They haven't realized the seriousness of the situation. The liquid, rich in life energy, flowed down the throat into the abdomen, visible to the naked eye. A faint green light rose from Eleanor's body, and the green light spread to every corner of her body at an extremely fast speed. Immediately afterwards, wisps of blue smoke rose from the blood holes in her silver armor, as the toxins mixed in her blood and muscles were expelled from her body by the essence of life. The hideous wound on his chest healed rapidly under the effects of the essence. In the blink of an eye, her skin returned to its snow-white state, with only a few traces of blood. Even, you can see the stunning scenery through the cave entrance. Cough, cough. Lin Feng turned his gaze away. The life essence has incredibly powerful healing abilities. In less than half a minute, all of the princess's injuries had healed. The rest. We patiently wait for her body to passively absorb the battle chi energy. Once her strength is restored, she will wake up. Ruth, go find some blankets and a wooden bed so she can rest here for a few days. Arrange for 2 marine spirits to take care of him. Lin Feng gave the instructions. Ruth nodded in response. Yes, I'll master. After the elf left, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the old man in black robes beside him. This old man, according to the data panel, there are 41 levels. His magical energy, C, was quite powerful, and his cultivation level had reached that of a 5th-order archmage. But the essence of life is only a single drop. Lin Feng would definitely choose to treat the most valuable princess. As for him, we can only keep him alive with regular healing potions. The rest is up to fate. Everyone has worked hard after the great battle. Lin Feng turned to look at everyone around him and said softly, let's rest tonight. In a couple of days, we'll hold a celebration banquet. Yay! Lena jumped up excitedly upon hearing this, and in a flash, she was beside Lin Feng, hugging his right arm. She exclaimed excitedly, Brother, I secretly hid 2 black dragons in my spatial ring. Can we take them out and cook them later? How about we use them for hot pot? Black dragon. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. No wonder the number of black dragons among the high-tier units was clearly mismatched when we were clearing the battlefield earlier. Octopuses have limited food options. Other sea creatures dared not eat the spoils without permission. Where did the black dragon go? It turns out the little mermaid kept it hidden away. Okay, hot pot, barbecue, stir-fry, all you want. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle as he touched her golden hair. It still feels so silky smooth. If I don't touch it for a while, I always feel like something's missing. Knowing that she had not been punished for what she had done, the little mermaid took advantage of Lin Feng's squatting position and suddenly leaned over to give him a light, watery kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Brother Lin Feng. Lena can't wait. The little mermaid's eyes sparkled, completely unaware that glistening drool was dripping from the corner of her mouth. Lin Feng stood up, turned to look at the Ice Queen standing on the far side, and was about to speak when the latter spoke first. Call me if you need anything. The next second, the icy blue figure had already disappeared from the spot. Master, is there anything you need me to do? When she looked around and realized she was all alone, her delicate face suddenly turned red. She nervously rubbed the hem of her dress. I can't even imagine it. The Xuanwu that just cleansed up the challengers like a demon from hell was her true form. Lin Feng suppressed the restlessness in his heart and moved closer to cup that blushing face in his hands. He gently kissed those cool, slightly sweet red lips. He comforted her, saying, You've used up a lot of physical and magical energy today, so rest first. I still have some things to take stock of. Good. Man pursed her lips, determined not to let anything that belonged to Lin Feng leave her. After she left, Lin Feng then took out a pile of blueprints, along with 2 skill books. Chapter 114 Blueprints Acquired. An unexpected joy. In addition to converting basic resources into gold coins, the items laid out before him were all strategic gains that Lin Feng urgently needed. View their detailed information one by one. Black Dragon's Nest. Equal level. Upper middle level. Type. Military building blueprints. Effect. Recruit a black dragon. Recruitment cost. 40 gold coins per dragon. Initial level. 20. Maximum level. 80. Comes with 3 skills. Rock Giant Pillar. Equal order. Upper level and lower level. Type. Military building blueprints. Effect. Recruit a rock giant. Recruitment cost. 40 gold coins per giant. Initial level. 20. Maximum level. 70. Comes with 3 skills. Giant Frost Wolf Totem. Rank. Medium Maxima. Type. Military building blueprints. Effect. Recruit Giant Frost Wolves. Recruitment cost. 30 gold per wolf. Initial level. 15. Maximum level. 60. Comes with 2 skills. Flower Fairy's Nest. Rank. Median. Type. Military building blueprints. Effect. Recruit Flower Fairy. Recruitment cost. 30 gold coins per fairy. Initial level. 15. Maximum level. 50. Comes with 2 skills. With 1,000 cores, obtaining these 4 blueprints is quite a good result. The Black Dragon unit needs no further explanation. Lin Feng initially stole the limelight with this building. The level cap is a full 80, second only to the Fairy Dragon. It also has an initial level of 20. Once completed, given Lin Feng's current core level, you can recruit 45. Air power was once again greatly enhanced. Most importantly, these black dragons can now be used to protect the Elven Dragon Mage group. All 5 Dragon-type units seem to possess the racial growth skill Dragon Breath, giving them a stable means of output. Lin Feng could already imagine that once his dragon units leveled up, their size would increase dramatically. In future battles, they will be able to respond to a single call. The awe-inspiring scene of dragons roaring and swarming out to attack was breathtaking. Rock Giant. The new island in the west is currently undergoing redevelopment, so it could be a good place to work. After scanning the second blueprint, Lin Feng had already made sure the stone golems, which had not yet appeared, were in place. Giants are born with great strength. Humanoid bodies are more agile than those of mythical beasts. Isn't this a perfect bricklayer? Like the dragon, it is a max-level starting unit, and now there is a limit of 45. Lin Feng glanced at the final blueprints for the giant frost wolf and the flower fairy. The former, like the rock giant, is a land-based unit. It cannot operate in the deep ocean. Upgrading later might be more troublesome, but a level 15 unit can recruit 50 units, and with 3 times the troop capacity, that's 150 units. It would be quite good for guarding the house. Flower Fairy is a unit that can cast buffs on other units. Their actual combat effectiveness is average, but its advantage lies in its humanoid nature, which allows it to perform delicate tasks. If the island expands in the future and various projects are developed, these islanders will still be needed to maintain it. After all, besides combat units, the logistics system is also quite important. Lin Feng noted down the materials needed for the 4 blueprints and bought some of them from the exchange. There are still some resources missing. For example, the Black Dragon unit needs obsidian, the Rock Giant needs solidified core, the Frost Wolf needs ice crystal, and the Flower Fairy needs jade seed. With fewer island owners, the exchange is the most affected. I glanced at the goods that were being sold slowly. Lin Feng sent the news of the acquisition materials to the chat channel, and then took out the remaining items and checked them one by one. Elemental Training Ground Blueprint. Type: Magic Circle. Quality Gold. Effect: applies 1 to 10 times the elemental pressure to units entering the formation. The value increases with the unit's level. The effect decreases for units level 60 and above. Materials required: 5,000 tier 3 crystal cores, 200 tier 4 crystal cores, 10 tier 5 crystal cores, and 10,000 gold coins. Note: higher level crystal cores can be added later to improve the level, effect, and area of the magic array. Good heavens, there's actually something like this. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and a look of joy gradually spread across his face. This magic circle has a significant enhancement effect on units that have increased their level, but whose realm has not yet reached its limit. Under high-intensity pressure, it can rapidly improve one's professional skill level, up to the level cap. The elemental training grounds can keep units in a state of life-or-death battle at any time. The effectiveness is beyond question. Only, the exorbitant cost of materials it consumes is manageable, but its excessive footprint is a major problem. 10,000 square meters, even a level 30 core, can barely reach 20,000. It would be a miracle if anyone else could build that. Lin Feng put the blueprints into his island backpack. Hopefully, after the next fusion cooldown ends, I'll find a resource island of suitable size. Immediately afterwards, 2 more drawings are presented in sequence. Core Shield Generator Blueprint. Type: Defense Facility. Quality: Orange. Effect: generates a shield within the core area of the island that can withstand 1 instance of Tier 6 high-level damage, greatly reducing damage below Tier 6. Cost: 20,000 gold coins. Restriction: Island Core Level 30. Ice-making equipment drawings. Type: Living Facilities. Quality: Green. Effect: freezes freshwater and seawater into edible ice cubes. Consumables: 50 refined iron, 10 tier 2 crystal cores, 50 silver coins. Core Shield. After looking at the blueprints that gleamed with an orange glow, Lin Feng's smile deepened. The core of the island is finally safe. This time, leading his troops to actively confront the challengers, he still left behind dwarves and shrimp soldiers / crab generals for the safety of his corps. Although there is emergency shelter, there's 5 hours of invincibility. It can be understood from its name. That's something that can only be activated in an emergency. In case Lin Feng gets bogged down in other matters and his powerful subordinates happen to be away from the island. The core was destroyed by someone raiding the base. It really is a barbecue. Now, the appearance of this blueprint is like a stabilizing force, completely eliminating Lin Feng's last concerns. We're just about to have a banquet, and the ice maker can make some chilled wine, preferably some malt wine, TSK. Lin Feng arrived at the core. The shield blueprint doesn't require any other materials, so he can easily afford 20,000 gold coins. A flash of light, and the orange blueprint in his hand burst into flames. It transformed into points of light and quickly enveloped the nearly 3-meter-high blue core. The process of covering Optimus Prime with an umbrella from top to bottom is not exactly the same, but it is still quite similar. After being enveloped in a hazy white light, shield formed. From now on, anyone who tries to touch the core, except for Lin Feng, will trigger the shield protection mechanism. The last 2 skill books. Lin Feng glanced at it and immediately covered up his original protective battle aura and lightning spell skills. Chapter 1, 15 Skill Experiment. Fireball. Type, Fire Magic. Level, Advanced Tier 5. Effect, deals single target damage to the target and deals area of effect damage to surrounding units. Cost, 560 mana. Restriction, requires mastery of fire magic. Ice Gun. Type, Ice Magic. Level, Advanced Tier 5. Effect, deals single target damage and slows the target. Cost, 560 mana. Restriction, requires mastery of ice magic. 2 types of burst-type magic skills. Lin Feng closed the information interface. It's unclear which island lord the skill was looted from. The other party most likely didn't use the skill book due to limitations in magic mastery. Having mastered the perception of source matter, he was unrestrained and could use it freely. It doesn't matter if the new skill covers any skill slot. The protective fighting spirit that was replaced, as well as the sword-drawing slash, have all become his control techniques. Let's see how powerful it is. Upon reaching the shore, Lin Feng took a deep breath. The spiral bridge connecting the meridians and the chi si in the body shimmered slightly. A torrent of golden energy surged wildly from within his body, transforming into fiery red magic at an imperceptible speed. The elements are arranged in a complex matrix in the surrounding space. When the last element is added to the array, all the elements begin to collide in turn. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng felt the surrounding temperature rise sharply. Under the dim night sky, a ball of blazing flame formed before him. The flames resembled a small, burning meteorite suspended in the air, their intensity blurring the surrounding environment. The orange-red light shone brightly in every corner. It resembles a light bulb with a wattage of several hundred watts. Fortunately, if the caster is not affected by the backlash when casting the skill, the spellcaster will not be affected by the skill's power. Otherwise, at this close range, I would have been roasted to a crisp. Seeing the waves in front of his feet begin to emit a scorching mist, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with joy. With a push of his hands, he sent the meteorite flying. Call! The fiery meteorite was as fast as an arrow. Creatures below the 5th rank can only catch a faint orange-red afterimage. Less than 2 seconds, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. Rumble. The ice surface hundreds of meters away melted before the pyroblast arrived. It looked as if a tactical missile had exploded on the seabed, and a small mushroom cloud mixed with seawater and fire elements formed at the target point. Art truly is an explosion. Its power is terrifying. Then, Lin Feng did not stop and continued to use his energy to release the frost spear. Elements coalesced, and a 10-meter-long ice crystal spear appeared. Completely opposite to Fireball, it cools down the surrounding air that had just warmed up. It was thrown out. The ice spear left a trail of blue shadows. It flew towards the site of the Fireball meteorite explosion, leaving behind a trail of dazzling crystals that froze the surrounding sea. Compared to the shock of Fireball, the ice spear appeared even more elegant and cold. In terms of power, both are equally impressive. I wonder what kind of changes will occur after the 2 skills are combined. Thinking about this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Will it be directly creating a 6-tier spell. Long Bing, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his dark eyes, which were as clear as autumn water. A phantom of an ice-blue dragon appeared above her head, and through her vision, she could see the violently erupting mushroom cloud. A faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. Experiment. Have you acquired any new skills? The phantom image vanished. Long Bing closed her beautiful eyes again, without realizing it. The speed at which the body cells are flushed with source energy has increased significantly. Sister Man, brother is really working so hard. Is it really okay for us to sleep in like this? Lena removed her black crocodile skin armor and hid her petite body under the covers. She covered her face with her hands in shame. Our master said we should rest, so let's rest. Be patient. Wait for him to come back. Man reached out to comfort the little mermaid. At the same time, he turned his head to look at the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window, somewhat lost in thought. If one day my master will no longer need my protection, does this mean I've lost my value? Man, you need to work hard too. He whispered earnestly in his heart. She covered her beautiful body with the blanket and patiently waited for Lin Feng to return to the bedroom. Alan Lord, I've arrived. Gaijin wiped the sweat from his forehead. The 2 terrifying spells he had just witnessed still left him with lingering fear. I'm short on gold coins, and I also need some obsidian and ice crystals. Lin Feng explained the materials needed for building the troop type. Then he asked, is there any way to make money quickly? You've lived in the Mallory Sea for so long. You should know a lot about it. Let me think about it. Gaijin carefully reviewed the materials Lin Feng had just mentioned, and suddenly a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. He excitedly said, I think my hometown has these things. Although the quantity is not large, it should be enough for your needs. Iron Hammer Island? Lin Feng pondered. Our current location isn't far from Gaijin's hometown, so it's not impossible to make a trip there. There are many ways to make money, Gaijin said, calming down and looking embarrassed. But we've spent our whole lives making equipment and rarely come into contact with other avenues. If we're talking about the fastest way to make money, it has to be the Nameless Island in the chaotic Western Sea. Nameless Island? Yes, its name is Nameless Island. Lin Feng took out a map of the sea area. Soon they spotted a small black island at the westernmost point of the Mallory Sea and asked, is this it? Gaijin tiptoed to look at the map, nodded and said, this is it. The chaotic sea is a paradise for outlaws. It's different from the law-abiding outlaws on Raven Island. They're all people who lick blood off the edge of a knife. It's dangerous and a mixed bag, but correspondingly, the resources and materials produced in the chaotic sea far exceed those of other places. Lin Feng asked suspiciously, since everything is in such chaos, who would go there to make a fortune? Aren't they afraid of finding treasure they won't be able to take out? Won't. Gaijin shrugged and said, there are 2 mysterious forces stationed there. You can exchange any resources with them for anything, and as long as you have made a deal with them, you will be protected by them when you leave the Nameless Island. Understood. Let's go to Iron Hammer Island first. Lin Feng nodded to indicate that he understood. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Gaijin for collecting materials for the elemental training ground, he noticed that the latter seemed hesitant to speak, so he asked, we're all on the same side now, so say what's on your mind. Although the 2 dwarves haven't made any significant contributions to the island yet, they are loyal and hardworking, which Lin Feng has noticed. If Gaijin makes any request, he will try his best to fulfill it, as long as it is not excessive. Island owner. After taking a deep breath, Gaijin forced himself to say, the island is growing ever larger. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The blacksmith shop isn't finished yet. Could it be that the 2 dwarfs are going to quit? Fortunately, what Gaijin said next not only relieved him, but also filled him with unexpected joy. Could I request that you take in all the Ironhammer clan dwarves on the island? Gaijin kept his head buried, not daring to breathe. If it were any other force in the Mallory Sea, they wouldn't have been able to subdue the volatile Ironhammer dwarves. Even collaborations have to be approached with extreme caution. However, after spending this time together, Gaijin realized that Island Master Lin Feng was no ordinary person, and the small Mallory Sea was simply not big enough for him. Only at this crucial juncture, only the Ironhammer clan dwarves had the opportunity to join Lin Feng's forces as a whole. Once you miss the opportunity, his people may now be confined to the Ironhammer Island in the Mallory Sea. Chapter 116, Canaan's Ambition. The road has widened. Lin Feng quickly understood what Gajin was thinking. Judging from its current strength and almost unbelievable rate of development, I don't know how it is in other sea areas, but in the Mallory Sea, no force could keep up with his pace. Given time, the ever-expanding islands and the growing number of mysterious marine creatures will surely make Mallory one of the most powerful forces in the entire island world. At that time, countless ethnic groups will seek to surrender. We shouldn't join him now, when he's just starting out. In the future, I'm afraid we'll really be unable to find a way even if we wear out our wallets. Are you sure? Lin Feng asked. Of course. Gajin looked up at the exceptionally handsome face, his gaze lingering on the latter's chin, not daring to look directly at him, and continued, It is our good fortune that the Iron Hammer dwarves have joined your island. Furthermore, the island is not yet fully developed, and the island owner needs craftsmen like us. In addition to blacksmithing, we also have some expertise in constructing facilities for the territory. After speaking, Gajin lowered his head again, nervously awaiting Lin Feng's next response. After a long while, Lin Feng squinted and said, What you said is quite right. The island does need manpower right now, but do you have the authority to bring the entire dwarf tribe into the fold? The Iron Hammer dwarf tribe. I remember there were 4,000 or 5,000 people when I went last time. This race is quite large for the entire Mallory region. Furthermore, it possesses special inherited skills. After subduing it, Lin Feng will be able to establish a forging and supply line. You can also earn a considerable income by forging products. Furthermore, with the giant frost wolf totem, there's the potential to build a heavily armed wolf rider force. It accommodates the Iron Hammer dwarfs. From any perspective, it's all beneficial and without any harm. Upon hearing this, Gajin's face lit up with joy, and he quickly said, I don't, but I have a way to persuade my father. Please give me a chance. The matter has come to this point. He felt that things were already halfway done. From now on, the Iron Hammer dwarves will no longer have to confine themselves to that island, spending their days and years forging blacksmiths to reproduce. A much larger stage awaits them. Good. Lin Feng nodded and said, At the current distance, we can reach Iron Hammer Island in a day. Be prepared. After the Challenger's alliance was destroyed, his freedom was completely unleashed. Everything that follows will no longer be hindered by the island system. As for the nameless island in the western sea that Gajin mentioned, you can go and take a look after transiting through the Iron Hammer clan. With his current strength, if you act cautiously, your safety is generally well guaranteed. Good. Gajin's face flushed, and he excitedly explained, By the way, Island Lord, didn't you acquire a lot of Tier 3 to 4 materials during the battle? You don't need to resell them. After my people relocate, you can craft a large number of high-level equipment. This equipment is highly sought after in the chaotic sea and can fetch a good price. Lin Feng smiled and said, Understood. You can handle the rest of these materials. Of all the items listed on the exchange, equipment and raw meat sell the fastest. Materials for body parts for monsters and sea monsters are the slowest to obtain. Now, besides him, since no one possesses a level 30 core, they naturally cannot benefit from crafting equipment. It hangs right up there, relieving the pressure of organizing storage space. After Gajin left, as Lin Feng walked towards the seaside villa, he pondered another question. There are 2 mysterious forces on the Nameless Island, powerful enough to suppress a chaotic sea area. This forced him to be on high alert. When entering the area of the Nameless Island, we need to find ways to avoid large-scale activities by military units. Otherwise, creatures such as black dragons, fairy dragons, and rock giants appear. It's easy for people to have different ideas. Creak. Push open the door. Lin Feng's gaze fell on a clothes rack by the bedside. Familiar things. A light blue dress, a small turtle shell backpack, and an orange, red, and black crocodile leather armor set. I turned my head to look. The adorable chibi-style snake, transformed from Man-Man's clone, lay prone on the bed, occasionally flicking its tongue. It must constantly draw energy from its own body. Otherwise, once separated from its host body for an extended period, its energy intensity will rapidly weaken. In a sense, Man-Man and her clone are equivalent to 2 fifth-tier creatures. Pretending to be asleep, Lin erased the corners of his mouth. The bed is so peaceful. He always covered himself up tightly, as if afraid of being discovered, and he was often the first one to get up. How could I not know what the 2 women's reactions were after they fell asleep? But when Lin Feng glanced at the long, golden hair, his newly formed emotions were instantly extinguished. Yes, we need to find a way to let the child sleep alone. Lord Canaan, perhaps there is no hope left. There are not many guests on Iron Hammer Island in the cold winter, so it will be difficult to get any news. A middle-aged man in a black butler's uniform sighed. Even if she didn't die on the spot, with her injuries, she wouldn't live much longer. He was standing on a bow of a rapidly moving icebreaker. The ship was enveloped in a powerful magical energy, which protected it from the cold outside. It can also significantly increase the speed of ships. This is not an effect that ordinary magic circles can achieve. These special scrolls, obtained through sheer financial investment, only last for a week after taking effect. Priced at several thousand gold coins each, they're only used casually by powerful families like the Elton family. The flame of Eleanor's soul left behind in the Church of the Sea God has not yet been extinguished, and so has the Magister Blue, who has always followed her closely. A tall, slender nobleman dressed in a gentleman's leather shoes said quietly, "I used a lot of connections to find out this information. Now that she is still alive, I will take her back." The man said, despite his seemingly frail body, which appeared to have been indulging in excessive sexual activity, he stood firmly in the cold winter wind. The long sword at his waist proved his professional identity. When those guys interrogated Maurice about his soul memories, they relied on those blurry images. A burning desire welled up in Canaan Elton's eyes. The sword master Maurice did indeed personally kill Princess Eleanor during the battle. If the commander of the Blue Fong Legion betrayed Duke Pygon and pledged allegiance to the royal family, he certainly wouldn't harm Eleanor. Illustrate. Eleanor did indeed break through to the Grandmaster level during the battle, making her impossible to capture alive. If she is allowed to recuperate, she will pose a huge hidden threat to the Elton family. Morris did nothing wrong, but, for some unknown reason, Eleanor suffered a fatal injury, but the flame of her soul did not dissipate. If he could find a severely injured Eleanor and force the issue, he could create a royal heir for his family. If I could find a way to win her heart. The Elton family not only rightfully gained control of the fallen Gold Kingdom, but also possessed a terrifying 6th-tier great sword master. Thinking of this, Canaan couldn't help but tremble all over. Eleanor was not found at the battle site. It is very likely that Blue, who faked his death, rescued her. The nearby Iron Hammer Island will be the most suitable place for them to heal. Chapter 117, The Princess Awakens. Lord Canaan, after a moment's thought, the middle-aged butler said, "If Eleanor has a chance to escape, the only place she can go is Eversong Elf Island, right? She might have been rescued by the icebreaker. Should we send a team there?" The magic-dispelling poison of the Blue Sea Fong crossbow can only be effectively countered by crops with strong vitality. He did not believe that Iron Hammer Island could save Eleanor. It's also unlikely that Blue wouldn't know about the nearby Eversong Elf Island. Canaan nodded and praised. "You're right. That's possible. However, I've also prepared a water-controlling swiftness magic scroll. This time I brought a batch of Tier 5 Sea Cloud Steel and asked those dwarves to help me upgrade my weapons to Tier 5. If the information is correct, it seems that Colin's Iron Hammer was able to manufacture Tier 5 equipment a little over a month ago. Eleanor isn't on Iron Hammer Island. We can use the scroll to go to Eversong Elf Island to find her. It will be faster." Upon hearing this, the butler felt a mix of emotions. Those wicked rich kids. These special scrolls, which other fleets used to save their lives, were like toys in his hands. Fortunately, he served the Elton family. More or less, one can enjoy this kind of extravagant experience. You are the only genius in the kingdom whose talent can be compared to Eleanor's. A 4th-tier weapon is indeed unworthy of your status. Those dwarves will be grateful to you for giving them the opportunity to forge Tier 5 equipment. The butler immediately smiled obsequiously and showered him with compliments. Comparing them? That's utter nonsense. Eleanor is an unprecedented swordsmanship genius in the kingdom of Fallen Gold. At the age of 3, he was found to have an unparalleled rate of physical growth. The legendary swordsman Cecilia, who had never taken on any disciples, personally came forward to teach Eleanor her secret swordsmanship from a young age. At the age of 5, Eleanor reached the peak of swordsmanship, but due to limitations in her physical growth, she was unable to break through to the next level. He became a great swordsman at the age of 7, and was invincible among those of the same rank. He reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship at the age of 10, a 14-year-old master swordsman. Each level sets a new record for advancement in the warrior class of the Mallory Seas. At 20 years old, he has reached the peak of the Sword Sect and is only half a step away from breaking through to the strongest realm of mankind, the Sixth Order Great Sword Sect. The only thing limiting Eleanor's power advancement is the frail physique of humans, unable to withstand any more battle energy. This slowed down Eleanor's progress to the 6th rank. No one doubted it. As long as Eleanor continues to grow and her physical abilities reach their limits, they could even reach the 7th-tier Sword Saint, a realm never before visited by humans in the Mallory Sea. The Golden Kingdom will enter a new golden age because of her existence. Kanan Elton, with the family pouring in a great deal of resources, he was promoted to the Junior Swordmaster at the age of 25. He is indeed a genius who appears only once in a century. Looking at the entire Loch Gene Islands, among the younger generation, Kanan is indeed second only to Eleanor. But when it comes to comparing them, that's just something we talk about internally. If it really gets out, that would be a laughing stock. I think so too. Kanan was very pleased with this explanation, and the smile on his face never faded. The era dominated by Eleanor. His existence was solely to highlight Eleanor's immense talent. The only place where it can surpass Eleanor. That is, Kanan is a man. In the kingdom of fallen gold, the power structure is dominated by men. There has never been a woman among the hereditary nobility. In the circles of the nobility, women were mostly used as tools for marriage alliances. Even if you were granted a noble title, it's just an honorary title without any real power. As the son of one of the 3 dukes of the kingdom, he has a very suitable status to marry Eleanor. As long as it succeeds, no matter how dazzling Eleanor's former glory may be, it will belong to him alone. But those dwarves are really powerful. Kanan's eyes gleamed as he exclaimed, their bloodline genes are inferior to those of the Highland dwarves and the Melting Beard dwarves, yet they can forge 5th-tier equipment with only 4th-tier strength. Their forging techniques are the best in the entire Mallory Sea. The steward immediately chimed in. Indeed, among equipment below the 4th tier, no other race skilled in forging can produce equipment as exquisite as theirs. Even the royal forging team cannot match their craftsmanship. Why did it come to this? Even various forging families would send their disciples to Iron Hammerclan Island every year to learn and seek guidance. You could say that. The craftsmanship of all forged equipment in the Mallory Sea bears the mark of the Ironhammer dwarves. If I can subdue this dwarf force, my standing among the princes will increase significantly. Upon hearing this, the butler's lips twitched violently. Goodness. The Elton royal family has not yet fully stabilized the situation, but they have already begun to plan for the future power struggle within the Elton royal family. Lord Kanan has quite the ambition. Of course, I believe that with your virtue, benevolence, and great talent, you are very likely to accomplish something that no one in the Mallory Sea has done in hundreds of years. Once you have subdued the Ironhammer dwarfs, Lord Elton. At this point, the butler's expression turned somewhat strange, but he still suppressed his discomfort and flattered him, saying, King Elton will give you serious consideration when choosing a crown prince. This is it. Fortunately, there was no one else around. If outsiders had heard what he said, given the current situation, he would have been either hanged or had his legs broken. Butler William, you are very good. Kanan laughed heartily. How could he not know that the butler was just trying to please him and was saying those things on purpose? But flattery will get you everywhere. He was happy to enjoy these benefits. Furthermore, these things cannot be said to be entirely impossible in the future. All right, we're almost at our destination. Kanan gazed at the rapidly approaching dot ahead and whispered, Prepare to have a thorough search. I'll handle Colin's situation. Yes, sir. The butler bowed and took his leave. We'll start planning the next steps. After all, forging weapons was just a side job. The real purpose was to find Eleonoros, who was still alive. That was their ultimate goal for this trip. Cough, cough, cough. A faint cough echoed throughout. Her beautiful silver eyes slowly opened, and what came into view was the newly risen golden dawn. The sound of rolling waves crashing echoed continuously in my ears, accompanied by the salty sea breeze. This left Eleanor somewhat dazed. Is this the kingdom of God? It looks so real. Eleanor focused her gaze on her close-fitting armor, her unfocused eyes sharpening once more. He suddenly sat up in fright on the wooden bed. No, I'm not dead. Where's this? Chapter 1, 18 New News. Rose carefully peeled open a grape, and her eyes, squeezed into slits by fat, were full of love. Throw the grape skins into the nearby trash can. With a loud rumble, he slumped onto the desk in front of him. The whole house seemed to tremble a few times from the noise she made. Be good, Brother Chenrue, open your mouth. A fair, cute, chubby hand reached out. A grape was offered to the mouth of a handsome young man who was engrossed in his work. Chun Ruishing raised his head listlessly. Try not to look up, so you can imagine a beautiful woman feeding you sweet and sour grapes. Open your mouth. Who knew? Rose doesn't play by the rules at all. After laying the groundwork for feeding grapes a few times before this time, taking advantage of Chun Rue's moment of looking up, he withdrew his hand at a speed disproportionate to her size. Then, he poked his round head over. Smack! Their lips touched. Chun Rue felt like his scalp was about to explode, and his rapidly contracting pupils were enough to prove the fear in his heart at this moment. Baoqi Liu Bao, stop. He wanted to escape, but there's no escaping it. Rose's strong and powerful arms had already struck, her strength no less than that of a second-tier great swordsman. It's like a powerful pair of pliers. He was held firmly in place, unable to break free. Chun Rue discovered that his stubborn defenses had finally been breached. That instant, he felt like the world had collapsed. He could only let Rose Reberni greedily possess him for a full 10 minutes. Wah, Brother Chenrue, you gave him my first kiss. Rose loosened her arms with lingering affection. She raised her pinky finger and wiped the corner of her mouth with a white silk handkerchief. Her round, rosy face was filled with shyness. Honey crab paste. Chun Rue's tongue was completely slurred, and his eyes were blurry and misty, as if bricks had gotten into them. Even if I was already prepared, he thought, I will face any difficulty like a warrior. They were all brave. There's no commentary here. This generation of readers is really hard to please. Until this point, he then realized that he was in the right place, but had met the wrong person. Brother Feng. Chun Rue sat back down, choking back tears, and sent the latest message to Lin Feng with his head down. The mercenary group has been established, with its headquarters located in Baga City on the Fallen Isles, in a large courtyard that my father-in-law bought. Currently, 300 Blue Star mercenaries have been successfully interviewed and recruited, and one island lord has been appointed. We are preparing the intelligence agency system and making preliminary arrangements. Everything is perfect. Here's some latest intelligence for you. Regarding military units, regardless of the type of unit recruited, they all need to have their own leave time. If possible, it would be best to give them rewards in addition to basic supplies, that is, wages. Otherwise, the soldiers will become demoralized, their combat effectiveness will decline, and they will show signs of depression. In severe cases, it may go out of control and become violent. For units that level up quickly, the time it takes for them to develop this emotion will be slower. Without a comparison, we don't know how the overall result will change. But it's best to give the troops some time to relax. Click send. The name Lin Feng seems to possess an extremely powerful magic. This restored Chun Rue's bright eyes. The plump girl, Rose, looked up at him with tender affection, waiting for him to say what he was about to say. Baby, have you ever heard the saying, every cute girl has potential? Service branch morale. After reading the message, Lin Feng pondered for a moment and then suddenly realized what was going on. It's easy to understand. Soldiers are living beings with flesh and blood, not mindless tools. Even if the island lord maintains it properly, the loyalty of the troops can be greatly increased. In the process of executing orders at high intensity day after day, the subconscious mind will inevitably generate a series of instinctive resistances. Like, the boss at the company is a very nice person. We offer free meals and accommodation, and a platform for career advancement. But, in the days to come, you will have no rest, no salary, and you will either be working or on your way to work overtime. They were no different from slaves. Capitalists would be moved to tears and kneel on the ground upon seeing this, worshipping the boss as a supreme deity. This can lead to depression, strikes, and rebellions. It's just a matter of time. Well, it's not a problem. Lin Feng closed the information interface. The solution is simple. Allocate a certain amount of free time for troops each week and distribute some supplies other than food. And this is also an inevitable trend that the island's development will face in the future. However, after accepting the Ironhammer dwarves, a stable food source will become a major problem. Ahead of you, after a day and a night of sailing, the island, which had been unseen for so long, reappeared in the floor-to-ceiling window view. As Lin Feng was pondering the direction of agricultural development, he suddenly sensed a commotion outside the seaside villa. Lord Island Master. Ruth hurried to the villa's entrance and respectfully announced, "The princess of the fallen kingdom has awakened." Zulfust. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. It took twice as long as he had predicted, which was 3 days. It seems so. The princess, with a level of 51, played a crucial role. After we win over the Ironhammer dwarves, we can send someone back to the fallen kingdom. Once we get the reward, we can upgrade the core. Thinking about the 4th contract, Lin Feng immediately perked up. He instructed, "I'll be right there. Tell someone to have Long Bing, Man, and Lena come over together." The injury had just healed. The princess's strength is definitely not at its peak. Even with his current strength, he might be able to defeat his opponent. Call over 3 women. This is to prevent things from going wrong. Yes, sir. Ruth nodded and went to personally inform the 3 powerful Tier 5 heroes. Did Island Master Lin Feng save me? Hearing the sea spirit's explanation, Eleanor felt a surge of warmth in her heart. My own injuries. It healed in just over a day. Without a doubt, the other party must have used an extremely precious treasure. Thinking of this, she habitually placed her left hand on her waist, where the gilded sea god sword tassel had storage space. There are quite a few valuable items inside. Frame. After touching it a few times, Eleanor couldn't find her weapon, except for the sound of the armor. Lost. Thinking of this, Eleanor's expression was rather unpleasant. Let's set aside the value of the 6th-tier weapons and the items in the storage space. If the rescuers are not given a reward, it is uncertain whether the dying blue will receive any further assistance. Just then, a clear, melodious voice rang out. "You're awake?" "Plain set, Tao." Eleanor turned her head. They immediately spotted the dashing, handsome young man. Chapter 119, The Princess of a Fallen Kingdom? Eleanor was used to seeing the weak and frail young noblemen in the aristocratic circles, whose bodies had been ravaged by wine and women. The first time I saw Lin Feng, his silver eyes brightened instantly. In particular, judging from the opponent's aura, its strength is not weak. It is at least a 5th-tier existence. This greatly improved Eleanor's first impression of Lin Feng. I recalled the words of the sea sprite. This young man, who looks to be about the same age as himself, is the owner of this island. Eleanor immediately placed her right palm on her chest and bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you for saving me, Lord Lin Feng." Eleanor is deeply grateful. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng, who was walking ahead, was less than 5 meters away from her. The overwhelming scent of male hormones. Eleanor instinctively took 2 steps back, just doing it as a matter of convenience. Lin Feng nodded slightly in return and chuckled, "A single drop of 6th-order life essence, capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones, could save the princess from the brink of death. I think no one would be stingy with their treasure." The subtext of his words was quite clear. "To save you, I used a level 6 life-saving potion. When giving back as a reward, it would be best to include the price of a life essence." Essence of life. Eleanor's silver eyes narrowed slightly. She had heard from Grandma Yura that it was an extremely rare substance. A single drop of life energy could even extend Grandma Yura's lifespan by hundreds of years. Unexpected. The island lord in front of me, named Lin Feng, actually possessed a treasure that Grandma Yura had spent half her life trying to obtain but never managed to acquire. He even used it himself. What a righteous person of high moral character. You flatter me. Eleanor will never forget Lord Lin Feng's kindness. Eleanor pursed her lips, her tone very sincere. Immediately afterwards, she glanced at the old black-robed mage beside her, whose breath was faint and pleaded through gritted teeth. "I wonder if you could lend a hand to Magister Blue? Once I find the item, I will reward you handsomely." Upon hearing this, before Lin Feng could react, he glanced at the half-dead brew and said helplessly, "There are no more medicines to treat him right now. We'll head to Ironhammer Island soon and hopefully find some materials to make medicines." Arrival. Eleanor was taken aback. They quickly turned their gaze to the surrounding sea and were horrified to discover something. The island where she is located. It was moving at an incredibly fast speed across the ocean, although the island is not large. But The amount of energy required to propel it at this speed is immeasurable. What exactly is Lin Feng's identity? Not only did they subdue the sea spirits of the Yonga clan, but they also possessed such magical and unpredictable abilities. Eleanor discovered, compared to the nobles of the fallen Gold Kingdom, who were easily understood at a glance. The young man before me seemed like a veil of mystery. It is filled with an air of mystery. Iron Hammer dwarfs. Eleanor was somewhat undecided. At this time, 2 of the kingdom's 3 directly subordinate legions have already defected, and the situation of the remaining royal guard is unknown. Grand Magister Yura's fate remains unknown. Now, she is all alone, and her strength has not yet recovered to its peak. Once discovered, Pygon will definitely deploy a large number of people to arrest him. But does this mean we have to entrust everything to Island Master Lin Feng? Eleanor then turned her gaze to Blue, who was on the verge of death. As the latter lay dying, he used his last strength to take him to the island with the Tree of Life. Anyway, we can't let him sacrifice himself in vain. Lord Lin Feng. After taking a deep breath, Eleanor said in a deep voice, "Thank you again for saving me, a princess of a fallen kingdom. Due to special circumstances, I am unable to leave the island. Please help me find some medicine on Iron Hammer Island. Eleanor will repay you handsomely afterward. I know the princess of a kingdom." Lin Feng waved his hand, about to continue speaking. Suddenly stopped. Translation via island. The pronunciation of the indigenous language differs somewhat from that of the Yin kingdom. He didn't mishear what he just said. A princess of a fallen kingdom. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Did I hear that wrong? Eleanor chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yes, the Theo royal family of the fallen kingdom is almost overthrown by Pyjin Elton, and all the major legions are under his control. I'm being hunted down for thousands of miles. What else could I be but a princess of a fallen kingdom? I apologize for making you laugh. I will repay you double for your help once I return to the battlefield and retrieve my storage items. Blanche. After receiving confirmation, Lin Feng was devastated. I thought I'd found a great treasure, but it turned out to be just a mirage. The idea of rescuing a princess in distress and receiving a rich reward is just trashy plot from a fairy tale. He suddenly felt like he was a huge victim of injustice. What a waste of a precious drop of life essence. Return to the battle location to find items? Lin Feng loosened his clenched fist and asked with his last remaining thought. Where's the battle roughly located? What about the storage items? Soon. Eleanor answered honestly, in the sea. I bought a watch last year. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, his old face darkening considerably. Once we land on Iron Hammer Clan's island, you can take this old man with you and get out of here. A dismissal order. He really wanted to get rid of Eleanor. In order to prevent the other party from having any hope, he even deliberately swore. Besides the frustration of losing money on a business, there is another reason. The Kingdom of Fallen Gold possesses a very powerful military force. Air Force, Azure Sky, Griffin Knights. Navy, Feng of the Blue Sea. Army, Royal Guard. There were even special organizations, such as the Imperial Court of Sorcerers. Each member of the 3 legions is an elite selected from thousands and tens of thousands of people. They are at least mid to late stage of Tier 3, or captain-level figures at Tier 4, with several hundred in each legion. Fully armed, with a systematic set of tactics and formations. The most important thing is, on the surface, all 3 legion commanders are at the 5th rank. There are definitely quite a few Tier 5 individuals hidden in the shadows. These are all entities that could pose a fatal threat to him. Moreover, we don't even know if the other side has any 6th-tier characters. If they do, even the 3 contracted women couldn't resist. Lin Feng hasn't yet crafted the new troop buildings he acquired, nor has he recruited or upgraded any of his troops. Their power is not yet fully developed. And now they're taking in a princess who is being hunted down and going head-to-head with the army of the fallen Gold Kingdom. That's like an old man hanging himself. He's tired of living. I never expected to save a jinx. This is the worst luck imaginable. Damn it. After muttering a complaint under his breath, Lin Feng dismissed the 3 women who were secretly protecting him and then turned and left the inner sea with a flourish. Eleanor was left standing there, completely bewildered by the sea breeze. How could he turn on me so suddenly? He insulted me. Let's go. Eleanor's chest heaved violently as she clenched her teeth and glared at the receding black figure. From childhood to adulthood, she grew up surrounded by the support of thousands. No one dared to slander her to her face, nor did anyone have the right to do so. Today, some strange island owner actually cursed at her. It truly gave Eleanor a unique first experience. I am Eleanor Nosio. I swear on the honor of my family. Even if I die, I will never stay on this wretched island of yours. The princess, feeling aggrieved, blushed slightly, struggling to suppress the strange emotions surging in his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, I will repay your life-saving grace today after I subdue the royal family. After saying that, she stomped her foot again to vent her anger and humiliation. When she calmed down again, Islands, we have arrived at Iron Hammerport. Chapter 120 Eleanor's Mental Breakdown. Look, that's Island Master Lin Feng. Island Master Lin Feng has arrived. A small number of high-ranking dwarves, capable of withstanding the harsh winter, patrolled the harbor. Upon seeing the approaching island, they erupted in cheers. More than a month ago, they had seen this moving island before, although its appearance has changed drastically since then. That light blue villa is easy to spot. Isn't it the building on Lin Feng Island? Hey guys, look who's that? Gagan and Dummo. It really is Island Master Lin Feng. Haha. Quickly report this to the clan leader. The dwarves whistled and waved from their high watchtowers at the rapidly approaching island. Soon, an island of tens of thousands of square meters sits beside the harbor. Gagan, Dummo, go back to your tribe and give them a general overview of the situation. It's the island lord. Lin Feng watched as the two dwarfs left the island. Then he instructed the chieftain of the sea elves, Ruth, let the spirits. As he spoke, he glanced back at the sulking princess of the fallen kingdom and continued to instruct. Have the elven mage Kor remain in a defensive posture. We'll be back in a bit. Yes, sir. Ruth knew why Lin Feng hesitated to speak. Fairy dragon. It is one of the world's most advanced creatures, and there are currently 89 of them on the island. If outsiders find out, this could cause unnecessary trouble. You can get out now. Long Bing, dressed in a long blue scale dress, suddenly appeared. Standing coldly beside Eleanor, the temperature around them seemed to drop considerably. At the same time, Man and Lena also came out of the island villa. She stood silently beside Long Bing. It exudes a powerful aura without you even realizing it. My brother has never been that angry before. She must be a really bad person. We must get rid of her. Lena sullenly craned her neck and stared at Eleanor, trying to imitate Long Bing's cold and fierce demeanor. But in the end, it looks quite cute. Go away. A faint killing intent flickered in Man's eyes. They always say the gentlest words, but do the cruelest things. You. The sudden appearance of the three women caused Eleanor to momentarily lose her composure. Look closely. While Eleanor never cared about her looks, she still had immense confidence in herself. Looking across the Mallory Sea, no one can compare to her. But, suddenly, three stunningly beautiful women appeared before them. None of them belonged to her, and some even did not. I've never heard of these beautiful women in the Mallory Sea. Eleanor sensed the hostility emanating from them. Looking at Lin Feng, whose face was as still as water, she felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. No wonder. After realizing he had no value, Lin Feng abandoned him like trash, letting himself fend for himself. It turns out that he already had a woman of this caliber by his side. Good. A tightness gripped Eleanor's chest. She pursed her lips and whispered, Once I return from the Iron Hammer clan with the medicine, I'll take Blue away. Once things have calmed down, I'll repay your life-saving grace. As he spoke, she removed the armor from her wrists, tore off a piece of her inner clothing, and covered her face with it. He swept past the crowd and headed towards Iron Hammer clan's island. I'm looking for Chief Colin Ironhammer, Eleanor said to a patrolling dwarf. It's urgent. Please inform them. The dwarf noticed her acting mysteriously, her face concealed as she emerged from Lin Feng, Island Lord's territory. I'm a little undecided. After a moment's thought, he was about to lead Eleanor into the clan's territory. Who knew? A low shout suddenly rang out. When the voice came through, Eleanor clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. Halt! Let me confirm with Lord Lin Feng. The patrol captain frowned. After taking a few quick steps to Lin Feng's side, he respectfully asked, Lord Lin Feng, shall we let her in? He had just witnessed the conflict between Miss Lena and the mysterious woman. It was clearly a woman wearing tattered armor. His relationship with Island Master Lin Feng was not so harmonious. She's searching for medicine, With her current strength, she poses no threat to the Ironhammer dwarves, Lin Feng said calmly. Oh, I understand. The patrol captain waved and shouted after receiving the instruction, let her in. Okay. The dwarf, having received orders, led the way, but when he turned back, he found Eleanor standing there, her fingers clenched tightly, her skin pale, and he didn't know what she was doing. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and go. If it weren't for Lord Lin Feng's sake, would you still think you could enter Iron Hammer Clan's island in the dead of winter? Dream on. Okay, thank you. Eleanor bit her lower lip and silently followed the dwarf deeper into the island. We've already informed Chief Colin. Lord Lin Feng, please come with me. Facing Lin Feng, the patrol captain's expression was like turning the pages of a book, his big face grinning like a daisy. Okay, thank you for your help. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. It is my honor to serve you. The patrol captain burst into laughter. Lin Feng and his 3 contracted beauties followed behind him, navigating through a maze of streets, until they reached the perimeter of a heavily guarded building. At this time, the long-unseen Ironhammer clan chief, Colin Ironhammer, and his son, Gaijin, had left the warm house and were standing outside in the biting cold, waiting for a long time. Respected Island Master Lin Feng, we meet again. Colin slammed his right fist into his chest, the impact making a loud thud as he punched the sturdy plate armor. Colin, it's been a long time. Lin Feng smiled, glancing at Gaijin out of the corner of his eye. He noticed that the latter looked calm and was winking and making suggestive gestures at him. Without a doubt, his initial work has been successfully completed. Island Master. Colin didn't waste time with pleasantries and went straight to the point. Gaijin told me the gist of what happened, and I think we can have a good talk. Lin Feng said, of course. Please come in. Colin smiled and bowed slightly, pointing with his palm to the guarded building. After everyone entered the house, bang! The door was tightly shut, and the dwarf swordsmen outside immediately became extremely alert. Holding sophisticated weapons, they stood guard outside the house. Anyone who tries to get close will be met with a fierce attack. After all, according to the clan chief, the Ironhammer clan dwarves are now standing at a turning point that will change history. Its importance is so great that it even concerns the life and death of the race. On the other side, the room was of very poor quality. Eleanor regained her composure and sat on the stool, awaiting Colin Ironhammer summons. She had visited Ironhammer Island 2 or 3 times. Each time, there is a meticulously planned and grand reception ceremony. What she was experiencing at this moment was something she had never experienced before. However, remembering that he is currently hiding his identity, he also needs to find a way to save Blue. It's not that I can't accept it. Only, after a dwarf who was leading the way entered the house and conveyed a message, Eleanor's grievances and helplessness surged up again like a tide. Chief Colin is going to meet with Island Master Lin Feng, so you'll have to wait a few more hours. Chapter 121, A Promise is Made. The dwarf race is recruited. Colin picked up the teapot and poured tea for Lin Feng and the other 3 before finally taking a seat. Island Master Lin Feng, my rascal has already told me the general situation. I don't know what you're thinking. Colin took a sip of hot tea, his round eyes fixed on Lin Feng, seemingly oblivious to everything around him, waiting for his reply. As the current chieftain, he considers things far more far-reaching than Gaijin. The entire clan joined Lin Feng's island. A series of complex problems need to be solved. I welcome the Ironhammer clan to join us. Lin Feng tapped the table lightly with his fingertips and said casually, the island is currently in need of craftsmen and artisans skilled in forging equipment. To be honest, if you choose to submit to me, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His words were not intended to provoke Colin. Island owner, you can acquire troop buildings and upgrade the core to increase the number of troops. Once his core level increases, it will rise higher and higher. As the number of military buildings increased, the focus shifted away from absorbing native inhabitants. I know, Colin sighed slightly. When that kid told me that he could break through from intermediate swordsman to advanced great swordsman in a month, I understood. Not to mention, he said you possess mysterious powers that allow you to directly summon legendary spirit dragons. Such magnificent skills are not those of an ordinary person. But, at this point Colin paused. After a moment's consideration, he continued, the Ironhammer clan dwarves number 4,300. I have a responsibility to them. I wonder what kind of treatment we can expect after joining your island. As far as I know, your island is currently too small to accommodate so many people. Accommodation and transportation. This is the most crucial issue. Such a small place of tens of thousands of square meters, and they actually crammed so many dwarfs into it. There was nowhere for anyone to stay. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "The island's area can be expanded, and it won't be long before the next expansion. In the initial stage, we can build high-rise residential buildings to make it a bit cramped. After the area increases, we will allocate special housing for your clans." He placed a simple drawing he had prepared beforehand on the table and pushed it toward the dwarf chieftain opposite him. "This is—" Colin picked up the blueprints, a look of shock appearing in his eyes. The structure of the drawing is rather rough, but the intended meaning is still clear. That's a house. A house that is completely different from the architectural style of the Mallory Sea. The houses are neat and orderly, one floor on top of another. Every room has the same layout, like a honeycomb. A 6-story building can easily accommodate more than 100 people, and judging from the structure, it can be expanded further. Colin had never been inside such a groundbreaking house design before. To address the root cause of the problem of insufficient land area in island communities, we must make full use of the available space. Incredible. You designed this. Colin looked at Lin Feng, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Forehead. Lin Feng nodded shamelessly and said, "I drew it." He simply drew an ordinary residential area on Earth, which unexpectedly shocked Colin's worldview. "You're amazing." Colin was full of praise. However, he quickly realized and said, "But we've never built this kind of house before, I'm afraid." Regarding this problem, Lin Feng also had a solution, explaining, "I'll take care of the housing for you. You can just move in with your bags." He had gathered intelligence beforehand. Some island owners can already create ordinary building blueprints. Although the community structure is complex, it is essentially a low-level building without any benefits. It's not difficult. You can get dozens done in about half a month. For anything that can be solved with money, Lin Feng, with millions of gold coins in his pocket, felt extremely relaxed. In addition, I will provide you with shelter so that you will not be attacked by the Naga tribe in the future, nor will you have to worry about the safety of your tribe during the cold winter. Lin Feng continued. After joining the island, the elderly, women, and children can continue their lives as usual, but adults need to go to work. Work? Colin was puzzled when he heard the unfamiliar words. "Yes, it's work," Lin Feng said. "Oh, I see. That's for sure." Colin laughed. After joining the island, the Ironhammer dwarves couldn't have simply moved to a different place to live. The practice of relying on forging profits to sustain the race will become history. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I will provide all the materials while we work, and I will also control the profits. But you will also receive extra compensation and have a fixed holiday every week. During your holiday, you can freely use the forged items." Colin became more and more engrossed in listening. Given the various methods Lin Feng had demonstrated, he had made up his mind to have his entire clan join the former's forces. Sudden, Lin Feng tapped the table, saying meaningfully, "I wonder if the Ironhammer dwarves have any plans to become Black Dragon Knights or Wolf Knights." Dragon. This word, like thunder, resonated throughout Colin's spiritual world. Black Dragon Knight? Colin swallowed hard. Any dragon is an extremely rare species in the Mallory Sea. Every time it appears, it causes a huge sensation. Over 100 years ago, a 7th-tier saint-level adult red dragon appeared in the Sunset Sea west of the Fallen Gold Islands and captured a 5th-tier sea beast as food. The terrifying dragon's breath burned over the ocean for 3 days and 3 nights. No one dared to approach that hellish area. It wasn't until the Pope of the Sea God intervened and issued a divine decree to expel the dragon that the Fallen Gold Islands were spared from damage. Now, Lin Feng actually told him, the enemy not only possesses an army of elven dragons, but now they also have the ability to tame black dragons. How could this dwarf race, with its weak bloodline and power, become dragon knights? This is absolutely outrageous. "Colin Master, are you joking?" Colin cleared his throat, then asked uncertainly, "Dragons are legendary creatures. Are you talking about this?" "Certainly." Lin Feng smiled and said, "But the number of black dragons is limited. The giant frost wolf, which has a 6-tier growth limit, is also a very good mount companion." I received a definite reply. Colin felt his heart pounding. That was a scene I couldn't even dream of. And in the Mallory Sea, magical beasts that can grow to the 6th rank are considered top tier. Even if we take a step back, if I can't become a dragon knight, being a 6th-tier Frostwolf knight isn't bad either. A big pie is drawn. Colin, eager to devour it all at once, exclaimed excitedly, "Island Lord, the Iron Hammer Dwarves will obey your commands." "Oh, right, I heard from Goggin that you need some special materials. Come with me. You can have as much of those things as you want." Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly upon hearing this. He took a sip of tea and chuckled. "All right, check that your reputation has reached renowned and well-known, granting you the authority to recruit intelligent races. Iron Hammer Clan Barbarian X4301 requests to join your faction. Do you agree? Once accepted, they will enjoy the same benefits as island units." "Yes." Chapter 122, The Excited Dwarfs. They moved. The clan leader has ordered that all supplies be packed up and preparations made to evacuate Iron Hammer Clan Island. Messengers rushed through the intricate underground passages, delivering Colin's orders from house to house. The Iron Hammer Clan dwarves, who were once at peace. It instantly became a buzz. "Hey Tucker, what happened? Why are we suddenly moving away as a whole tribe?" An elderly dwarf was pulling the messenger along, looking very anxious. They have lived on this island for hundreds of years and have seen all kinds of storms. But never before has there been a situation requiring the relocation of an entire clan like this. "Hee, don't worry." The messenger, prepared for this, whispered in the old man's ear, "Grandpa Kula, the Iron Hammer clan of dwarves has met a benefactor. From now on, we will no longer be harassed by the Naga, nor will we have to worry about losing our families in the cold winter. Don't worry, this is good news." A distinguished person, the old dwarf named Kula, was completely bewildered and asked in confusion, "What kind of people could possibly force our tribe to relocate? And where are we going to move to? It's the dead of winter now, and ships can't sail easily on the sea. If the weaker members of our tribe are exposed, the losses will be enormous." "Ha ha!" The messenger, Tucker, laughed loudly. "Island Lord Lin Feng. It's the same Lord Lin Feng who saved us before. Doesn't he have a mobile island? It's docked right next to our island now, waiting for us to move in." As he spoke, he took out a small bottle containing a pale red liquid and said mysteriously, "Look what this is. Cold-resistant medicine." Kula was shocked. Before the arrival of the harsh winter, Gajin's agent sent back a batch of medicine, which saved many of his people who could not survive the winter. All the Iron Hammer dwarves recognize it. "Guess who made this magical potion?" Tucker said mysteriously. "Could be that." Kula's eyes lit up, and she excitedly asked, "Is it Island Master Lin Feng?" "You got it right." Tucker put away the cold-resistant potion. His face flushed and said, "You don't know, but Island Lord Lin Feng's island can grow. It's several times larger than when he last visited Iron Hammer Island, and he's tamed the legendary spirit dragons that are said to inhabit the island. There are so many of them." Upon hearing this, the old dwarf was already feeling dizzy. Creator of cold-resistant potions, tamer of fairy dragons. With those two halos combined, they were simply beyond the reach of the Iron Hammer clan. "All right," Tucker continued. "To the northeast used to be the Yonga clan of sea elves. They joined Lord Lin Feng's forces before us, and each of them contracted a spirit dragon. They were very impressive." "The Yonga clan?" The old dwarf completely lost his composure, craning his neck and blushing as he asked, "Is it that group of elves skilled in brewing potions and casting spells? Doesn't their tribe have 40 or 50 people, and each of them has a contract with an elven dragon? So you have a lot of them, not just a few." There were dozens of them. Good heavens, Kula wondered if she was dreaming, or if the Tucker messenger in front of her was just teasing her. But then he turned and glanced around. Many messengers, like Tucker, patiently explained the details to their people. The tribe's people who received the news reacted with completely different expressions than Kula, filled with disbelief. Of course, seeing the old dwarf's reaction, Tucker recalled that when he first heard the news, neither side was in a good position. If it weren't for the solemn promises and guarantees from Chief Colin and young Chief Gajin, no one would believe this almost fantastical story. "I remember your grandson doesn't seem to like forging either, right?" Tucker suddenly blurted out. "Huh? What's wrong?" Kula frowned. His scoundrel grandson was one of the scum of the tribe. He was never interested in blacksmithing or forging. All they know is fighting and killing. They're all battle maniacs. As far as I know, Island Master Lin Feng also possesses a black dragon with a growth potential of up to the 8th rank, and a giant frost wolf of the 6th rank. Tucker said seriously, any dwarf who meets the requirements can obtain one of these powerful creatures as their mount. Your grandson might have a good chance. What? Kula felt like her heart was about to burst out of control. A black dragon? There's a black dragon. Is there hope that our race will produce a dragon knight? Fairy dragon. Throughout the Mallory Sea, only its legends exist. No one has ever witnessed any of its abilities. Always incredibly mysterious. But dragons, after all, have actually existed. Hearing this news shocked Kula beyond measure. A powerful dragon, capable of destroying an entire intelligent race with a single breath, is about to become the mount of the Iron Hammer Dwarves. Oh my god, I must be living in a dream. Smack! Kula slapped herself hard across the face, knocking her dentures out and sending them flying onto the gravel path of the underpass. What are you doing? Tucker shuddered, quickly picked up his dentures, and stared at the old dwarf Kula, who was grimacing in pain. Oh no, the latter doesn't have any teeth anymore. Damn it, this isn't a dream. Kula rubbed her flushed cheeks. After confirming the news was true, she was overjoyed, but then her vision went black and she fainted. Tucker's expression changed drastically. Quickly help him up. This is an old man who's almost in his coffin. Don't let him be buried prematurely because of excessive excitement. The exact same scene. It happened in various corners of the Iron Hammer clan's underground residence. When they learned that they were going to join a powerful force, and that it was the island lord Lin Feng who had been kind to them, they were all too excited to speak. They rummaged through drawers and cupboards to pack up their belongings. I'm fantasizing about the new life that's about to begin. On the ground, those who have taken cold-resistant potions, or those who are powerful dwarves, are responsible for managing the surface resources. A loud clanging and banging noise. This alarmed the guests who came to Iron Hammer Island to make weapons during the cold winter. One by one, they braved the cold wind and came out of the warm house. They stared at each other, wide-eyed. I don't understand what these dwarves who are destroying houses are doing. Renovating the houses? Rebuilding the whole thing? Isn't it ill-considered to undertake such a massive project in the dead of winter? A human mage dressed in a magnificent robe looked puzzled. Every winter, shouldn't all ethnic groups reduce their activities, lower their physical exertion, and conserve food to get through this difficult period? What the heck is this formation? Wait a minute. Why are they starting to pack things up? Then someone pointed at a group of dwarves who were assembling wooden crates and stared at them. Hey guys! Suddenly, two dwarves in padded coats, exhaling cold air, ran up to the group and said, "You probably can't wait for the new weapons to be forged. We will pay you the compensation as agreed. Sorry, the Iron Hammer clan of dwarves will be moving away from here soon. We will no longer be manufacturing equipment for others." These words were spoken. Like a bolt from the blue, it left all the guests of all races stunned on the spot. Chapter 123 shocked extraordinary warriors of various races. Why would you move out of the blue? All the habitable islands in the Mallory Sea are controlled by intelligent races. Where can you go? The human mage looked puzzled. This island, after all, has been the territory that the Iron Hammer family has managed for many years, and it has all kinds of buildings and facilities. There are also underground fortifications to withstand the cold winter. Not only him, the dozens of other races around them were all bewildered, not understanding why the dwarves were doing this. We're going to join Lin Feng Island. The other dwarf was about to speak when he was glared at fiercely by his companion. He immediately realized he had said the wrong thing. He quickly shut his mouth and ran to the side to help his people pack up their supplies. Sorry, we will have a designated clansman to handle the follow-up matters for you. The dwarf lightly tapped his chest with his fist, gave a slight bow, and then left. The crowd remained silent for a long time, their faces filled with shock. They want to join another faction. That dwarf just slipped up and confessed that they want to join Lin Feng's mysterious force. Aren't they afraid of being wiped out by the kingdom? After realizing what had happened, customers from other ethnic groups started discussing it enthusiastically. At this moment, they finally understood why the Iron Hammer clan dwarves had done this. If you join another faction, that makes sense. How dare they? The human mage's pupils contracted slightly, a tidal wave of emotions surging within him. The Iron Hammer dwarves, those who have mastered the art of fine forging, have been able to live peacefully in the Mallory Sea for hundreds of years, attracting many powerful forces that want to recruit them. Among them, the Kingdom of Fallen Gold tried it many times. But, without exception, they were all rejected by the Ironhammer dwarves. The short-tempered dwarves don't care if you're a king or not. They won't give you face if you don't meet their expectations, even if the opponent is clearly stronger than them. His single-mindedness gave the previous two kings of Theo a lot of headaches. Considering the craftsmanship of the Ironhammer dwarves, we cannot subdue them, nor can we eliminate them directly. Many powerful factions then reached an agreement with the Ironhammer dwarves to send their artisans to Ironhammer Isle every year to learn their craft. It is precisely because of this special relationship. The Ironhammer dwarves, unaffected by external forces, lived peacefully and prosperously on this island. But now, the dwarves not only had to abandon the island where they had lived for hundreds of years, but also had to join the ranks of a person they had never heard of. Such an action is tantamount to throwing 3-month-old, smelly socks directly onto the face of the old royal family. The same applies to other forces. That's downright provocative. Once the major powers claim their territory, both the Ironhammer clan and the mysterious Lin Feng will be besieged and wiped out. Are you really not considering the consequences? What kind of person could possibly subdue such a volatile dwarf? Even the royal family couldn't do it. So how could someone like Lin Feng possibly succeed? We have to get back quickly. This news is crucial. From now on, the supply of high-quality equipment below the 4th tier will be completely cut off. Items made by other blacksmiths will be no match for those made by the Ironhammer dwarves. We don't need the compensation. Let's get out of here. The various alien races looked at each other in bewilderment, made a decision, and then led their servants away from there at an extremely fast pace. Corner. Wearing silver armor and with her face covered by a white cloth, Eleanor clung tightly to the corner of the wall, leaving her finger marks on the solid marble. What should we do? The Ironhammer dwarves don't have any high-level potions either. Should we really give up on blue? When Eleanor recalled how Lin Feng had driven her away, her heart was filled with resentment. From childhood to adulthood, who has ever spoken such harsh words to her? However, putting aside Blue's strength level, just the fact that he spared no effort to save himself is enough. Eleanor just couldn't give him up. But, given Blue's current condition, he wouldn't survive a single night without the nourishment of the Tree of Life. The most critical thing is Ironhammer Island, where we temporarily settled down. They're actually going to have their entire clan join Lin Feng's forces. This means that Eleanor cannot even relocate to a different place to recuperate. What an idiot! Once Pai Jin finds out that you've taken control of the entire Ironhammer clan, the Sky Griffin Legion will definitely destroy your entire island. The Ironhammer clan will also be implicated. Eleanor's silver eyes sharpened once more. While there are still many alien races on the island, we must hurry and find a life-saving medicine. But then she thought of the Ironhammer clan, which her father and grandfather had spent 2 lifetimes trying to subdue. He was easily subdued by Lin Feng. The immense sense of loss was like a heavy hammer, striking Eleanor's royal pride with tremendous force. There's no time. Eleanor took a deep breath, and just as she took a step, she suddenly realized something. He was penniless. If they were Ironhammer dwarves, it would be fine. They could reveal their identities and be paid in the future. However, if malicious aliens were to find out that Eleanor, whom Pygon had captured, had recovered from her serious injuries but had not yet regained her strength, she was bound to be met with a frenzied pursuit. Even more, those outsiders, in order to curry favor with Pygon, would stop at nothing to capture him. All of a sudden, Eleanor was once again caught in a dilemma. The Tier 5 equipment you requested has been crafted. Goggin placed a long sword on the table and said in a gruff voice, "Consider yourselves lucky. If you waited any longer, you wouldn't have been able to finish it." Inside the house, the butler, dressed in black, was the first to pick up a weapon. Check the scabbard, pommel, and hilt in that order. Then, he drew the long sword and carefully examined its smooth, flat, short blade. Compared to before, the blade is now sharper and its hardness has been greatly improved. A fine sword. With a joyful expression, the butler sheathed the long sword and respectfully handed it to Kanan Elton, who was sitting comfortably in a wooden chair. He said obsequiously, "Only such a divine weapon is worthy of the exceptionally talented Lord Kanan. With this weapon, any sword genius will be overshadowed by your brilliance." A series of rainbow-colored compliments. This made Kanan, who was originally in a depressed mood, feel much better. Well, since we're not finding anything here, Let's move on to the next location. Kanan sheathed his longsword. 2 days and 1 night of searching yielded no trace of Eleanor. Colin Hammer also confessed that he had never discovered the princess landing on the island. He had no doubt that Colin would lie. Such an important matter, if concealed even slightly, would bring annihilation to the Iron Hammer Dwarf clan. A swordsmanship genius? Compared to the island lord, he's not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Gajan muttered something under his breath and prepared to leave the house to help his tribesmen organize supplies. Who would have thought? Kanan, who possessed the 5th-tier sword master level, clearly heard his whispers, and his pale, thin face immediately darkened. Stop. I'm curious. Who is this island owner you're talking about? Gajan paused. Not expecting the other party to be able to hear him, he scratched his head and turned around to say perfunctorily, I'm sorry, Lord Elton. You may have misheard. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. Chapter 124 New unit building completed. Recruitment yields surprises. Meanwhile, on another island nearby, having obtained special materials for troop construction from the dwarves, Lin Feng couldn't wait to come to the western new island to set it up. He centered his efforts around the grove of trees. A black dragon's lair was built in the north, a rock giant's pillar in the south, a flower fairy's lair in the east, and a giant frost wolf totem in the west. The 4 true buildings all have completely different appearances. The black dragon's nest is 6 or 7 parts similar to the elf dragon's nest. It is a black stone mountain tens of meters high, with dozens of obsidian gems embedded on its surface, shimmering slightly. The rock giant pillars are a strange collection of stone pillars, each topped with a core gem that absorbs energy, and each gem is connected by a laser-like beam. The footprint of higher-level unit buildings seems to be roughly the same. These 2 buildings occupy a large portion of the western new island. In comparison, the flower fairy's nest and the giant frost wolf totem are much more understated. One is a green tree over 4 meters tall, and the other is a wooden pillar painted with a wolf's head. The buildings are now all completed, and Lin Feng operates each of the troop buildings in turn. They recruited 1 soldier from each of the different factions. Although I left a lot of food in my spatial ring after the trial, let's see how much they can eat first. Lin Feng murmured softly. The troop buildings simultaneously emitted a dazzling light. Not long after, 4 brand new unit types were summoned from the building. Rustle dash. Within the dense forest, the vegetation seemed to be rustling. Mysterious things were approaching Lin Feng from all 4 directions. Soon, a small dragon, about the size of a puppy and covered in black scales, struggled to flap its wings and came to Lin Feng's side, affectionately nuzzling his fingers with its head. He looked like a sycophant. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised to see this. Aren't high-ranking units supposed to be arrogant? It was the same when we recruited the elf dragons before. None of these guys acted like high-ranking units should. Could it be that they sensed the power of other creatures on the island? Lin Feng recalled Man-Man and Long Bing. Both are extremely powerful mythical beasts, and the aura they release may have unknowingly affected the loyalty of these soldiers. Immediately afterwards, a slight tremor came from the ground, and a brown stone figure more than 4 meters tall, like a bulldozer, smashed through the trees blocking the way and came to Lin Feng's side. The stone man's body is made up of individual rocks pieced together, with the gaps between the rocks forming its joints, allowing him to move freely. His eyes, which resembled magic crystals, flickered slightly. If one ignored his comical features, he would indeed appear somewhat divine. It's unclear whether the rock giant's existence is due to racial characteristics or a lack of intelligence compared to other creatures. After arriving at Lin Feng's side, he just stood there, quiet and unassuming, a stark contrast to the sycophantic black dragon. Lin Feng opened their panel. 2 light screens of information appeared in the field of vision. Unnamed. Race, black dragon. Sex, male. Level, 20. Realm, peak of the 2nd tier. Magic points, 200. Skill, Dragon Breath Tier 2 Supreme. Racial skill, deals damage to targets within range and charges up 3 to 3 units of energy. 1 unit of energy can be restored every 8 hours. Gluttony Special, racial skill. As one of the dragon species possessing immense physical strength, their appetite far exceeds that of other dragons in order to maintain their bodily functions. No cost. Earth Spikes Tier 2 Intermediate. Deals damage to a single target. Mana cost, 70. Unnamed. Race, Rock Giant. Level, 20. Realm, Peak of the second tier. Magic points, 200. Skill. Tier 2 Fortificación Superior Racial Skill. Grants the user a shield capable of withstanding one instance of Tier 2 superior damage and reduces damage from targets below Tier 2. The shield resets 24 hours after being destroyed. No cost. Stone Fusion Special. A racial skill that allows the user to fuse stone materials into one, enabling them to hide within a rock. No cost. Stone Throwing Tier 2 Intermediate. Deals damage to a single target. Mana cost, 70. As expected, compared to the Fairy Dragon, the innate skills of units below the upper middle rank are much weaker. The Black Dragon comes with its own Dragon Breath, making its output very stable, although it doesn't have the incredible damage reduction of Dragon Ice or the exaggerated intimidating effect of True Dragon's Might. However, thanks to its size advantage and scales, the Black Dragon's combat power among its peers remains unquestionable. But what the hell is this supposed to be a negative effect? Upon seeing the details of the binge-eating incident, Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Giant creatures naturally have large appetites, and the Black Dragon eats even more than normal dragons. He gets a headache whenever the quantity gets too large. Why can't you be as honest and simple as a stone man? Lin Feng glared fiercely at the sycophantic Black Dragon, then thought of the spoils in Lena's spatial ring and wondered if the Black Dragon could be used as a source of high-grade food. Woo-woo. Seemingly sensing Lin Feng's disdain, the Black Dragon let out a series of low cries, begging for Lin Feng's forgiveness. Work harder. Lin Feng scratched the Black Dragon's jaw with his finger and said softly, "From now on, you'll be called Neltharion." Hopefully, he won't disappoint the reputation of Deathwing, the destroyer of worlds. It seemed that the little Black Dragon understood his words and happily spun around in the air, spitting out blazing flames in celebration. After dealing with Neltharion, Lin Feng turned his attention to the honest man beside him. The rock giant's abilities have exceeded my expectations. Not only is it a natural tank creature, but it also has excellent infrastructure quality. Lin Feng saw the stone melting skill. I've already started planning the future construction of island walls and fortresses. The stone fortifications are completely integrated, and the materials used are appropriate, so their defensive capabilities are in no way inferior to those of reinforced steel. You shall be called Murphy. Lin Feng suddenly had a wicked idea. If the rock giants grow to a certain size in the future and can unleash a powerful ultimate attack like the Malphite in League of Legends, the scene would be truly spectacular. Suff dash. Soon, the giant frost wolf and the flower fairy, who were a step behind, also arrived here. Similar to Heilong, upon seeing Lin Feng, he immediately transformed into a sycophant. She threw a tantrum, rolling around on the ground and acting cute, hoping to gain Lin Feng's approval. It seems that it is indeed related to the contracted creatures. Otherwise, there would be no reason for newly recruited troops to have such high loyalty. Lin Feng pondered in his heart while observing the appearances of the two. The giant frost wolf looks exactly like a regular wolf, except that its fur is white and its size is about the same as a tiger. Level 20 is considered to be its juvenile stage. Flower fairies are a humanoid plant race. Its limbs are made of plant roots and stems. Its whole body is wrapped in petals, and it has a pair of wings made of leaves on its back that flutter slowly. Like the rock giant, it is an asexual creature. In terms of skills, the frost wolf comes with a racial skill that grants frost resistance and possesses a tier 2 bite damage skill. Flower fairy has a temporary buff that increases the stamina of other units. It does not consume mana, but requires a crystal core as a medium. But what delighted Lin Feng the most was the flower fairy's other racial skill. Plant growth stabilization passive increases crop growth speed by 300 and reduces the probability of crop natural death. You've come at the perfect time. With the flower fairy, we'll have a stable source of food in the future. Lin Feng wore a joyful expression. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Level is still quite important. Let's recruit all the available troops first. Considering the time required for the upgrade, Lin Feng spent 8,100 gold coins to recruit a total of 45 black dragons, 45 rock giants, 150 giant frost wolves, and 150 flower fairies. This is only for these few troop types, and their levels are not high. He can still afford to support them. Chapter 125 Holy Crap. Once recruitment is complete, have Ruth lead the new troops to disperse and level up in the surrounding area. Lin Feng and the three women set foot on Iron Hammer Island once again. The relocation of the dwarves cannot be resolved in the short term. It will only be possible once all the community blueprints are completed and a new resource island is integrated. Led by patrolling dwarves, they quickly found Colin Hammer talking to Eleanor. Your Highness, it's not that I don't want to help you, but our tribe really has no way to cure the poison on the blue sea fawn crossbows. Colin looked at Eleanor with a helpless expression and continued, It's true that we forged those weapons, but the antidote powder was made by your royal alchemy group. How would we know the antidote formula for such confidential information? I know the recipe, Eleanor hurriedly said. It's just that the materials are hard to find. If you had the materials, could you make the antidote? Hearing this, Colin scratched his head and sighed. We only know rough work like blacksmithing. As for delicate skills like alchemy, only the sea elves around here know them. Ocean spirit. Eleanor's eyes dimmed as she thought of the island lord who had already subdued them. How could he possibly be willing to help Blue? Instinctively, I turned my head to look in the direction of the island. Who knew? Lin Feng was already walking towards them with the three beautiful and charming women. Value. Eleanor's gaze fell upon her tattered armor. A Tier 5 defensive set was indeed quite expensive when complete, but now its only remaining value is the materials themselves. If Brew were to be deprived of the Tree of Life's nourishment, he certainly wouldn't survive a single day. It seems that all I can offer is my own strength as a half-step greatsword master. Eleanor was suddenly overwhelmed with an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Lin Feng was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a decision that went against the wishes of her ancestors arose in her mind. That's Canaan. Suddenly, a group of people emerged from a building in the distance, causing Eleanor's pupils to shrink slightly. Instinctively, she reached for her waist with her left hand and began to gather her battle aura sword with her right. But only then did she realize that she had not only lost the Golden Sea God Sword, but her body was also still recovering from serious injuries and had not yet regained its peak strength. Even battle chi cannot be materialized. How could he come to Iron Hammer Island? Although I don't understand why Morris let me go, according to their information, I should have perished at sea. A glint of light flashed in Eleanor's silver eyes. The first thing that came to mind was the trident emblem of Poseidon. Church. They knew through the fire of the church that they had not yet perished. Traitors to the Elton family. Eleanor truly wanted to cut Canaan Elton to pieces, but her strength didn't allow it. By the way, Lin Feng subdued the Iron Hammer dwarves, so in a sense, he can also be considered an enemy of the Elton family. He would be very happy to eliminate a potential threat. Seeing that Lin Feng and his group of 4 had arrived beside Colin, Eleanor subtly used the former's body to conceal her own position. Their furtive behavior made it hard not to be suspicious. What are you doing? Lin Feng frowned and turned to ask. He felt depressed every time he saw that jinx. Island Master Lin Feng. Eleanor took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, That's Pygon Elton's most valued third son, who has the strength of a 5th-tier beginner sword master. Now that you've subdued the Iron Hammer dwarves, Pygon will definitely spare no effort to annihilate you. Killing him now will only benefit you. The princess's voice sounded serious, but she spoke in a low voice, as if afraid that others would hear her. Compared to her current appearance, it's a bit funny. Did I eat too much? Lin Feng glanced at it and said indifferently, Let's not talk about whether your words are credible or not. After the Iron Hammer clan finishes relocating, how will Wang Yanghai find me? If I kill his son now, that will be a fight to the death. Seeing that he showed no sign of worry, Eleanor became somewhat anxious. Canaan was traveling alone with only a few followers, and this was a golden opportunity that came once in a lifetime. Missed this time. Once Canaan returns to the kingdom and is protected by the legions, killing him will be virtually impossible. Trust me, killing him now will definitely be in your best interest. Eleanor continued to persuade her. He has no grudge against me, so I have no reason to kill indiscriminately. This is the last warning. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold, showing no mercy to the princess. As he was speaking, he was about to explain the future crop cultivation to Colin when the princess of the fallen kingdom stepped forward, her face grave, and continued to persuade him. The moment you subjugate the Iron Hammer clan, the Elton family will inevitably become one of your future enemies. You must seriously consider my suggestion. He hadn't finished speaking. Under the shocked gazes of everyone around, a faint black shadow swiftly swept past. Like lightning. So fast. The next second, there was a smack. Lin Feng slapped Eleanor across the face. It was crisp and clear. Clean and efficient. Are you teaching me how to do things? Lin Feng withdrew his left hand, his face cold. He'd already warned Eleanor before, but the princess actually took him seriously. Obviously, judging from Eleanor's actions just now, the Elton family is definitely an important member in overthrowing the royal family, and killing the nobleman in front of them would benefit them greatly. Even if he and the Elton family become enemies in the future. I don't want to become a knife used to kill someone else. At this time, the white cloth covering Eleanor's face had been pulled away somewhere. On the left side of her fair and delicate face, several bright red finger marks were visible. He forcefully slapped her back before she could finish speaking. She slowly extended her slender hand, keeping her head turned to the side, and covered the location of the handprint. Again, Eleanor turned her head, her pretty face flushed red, and stared straight at Lin Feng. Her voice almost trembling. Try hitting me again. Seeing her like this. Instead, Lin Feng was completely stumped. Holy crap. Could this woman have those kind of tendencies? Or is it simply a threat to oneself? Holy crap. Lin Feng felt his scalp tingle and forcibly resisted the urge to slap him again. Hitting women is wrong. I just couldn't take it anymore. If this princess really does have that fetish. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but shiver again. That's fucking amazing. Only, he clearly didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble always seemed to find him. Ahead, the nobleman named Canaan was heading towards the port. However, seemingly having spotted the three stunningly beautiful women beside Lin Feng, they changed course midway and turned back to find Lin Feng and his companions. What a stroke of luck from the sea god. I never expected to meet three such beautiful ladies here. Hello, my name is Canaan Elton, and I am a member of the Elton family, one of the three great dukes of the fallen Gold Kingdom. Canaan's undisguised gaze scoured the three women without restraint. There was no one else in sight at all. Chapter 126, make him feel like he was worse than dead. Canaan was followed by about 20 people, including the black-clad steward. Seeing the three stunningly beautiful women before him, each with a unique temperament, Canaan vowed in his heart that even if they were once the jewels of the royal family, I was also unable to shine brightly in front of them. Canaan was a little disappointed that they couldn't find Eleanor. But the woman before me completely swept away all my troubles. Haha, congratulations, Lord Canaan. This trip has brought an unexpected surprise. The butler in black dared not linger his gaze on the three women for long. After all, a woman without a background or social standing, once chosen by Canaan, will inevitably become his private possession. For a long time, within the entire Goldfall Island sphere of influence, Canaan has never lost a territory except for the royal jewel. If these three women, whose beauty is no less than Eleanor's, and perhaps even surpasses hers, were taken back by Canaan, their servants, you will also receive an amazing benefit. But when the butler shifted his gaze elsewhere, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Silver armor, silver eyes. He spotted the figures hidden behind the group of people opposite him. The butler glanced at the other person's appearance and was immediately overjoyed. Lord Canaan, Lord Canaan. What's wrong? Canaan asked, displeased. He couldn't understand why his usually sensible butler was yelling at such a crucial moment. The butler pointed excitedly to the back of the crowd and exclaimed, It's Eleanor. Hey, little Tao. Eleanor. Canaan then turned its attention elsewhere. They soon spotted Princess Eleanor, whose face looked grim. Ha. Thanks to the sea god's blessing, I almost missed you. Your Highness. I didn't expect your injuries to have completely healed. That's good. It saves me the trouble of treating you again. Canaan's pale face flushed red. The surprises kept coming one after another, making him feel like he was dreaming. There are always some reckless stray dogs. Lin Feng murmured silently. A dark red scabbard appeared on his left hand. I never thought I'd actually encounter a melodramatic plot that only happens in novels. Since he had developed feelings for the three women, there's no reason left for the other person to live. What? You still want to resist? Canaan saw his appearance, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. He remembered all the humans of the 5th rank and above on the fallen Gold Islands very clearly. The unfamiliar man in front of them was clearly not among them. I like that woman in the blue dress the most. What's her name? Answer me, and I'll spare your life. Canaan drew out the newly forged 5th-tier longsword. He stared directly at Lin Feng, and a surge of powerful fighting spirit erupted from his body. "Master, let me do it!" The person involved was furious, and a murderous intent flashed in her pale golden eyes. Once again, aside from her master, some bastard dares to make a move on her. Who knew? Long Bing, who was standing to the side, reached out and stepped in to block Man and whispered, "I'll make him wish he were dead." "Oh, okay, thank you." Man glanced at her with surprise. Even though the other person had made disrespectful remarks, Long Bing was far angrier than she had imagined. It seems that this partner is not as cold-hearted as she appears. All right. Lin Feng sheathed his longsword. The fact that the three women could personally deal with their opponent would greatly alleviate their anger. After he finished speaking, he turned and glanced at Eleanor. "Remember, this is not for you." Eleanor buried her head tightly and unconsciously closed her legs. She didn't care about Kanan Elton at all. All she could think about was the image of Lin Feng slapping her. His fingertips were clenched into a fist, turning white from the effort. I wonder what she's thinking. I see. A sound as faint as a mosquito's buzz rang out. Kanan, who had a clear view of everything, seemed to have a lump in his throat, unable to exhale it. "You slut, is this your true nature?" Kanan's eyes began to fill with bloodshot veins, and he said in a sinister tone, "I once humbled myself to pursue you, only to be met with one merciless mockery after another. I never expected you to act so subservient to this filthy commoner. Kill that man. Arrest all the women." The words fell. The 20-odd people behind him set off in unison, each radiating a battle aura of peak second to third rank. William, the butler in black. His strength has even reached the late stage of the 4th tier. With the 5th-tier Sword Master Kanan in charge, this fighting force is definitely among the best in the entire Mallory Sea. The next second, the formidable guards and servants had already rushed up to the enemy. Kanan gripped his long sword tightly. His gaze was fixed intently on every single person. Throughout the entire process, he did not sense any fluctuations of power from the other party's body. There are only 3 such cases. 1. Either the opponent is far stronger than you two, or the opponent has hidden strength or methods. 3. Or the opponent is just an ordinary person who is powerless. Obviously, among the few lists of those above the 5th rank, Kanan did not find any image of the other party, thus ruling out the first possibility. The third possibility is also extremely slim. It's the dead of winter right now, and going out without the strength would be suicidal. The rest. Only the second one. Among the 4 opponents, there are most likely 3rd or 4th tier individuals who have been hiding their true strength. As long as they reveal their strength, Kanan could kill it immediately. But the next second, a chilling snort rang out. Buzz. In an instant, Kanan's pupils contracted sharply. An extremely powerful surge of blood energy and magical energy erupted simultaneously. The black-haired woman, dressed in a light blue dress, was surrounded by a chilling aura. The dark eyes that had captivated him just moments before have now become the source of his nightmares. This is the peak of the 5th rank. Kanan's forehead was covered in beads of sweat the size of soybeans, which turned into ice crystals and stuck to his skin before they could roll off. It was as if a giant hammer had slammed down on them from the sky. The guards who rushed forward were caught off guard, as if struck by lightning, and froze in place, not daring to move forward. "Who are you?" William, the butler who barely had any fighting ability, was terrified, and his strength dropped by a small level. Level 3 and below. He collapsed to the ground, completely powerless. They've completely lost the ability to move. This is just the oppressive aura from the other party. It's hard to imagine the terrifying power that woman would unleash once she truly makes a move. Snort. Longbing glanced at him. Without a word, he flashed forward and kicked William in the abdomen where the fighting spirit flowed through a vital meridian. Her light toes were like a knife. That meridian was shattered beyond repair. No, William couldn't see Long Bing's movements at all, and by the time he realized what was happening, the excruciating pain in his abdomen had already rendered him unable to speak. His fighting spirit was rapidly depleted. His strength and realm were plummeting at an unpredictable rate. In less than a minute, like the other guards, William's butler was powerless to resist the oppressive power of the dragon and collapsed to the ground. Gurgle. Kanan swallowed hard, knowing that things couldn't be resolved peacefully. I made up my mind. He channeled his fighting spirit into the long sword in his hand, creating a sharp, bluish-purple outer blade. My strength has actually been suppressed to only half a step, Grandmaster. A 5th-tier combat skill can only be used once. We must kill her. Kanan suppressed his fear and, steeling himself, swung his long sword and leaped toward the pale blue figure in front of him. The distance is getting closer and closer. The latter seemed to have no intention of dodging at all, and slowly raised its 5 fingers covered with ice crystal scales. Chapter 127: Shock and Kill. Terrified to the point of collapse. What is this? In midair, Kanan's eyes widened. Those hands, so distinctly different from human hands, momentarily stunned him. Thinking of the woman's terrifying abilities, he gritted his teeth, adjusted the angle of his sword, and slashed at her vital points. But the other person was clearly faster than him. Clang! Intense sparks flew. The scaled hand gripped his long sword tightly, like an iron clamp. Tier 5 weapon. Tier 5 skill. The full power of a half-step swordsman. Without missing a single detail, it spread to that mysterious palm. But, apart from those sparks, Kanan couldn't even leave a scratch. How is that possible? What kind of defense could achieve this level of capability? Kanan landed, bewildered. The fact that the sword wouldn't budge no matter how hard he tried made him completely despair. The two sides are simply not even in the same league. When assessing strength, he was completely wrong. His opponent wasn't hiding their true level. They were clearly far superior to him. That's why it's impossible to sense the opponent's strength using their aura. They lacked the mental strength of magicians, and their misjudgments led to devastating consequences. Bang! A blue afterimage flashed by. Kanan, like William, suffered a severe blow to the abdomen at the same time. But his meridians were considerably thicker than those of a 4th-tier great swordsman. With this kick, Kanan coughed up a large amount of blood, his meridians teetering on the verge of collapse. Look closely. It also contained a lot of internal organ fragments. My father is Pygon. You can't kill me. In this life-or-death situation, Kanan had no choice but to reveal his father's identity once again. He hoped that the other party would be wary of the Elton family's current power and allow him to return safely to the Fallen Isles. But Long Bing kicked him the next time. His father is the King of Heaven, and they all have to die here today. Scum! This time, the even more powerful kick completely shattered the crucial meridian in Kanan's abdomen. The surging, powerful fighting spirit was like a deflated balloon. They frantically fled towards the outside world. These are all foundational fighting energies that nourish the physical body but cannot be activated. It also represents the full essence of a warrior's profession. Losing them, they will no longer be able to convert the source energy in the air and incorporate it into their bodies to generate new battle chi. Kanan's cultivation level also plummeted from Sword Sect, until it is reduced to an ordinary person with no cultivation level and only a powerful physique. Can you let me go now? Kanan's voice was full of pleading, and tears welled up uncontrollably. Pain. It hurts so much. He had never suffered such a serious injury before. The fragile psychological defenses collapsed completely. Long Bing, kicked him again, sending him flying to William's side, and then used his toe to firmly press Kanan's white face into the cold, icy ground. Push the effects of true dragons' might to their maximum limit, and they took special care of William and Kanan. Don't want. No. Without the nourishment of meridian energy, Kanan is no longer able to withstand the terrible frost elements of winter. The large face, pressed against the soil, began to lose sensation. A helpless cry echoed in my heart. But what terrified him most was the oppressive aura of mystery and vastness. I can't see anything at all. In Kanan's mind, however, a terrifying behemoth, stretching for thousands of miles and blotting out the sky, hovered and silently looked down upon him. As the colossal beast drew ever closer, even the soul trembled. The fear had reached its threshold. Time passed slowly. It was as if a string in his mind had snapped. Kanan frantically prayed that the other person would end his life. Oh, you've already pooped? Lin Feng smelled a strange odor in the air and immediately noticed the abnormality in Kanan's lower body. Bing Bing, come back. He reached out and took that slender hand, pulling her back into the crowd. Perhaps it's because it feels good to the touch. He instinctively squeezed a few times. Good. Long Bing glanced at those warm and strong fingers, and her usually icy face seemed to melt a little, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Call me if you need anything. After saying that, she quickly pulled her left hand back and turned back to the western New Island. In the woods, Long Bing touched her slightly racing chest and sat cross-legged on the ground, trying her best to calm the restlessness in her heart. Recalling the contact just now, she couldn't help but whisper, "It feels so strange." Peak of the 5th tier, Eleanor snapped out of her daze, her silver eyes filled with shock. The scene that happened earlier. Others might not know, but how could she, a half-step grandmaster, not know? The woman named Long Bing, just now, was definitely as strong as her, having reached the level of half-step 6th rank. And, judging from the skills the opponent just displayed, Long Bing is clearly not a human, but a magical beast or sea monster that has taken human form. Lin Feng was actually able to subdue an existence of this caliber. Do they also possess equal strength? Eleanor turned her gaze away, looking at Man and Lena with a complicated expression. The three women were not only stunningly beautiful, but also exceptionally strong. It seems that she has no advantages whatsoever except for her family background. Even the royal honors that were once a source of pride are now history. That kid Gaijin said that these three island lords' wives all possess roughly the same level of strength. Colin Firth, the invisible man, is gaping wide open. The mysterious aura that had permeated every corner, even if it wasn't directed at him, still made him feel a suffocating sense of intimidation. This kind of existence. There were actually 2 other people with the island owner? That's terrifying. Colin was now even more convinced that he had made the right choice. If you miss this opportunity, joining Island Master Lin Feng's forces in the future will likely be much more difficult than a matter of negotiation. It's getting smellier and smellier, damn it. Lin Feng glanced disdainfully at the enemies lying haphazardly on the ground, and was about to use his lightning spell to kill them. Who knew? Eleanor, having just been slapped hard across the face, mustered her courage and spoke again. "Let me kill them." Lin Feng's gaze turned cold again. This woman kept jumping back and forth, and he was really angry. However, Eleanor's next words were somewhat unexpected. Children of prominent families usually have a special soul mark branded by the church. Those who kill them will have an indelible mark etched on them for a period of time. If Pagan asks the church to intervene, he can find your location based on the mark. Eleanor kept her legs tightly closed and whispered, "Leave it to me, and you can avoid being affected by the mark." After saying this, Eleanor's silver eyes froze, and a tidal wave suddenly surged in her heart. What happened? Why did I do such a stupid thing? Wouldn't it be more advantageous for Lin Feng to kill Kanan? Touching the lingering finger marks on her face, Eleanor couldn't believe she had said those words. "Oh," Lin Feng emphasized again, then sneered. "Remember, I didn't make a move because of you." Rumble. Dozens of lightning bolts struck down in succession. Kanan and his companions, who were completely unable to resist, were instantly engulfed by incandescent lightning. Seeing that a snow-white mark had indeed appeared on the back of his hand, Lin Feng said calmly, "Since you want to kill me, I will naturally bear the consequences." Chapter 128, Please Let Me Stay. The church actually has such methods. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had no regrets about personally killing Kanan Elton. As he said, he did not do it because of Eleanor, and he was willing to take responsibility for his actions. Not wanting to clash head-on with the Golden Kingdom's army doesn't mean he's afraid. The three girls have reached level 50. Having absorbed a massive amount of energy during the trial, Long Bing's level is nearing the 5th tier barrier, once he enters the 6th tier realm. With her powerful racial skills, even with the 6th tier being behind Pai Jian, she was able to overcome any obstacle. If you want to wage war on his islands, you should think twice and see if you can bear the consequences. How could it be a frost mark? Eleanor glanced at the illustrations on the back of his hand, her silver eyes suddenly narrowing sharply. The Mallory Sea is home only to the Church of the Sea God and the Church of the Frost, all intelligent races in the kingdom of fallen gold. Those who should worship the Sea God should be the gods of the sea, let alone ordinary people. The fact that the nobles in the kingdom are colluding with the Frost Church will surely cause a huge uproar if word gets out. Is there a problem? Lin Feng examined the tattoo on the back of his hand. Although he was reluctant, he had to admit that it looked pretty good. Of course there are. Eleanor took a deep breath and explained. The soul flame requires the Pope to personally activate it through divine oracle. Canaan bears the mark of the Frost Church, and the information involved is very complex. The Elton family's overthrow of the royal family is actually backed by the shadow of an alien god. Speaking of which, she had a flash of inspiration. If she spread the information about the Elton family's collusion with the Frost Church, she wouldn't even need to take action herself. The three legions that worship the sea god will join forces to chop him into mincemeat. But Eleanor's eyes dimmed again. Regardless of whether Lin Feng is willing to cooperate, the verbal information from a few witnesses is simply not enough to convince others. Your sea god is really powerful, Lin Feng said jokingly. Everyone else is making moves right under our noses, and the great supreme god hasn't reacted at all. He wasn't too interested in so-called gods after his last encounter with that group of charlatans. I really don't know what's going on in the minds of these indigenous people, believing in something that has never appeared and whose existence is even unknown. Church. Upon hearing this, Eleanor froze on the spot. Yes. Why has the Church of Poseidon remained completely silent since the Elton family's rebellion began? There are no high-level experts in the church, but they should be able to invoke divine pronouncements to help the royal family suppress rebellions. For hundreds of years, the royal family should not stand idly by in assisting the Church of the Sea God in spreading its faith. Why is this? Figure out yourself. Seeing her blank expression, Lin Feng instantly lost interest. He pulled Colin aside to discuss the arrangements for manpower for future farming. Everyone left. Eleanor was left all alone in the same spot. The corpses all around, charred by lightning, were frozen into cold, black charcoal under the cover of winter. Blue. Eleanor's mind was swirling with information, making it difficult to analyze everything. Thinking of the dying archmage, she gritted her teeth and turned her gaze to the room Lin Feng had entered. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He's now at odds with Elton. Once I recover my strength, cooperation can create a win-win situation. That movable island, the former royal jewel. Princess Eleonorio, head bowed, made a decision that went against the wishes of her ancestors. It's just a collaboration. It's not that I'm deliberately refusing to leave. Lord Island Master, do you possess a creature that accelerates crop growth? Colin's eyes lit up when he heard that. Hammers invests 20% of its total equipment revenue in food every year. During the cold winter months, food prices skyrocket, more than doubling in some cases. This problem is largely related to the fact that the world's land area is too small. It is truly a case of every inch of land being extremely valuable. An island can only provide a habitable environment for intelligent species. If they want to cultivate crops, they must abandon the decision to expand their buildings. 300 catalytic acceleration can also improve crop survival rate. It's incredibly powerful that they can stockpile large amounts of food supplies before the arrival of winter. Certainly, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Next, I will expand the island. Approximately how long will it take you to finish organizing the supplies?" After gathering his thoughts, Colin thought for a moment and said, "About half a month." "Yes, we can make it." Lin Feng calculated the production speed of the community blueprints and the time needed to find resource islands. The entire subjugation plan can be completed in half a month. You can arrange the manpower. If other tribes that are good at planting come along in the future, you can be replaced, Lin Feng said. "No problem. I'll do whatever you say." Colin was very fortunate to have joined Lin Feng's forces at a crucial moment. They haven't officially moved to the island yet. The information he had just gathered was already making him incredibly excited. "Good." Lin Feng nodded and continued. "I just want a victory. Once you've finished relocating, we'll hold a celebration feast together." "Ha!" Colin pounded his chest excitedly and said, "Thank you, Island Lord. I will definitely bring out all the best rum and malt liquor from the tribe." The two then chatted for a while longer. After explaining everything, Lin Feng got up to leave. Colin hesitated for a long time before speaking up. "Lord Island Master, I didn't know about the Elton family and the royal family before, but now it seems that you have an unavoidable conflict with the Elton family. Princess Eleanor is quite powerful, and she may be able to help you. It seems your relationship with her is a bit strained. Are you worried about her retaliating later?" "Of course, it all depends on your understanding. Whatever choice you make, the Iron Hammer family will unconditionally support you." The implication is quite clear. Half-step Great Sword Sect. It's almost the pinnacle of human achievement. With Eleanor's talent, it's only a matter of time before she breaks through that shackle. If Lin Feng had no intention of building friendship with her, then why did he slap her today? This kind of shame. It's like rubbing the face of the Theo royal family into the ground. If we don't get rid of Eleanor now, while she's weak, we'll face endless trouble in the future. Thank you for your suggestion. I will consider it. Lin Feng nodded slightly. He then pushed open the door and left. Man and Lena followed closely behind, staying right beside him. But the three of them hadn't gone far. Eleanor, who had been waiting, walked towards them. Master. Man narrowed her eyes slightly, and the cute chibi snake on her arm subtly arched its head. Just one command. The princess, who had just been revived by the essence of life, would die from the poison of Xuan Wu. Lord Lin Feng. As Eleanor approached, she took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Please, let me stay on the island." Chapter 129, The Strange Eleanor. Lin Feng repeatedly examined the five-finger mark on that fair and pretty face. The skin was white with a rosy tinge, and the mark was clear. That's right. Didn't I just slap her across the face? You princess, are you born in the year of the dog? Why? Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly, wondering if his conversation with Colin had been overheard. This girl is using delaying tactics to save her life. You and I share a common enemy. Once I recover my strength, I will possess the power of a half-step great sword master, and I could potentially advance to the 6th rank at any time. When Eleanor talked about strength, she unconsciously raised her chin slightly again. It is the source of her greatest pride in her life. I just hit you. Lin Feng remained unmoved, staring directly into Eleanor's eyes as if trying to see through her heart. The latter looked at him for less than 3 seconds. For some reason, a flush rose on her delicate face. Yes, it's my own fault. It's not your fault. Eleanor was somewhat dazed and didn't realize what she was saying. No idlers on the island. Go find Colin and get some materials to heal the old man. Take them back to Ruth to make a potion. Let's go look for your lost personal belongings together tomorrow. And afterwards, we should also contribute to the island's development. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. He brushed past Eleanor and strode away toward the island. He didn't care about the opponent's strength. The sentence that follows. That's what he cares about most. The 4th contract is just a little short of half a gold coin, so upgrading the core as quickly as possible is undoubtedly the best option. And, if I'm not mistaken, the core will be upgraded next time. The contract effect of Ocean Heart will be enhanced again. Initial level. It will also break through the level 50 limit and directly contract with a 6th-tier being. By then, in addition, there are the 3 women who are about to break through. What a duke. He's nothing but a bunch of idiots. Good. Eleanor stood frozen in place, covering the burning finger marks on her face, and unconsciously brought her legs together again. Sunset over the sea. Inside a warship docked at the Eternal Song Elf Island, the Archbishop, dressed in the robes of the Frost Church, put down the crystal ball in his hand. A solemn expression appeared on the old face covered with yellow spots. After letting out a long sigh, he looked at the capable and strong middle-aged man across the table. Duke Pygon, there are 2 breaking news items. One good news, one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows slightly. Even though he is over 80 years old, there are no signs of the ravages of time. Good news. Don't tell me it was Eleanor who got caught. Ha. Pygon leaned back in his chair and burst out laughing. However, my nerves were constantly on edge, and my breathing became slightly long and shallow. This is enough to prove the unease in his heart. Bad news that can be spoken by the Archbishop of the Church is no less serious than minor mishaps. He didn't want to lose his composure after hearing bad news. No. The Archbishop shook his head and said calmly, His Holiness the Pope has once again issued a divine decree. Yura has lost the power of an archmage. The last trump card of the Theo royal family has been removed. You can enter the palace to gather the royal guards. That legion commander has also been implanted with the Frost Will. Finally, we can control the 3 major legions. Pygon sat up straight. He and the Frost Church had meticulously planned this operation to overthrow the royal family for a long time. After gaining control of Maurice and dozens of other nobles who commanded large private armies, they seized the opportunity of Theo's mysterious death to successfully stage a rebellion. Yura was one of the few remaining 6th-tier powerhouses in the Mallory Sea. He's the person Pyjin dreams of getting rid of. However, The Archmage's power is truly terrifying. When a mage enters this realm, their magical power is multiplied. The most terrifying thing is the casting range. She can easily destroy an island from thousands of kilometers away. If the three legions weren't elite forces painstakingly built by the royal family over hundreds of years, she could have crippled them from home. In order to evade Yura's long-range attacks, he even led a large number of guards and remained hidden outside Yura's spellcasting range. The fallen Gold royal family, having lost a sixth-order archmage, like a beast whose last fang has been pulled out, he no longer poses any threat to Pygon Elton. This is indeed great news to celebrate. Pagan's smile gradually faded. He took a sip of water and asked slowly, then, "And the bad news?" The Archbishop hesitated for a long time before speaking. After all, this message, for Pygon, this was undoubtedly igniting the gunpowder within him. However, both parties had already made an agreement. Once a cooperation agreement is reached, all intelligence must be shared. And even if he doesn't say anything now, he will receive the latest news within 3 days at the latest. Archbishop Matthew, tell me, what storms haven't I weathered? Pyjin remained calm, and a smile reappeared on his face. Why? Matthew sighed. Your third son, Kanan Elton, the flame of his soul in the Holy See has been extinguished. The words fell. The cabin was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Grand Duke Pagin's expression froze, his smile becoming extremely unpleasant. Bang! The wooden table in front of the two was instantly shattered into pieces by the power of their battle aura. A violent commotion. The guards outside reacted quickly, drawing their weapons and coming outside. A loud knocking followed immediately. Your Grace, do you need help? Pyjin glanced coldly at the door, veins bulging on his forehead, and then roared angrily. Roll! Without orders, get out of the way. The knocking stopped abruptly. Yes, sir. The room fell silent once again. Was the mark applied? Pagan's voice was almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. Of all his sons, only Kanan. He possesses extremely high talent for cultivation and has reached a level that he himself had never entered before at a young age. Although he cannot be compared to Eleanor. But, looking to the future, Kanan also has a number of outstanding talents who can reach the 6th-tier Great Swordmaster level. He was treated with great respect in daily life, and apart from his extravagant lifestyle, there was almost nothing else to criticize him for. Pyjin was also grooming him to be the future head of the family. It could be said that countless efforts have been put into it. But this is their only son, and now he's died under mysterious circumstances. You can imagine how angry Pygon was. Archbishop Matthew rose, brushed the sawdust off his robes, and said expressionlessly, I can't tell you now. We'll talk about revenge after we overthrow the Church of the Sea God. Hurry up and find Lin Feng, who is spreading heretical and evil medicines. We don't have much time to waste on you. As he spoke, the Archbishop walked out of the cabin, leaving behind a warning that echoed inside. This is the last time. If you dare to challenge the authority of my God again, I will sacrifice your soul. Bang! The door was closed. Only Pyjin remained inside the cabin. A bunch of charlatans. Pagan's gaze was icy. Men investigate all Canaan's shipping routes within 1 day. Chapter 130 Eleanor, terrified. The next day, as dawn broke, Eleanor quickly got up to check on Blue's injuries. The toxins have all been eliminated, and the external injuries are gradually improving under the influence of the treatment. I'm finally out of danger. Eleanor let out a heavy sigh. After collecting the materials for the antidote from Colin yesterday, Ruth worked overtime to refine it for her. They saved the old mage from almost kicking the bucket. Eleanor at this moment. The silver armor she wore had long been replaced by the blue robes of an ocean elf, freed from the constraints of the hard iron sheet. Her curvaceous and alluring figure completely stretched the long robe. If it weren't for that red mark on my face. With an almost flawless appearance and such a physique, she could absolutely make any normal man's nose bleed. My fighting spirit is also recovering, and I should be back to my peak in at most 2 weeks. Eleanor's mood gradually improved. A long-lost smile reappeared on her fair face. Right, we need to make a Neptune symbol first. Daily prayers can help with physical breakthroughs. What materials are available around? Look around. The materials can only be obtained from the two mysterious, smooth hills in the south and the forest in the west. Lin Feng didn't explicitly forbid me from going anywhere, so let's go find some stones first. Eleanor straightened her robe. He walked briskly straight toward the western New Island. Until then, she then realized how diverse the species were on the island, not just the human inhabitants. Ocean elves, shrimp people, shield crab people, and soon to join the iron-hammer dwarves. A scene of so many intelligent beings living together. This is a rare sight in the Mallory Sea. These stones should work. Eleanor went to the higher western side, selected more than 10 stones, and prepared to return to the inner sea. Suddenly, a slight tremor in the ground caught her attention. Is there something inside? Eleanor's silver eyes narrowed slightly. Something that can cause ground vibrations can't be small. Are they Lin Feng's relatives? Or the enemy? Just as she was wondering, suddenly, the ground shook more violently, and at the same time, rustling sounds came from the woods ahead, under the sky that was not yet fully bright. The faint green light peeking through the trees pushed Eleanor to her limit. Roar dash. A loud dragon roar traveled through the trees to the surrounding area. While Eleanor was still observing the green-eyed creatures, a jet-black dragon, more than 10 meters long, flapped its wings and charged towards her. And, below the black dragon, there was also a mysterious humanoid creature, over 10 meters tall, whose entire body was covered in solid rock, running on the ground, making a huge noise with every move it made. Undoubtedly, the ground tremors just now came from that giant, black dragon. Eleanor's eyes widened, and the stone in her hand clattered to the ground. She saw it clearly. That creature coming towards us was truly a dragon. Legend has it that it can easily destroy a powerful creature that is in a transitional phase. Moreover, that mysterious stone figure doesn't seem to be someone to be trifled with. It might even be a creature of the same level as the black dragon. How could there possibly be a dragon here? Before Eleanor could even process what was happening, the surrounding area seemed to be affected by this anomaly, with more than 100 enormous creatures taking off into the air at once. More and more brown stone figures emerged from the woods. The creatures emitting a faint green glow slowly emerged from within, revealing their hideous and terrifying maws, and surrounded Eleanor from the outside. Wolf. A giant blue wolf. Eleanor looked up at the sky and was completely dumbfounded when she saw the appearance of those enormous creatures. Butterfly wings, a colorful dragon body. This. Fairy dragons. The legendary fairy dragons. So many of them. There are still dozens of black dragons left. Eleanor stared intently at the elven dragons, some over 100 meters long, and the smaller black dragons. A huge wave of emotion surged within me. Creatures that are rarely seen in the outside world for hundreds of years live here as easily as cabbages. Lin Feng. Where exactly did he come from? That's terrifying. If there were only one or two, they could be attributed to dragons that had wandered into this place by mistake. But there were over 100 of them. If she couldn't spot the problem, she'd be out of her mind. These dragons are clearly still young. With limited strength, if they accidentally wandered into this place, the woman in the blue dress could easily bind them. Nothing happened until then. The result is obvious. What is it going to do? As Eleanor saw the nearest black dragon getting closer and closer, opening its mouth full of fangs, her heart immediately tightened. It's over. Having wandered in here by mistake, are they thinking I'm an intruder and preparing to eat me? The princess's vision blurred. Her strength hasn't recovered yet, so even a juvenile dragon could easily kill her, just as the black dragon was about to get close. A cold, sharp voice rang out. Neltharion, come back. Call. The black dragon seemed to slam on the brakes, comically shutting its mouth and spreading its wings wide to reduce its flight inertia. It only stopped when it was right in front of Eleanor. Wah! The black dragon was clearly terrified of the owner of that voice, and like a trained puppy, it shrank back and flew away. Not just it. The other soaring dragons also wore the same expression and fled, hiding in various corners of the western New Island. Only the giant rock-like beings reacted a beat slower. He scratched his bald head listlessly, turned around, and went back into the woods, found a comfortable spot to lie down and continue sleeping. Gurgle. Eleanor turned her head and saw that the woman who had easily killed Kanan yesterday was now standing at the edge of the forest. He stared at her with cold eyes. After a moment, the other party said nothing, snorted coldly, and disappeared from the spot. Where exactly is this place? Eleanor is numb. For the first time, I questioned whether I was still in the Malorian Sea. All dragons, upon reaching adulthood, possess power far exceeding that of all other intelligent races. These are over 100 heads. If you don't need to be an adult, you only need to be adolescents. Enough to easily sweep across the entire sea area. After standing there for a long time, feeling lost and disoriented, Eleanor pursed her lips and picked up the stone from the ground. Now, her royal pride was completely shattered in front of Lin Feng. They tamed so many dragons. The tiny royal family of the Gold Islands. What does it count as? Really, from beginning to end, I was nothing but dispensable trash. Thinking about this, a blush spread across Eleanor's neck, reaching all the way to her ears. He silently turned around, clutching a pile of stones. If possible, at this moment, writing a piece about her back view with that deep and weary figure behind her would surely make her shine in the exam. Chapter 1, 31 Lin Feng, am I trash? 6th update. Island tip. Your subordinate, Dazhuang the Shrimp Man, is immune to mental pollution. Island tip. Your subordinate, the Shield Crab Man, the gang, is immune to mental pollution. Island tip. Your subordinate, the Ocean Sprite Ando, is immune to mental pollution. Island tips. Lin Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes, not having had a proper rest, when he was woken up by a cacophony of notification sounds. What the hell is that? Upon reading the message, he couldn't help but frown. Last night was another sleepless night. I couldn't fool the little mermaid and man into having a deep conversation. Seeing this content made me feel already depressed. My temper flared up instantly. Mental pollution. Is it those same charlatans coming to our door again? Lin Feng put on the colorful plaid beach clothes he had brought here before from his storage ring, broke free from the two octopus's grasp, and quickly left the villa. They hadn't even taken a few steps. He then noticed something was wrong. All I saw was the princess of the fallen kingdom knelt mysteriously in front of a deliberately placed pile of stones, her hands clasped together as she muttered something under her breath. Around her were a few islanders watching the drama unfold. Through the will of the island system, Lin Feng clearly saw that strange golden energy was emanating from the pile of stones, attempting to approach the islanders. A faint halo will appear on the latter's body surface. It blocks the golden energy from the outside world. By the god of the sea, have mercy on your followers. Eleonorio, your blessing is needed. Now he understands. It turns out this whole mess was caused by Eleanor. Eleanor. Lin Feng, his face ashen, walked to the blue-robed princess's side and looked down at her from his superior position. Island Master Lin Feng. Eleanor opened her eyes, stood up, and asked in confusion, "Is something the matter?" She was very puzzled. Why did Lin Feng make that face when he hadn't done anything? Who gave you permission to do this here? Lin Feng pointed to the trident-shaped pile of stones at his feet and asked in a cold voice. This? Eleanor was taken aback and said in a deep voice, "It's the symbol of the sea god that I built myself. As a believer of the sea god, I need to pray to the god every day." Pray. Lin Feng sneered and, under Eleanor's shocked gaze, kicked the emblem to pieces. "I pray for you on my island." Really? After the trident was destroyed, the notification from the island system disappeared. The notification sound that had been echoing in my ears finally faded away. "You." Eleanor's eyebrows furrowed, and with a surge of courage that seemed to come from nowhere, she rebuked, "You may worship the god of frost, but you cannot insult the sea god in this sea. If you offend the god." She hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, I saw a blur flash by. Snap! Another crisp slap landed on the other side of her face. "I don't believe in God," Lin Feng warned. "No one on the island believes in gods, and there's no need to build any divine symbols. This slap is to tell you not to yell at me again." After saying that, he glanced at the sea sprite beside him. The latter, sensing the gaze, immediately shivered and shrank back, saying, "Lord Island Master, we were just passing by. Back to work. Ruth, come here." Lin Feng saw that the elven chieftain was among them and immediately greeted her. "My lord." Ruth was a little embarrassed. She didn't know that Lin Feng disliked the church's practices, so she didn't stop Eleanor from establishing the sea god symbol. After all, they used to have devout believers in the sea god, and they did pray to the sea god every day. "Are you praying now?" Lin Feng asked directly. Ruth quickly gave him the answer he expected. "No." Seeing that she wasn't being criticized, Ruth gently patted the stunning scenery and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Since joining your island, It seems we've lost our faith in the sea god. Even the most devout believers haven't mentioned the sea god once. Only today have we remembered the prayers we used to make. That's right. The new crown can eliminate all spiritual pollution. Now, Lin Feng understands what this so-called pollution is all about. The deities worshipped by the indigenous people can not only exert strange energy on believers and corrupt their spirits, but also affect nearby creatures. Fortunately, he was protected by the new king's crown. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine what it would be like if an atheist like Lin Feng were to inexplicably pray to gods one day. Believe in God? Lin Feng once believed in the Sparrow clan, including gods of wealth, Buddha, Guanyin, and the three pure ones. If you eventually find that believing in it doesn't work, then just go away and play somewhere else. I wonder what the sea god and the frost god are in the island world. Perhaps the church really can use mysterious means to make them display some kind of magical effect. But pollution is clearly not a positive word. If the new crown prince also fails to provide adequate care, and the islanders are subjected to mental pollution, where can Lin Feng seek justice? Yes, this kind of thing must be stopped immediately in the future. Our island doesn't need any religious beliefs. Lin Feng spoke resolutely, staring at Ruth as he gave his instructions. Yes, I understand. Ruth's beautiful eyes sparkled with a unique light when she heard these words. After bowing respectfully, he led the other islanders to the western new island to prepare for a new day of leveling up. Only, this time she clearly forgot to hold down her robe. Lin Feng took in all the scenery, seeing it all at once. I have to say, the elven chieftain, still incredibly plump even after several hundred years, stirred a restless passion in Lin Feng, a young man not yet 20. After everyone left, only he and Eleanor remained on the shore of the inner sea. He turned his head away. Lin Feng had expected the princess to be furious and glare at him fiercely. But to my utter surprise, the situation is completely out of control. You're a complete bastard, a blasphemer, a heretic. Eleanor gazed at him with hazy, clear blue eyes. Not only her fair face, but also her swan-like neck was flushed crimson. The fingerprint on the left side had not yet faded. The new fingerprints restored symmetry to her pretty face. Eleanor continued her relentless cursing, as if venting her anger, but her eyes held a strange glint in them. Lin Feng raised his hand, ready to slap her again. But Eleanor's advance, instead of retreat, and her hazy gaze, made him gasp. Holy crap, this woman really has. Don't yell. As if conducting an experiment, Lin Feng gently placed his hand on the side of the pretty face where he had just slapped her. He rubbed her to ease Eleanor's pain. Who knew? Eleanor's gaze sharpened with astonishing speed, regaining its former aloofness as the jewel of the royal family. The burning sense of humiliation seemed to devour Lin Feng. Resentment, anger, it's all there. Snap. Another slap landed. This time, they used a lot of force. A trickle of blood even flowed from the corner of Eleanor's mouth. This confirmed Lin Feng's guess. Her expression showed no resentment whatsoever. In those beautiful silver eyes, greed, humiliation, anger, all vanished in a thin air. Instead, she once again appeared infatuated, looking incredibly charming. Lin Feng, am I trash? Eleanor called out softly, her eyes filled with hope as she awaited a reply. 3 slaps in total. This made her deeply imprint the image of the handsome, extraordinary, and incredibly mysterious man in front of her in the depths of her heart. Chapter 132, Reef Pollution. A hint of coldness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He reached out again to stroke the princess's rosy, smooth, and snow-white face. He wiped away the bright red blood from the corner of her mouth with his thumb. At this time, touched gently by Lin Feng, Eleanor did not regain her arrogant demeanor. She lowered her head and rubbed the hem of her skirt, not daring to resist in the slightest. You're trash, a piece of trash who only listens to me. They're no longer allowed to practice any church. Go to the west to help clean up the islands, and I'll take you to look for the lost items later. Eleanor's voice, barely audible, drifted over, sounding incredibly sweet. If someone familiar with the person saw this, they would be so shocked that their jaw would drop to the ground. Is this still the royal jewel they remember? Greed, conceited, belief. Everything is lost. Her pitiful appearance was completely different from before. It's fair to say that, apart from her appearance, Eleanor is not the same person she used to be at all. But the truth is just that absurd. Lin Feng himself never expected that a princess of a country with a level as high as 51 would have such a serious tendency in her bones. Perhaps it's because they were spoiled from a young age and never experienced violence. Has it subtly influenced your personality? If that's the case, it's quite likely. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. I feel sorry for this woman of unparalleled beauty. She was once a high-ranking princess, but now she has fallen to this state. But Eleanor did not join the island and was not bound by contract. In terms of loyalty, Lin Feng dared not allow such a potentially dangerous character to operate in the vicinity. Training. It might be a bit inhumane, but it will prevent internal strife in the future confrontation with the Elton family. And look at Eleanor. She's thoroughly enjoying herself. Is this the best way to treat her? Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and dared not think too deeply about it. After he left, the tranquil inland sea is only touched by the sea breeze. The overwhelming emotion that had gripped Eleanor's body slowly subsided. Is this the real me? A unique piece of trash belonging to Lin Feng. Standing by the inner sea, gazing at her reflection in the calm water, Eleanor traced the deep fingerprint with her fingertip. Bloodstains on the corner of the mouth. It was incredibly bright and glaring. Eleanor returned to her usual aloof demeanor. But in my heart, there is now an indelible and irreplaceable shadow. Time always flies when you have something on your mind. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng finally finished processing his gains from the exchange, putting nearly 1 million yuan into his backpack on the island. At this point, all the loot was sold out, and his total gold coin assets reached 3.868 million. It's pretty much as planned. With another 1.7 million to fill the gap, the core can be upgraded to level 40, allowing for the fourth contract. Jojo. Suddenly, when Lin Feng thought of the contract again, the heart of the ocean in his soul trembled slightly. A tender voice echoed in my mind. The furry feeling was indeed a bit uncomfortable for him. Try to communicate with that dancing shadow in the heart of the ocean using spiritual power. Soon, the other party responded. Jojo. The voice is exactly the same as before. But, for some reason, Lin Feng felt that his good brother had actually reacted. That fuzzy texture. Through the power of the soul, the neural response mechanism was activated. He felt as if he was holding a mysterious, furry creature in his arms. The latter waved its alluring, blurry tentacles, snuggling against Lin Feng's chest and acting cute, rubbing against every corner of his body. Right? You read that right. Please do your reading comprehension well. Lin Feng was shocked for a year and immediately stopped the transmission of mental energy. With the furry creature's extremely reluctant voice, I finally escaped its clutches. Something feels off. Her personality seems much more outgoing than Lena's, Man-Man's, and Longbing's. After much deliberation, they were still unable to determine the species of the other party. Lin Feng focused his attention on the heart of the ocean itself. The higher the level, the earlier one can interact with the contracted creature. But, in this way, it's very strange that creatures that haven't been contracted yet would appear in the heart of the ocean beforehand. Is the order actually fixed? Weren't the recruitment of mermaids, Xuanwu, and ice dragon all random selections? Besides, Lin Feng couldn't explain this anomaly. Last time, when he made a contract with the dragon ice, he also heard a dragon's roar from within the heart of the ocean. At the time, I thought I was hallucinating. Now it seems there really is some kind of pattern in it. Perhaps we can solve the mystery once we level up. Let's go find that little princess and search for the treasure. After gathering his thoughts, Lin Feng went to the new island in the west and found the little mermaid. Lena. Hey, it's my brother. Lena quickly wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth and swallowed the mouthful of food with a gulp. Turning to Long Bing by the grill, he pleaded pitifully, Sister Bing Bing, please don't tell my brother I'm secretly eating grilled meat. Sister Man has gone to cultivate, and I'm afraid my brother will scold Lena for not working hard enough. Long Bing opened her eyes, glanced at the glistening layer of grease on the corner of her mouth, and then looked at the barbecue grill in front of her, which was filled with all kinds of meat. Even with a calm and composed mind, the corner of her mouth still twitched twice. Good. What the hell is this? These aren't ordinary reefs. They actually have polluting properties. Dao held a jade pendant shattered into pieces, his resolute face revealing deep apprehension. I just tried to use a chimera to scout out the situation of the reefs along the edge of the sea. Unexpected. The seemingly inconspicuous stone suddenly unleashed a powerful energy that enveloped him and the chimera. If it weren't for the negative status resistance talisman obtained from the Beast Tide assessment reward, I'd probably be in no better shape than that crazed chimera right now. Thinking of this, Hidao looked at the completely dead chimera corpse, its eyes filled with golden liquid, and a faint chill rose in his heart. Gods! Duke Beichuan's eyes narrowed as he quickly dissected the clues in his mind, attempting to glean some intelligence. The indigenous people did not experience any abnormalities when they came into contact with these reefs. They only blocked the passage of ships, preventing them from sailing far away. We outsiders will be attacked by mysterious energy if we enter the area around the reef. The root cause is the lack of faith in gods. Du Beichuan looked up at the sky. The blinding sunlight made him squint. Perhaps it's a tradition etched into our genes. Like Lin Feng, his impression of otherworldly gods was that they were all powerful individual beings. Only, these cage-like fences were erected for some reason. We still need 4 teleportation scrolls. The comrades next door are already prepared. We can't delay any longer. Du Beichuan ordered in a deep voice, "Adao, send this message to the chat channel so that everyone on Earth can avoid touching these things." "Yes, boss." Adao nodded in agreement. He then opened the channel information interface. Chapter 133, Deep Sea Ninth Order. Completely outrageous. Whole head high dash. Under Eleanor's utterly astonished gaze, Man was enveloped in a ball of green light and transformed into its true form at an astonishing speed, letting out a thunderous roar towards the sky. The surrounding ice surface cracked like a spider web at the sound. The small blue snake transformed into a cold and eerie giant python, its scarlet forked tongue twitching and creating gusts of wind. Having reached level 50, Man's main body is already nearly 300 meters long. It's slightly larger than the island's mere 50,000 square meters in area, making it effortless to drag the island through the ice. The speed is as fast as ever. What kind of sea monster is this? I've never seen it in any records before. Eleanor knew that the woman in the blue dress was not human, but no one could have imagined that the seemingly gentle and quiet girl with a slight stutter would actually be so terrifying in her true form. The giant blue python, like an iron chain, connects the island and the giant tortoise. A strong wind swept in our face. The speed at which Man sailed across the sea exceeded Eleanor's expectations. Before he could recover his strength, he couldn't even stand firm. "Little trash, don't move." Lin Feng pressed his strong, powerful hand on Eleanor's shoulder to help her maintain her balance. "Keep an eye on your location. Don't wander off." "Okay." Eleanor's face flushed crimson, and the powerful force emanating from her shoulder made her heart tremble slightly. Unexpected. Originally thought to be just a mage, Island Master Lin Feng. His physical strength is so formidable. The princess gently brushed her fingertips across the lingering finger mark on her right cheek, then unconsciously brought her legs together again. The atmosphere was strange. After Lin Feng noticed his palms trembling, dark lines appeared on his forehead. The progress of the walkthrough seems a bit exaggerated. I wonder if anything will go wrong if things continue like this. Fine. Man's speed is very fast. In just 3 hours, they arrived at the deserted island where Eleanor and Maurice had fought. That's it. Eleanor's hazy eyes slowly focused as she pointed to the refrozen ice ahead and whispered, "Good. You can stop now. Whole head high dash." After the sudden stop, Lin Feng looked at the little mermaid on his right and instructed, "Prepare your skills." "Good brother." Lena smiled, always with an innocent and radiant look, extending her delicate jade fingers. Azure magic is arranged in an orderly fashion. 2 colorful bubbles disappeared into Lin Feng's and Eleanor's nasal cavities, respectively. You gain an underwater breathing buff, allowing you to swim freely in the ocean for 12 hours. Your stress resistance is greatly improved, and you can dive to deeper parts of the seabed. An island notification has appeared. Lin Feng was a little stunned. He hadn't noticed Lena's upgraded underwater breathing technique during their last dive to find the treasure chest. He only saw the new effects of the skill buff now. The deeper seabed. Logically speaking, there should be very few creatures living in the deep sea. Recalling those underwater documentaries on Earth, Lin Feng felt somewhat suspicious. Then I thought that if magic, something that cannot be explained by science, exists in other worlds, then perhaps there are earth-shattering secrets hidden beneath the deep sea. Island world. The largest thing in terms of area is the sea. Underwater breathing that can be used by others. Eleanor discovered that the bubbles covered her nasal cavity and all 7 orifices, and the thin film formed by the magical energy did not cause any unusual sensation. It blinked its big, silver eyes, looking very curious. She hadn't been very confident about finding the golden sea god sword, but now that she could breathe underwater, she was energized again. Let's go, brother. Lena, you can go down now. The little mermaid smiled and cast a water arrow spell, carving a hole in the ice in front of her, and then leaped in. The long, white legs transformed into an orange-red fishtail in midair. After tracing a graceful curve, it nimbly leaped into the depths of the sea. Mermaid. Eleanor's eyes widened. She had already guessed something when Man-Man transformed into her true form, but she never expected that the little girl's true form was a rare and special species. A mermaid. But rumor has it that mermaids are special species without any power, but this girl named Lena just unintentionally released some magic. Without a doubt, he is at least a peak archmage. Even more so, they have reached the half-step 6th level, just like me. Beside Island Master Lin Feng, there's so many strong people here, I must show my strength properly. Eleanor took a deep breath, tied her long silver hair into a single ponytail with a rope, and followed Lena into the sea. She's quite perceptive. She probably hasn't recovered her strength yet. The seawater is unusually cold due to the harsh winter. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, muttered something, and then followed into the sea. At the same time, centered on this sea area, the young black dragon and the elven dragon mage group were on high alert, ready to attack anything unusual. Longbing also transformed into an ice crystal dragon, its wings fluttering slightly as it hovered in midair. The immense pressure emanating from its massive body, enough to keep 99% of creatures from approaching within 5 kilometers. Gurgle Dash. The 3 people who dive into the sea continuously release tiny bubbles from their ears and noses. As the distance increases, the light from the outside could no longer reach the surrounding environment, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. Eleanor relied entirely on her physical constitution to hold on, her body teetering on the brink of freezing. Brother, we've reached the bottom. Lena swam down from below, her tail wagging like an arrow. She stretched out her finger and gestured exaggeratedly, saying excitedly, "There's a hidden cave at the bottom of the sea, and inside there's a huge, huge door of light. But my brother isn't here, so Lena doesn't dare to go in rashly. Thank you for your hard work." Lin Feng gently rubbed Lena's head and said softly, "We're lucky. This area is only a little over 5,000 meters deep, so there's still hope. We'll go see what that portal is later." Lena circled around Lin Feng, eagerly pulling him towards the seabed. Fortunately, Lin Feng grabbed Eleanor's wrist immediately, preventing her from getting lost in the darkness. This is a bit hard to find. The 3 of them soon found themselves on the soft, sandy seabed, a dark expanse where they could see nothing at all. Visibility is less than 10 centimeters. This is only due to Lin Feng's powerful influence. Otherwise, an ordinary person would be completely lost here. "Are you cold?" Feeling the slight tremor in his hand, Lin Feng looked at Princess Eleanor, who had lost all color in her face. "I can manage." Eleanor circulated the remaining battle chi within her body to nourish her body and fight against the cold. It's unclear whether they were eager to find the gilded sea god sword itself, or if they wanted to find a storage item to compensate Lin Feng. She stepped onto the seabed sand and began to search carefully. By this time, the flowers will have withered. Lin Feng frowned, wondering whether he should go back to find a tool for exploration. Sudden, Lena burst into delighted laughter. "Brother Lin Feng, look, that big fish with lanterns is coming." He turned his head away. Lin Feng immediately spotted the enormous thing with a bright light bulb hanging from its head. As the distance gets closer and closer, everything around it was illuminated. In some ways, it helped them a lot. But after seeing its numerical panel, Lin Feng could no longer remain calm, and even showed an unprecedented solemnity. Deep-sea lanternfish. Level 85. Rank, early stage of rank 9. Skills, unknown, 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 unknown. Note, This is a friendly marine creature with a strong sense of curiosity. It will not actively attack intelligent life. What the hell is this ninth-tier thing that suddenly appeared? Isn't that a bit too outrageous? Chapter 134, The Fourth Contract. The lanternfish is enormous, like a giant mountain. When the enormous light bulb was brought close, the light it emitted made the surrounding area as bright as day. Its target was clear. It approached the three people searching for items on the seabed, its large, slightly turning eyes revealing anthropomorphic curiosity. Most of the attention was focused on the mermaid Lina. There was not a trace of hostility shown. What is this? Eleanor's face turned pale. Even though she couldn't sense the lanternfish's strength, she knew it must be incredibly powerful. The overwhelming pressure was enough to suffocate one. Little trash, don't move. Don't look at it. Lin Feng warned in a low voice. The notes in the information panel indicate that the lanternfish is a friendly species. It can now be used to find items by its light, but if it becomes hostile to it, the consequences are unimaginable. Brother, the big fish won't hurt us. To Lin Feng's surprise, as his pupils contracted sharply, Lina swam straight towards the lanternfish. I gently touched that enormous jawline, tickling it. Seeing Lina's carefree smile, Lin Feng felt as if she were playing with a nuclear bomb right under her nose. My heart was in my throat. Lina, come back quickly. It's a ninth-tier creature. Lin Feng called out in a deep voice. If this lanternfish goes berserk, even 100,000 level 5 monsters wouldn't be enough for it to eat. 9 steps. Eleanor was terrified when she heard this. The most powerful creatures to have ever appeared in the entire Mallory Sea are only at the 7th-tier saint level, according to historical records. There are legends about the 8th-tier venerable level, but they have not been confirmed. They were just diving into the sea to look for something. Unexpectedly, an existence that is impossible to face has appeared. 9th rank. That's an unimaginable level of strength. Lin Feng, what should we do? Eleanor nestled tightly against Lin Feng's chest, her dazed eyes filled with helplessness. Calm down, Lin Feng said coldly. At this moment, he had no time to appreciate the touch of the princess's graceful figure. His gaze was fixed on Lina, who was in contact with the lanternfish in the air. He has the resurrection effect of the new crown. Even if something unexpected happens, at most you'll lose one trump card. But Lina is different. Brother, it's okay. Big Fish has already communicated with me. She can help us light up the surrounding area. Lina's actions became increasingly outrageous, touching the lanternfish's jaw, cheeks, and even the light bulb. Lin Feng was terrified. What else did you say to it? Why is it willing to help us? Lin Feng asked solemnly. It might be due to Lina's affinity for the ocean. She can communicate with these marine creatures without any difficulty, something that others cannot do. Big fish don't like to talk. Lina swam back down, squinting her eyes, and said, but she said she likes Lina very much and is willing to offer some help. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally let out a heavy sigh of relief, putting his mind at ease. As long as things are still under control, that's good. Although it's unclear why the lanternfish likes Lina, it's generally a good thing. You little rascal, hurry up and find your things, then get back. Good. My first dive into the deep sea. Lin Feng vowed that he would never come down below level 100 again, no matter what. It is now a lanternfish that is benevolent towards Lina and does not actively attack intelligent life. Who knows what kind of monsters we'll encounter next? With the help of lanternfish, the three searched very quickly, and not long afterward. Eleanor dug through a slightly protruding patch of sand and found the gilded sea god sword with its missing scabbard. Lin Feng found him. The sword tassel hanging from the hilt was still there, which relieved Eleanor. Fina, if the sword tassel is gone, I'm afraid I don't even have the right to be considered trash anymore. What? Objective achieved. Lin Feng glanced at the enormous creature looking down at them from above and prepared to take Lina and Eleanor away from here. Then I remembered what Lina had mentioned about the light gate. I started to feel conflicted. Should I go see him or not? Lina, is the cave you mentioned far from here? Lin Feng asked, turning his head. It's not far. Lina gently swayed her beautiful orange-red tail and pointed to a place hidden by seaweed in the distance, saying, that's it. If Lina couldn't sense its aura fluctuations, it would be hard to find. Never mind. I'll come another day. Lin Feng prioritizes stability. As long as the portal exists, it can't escape. Let's go back to the surface and deal with what's in Eleanor's sword tassel first. Okay. Lena understood what he was thinking, reached out her small hand and intertwined her fingers with his, transforming into an arrow that sped swiftly towards the sea. Eleanor was naturally held by Lin Feng's other hand, but the position was a little off due to the haste. Woo! The lanternfish followed them up 1,000 meters, but when they tried to continue rising, they seemed to be blocked by something and could not move forward. All I could do was watch their figures gradually disappear into the distance and let out a long cry. The island world is indeed not as simple as it looks. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze from the lanternfish, his sense of urgency growing stronger. Only strength matters. Only then can we be fearless in the face of any unknown mystery. Right now, those powerful creatures in the deep sea may not be able to leave, but if there is even the slightest possibility, it will inevitably be a disaster in the future. Call Dash. After a long while, the three of them returned to the sea. Azure sky, moist sea breeze. It gave Lin Feng a renewed sense of being alive. Withdraw the alert. After arriving on the island, Lin Feng gave instructions to Man and Long Bing, then turned his attention to Eleanor. The latter was completely soaked. The tight-fitting robe accentuated her figure perfectly, even though Lin Feng was well-informed. I couldn't help but take a deep breath. You little piece of trash, I'll help you restore your country. Now you can submit part of your military funds. Eleanor straightened the bear's slightly disheveled collar, blushing as she said, Everything little trash, belong to you. I'll do anything you need. Good. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, naturally understanding the implied meaning of those words. But the most important thing right now is to raise the 1.7 million needed to upgrade the core. He took the long sword from Eleanor and, with her authorization, easily opened the 1,000,000 cubic meter storage space on the tassel. After scanning the contents with his mental energy, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens! As expected of royalty, there are over 300,000 gold coins piled up inside, equivalent to. Princess Luo Jin carries 30 mobile targets with her. Her resources are truly impressive. In addition, there are many 3rd and 4th tier crystal cores, one-time use magic scrolls, runes, and other items. It takes up the entire storage space. After disposing of them, we'll have 1.4 million gold coins left, which is close enough, if not quite enough. Currently, the island owners of Blue Star Island are all developing their islands and accumulating funds to upgrade their cores. The prices of goods on the market are much lower than in the Mallory Sea. Chen Rui can handle this shipment in the Golden Islands. After thinking it over, Lin Feng emptied the storage space of everything. Returned the empty, gilded sword to Eleanor. Period. He made a point of observing the latter's expression. I'm so excited and happy. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of being completely possessed. Outrageous. However, the goal has been achieved, and the 4th contract will begin soon. Chapter 135. The island area increases drastically. Whoosh whoosh dash. That's right, baby, keep it up. Inside a large courtyard in Baga City, Chenrui leisurely crossed his legs, processing messages in the group chat while keeping an eye on Rose Roberni, who was running around in circles outside, drenched in sweat. Sweat streamed down the latter's round face, and his thin clothes were already soaked through. However, she thought of Chun Rui's expectations for her. Despite the so-called bright future of these potential stocks, Rose still perseveres with gritted teeth. I want to be more than just a cute girl. I also want to be Chun Rui's pretty girl. Rose, you can do it. Chun Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Rose was perfect in every way except for her appearance. She's just a bit too clingy. Now that he has set clear goals for her, he can also free up time to deal with the mercenary group's affairs. The number of mercenaries on Blue Star is expected to increase to 2,000 within 2 weeks, and another island lord has agreed to teleport over to join the mercenary group. Where should we begin? Avranawa took over Chung Chingching's personnel work. As the vice president, shouldn't she be helping to advise? What's the point of her cultivating every day? Chen Rui felt incredibly overwhelmed. I used to be a student leader in a club on campus, so I do have some management experience. Building an intelligence agency was a real headache for him. Suddenly, a private message came through. Brother Feng's? Upon seeing the message from the person who sent it, Chen Rui became extremely alert. Convert a batch of supplies into gold coins? That's easy. My gaze shifted downwards. When Chen Rui saw the list of goods, he gasped in shock. A deal worth 1.4 million. Did Brother Feng rob the Imperial Treasury? They're all high-grade materials and scrolls. This order must be very important to Brother Feng. It must be handled properly. Shenrue was lost in thought. After replying to Lin Feng's message, he fell into deep contemplation. A long time passed. His tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and his eyes gleamed with a sharp light. "Old man, I've got an idea. This area of the sea is within the territory of the fallen Gold Kingdom. The pursuers, marked with the insignia, could come at any time." Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, made of monster leather on the first floor of the villa, pondering his next move. Eleanor only needs to be trained properly. In the future, the entire kingdom of fallen gold will be his trump card. Furthermore, due to the Canaanite chain of hatred, the Elton family is also his enemy. The last time a Frost Church charlatan destroyed a ship, it was linked to the Elton family's collusion with the church. In a sense, he is now irreconcilably at odds with the Elton family. A head-on confrontation with the three major legions is not going to be very effective. Let's leave this sea area, upgrade our troop levels and the 3 female soldiers' levels, and then crush them with overwhelming force. The losses must be minimized. Recalling the 9th-tier lanternfish at the bottom of the sea, Lin Feng felt a sense of urgency. Now, he finally understood why the safe zone levels range from 0 to 100. There's something terrifying hidden beneath the deep sea of emotions. If those creatures weren't unable to leave the deep sea, the entire ocean area would probably become a dangerous zone. My island fusion skills are almost up to par. I need to leave the Iron Hammer clan and find a larger resource island. Once the integration is complete, the relocation can begin. Lin Feng stood up. They immediately headed towards the perimeter of the villa. On the inner seashore, a sea sprite and 3 flower fairies were watching over the old man in black robes. If nothing unexpected happened, he would wake up within a week or 2. Eleanor, the little trash, sat cross-legged on the shore of the inner sea, recovering her original fighting spirit. I saw him come out. A blush immediately appeared on her face, and she stood up with her legs together. Just as he was about to speak, unexpectedly, Lin Feng simply walked past, leaving behind only a casual instruction. "Keep going. Quickly recover your strength." "Good." Eleanor stared at his departing figure, her silver eyes somewhat dazed. Only after Lin Feng had completely disappeared from sight for a long time did her cold eyes regain their composure. Her shy and submissive demeanor was reserved only for Lin Feng. Immediately afterwards, a deafening rumble of thunder echoed across the sky. It slowly transformed into its true form, dragging the island forward at high speed. The wind howled. Lin Feng stood on the shore, calmly gazing ahead. Centered on the island, all troop types will monitor the surrounding area in a 360-degree direction and will report to the island lord immediately whenever a mysterious island appears. The sun and moon revolve. Except when you return to your villa to rest during the long nights, the island is always in a state of rapid movement. The levels of the Black Dragon, Rock Giant, Frost Wolf, and Flower Fairy rose steadily. During the journey, they encountered several resource islands, but after clearing out the ferocious beasts, Lin Feng abandoned them all because they were too small. Until 10 days later, a resource island, nearly 3 times the size of the original island, has appeared. A long-lost smile finally appeared on Lin Feng's face. Resource Island. Special materials. Magic gold or vein. Star iron or vein. Well, there's an unexpected bonus. An order was issued. The dragons unleashed their full power, their breath and magical abilities covering every corner of the island. The howls of ferocious beasts were incessant. They raced through the dense jungle, staring in terror at the enormous creatures in the sky. In less than 5 minutes, there was no need for the 3 women to intervene. The entire resource island is now devoid of life. Merge. Upon getting close, Lin Feng immediately activated the heart of the island skill. The white border reappears. The impact on the island caused far more violent tremors than any previous one. Furthermore, during this integration, Lin Feng discovered that he could divide the resource island into 3 pieces and assemble them according to his desired shape. After the southern, eastern, and southeastern areas of the island are connected to the island, the white boundary is closed again. The locations for the Iron Hammer Dwarf settlement and elemental training grounds are all set up. Saw the major problem. Lin Feng was in a very good mood. However, good things never come singly. And Qinrui also brought some good news at the same time. Brother Feng, all the supplies have been secretly sold through my grandfather Jocko Raberni's network of connections. Hee, I've made quite a few connections with nobles in the fallen Gold Kingdom this time, which will make intelligence gathering much easier in the future. I sold a total of 1.47 million, and I'll have Cheng Qingqing trade them to you in batches. It was tens of thousands more than the expected 1.4 million. If sold on the island's exchange, even excluding transaction fees, it's hard to say whether it could fetch 1.2 million. Cheng Qingqing. Lin Feng saw the rather attractive profile picture in the friend request and remembered the island owner with whom he had once traded skill books. Is she still alive? After the application was approved, the other party quickly sent a message. Brother Feng, I'll trade right away. The trading interface appears. After the other party placed 100,000 gold coins, the transaction was confirmed. Complete the transaction. Qinrui repeatedly confirmed with Lin Feng whether the transaction amount was correct before handing over the next batch of gold coins to Cheng Qingqing. Quite cautious, that's good. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the boy he had personally nurtured. The Earthlings who have joined the mercenary group cannot be fully trusted yet. True confidence can only be given authority after going through this step-by-step assessment and observation. Not long after, transaction complete. Lin Feng, carrying a huge sum of over 5 million yuan, arrived at the edge of the island's core. Should I spend 1 million gold coins to upgrade the island core to level 40? Yes, the core upgrade is underway and will be completed in 10 days. In my backpack on the island, such a long string of numbers vanished into thin air. After expending a great deal of resources to gather gold coins, only 90,000 remain. Even though upgrading the core brings a huge improvement, Lin Feng's lips twitched violently twice. It hurts so much. The fourth contract creature. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Chapter 136 manga. Back on Iron Hammer Island. Half a month has already passed. When the island, now several times larger than before, arrived at the port, the patrolling dwarves were utterly astonished. It's only been a short time since we last met. Has Lin Feng's island grown this big again? What did you eat? Could we make them, the dwarfs, grow taller to compensate for their genetic disadvantage? Go and inform your father that the relocation can begin. Also, distribute the cold-resistant medicine to the tribespeople to protect them from the effects of the cold winter. Lin Feng gave the instructions. The eyes of Gaijin and Dumo behind him were filled with jubilation. I turned my head to look. In the cleared and flat area on the eastern part of the island, more than 47-story residential buildings now stand. These were all places where the Ironhammer dwarves lived for a long time afterward. In the future, as the islands expand, their activity areas will become even more extensive. Yes, Island Master. Gaijin and Dumo smiled at each other, lifted the box full of cold-resistant medicine, and stepped onto the connecting wooden bridge. Ruth, is the southwest cleared out? Lin Feng looked at the elven chieftain, wondering if he was hallucinating. The female elf's gaze towards him had been acting strangely lately. Yes, reporting to the island lord, it has been cleared. Before the elemental training ground is built, it can be used to hold a victory celebration banquet. Ruth lowered her head in response, not wanting Lin Feng to see the burning adoration in her eyes. There are also 3 stunningly beautiful wives of the island's owner on the island. She didn't think she could compare to the former, and she didn't want Lin Feng to misunderstand. All right, let's put today's leveling plan on hold for now and focus on preparing tonight's victory celebration banquet. Bring out all the high-level ingredients, and everyone participates. Lin Feng handed the spatial ring in his hand to Ruth. It contains rare meat left over from the decomposition of high-level troops after the last trial of the new king. During the process of returning from the island integration, he acquired the materials for the cold-resistant medicine in other sea areas through the exchange and also bought a lot of vegetarian and fruit foods. Fairy dragons and sea elves can eat meat, but they prefer the former too. Yes, Ruth respectfully accepted the storage ring, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "My lord, now that our island is getting bigger and bigger, shouldn't we give it a name?" Really? It possesses the divine skill of melting islands. Sooner or later, this land beneath Lin Feng's feet will become his home. It will become a boundless continent. Calling it an island is too narrow a concept. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Ultimately, their focus shifted to professions related to personal information. Let's call it the Island of Truth. In the future, as the area expands, it can be renamed the Kingdom of Truth, the Continent of Truth. Good. Island of Truth. Ruth's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she placed her hand on the bear's mouth, saying respectfully, "A very good name, Island Lord. I'll take my leave now." Lin Feng nodded. Before long, the dwarves on Iron Hammer Island, lined up in a long queue, appeared in sight, cheering and jumping for joy. Everyone carried large and small bags on their backs and held animal skin bags in their hands. Some people even had gleaming wrenches hanging around their necks. It looks quite comical. Lena used her spatial ring to help carry heavy objects that were inconvenient to move. The relocation of the dwarves is progressing very smoothly. Whole head high dash. The dragon, which had been lurking in the water, raised its head and emitted a loud echo. In an instant, 89 nine-headed spirit dragons and 45 black dragons soared into the sky. Hovering above the Island of Truth, the dragon's roar sounded like rolling thunder, rising and falling endlessly. 150 giant frost wolves sat cross-legged on the shore, tilting their heads back and howling. 150 flower fairies, flapping their wings, helped the dwarves carry the packages in their hands, then turned and flew towards the eastern dwarf community. A black dragon. Look, it really is a black dragon. This is the first time in my life I've ever seen a dragon. It's so cool. The fairy dragon is so beautiful. It looks like a big butterfly. I envy the ocean fairy sister. Wow, those frost wolves are so cool. Can we really become their knights? Oh my god, didn't you all notice that enormous blue sea beast in the water? It's so imposing. These are actually all subordinates of Island Master Lin Feng. I suddenly feel that the dwarves have lowered the standard of Island Master Lin Feng's subordinates. I heard that Lord Lin Feng specially reserved a celebration banquet for tonight in preparation for our relocation. I must bring out all the fine wine I've brewed. The dwarves were like country bumpkins who had never been to a big city, their small eyes constantly scanning the various types of soldiers in the sky and along the coast. The gentle flower fairy also eliminated their discomfort in the unfamiliar environment. In general, they are extremely satisfied with their future long-term living arrangements. Welcome to the Island of Truth. Lin Feng rode a spirit dragon, hovering in midair. The sound, transmitted through magical energy, reached everyone's ears with perfect clarity. In the future, we will all be partners who look out for each other through thick and thin. I believe everyone will quickly come to love this place. Tonight, let's drink until we're completely drunk. The words fell. All living beings erupted in thunderous cheers, chanting his name. The dragon's roar has reached a new limit. Yay, our island has a name now. Lena grabbed Long Bing's skirt and said excitedly, "Sister Bing Bing, do you think the name Island of Truth sounds good?" Lena could never have come up with such a great name. Long Bing nodded, her dark eyes gazing quietly at the tall figure in the sky, a faint smile slowly spreading across her lips. It really sounds great. All right, guys, now everyone, register your family registration here. Elderly members with mobility issues will be given priority for the first and second floors. The bearded Gogging yelled at the top of his lungs, "Damn it, you little brat over there plucking the frostwolf's fur. Watch out, it might bite your butt. Hurry up, we need to get this done." The process of moving furniture and helping the dwarves move in took a little longer. Even with the use of 2 billion cubic meter space rings, it wasn't until nightfall that they were able to continue. They barely managed to settle everyone down. Furthermore, in order not to delay the banquet, the dwarves only set up the beds for the babies and the elderly, leaving all the remaining furniture in the house. And then, with their short legs, they and their tribesmen hurried to the banquet venue on the Island of Truth. At this time, the gang and Zhuang led the shrimp people, shield crab people, and hundreds of dwarves who volunteered to serve the meal. One after another, fragrant dishes were served on the table. The magic pattern kitchen has now become the biggest source of resentment. If it could speak, it would definitely curse Lin Feng tens of thousands of times. The donkeys in the production team would be so frightened by it that they would collapse to the ground. Even unscrupulous capitalists would shed tears upon seeing it. Don't hit it, chapter divider. Under Lin Feng's command, the most lively feast in the history of Truth Island has begun. The dwarves' brewed wine is piled up in every corner around the area. Ale, rum, and wine are all available. In Colin's words, if these drinks were sold in the Kingdom of Fallen Gold, they would bring in at least tens of thousands of gold coins. That is a small goal. To celebrate joining the Isle of Truth, all the dwarves generously brought out their finest brews. A roaring campfire is burning. The temperature on the southwestern New Island even outweighed the effects of the cold winter. It was filled with laughter and joy, and very lively. Brother, Lina toasts you. Thank you for making us such a delicious meal. The little mermaid on the left swallowed a piece of black dragon thigh meat, raised her cup excitedly, and said, "Yes, eat more vegetables." Lin Feng glanced at the juice in her glass, clinked glasses with her, and then downed his glass of chilled ale in one gulp. Ice makers played a significant role in this situation. It reminded him of his past memories of eating crayfish and drinking iced drinks at a street-side barbecue stall. By the way, why haven't the crayfish arrived yet? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Besides cultivating these past 2 days, he hasn't been idle. He's been tinkering with some spicy crayfish seasoning. It's already been recorded using the Magic Kitchen app. Master, your spicy crayfish is ready. Hai Sharon de Zhuang solemnly placed a plate of crayfish on the table in front of Lin Feng. After glancing over the others sitting with Lin Feng, including Man, Long Bing, and Eleanor, he retreated with a solemn expression. Ah! Man sat to Lin Feng's right, covering her mouth and laughing in a daze. Clearly, she understood why Da Zhuang had reacted that way. Only, unlike Lina, she drinks real malt liquor. She drank whatever Lin Feng drank. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold his liquor. He was already quite drunk. To you. Long Bing raised his glass, his eyes meeting Lin Feng's, but he didn't say anything more. It has a profound, unspoken meaning. Eleanor was very perceptive. She immediately poured Lin Feng a full glass of malt liquor, then sat back down at the corner of the table and quietly watched them. Lin Feng smiled and raised his glass to clink with Long Bing's. Drink up the malt liquor. Seeing that the other person had drunk the full glass of rum in one gulp, Lin Feng couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Bing has a good alcohol tolerance. He has such talent. Upon hearing this, Long Bing slightly raised her chin, a hint of barely perceptible smugness flashing in her eyes. Certainly. Let's settle this today. Lin Feng chuckled softly and challenged Long Bing. Long Bing glanced at his ale out of the corner of her eye and scoffed. You're no good. How dare you say no to your parents? Lin Feng couldn't stand it any longer. He threw the glass that had contained malt liquor aside and filled a new glass with high-proof rum. Come on, if I don't take you down today, I'll change my surname to yours. Afraid of you? Long Bing scoffed. Both of them are people who refuse to admit defeat. One cup after another. He wouldn't touch a single peanut. The other three were dumbfounded. Bing, so good and amazing. Man knew she would be unable to continue drinking. So in order to ensure the island's top combat strength, she put down her wine glass and drank juice with Lina. They stared wide-eyed at the epic showdown between Lin Feng and Long Bing. In order to cater to Long Bing's personality, the original plan was to have important members like Gajin, Ruth, Colin, Dagong, and Da Zhuang sit at the same table for a meal. Now, there are only the 5 of them. He also told others not to come and offer him a toast, so he was quite relaxed. As time passed, the bright moon hung high in the sky. The dwarves have already started cleaning up the mess after their meal and tidying up. Lin Feng and Long Bing were both in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Neither of them would give in. The surrounding empty wine barrels were piled up like mountains, teetering on the verge of collapse. Neither of them would admit defeat. Lina and Man even made room for them to stand together. They then ate the food on the table. Clear division of labor. Eleanor. Well, when Lin Feng didn't need her to pour him any more wine, he obediently left. Just admit it. Long Bing propped her pretty face up with one hand, her gaze towards Lin Feng becoming doubled, and mumbled her advice. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Feng put his hand on Long Bingxiang's shoulder and whispered in her ear, Let's make a bet. If you lose, you have to shut me up. How about it? After saying that, he took a deep breath of Long Bing's pleasant body fragrance, straightened his body, and looked at her, feeling dizzy. Long Bing never addressed himself by his own name. Subconsciously, Lin Feng still cared a little. Now that I'm drunk, he finally spoke his mind. You. Long Bing felt a tingling sensation on her ear, and a deep blush immediately rose to her face. She rolled her eyes at him and said, It's not worth it. Ah. Lin Feng laughed loudly. Then if you lose, you kiss me. Hiccup, I lose, I kiss you. Man and Lena both widened their eyes at the same time. I stared at them in disbelief. They heard it clearly. Their tricks were way too elaborate. The two innocent girls looked at each other in bewilderment, but Lin Feng's subsequent conditions filled them with anticipation. They were also curious about how the icy Long Bing would refute the bet. But what Long Bing said next greatly exceeded their expectations. Good. Long Bing slammed his hand on the table, poured a full glass of rum, and shouted, "Drink!" Not to be outdone, Lin Feng poured rum that spilled onto the table, and when he raised a glass, even more spilled out. "Who's afraid of you?" "Cheers!" After clinking glasses, the two tilted their heads back and drank it all in one gulp. The two sides went back and forth. The battle continued into the night. Man and Lena were both too full to hold any more, so they quietly stayed by their side, waiting for the final victor. Puff! Long Bing had just drunk the rum when a sudden wave of frustration washed over him, causing him to spit out all the rum. See this? Lin Feng, who had just put down his cup, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. He stood up unsteadily and said, "Ha, Bing Bing, you lost." Snort! Long Bing turned her head away and snorted coldly. Out of the corner of her eye, however, she kept her eyes fixed on the handsome man who was getting closer and closer. My heart started beating much faster. I accept the consequences of my bet. Lin Feng was almost blacked out, so he didn't care about anything else. He grabbed her slender waist and brought his face, which reeked of alcohol, close to hers. A chill ran through me. Long Bing's pupils contracted to their limit, and his drunkenness vanished instantly. But, having never experienced anything like this before, she now possesses immense strength, yet her body is utterly powerless. They could only stand there dumbfounded. Long Bing was initially somewhat resistant, but soon the intoxication returned to his mind, and he relaxed. After a long while, satisfied, Lin Feng finally let her go. He grinned and said, "Next time you lose, you have to call me that thing." Long Bing turned her head away, stood up, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. "Master, you cheated." Man and Lena saw the whole scene clearly. Lin Feng couldn't possibly outdrink Long Bing. He relied entirely on his cunning tactics during toasts. "Drink half and pour the other half out." "That's so insidious." "I cheated." Lin Feng's lips curled slightly as he stared intently at Man. "Yes," Man said, holding a cup of hot tea. After taking a sip, she tilted her head slightly and looked at him, continuing, "But master, are you?" She recognized that familiar scent. Lin Feng looked at the beautiful and innocent face under the moonlight and couldn't help but nod. "Brothers, what are you talking about?" Lena looked back and forth between Lin Feng and Man with a blank expression. "Lena, go check on Bing Bing. She's drunk quite a bit. I'm worried about her." Lin Feng pursed his dry lips and whispered instructions to the little girl. Lena slapped her forehead in alarm and exclaimed, "That's right. Sister Bing Bing is drunk and has disappeared. I'm going to find her." After saying that, the little mermaid ran towards the rock giant pillar to the north. Passing through the troop buildings, you'll reach the grove where Long Bing often hangs out. Chapter 137, A Matter of Perspective. The higher you climb, the colder it gets. The little mermaid left. Like a wild horse unleashed, Lin Feng, under the influence of alcohol, couldn't wait to embrace Man. "We'll go back." After a long while, Man blushed and gently pushed against his chest, even though it was pitch black at that moment. However, it is still outdoors. The number of islanders on Truth Island has increased dramatically. It's no longer just the three of them. Good. Lin Feng was breathing rapidly. Holding Man's little hand, they ran wildly towards the villa. Seemingly to lower the alcohol content, he casually picked up a small wooden bucket filled with ice. Push open the first floor door and hold the stair railing. Thump, thump, thump. He quickly went upstairs and opened a master bedroom door, locking it in one smooth motion. Man. Lin Feng felt as if his whole body was on fire. The heat was terrifying. The energy of truth flows rapidly to lower the alcohol content in his blood. That's right. The reason he won against Long Bing was that, in addition to his techniques, he also subtly used a trace of the power of truth. This is something that's comparable to a cheat code. With this kind of cheat code, no matter how good Long Bing's alcohol tolerance is, he will never be able to beat him. Of course, to ensure the betting game didn't go wrong, Lin Feng only used that one piece of clothing. This is the current situation. Naturally, most of the alcohol needs to be eliminated. Otherwise, you'll be completely confused and won't know anything, which would be a huge loss. Master, Man-Man's pale golden eyes became hazy as she tossed her little turtle shell backpack to the ground. Approximately 5,000 words have been omitted here. Inside the mysterious space. Door. It's a place worth exploring. Lin Feng stood in front of the door he had never been able to enter, and took a deep breath. Man-Man. Inside the door, Man-Man nodded, her face flushed. It is clear that ample preparations have been made. Good. Our brother Lin Feng took another deep breath, just about to push open the door and enter the house. Who knew? The door seemed to be sealed with some kind of powerful seal. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't open it. Master, I'll help you. When Lin Feng pushed open the door, Man-Man's ears turned bright red, and her weak body helped Lin Feng open the door. But both sides underestimated the immense power of the seal. The gate remained completely unmoved, as stable as Mount Tai. Push outwards? Hey, is this door structure designed to be pushed outwards? Grass. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he unleashed his initial fifth-tier strength, his entire body enveloped in a pale golden cloak under the influence of the energy of truth. After taking a few steps back, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and charged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Open it, you bastard. Bang. The seal on the gate has been broken. The immense force of the shockwave sent him flying a great distance. Puff. Lin Feng was numb, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Master. When Man-Man saw his appearance, she was immediately terrified. She hadn't shown this kind of reaction when she accidentally injured Lin Feng during training last time. Fine. Lin Feng stood up, straightened his back, and his joints crackled like popping beans. The bloodshot in his eyes was even more pronounced. Damn it. The Xuanwu seal was truly beyond their expectations. If this continues, this door is definitely not going to open. Why don't we wait until we're stronger before trying? Lin Feng was at his wit's end. If this continued, his almost burning blood would consume him. We must leave the mysterious space to lower the temperature. Master, are you sorry? Shall we try a few more times? Man-Man bit her lip, filled with guilt, and tried to break the seal from inside the house. Good. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and nodded, then tried several more times. But, final. Even after exhausting all his true energy, he still couldn't budge the door an inch. Lin Feng, nearly in despair, withdrew from the space. I lay back on the soft blanket, closed my eyes, and silently recited the mantra for calming the mind. Man-Man got anxious. Feeling the blood temperature rise rapidly, Lin Feng wondered what negative impact it would have on him. Look around. They were trying to find something to cure Lin Feng. Ice. Man-Man's eyes lit up. She seemed to have found a savior. Just as she was about to leave the second floor to search for the ice dragon in the west, her beautiful eyes suddenly fell on the wooden bucket filled with ice. Then he looked at Lin Feng's current appearance. No, Bing may not be willing to help the owner in this situation. We can't force her. I don't know if this method will work. In a desperate situation, people will try anything, even if it seems hopeless. He took a few quick steps to the wooden tub, put a few ice cubes in his mouth, and mumbled, Master, try this method. As he spoke, before Lin Feng could react, Man-Man had already moved closer. It's good that Sister Bing is all right. Time to go back. Lena's face lit up with a bright smile. She had really enjoyed the celebration banquet today. Of the 5, Eleanor barely ate, while Lin Feng and Long Bing were busy drinking. Although Man-Man is a mythical beast, its appetite is not as great as that of this little mermaid. She ate nearly 70% of the delicious food on the table. How could I not be happy? Leaving the woods, we quickly walked downhill to the seaside villa. Only, when Lena saw the figure huddled in the corner of the outer wall, a hint of curiosity rose in her red eyes. Hey, isn't that the bad sister? What's she doing there? It seems that they believe the other party is doing something wrong. Lena suppressed all her mental energy and quietly hid next to the alchemy room, peeking out to observe. All I saw was Eleanor crouched on the ground, trembling all over, as if she was enduring something. He looked like he was in some kind of pain. His robes were soaked with sweat. Could it be that he's sick again? Lena sighed inwardly and hurriedly went to Eleanor, asking kindly, You naughty sister, what's wrong? Do you need treatment? Eleanor's attention was completely focused elsewhere. and she didn't notice Lena's approach at all. Her strength has recovered to the early stage of the 5th rank. Logically speaking, it would have been absolutely impossible for her to not react before someone approached her. "It's okay without me." Eleanor seemed very anxious. He quickly closed his eyes and reviewed the scene he had just imagined, and his whole body began to tremble again. Strangeness. Lena scratched her head, and the seashell bracelet made a crisp sound. After discovering that Eleanor had not done anything wrong, she immediately released her suppressed mental energy again. It would have been better not to release it. As soon as she put it down, Lena immediately noticed the problem. Sister Man is secretly eating something. "You naughty brother. You hid the delicious food so well." The blurry outline of Lena, transmitted through mental energy, seemed to include a swallowing motion. Upon discovering this huge secret, she immediately stood up, hands on her hips, and prepared to go upstairs to confront them. At the same time, she was thinking fiercely to herself that she would share any good food she had with her older brothers and sisters. "Whenever there's something delicious, my sister Man hides it and eats it secretly. It's so mean." Chapter 138. Late at night, the shocked long bang. Bang, bang, bang. "Sister Man, brother Lin Feng. Open the door. Open the door." Lena pounded on the door with all her might, shouting at the top of her lungs. However, the door, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened by itself. With a creak, the interior environment comes into view. Lena looked surprised and, not finding anyone to open the door, turned her gaze to the 10-meter-long bed. It catches the eye. Lin Feng and Man have already fallen asleep. He was sleeping very soundly, but the clothes were scattered all over the bedroom floor, which Lena couldn't understand. "Enter the house." Lena's sensitive little nose twitched, and she mumbled, "What a strange smell. Was I hallucinating just now? The door wasn't locked, and my brother and sister Man are asleep." I thought about it for a long time. Lena began to doubt her own spiritual perception, but ultimately chose to believe her sister Man and did not eat the delicious food behind her back. So, the little mermaid tidied her clothes and then darted into bed. Not a single thing was found. The adorable chibi snake that was wrapped around the doorknob has quietly returned to Man's arm. It was late at night. "Owner, I think I have a solution." Man rested her head on Lin Feng's strong arm, a shy smile appearing on her lips, and whispered in his ear. "Hiss." Lin Feng's eyes gleamed. "The method I just used worked, but it only treated the symptoms, not the root cause." After glancing at the sleeping Lena, Lin Feng and Man, like thieves, secretly snuggled together and left the bed. "Really?" The flames, which had been extinguished by ice, reignited in Lin Feng's arms. Man, nestled in his arms, murmured softly, almost inaudibly, "Walk." Lin Feng's spirits lifted, and he and Man quietly went to a bedroom on the first floor. The three of them had always lived alone in the seaside villa. After the setup upstairs, the two of them focused all their attention on each other. Then, inside the door, countless eyes shone with dazzling light, and at the same time, that indestructible Xuanwu seal. Energy is dissipating outwards. "Master, I can't hold on much longer." Man transferred all her power into the green snake clone, and she seemed to be in some pain during the energy transfer process. Soon, after all the seals disappeared, Lin Feng's gaze towards her was immediately filled with tenderness. Man, to be able to do this for myself. I can't let her down in my whole life." Gently. Finally, Lin Feng pushed open the door and embraced the girl inside. "Master." Man's pupils slowly widened, and she stretched out her fair hands to gently embrace the man she would never forget. Unaware at all, a charming, slightly tipsy girl in a blue dress slumped over a desk, sniffed, and then slowly raised her breathtakingly beautiful oval face. "What does it taste like?" She forced herself to cheer up and looked around. But when she saw the image clearly, she was stunned. "You, why didn't you knock before coming in? Let's omit about 100,000 words." The next day, full of energy and high spirits, Lin Feng greeted the first golden rays of dawn. He glanced at the exhausted, sleeping beauty in his arms, gently kissed her lips, and then got up and left the room. It was still too impulsive. The location choice wasn't very sound. Fortunately, Bing has to cultivate at night and won't come back to rest. After a sigh, upon arriving at the core of the island, Lin Feng readjusted his course and headed towards the western part of the Mallory Sea. Despite having beautiful women by his side, he didn't become addicted to their charms. With our current strength, we cannot indulge in a life of luxury. The key is to seize the time to improve our strength. Now that the population is expanding, when establishing the elemental training grounds, we should also add some infrastructure. Lin Feng opened the exchange to look for blueprints. Furthermore, the dwarves have all entered the island, and Colin will be able to properly assign and settle the dwarf population by occupation by the end of today. A super-large blacksmith shop must be guaranteed. Lord Island, we have found 2 types of mineral veins, both located on the southwestern islands. Goggin jogged along, looking disheveled. He clearly hadn't rested for long after last night's dinner party, and had gotten up early to start working overtime. These are 2 types of ore. Gaijin took out a dark gold stone and a bright silver stone from his pocket. Neither of the stones is pure. They contain a number of impurities. Alan Lord, we've struck it rich. Gaijin couldn't hide his excitement as he exclaimed, the demon gold mine is a 4th-tier ore, and the star iron mine is a 5th-tier ore. The amount that can be mined from these 2 veins is still being explored, but the scale is enormous, enough to forge a set of equipment for everyone on the Island of Truth. So much. Lin Feng took the 2 ores, a clear look of surprise in his eyes. Magic gold dore. Type material. Quality top-grade purple. Effects manufacturing equipment, buildings, facilities, etc. Traits magic resistance. Star iron ore. Type material. Quality high-grade gold. Effects manufacturing equipment, buildings, facilities, etc. Feature adaptive extension. Besides its high level, it even has special characteristics. If it is turned into equipment, the core force will undergo a qualitative change. We are quite lucky. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. Originally, I only wanted to merge a slightly larger island, but I didn't expect there to be an unexpected surprise. Gaijin, looking at the dwarf, Lin Feng asked, how do you think it would be best to allocate these 2 types of ore? Blacksmithing is, after all, a field in which dwarves excel. For someone like him who's not an expert, following the other person's ideas is always the right thing to do. Reporting to the Island Lord. Upon hearing this, Gaijin's expression turned serious, and he said respectfully, both magic gold ore and star iron ore are extremely special metallic materials that can add special properties to equipment. Based on the current personnel structure of the Island of Truth, I suggest using star iron ore to forge full body armor for the dragons. Star iron ore possesses an active property. When worn with a drop of blood, it will shrink in size according to the wearer's body. We have crafted a set of Tier 5 equipment based on the adult size of dragons. So even if the dragons are currently in their juvenile stage, they will still have powerful defense. Especially since the fairy dragon's defense is weak, star iron can play a huge role. After listening to what he said, Lin Feng then realized what adaptive extension meant. Gaijin is right. As a top-tier dragon species, the fairy dragon possesses powerful magic immunity, as well as magic supply and magic reflection capabilities, making it a strategic support unit. Once faced with physical injury, their defenses are far inferior to those of the black dragon, and they will be under great threat. If a full suit of armor is crafted from star iron ore, it can not only protect the dragon itself, but also indirectly protect the contracted elven mages. Can. Lin Feng nodded. In any case, the rock giant naturally has a sturdy shield, so the star iron full body armor is optional. After a moment of contemplation, Gaijin continued, magic gold, or can be used to arm the Frostwolf Knights. The Frostwolves are almost fully grown, and they won't grow much bigger even when they reach adulthood. In addition to resisting magical damage, the metal itself also provides significant physical defense. Great Frostwolf Knights. Lin Feng thought for a moment and then instructed, do as you said. After the population resettlement is completed, start smelting metal. Inform Colin to select the 160 strongest dwarves as knights. 160 people. Gaijin was stunned. There were only 150 giant frost wolves in total. I haven't finished yet. Lin Feng smiled and said, from the 160 people, we will select 10 of the most elite to become Black Dragon Knights. As soon as he finished speaking, it was like a bombshell exploding in Gaijin's mind. Real. Their race will soon have Dragon Knights. Alan Lord. Gaijin's neck turned red, and he said breathlessly, the Iron Hammer Dwarves will fight bravely for you and slay all enemies. Even though Lin Feng had already made that promise. When it actually happened, Gaijin still felt like he was dreaming. Becoming a knight is not as simple as you think. Lin Feng suppressed a smile and said in a deep voice, "If your strength can't keep up and you fall too far behind your mounts, you will be stripped of your knighthood. If you want to keep your knighthood, then work hard to become stronger. I will find a way to break through the shackles of your bloodline." "Yes," Gaijin replied loudly as he slammed his fist into his chest, his blood surging. Lin Feng waved his hand. "Go, and convey what you said to your people." Chapter 139, A Wonderful Life. Time flies on the island, and before you know it, the island's core level has been upgraded. The island notification rang out across the entire server. Amidst the shocked discussions of everyone, Lin Feng made a contract with the fourth creature, a nine-tailed fox living in a secret deep-sea realm. "What can you do?" Lin Feng, seated on the throne of the God King on the endless continent, recalled this question from the past. A smile appeared on his lips. "Blue Fox." With the fourth creature under contract, Lin Feng easily quelled the rebellion of Grand Duke Pagan's 3 legions with a charming and intelligent wife who was almost demonic in her wisdom. Hundreds of colossal dragons, blotting out the sky, utterly shattered all the church's conspiracies. Eleanor became the first queen in the history of the Mallory. As Lin Feng's unique little trash. After being possessed by Lin Feng, she embarked on an expedition to the South China Sea with his help and conquered the Sasai Islands. The following year, the former pope of the Church of Poseidon was captured. After a period of interrogation, Lin Feng finally learned the details about the church's unusual activities. In the Mallory Sea, royal power prevailed over divine power. This is very special among all the seas that all the earthlings have traversed, and the strength of other sea area churches is far inferior to that of the Sea God Church and the Frost Church. It can be said that every sea area has its own Sea God Church or Frost Church. Other churches could only share the scraps in their struggle for faith. Mallory Sea is another extremely special sea area. Beneath the sea lies a secret portal to a realm far surpassed by any other place. These portals lead to the realms of other intelligent races, or to unexplored, resource-rich hidden realms. The Sea God and the Frost God fought for control of the Mallory Sea. Countless years ago, they joined forces to drive the other lesser gods out of this sea area. The two sides fought for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The monarchy in the Mallory Sea was firmly suppressed and could not break through the blockade of divine authority. Until several hundred years ago, a mysterious old woman named manhwa, a seventh-tier being with no faith, appeared and completely overturned this situation. All seventh-order beings in the church were killed. Even sixth-order beings dare not show their faces. The divine right was completely suppressed by the royal power and dared not reveal its great strength. The Pope of the Church of the Sea God has reached the half-step 7th rank. Knowing that the Frost Church has issued a special divine decree, he can use his soul power to help the Saintess break through to the 7th rank. The mysterious old woman has disappeared. In order to unify the entire sea area and seize royal power, he assassinated the king. This fueled the sea creatures' frenzied attacks on intelligent life, even those who were believers in the sea god. Spiritual pollution has caused the tree of life, once the spirit of the ocean, to wither. Killing believers reduces the number of soul sacrifices the Frost Church receives, thus preventing Saintess Angelia from breaking through to the 7th rank. Watching the Frost Church control the kingdom's army and eliminating a major threat, Eleanor, who can advance to the 7th rank. The plan went smoothly, and the Church of Poseidon, with its home advantage, was able to change the entire situation at the last moment. However, everything was ruined by the sudden appearance of Lin Feng. Not only did it cause the complete annihilation of the Church of the Sea God and the Church of Frost in the Mallory Sea, they also removed the spies they had planted on the nameless island in the west. Lin Feng thought back to himself. After the Battle of the Gods, those memories that remained deep in the mind. The same year, Lin Feng used his immense power to take control of the entire nameless island. Some strange things have been discovered. Fragments of truth. Fragments of truth have been found in the Mallory Sea. Unnamed island, deep sea. There is a huge, mysterious gate of light that constantly spews out all kinds of substances. The light gate only allows exits, not entry. This is why the nameless island is so rich in resources and has always been a favorite among adventurers. But among these spewed resources, fragments of truth are a very special kind of thing. A church exists above the sea. Besides the fact that so-called gods increase the number of believers, the most important thing is, let's collect all these fragments of truth, seal those that can be sealed, and destroy those that cannot be sealed, even though the outside world is in chaos. The two churches on the nameless island have maintained the harmony they have maintained for nearly 10,000 years. Therefore, the Church of the Sea God and the Church of Frost, which have always regarded each other as enemies, actually cooperate in secret. The fragments of truth are the substance that even their gods fear. Lin Feng once thought to himself, after completely subverting the church, no one believes in any deity, and there is no spiritual pollution in the entire Mallory Sea. To everyone's surprise, since then, all races have become more resilient and have longer lifespans. Everyone then realized, why are life-testing devices only possessed by churches? Furthermore, it is strictly forbidden for other individuals or forces to develop such technology. Once it is discovered that faith in a deity alters one's vitality, who will still believe in that deity? 5 years after Lin Feng unified the Mallory Sea, a being claiming to be a messenger of God appeared before him, declaring in a judgmental tone that he would kill him and destroy his kingdom. Obviously, the messenger of God is dead. More and more creatures claiming to be messengers appeared and died under the bloodthirsty sword. This served as a starting point, allowing Lin Feng to gain a deeper understanding of what the gods of this world truly were. At the beginning of the world, the will of the world gave birth to 12 ancient life forms. They all have humanoid forms. Because they were created by the will of the world, they were born with the strength of a 10th-order demigod. At first, they lived carefree lives on that vast and boundless continent. But they soon grew tired of it, tired that there are only them in this world. By chance, one of the women among them found another physical part of the world's will, the breath of the world. They can use this substance to create various life forms based on their own genes and bloodlines. Furthermore, it can alter some genes, creating life forms that are born with immense power. Dragon, behemoth. They are all formed from mutations in their body's genes, possessing bloodline strength that is far unmatched by other intelligent beings. Through their efforts, the whole world quickly became fuller. Marine life, warcraft creatures, wisdom of all races. In a sense, the world will is the creator of this world. They're the 12 stewards and masters of this world. But even life forms as strong as theirs cannot escape the erosion of time. I don't know how much time passed. They are dying. Nobody wants to really die, especially after having a long lifespan. The fear of death becomes even greater. In order to live longer, they kept searching. I don't know how much time passed. Just as they were about to perish, they finally discovered the true nature of the two forces. That is the core rule hidden within another part of the world's will. Godhead, truth. This power, which allowed them to break through the 10th-order shackles, led them to destroy the core at all costs. The core dispersed into 5 complete divine sparks and 7 complete seals of truth, and star-like fragments of divinity and fragments of truth. They each took their share of the complete power. He easily broke through the 10th rank and entered the 11th rank, lower true God. After the strength is improved, their lifespans were indeed greatly extended, although there were still lifespan limitations. But that was enough to make them very happy. Just when I thought I could continue living on the boundless continent as before. They only then realized, divinity and truth once fused together at the core of the world. We are inseparable. But after they broke, they generated an extremely strong repulsive force. The two camps, one wielding the power of truth and the other the power of divinity, were completely torn apart by the repulsive force that had seeped into their souls. And they all possessed the power to completely kill each other. In order to avoid being wiped out in a potential future war, both sides eagerly began to improve their strength. But divine energy, without needing to be understood, can be easily absorbed to strengthen the physical body and soul, allowing those who possess 5 complete divine sparks to increase their power extremely rapidly. It's terrifyingly fast. The 7 people who possess the seal of truth can decipher it, granting any lower life form power comparable to that of a god. But what they lack most is time. A great war broke out. The battle lasted for an unknown period of time. But the continent that once occupied 90% of the world's area was shattered by them. Only 1% of the area remains. This created an island world. The final result is, of the 7 gods of truth, 6 have fallen, and 1 woman is clinging to life in a spatial rift created during the battle. These cracks are the future, the secret realm. The world now belongs entirely to the 5 supreme gods: the god of the ocean, the god of frost, the god of thunder, the god of war, and the god of life. The order of strength is as follows. Over the long years to come, many beings have also found fragments of divinity and successfully ascended to become ordinary true gods. But since that great war, the 5 main gods, although they competed with each other for faith, yet they unite against those who attempt to seize the power of truth. The fragments of truth, once destroyed, will not truly disappear. They will reunite over endless years. Therefore, they conceal what they conceal and destroy what they cannot seal. This cycle repeated itself for hundreds of thousands of years. Then, the 5 main gods later discovered a truth that terrified them. The divine energy of the entire world is finite. They absorb it to extend their lifespan, but the lost divine energy does not return to the universe after use, unlike the truth. Instead, it will go through a long period of time, a period long enough to terrify them. Tens of millions of years. It far exceeded the limits of their lives. Once again, they felt death approaching. The 5 main gods have gone mad. They frantically search for ways to extend lifespan at all costs, just when they were about to perish. The god of life was astonished to discover that he could absorb the life force of believers through divine authority, generating a completely new kind of energy that did not belong to any other energy in the world. The energy it generates is almost identical to divine energy. Then, the dying, collapsing god of life slaughtered his trillions of followers in one fell swoop. Youth has returned. Such a large-scale massacre naturally did not escape the eyes of the other 4 main gods. Faced with questioning from the crowd, although the god of life was reluctant, he still revealed the method he had found. Then, the 5 main gods began to frantically cultivate their own followers. Furthermore, their methods of absorbing life force became increasingly sophisticated, eventually becoming undetectable to a large number of believers. Finally arrived. Even if they discover it, believers won't care. They might even be proud of it. However, the worlds will awaken when they continuously generated life-divine energy. The energy is gradually expanding. It's about to burst the world. If the 5 main gods are allowed to continue like this, the only outcome can be an apocalyptic catastrophe. The 5 main gods can enter the void realm when the world collapses. So, the world's will, which created 12 ancient beings, is about to be killed by the child. But the core of the rules was destroyed. For the 5 main gods who have already advanced to the 16th rank, the worlds can no longer directly erase them. After the negotiations failed, in order to preserve the world itself, the will initiated self-redemption. The world restart. At the moment of awakening, one can consume primal energy to repeatedly restart the timeline in search of a solution for redemption. I don't know how many times he tried. Ultimately, it was discovered that none of the creatures in this world could break the genetic shackles created by the 5 main gods. They placed their last hope in parallel universes. Although they possess almost omnipotent power within this world, there's not much they can do for other universes. Only one passage could be opened. On the other side of a parallel universe, a blue planet was discovered. Fortunately, we were very lucky. The creatures living on this planet are very similar to the world they inhabit. So, it used its primal power to pull the entire planet into this world in one fell swoop. The Earthlings died instantly. Clearly, it lacks understanding of many basic physical principles. However, although only one channel can be opened, it can switch between countless parallel universes. Gradually, it learned how to send all the people of Earth over in the safest way. However, it clearly overestimated the number of humans on this planet. The people on this planet have only just moved beyond the era of cold weapons. It's hard to accept something like time travel. Faced with the fear of the unknown, these people simply can't save it. Then, it began to act as a good teacher. They used strange and unusual methods to transfer the various kinds of knowledge accumulated by the island's myriad tribes into the blue planet. They even proactively guide them, letting them learn about the magical alien beasts they'll be traversing in advance. Final. It's the perfect method to simulate an island system. And when their society has developed to a certain level of civilization, they select the physically strong people to enter their world. Willpower consumes primal power, constantly restarting the surface world. Utilizing the brutal laws of survival, the strongest will be chosen, searching for the existence that can save our island world. The island system was constantly modified during this period, and measures were repeatedly adjusted based on historical data. However, the power of origin is not inexhaustible. When there are only 500 restart attempts left, Ma will remain dormant for a very, very long time. Finally, their attention was drawn to a handsome, tall, and sunny young man, Lin Feng. This young man, who repeatedly broke through the encirclement during the restart and became one of the strongest on Earth, had long attracted its attention. Each time the youth restarted, his strength was at least at level 8, and, at his best, he even fused with a fragment of godhood and advanced to the 12th level of true God. After much deliberation, the will specifically targeted him and restarted the final 299 times. During this period, adjustments were made continuously, and many opportunities were designed for him. The supreme soul artifact, the heart of the ocean, was forged using a portion of the primordial power. I'll give it to him as a cheat. In the end, the young man lived up to his expectations and fought his way to the 5 main gods 3 times. But in the end, they all ended in failure. The first time, Lin Feng and his subordinates died from mental contamination because their control over divine power was inferior to that of the 5 main gods. The second time, the worlds will expended a tremendous cost to create the new king's crown, immune to mental pollution, and prematurely gifted him a fragment of truth. Having mastered the power of truth, Lin Feng's group once again faced the 5 main gods. However, this time the reason for their defeat was utterly ridiculous. The creatures bound to the heart of the ocean were both male and female. Despite possessing the power to defeat the 5 main gods, one of the contracted creatures desired to possess other female contracted beings. Ultimately, betrayal led to the team's downfall. The third time, the will absorbed the cost, specifically remodeling the heart of the ocean, disassembling its other body parts, and decomposing a large amount of primal power to cultivate 10 female beings with infinite potential, storing them in the heart of the ocean in a specific order. Furthermore, it directly bound them to the subconscious souls, making them unable to betray Lin Feng. After adjustment, as expected, Lin Feng led everyone to completely annihilate the 5 main gods. But the consequence was that Lin Feng perished. Perhaps it was pity that arose in her will, or perhaps she developed a different feeling towards Lin Feng through countless simulations, until only the final restart remained. It disintegrated its core consciousness, giving the new crowned king a chance to revive. And its remaining body transformed into the bloodthirsty sword and entered the island system it created. It awaits Lin Feng to awaken it, collect its body parts again, and restore its original memories. The world restarted, but there was no follow-up. Iji, you're here again. Lin Feng snapped out of his reverie on the throne of the God King and saw a little girl slowly entering from outside the gate. The girl was born with heterochromia, and her appearance was beautiful, exquisite, and captivating. The radiant smile that graced her lips as she looked at Lin Feng was enough to captivate any creature. Man, Long Bing, Lena, and Lonley have all secretly gone to the secret realm to nurture their pregnancies. Why did my sisters and I seize the opportunity? The girl's eyes flashed with a sinister light, making Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. Really? Looking up, one sees Sephia with 9 pairs of blue wings spread out, Feng Ling with long, fiery red hair, and the drooling little girl by Meow Meow, among others. They had appeared outside the temple at some unknown time. He looked at himself meaningfully. Suddenly, even though he had already advanced to the 17th level, the Supreme Truth Lord, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel his legs go weak. This kind of life, although happiness,